I was pierced through my limbs by 4 blood-red iron chains, nailed to the judgment frame in the Grand Hall of Johua sect, blood continuously dripping. The Grand Elder of Johua sect and my love rival, Zhu Tiansuo, jointly framed me for stealing the sect's treasure and killing fellow disciples, while Yuanru also twisted the truth against me. Just as I was on the verge of despair, the system activated. After merging with an overpowered physique, I spent points to edit my identity. And now, the Grand Elder was actually going all out against me. I was pierced through my limbs by 4 blood-red iron chains, nailed to the judgment frame in the Grand Hall of Johua sect, blood continuously dripping. In my ears, the Grand Elder of Johua sect roared like thunder, "How dare you! Not only did you collude with outsiders to steal the sect's treasure, but you also killed fellow disciples. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say?" Gazing at the faces filled with anger and disappointment in the Grand Hall, a wave of memories flooded into my mind like a tide. I've crossed over into this man-eating fantasy world, possessing the body of a genius disciple from the Johua sect. And now, this desperate situation is all because I offended the Grand Elder. His grandson was severely injured by the original host during a competition and remains bedridden to this day. The so-called theft of a priceless treasure and the murder of fellow disciples are nothing but false accusations the Grand Elder and my love rival, Zhu Tiansuo, have pinned on me. I slowly raised my head and saw the woman in a white dress, Yuanru, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, the most dazzling prodigy in the sect. Once, she deliberately got close to the original owner, all because of the rare bloodline within them. The original owner transferred the bloodline to her, yet last night, after drinking her wine, they fell into this meticulously designed death trap. I couldn't help but curse. They say actors are heartless, and whores have no loyalty. Yi Wanru, with just 1 cup of wine last night, you could betray me to this extent. Truly, you're as cruel as a wolf and as ungrateful as a dog. Yi Wanru's face turned icy as she looked at me with disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? I never saw you last night at all. Killing your fellow disciples and stealing the sect's treasure, such actions are worse than those of a beast. After all the sincere care I've given you in the past, to think I was raising nothing but an ungrateful wolf for the sect. My heart chilled with fury, and murderous hatred flashed in my eyes. Fine. What a beautifully crafted accusation. Playing the saint while acting like a whore, hypocritical through and through. What a despicable wretch. Zhu Tiansuo, standing beside Yuanru, the eldest disciple of Johua sect and her fervent admirer, arrogantly raised his hand and slapped me. Dare slander junior sister Yi again, and I'll cut out your tongue to feed the dogs. My eyes burned crimson as I glared at him. I'll remember this slap. At that moment, the sect master of Johua sect, seated above, spoke with menacing authority. Return the sect's treasure at once. Otherwise, our sect will not spare you today. The pressure he released made my bones creak, the pain so intense it felt like my body was about to explode. I spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood, my consciousness gradually fading. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a reason? In this moment of despair, I screamed in my heart, aren't you going to show up yet? If you don't appear now, I'm really going to die. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in my mind, notifying me that I had successfully activated the background editing system. Upon learning that with enough editing points, I could edit characters and relationships, I was both shocked and delighted. So you're saying, as long as I have enough editing points, I can edit myself into a top-tier powerhouse? The system first gave me a welcome gift pack. I eagerly opened it and instantly received 1,000 editing points, along with top-tier rewards like the Heavenly Blood Divine Bone, the Myriad Demon's Chaos Body, and the Netherworld Divine Eyes. Looking at these rewards, hope ignited within me. I knew deep down that this was the opportunity to change my fate. Those who framed me, Yuanru, Zhu Tiansuo, the Grand Elder, and even the lofty sect leader, I will surely make them pay. At the brink of death, the system prompted me to merge the Heavenly Blood Divine Bone, the 10,000 Demons Chaos Body, and the Netherworld Divine Eyes. Without hesitation, I chose to proceed with the fusion. As the system repeatedly announced fusion successful, my consciousness gradually regained clarity. The Celestial Blood Divine Bone has increased my willpower and soul power 10,000-fold, while the chaotic energy born from the 10,000 Demons Chaos Body repairs the injuries within me. The Netherworld Divine Pupil even causes a wisp of purple divine light to flash through my eyes, as if imbued with magic. Yet I know full well that relying on these alone is not enough to change the current situation. I am only at the Chi-gathering realm now, while the Grand Elder and Sect Master of the Nine Blossoms sect are both Golden Core realm cultivators. The disparity in strength is immense. Thus, I place my hopes on the system's background editing feature. The system recommended numerous identity backgrounds, such as illegitimate son of the Cloud Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, 600 editing points, disciple of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, 200 editing points, junior brother of the sect leader of the Star Fighting sect, 700 editing points, and so on. After careful consideration, I decided to spend 1,000 editing points to edit my identity into the long-lost 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. After all, Qingzhou is within the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. Although the Nine Blossoms sect is a first-rate sect in Qingzhou, in the face of the Great Xia Dynasty, it is nothing more than an ant. As long as I become the 9th Prince, this seemingly hopeless situation might be easily resolved. In the grand palace of the Great Xia Empire within the metaverse, the man clad in a 9-clawed dragon robe, whose presence towers over millions of living beings, is none other than the ruler of the Great Xia dynasty. Hanging around his neck is a transparent jade pendant that seals my blood within it. For over 20 years, he has harbored deep regret over my disappearance. The moment I finished editing the background, the blood within the jade pendant suddenly turned scalding hot, bursting through the pendant to radiate boundless brilliance. The Great Xia Emperor sprang to his feet in excitement, exclaiming, "This is..." Exclamation point. "My son!" Exclamation point. "It's my son!" Exclamation point. His face trembled with excitement, deeply moved. At that moment, the door of the imperial study was pushed open by a woman dressed in noble palace attire. She was my birth mother, Manhwa, also known as Consort Shur. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with emotion and cried out, "Your Majesty! It's Yunur! Yunur's bloodline has awakened." The Emperor of Great Xia quickly reassured her, "Beloved consort, don't worry. Since Yunur is still alive, this emperor will ensure his safety." Immediately, he summoned two figures clad in black obsidian armor, none other than the Shadow Guard commanders, Luofeng and Xianfeng. He solemnly commanded, "By imperial decree, you are to lead the Shadow Guard to the territory of Zhouhua sect in Qingzhou at once and bring back the 9th prince without fail." "As you command." The two men accepted the order and withdrew. Manhwa suddenly remembered, Yunur is in Qingzhou, and my brother happens to be there too. I'll send him a message immediately, asking him to rush to Zhouhua sect to prevent any mishaps. It turned out that her elder brother had recently gone to Qingzhou in search of cultivation materials. Upon receiving the news, he would undoubtedly head straight to Zhouhua sect without delay. The Great Xia Emperor embraced Manhwa's shoulders to comfort her. With Xianfeng and Luofeng on their way, plus Xiaolua, Yunur will definitely be safe. "Don't worry." Manhwa nodded, her heart filled with anticipation to see me as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Xianfeng and Luofeng had already led the Great Xia Shadow Guards onto the spatial teleportation array and were on their way to Qingzhou. I was brought before the main hall of Zhouhua sect, where the sect leader sat above. He spoke coldly, "Since you refused to confess truthfully, Grand Elder, proceed with the punishment." The Grand Elder of Zhouhua sect sneered and walked toward me. I glared at him with icy intensity. "Old ghost, care to make a bet?" He mocked in response, "Oh? What do you want to bet?" My voice dripped with killing intent. "I bet that soon, you'll be kneeling on the ground, begging me not to kill you." "Ha ha ha ha. Have you lost your mind? At this point, and you're still dreaming? Since your mouth is so tough, I hope you won't cry out in pain next." With that, he actually shattered all 4 of my limbs with his bare hands, his methods utterly brutal and bloody. But I just sneered, "Heh, is that all? I thought you'd be much harsher." Then, right before everyone's eyes, the power of my 10,000 demons' chaos body took effect, and my limbs visibly restored themselves to their original state. "What? How is this possible? Restored?" The crowd was shocked and puzzled, and even the sect master of Zhouhua sect showed a moved expression on his face. Yuanru couldn't help but ask curiously, "Elder, what kind of technique is this? How can limbs regenerate instantly after being lost?" She felt that I had deceived her, adding a bit of hatred towards me. The elder snorted, "Just some crooked methods. It's not surprising that this kid, who can even kill his own sect members, would practice some unorthodox techniques. But today, I will make you spill everything." With that, he unleashed the power of the Golden Core realm, using spiritual energy to severely damage my internal organs. Every bone in my body felt as if it was being gnawed by countless insects, the pain spreading throughout my body. But I gritted my teeth and endured, glaring at him fiercely, "Old ghost. I will make you repay these pains 1,000-fold later." At this moment, Zhu Tianxua stepped forward voluntarily. "Elder, why not let me give it a try? The soul-snatching 13 needles of my Zhu family are specifically designed to attack the soul. I refuse to believe he can hold on like this against a soul attack." The sect master of Zhouhua sect nodded in approval. Zhu Tianxua walked up to me, his face full of smugness. "Enjoy the taste of my Zhu family's soul-snatching needles." Just as he condensed 13 silver-white long needles in his hands and was about to strike me, boom! The grand hall doors of Zhouhua sect were shattered by an immense force. Xianfeng and Luofeng, the 2 commanders of the Great Xia Shadow Guards, charged in with over 50 Shadow Guards clad in black gold armor. The Grand Elder of Zhouhua sect roared in fury, "Outrageous! Who are you? How dare you barge into Zhouhua sect in broad daylight?" Luofeng and Xianfeng ignored him completely. Luofeng held the drop of the 9th prince's blood, scanning the crowd in the hall. The drop of blood flew toward me and merged into my body. Xianfeng's expression changed abruptly as he shattered the judgment frame binding me, caught me, and fed me 2 precious pills. Luofeng's killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall, leaving everyone trembling in fear. The sect master of Zhouhua sect cautiously asked, "May I ask which faction you esteemed guests hail from? And what is your relationship with this?" Without another word, Luofeng reached out, grabbed his neck, and lifted him into the air. Several elders of Zhouhua sect wanted to intervene, but they were immobilized by the late-stage nascent soul realm pressure emanating from a shadow guard. Elder, esteemed elder, let's talk this through properly. We can talk. Before the sect master of Johua sect could finish his sentence, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Luo Feng directly subjected him to a horrifying soul search. He wanted to see why these people dared to torment the ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty so brutally.
Chapter 4. The Wangxian Dao Sect, Tianhua Cauldron. After undergoing soul-searching, Luofeng learned the whole story. As for the sect master of the Ninehua sect, his soul suffered unprecedented devastation. He was thrown out and collapsed on the ground, howling in excruciating pain as his soul nearly shattered. Zhu Tiansuo, Yi Wanru, and even the high-ranking elders of the Ninehua sect were all stunned at this moment. Witnessing the pitiful state of the Ninehua sect's sect master, no one dared to act rashly for the time being. Who exactly are these people? How could there be nascent soul realm experts? How on earth did Chu Yun get to know them? Yi Wanru was both shocked and suspicious inside. She simply couldn't understand where Chu Yun had gained such immense influence that even a nascent soul realm expert would back him up. Fellow cultivators, our Ninehua sect belongs within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty and ranks among the notable forces in Qingzhou. You all barged into my Ninehua sect so recklessly and injured our sect leader. Isn't this going a bit too far? At the same time, a deep and aged voice echoed from outside the hall. In the next moment, a tall, lean elder dressed in plain robes flashed into the hall. The overwhelming aura of a peak nascent soul realm emanated from his feet, suppressing the imposing presence of that shadow guard. Simultaneously, four white-haired elders of varying statures also appeared in the grand hall. Their cultivation levels are all at the nascent soul realm. Excellent. It's the 5 ancestors. All 5 ancestors have come. Now these people are definitely going to regret their actions. When the people of the Ninehua sect saw the appearance of these 5 ancestors, their eyes lit up with joy, and they exclaimed excitedly. The Grand Elder of the Ninehua sect, his face initially filled with shock and horror, immediately regained his composure. As for the appearance of these 5 nascent soul elders from the Ninehua sect, Luofeng and Shenfeng's eyes remained utterly unchanged. Luofeng completely ignored them, his figure appearing before Shenfeng. How is His Highness? Not bad. Your Highness's self-healing ability is astonishing. After refining 2 elixirs, he has already recovered 70 to 80% and should wake up soon. Shenfeng utilized his own nirvana power to maximize the effects of the medicinal elixir within Chu Yun's body. His limbs had already fully recovered, and it was only a matter of time before he regained consciousness. Hey, are you deaf? Do you take our ancestors' words as mere wind past your ears? Seeing their ancestor being ignored by Luofeng and the others, a golden core mid-stage elder of the Ninehua sect stepped forward, pointing at them and demanding an answer. Bang! A fierce glint flashed in Luofeng's eyes as an invisible pressure crushed down upon that elder. With a thunderous explosion, flesh and soul burst into a dazzling firework, vanishing into ashes in the grand hall before anyone could react. Third Elder. The great elder of the Ninehua sect and others roared in grief and fury, their eyes filled with shock and rage. No one had expected Luofeng to strike with lethal intent so directly, and even the 5 nascent soul realm ancestors of the Ninehua sect failed to react in time. What incredible speed! This person is likely beyond the nascent soul realm. The shock on the face of the Ninehua sect's ancestor, who was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, was impossible to conceal. Although Luofeng's aura remained hidden, just the speed of his attack was something he couldn't hope to match. It can be seen that their cultivation even surpasses his own. A shattering realm expert. At the thought of this, the old ancestor's eyelids twitched. This makes today's matter quite tricky indeed. Your strength is formidable. You must surely be a supreme expert at the shattering realm level. But I truly do not understand. What is the reason for today's events? Could it be because of this young friend here? The elder immediately changed his attitude and cautiously inquired. Shenfeng cast a cold, indifferent glance and said, "What do you think?" He hadn't made a move yet only because he was waiting for Chu Yun to wake up. Their lives and deaths were naturally at the mercy of Chu Yun. Qin Kuan, what is the meaning of all this? Speak clearly. A venerable elder of the 9 Glory sect coldly interrogated the sect's grand elder. Esteemed ancestors, it's that little bastard Chu Yun who... Chu Yun stole the Tianhua cauldron and murdered his fellow disciples. The evidence is irrefutable. But when we tried to bring him to justice, the outcome was... Qin Kuan had initially intended to embellish his accusations further, but the sheer intimidation radiating from Shenfeng and Luofeng as they stood there was enough to make him retreat in fear. What? He stole the Tianhua cauldron. You claim the evidence is irrefutable, then where is it? The elder who had inquired earlier paled in shock upon hearing that the Tianhua cauldron had been stolen. then pressed for more details. The Tianhua cauldron was not only the 9 glory sect's most treasured artifact, but more crucially, it contained a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb sealed within, that was left behind by the highest orthodox lineage of Qingzhou, the Wangxian Dao sect, intended to allow the Tianhua cauldron to continuously nourish that great medicinal herb. In another 100 years, they would come to reclaim it. The theft of the Tianhua cauldron was not just the loss of a priceless treasure. More importantly, if word got out, they would have no way to explain it to the Wangxian Dao sect. Reporting to the ancestor, there were eyewitnesses who saw Chu Yun sneaking into the treasure pavilion late at night, stealing the Tianhua cauldron, and killing 2 guarding disciples. Qin Kuan replied, "Who is it?" "Ancestor, it is indeed this disciple." Zhu Tiansuo slowly stepped forward at this moment. This was what they had agreed upon from the beginning, having Zhu Tiansuo, the senior brother, serve as the witness, while Yi Wanrong would plant the belongings of the 2 deceased sect members on Chu Yun, coupled with his disappearance throughout the night. With both witness testimony and material evidence complete, a perfect case was formed. If they were to face soul searching, they would first drive Chu Yun's soul to collapse. The design was indeed intricate and multi-layered. Yet they never anticipated that the current Chu Yun was now worlds apart from his former self. "Are you certain it was Chu Yun who stole the Tianhua cauldron?" the ancestor asked once more. "Ancestor, I swear on my life, I truly saw Chu Yun last night. He is the thief and murderer," Zhu Tiansuo declared with conviction. The several ancestral elders of the 9 Glory sect immediately felt somewhat troubled. These people had clearly come for Chu Yun, yet the significance of the Tianhua cauldron to their 9 Glory sect was far-reaching, and they absolutely had to retrieve it. "Esteemed one, within this Tianhua cauldron lies an object that belongs to the Wangxian Dao sect, the superior sect of our 9 Glory sect. If young friend Chu indeed took it, we simply ask for its return. As for the other matters today, my 9 Glory sect is willing to let them rest." The ancestor of the 9 Glory sect knew he was no match for Luo Feng and his companions. Therefore, he now directly invoked the strongest power in Qingzhou, the Wangxian Dao sect, as his backing. The Wangxian Dao sect, a lineage with over 1,000 years of history, is the absolute hegemon of Qingzhou, holding near total control over the region's core territories. Within its ranks, there are not only cultivators at the Shattering Realm but even superpowered experts at the Nirvana Realm. And those hidden old-timers of the Wangxian Dao sect are all terrifying existences with titled honors and revered status. A single venerable realm expert can suppress an entire province, with power enough to overturn entire regions. A battle venerable's physique is like the manifestation of heaven and earth, galloping freely through the world. Chapter 5. Chu Yun awakens. The envoys from Wangxian Dao sect arrive. Yet his self-proclaimed cleverness was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of Luo Feng and Xian Feng. The Wangxian Dao sect is indeed formidable, with profound heritage, ranking among the top sects within the entire Great Xia Empire. But who are they? The Great Xia Shadow Guards. Their 2 commanders are both peak Nirvana realm cultivators who have undergone the baptism of Nirvana fire and tempered their Nirvana bodies. Unless those old fellows from the Wangxian Dao sect personally intervene, they cannot be defeated. However, just the mere mention of the name Great Xia Shadow Guards is enough to make those old men from the Wangxian Dao sect think twice before taking action. Your Highness is awake. At this moment, Chu Yun finally showed signs of movement, his eyes groggily opening. Xian Feng, who had been closely monitoring his condition, exclaimed excitedly. Luo Feng also came to his side. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, how are you feeling?" Luo Feng's concern left Chu Yun utterly bewildered. "Your Highness? You? Who are you people?" Although the background had already been set up. But after all, Chu Yun still doesn't know his true identity, so he has to keep up the act for now. "Your Highness, we are the Shadow Guards of Great Xia. I am Luo Feng, one of the 4 commanders. This is Xian Feng. Your identity is..." Luo Feng relayed everything to Chu Yun through a voice transmission. After hearing all this, Chu Yun deliberately feigned an expression of shock. "The 9th Prince? Is this true or false? You're not lying to me, are you?" Luo Feng responded earnestly. "Your Highness, rest assured, you are indeed the genuine 9th Prince of our Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. There is absolutely no mistake. When we arrived, Your Highness had already fainted. Fortunately, you are now safe. Otherwise, we would be guilty beyond redemption." Chu Yun pretended to have just recovered from the shock, pondered for a moment, and gradually composed himself as he accepted this identity. Your Highness, now that you have awakened, how should these people be dealt with? Whether they live or die is entirely at your Highness's discretion. Xian Feng's eyes were already filled with killing intent. These people from the Nine Glory sect were an eyesore to him. They even had the audacity to try using the Immortal Ascension Dao sect to pressure them. What a complete joke. Fellow Taoist, I've exhausted all polite words, yet you still maintain such an attitude. Isn't this going too far in bullying others? Upon hearing Xian Feng's words, the Nine Glory sect's ancestor finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hand over the Tianhua cauldron, and the Nine Glory sect will let bygones be bygones. Isn't that enough? Relying on his superior cultivation, he really thinks he can bully the Nine Glory sect like there's some pushover. The leading elder of the Nine Glory sect flicked a beam of spiritual light onto the Chenkuan floor of the Grand Hall, immediately activating the spatial teleportation array platform within. This teleportation array connects directly to the Immortal Ascension Dao sect. Since you all are so aggressive, let the Wangxian Dao sect reason with you. Yi Wanru watched the unfolding situation with a frown, her hatred deepening as she looked at Chu Yun. You've hidden so much from me. Chu Yun, how utterly hypocritical you are. Let's see how you handle this when the Wangxian Dao sect arrives. Chu Yun calmly observed the glowing teleportation array, a faint smile still playing on his lips. He had certainly heard of the Wangxian Dao sect, the foremost Taoist lineage in Qingzhou. Even the Jihua sect was merely one of its subordinate factions. But if one were to compare the Wangxian Dao sect to the Great Xia Empire, the difference would still be far too vast. He wasn't in a hurry now. All the humiliation that Qin Kuan, Zhu Tianxua, and even Yi Wanru had previously inflicted upon him. Next, he would demand repayment 1,000-fold. Swish! As the light of the teleportation array flashed, 5 figures appeared on the Chenkuan diagram in the Grand Hall. Elder Yang, the several ancestral elders of the Jihua sect all cupped their hands in salute, bowing respectfully to a tall elder clad in red robes who stood at the forefront. This red-robed elder was named Yang Muqian. He was the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, a powerhouse at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Su Duo, for what reason have you activated the teleportation array to summon our sect's people? Yang Muqian swept his gaze across the surroundings of the Grand Hall before fixing his eyes on the Jihua sect's ancestral elder and inquiring. Elder Yang, here's what happened. The ancestor of the Nine Glory sect, named Su Duo, respectfully explained everything to him. When Yang Muqian heard that the Tianhua cauldron had been stolen, and with it, the medicine of their Wangxian Dao sect was also gone, his expression immediately darkened as he glared at Chu Yun. Brat, where is the Tianhua cauldron? Yang Muqian's demeanor was domineering and arrogant, showing not the slightest regard for Xian Feng and his companions. Chu Yun spoke unhurriedly. Commander Luo, can you handle this old man? How does your highness wish him to be dealt with? Luo Feng asked. I don't like people being so arrogant in front of me. It's better to speak on your knees, Chu Yun said. Yes. With those words, Luo Feng vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. In the next instant, Luo Feng appeared before Yang Muqian, his palm imbued with terrifying nirvana power as he struck toward him. Nirvana realm. Yang Muqian's pupils abruptly contracted as he realized that Luo Feng before him was actually a powerhouse of the same level as himself. With a fierce stomp of his foot, the entire floor of the great hall shattered, countless strands of nirvana power erupting from the ground like 1,000 fire dragons surging forth to devour everything. However, Luo Feng flicked his sleeve, sending black nirvana rays shooting in all directions, forming countless arrow-like lights that obliterated everything of Yang Muqian. Boom! Luo Feng's palm then landed squarely on Yang Muqian's abdomen, piercing through his nirvana body. Immediately after, a black nirvana will radiating light like a dark sea appeared behind Luo Feng, pressing down upon Yang Muqian. Bang! Yang Muqian's legs couldn't withstand the pressure, forcing him to kneel as Luo Feng's nirvana power pinned him in place. Elder! Master! The other members of the Wangxian Dao sect, upon witnessing Yang Muqian being suppressed by Luo Feng, widened their eyes in shock and terror. However, in the next moment, 4 figures emerged from the shadow guards, exuding the overwhelming aura of peak-shattering realm, suppressing the 4 of them. The ancestors of the Jihua sect, including Grand Elder Qin Kuan and Zhu Tianxua, stood frozen in place, their expressions petrified with disbelief. Su Duo's eyes were filled with sheer panic. Nirvana realm. The person before them was actually a great cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Even Elder Yang Muqian was no match for him, subdued in just a few moves. Who exactly are these people? Why would a mere disciple of the Nine Glory sect be connected to such a formidable figure? Cough. Pft. Peak Nirvana realm. Who exactly are you? Qingzhou has no figure like you. Who exactly are you? Yang Muqian was equally horrified, his face drained of color as he spoke, blood continuously trickling from his mouth. He knew that the man before him possessed cultivation so profound it could rival even their sect master. But they were unfamiliar faces, clearly not from any local faction of Qingzhou. Chapter 6. Identity revealed, shocking the entire hall. Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression was icy, his words as cold as a blade as he spoke softly. Luo Feng. This name was utterly unfamiliar to the people of the Nine Glory sect. Their rank was far from being qualified to interact with the level of the Great Xia Shadow Guards. But Yang Muqian was completely different. As the seventh elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, Yang Muqian had visited the Great Xia Imperial City and witnessed its splendor. And the name Luo Feng, coupled with his cultivation at the peak of the Nirvana realm, quickly conjured up a figure in Yang Muqian's mind. Yet, the moment he realized this person's identity, his expression shifted repeatedly: shock, disbelief, and even a trace of fear. Could you be Luo Feng, the commander of the Great Xia Shadow Guard? As soon as Yang Muqian uttered these words, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. By all rights, someone of your rank is not qualified to speak with this commander. But you dared to offend His Highness, which indeed qualifies you for a death that transcends your station. Luo Feng spoke sharply, his nirvana while still pressing down on Yang Muqian, denying him any chance to break free. Your Highness! Yang Muqian's pupils abruptly shifted towards Chu Yun. In the entire imperial dynasty, there were only a handful of individuals whom Luo Feng, one of the four great commanders of the Great Xia Shadow Guards, would address as Your Highness. A prince of Great Xia. This Chu Yun before them must undoubtedly be one of the Great Xia princes. Yang Muqian was unaware of the prince's presence here and thus offended Your Highness. I beg for Your Highness's forgiveness. Yang Muqian immediately lowered his head, facing Chu Yun, and admitted his mistake in fear and trepidation. At this moment, his heart was filled with nothing but hatred for the people of the Nine Glory sect. This was none other than the Prince of Great Xia. Not to mention him, a mere seventh elder of the Wangxian Dao sect. Even if their sect leader were here, they would have to show utmost respect. Not to mention, he is accompanied by the Great Xia Shadow Guards. So many Great Xia Shadow Guards protecting a single prince. With Commander Luo Feng among them, this is truly unprecedented. Which prince could this possibly be, to receive such extraordinary attention from His Majesty the Emperor? Great Xia Shadow Guard, Imperial Prince, Su Duo, Qin Kuan, Zhu Tiansuo, and Yi Wanru could hardly believe their ears. Their pupils dilated in shock, faces drained of color, revealing the terror and panic gripping their hearts at this moment. What did they hear? The people before them were the Great Xia Shadow Guards, who struck fear into the hearts of many in the Great Xia dynasty. And Chu Yun, who had just been a condemned criminal awaiting judgment, was now revealed to be a prince of the Great Xia dynasty? How could this be? Was this the real world? Are they really not dreaming? Chu Yun glanced at Yang Muqian. Though this old man had been somewhat arrogant, his current willingness to bow his head and admit his mistake showed he was someone who could read the situation clearly. Let this be the last time. Commander Luo, release him, Chu Yun said. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng and the other shadow guards immediately released their suppression of the group. Yang Muqian stood up, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yang Muqian thanks Your Highness. Rather than killing him, Chu Yun chose to do him a favor, earning his gratitude, a move that truly showcased his magnanimity. But next, it was time to show his ruthlessness. Chu Yun slowly walked toward Zhu Tiansuo, stopping before him and fixing him with an icy gaze. Zhu Tiansuo, you haven't forgotten how you treated this prince earlier, have you? Now, it's time for you to return everything in full. Take him away, dismember him, flay his skin, and shatter his bones. As for the soul, use his own soul, stealing 13 needles on him until his spirit shatters. Yes, Your Highness. The two shadow guards stepped forward and dragged Zhu Tiansuo away. No! Chu Yun. No, Your Highness. I was wrong. Your Highness, spare me. I'll never dare again. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness. Ah! Before being dragged away, Zhu Tianxua pissed himself in terror, wailing and begging for mercy, but no one paid him any heed. In the end, only his blood-curdling screams echoed from the distance. After dealing with Zhu Tianxua, Chu Yun began to approach Qin Kuan. Qin Kuan's gaze wavered until Chu Yun finally stood straight before him, leaving him utterly despairing. "Old dog, I told you, I'll make you repay everything 1,000-fold. You really enjoy shattering limbs and severing meridians, don't you? Then you shall taste this bitterness for yourself." Chu Yun was just about to order the shadow guards to take him away. Suddenly, a trace of despair and cruelty flashed across Qin Kuan's lips as he snarled, "Chu Yun, descend into hell with this old man." Qin Kuan grabbed Chu Yun with both hands, his body swelling instantly as he prepared to self-destruct and take Chu Yun down with him. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened like a blade. His nirvana power erupting instantly, Qin Kuan's soul and body were reduced to bloody ashes in an instant. Stare. "Congratulations, Master. Commander Luo Feng has slain Qin Kuan, and you have gained 100 editing points." Qin Kuan died instantly. Trying to play tricks before a Nirvana realm expert was nothing but a fool's delusion. After Qin Kuan's death, a small green cauldron flew out from his storage bag, covered in ancient spirit engravings. A lingering obsession of Qin Kuan's remained on it, shooting straight toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun's nether god eyes suddenly manifested. He could see that this cauldron was no ordinary medicinal vessel. Those spirit patterns were in fact layers of seals, interwoven to form a grand sealing array. This cauldron holds a hidden secret. However, the most urgent matter at hand is the overwhelming power erupting from this cauldron, enough to shake him to death. Xian Feng was the closest, just about to make his move when, whoosh! Beside Chu Yun, a massive rift suddenly tore open in space, its depths unfathomable and mysterious. A hand reached out from within, firmly catching that green cauldron. The surging energy that should have erupted from the green cauldron was forcefully suppressed by that person's palm with overwhelming dominance. Then emerged a middle-aged man clad in a deep black robe, crowned with a dark headpiece, his sleeves subtly embroidered with purple talismanic patterns, his sword-like eyebrows exuding an aura of slaughter. His towering figure stood like a mountain. His formidable presence alone was enough to strike awe into all who beheld him. The moment this person appeared, even the space around Chu Yun visibly trembled violently. As the spatial rift closed, Chu Yun wore a bewildered expression. Who is this guy? He could step out of the void as if it were nothing. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, both Luo Feng and Xian Feng wore solemn and reverent expressions. "Greetings, Venerable Azura." Yang Muqian's eyes widened instantly. The Azura Venerable, the current patriarch of the Shi family, the foremost clan of the Great Xia dynasty. A terrifying existence at the venerable realm level. This is a terrifying figure whose mere stomp could send Qingzhou into a massive upheaval. Even their revered ancestor held the Azura Venerable in the highest regard. Among all the venerable level figures in the Great Xia dynasty, the Azura Venerable strength ranks within the top 3. Such a figure has actually appeared today. Could it also be because of this imperial prince? Chapter 7. The Azura Venerable, Yi Wanru's regret. The Azura Venerable glanced at the 2 Shadow Guard commanders and nodded faintly. "This Venerable One is aware of everything. My nephew, the 9th prince of the Great Xia dynasty, should never have been humiliated in such a small place. Humph! The 9 Glory sect has no reason to continue existing." The Azura Venerable snorted coldly. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual power rippled from his palm like spatial undulations, instantly enveloping the entire 9 Glory sect. Above the 9 Glory sect, a mass of purplish-black clouds appeared, flickering with lightning and brimming with boundless Azura killing intent, permeating every corner of the sect through the air. Boom! 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 In an instant, the bodies of thousands of disciples and elders from the 9 Glory sect shattered into a mist of blood, without any chance to resist. At this point, the entire 9 Glory sect was reduced to just these few remaining individuals in the Grand Hall. "Nephew?" Chu Yun widened his eyes, somewhat bewildered. "Is this Azura Venerable my uncle?" "Your Highness, the Azura Venerable is the current patriarch of the Shi family, the foremost clan of the imperial dynasty. At the same time, he is also the elder brother of Consort Shi, making him your own maternal uncle." Seeing Chu Yun's confusion, Luo Feng took the initiative to explain. Only then did Chu Yun realize the truth. He never expected that his identity as the 9th prince would bring such a pleasant surprise. Not only was his father the emperor, but his maternal lineage was also terrifyingly powerful. The foremost family of the imperial dynasty, this was no match for the likes of the Yi family or the Nine Glory sect. Uncle. Having understood everything, Chu Yun immediately called out affectionately. The Azura Venerable looked at him and laughed heartily from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha! Good, good, good. You really do look like your mother, Yuner. You've suffered so much all these years outside. Don't worry. From now on, no one can bully you. Behind you, there's not only the great Xia Empire but also my Sure family standing with you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, your uncle will back you up. Even if the sky falls, your uncle will hold it up for you. The words of the Azura Venerable truly made Chu Yun feel the warmth of family affection. This is what real family is like, no matter right or wrong. Family will always stand by your side, backing you up and giving you courage. Uncle, can I take a look at this cauldron? Chu Yun pointed at the green cauldron in his hand with a joyful expression. Of course, if you're interested in this little cauldron, take it. The Azura Venerable directly handed the cauldron to Chu Yun. Yang Muqian was utterly shocked in his heart at this moment. He had already roughly guessed Chu Yun's true identity. If the Azura Venerable was his uncle, then he could only be that long-lost ninth prince. However, the moment he carefully observed the appearance of that cauldron, he was instantly consumed by rage. The Tianhua cauldron? Suduo, how dare you deceive our Wangxian Dao sect? This Tianhua cauldron was clearly in the hands of your sect's elder. Yet you dare use it to slander His Highness the Prince. You truly deserve death 10,000 times over. Yang Muqian stepped before Su Duo and the others, striking out with a single palm that sent all 5 ancestors flying, instantly crippling their cultivation. I truly don't know what's happening. Ancestor Su Duo's face was filled with utter despair. His cultivation was gone in an instant, and the sect's disciples were no more. At this moment, he was on the verge of complete collapse. The other ancestors were in a similar state. Qin Kuan had clearly claimed that Tianhua Ding was stolen by Chu Yun, yet it had somehow appeared in his storage pouch. The crucial point now was that Qin Kuan was dead, leaving no one who knew the truth of the matter. Isn't the answer obvious? Zhu Tianxua and Qin Kuan conspired to steal the Tianhua cauldron, then framed me for it. With my death, the cauldron would vanish without a trace, becoming Qin Kuan's secret possession. Killing me and obtaining the Tianhua cauldron, 2 birds with 1 stone. Am I right, Yuanru? Chu Yun held the Tianhua cauldron in his hand, glanced at it a few times, then looked at Yi Wanru with a mocking gaze. Yi Wanru was so terrified that her legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, her face filled with utter despair. Chu Yun, I'm sorry, I was wrong. All of this was forced upon me by Zhu Tianxua and Qin Kuan. If I didn't help them frame you, they would have killed me. I had no choice. Chu Yun, I'm truly sorry. Please, give me another chance. Okay? Think back to the days when we cultivated together, shared meals, and watched the sunset side by side. My feelings for you were never anything but genuine. Yi Wanru was now pitifully apologizing to Chu Yun, her face streaked with tears and her delicate appearance looking utterly wronged, enough to tug at one's heartstrings. But now, as Chu Yun watched her performance, the more he saw, the more disgusted he felt. Yi Wanru, put away your pathetic act. You don't realize your mistake. You only regret not discovering my true identity sooner, which led you to make the wrong choice. But don't worry, I'll give you another chance to make a choice. As Chu Yun uttered these final words, a mysterious smile flickered briefly at the corner of his lips. Yi Wanru felt an intense unease in her heart, uncertain of how Chu Yun intended to treat her next. But the faint smile he showed in the end sent chills down my spine. All right, this farce has gone on long enough. Commander Luo, spare none except Yi Wanru, Chu Yun commanded. As you command, Your Highness. Luo Feng waved his hand, and several shadow guards at the nascent soul realm slowly stepped forward. Qin Kuan, this old man will haunt you even as a ghost. Your Highness, we truly knew nothing about this matter. Ignorance is no offense. Your Highness, please grant us a chance. Your Highness. Ah! The shadow guards struck with ruthless efficiency. The remaining elders and even the revered ancestors of the 9 Glory Sect's Grand Hall fell lifeless under their blades, reduced to mere corpses in moments. Stare. Congratulations, Master. The great Xia Shadow Guards have killed Zhu Tianxua. You have gained 500 editing points. The great Xia Shadow Guard killed the 9 Glory Sect's nascent Soul Realm ancestor. Master gains 150 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guard killed the 9 Glory Sect's void-seizing ancestor. Master gains 200 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guard killed the 9 Glory Sect's elder. Master gains. As these individuals perished, Chu Yun's accumulated editing points in his mind continued to rise. Their hatred towards Chu Yun, though present, was not particularly intense. What they felt more was despair and fear. This was also the main reason why the editing points for killing Zhu Tianxua could reach as high as 500. His hatred for Chu Yun was almost at 100%. In this way, this pig of his could be considered thoroughly fattened. How many editing points are there in total now? Editing points, 1500. For Chu Yun, the more editing points, the better, naturally. Destroying the 9 Glory Sect only yielded 1,500 editing points. Next, it was naturally time to see what Yi Wanru could do. Chapter 8. Distinguished Guest Lu Yu, the mysterious young master. Your Highness, all targets have been eliminated. Shall we return to the imperial capital now? Luo Feng inquired. Not in a hurry. There's one more thing to take care of before we return, Chu Yun said leisurely. Yuner, what else do you intend to do? The Azura Venerable asked. Chu Yun smiled. The Yi family of Qingzhou. The sins committed by Yi Wanru cannot be atoned by her alone. Yi Wanru's face paled in shock at these words. Chu Yun, what I did has nothing to do with my clan. You can't involve them. They are innocent. Yi Wanru was utterly panicked. If her actions were to implicate her family, she would never rest in peace, even in death. Chu Yun looked at her with a cold smile. When I was framed by you all, I was more innocent than anyone. Elder Yang, you must know the exact location of the Yi family, right? Yang Muqian immediately answered with certainty. I know. I am willing to lead the way for your highness. Chu Yun nodded. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. Commander Luo, dispatch the shadow guards to the Zhu family of the Zhu Tianxua. Framing a prince this crime is enough to wipe out their entire clan 10 times over. Luo Feng nodded. Rest assured, your highness. I will arrange it immediately. Chu Yun then turned to Yang Muqian. Elder Yang, where's the nearest teleportation array to the Yi family? Yang Muqian was about to answer when the Azura Venerable interrupted them. Why go through all that trouble? A mere Yi family? I'll take you there myself. A wisp of power within the Azura Venerable tore open a vast expanse of space before him, and the spatial rift reappeared once more. A powerhouse at the Venerable Realm has fully mastered spatial power, allowing them to freely traverse and roam within space. Some are even much faster than teleportation arrays. Then I'll trouble you, uncle, Chu Yun said with a grateful smile. There's no trouble at all. Once you've settled these trivial matters, just come back with me to see your mother. She misses you more than anyone else. Chu Yun nodded solemnly. I understand. Immediately after, the Azura Venerable waved his hand, and everyone transformed into a streak of light, entering the spatial rift. Qingzhou, giant North City. Jubai City ranks among the top 5 major cities in the entire Qingzhou region, with intricate power structures and a mix of all kinds of people. For cultivators with weak cultivation, it is not only bustling but also dangerous. Within Jubai City, there are 3 extremely renowned noble families. In fact, Yi Wanru's family, the Yi clan, is one of them. The clan also had a nascent Soul Realm ancestor, and their overall strength was only slightly inferior to the 9 Glory Sect in terms of heritage. At this moment, in the Yi family's main hall, Yi Wanru's father, Yi Zhengxian, the head of the Yi family, and her mother, Wang Yayun, were meeting an important guest. Family head Yi, how have you considered our young master's proposal? You should know, for Yi Wanru to catch our young master's eye is a blessing accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Given our young master's status, even the princes and crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty would have to show him respect. If your daughter forms this connection, the benefits it would bring to your Yi family, well, I shouldn't need to spell it out for you, should I? At this moment, the middle-aged noble guest with a fierce demeanor spoke with a hint of subtle disdain in his tone. If it weren't for their young master taking a fancy to Yi Wanru's looks, this so-called Yi family head wouldn't have had the chance to sit across from him and speak in 8 lifetimes. Yes, of course, Lord Luyue, I understand everything you're saying. But this matter concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness, and moreover, it's about becoming a concubine. Surely, Lord Lu, you can give me some time to consult my daughter about her own wishes. Yi Zhengxian repeatedly smiled apologetically. The man before him was a cultivator at the Shattering Realm level. If he were to anger him with his abilities, he could easily raze the Yi family to the ground. Therefore, the couple was extremely cautious, not daring to offend in any way. What's wrong with being a concubine? Yi Zhengxian, your Yi family better not make a mistake. Don't forget, what status does your daughter hold? And what status does our young master hold? Since you say you need time, very well, I'll give you time. 1 day. Give me your answer within 1 day. If you delay any further and displease the young master, then your Yi family. Humph. Lu Yu blatantly threatened them. He gave them 1 day, but if the Yi family refused, the outcome would be predictable. Yi Zhengxian's eyes darkened with worry. Just as he was about to speak, boom! Patriarch of the Yi family, come out and face me. Suddenly, all the buildings of the Yi family shook violently as if struck by an earthquake. The Great Hall suffered a tremendous impact, teetering on the verge of collapse. How audacious! I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble for my Yi family in broad daylight. Yi Zhengxian, already troubled, was now furious. With a face full of anger, he flew out directly with Wang Yayun. What's going on with the Yi family? Who did they offend? No idea. These people look unfamiliar, they probably aren't cultivators from giant North City. Who cares, let's take a look and find out. The street outside the Yi family's residence was crowded with onlookers. Even from the distant high-rise buildings, people stood watching, their gazes converging. Above the Yi family's estate at that moment, Yang Muqian stood in front of Chu Yun, his expression cold and stern as he glared at the mansions of the Yi family. Chu Yun was flanked by the Azura Venerable and a group of shadow guards, while Yi Wanru was restrained by one of them, immobilized as she stood high in the sky. Yi Zhengxian and Wang Yayun flew out with the senior members of the Yi family. Apart from Yi Zhengxian, who was at the late-stage nascent soul realm, the rest were uniformly golden core cultivators. How dare you? Dare. Wanru? Yi Zhengxian was just about to shout his question when he suddenly spotted his own daughter among the crowd. Furious as he was, his expression instantly darkened with gravity. Wanru, who are you? Why have you taken my daughter? Wang Yayun, seeing her daughter captured, was immediately overcome with anxiety. Yang Muqian of the Wangxian Dao sect. Yang Muqian announced his name. As soon as these words were spoken, both the Yi family and the onlooking crowd outside instantly erupted in uproar. The 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect. Has the Yi family reached the end of its days? How dare they provoke the Wangxian Dao sect? The number 1 power in Qingzhou has come in person. It seems the Yi family is truly in dire straits today. Yi Zhengxian couldn't comprehend at all why his daughter had provoked the Wangxian Dao sect, even prompting the 7th elder of Wangxian Dao sect to descend personally. Elder Yang, may I ask what exactly has Wanru done wrong? To warrant your personal presence, Elder Yang. At this moment, Yi Kaishan, the peak nascent soul realm ancestor of the Yi family, appeared in the sky above the Yi residence. The arrival of an elder from the Wangxian Dao sect indicated that the situation had escalated to the most critical level possible. As the ancestral elder of the Yi family, how could he possibly remain seated? Chapter 9. The Blood God Sect, Blood Xian Venerable. Yang Muqian cast a disdainful glance at Yi Kaishan and said coldly, "The one he offended is not me, but His Highness." Upon hearing this, everyone on the scene wore expressions of bewilderment. Your Highness? What Your Highness? Yi Wanru, her speech sealed, kept swaying her body, desperate to break free from the restraint. She was burning with anxiety at this moment. If her family were implicated because of her, she could never forgive herself no matter what. Chu Yun knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Under the escort of Luo Feng and Shen Feng, he slowly walked to the front of the firmament. Yi Wanru was also brought over by that shadow guard. Uncover her mouth, let her speak, Chu Yun said to the shadow guard. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Wanru's mouth was freed from the restraint, and she immediately looked at Chu Yun with nervous eyes. Chu Yun, what exactly do you want? My clansmen have done nothing to offend you. You can't harm them. Chu Yun sneered coldly. Yi Wanru, I told you, I'm giving you a choice. These 2 are your parents. Now choose one of them to die. The other one will live. Yi Wanru shook her head in horror, crying out in despair. No, I won't choose. Chu Yun, whatever you want to do, direct it at me. Humiliate me. Make me do anything, I'll accept it all. I beg you not to involve my clan. Hearing his daughter's desperate pleas, Yi Zhengxian felt as if a knife were twisting in his heart, his face etched with sorrow. He could roughly guess that this man named Chu Yun must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, the seventh elder of the Wangxian Dao sect wouldn't have personally intervened on his behalf. Yi Zhengxian, if you agree now, I can step in to save your daughter and resolve everything before you. At that moment, the voice of the man named Lu Yu transmitted directly into Yi Zhengxian's ears. After a brief struggle, Yi Zhengxian made a resolute decision. Fine, Lord Lu Yu, as long as you act, I accept the young master's terms. Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Good. At that moment, Lu Yu stepped forward from the Yi family's ranks. Elder Yang, I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a finger on Yi Wanru or the Yi family. Lu Yu's words instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Yang Muqian glared at him with hostility. Peak-shattering realm, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. My cultivation may indeed be inferior to yours, but Yi Wanru is the concubine my young master intends to take. Therefore, young master, regardless of your background or identity, no one shall lay a finger on Yi Wanru or the Yi family. Lu Yu's tone brimmed with confidence and conviction, as if he didn't take the Wangxian Dao sect and Chu Yun seriously at all. The Azura Venerable stood at the rear, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yu. Observing the aura of the cultivation technique Lu Yu practiced, he had already roughly guessed his origins. As for Lu Yu, that single glance from the Azura Venerable sent a sudden chill down his spine, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. Strange? Why do I feel this way? He just felt a bit strange but didn't pay much attention to it. Chu Yun saw how arrogant Lu Yu was, a mere peak-shattering realm cultivator daring to spout nonsense in front of Yang Muqian. A hint of amusement appeared on his face as he said, "Oh really? Then what if I insist on acting today? What can you do to me?" Lu Yu's expression gradually turned cold and stern. "If you lay a finger on them, you are declaring war against my young master. You're also cutting off your own path to survival." Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "How dare you? Just a mere shattered realm cultivator, and you dare threaten His Highness." Luo Feng showed no mercy, unleashing a surge of nirvana force that transformed into a colossal mountain range, pressing down upon Lu Yu. Crushed beneath the weight, Lu Yu couldn't even lift his head. Against Luo Feng, he stood no chance of resistance. A nirvana realm powerhouse. Do you truly not fear death? Lay a hand on me, and none of you shall live. A crimson glint flashed deep within Lu Yu's eyes as a hidden seal within his soul shattered. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming blood energy erupted, transforming into a massive blood cloud over the Yi family's sky. The drifting blood mist wove countless threads of sanguine energy, sketching a towering, mountain-like phantom in the crimson heavens, a sight both majestic and awe-inspiring. War. War sovereign physique. Wrong. This is a wisp of war sovereign consciousness, not possessing the complete supreme combat power of a true war sovereign. But even so, it's still a sovereign-level existence. This person actually has a sovereign-level figure backing him. Who the hell is he? Gazing at the battle-worn consciousness shrouded in endless blood chi above the Yi family, countless people in Jubai City gasped in awe, their faces filled with overwhelming shock. Which esteemed master might this be? A mere nirvana realm cultivator dares to bully my blood god sex people. How dare you act so insolently? Though it was merely a wisp of consciousness from a war venerable's body, the power of the venerable realm still overwhelmed by an insurmountable gap. Even if countless nirvana realm experts joined forces, they would stand no chance. A furious roar, carrying the divine might of a venerable, reverberated through the air, instantly sending Luo Feng flying backward. At the critical moment, the Azura Venerable appeared behind Luo Feng, catching him with one hand and preventing him from being injured. "Thank you, Venerable One." Luo Feng immediately expressed his gratitude. The Azura Venerable nodded slightly, then slowly walked toward the Battle Venerable's form. "It seems this insignificant ant is your servant. As for the so-called young master he mentioned, I presume it must be your lecherous son." "Ah, Xue Xian, they say the longer one lives, the lower their spirit becomes. How is it that, after all these years, you remain such a waste? Only know how to bully the weak. Showing off in front of juniors is pointless. If you want to fight, I'll play with you." The tone of the Azura Venerable was filled with disdain and mockery. As a fellow venerable level figure, the mere presence of the Azura Venerable standing there, the aura emanating from his entire being, and his own venerable majesty completely overwhelmed his opponent. "Azura, how did you get here?" The consciousness of that battle sovereign changed expression slightly, clearly not expecting to encounter the Azura sovereign here. Rakshasa Venerable One. It's actually the Azura Venerable from the Shur family. What's going on today? What on earth has the Yi family done to warrant the personal presence of the Azura Venerable? The onlookers' faces were filled with shock, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Where I am is none of your damn business? Destroying just one of your consciousness avatars is no fun. How about this, come here in person? Let's have a fight to the death, what do you say? The Azura Venerable showed no courtesy at all, openly addressing that strand of War Venerable's consciousness in front of countless beings in Giant North City. The expression of this War Venerable's consciousness immediately turned extremely grim. He naturally couldn't possibly come to Qingzhou in person to engage in a great battle with the Azura Venerable. Although both were at the Venerable realm, the Azura Venerable's combat power far surpassed his own. There was no need for him to invite humiliation upon himself. Azura, is it really necessary to escalate today's matter to a life or death struggle? Lu Yu, what's going on? Explain yourself clearly to this Venerable One. The War Venerable demanded, turning his gaze toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face turned pale with shock, and upon realizing the situation, he immediately told him everything. Upon hearing that everything was because his own son had lustful intentions, the Venerable's expression grew increasingly grim. Azura, I'll let Lu Yu leave. You may handle this matter as you see fit, I will not interfere. Before Azura Venerable could respond, Chu Yun spoke up first. Wait, he thinks he can come and go as he pleases, leaving nothing behind. This is simply too much of a disregard for this prince. Isn't it? Chu Yun stood face to face with that Battle Venerable's avatar. Even though it was a Venerable, with his uncle backing him at this moment, Chu Yun wasn't afraid of him. Going head to head with Blood Profound Venerable. Just who is this person? So young, yet so audacious. Chapter 10. Annihilating the Venerable's consciousness, incurring a deep grudge. Chu Yun's sudden interjection sent a shock through the hearts of countless people in Jubai City, all marveling at his audacity. A young junior daring to confront a Venerable. Even the most monstrous genius, before fully maturing, would hold reverence for figures at the Venerable level. Chu Yun's actions not only stunned everyone, but also humiliated a Venerable, tarnishing their dignity. Kid, who gave you the right to speak here? For the sake of the Azura, I'll let this slide. But if there's a next time, you die. Although Blood Mystic Venerable was no match for the Azura Venerable, he was still a genuine Venerable in his own right. He would never allow some mere Qi-gathering junior to challenge the divine authority of a Venerable. Chu Yun remained unfazed, showing not a trace of fear even under the oppressive aura of Blood Profound Venerable. Whether this prince has the right to speak is not for you to decide. Your servant earlier declared he would have this prince killed. If that's the case, then this prince shall have him die first. Commander Xian, take action. As you command, Your Highness. Xian Feng's figure flashed like a ghost, appearing before Lu Yu in an instant. Lu Yu's face turned pale with terror as he sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Xian Feng. He immediately turned to flee. Bang! 5 shadows, tribulation light. Xian Feng split into 5 shadowy figures, surrounding Lu Yu in the sky. From his palms erupted a black nirvana light, carrying the power to shatter mountains and boil seas, as it fiercely struck toward him. You're courting death. Blood Profound Thunder was furious. It was one thing for the Azura Venerable to disregard him, but even a mere Qi-gathering junior dared to look down on him. At this moment, his Battle Venerable form unleashed 2 crimson beams, like a storm of blood, one striking towards Xian Feng, while the other aimed directly at Chu Yun's life. Yet before the bloody light could land, the Azura Venerable's 2 strands of Azura True Qi transformed into 2 ferocious purple dragons, effortlessly devouring the crimson beams. Simultaneously, Xian Feng showed no mercy. 5 shadowy figures swiftly passed through Lu Yu's body, the immense nirvana force piercing his form repeatedly. With a thunderous boom, Lu Yu's soul and body were utterly annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Commander Xian Feng has slain Lu Yu, granting you 1,500 editing points. Current total editing points, 3,000. Although Lu Yu's cultivation had reached the shattering realm, his hatred towards Chu Yun was only at 20%. Thus, killing him only yielded 1,500 editing points. Azura, do you truly intend to sever ties with me, a Venerable One, for the sake of a mere junior? With Lu Yu slain, Blood Profound Venerable glared at Azura Venerable blocking his path, his furious roar trembling with rage. Ridiculous. My nephew is not someone you can touch. The Azura Venerable sneered with disdain. What? Nephew? Is he actually? Upon hearing this, Blood-Profound Venerable's expression changed slightly as he guessed Chu Yun's identity. Nephew of the Azura Venerable? How come we've never heard that the Azura Venerable had a nephew? Gasp! Have you all forgotten about His Highness the Ninth Prince who's been missing for years? What? He's His Highness the Ninth Prince. But wasn't the rumor that he had already died long ago? Given the current situation, the only one who fits the description is the long-lost Ninth Prince of the Great Xia Empire. At this moment, amid the astonished discussions of many in Giant North City, Chu Yun's identity was completely revealed. Many people never expected that Chu Yun would turn out to be the long-lost Ninth Prince of the Great Xia Empire. Yi Kaishan, Yi Zhangxian, and the other high-ranking members of the Yi family were utterly despondent, their faces drained of color. This person is a prince of the Great Xia dynasty and the nephew of the Azura Venerable. No wonder the seventh elder of the Wangxian Dao sect holds him in such high regard. Yet now, this ninth prince of the Great Xia dynasty has become an enemy of their Yi family, intent on targeting them. For the Yi family, this is truly a calamity of catastrophic proportions. Uncle, I think we should resolve this as quickly as possible. Once things here are settled, I should return to the imperial city to see Mother Consort and Father Emperor. Chu Yun looked at the Azura Venerable and said with unwavering determination in his eyes. The Azura Venerable understood Chu Yun's meaning and nodded in agreement. Without another word, his Azura True Chi erupted, transforming into a towering purple palm imprint that slammed directly toward the Blood-Profound Venerable's battle venerable consciousness above. Ashura, you! The wisp of battle venerable consciousness belonging to Blood-Profound Venerable suddenly turned ferocious. In an instant, he mobilized vast amounts of blood energy to form an insurmountable crimson barrier before him, towering like a natural chasm. However, the Azura Venerable's sky-piercing palm strike instantly shattered all his defenses and even obliterated the battle venerable's consciousness. The boundless blood chi in the sky dissipated in an instant. The consciousness of Blood-Profound Venerable's battle venerable body completely dissipated as well. Yuner, proceed with what needs to be done next, and do it quickly, said Azura Venerable calmly after resolving the consciousness of Blood-Profound Venerable's battle venerable body. Thank you, Uncle. Chu Yun smiled and nodded, then got straight to the point. His gaze turned to Yi Wanru, his voice utterly indifferent and devoid of any emotion. Yi Wanru, you have only 10 breaths to make your choice. Delay 1 breath, and 100 of your Yi family clansmen will die because of you. Now begin your choice. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Wanru's expression was utterly shattered. Her face streaked with tears as grief and remorse streamed down uncontrollably. Kneeling before Chu Yun, she pleaded desperately. Chu Yun, I beg you, I truly beg you, spare my parents and my clan, and I'll endure any humiliation or torture you inflict upon me. I beg you, noble one, to show mercy and lift your hand. Chapter 11. The pig is fattened, 100% hatred value. Yet, faced with Yi Wanru's pleas, Chu Yun remained as cold and indifferent as ever, his expression unmoved. He was no saint, had he not crossed over and defied fate. His own fate in the 9 Glory Sect's Grand Hall would have been no better than theirs. The Yi family faced utter ruin because of a single Yi Wanru. Was this not their own destined fate? 3, 2, 1, action. Chu Yun's expression turned icy as he directly issued the command to Luofeng. Yes, several great Xia shadow guards directly took action, like the Grim Reaper, their figures plunging into the Yi family's ranks, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. In the span of a breath, 100 lives were lost. Yi Fan, Yi Ming. No! The Yi family ancestors, Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhangxian, both nascent soul realm cultivators, felt their hearts being torn apart as they watched their clansmen being slaughtered, letting out hysterical roars. They wanted to intervene, but just as their power began to manifest in their hands, a shattered realm shadow guard released a surge of aura, instantly pinning both of them in place. No! No! Chu Yun, you are a devil. You slaughter my innocent clansmen indiscriminately. Even if you are a prince of Great Xia, you will face retribution. Yi Wanru, her hair disheveled, screamed hysterically at this moment, her bloodshot eyes filled with nothing but hatred and agony. I've given you a chance. If you still refuse to make a choice, You'll have to watch helplessly as your family is destroyed before your very eyes. Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still steady and calm as he looked at her. The Azura Venerable One felt quite gratified seeing his nephew in such a state. He was resolute and decisive, swift in judgment and action, with numerous methods at his disposal. He clearly knew what he wanted. With such temperament, he is not inferior among the princes of the great Xia dynasty. Yi Wanru looked towards the Yi residence, where now the air was thick with the stench of blood, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. With every passing moment, another 100 members of the Yi family lost their lives. The brutality of the great Xia Shadow Guard's methods was such that some victims were not even left with intact bodies. And our family's ancestor and my father were like lambs to the slaughter, pressed down by the Shadow Guard's power, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The entire Yi family suffered such an undeserved calamity because of Yi Wanru's choice. She, Yi Wanru, is the eternal sinner of the Yi family. I choose my father. I choose for him to live. Pushed to the brink, Yi Wanru seemed to drain all her strength after uttering these words. It wasn't that she didn't love her mother, on the contrary. Her feelings for her mother were even more intimate. But she could no longer wrong the Yi family. The Yi family cannot be without her father as its patriarch. Cease. Upon hearing Yi Wanru's choice, a trace of an amused smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yun's lips, prompting him to order the shadow guards to halt temporarily. Yi Wanru's mother, Wang Yayun, let out a desolate laugh upon hearing her daughter's decision. She slowly closed her eyes, 2 streams of hot tears sliding down from the corners. She resigned herself to fate. She didn't blame her daughter for choosing to die herself, but that didn't mean there was no grief in her heart. Choose to let your father live then. Good, what a filial daughter indeed. Commander Luo, take her down. Chu Yun smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, sending a beam of light from his finger into Yi Wanru's body. Immediately, Yi Wanru's expression turned to one of fear and panic as her body involuntarily began moving toward Wang Yayun. Chu Yun, what are you going to do? Yi Wanru asked in horror. Didn't you choose to let your mother die? In that case, naturally, this prince will have you do it yourself. Chu Yun sneered coldly. No, I don't want to. Yi Wanru's heart was shattered as she struggled with all her might against her own movements. Whether you want to or not isn't up to you. Chu Yun's gaze followed her as Yi Wanru, under Luo Feng's control, approached Wang Yayun. Tears streamed down Yi Wanru's face as her hands raised uncontrollably high, a sharp sword appearing in her grasp. No! As the sword descended, Yi Wanru's eyes widened in horror as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Wang Yayun was dead. She had killed her own mother. At this moment, she was utterly devastated, having lost all hope for life, her heart suffering an irreparable fatal blow. Yi Jingxian's eyes also welled up with hot tears. Witnessing his family torn apart, his grief was overwhelming, and his hatred for Chu Yun rose to another level. Yi Jingxian's hatred value has reached 90%. Yi Kaishan's hatred level reaches 70%. Yi Wanru's hatred level reaches 99%. Chu Yun observed that the hatred levels of these people had almost peaked. With an expressionless face, he issued the command, "How utterly boring! Enough!" The Yi family wiped them out. Luo Feng replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Take action." With a wave of Luo Feng's hand, several shadow guards unleashed an endless slaughter. Bang! Bang! Ah! The buildings of the Yi family collapsed one after another, and within just a few breaths, the clan members rapidly met their tragic deaths in succession. The entire Yi family estate was completely reduced to a mass burial ground. Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian also had their nascent souls directly obliterated by a single slash from a Shattering Realm Shadow Guard. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The Shadow Guard has killed Yi Zhengxian, earning 1,000 editing points. Congratulations, Master. The Shadow Guard has killed Yi Kaishan and obtained 1,050 editing points. Congratulations, Master. The Shadow Guard has slain the Great Elder of the Yi family, earning editing points. Chu Yun's mind was once again filled with the continuous sound of prompts. No! Chu Yun, you're going back on your word. You clearly promised to spare my father and the others. You're breaking your promise. Chu Yun, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. I curse you to die a miserable death, never to be reincarnated for all eternity. Ding! Yi Wanru's hatred value has reached 100%. Reminder to the master. Ready for harvesting. Yi Wanru, witnessing the slaughter of her father and clan, nearly descended into madness, screaming with endless venomous curses and insults directed at Chuyun. This prince never said he would spare the Yi family. As for your father, I merely allowed him to survive while you made your choice. I never promised not to kill him afterward. Yi Wanru, the taste of despair and collapse, you've finally experienced it thoroughly now, haven't you? Chuyun looked at Yi Wanru, who was still cursing madly, and smiled with a cold, shadowy expression. Uncle, is there any way to enhance a person's cultivation in the shortest time possible? Even if it's just for a moment, even if the consequence is death, it's acceptable. Listening to Chuyun's voice transmission, the Azura Venerable frowned slightly. Yuner, what are you planning to do? On the path of cultivation, one should not rush for quick success or do foolish things. Chuyun smiled and explained, Uncle, you've misunderstood. It's not for me to use, but to use on Yi Wanru. The Azura Venerable was puzzled. Forcibly elevating the cultivation of someone about to die? The tone of the Azura Venerable was filled with confusion, clearly unable to comprehend what intentions Chuyun had in doing this. P.S. Let me explain the detailed cultivation realms here again. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi transformation realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, shattering realm, nirvana realm, venerable realm, heavenly phase realm, celestial venerable, supreme realm. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Let me explain the characteristics and abilities of each cultivation realm. The golden core realm involves condensing a golden core, while the nascent soul realm marks the birth of a nascent soul, allowing soul projection. The shattering realm signifies a qualitative transformation of both body and soul, granting power to suppress oceans and crush mountains, overwhelming nascent soul cultivators. The nirvana realm entails undergoing the baptism of nirvana flames, a trial of life and death. Those who succeed gain mastery over nirvana power, while failure means certain death. The realm of the venerable, achieving the battle venerable body, is akin to the Dharma form heaven and earth, where a single force can effortlessly annihilate an entire city. Chapter 12. A major wave, returning to the imperial city. Uncle, some things are too troublesome to explain. But I truly need to do this for now, so if you have a way, please help Yuner with this favor, Chuyun replied. The Azurazunjur pondered for a moment, understanding that everyone has their own secrets, so he chose not to press further. If the cost is death, then there is indeed one method. I can bestow a fragment of my power upon her, forcibly elevating her cultivation realm in an instant. But in the next moment, her soul would be instantly obliterated by this overwhelming force. Upon hearing this, Chuyun's face lit up with joy. That's great. This will be more than enough. Uncle, in that case, to what level can her cultivation be elevated? The Azura Venerable calmly replied. Her foundation is too weak, and my power is too domineering. Reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm in an instant is already the limit. Chuyun nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you to make your move, Uncle. The Azura Venerable nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he slowly extended a finger. A surge of Azura true Qi violently poured into Yi Wanru's body. Ah! The immense energy infusion caused Yi Wanru's soul to feel as if it were being torn apart. Immediately afterward, the Azura Venerable's power forcibly merged within her. In just an instant, Yi Wanru's cultivation realm leaped from the early stage of Qi gathering directly to the peak of the nascent soul stage. But at the same moment, an infinite, terrifying blaze of light erupted from within her body, piercing through her form as boundless radiance burst forth from her very being. Bang! Yi Wanru's soul and body were instantly obliterated by this force, turning to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The Azura Venerable has slain Yi Wanru, earning 2,000 editing points. System. Master, isn't this a bit too cheaty? Yi Wanru was originally at the Qi gathering realm, but you forcibly elevated her to the nascent soul realm before killing her, thereby obtaining nascent soul level editing points. This somewhat deviates from the original intent of pig farming. Chuyun retorted inwardly. How is this cheating? You said raising pigs, but it's not limited to just raising hatred points. Can't I cultivate my cultivation level too? At most, this is just exploiting a bug. Besides, my original intention in raising pigs was to earn more editing points, and forcibly boosting their cultivation doesn't conflict with that at all, so there's no violation whatsoever. System. The mind fell silent, even the system was left speechless by these words. Check how many editing points are currently available. Current total editing points, 12,000. Up to now, Yi Wanru still has the highest unit price for editing points. With hatred maxed out, even a peak nascent soul realm cultivator can yield 2,000 editing points. Together with the ones from the entire Yi clan, and the ones gained before, it directly broke 10,000. In addition to being able to edit backgrounds, these editing points can also be exchanged for items within the system mall. Chuyun thought about it and still planned to talk about it afterward. Now that everything was settled, he had to go back to the Great Xia Imperial City with his uncle and the others first. Elder Yang, thank you for leading the way this time. I'll be counting on you to clean up this Yi family's mess. Chuyun looked towards Yang Muqian and spoke blandly. Yang Muqian immediately said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, Your Highness. The rest of this everything will be handed over to old me." Chuyun nodded and looked towards Luo Feng and Venerable Xiao Luo and the others. "Uncle, let's go. It's time to go back." "Good." With a wave of his large hand, Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo tore open the spatial crack above the sky dome, bringing Chuyun and a group of Great Xia Shadow Guards, returning to the Great Xia Imperial City. After Chuyun and the others left, Yang Muqian looked down at the Yi mansion, which was full of wreckage, and his eyes gradually turned cold as he said, "Where is the city lord of the giant North City?" In. "Under me, giant North City Lord Su Jing. Meet Elder Yang." A middle-aged man wearing yellow clothes with an unimpressive appearance, whose face was a bit tense, flew in hurriedly. As the giant North City Lord, his cultivation was even far above Yi Kaishan, reaching the Shattering Realm level. However, he still didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Yang Muqian. Yang Muqian looked at him and immediately ordered, "Organize everything within the Yi family's treasure trove, and the Zhouhua sects, you have someone go there as well. After organizing them, send all of them to within the Wangxian Merchant Pavilion in the Imperial City of Daxia. Do you understand?" Su Jing nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes, don't worry, Elder Yang. I'll definitely do as I'm told." Yang Muqian was satisfied. "All right, let's go." "Greetings, Elder Yang." Su Jing immediately bowed his head and saluted to say goodbye. Yang Muqian brought those previous few people from the Hope Immortal Dao sect and quickly flew away out of the giant North City, traveling to and from the closest spatial teleportation array to the Hope Immortal Dao sect. "Master, why did those things have to be sent to the Merchant Pavilion in the Great Summer Imperial City?" On the way, Yang Muqian's young disciple couldn't help but ask curiously. "Those things, they belong to the 9th Prince. Not only that, I've already sent the news back. This time when I return to the clan, I believe that the Patriarch must have already prepared a thick gift, and at that time, along with those things, it will be sent to the 9th Prince, to show my Hope Immortal Taoist sect's sincerity towards him." Yang Muqian had almost identified Chuyun as this person, and the Hope Immortal Dao sect, must have a good relationship with him in order to do so. When he returned from his disappearance for so many years and returned to the Imperial City, he was bound to set off a dark current. If at this time the Hope Immortal Dao sect were able to put forth some effort for him, then the relationship between them would definitely be even more solid. "Senior, but there's something I don't understand. Even for several other emperors, including the Crown Prince, the sect didn't do their best to curry favor. So why should the sect's reaction be so great once this 9th Prince appeared?" His disciple asked again. "Little Ling, you have to know that if the 9th Prince hadn't disappeared back then, there's no way that the position of the Crown Prince today would be held by the Grand Prince. The 9th Prince's mother's clan is the Sure family, the #1 family in the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. This point is enough to rival the clan behind the Empress. And Consort Sure is even more favored by His Majesty the Emperor, and loves the house. This point, from the fact that the Great Xia Shadow Guards personally went out this time, is enough to prove that His Majesty attaches super high importance to the 9th Prince. Adding to the fact that we have bonded with the 9th Prince over this matter, we have also seen his previous way of dealing with things at such a young age. He has the ruthlessness and boldness of a superior person, and he is not submissive in the face of His Holiness, and he is not afraid of anything. Therefore, if we befriend him, it will do no harm to the sect, and even one day, when he sits in that position, the sect's hierarchy may be able to step onto a new level." Yang Muqian said at the end, his tone obviously stabilized. The remaining few people beside him were no cuties either. The words had been spoken so bluntly, and they naturally understood the relationship. It could be said that their Hope Immortal Dao Sect's choice of the ninth Prince Chu Yun was a huge gamble, a bet that he would treat the Hope Immortal Dao Sect heavily in the future, a bet on his energy, a bet on his achievements in the future, as well as most importantly, betting that he would, in the future, become the Great Xia Emperor. P.S. Today officially signed, see here small partners, trouble point 5-star praise, have a gift throw small gift, or send some free flowers or for love power. Thank you all. Chapter 13 Princess Shi Minyu, the year, Great Xia Imperial City. As the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty, the buildings within the city have a history of tens of thousands of years, but are still as brilliant as new. The entire imperial city with thousands of miles of vast, the city is immense. Never the giant north city of those cities can be compared. Daxia Palace is located in the center of the city area, the palace such as a huge beast in general. There is a mountain peak standing in the sky, high into the clouds, overlooking the city in all directions. The entire palace is majestic and unattainable, symbolizing the sacred heavenly authority of the royal family. At this time, above a large hall in the palace, the Emperor of Daxia and Shi Minyu were both standing here, their eyes full of anticipation. Venerable Shura had already sent a message to them and was bringing Chu Yun back to the palace. Your Majesty, I am a little nervous. I haven't seen Yuner for so many years. I'm worried that if Yuner sees me as his mother, will he blame me? Shi Minyu was both excited and a little worried at the moment. Chu Yun had disappeared for so many years and did not know how much he had suffered outside. Even if he really blamed himself, Shi Minyu also felt that this was deserved. After all, if she had not failed to watch over Chu Yun in the first place, he would not have disappeared for so many years. Afe, don't worry. When Yuner returns, I will give him whatever he wants. Compensate him for all that is owed to him over the years. As for what happened back then, you can't be blamed. If you want to blame, you can only blame some people with ulterior motives that are too malicious. When the Grand Xia Emperor said the last sentence, his eyes clearly flashed with a ray of cold-killing intent. Snort! At that moment, a spatial crack appeared from above the Grand Hall. Venerable Shura slowly walked out from within it with Chu Yun, as well as the two commanders Luofeng and Xianfeng. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness. The Xianfeng and Luofeng duo immediately saluted. Venerable Shura looked at the two emperors. Your Majesty, little sister, Yuner, brought you back safely. The eyes of the Daxia Emperor and Shi Minyu immediately looked at Chu Yun tightly. Shi Minyu cried out in joy. Yuner, my Yuner, after so many years, you have finally returned home. Shi Minyu hugged her son. Her heart moved with joy. The joy of reuniting mother and son was also completely interpreted at this moment. The Daxia Emperor also had a thick smile spread across his face. Looking at his son who had now grown so big, he was both happy and heartbroken. Yuner, how have you been living outside all these years? Who raised you? Chu Yun looked at them, prepared in his heart. Father, mother consort. Yuner has lived well these years, you don't need to worry. From the time I can remember, I was in the middle of a forest, following the wolves, and finally met a farmer who taught me to recognize and write before Yuner gradually grew up. Upon hearing that her son, at first, was living with the wolves, Shi Minyu's heart ached even more. Yuner, don't worry. Now that you've returned home, mother consort will never let you suffer again. Your father has already had people help you clean up your mansion, as well as your mansion's slaves, and have them all ready for you. If you still lack anything next, just ask. Okay? Chu Yun knew that this was his parents, because they had disappeared for so many years, wanting to compensate themselves. He also naturally would not refuse. This was the intention of their two old men. Chu Yun accepted it openly. Mother consort, I know. If there is anything you need, I will tell you again. The Grand Xia Emperor nodded. Good. Yuner, extend your hand out for a moment. Chu Yun obeyed its words and slowly extended his left hand. The Great Xia Emperor touched Chu Yun's body with one finger. Suddenly, Chu Yun felt an electrifying sensation throughout his entire body in an instant, and a tingling sensation traveled throughout his body. In the next moment, the Great Xia Emperor's finger retracted, and within its eyes, it could not help but have a wisp of astonishment. Strange, Yuner, what kind of root bone are you? How can it be this powerful and strange? I have never seen that someone's root bone can be fused into the bloodline power. The heavenly blood god root bone belonged to one of the strongest root bones in the heavens and the worlds, and it was the first time I had ever seen it, even if it was as strong as the Emperor of Great Xia. Father, I don't know either. My root bone is innate, and I don't know what kind of root bone it is. As long as there was something Chu Yun could not explain, he directly threw in the word innate. This was also the simplest solution, not having to waste time explaining. It's really strange. The Xia Emperor was still puzzled. Shi Minyu, on the other hand, directly said, "Well, Your Majesty, Yuner has only just come back, and you're about to check his cultivation talent. Can't you just let Yuner rest and rest first? Rather, it is I who is in a hurry. Let's put it this way, Yuner, I will first have someone take you to your mansion to have a look. If you are tired, you can also rest first. If there is anything, wait until tomorrow." The Daxia Emperor said. "Yes, father." Chu Yun answered. "Right. Luofeng, from now on, all matters within the Shadow Guard, you will first temporarily hand over to Shenfeng and Remnant Wind and the others. Now that the ninth prince has returned, all you have to do is to ensure his safety at all times. Understand?" The Grand Xia Emperor ordered as he looked towards Luofeng. "Yes, Your Majesty." A Shadow Guard commander, becoming the guardian of the Imperial Sun. What the meaning of this represented was enough to cause one to think deeply about it for a while. Father, mother consort, then child will take his leave first. Chu Yun arched his hand towards the two of them before leaving with Luofeng. Shenfeng was also supported by the emperor, and in the entire Grand Hall, only he, Consort Shi, and Venerable Xiao Luo were now left. The emperor's face, at this time, the smile gradually lost, became solemn. On the way back, did anything happen? There were no major events. There were quite a lot of minor ones. Venerable Shura also told the two of them all about the Jiuhua sect, as well as those things that had happened within the great northern city, as well as Chu Yun's attitude as well as means of handling things. After hearing that Chu Yun had wiped out the Yi family's entire clan, and had also caused the woman who had betrayed him, Yi Wanru, to have her heart and mind broken, on the emperor's face, a few wisps of surprise and accident surfaced. "Oh? Yuner is really so decisive. Can't say it's decisive anymore if I really say it. I can even say it's a bit cruel. Moreover, he is also bold, facing Blood Shen's battle exalted body consciousness. He didn't retreat in the slightest and dared to face it head-on with a hard-on, as if he was born with a kingly demeanor." Venerable Shura responded. "Ha ha 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 ha. It's good to be cruel if one is merciful to the enemy, then I would be somewhat disappointed instead. As for the Blood God sect, just one Blood Shen alone cannot stir up much water." The emperor called himself more satisfied with Chu Yun's performance. "Your Majesty, Yuner is in the palace, the Blood God sect is far away, and I am not worried that they will be unfavorable to Yuner. However, the matter of that year. If Yuner returns this time, they will make another move in secret." Shi Minyu's tone and the look on her face were filled with worry. Venerable Shura's brows were also slightly furrowed. The emperor's face went down a bit grimly. "After so many years, they've all hidden their foxtails well, and it's not good for me to catch them. If this time, they dare to reveal themselves to me, then let this imperial city, ushered in a heavy rain, or completely purify away those hiding in the shadows of the filth." The residence that the emperor had arranged for Chu Yun was located in a vast courtyard near the imperial palace. There were more than 300 slaves. Among them, there were 180 guards, 50 maidservants, and the rest were garden servants. Chapter 14 Blood God Sect's Origin. Back then, after Chu Yun and Luofeng entered the mansion, they were also led by one of the slaves and roughly strolled around the mansion. Including the back garden, the rockery pavilion, and so on, there was also everything. After that, Chu Yun and Luofeng arrived at the lobby, and as soon as they sat down, an obese-looking middle-aged man walked in with 4 young-looking maidservants. "Greetings to your highness, Commander Luo. I'm the Grand Master of the Imperial Prince's Mansion. Your highness, just call me Tai." This chubby man was the chief steward of the residence that Shi Minyu had personally selected for Chu Yun. This was something that Luofeng had told him on the way here. This Tai, don't look at his plain appearance, but in fact, he was a genuine broken realm. He was the person that Shi Minyu had brought over from the Shi clan in the first place. Thus, Chu Yun could have complete trust in him. "Chief Steward Tai, in the future, I will ask you to worry more about everything within the residence." Chu Yun nodded and blandly said. Tai courteously replied, "Your Highness is polite. This is all part of Tai's duties. By the way, Your Highness, these 4 maidservants were carefully selected by Tai for Your Highness. They will be in charge of Your Highness's daily living. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. Why don't you go over and serve your highness? He pointed at the 4 maidservants and signaled. Yes, your highness. Little autumn has come to make tea for you. Your highness. Little summer has come to pinch your shoulders. Your highness. Little spring has also come to help you pinch your shoulders. The 4 girls, all of whom were quite good-looking, ran to Chu-yun's side and started serving him with their own means. Chu-yun was still a bit uncomfortable, reminiscing about his previous life, although he was also a long-experienced emperor of Bath. However, he was still honestly and regularly taking one-on-one tutoring lessons. This all of a sudden 4 together made him indeed a little less accustomed to it. Stop, stop, stop. That Xiao Qiu, Xiao Xia, the 4 of you should go down first. This palace still has some things to talk about. Chu-yun still had business at the moment and could not indulge in enjoying the fun. Thus he could only let them leave first. Yes, your highness. Then, if your highness needs anything, feel free to order us. After the 4 of them finished speaking, they retreated. Chief Steward Tai, take a seat. Chu-yun opened his mouth without changing his face. Your highness, this is not good, right? There is a difference between master and servant. Atai would never dare to lose his etiquette. Atai said with some embarrassment. What etiquette is not etiquette? You are my mother consort's close friend. Is their own person. Let you sit, don't wholesome polite words. Chu-yun said very bluntly. This? Well, then thank you, your highness. Atai slowly walked to the seat next to him and sat down. I've just returned to the imperial city, and I'm in a state of confusion regarding everything within this city. Thus, I need the 2 of you to answer some things for me, to conveniently familiarize me with some of the relationships within the imperial city. Chu-yun also directly stated his request. Luo Feng said, whatever your highness wishes to know, just feel free to ask. Your highness, please speak. Commander Luo and I will certainly know everything. Atai also said. Chu-yun spoke with a calm face. Commander Luo, that whatsoever Blood Xian Venerable One we encountered earlier, what is the origin of the Blood God sect behind him? Luo Feng explained, Your Highness, the Blood God sect, is also a sect force within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Only, they are not bound by the Imperial Dynasty, they are located in the Southern State, one of the 13 states, and their position in the Southern State is equivalent to the Looking Immortal Dao sect in the Qing State. It is the only overlord that deserves to be there. Moreover, the strength of the Blood God sect is even above the Hope Immortal Dao sect, and the most crucial thing is that within the Blood God sect, there are old monsters of the heavenly phase realm, and the depth of the foundation is so deep that even the Imperial Dynasty is not willing to tear their face off. Chu-yun had, after understanding that above the Zunshi realm was the heavenly phase realm, and a powerhouse at the heavenly phase realm level was also known as a heavenly exalt. It was a terrifying existence above the Zunshi realm. Looking at the entire Grand Xia dynasty, excluding the royal family, there were no more than 10 strong people at the Tianzun realm level, and this Blood God sect occupied 1 seat, which could be seen that this sect had a strong foundation. No wonder it could not put the Hope Immortal Dao sect in its eyes. So that's how it is. Then how does the Blood God sect compare to my mother consort's mother clan? Chu-yun asked again. At this time, Tai proudly spoke out, Your Highness, you don't know. Your Highness's maternal grandfather, the old family master of the Shi family, is also a heavenly phase realm powerhouse. Even the old family master's strength is much stronger than that Blood God sect's heavenly father. The Blood God sect can only ever be a younger brother compared to the Shi family. Atai reacted so greatly, and Chu-yun completely understood when he thought about it carefully. Luo Feng nodded and admitted, Indeed, the Shi family's heritage is still above the Blood God sect. After Chu-yun heard all of this, he stroked his chin and said, Since my father is the emperor of the Grand Xia, and the Shi family is so strong, then why would I, in the first place, still be missing? As soon as these words came out, Tai's expression immediately became somewhat solemn and rigorous, and Luo Feng also had a serious face as he said, Your Highness, back then, the matter of your disappearance happened suddenly, and it was bizarre. Bizarre. Chu-yun's eyes stared at him. Not bad. Your Highness, back then, when Consort Shi gave birth to you, it coincided with the enemy dynasty's incursion, and His Majesty's imperial army was not in the imperial city. And on the 3rd day after Empress Shi gave birth to you, you inexplicably disappeared. After the incident, Empress Shi was so anxious that she used all the power around her. And even your uncle Venerable Shura, personally entered the palace to search for you. But as a result, it was impossible to find any trace of you, and you disappeared without a trace as if you had vaporized. Until His Majesty returned and ordered us shadow guards to investigate despite everything. After so many years of covert investigation, we are almost certain that the problem does not lie outside, but within the palace. On the day when His Highness disappeared, all the people who entered the palace, including their close friends, and even anyone who had crossed paths with them, we have investigated them carefully, and none of them had any problems. Therefore, His Highness's disappearance can only be the work of someone who originally lived within the palace. Luo Feng told him one by one, saying. Chu Yun's expression was serious. Hearing all this, he also understood that his parents had never given up on tracking down the truth of that year. When he edited through his background, he actually had the information of the original ninth prince Chu Yun in his mind. The reason why he was able to edit the background of the ninth prince of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, Chu Yun, was precisely because he had long since died. In other words, the original ninth prince had not disappeared, but had been directly killed. And now that he had returned, those people who had killed the ninth prince back then, if they saw that he was not dead, the likelihood that they would strike again then was almost a certainty. Even his uncle, Venerable Shura, couldn't find any traces, which further illustrated the seriousness of the matter. Alas, although this background is good, having a father and mother with a backer, it is a crisis. Chu Yun inwardly sighed. Following that, he looked at Tai. Chief Tai, you have followed my mother for so many years, so can you know what targets my mother may have suspected regarding this matter? Tai looked at him with an unusually serious expression and only uttered two words, Empress. Chapter 15 System Mall. Exalted Realm Character Summoning Card. Only after chatting for nearly half an hour did Tai and Luo Feng leave. From his conversation with them, Chu Yun also understood a general pattern within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty today. Including some of the characters and forces within the Great Xia Imperial City, it could be described as a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and the water was very deep. Moreover, his current cultivation level was at the early stage of the Qi gathering realm. Placed in the Zhuhua sect, it was considered a genius. But in front of some of the demons of the Grand Xia dynasty, or even in the eyes of those other princes, the early stage of Qi gathering realm, that was completely out of the ordinary. Several other emperors, the lowest cultivation level was at the early stage of the Qi transformation realm, a whole realm higher than himself. Even some of the more talented ones, such as the Crown Prince, had reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm early on. They were only half a step away from the Jindan realm. In this crisis-ridden imperial city, in addition to having a strong enough background, one also needs to be somewhat powerful in order to truly win the respect of others. The so-called iron still needs to be hard on itself, that's the truth. System. Open the Redemption Mall. I'll see what's out there that can help me raise my cultivation. Redemption Mall panel unlocking. As the Redemption Mall opened, countless dazzling array of precious treasures surfaced in Chu Yun's mind consciousness. Many rare treasures and even some cultivation enhancement cards, character summoning cards, pills, formations, and so on, were only what you could not think of, and nothing that the Redemption Mall could not find. Great Emperor Realm Character Summoning Card. Redemption Edit Points. 8 million points. Great Emperor Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. Redeem Edit Points. 10 million points. Elementary 10,000 Devil's Secret Realm. Exchange Edit Points. 3 million points. Sword of Exorcism and Destruction of the Tao. Exchange for 7 million editing points. Wheel of Return Market Formation. Exchange for 4 million editing points. The 10,000 Calamities Exterminating Tao Formation. Redeem for 6 million edit points. Once Chu Yun saw the prices of those items at the top, his entire being was dumbfounded. 8 million, 10 million. This would exterminate the Yi family 10,000 times, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come up with all of them. His eyes went down the list without looking at those unattainable things for himself at the moment. Exalted Realm Character Summoning Card. Redeem Edit Points. 100,000. Exalted Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. Redeem Edit Points. 200,000. Nirvana Realm Character Summoning Card. Exchange Edit Points. 30,000. Nirvana Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. Exchange Edit Points. 60,000. It's still too high. These are all off the table for now. The Exalted Realm and Nirvana Realm were still beyond Chu Yun's reach at the moment, so he continued to look down. Broken Realm Character Summoning Card. Exchange for 10,000 edit points. Broken Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. Redeem edit points 15,000. Yuanying Realm Character Summoning Card. Redeem edit points 2,000. First Infant Realm Cultivation Improvement Card. 4,000 edit points. White Blind Box. 1,000 edit points. Blue Color Blind Box. 2,000 edit points. Purple Color Blind Box. 3,000 edit points. Gold Colored Blind Box. 4,000 edit points. Red Color Blind Box. 100,000 edit points. Holy Tuzi, you're not being honest. You still want to cut my leaks? And give me the whole blind box. Chuyun spat. System. Master. I'm not an anchor. Please also allow me to introduce it, Master. Blind boxes open out things, there are good and bad, but definitely will not be lower than the value of its own edit points is. The white blind box, open the treasure, the highest can reach the level of the realm of the first baby. The lowest can also be the bottom of the realm of the golden Dan. Blue color blind box, the highest level of treasures that can be opened is Nirvana realm, and the lowest level is Yuanying realm. Purple color blind box, the highest can be opened to the level of Zunshi realm, the lowest can be broken realm bottom. The gold colored blind box, the highest can be opened to the level of the supreme realm, the lowest can also be the Nirvana realm guaranteed bottom. As for the red blind box, this temporary master you do not need to understand, wait until the time when that level the system will naturally explain to the master. If according to you, then the value of this blind box, isn't it worth it? Chuyun said unexpectedly. Recommending the host to choose the blind box. The system produces only fine products. Then I will believe you once. Redeem 2 golden blind boxes, and then redeem a Jindan Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. Chuyun did not choose to use up all of his editing points. 8,000 for the 2 blind boxes and 1,000 for the Golden Dan Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card, adding up to a total of 9,000. He left behind 3,000 editing points to ensure that he could proceed with another background edit. Treasure exchange successful. Master. 2 gold-colored blind boxes. Should I open them immediately? Open. Ding. Blind boxes opening in. Congratulations, Master. Obtained Zuni Realm Character Summoning Card X1, Source of Nirvana X1. All have been sent to the warehouse. Please check and receive, Master. Exalted Realm Character Summoning Card. Sent this. Chuyun was pleasantly surprised by the rewards of this blind box. With 4,000 edit points, he had unexpectedly opened an Exalted Realm Character Summoning Card worth 100,000. This was truly lucky. Now, I'll immediately have an additional Zunshi Realm powerhouse by my side. Even if I have to do other things, I'll be able to do so with more confidence. Chuyun was simply not too satisfied with this reward. He then checked up on that other item. Source of Nirvana. The life source of a Nirvana Realm Cultivator. After using it, one can utilize the power of this life source to cross the Nirvana flame without any injuries, thus breaking through the realm. This is a huge temptation for those cultivators who are going to break through the Nirvana realm. But unfortunately, I have a system. Chuyun shook his head. This Nirvana source, if placed elsewhere, would be enough to make those at the peak of the broken realm grab their heads. But for himself, it was of little use. Let's raise our cultivation first. System. Use the Golden Dan Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. Golden Dan Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. In use? Only to see the aura on Chuyun's body. Suddenly there was a huge change. The bottleneck of the realm looked like it had been broken open with a huge opening, directly allowing Chuyun's cultivation to insanely skyrocket. Late stage of Qi Gathering Realm. Peak of Qi Gathering Realm. Early stage of Qi Transformation Realm. At the same time, the power within his body, as well as the spirit power stored within his spirit sea, was expanding alarmingly. Together with the fusion of the Qi of the 10,000 demons' chaotic body amongst the power of his spirit sea, it caused a qualitative change in its spiritual power. In the end, Chuyun's spirit sea within his body condensed the Jindan, and his realm successfully broke through to the early stage of the Jindan realm, with a deep and solid foundation. The aura was unknown how many times stronger than before. This is the Golden Dan realm. It feels like my entire body is full of power. Chuyun clenched his fist, feeling that the Golden Dan in his own body was releasing energy to sink into the spirit sea all the time. Master, don't underestimate yourself. The heavenly blood god root bone and the 10,000 demons' chaotic body. If you have one of them, you can traverse the heavens and the worlds, while the master possesses both. coupled with the underworld divine pupil, his talent has long since surpassed the rest of the world. Those so-called top demonic geniuses in this world are like a pond swallowing the sea compared to the master's talent. They don't know what they're doing. Chapter 16 Heaven's Destiny Empress. Dream Ruoshue. According to you, then with my current strength, what level can I reach? Chu Yun asked. Master's current cultivation level is at the early stage of the Jindan realm, but his true battle power can be described as invincible under the Yuaning realm. Even if Master can skillfully master and utilize the heavenly blood god root bone's innate divine ability, the blood heavenly world, then even a Yuaning realm level cultivator, Master can still fight. After hearing all of this, Chu Yun roughly had a slight understanding of his current strength. Being invincible under the Yuaning realm was currently sufficient for him. Looking at the entire younger generation of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, the current him had no more opponents. Use that Zunshur Realm Character Summoning card as well. The Exalted Realm Character Summoning card is being used. Please wait. Thud. Immediately after the use of the summoning card, the space before Chu Yun's eyes was suddenly forcefully torn open by a force. From within it, a big bald man slowly stepped out. Wan Lei, meet the master. After this bald hulk appeared, his face was mighty and domineering, and his entire body seemed to be spreading a thunderstorm heavenly might. It moved towards Chu Yun and saluted very respectfully. Stare. Summoned successfully. 10,000 Thunder Venerable One. Warm tip. The characters summoned by the system have a loyalty and obedience degree of 100%, and they will not hesitate for a second even if the master tells them to commit suicide. Moreover, even if the characters summoned by the system are separated from their master by thousands of miles, they can still easily get in touch with each other through their consciousness as a connection. Chu Yun looked at the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One in front of him and inwardly said, Open the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One's introduction panel. Name. Venerable 10,000 Thunder. Realm. Late Venerable Realm. Physique. Thunder Sacred Body. Root Bone. Sacred Grade. When it's really a system product, it's a fine product. Root Bones and Physique. Both are actually of the legendary Saint grade. Chu Yun felt a little marveled by this. The Yuan Realm's root and bone levels were divided into levels 1 to 10, and after level 10, it was Earth level, Heaven level, King level, and Saint level. Physique, too, was divided into Mortal Body, Battle Body, Spirit Body, Shen Body, King Body, and Saint Body. Basically, cultivators in the Yuan realm were already considered geniuses if they could possess an Earth-grade root bone, or a Spirit Body. Those characters who were known to be at the level of a supreme demon and possessed the posture of a great emperor, only then would they possess a King Body or a Saint-level root bone. And the character summoned by this system as soon as he debuted was a Saint-level standard. This upper limit in the future, I'm afraid that it's not generally high. No need to be polite. Venerable 10,000 Thunder, from now on, you can just call me Your Highness. There's no need to call me Master. From now on, you will follow by the side of this Highness, and try not to expose your aura on weekdays. Do you understand? Chu Yun admonished. Yes, Your Highness. Venerable 10,000 Thunder replied in response. Chu Yun thought for a moment at this moment, since he had nothing to do anyway, he might as well go out for a walk himself. Wan Lei, go out for a stroll with this Highness. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Yun brought Venerable Wan Lei out to familiarize himself with the Imperial City. However, because he was unfamiliar with the place, he also called on Commander Luo Feng. Luo Feng was originally a bit puzzled by the sudden appearance of Wan Lei by Chu Yun's side. However, after Chu Yun explained to him that Wan Lei was his own close friend, Luo Feng did not ask any more questions. Prime Minister's Mansion. At this moment, within an antique-colored woman's boudoir, the air was filled with a charming fragrance, as if one was in the middle of a dream, like a dream, sinking into nothing. Miss, I heard that ninth Prince Chu Yun has returned to within the Imperial City unharmed. His Majesty has prepared a residence and servants for him in advance, including concubine Shur, who also sent one of her own close confidants over, all of whom are very attentive to him. In front of the dresser, a charmingly beautiful woman stood at the side, reporting the news to the great beauty before her. A young woman wearing a long blue dress, whose appearance could be described as a national color, with a cushiony head and a body that was perfect to the point of being impeccable. A fine waist and buttocks, round and heavenly, beautiful as an excellent landscape. Her elegant and ice-cold temperament, but also gives a sense of inoffensiveness. Deep in the eyes all is indifference. As if everything in the Great Xia dynasty, she did not put in the eyes of the general. Her name is Meng Ruxue, is the Great Xia dynasty Prime Minister Meng Chongchong's daughter. She was also the recognized #1 beauty amongst the younger generation of the Great Xia dynasty. Her suitors, without exaggeration, could fill a state, up to the crown prince of the Grand Xia dynasty prince, down to some of the ordinary cultivators, deep down no want to kiss with their favorite. But unfortunately, Meng Ruoxue oneself lonely and proud. Many people want to see her, have eaten the door. And not to mention some of the younger generation, sometimes even her own father's face, Meng Ruoxue do not bring. For Meng Ruoxue, in this land, though so-called young generation genius, she did not have a look in the eye the world does not know. Although Meng Ruoxue, the so-called young generation genius, she did not have a look in the eye. The world doesn't know that although Meng Ruoxue rarely goes out on weekdays. But her realm, after 20 years of cultivation, had already reached the peak of the broken realm. What is the concept of a broken realm in your 20s? In the history of the Grand Xia dynasty, the fastest cultivators to reach the broken realm had all reached it after a year. One like Meng Ruoxue was already unprecedented. Once this matter was announced, the entire Grand Xia imperial dynasty would have to shake like crazy. Even some of the old monsters of the heavenly phase realm would definitely not be able to sit still. However, the main reason why Meng Ruoxue could be like this was because of her true identity. She was a reincarnated body, and in her previous life, she was a Heaven's Destiny Empress who stood at the peak of the Yuan realm. Grasping the heavenly destiny Great Tao, she sat firmly on the mountain of destiny and was able to traverse the 8 directions. Even other great emperors were afraid of her, the heavenly destiny female emperor. However, as powerful as she was, when she and the heavenly demoness snatched a heavenly extraterrestrial object back then, because the power of the two of them was too overbearing, they directly chopped that heavenly extraterrestrial treasure and split it in two. And when the power of that heavenly extraterrestrial treasure was released, her and the heavenly demoness' original bodies were directly annihilated in it. Fortunately, both of them were able to obtain half of the heavenly extreme treasure, and the power of that treasure fused into both of their souls, causing them to be reincarnated. Meng Ruoxue knew very well that since she could be reincarnated through this treasure, then the heavenly demoness must also be alive. For so many years, Dream Ruoxue had been secretly having people search for traces of the heavenly demoness, but so far, there still wasn't much to be gained. A missing and returned prince is just a prince, although there is the Sure family behind him, but the Crown Prince Party has been operating within the imperial city for many years, and the depth of its roots is not comparable to a fledgling boy like him. In an open battle, that Chu Yun won't have much chance of winning. After hearing the beautiful woman next to him say so, his voice was clear and cold and indifferent. Among the tone, it carried a wisp of disinterest as well as disdain for Chu Yun. In her opinion, this 9th prince who was supposed to be dead had returned, and if he did not fight for imperial power, he would surely die in the future. If he were to fight for the imperial power, compared to the crown prince who had many protégés, there was almost no chance of winning. A person who was going to die anyhow, she naturally wasn't too interested in understanding. Chapter 17 Nirvana Curse, Source of Nirvana. Miss is right. But it seems like His Majesty is paying special attention to him. It's being rumored outside that His Majesty has even assigned Luofeng, one of the Shadow Guard commanders, to guard his side. From the looks of it, it should be for fear of others being unfavorable to the 9th prince. That beautiful woman continued. Meng Ruoxue's face that was enough to scourge the world, said in a clear and cold manner. For Chu Yun, protecting him too well, its lack of experience will instead accelerate his death just. All right, don't waste time on this kind of person. Is there any whereabouts of the thing I asked you to look for? The beautiful woman's face showed a color of helpless sorrow. Miss, I've asked around, and there has been no whereabouts of the source of nirvana within the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty for nearly 100 years. Mainly because this item is just too rare. A nirvana source represents the life of a nirvana realm cultivator. It's just too difficult to find. The main reason why Meng Ruoxue was looking for the source of nirvana was because her cultivation had settled to its limit and she had to break the realm. As for the nirvana realm, originally, with her memories of her previous life, she could have crossed the nirvana flame without any problems at all and didn't have to worry about it at all. However, after she was reincarnated and reborn over, she realized that the heavenly demoness had even placed a nirvana curse on her through a wisp of residual soul consciousness from her previous life. Her nirvana flame, its power doubled by more than 10,000 times, and it was completely impossible for anyone to pass. If she came into contact with the nirvana flame, there was a great possibility that she would perish on the spot. Therefore, she could only seek out the source of nirvana. Through the special ability of the source of nirvana, she would be able to successfully break through to the nirvana realm. After Dream Ruoshue heard that there was no whereabouts of the source of nirvana, her face didn't look too disappointed. Since she couldn't find it, she would refine it herself. The most crucial thing for the source of nirvana was to have a living nirvana realm cultivator. Then there's no need to look for it first. Just go and help me find all the materials for these formations. Meng Rushue gave her a list filled with some of the heaven and earth spirit materials needed for the killing formations. With her current strength, if she were to battle an early nirvana realm, it wouldn't be much of a problem. But if she wanted to suppress it, she could only rely on the power of the formation. Yes, miss. The beautiful woman immediately left after receiving the list. Heavenly Demonis, just wait. When this emperor breaks the nirvana realm, he will be able to search for the source of the curse. At that time, this emperor will kill you with his own hands. A trace of a look filled with killing intent flashed amongst Meng Rushue's cool blue pupils. Chu Yun, Luo Feng, and Venerable Lord 10,000 Thunder strolled several streets in succession, and he was considered to have completely witnessed the vastness and prosperity of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. Within the entire imperial city, there were thousands of large and small merchant pavilions and restaurants, and there is no lack of those big forces that have opened industries here. For example, the Immortal Hope Dao sect, the Blood God sect, including the Shi family, all have fixed commercial premises within the imperial city. Shi family in the imperial city, there are 3 more than a dozen floors high commercial pavilion. Within each of them, there was a Shi family nirvana realm in attendance. Chu Yun strolled through the Shi family's 3 commercial pavilions, and because of his identity, the nirvana realm elders that were guarding them were personally received after entering. Chu Yun was not polite, walking around. As long as there was something he wanted, opening his mouth and saying it, those elders were immediately fetching it and taking it to himself without taking a penny. In this way, until dark, Chu Yun wasted 2 storage bag, loaded with full, striding out of the Shi family business pavilion. The things inside were enough to be worth the accumulation of a small sect for 10 years or so. Commander Luo, within this imperial city, are there any more interesting places? On the streets, Chu Yun hadn't completely enjoyed himself today and looked towards Luo Feng to ask. Luo Feng thought for a moment and then said, Your Highness, within the entire imperial city, there is no place more fun than the Smoke and Rain Building. Oh, Smoke and Rain Building. Just listening to the name feels good. What kind of place is that? Chu Yun asked curiously. Your Highness, there are numerous feasible things within the Smoke and Rain Building. Inside there are many singing girls who look like a country. As long as the price is affordable, you can listen to their songs and dances and have a night out. Inside there are also dueling grounds, auction feasts, and even the sale of some exotic beasts, mounts, and so on. Luo Feng explained. When Chu Yun heard this, he was immediately interested in the Smoke and Rain Building. So many tricks? Then what is the origin of this Smoke and Rain Building? What forces are behind it? Luo Feng shook his head. Don't know. Don't know? Chu Yun was puzzled. This was the imperial city of Grand Xia. What power was behind the Smoke and Rain Building? How could Luo Feng, who was the commander of the Shadow Guards, not know? Your Highness, the Smoke and Rain Building suddenly appeared 50 years ago. Their venerable powerhouse entered the palace to talk to His Majesty, as long as they were allowed to open the Smoke and Rain House within the imperial city. The Smoke and Rain Building's annual proceeds can be divided into 30% for the royal family. Therefore, His Majesty agreed to this condition, but for security reasons, he also sent our shadow guards to secretly monitor the Smoke and Rain Building for a large period of time, but didn't find any abnormalities, so he didn't pay much attention to it. According to His Majesty's words, the people from Smoke and Rain House should not belong to this land boundary. They should be from other regions of the Yuan realm. But as long as they are not detrimental to the dynasty and can still bring benefits to the dynasty, His Majesty will not object to their behavior. Luo Feng continued. Oh, foreign forces. Chu Yun thought for a moment, then made a decision and said, Let's go. Let's go to the Smoke and Rain Building to take a look. Luo Feng led the way, leading Chu Yun and Wan Lei and the 2 of them to the Smoke and Rain Building after not long. Chu Yun looked up and saw that the entire Smoke and Rain Building covered an area that was nearly comparable to a huge mountain range. The palace was as large as a mountain, and its height was even much higher than the top floor of the Shi clan's merchant pavilion. The decoration of the palace building was lavish and atmospheric. The colorful lights shining on those palace buildings was like a real firework. 3 guests, please. The disciples at the entrance, after seeing Chuyun's 3 people, all of them with manners, had invited. There is no restriction on the Smoke and Rain building, no matter what their status is, even if they are just ordinary casual cultivators, they can all go in and spend money. Luo Feng secretly explained. Chuyun's expression was still quite calm. With a steady pace, he led Luo Feng and Wan Lei straight in. Once he entered the Smoke and Rain building, everywhere Chuyun's eyes looked, there were brilliant and beautiful halls, the vastness of which was comparable to a wide square. In addition to some golden counters, there were some Smoke and Rain building disciples standing in front of them. Hundreds of beautiful-looking girls, dressed in dance clothes, showing off their long and colorful legs, danced under the gaze of countless gazes, showing off their charismatic elegance. There is a rich man sitting on the wine table while embracing the right and left, while also for the girl on the throw money, spirit stone with no money, like large handfuls of throw out, give vent to their unlimited desire. Outside, there are many pairs of men and women, in the side of the dance floor singing and dancing, bold contact, let the air, are full of ambiguous flavor. This kind of place, placed in the previous life, are more than the Haitian feast to bring pie ah. Chuyun swept a glance, and everything within the reach of his eyes within this Smoky Rain building brought him no small shock. He could not help but think of the sentence from his previous life. With money, Shanghai is the paper-drunk magic city. Without money, Shanghai only has the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Commander Luo, where is the auction feast and the dueling arena you mentioned? Chuyun asked as he came back to his senses. Chapter 18, Smoke and Rain Building, Evil Infant. Your Highness, this is only the first hall of the Smoke and Rain Building. Smoke and Rain Building has 4 halls. The second hall is the auction, and the third hall is the dueling arena. Luo Feng said. Then let's go over. Chuyun then followed Luo Feng towards the other few halls. Meanwhile, in the distance, a girl dressed in a dance outfit who was dancing. After seeing Chuyun, a hint of a playful smile flowed from the corner of her mouth. The 3 of Chuyun entered the second hall. They saw 5 auctions being held one after another, and there were at least a few hundred people in the guest positions of each of those auctions as far as the eye could see. For the several auctions, the things that were being auctioned were also different. Some auctioned pills and artifacts, all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual treasure. Some were auctioning formation specialties and spirit beast specialties. There were even auctions for intelligence as well as slaves and dead soldiers. These had everything. Auctioning intelligence. This is worth paying attention to. Let's go over and take a look. The 3 of them, Chuyun, then walked over. It was directly situated in the nearest location. Luo Feng wore a mask before he came in order not to reveal his identity. As for Chuyun, although he was now the 9th prince. However, he had just returned today and not many people had seen him, so he wasn't afraid of being recognized. This auction, the 3rd piece of information, what is being auctioned is the guarding force of the 9th prince's residence of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Starting price, 300,000 spirit stones. Each increase, not less than 50,000. Chuyun? As soon as Chuyun sat down, after hearing the intelligence of this auction, others were dumbfounded. Hoping to eat melon to himself? 350,000. However, the next moment there was immediately a bidder. It was a man sitting in the first row, who was also wearing a mask that made it impossible to know his identity. Scratch that. Someone is really buying it. Chuyun was immediately alert. He wanted to see which individuals today were so interested in him. 400,000. 450,000. 600,000. 700,000. 1 million. Things developed beyond Chuyun's imagination. At least nearly 10 people participated in the bidding. In the end, it was an old man at the very front wearing a gray plain robe with wrinkled skin all over his face who took the intelligence at a price of 1 million spirit stones. Commander Luo, do you know what these people are? Chuyun asked in a careful voice transmission. Your Highness, this old man who auctioned off the intelligence is named Tang Xiang, with a peak cultivation of the Broken Realm. He is the 3rd prince's formation tutor, and is also a famous formation master. As for those other people, other than the masked one at the beginning, the other cultivations are too low for me to recognize. Luo Feng said. Oh, that masked one? You can recognize him? Chuyun was delighted. He likes to take his thumb to grind his other fingers. It's a habitual action of his, coupled with his voice. I dare to be completely sure of his identity. The 8th prince's disciple, Tung Yin, with an early stage of the Broken Realm cultivation, specializing in spells as his path. Luo Feng spoke in an affirmative tone. Chu Yun's heart secretly shook as he listened to this. After the auction of his own information, these people had left directly. Obviously, they were all after their own intelligence. Chu Yun was actually not too surprised that the 3rd prince had set his eyes on him. The 3rd prince and the crown prince, who were blood brothers, were both born to the empress. As for the 8th prince, he was born to the noble consort. It was indeed unexpected that he would send someone to bid on the guard situation within his own residence. But what puzzled Chu Yun the most was just how divine this smoky rain house was. He had just come back on the first day, and the guards of his mansion had been mapped out and was even directly auctioned on. No way! When I mention this to father tomorrow, let him send me some more people. And if you have the ability, you can auction me off again. Chu Yun's main fight was one that did not allow others to feel themselves out. Fortunately, the existence of the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One was unknown to anyone. An intelligence deviation of a venerable realm would allow him to ruthlessly punch Smoky Rain Tower in the face in the future. Let's go. Let's go to the dueling arena and take a look. At this moment, Chu Yun got up and led the duo towards the 3rd hall. The 3rd hall was a huge circular dueling arena stage. All around this place were guarded by disciples of the Smoke and Rain building, and there were multiple trading counters. At the bottom of the dueling arena, there were dozens of them, and each of them had formations engraved inside, which could introduce the spreading power into the ground, ensuring that it wouldn't spread to the surroundings. And there were many spectators in the dueling arena, like playing cockfighting, shouting and cheering for their chosen contestants. This dueling arena, what is the main thing to play? Chu Yun asked. Your Highness, this dueling arena has a total of 2 ways to play. The first one is fighting beasts. The beasts here refers to the duelists that Smoky Rain Tower has captive bred themselves actually. 2 duelists start a duel, and whoever survives wins, while we can place bets on them, and ultimately it's the odds that divide the benefits. As for the second way to play, it's to go up by yourself and challenge a duelist of the same realm or higher than your realm, as a way to obtain the rewards from the Smoke and Rain Mansion. Luo Feng explained clearly, and Chu Yun roughly understood the rules as he listened. He slowly walked towards a trading counter and looked up at those reward descriptions above. He saw from the top to the bottom. One very good reward was found. A peak Nirvana realm level evil infant. The so-called evil infant was an evil spirit consciousness body born from the gathering of the world's Yin and evil, specializing in devouring the souls of living beings as food, vicious and brutal, and unable to carve a soul seal, only sealed and uncontrollable. However, although it could not be controlled with a soul seal. However, Chu Yun's underworld divine pupil was able to manipulate all evil spirits in the world, which naturally included the evil infant. In other words, as long as Chu Yun obtained it, then he would be able to completely control it in his hands, allowing it to become one of his great killing cards. This evil infant. I must get my hands on it. Chu Yun glanced at the conditions on it. One needed to defeat a duelist across 3 minor realms to meet the conditions for receiving the reward. In other words, with Chu Yun's current cultivation, he would need to defeat a duelist at the peak level of the Jindan realm in order to obtain that evil infant. Just after thinking about it, he directly took out a mask from his storage bag and put it on his face. Since he was going to pretend to be a pussy, it was best for him not to use his real identity for the time being when the enemy was still in the dark. Avoiding exposing his sharpness too early and being taken out by someone regardless, then he would really have no place to cry at that time. After Chu Yun put on his mask, he walked to a counter elder. I want to challenge the duelist. This gentleman, do you want to challenge a duelist of the same realm? Or one with a higher cultivation? That elder asked with a smile. Challenging a duelist who is 3 minor realms higher than me, peak Jindan realm. Chu Yun calmly responded. Chapter 19. Wind and clouds converge at the Smoke and Rain building. That elder was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrong. 3 small realms higher? This gentleman? Are you sure you're not joking? This elder's shock was unjustifiable. One must know that the difficulty involved in challenging across 3 minor realms was so great that there were not many people in the entire history of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty who could do it. Your Highness, would this be too risky? Luo Feng was startled by what he heard and worried. Chu Yun's face did not change as he calmly responded. No kidding, just arrange it as you please. That elder took a long deep breath. Please wait for a moment, Your Excellency. After saying that, he directly left the counter. Your Excellency, crossing 3 minor realms to defeat Smoke and Rain Tower's duelist. This has not even been accomplished by anyone yet. Luo Feng reminded. Chu Yun smiled lightly. Don't worry, since I dare to do it, then I naturally have certainty. Luo Feng could not help but feel a little doubtful inwardly. Could the 9th prince really be certain? Wait! Peak Jindan realm? Luo Feng's body shook violently. He suddenly recalled that Chu Yun had said earlier that he had crossed 3 minor realms to challenge a duelist at the peak of the Jindan realm. In other words, his realm was the early Golden Dan realm? How is this possible? Luo Feng looked at Chu Yun with a shocked gaze. Your Highness, your cultivation level. Chu Yun turned his head, his eyes looking at him with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure. Don't say it out, oh. Luo Feng took in a long breath. His eyes looked at Chu Yun tightly. Within the depths of his eyes, there was a wisp of disbelief. In 1 day's time, the realm had advanced from the early stage of the Qi-gathering realm to the early stage of the Jindan realm. This kind of thing, was it really possible? While Luo Feng was still shaken within his heart, that elder followed a figure that quickly came. This gentleman. I'm the chief deacon of Smoke and Rain House, Sun Yen. I've heard that your son is going to challenge a duelist who is 3 small realms above him. This middle-aged man called Sun Yen was 80% the top echelon of the Smoke and Rain building, and the elder who had followed him earlier didn't dare to be reckless in the slightest. Not bad. If I succeed in my challenge, then the corresponding reward, you Smoky Rain building should not go back on your word, right? Chu Yun said. Of course. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. The integrity of our Smoky Rain building is there for all to see. However, before that, I need to remind you, Your Excellency, that my Smoke Rain building's method of challenge is to divide life and death. Sun Yen reminded. I am clear. Chu Yun nodded his head. Good. I don't know what your son's name is, so that I can have someone make a registration. Sun Yen asked. Xiao Yen. Chu Yun made up a name out of thin air. Good. Old Feng. Take Mr. Xiao to the dueling arena. Sun Yen looked at the old man behind him and ordered. Yes, my lord. Sir Xiao, this way please. That old man led Chu Feng's several people and slowly walked over towards a nearby empty dueling arena. Xiao Yen. Sun Yen carefully recalled inside his mind, but began to feel unfamiliar with this name. There was not a single famous person within the Grand Xia Imperial dynasty named Xiao Yen. That elder brought Chu Yun and them to the dueling arena. Prince Xiao Yen, step onto the elevated platform and you will be able to enter. Good. Chu Yun stepped up, and as the platform landed, he managed to enter within the circular dueling arena, and the barrier around him then rose. Luo Feng and Venerable 10,000 Thunder were both sitting on top of the stands, watching intently. Luo Feng had already made a decision within his heart. As long as His Highness had any slip-ups, he didn't care about the rules of the Smoke and Rain building, and directly rushed down to save him. The big deal was to reveal his identity. He believed that Smoky Rain House wouldn't dare to lay hands on the Imperial Prince yet. Not to mention the importance that His Majesty placed on him, the Shur family's Shura Exalted One could be in the Imperial City today. With Chu Yun's entrance, the introduction information of the characters of both sides in this dueling arena also lit up. Early Golden Dan Realm Xiao Yen versus Peak Golden Dan Realm Duelist. What the hell? Is my eyes blurred? Early Golden Dan stage fighting Peak Golden Dan? Am I dreaming? What kind of character is this Xiao Yen? This is looking for death, right? As soon as the dueling arena's information was illuminated, many of the people at the trading counter let out shocked murmurs. As soon as word spread, it spread. The news that Xiao Yen had crossed 3 minor realms to take on a duelist soon spread throughout the entire third hall. In a short period of time, this dueling arena of Chu Yun's was directly filled with people. Wearing a mask, Chu Yun stood inside the dueling arena and glanced at it. Good lord, this could truly be called a sea of people. Thousands of seats in the stands were filled to capacity. Some were even standing and watching from afar, and the people in the second hall were all still constantly running over to join in the fun. Tonight, let the name Xiao Yen become famous overnight in this realm. Chu Yun's face was calm and relaxed, and he had a certainty of victory in this battle. Smoke and Rain Building's chief deacon Sun Yen appeared on the control table above the dueling arena at this moment. This time, Prince Xiao Yen, who is at the early stage of the Jindan realm, will challenge my Smoke and Rain Building's duelist who is at the peak of the Jindan realm. Now, the duelists enter. As Sun Yen's voice fell, Chu Yun looked across from himself and a cell door in that wall slowly opened. A man dressed in cloth, bare upper body, muscular all over, with dozens of scars remaining on his chest and back, slowly entered with a spirit hammer. Surprisingly, it's Tai Feng. Now, this Xiao Yan called Xiao Yan is really seeking his own death. Tai Feng is one of the top 10 in terms of battle strength within the Smoke and Rain Building's Jindan Realm duelists. 347 matches without a defeat. The Golden Dan Realm cultivators who have died at his hands could be piled up into a tower. Tisk, TSK. This Smoke and Rain Building really does not want to let this Xiao Yan live, and has even sent out Tai Feng, the god of murder. Many of the people in the stands were gloating after seeing the duelists. The vast majority of the people had already placed their bets, all of them betting on Tai Feng to win, although Xiao Yan's odds were high, a full 10 times. After all, no one believed that Chu Yun would be able to cross 3 small realms to kill Tai Feng. Tai Feng's odds are not even double, but at least it's a guaranteed low insurance, can eat and eat. Chu Yun looked at the duelist named Tai Feng in front of him. His eyes were lightless and indifferent to life. The killing all the time had long since numbed him. Duelist Tai Feng, peak Jindan Realm cultivation, battle record, 347 victories, 0 defeats. Now then, I officially announce that the duel begins. With Sun Yan's command, the duel kicked off. Tai Feng, go on. Him to death for me. Tai Feng, go for it. I've pressed 100,000 spirit stones. Him for me. Before the two of them even started fighting, those gamblers on the stands were already vigorously yelling and cheering for Tai Feng. Early Jindan Realm to challenge me, you're the first. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. Tai Feng swung his hammer. His figure jumped up violently. A black light emerged on top of the spirit hammer. The Wei Tao was astonishing, directly smashing down from the sky, striking at Chu Yun. Chapter 20 Chu Yun Xiao Yan's Terror, Evil Infant arrives. When Chu Yun saw the iron hammer smashing in, he performed the body technique he had learned and easily avoided the strike, turning to appear behind Tai Feng. Tai Feng was disdainful. His left fist directly blasted out a black fist mark, powerful enough to shatter a house, towards Chu Yun behind him. His spirit hammer was raised high, and black thunder appeared above mid-air, attaching itself to that hammer body and striking the ground violently. Rumble. Several Thunder Earth dragons on the ground similarly ferociously raged towards Chu Yun. As Chu Yun looked at this ferocious incoming force, his figure did not retreat, and a spirit aura in the center of his hand transformed into a blood-colored radiance that came out towards the front, forming a wall of blood chi. All those attacks from Tai Feng were blocked by this wall of blood chi, unable to advance an inch. Tai Feng's face moved slightly. An early stage of the Jindan realm was able to receive such an attack from him. It seemed that this person did have some strength. He swung his spirit hammer once again, summoning for hammer shadows that, along with his main body, surrounded him on all sides. Chu Yun dispersed the wall of blood. The power of the heavenly blood god's root bone had already fused into his bloodline, and this wall of blood was the manifestation of the power of his bloodline. Your moves are just like that. The power is fine, but the speed is too slow. In the previous few moves, everything about Iron Hammer had already been figured out by Chu Yun. Now it was his turn. Heavenly Blood Seal. Mighty blood chi surged in Chu Yun's palm, condensing a huge blood chi seal. The blood chi within it seemed as if it could devour everything, as it was violently struck out. Bang! The heavenly blood seal clashed hard with those hammer shadows, and the blood chi was released in an instant, transforming into countless blood shadows in a flash, incorporating the iron hammer and those hammer shadows one after another. Ah! The iron hammer was trapped within the blood chi, and the countless blood chi was corroding his body, causing him to howl miserably in pain. This! How is it possible? It was Tai Feng's scream. This one called Xiao Yan, the moves he performs are all related to blood. Is it possible that he is from the blood god sect? It is extremely possible. But this is too shocking. Crossing 3 minor realms and battling against Tai Feng, he even managed to gain the upper hand. Many people in the stands had surprise written all over their faces after hearing Tai Feng's shouts. Luo Feng was also both shocked and puzzled. Where on earth did your highness learn these moves from? Smoke and Rain Tower's chief deacon, Sun Yan, was currently standing on top of the console, his face quite intriguing, his eyes slightly narrowed. Inside the dueling arena, Tai Feng crazily swung his sledgehammer and blasted those blood chi. The desire to survive drove him to explode at the limit, and he really smashed out a gaping hole. His figure covered in encountered corrosion had just escaped. Chu Yun met him head-on. "Xiao Yan, die for me!" Tai Feng's face was filled with madness and vengeful anger, and with the power of the peak of the Jindan realm added, the spirit hammer collided dozens of times, like a mountain pressing down on it, and smashed heavily towards Chu Yun in front of him. 10,000 Devil Fist. Chu Yun's fist was dyed with purple-black spiritual energy, and behind him, there seemed to be a demonic god assisting him as the fist main blasted out head-on, collapsing Tai Feng's great hammer on the spot. Bang! Ah! Along with Tai Feng himself, he was also blown out by the power of this fist main, and his 5 internal organs as well as the Jindan in his body were shattered by the overbearing power of the fist main in a matter of moments. The remnants of his body finally collapsed on the ground dozens of meters away, on the verge of death, no longer able to get up. After this scene occurred, the entire grandstand was silent. The expressions on everyone's faces were as if they had been petrified, frozen in that instant. Including Sun Yan, the expression on his face at this moment was also one of utter shock, and there was even a wisp of disbelief in the bottom of his eyes. Tai Feng, lost. I really didn't see it wrong, did I? This Xiao Yan's strength has actually finished off Tai Feng. The strength of an early stage of the Jindan realm is stronger than the peak of the Jindan realm? Is this still a human being? This Xiao Yan is too terrifying. After this night's battle, his name will completely spread throughout the entire Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty with a bang. This is a demon, a supreme demon. I'm afraid that all the major powers and even the royal family will come down to draw him in, provided of course that he is not from the blood god sect. Chu Yun ignored the gibberish on the stands as he walked to Tai Feng's body. A duelist whose cultivation was completely wasted, his downfall was almost unthinkable. He would simply be the good guy to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Chu Yun slapped his palm on top of Tai Feng's head, sending him to his relief. He also hoped that in his next life, he would not become a bred duelist again. This duel, Xiao Yan wins. Sun Yan's voice traveled from the console. Chu Yun passed through the elevated platform and left the dueling arena to meet up with Luo Feng and Venerable 10,000 Thunders and the others. Your Highness! Luo Feng was just about to open his mouth when Chu Yun interrupted him. If there is anything, go back and talk about it. Luo Feng immediately closed his mouth and nodded. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Yan. To gain victory by crossing 3 minor realms, the talent of Lord Xiao Yan is truly described as a 1,000-year-old demon. I wonder what kind of clan has managed to cultivate a supreme genius like Mr. Xiao Yan. It is truly marvelous. Sun Yan walked over with 2 elders from the Smoke and Rain building and complimented them with a smile. Chu Yun understood his purpose, wanting to probe out his background. He only heard him say, Deacon Su is courteous. Mr. Xiao comes from the Xiao family from Wutan City, but it's just a small, unheard-of family. It was purely a fluke that I was able to win today. Wutan City Xiao family? Sun Yan had never heard that there was such a place within the Great Xia dynasty. However, he did not question it and immediately laughed. Prince Xiao Yan is really too modest. Your performance is evident to everyone today, so why be presumptuous? Chu Yun smiled faintly. Deacon Su? Then my reward? I wonder if it can be given to me? Of course. In the list of prizes in the 2nd grade of my Smoke and Rain building, Mr. Xiao Yan can choose any one of them. Sun Yan said. I've chosen that peak Nirvana realm evil infant. I'll take it. Chu Yun replied. Evil infant? Prince Xiao Yan, this evil infant at the peak of the Nirvana realm is a very dangerous thing. If it is accidentally released, even the Zunshe realm would have to spend some effort to subdue it. This item, is Prince Xiao Yan sure he wants it? Sun Yan confirmed again and again. Chu Yun firmly replied, I am certain. Good. I will order someone to fetch it immediately. Sun Yan did not babble and directly sent people to fetch it. Chu Yun realized at this moment that there were at least 1,000 pairs of eyes all around, all looking at him from all directions. The eyes had different expressions, shock, admiration, doubt, and some even carried a strong sense of anger and hatred, thinking that they had lost too many bets earlier. With Tai Feng dead, they would only be able to hate on Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun did not care about this. The more people hated him, for him it was still a good thing instead. Not long after, an elder from the Smoke and Rain building brought a purple box, and what was sealed inside was none other than that peak Nirvana realm evil infant. Prince Xiao Yan here. Sun Yan gave him the item. Chu Yun confirmed it and accepted it, nodding. Then I will take my leave first. Farewell, Gongzi. Welcome Gongzi to come back to my smoke and rain building next time. Sun Yan smiled leisurely. Chapter 21 The Lamb Delivered to the Door. Xiao Yan's name. After Chu Yun and Luo Feng's few people left. The smile on Sun Yan's face gradually disappeared as he could not help but say, "The Xiao family of Yuten City? Have you guys ever heard of it?" The two elders behind him both shook their heads. "My lord, we have been here in the Grand Xia dynasty for so many years. We have knowledge of every state and county. But this Yuten City, genuinely, we have never heard of it." Another person also said, "Yes, my lord, do you think it could be that this one called Xiao Yan is not telling the truth?" Sun Yan thought deeply for a while and said, "I will go and report this matter to the building owner. Regardless of what the origin of this person is, just the talent that he has displayed today alone, even in that place, he can be called an absolute first-class genius." Chu Yun's trio walked out of the smoke and rain building and walked in the direction of the Imperial Prince's mansion. "Gongzi, there are tales, and there are quite a few of them." At that moment, Luo Feng had already discovered that behind them, there were many unsuspecting people following them, and immediately transmitted his voice to Chu Yun. Chu Yun had already anticipated this within his heart, and with a relaxed expression on his face, he said, "Close the door and beat the dog. Commander Luo, do you understand?" "Don't worry, Your Highness, I understand." Luo Feng understood, only to see the three of them turn a few corners and subsequently came within a dark alleyway. Chu Yun's trio's figure suddenly stopped. "You've followed them all the way? Why don't you come out?" At that moment, when Chu Yun and the three of them turned over, they saw that the entrance to the alleyway had been blocked by 5 silhouettes. Hehehe. Observation is not bad, but it's a pity that it's still too arrogant and cocky. How dare you stop after discovering us? Inside the 5 people, 2 old men at the peak of Yuaning, and the other 3 middle-aged men were all at the Yuaning realm level as well. Chu Yun looked at their appearance, and each of them looked at himself with greed and hatred showing in their eyes. "It looks like you guys mostly lost your bets and are mindful of the rewards in my hands, so that's why you're trailing all the way, right?" Chu Yun blandly said. "Not bad. The rewards of the Smoky Rain Tower are divided into 6 grades, the first and second grades, which no one has gotten so far. The fact that you were able to obtain the second grade prize proves that you have extraordinary talent. However, you, an early-stage Jindan, even if you win the peak of the Jindan realm, how can you be a match for a Yuaning? Tonight, you genius, you are destined to be a flash in the pan." An old man at the peak of the Yuaning realm among the 5 people laughed coldly. Chu Yun looked at them as if he was looking at a little cutie. "General, recognize them?" Luo Feng shook his head. Looking at their dress, they should all be casual cultivators. "No point. Without a background, you can't beat up the little ones to come to the old ones. They're too lazy to pull hate." "That's just it, Commander Luo. Kill them all." Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling Luo Feng to kill them off quickly. "Yes, Your Highness." Luo Feng's figure appeared behind the 5 people in a flash. So fast. The 5 people's faces changed and they were just about to make a counterattack at the same time. Luo Feng stretched out his palm. The power containing the might of Nirvana spread out and crushed on the bodies of the 5. "This is the power of Nirvana. Elder, spare your life." These 5 Yuaning realms, after realizing how powerful Luo Feng was, immediately begged for mercy with fearful and desperate gazes as their bodies were suppressed to the point of kneeling down. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Feng didn't show half a bit of mercy. The powerful force of his palm pressed down, directly causing the Yuaning bodies of the 5 to shatter into a bloody mist, their souls flying away. "Congratulations, Master. Commander Luo Feng killed the peak Yuaning realm loose cultivators, gained 800 editing points. Killing these 5 Yuaning realm cultivators earned a total of 3,400 edit points. Together with the 3,000 points left from before, now he had a total of 6,400 edit points. Luo Feng finished organizing the 5 people's storage bags and took them to Chu Feng. "Your Highness, this is their storage bag. Most of it contains some heaven and earth spirit items, and there are very few spirit stones. Most of them were lost earlier." Chu Yun received it and did not even bother to look at it. "All right, go back." "Yes, Your Highness." The 3 of them left the alley, and after confirming that there was no more tale, they returned to the Imperial Prince's mansion. However, the moment they stepped through the door of the mansion, a delicate figure appeared under the color of the night, quietly looking at them. This woman was precisely the dancer who was in the Smoke and Rain building earlier. However, at this moment, her aura was full of charm, and her eyes seemed to have an invisible magic power that could cause people to fall into infatuation and sink under her face. The 9th prince of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, it's a good choice. This woman had a mysterious and unpredictable smile on her face, and immediately afterward, her figure disappeared without a trace after entering the Imperial Prince's residence. The next day, after Chu Yun slept a peaceful sleep, Tai was letting spring, summer, autumn, and winter come in to serve Chu Yun, purify and change his body, and help him prepare delicacies and spiritual fruits. After Chu Yun bathed, under the waiting of Xiao Xia and Xiao Qiu, he also changed into the brocade clothes prepared for him by Princess Shi, and after putting them on, the temperament of a nobleman was immediately highlighted. After eating breakfast, he called on Luo Feng to prepare to enter the palace. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he chose to let Venerable Wan Lei stay in the palace first. On the way to the palace, Luo Feng mentioned that Xiao Yan's name, after last night's incident, the entire imperial city was now well known. It had even caused no small amount of wind and rain, up to the royal family, including some powerful clans and families. All of them were filled with curiosity about this Xiao Yan out. Your Highness, nowadays, it has been rumored wildly outside that Xiao Yan's cultivation techniques are all blood arts, and it is highly likely that he is a supreme demon that the Blood God sect has snowed under. As such, some of the Blood God sect's opponents are also harboring the idea of getting rid of Xiao Yan and will never allow him to grow up. Listening to Luo Feng's words, a smile hung at the corner of Chu Yun's mouth. It is not bad to let the Blood God sect take the blame. By the way, this matter you said has attracted the attention of the royal family, so my father? Luo Feng lowered his head and responded. His Majesty already knows Xiao Yan's identity. Chu Yun did not count it as a surprise to glance at him. As the Shadow Guard commander, it was reasonable for him to report everything. This point was actually nothing to Chu Yun. After all, the cultivation in his body, which had suddenly risen to the Jindan realm, naturally could not be hidden from his father. Even if Luo Feng did not say anything, his father emperor would naturally be able to connect the two together after seeing his cultivation level. Not long after, Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered the imperial palace and traveled all the way to the imperial study. After entering, he saw his father sitting on top of the main seat, with Consort Shi and Venerable Shura both sitting beside him. My son has met my father and mother consort. Greetings, uncle. Chu Yun gave the three of them the elder salute. Luo Feng, on the other hand, stood outside the hall, not allowing others to approach. All right, Yuner. Get up. Sit. The Xia Emperor was in a good mood and directly made him sit on the chair below. Chu Yun sat down peacefully, then said, Father, you already know what happened last night, right? The Xia Emperor smiled leisurely. Yuner, I will not ask about the matter of your assuming the name Xiao Yan. What I and your mother consort are interested in is your cultivation and talent. What is going on? Chapter 22. Prince Chu Rong, Third Prince Chu Yuan. In response, Chu Yun was prepared for this. Father, it is also true that my son did not know what was going on, and at a certain moment, my son fell into the marvelous realm of an epiphany. By the time I woke up, my cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the Jindan realm. Chu Yun's answer was not considered a good explanation, but if he attributed everything to an epiphany, then there was no way for anyone to find out. Oh, epiphany breaking the realm? That's the first time I've heard of it. The Xia Emperor showed a meaningful smile and leisurely said, My son is also somewhat unable to understand. Perhaps my son is more lucky. Chu Yun said without turning red in the face. Yuner, then what about your talent? The early stage of the Jindan realm was able to defeat the peak of the Jindan realm. You don't know how shocked I was when I heard this news. Concubine Shi asked out loud at this moment, her face filled with pride and pride. Because of the excellence of Chu Yun's talent, she as a mother was in a great mood after learning about it. Mother consort, my talent is the same as my cultivation. It is all from an epiphany. My son specifically doesn't know how to explain it. That feeling is very subtle. Since everything is pushed to epiphany, then follow through to the end. So that's how it is. Shifei nodded as if she had come to a realization. Yuner, I am happy for you that your talent and cultivation have made such amazing progress. But I also want to advise you that it is best not to expose everything before you have completely established yourself. Understand? The emperor admonished. Within this imperial city, There were many people staring at Chu Yun. If Chu Yun was sharp, it would only cause those people to feel threatened or even afraid. In that case, they would absolutely stop at nothing to kill Chu Yun. The matter of his disappearance back then, the true culprit could not be found to this day. From this, it could be seen how deep the water within this imperial city was. Father, don't worry. The reason why I assumed the name Xiaoyan is precisely because of this. Chu Yun replied with a serious face. All right. Yuner has grown up and has his own ideas about everything. So let's not get involved. Yuner, quickly tell father and also mother consort. What have you been through all these years when you were alone outside? As a mother, consort Sure was even more curious about what her son, who had been outside for so many years after his disappearance, had experienced. Chu Yun followed, and then gradually spoke of his experiences from the time he could remember. A few people talked for nearly 2 hours. Finally, Chu Yun and the emperor want 500 government soldiers to guard the prince's house. The emperor also did not say yes. 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 Immediately afterward, Chu Yun finished the luncheon with them before leaving the palace with Luo Feng. Epiphany breaking. What do you guys think? Within the garden of the palace, the emperor looked towards Princess Sure and her elder brother with a deep smile. Everyone has secrets. Since he doesn't want to talk about it, there's no need for us, as elders, to get to the bottom of it. Just need to know that even if he's no better, he's still your son, the imperial son of the great Xia imperial dynasty. Venerable Shura replied with a calm face. What kind of characters were the three of them? It was naturally impossible for Chu Yun's outrageous reasoning to fool them. Fortunately, they were all more enlightened. Knowing that Chu Yun did not want to say anything, they did not go digging deeper. This child, don't look at his smiling face. He has quite a lot on his mind. I heard Tai say that he already has plans to start tracking down what happened back then. Princess Sure said with a worried face. Venerable cultivator Xiao Luo's face was stern as he looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, if Yuner investigates on his own, sooner or later, he will find out about that mother and son. In that case, instead of letting Yuner fall into danger, why don't we take the initiative? Within the depths of the emperor's eyes, hovering over a wisp of gloom. To move her one person is simple, but the relationship behind her pulls the strings and affects the whole body. Rather, I'm afraid that the entire imperial city will be thrown into chaos. Then I called the old man here, is it not enough? Venerable cultivator's tone intensified. The great Xia emperor shook his head. Xiao Luo, I understand your feelings, but you have to know that I want to eradicate them even more than you do. But her relationship within the imperial court and the imperial family is far from simple. When Venerable Shura heard this, he stopped speaking. Concubine Sure also had a grave expression on her face, to be able to make it so tricky for His Majesty. The network of connections was definitely unimaginable. Under the palace wall, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were currently walking towards the palace gate. Commander Luo! At this moment, a voice called out to them. The duo stopped, only to see that not far away, a young man wearing a 5-clawed python robe and a Junyan dressed in brocade garments slowly walked over. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Third Prince. Luo Feng slightly bowed his head and saluted after seeing this walking duo. Chu Yun also then understood the identity of these two people. The one wearing a python robe was the Crown Prince Chu Rong. The other one in brocade clothing was Third Prince Chu Yuan. The faces of the two had a 5-point resemblance, worthy of being blood brothers from the same mother. Crown Prince Chu Rong is the oldest, with a mature and stable temperament. The third prince, Chu Yuan, on the other hand, still had a spirited, eagle-eyed vigor. There's no need to be polite, Commander Luo. I believe this should be the 9th brother, right? Crown Prince Chu Rong looked towards Chu Yun and smiled amiably as he said. Chu Yun greets elder brother, third brother. Chu Yun smiled as he looked towards the two of them and arched his hand. 9th brother, between you and me as brothers, these manners are dispensed with. Hearing that 9th brother has returned, Lone and Old Third are both very happy. As an elder brother, you should make some preparations. 3 days later, I will host a banquet in the Eastern Palace, which is also considered to be a celebration of our brotherly reunion. At that time, I will call Lao Shi, Lao Fu and the rest of them, and also introduce them to you by the way. The Crown Prince looked unusually enthusiastic and invited. Elder brother has the heart. In that case, then 3 days later, I will definitely be there. Chu Yun nodded. Good. Then it's a deal. The Crown Prince smiled happily. With that, Chu Yun and Luo Feng left the palace gates and headed towards the crown prince's residence. Your Highness, the Eastern Palace banquet, are you sure you want to go? On the street, Luo Feng spoke softly. You think it will be a Hongmen banquet? Chu Yun smiled as if nothing had happened. Luo Feng's words were straightforward. It's the crown prince who took the initiative to invite, and if he sees blood, he won't be able to collect. So come on. He doesn't have the guts yet. I guess he invited me to go, not to deal with me. 80% is a test. It just so happens that he wants to probe me, and I also want to probe him, and by the way, I want to get to know a few of my other brothers. After Chu Yun returned to his residence, the 500 government soldiers sent down by the emperor also arrived. After Chu Yun read some of them, the result was still considered acceptable. Inside the 500 soldiers, there was 1 in the Yuaning realm, 10 in the Jindan realm, and most of the others were in the Qi Gathering realm and the Huanshan realm. Chapter 23 Evil Infant Recognizes Master. Heavenly Demoness Loses Out. Inside Chu Yun's house, Venerable 10,000 Thunder had been summoned by him and was also in the house at the moment. Both of Chu Yun's hands were holding something, the heavenly flower cauldron in his left hand, and the box containing the evil infant in his right hand. Because of the time after getting these two things, Chu Yun could only put them away first, and only take them out to fiddle with them when they were empty. It is indeed correct. The spirit patterns of this heavenly flowering cauldron are all a formation. What exactly is sealed inside? Chu Yun carefully studied the heavenly flowering cauldron. The seal of this cauldron could not be unlocked with his skills at the moment. Even 10,000 Thunder Venerable 1, a late-stage Venerable Realm powerhouse, was similarly unable to do so because he was unfamiliar with formations. Your Highness, the seal within this cauldron is the handiwork of at least one supreme exalted realm. Unless it's a powerhouse of the same level, only a person with supreme talent for formations would be able to hope to break it. Venerable 10,000 Thunder said after confirming it again and again. Supreme exalted realm. Chu Yun felt a little surprised. It looked like the origin of this heavenly flower cauldron might not be that simple. However, it was a pity that the people from the Manhwa sect were all dead, and there was no way to find out about this point. That's just it. Since there is no way to do so, we'll wait until later. Chu Yun put away the heavenly flower cauldron and then looked at the box containing the evil baby. Wan Lei, cover every corner of this room with your power to ensure that the evil infant's aura and power cannot spread out. Yes, Your Highness. Venerable 10,000 Thunder released a golden thunder power from his palm, followed by an invisible thunder net enveloping down, its power completely covering every corner. At this point, everything was ready. Chu Yun opened that box. Boom! In the next moment, countless evil chi surged out from within the box, almost flooding the entire house. Endless, even crazily trying to spread out towards the outside of the house. The thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Venerable 1 showed great power at this moment. The thunder net shrouded and blocked all the evil baby breath from leaking out. Yeah. This king finally sees the light of day again. The evil infant's laughter was sharp and ear-piercing, vibrating through Chu Yun's house. A black shadow instantly flew out from inside the box, looking like a cultivator's baby, but unfortunately, the whole body was covered with an evil aura, like a ghost, evil and demonic. This is the evil baby well. Chu Yun looked at him with a calm face. Immediately afterward, the power of his spectral god pupil unfolded. His eyes turned purple, and an invisible force of the underworld, like a natural enemy, contained the evil infant's pressure. Kneel! Bang! At Chu Yun's words, that evil infant's body knelt uncontrollably. How is this possible? Kid, who are you? How is it possible for you to control this king's body? This evil infant was horrified, unable to believe that the human brat in front of him could control himself. He was an evil infant, with countless soul seals that came with his evil thoughts. It was impossible for even a venerable to control him. In front of this hall, you dare to call yourself this king? How dare you? Chu Yun's tone was cold, and he exerted some means to torment the evil infant's infant spirit. Ah! The evil infant miserably cried out in pain. Don't! Have mercy! Have mercy! Hearing the evil infant's pleas for mercy, Chu Yun proceeded to say, From today onwards, I am your master. If you dare to have second thoughts, a single thought from this palace will make you cease to exist. After the evil infant realized that Chu Yun was able to control his infant body and was simply his perfect nemesis, he hurriedly admitted, Yes, Please spare my master's life. I will never dare to be reckless again. Only then did Chu Yun loosen his strength and did not continue to torment the evil infant spirit. With that, the evil infant breathed a long sigh of relief, and those evil chi that had originally spread out around him were slowly retracted by him at this moment. What is your name? Chu Yun asked the evil infant. Master, this king. I am called Night Swallow. In the evil infant world, they all call me Night King. Evil infant scowled and said, Night Swallow? You said evil infant realm. Could it be that you evil infants? There is a separate world. Chu Yun asked curiously. That is of course. However, master, the evil infant realm is just too far away from here. Even I cannot return at the moment. Night Swallow said. Then how were you sealed by the people of the Smoky Rain Tower? Chu Yun asked again. Night Swallow immediately had a few angry colors on his face. Mentioning this king, I am angry. Those turtles from the Smoke and Rain building, I only swallowed a few of their elders, and they directly sent 3 Zunshur realms to capture me, as if they had a blood feud with the NGC. It can't be helped. There were many of them and their cultivation levels were still high, so I ended up being captured by them. Chu Yun's face twitched. You swallowed someone's elder. This is not a blood feud. What made Chu Yun somewhat surprised was that the Smoky Rain Tower was able to send out 3 Zunshur realms at once. This power, it was truly unfathomable. All right, from now on, you will be inhabiting within my spirit sea. Without letting you out, you will stay inside properly. Chu Yun said. Yes, master. The Night Swallow's infant body transformed into a black-purple evil light and flew within Chu Yun's spiritual sea. The 10,000 Thunder Venerable One dispersed the thunder power in the middle of the house. Chu Yun got up and walked to the door, and as soon as he pushed it open, he saw that within the courtyard Xiaoxia, who was dressed in a maid's uniform, was holding a few bouquets of flowers in her hands, and the aroma came to her nose. In an instant, Chu Yun's soul felt a heavenly whirlwind. Not right. Realizing that something was wrong, Chu Yun instantly used his underworld, divine pupil, to shine through all illusions. Inwardly, he was surprised that the scent of those flowers was a profound and unfathomable magical power that was guiding his soul to sink into some kind of power. The source of this magic power was not the flowers. It was a person. Xiaoxia. Chu Yun did not take any chances. His face was calm as usual. Xiaoxia, what are you doing with those flowers? In the depths of Xiaoxia's eyes, a wisp of unexpected color flickered away. Didn't get hit? How was this possible? With her methods, it was impossible for a mere 9th prince of the Great Xia dynasty to resist it. Xiaoxia's face revealed a smile. Your Highness, I picked these flowers in the garden and thought they looked good, so I specially brought them to give to your Highness. Xiaoxia took the flowers and came in front of Chu Yun. That invisible magic power was continuously released and surrounded Chu Yun. The power of that magic power could directly cause a broken realm to fall under her control. Venerable Lord 10,000 Thunder had sensed the abnormality. However, Chu Yun had secretly asked him not to make a move first, so he also pretended not to notice anything. At this moment, Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were clear as he smiled, took it and smelled it. This flower is not bad. It really smells good. Xiaoxia, you really have a heart. Pa. As Chu Yun spoke, he used his palm to slap down against Xiaoxia's rounded buttocks. He naturally did it on purpose. This person had even impersonated Xiaoxia and did not dare to reveal his true identity. Then this cheapness, he naturally didn't take advantage of it for nothing. Xiaoxia's face, in an instant, turned red. Her eyes widened as she stared tightly at Chu Yun, shock and a hint of disbelief still surfacing within her eyes. Even in her previous life, no one had ever touched that part of her. Her hallowed heavenly demoness had once stood at the peak of the Yuan realm, and now, even if it was only a doppelganger, the sense of touch was tangible, and she could completely sense the temperature of that palm as well as the trembling of her own buttocks. This Chu Yun, his hand was unexpectedly so natural and smooth. He was simply a shameless rogue. At this moment, deep inside, the heavenly demoness even had the heart to kill him. Chapter 24. A city full of storms. Looking for Xiao Yan. Yo? What's wrong? Still embarrassed? Xiaoxia, I understand your feelings. You are so proactive in offering flowers to this emperor. Then at night, this emperor will give you a chance to warm the bed. Chu Yun said this, and with one hand, he directly wrapped Xiaoxia's body into his embrace, feeling the temperature and that softness of his delicate body. Xiaoxia's entire body tingled as if electrocuted. In a flash, she broke away from Chu Yun's embrace. You! She originally wanted to have a seizure and directly ask Chu Yun to look good. However, she did not know what came to her mind and still endured. Your Highness, in this broad daylight, Xiaoxia is somewhat less than kind. Since your Highness has said so, then Xiaoxia will come over at night. The slave girl will leave first. After Xiaoxia finished speaking, she immediately turned around and left this courtyard. Chu Yun looked at her hastily departing back, a hint of a triumphant smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Putting his hand slowly under his nose, he gently sniffed. It's quite fragrant. Your Highness, this person is not simple. Her power is mysterious. If she hadn't gotten too close, I wouldn't have bothered to notice it in particular. Venerable 10,000 Thunder said in a low voice at this time. Yes, almost fell for her trick. I just don't know what exactly her purpose is. Wan Lei, tonight. Chu Yun began to explain about Venerable Wan Lei, the matters he needed to prepare for the night. After Xiaoxia left, she returned to her house. Could be seen that within the house at this moment, the real Xiaoxia was lying on the bed, in a coma. What the hell is going on here? Why won't my power work on him? Within her heart at the moment, the heavenly demoness was still harboring a grudge over what had happened before. She was unable to comprehend just how Chu Yun had ignored her soul regeneration power. Even a Yuaning realm-level character could not possibly resist it, let alone him an early Jindan stage. It's just not going to think about it too much. We'll probe him to the bottom this night. I'd like to see what kind of oddities are within this little guy's body. The eyes of the heavenly demoness became stern and illusory, and the entire house seemed to be enveloped by a burst of ethereal power, and anyone within 5 steps of her would have to sink in. Eastern Palace. Crown Prince Chu Rong, 3rd Prince Chu Yuan, as well as a few of the Crown Prince's protégés, as well as Tang Xiang, the 3rd Prince's formation tutor, who had been at the Smoke and Rain building auction earlier, a few people were all sitting in the palace. Luo Feng is really following him around all the time. In this way, we won't be able to find any opportunity to strike at all. Chu Yuan's face flushed with a bit of gloom and said, there is no rush for this moment. He just came back. No matter if it's father or consort Shur and Venerable Shura, they all value him very highly. It would be too tricky to kill him at this node. After a while, even with Luo Feng protecting him, I have a way to make him die. Prince Chu Rong's expression revealed a hint of ferocity and brutality. In fact, until now, he could not figure out how Chu Yun had survived. Back then, their people had thrown Chu Yun, who was still a baby, off the abyss of 10,000 feet. A baby that had just been born not more than a few days ago. Being thrown into the abyss without any power to protect it, the possibility of surviving was almost zero. They could not figure out by what method this Chu Yun had survived. As for the point of someone faking it, they ruled it out completely. His father would be damned if he could even misrecognize his own son. Big brother. Then how do you plan to test the banquet 3 days later? Chu Yuan voiced a question. Just let the others go out and probe his cultivation talent. As for the rest of the with him being a person who just came back to the Imperial City not more than a few days ago, he wants to shake Lone's foundation. Nothing more than a fool's dream. Chu Rong smiled disdainfully. He had sat on the throne for so many years, raised so many people within the Imperial City, and expended so much effort to have this achievement today. If he was worried about a fledgling kid to shake his position, wouldn't he have become a big joke? The only thing that could make him pay more attention was the Shur family behind Chu Yun. Otherwise, with Chu Yun alone, he, the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, would be able to play him to death with the move of a finger. Chu Yuan also laughed. That kid should not have come back if he was lucky enough to still be alive. Coming back and having to die again. How stupid and pathetic. The crown prince's gaze looked towards one of his disciples at this moment. Mr. Bai, how is it? That one called Xiao Yan. Have you found out his whereabouts? Next to the crown prince, an old man with white hair and beard answered with a serious face. Your Highness, I have already sent many people around to inquire about Xiao Yan's whereabouts. But strangely enough, Xiao Yan's trail has disappeared since the incident at the Smoke and Rain building last night, and currently many parties are probing for his whereabouts, but no one has found him yet. Chu Rong frowned. Increase your efforts. We must find him at all costs. This person is a super demon with overwhelming talent. If he can be used for me, it will definitely be a great help for me to sit on the throne in the future. We must not allow someone from another power to get there first. Ever since the crown prince had heard about Xiao Yan, he had been very interested in him, and even held the idea that he must take this person under his wing. If he could obtain Xiao Yan in the future, as long as he grew up, he might be able to achieve the heavenly phase realm as well. Yes, don't worry, Your Highness. I will later send out all the remaining people to look for them, Mr. Bai said. Big brother, this Xiao Yan, isn't it being rumored outside that the technique he cultivates is very similar to the Blood God sect's blood technique, and it is highly likely that he is from the Blood God sect? If he is someone from the Blood God sect, then if we are like this, is it not a waste of effort? Chu Yuan could not help but ask. Chu Rong firmly as well as definitely made a reply. No, the point that he is someone from the Blood God sect can already be completely ruled out. Mother has asked the people of the Blood God sect, although Xiao Yan cultivates blood force as well, it is completely different from the Blood God sect's essential blood technique. Furthermore, the Blood God sect's patriarch has also personally sent a message to the Empress Mother that this one called Xiao Yan is not a member of the Blood God sect. Chu Yuan's eyes glowed. If this is the case, then it is indeed a good thing. The less background Xiao Yan has, the easier it will be for us to bring him in, the Crown Prince said. Yes, so this matter cannot be delayed, the sooner the better. The Eastern Palace had almost sent out the vast majority of their forces, and even the 4 city gates had their people keeping an eye on them, so as long as there was someone similar to Xiao Yan, they would immediately report it. Although Chu Yun wore a mask when he was at the Smoke and Rain building, no one knew his true appearance. However, his back, height, and hairstyle had been memorized with a shadow stone. As long as there was a match, in addition to the Eastern Palace, people from all forces would also be contacted one by one. The whole Imperial City, the Eastern Palace, General's residence, a few big king's residents, as well as all the major forces in the Imperial City were stationed in the Strongman, even the rare Prime Minister's residence, have sent people in the city to look for Xiao Yan. And the reason why the Prime Minister's office is also looking for Xiao Yan is that Meng Rushui personally gave the order. Because she seriously suspected that this so-called Xiao Yan was most likely a doppelganger of the Heavenly Demoness. The Heavenly Demoness' most skillful means is to transform into thousands of bodies, even if the female transforms into a male body is also a common thing. Now the Imperial City, because of Xiao Yan, the streets have a large number of Jindan realm, Yuaning realm out of the running around, engaged in a city full of storm clouds. And the protagonist who created all this, Chu Yun. Today, he is with the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One is still in his own house, plotting the night against the Heavenly Demoness plan of action. Chapter 25 Molesting the Heavenly Demoness. Late at night, all was silent. The door of Chu Yun's house was slowly pushed open by a slender jade hand. My lord, I'm here. Xiao Xia's figure slowly walked in from the doorway. Chu Yun was currently sitting at the table, and upon seeing her, he smiled and said, Xiao Xia is here. Close the door and come over. Xiao Xia turned around and closed the door, slowly walking towards Chu Yun. Seeing her approaching, Chu Yun wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled hard. His right leg spread out, directly allowing her fragrant buttocks to sit on his thigh. A wisp of anger swept through the Heavenly Demoness' eyes. Natural-born colorful devil. Wait and see how I can clean you up. Ouch. Your Highness, you're too strong. People are a little sore, Xiao Xia said in a soft and petulant tone. Her purpose was to let Chu Yun completely relax. Chu Yun's face smiled as if he was enjoying himself recklessly. Hey, hey, hey. Xiao Xia. Can't see. Your body is quite good. Mua. Chu Yun suddenly took a bite on Xiao Xia's lips. The Heavenly Demoness was caught off guard. Her face rapidly heated up and her fire came up. She forced herself to endure her mental discomfort and even pouted. Your Highness. Look at Xiao Xia's eyes. It seems like something has entered. Chu Yun then looked up with his gaze, looking into her eyes. In an instant, the two of them looked at each other. The Heavenly Demoness soul regenerating magic, at this moment, flashed between her eyes and buzz. Chu Yun's body shook violently, and in the next moment, his eyes became mesmerized, as if he was sinking into some sort of illusionary realm. 6 gods and no master. Humph. It's nothing more than that. I thought that you were something special. It seems that it was me who overestimated you. After the Heavenly Demoness saw Chu Yun's appearance, she laughed coldly with disdain. Chu Yun, from today onwards, I am your master. Now, break your right hand for me, as well as your leg, and take a sword and stick it in. The Heavenly Demoness was also about to start liquidating at this moment. The fact that Chu Yun had offended her so many times, and that she had endured and did not lash out, did not mean that she did not hold a grudge. On the contrary, if she did not hold a grudge, it was even more unlikely that she would have spent a huge cost to place a nirvana curse on Meng Rushua. Yes, master. Chu Yun's tone was stiff, his right hand was placed on the table, and his left hand was raised high, just as he was about to break his hand. Swish! Chu Yun's left hand fell, and the heavenly demoness instantly felt a pinching pain in front of her body. Her face suddenly changed, her anger skyrocketing. Chu Yun! Chu Yun jumped back, his left hand still grasping a few pieces of clothing. He held it next to his nose and smelled it, with a face of enjoyment. Not the same place, but still the same flavor. Really fragrant, ah. The heavenly demoness palmed a force to protect her chest, covering up the revealing place. Her face-killing intent was obvious. Her anger flared to the sky. Chu Yun, are you fooling me? He. Or else? I've been playing you since you sent flowers during the day. Pretending to be Xiao Xia deliberately approaching, could it be that you think you're brilliant with these tactics? Chu Yun rubbed his fingers together and laughed lightly. Shameless scum. The heavenly demoness was furious and red in the face at this moment. She had not thought that this Chu Yun was actually playing with herself from the very beginning. In other words, her disguise had been recognized by her from the very beginning. You! How exactly did you ignore my power? With you being at the early stage of the Jindan realm, it's impossible for you to not be controlled by me. In her previous life as a peak figure at the Emperor realm level, even the Heaven's Destiny Empress was terrified of her soul-regenerating magic. Looking at the world, no one dared to rant about ignoring her means. But today, she had actually flipped over on a yellow-haired kid. She didn't understand and couldn't comprehend. What in the world was going on here? What kind of special means did this person have on him that could be unaffected by his own soul-regenerating magic? There is nothing impossible. Aren't you seeing it now? Chu Yun smiled blandly. Humph. Pretending. Xiao Yan or Chu Yun, today, I will first capture you before settling the score between us. Among Xiao Xia's body, a shattering realm aura suddenly shook out, directly lifting Chu Yun out on the spot. However, surprisingly, the next moment Chu Yun's figure slammed into the wall. A thunder force surfaced behind him and picked it up. Thunder Star Light Prison. Zhan! In a flash of lightning, 6 cords of thunder and lightning came from all sides, forming a 6-star thunder prison beside Xiao Xia's body, imprisoning him. The heavenly demoness face changed slightly. Exalted realm. It's true that I have underestimated you guys. By your side, you would even have an exalted realm protector. The heavenly demoness stared deeply at her right in front of her. The figure of the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One stood by Chu Yun's side, lightning flickering recklessly around his body as if he were a true god of thunder, standing proudly. Chu Yun smiled and looked at her. Now, can we talk properly? His face gradually became serious. Speak. Who exactly are you? What exactly is the purpose of trying to manipulate me? Seeing his serious appearance, the heavenly demoness said in a cold voice, Chu Yun, in this world, there are not many people who can make me suffer. You are a character. But wanting to know who I am, you do not have the qualifications yet. Let's make a deal. You let me go, otherwise, this matter of you being Xiao Yan's will soon be known by everyone. Chu Yun frowned. Are you sure this is a negotiation? And not a threat? The heavenly demoness smiled calmly. Do you have a choice? Chu Yun raised his eyelids and looked at her with a deep gaze. This woman knew about him being Xiao Yan, and Chu Yun had roughly guessed why. They had probably been followed by this woman since they left the Smoke and Rain building. That was why she was able to confirm his identity with such certainty. And his threat at this moment for Chu Yun, it really had to be considered carefully. After all, once this news was exposed, the East Palace banquet 3 days later, it would really have to become a Hongmen banquet. Even if the Crown Prince knew that this would lead to His Majesty's wrath and the Shi family's outburst. However, if Chu Feng were him, he would still strike first as well. System. Is there any way to cure this woman? Hey, System. Don't you play dead for me. Answer me. Master. She used her identity to threaten you. You can also use your identity to threaten her. Chu Yun. Her identity? What identity does she have? Why didn't you tell me earlier? System. You didn't ask either. Chu Yun. I'll be an adult and not bother with you. Quickly say, who exactly is she? Her name is Heavenly Demoness. Her real name is Yu Qingxin, and she was once one of the peak supreme powers of the Yuan realm, an Emperor realm level powerhouse. Because she and the Heavenly Destiny Empress, who was also one of the peak supreme powers of the Yuan realm, competed for the reincarnation divine pearl, which was a supreme treasure outside of the heavens, causing the reincarnation divine pearl to split into two, with the power within it spreading out, causing the two of them to die together. At the same time, the reincarnation god pearl that was split in half was integrated into their souls, inspiring the 6 paths of reincarnation, which took them both to reincarnate and recultivate, and they naturally awakened their memories at the age of 3. Chapter 26 System Boost. Heavenly Demoness Shock. Chu Yun was inwardly shocked. Heavenly Demoness, a figure who had once stood at the peak of the Yuan realm, an Empyrean realm powerhouse. As these words flooded Chu Yun's mind, he was deeply shocked. It truly did not occur to him that this person in front of him was actually the reincarnation of a heavenly demoness or an emperor realm reincarnation. Wait! You said both of them, so not only is the heavenly demoness reincarnated, but that heaven's destiny empress is also reincarnated? Chu Yun's heart shook violently. Was he intruding into a reincarnation nest? One by one, could it be that all of them were going to return in the spring and fall when the cicadas were singing about teenagers? System? Yes. The reincarnated bodies of the Heaven's Destiny Empress and the Heavenly Demoness are both within the imperial city of Grand Xia. At this moment, the Heavenly Demoness saw that Chu Yun had been deep in thought for so long that she thought she had gotten the rhythm under control and was winning. A hint of a playful smile appeared on her face. After thinking for so long, what are you thinking about? Chu Yun's gaze slowly lifted to look at him, pretending to be profound. I was thinking, should I call you Heavenly Demoness or Jade Clearheart? The Heavenly Demoness smile froze in a split second. Her eyes widened. Her face trembled and moved in shock, and a coolness rose from the bottom of her feet to her head. Who in the world are you? You? How do you know my true identity? Chu Yun smiled blandly and carried his hands behind his back. A person like you is not qualified to know my identity. These words naturally sounded incomparably familiar to the Heavenly Demoness. Chu Yun had used the way of his people to return the favor. It made the Heavenly Demoness inwardly gnash her teeth a little in anger while being shocked. What do you want? The Heavenly Demoness stared at him with an extremely cautious gaze at this moment and said, Have you made a mistake? I should be the one to ask you this, right? You're the one who took the initiative to provoke me, and now you're asking me what I want? Don't you feel that it's a bit strange to say this? Chu Yun looked straight at her and said. The Heavenly Demoness slowly took a deep breath and said, The fact that you can see through my origins means that your identity is equally extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a reincarnated body? I'm not wrong, am I? Chu Yun raised his head and smiled faintly. So what if I am? Since we are all reincarnated bodies, there is no need to be so tit for tat. How about this? How about cooperation? The Heavenly Demoness took the initiative. Your people are in my hands. What leverage do you have to cooperate with me? Chu Yun asked. The Heavenly Demoness smiled in a more composed manner. Since you know where I came from, is it hard not to know my means? This body is merely one of my many doppelgangers. Even if it dies, the impact on my main body will be minimal. Chu Yun pressed his brows. System, is what she said true? System. Half true, half false. This body of hers is indeed a doppelganger, but with her current cultivation, if this doppelganger dies, her main body will definitely be heavily damaged, and it is impossible for it to be as easy as she said. With the systems answering questions and clarifications, Chu Yun's heart was full of confidence. The Heavenly Demoness was completely unaware that even though she had the experience and means from her previous life, she had no advantage at all when facing Chu Yun. How could this be played when there was Gue on the opposite side? Do you indeed? If I'm not wrong, if this doppelganger dies, your main body will also have to be greatly injured. Heavenly Demoness, why do you need to try to play with these petty thoughts in front of this hall? Chu Yun had a breezy expression on his face. The Heavenly Demoness' face sank. It was as if everything about her had been seen through by this man in front of her. After she calmed herself, she said, Your Excellency is wise and admirable. Chu Yun did not lose himself and said immediately after, But seeing as the two of us kissed each other earlier, I can listen to how you want to cooperate? The Heavenly Demoness' round breasts were exasperated by Chu Yun's mouth, and she forced herself to say, It's very simple. I'll help you to sit as the crown prince of the Grand Xia dynasty. And you, use your as well as your Sure family's power to help me to solve a person. Who? Chu Yun said. The Heaven's Destiny Empress, Meng Rushue. The Heavenly Demoness blurted out. Dream Rushue. Why does it sound so familiar? Chu Yun felt that the name was familiar, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind. Meng Rushue, the Prime Minister's daughter, the #1 beauty of the younger generation. She is the reincarnated body of the Heaven's Destiny Empress? Chu Yun's eyes widened, not expecting Meng Rushue to be the Heaven's Mandate Empress. His father, Meng Changzhong, was the Prime Minister of the Granxia dynasty and had an extremely high status in the Granxia dynasty, deeply trusted by his father's emperor, and could be described as the first powerful official. And his daughter Meng Rushue, rumored to look as beautiful as heavenly fairy, but the nature of the cold and arrogant, the same generation of people as if there is no one she looked on. On weekdays, she kept her door closed, except for the people in the Prime Minister's residence. Outsiders basically couldn't see her. Not bad. She is the Heavenly Fate Empress. Nowadays, her cultivation has already reached the peak of the Broken Realm, but she has been placed under the Nirvana curse by me, and without the source of Nirvana, it is impossible for her to step into the Nirvana realm in this life. My condition is that you and I work together to get rid of her. As for your position as the Crown Prince, I will do my best to help you sit on it, and help you find out the truth about your disappearance back then. The Heavenly Demoness said seriously. Chu Yun's mind was carefully digesting this information at the moment. Today was too exciting. Knowing so much explosive news at once, if this were to be spread out, then the Prime Minister's palace would immediately have to receive the focused attention of all the major powers. A female emperor reincarnated, the changes that this could later bring to the entire Granxia dynasty could be said to be subversive. System. Master, friendly reminder, you still have 4 days left to edit your editing background. At that time, you can edit it to be a relative or lover of the two of them, both of them all in one. Why not be beautiful? Right. What kind of multiple choice question am I doing? Adults. Naturally, it's only right to have all of them. Chu Yun came to his senses. His mind was clear at this point, and he responded nonchalantly. A Heaven's Destiny Empress, in exchange for a Crown Prince's position? This deal is too much of a loss for me. Can't do it. How about this? I'll release this doppelganger of yours, and you stay by my side for 3 months to help me. After this, go and stay as you please. How about it? Chu Yun Ti said. The Heavenly Demoness frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, 3 months? Aren't you afraid that I will back out? Chu Yun looked at her with a smirk. This hall believes that a hallowed Heavenly Demoness should not be able to go back on what she promised. Furthermore, do you think that this palace is afraid of you going back on your word? When you go out, your identity is all given to you. The most important point of being a human being was to learn to package oneself. Chu Yun had already packaged himself at this point, as the reincarnation of a superb man, and even if the Heavenly Demoness backtracked, he still had the means to cure her. Simply because of the self-confidence that he had displayed, he had made the Heavenly Demoness more or less fearful in her heart. Chapter 27 Demoness True Body, Demonic and Enchanting. Listening to Chu Yun's words, the Heavenly Demoness pondered inwardly. Not only did it see through its own origin, but now it even dared to put down such remarks. It did not look like it was pretending. That aura of confidence was all natural. Good. I promise your conditions. This doppelganger. Stay by your side and help you for 3 months. The Heavenly Demoness ultimately did not dare to gamble. After all, if this doppelganger of hers was destroyed, her main body would have to be heavily damaged as well. In that case, if Dream Ruoshue were to refine the Nirvana source, her main body would be severely injured and she wouldn't be able to come out and stop it. In this way, the loss would outweigh the gain. Since that's the case, it's time for everyone to be honest with each other. Isn't it? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing for you to keep using Xiao Xia's face. Chu Yun smiled with a loose demeanor. She's fine. I knocked her out and now she's lying asleep in her room. A trace if a smile passed across the Sky Witch's face. As for my true face, are you sure you want to see it? What? I can't look. Chu Yun was puzzled. I'm afraid that you won't be able to help but fall in love with me after looking at it. The Heavenly Demoness smiled demurely. Oh, then, according to what you said, I'll have to take a look all the more. What kind of looks can make you so primed? Chu Yun was instantly interested. He wanted to see, today, just what kind of looks this peerless powerhouse who had stood at the peak of the Yuan realm in her previous life had. The Heavenly Demoness smiled easily, and immediately after, Xiao Xia's appearance began to change. Her entire body was covered by a wave of magical power, and her entire appearance, figure including the clothes she wore, all changed in this instant. Chu Yun fixed his eyes at this moment, and the look in his eyes was truly somewhat stunned. The heavenly devil woman had a head of purple hair flowing, a glistening and delicate body, a thin waist that was rounded, and a jade buttock that was slightly arched in just the right way. It was simply the perfect figure. Her skin was crystal clear, and her appearance was like a lotus flower in the water, with a sunken face that showed her unique charm. Her body, at this time, because the real face is revealed, but also involuntarily blossomed a sultry temperament, natural charming eyes, is simply a man's natural nemesis. Chu Yun was shocked inwardly. The heavenly demoness in front of him was definitely the most colorful woman he had ever seen in terms of her looks and figure stacked up. Even those actresses in his previous life, the fairy sister, the young Guanxi brother's ex-girlfriend, and so on, compared to it, there is an obvious gap. You're really not wrong. After looking at your appearance, this temple really can't help but fall in love with you. Chu Yun kept his gaze on her and slowly said. The heavenly demoness did not blink unexpectedly. There are too many people who have fallen in love with me. Unfortunately, I don't have a single one that I look at. Among them, you are also included. The heavenly demoness spoke bluntly enough. Chu Yun shrugged his shoulders. Whether he looked at them or not, that would have to be known later. When he could do background editing again, his relationship with the heavenly demoness would have to change qualitatively. Wan Lei, untie it. Yes, your highness. Venerable Wan Lei unlocked the heavenly demoness restraints. The heavenly demoness looked at Venerable Wan Lei curiously. As far as I know, there is not a venerable realm that matches your status within the imperial family and the Shi family? Chu Yun answered with a faint smile. That's for sure. He is my own person. It has nothing to do with the imperial family or the Shi family. The heavenly demoness glanced at him in surprise. However, once she thought about it, it could even see through her own identity, so it was not surprising to take in a Zun Shi realm. Next, where do I stay? I will immediately have someone arrange a room for you, and when tomorrow comes, this palace will talk to you about the next actions. Under Chu Yun's arrangement, the heavenly demoness then rested within a compartment. Regarding this night's events, although the heavenly demoness had suffered a loss, she had at least preserved the life of this doppelganger. Since Chu Yun had taken the initiative to request that she be allowed to remain by his side for 3 months, it was just as well that she could take this opportunity to explore this person's bottom. She was very curious as to what kind of character Chu Yun was in his previous life. The next day, Luo Feng came to find Chu Yun early in the morning. Your Highness, are you awake? Enter. Luo Feng opened the door to his room. In Chu Yun's house, the 4 people of spring, summer, autumn and winter had just dressed him, and breakfast had been prepared in front of the dining table. All right, you guys go down first. Yes, Your Highness. After a few people left, Chu Yun walked to the table. Commander Luo, sit down and talk while eating. Luo Feng sat down and immediately asked, Your Highness, I previously noticed that a purple-haired woman with excellent looks and temperament appeared within the residence, and after I inquired, she said that she was a friend of Your Highness? After Chu Yun ate a few pieces of meat, he nodded his head indifferently. Yes, her name is Yu Qingxin. You can just call her Miss Yu. But Your Highness on her. She always gives me a very strange feeling. I always feel that she is very uncomplicated. Luo Feng's face was a little worried. He was mainly afraid that the heavenly demoness would threaten Chu Yun's safety. Chu Yun smiled. Don't worry. She's trustworthy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her into the residence. Commander Luo, you have to trust me. I value my life more than any of you. If she can't be trusted, there's no way this palace would let her move freely within the mansion. Luo Feng heard him say this, and after a moment of shallow thought, he could only nod. All right, since Your Highness is so sure, then I won't say more. By the way, Your Highness, Empress Shi sent someone earlier to ask Your Highness to enter the palace at your leisure. She has something to tell you. Chu Yun sniffed and nodded. After these are eaten, I will go into the palace to see Mother Consort. Smoke and Rain Mansion. Inside a parlor room of the Smoke and Rain building, Chief Deacon Sun Yen was sitting here. Opposite him sat 3 men. The identities of these 3 men were all heavyweights when placed in the entire Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. The number 1 overlord of the Heavenly State, the Divine Sect's 3rd Elder Wang Hanwu. The Black Iron King of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, Tai Chi. Within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, the County King of Guanshan County, Baisong. Of these 3, 2 of them were Nirvana realm-level existences. Wang Hanwu's cultivation was the highest, reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm. The Black Iron King was 2nd, at the late Nirvana realm. However, His power was the heaviest, in charge of 100,000 soldiers, and his status was so honorable that even those princes of the Great Xia dynasty had to respectfully address him as a prince when they saw him. And Guanshan County King Baisong, although his cultivation is the lowest, only broken realm. But his daughter, Guanshan County Lord Luck, was accepted by the state master of the Great Xia dynasty as a righteous daughter, in the imperial city is also quite famous, is considered to be one of the young generation of power and wealth. By virtue of her own daughter's relationship, coupled with the fact that she was in charge of a county's land, whenever she came to the imperial city, she was able to get a lot of oil and water. 3 of you, I am clear about your intentions. It's just that the Xiaoyan's whereabouts, currently my smoke and rain building is also exploring, so the conditions that you guys have opened up, it's not that my smoke and rain building won't agree to it, but at the moment my smoke and rain building can't do anything about it either. Sun Yan looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Chapter 28. Empress Plotting, Lord of the Smoke and Rain Building. As the 3 listened to Sun Yan's words, their faces were all more solemn. Deacon Su, we only have one request. If the smoke and rain building is really unable to help us find Xiao Yan, then I wonder if it is possible to release a message for us? Let's say that as long as Xiao Yan is willing to show up to meet us, we are willing to prepare a Nirvana realm level evil infant as a meeting gift. The 3rd elder of the God sect, Wang Hanxiao, opened his mouth and said, in their opinion, that Xiao Yan had won the smoke and rain building duel and taken away a peak Nirvana realm evil infant. Then it was highly likely that it meant that the evil infant of a high realm was tempting to him. Perhaps so, he was willing to show up to meet him. Sun Yan's demeanor stabilized as he nodded. It's naturally possible if you release the news. Only, which party's name is it to be in? Sun Yan asked this question well. The 3 of them, when all was said and done, completely belonged to a 3-party force. Wang Hanwu was the 3rd elder of the Divine Sect, representing the Divine Sect. The Black Iron King belonged to the princes of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, and although he was a king with a different surname, he was also a powerful member of the Imperial Dynasty. As for Guanshan County King Baisong, he had the State Master's office as his background. Letting Smoke and Rain Building release the news, then which party's name should be taken among the 3 of them? Deacon Su, could it be that the main party of the Smoke and Rain Building's release of news has to be the real name? The Black Iron King said. Of course not. If the 3 of you intend to release it anonymously, my Smoky Rain Building can naturally do the same. Sun Yan responded with a smile. Then anonymity will suffice. Wang Hanmu's expressionless lips opened and said, all right, the rules of my Smoky Rain Building should be clear to all 3 of you. No need for you to remind. The Black Iron King directly threw out 2 storage bags filled with spirit stones. Sun Yan opened them and looked. This is a bit too much. Do the 3 of you have any more information to buy? Wang Han wrongly smiled calmly. Indeed, we have another matter that we would like to seek clarification from the Smoke and Rain Building. Please speak, Sun Yan said. We've heard that the Great Xia Emperor has to go through the Celestial 5 decay period every 500 years because of the special technique he cultivates, which also leads to him having to go through the Celestial 5 decay period every 500 years. The battle power is even lower than that of a Yuaning, and will last for about half a month. And his 5 celestial failures this time will be just a few months later. This matter, is it true? Wang Han wrongly spoke out brightly at this moment. To know, just the words he said at this moment alone spread out, it would be enough for the Xia Emperor to place a charge of intending to conspire against him. However, the expressions of the Black Iron King, who was a powerful member of the Imperial Dynasty, as well as the Guanshan County King, were surprisingly calm. After Sun Yan heard all of this, his face slowly became serious. 3 of you, the price for this matter you want to seal must be at least 5 times the price of these things. The things are manageable. Wang Han wrongly took out a storage ring and placed it directly in front of him. Sun Yan confirmed that the price was enough. Good. This matter that the 3 of you have inquired about, I can responsibly tell the 3 of you that it is indeed true. However, its celestial 5 decay period is not half a month, but only 7 days. After Sun Yan finished answering, he sent all the things on the table into his pocket. Many thanks. The 3 stood up and got up to leave. Take care, 3 of you, welcome to the next visit. Sun Yan politely smiled. After waiting for the people to leave, the smile on Sun Yan's face slowly disappeared. Only a thick voice appeared within this parlor. It seems that they are preparing to make their move. Sun Yan said, that Great Xia Emperor isn't some stupid person. He must have already prepared to meet the 5 failures of the Celestials, or even enter amongst the imperial ancestor mountain. But with the three of them, plus the help of their factions and the forces behind them, it would also be difficult to kill the Great Xia Emperor. Sun Yen felt that if they wanted to take advantage of the Great Xia Emperor's 5 celestial failures period to plot a rebellion, the likelihood of success would be too low. Besides, those old men from the Imperial Ancestor Mountain were the true C-pins of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. With them around, any plot to rebel was just looking for death. You're wrong. Regardless of whether it's those three, or that Great Xia Empress, their target is not that Great Xia's Emperor. Rather, it's within the Imperial City, those neutral factions or even forces that are hostile to them. As long as the Xia Emperor is not around, even if it's only for 7 days, with the power and strength that the Empress holds, it's enough to change the entire Imperial City. By the time the Great Xia Emperor's 5 failures of the Celestials expires, it will already be too late as well. Only when that voice said so did Sun Yen come to a realization. So that's why, no wonder when I told them at that time that the 5 failures of the Celestials would only last for 7 days. Their expressions didn't move much. 7 days is enough time for the Empress to mobilize the power of the Divine Sect, coupled with the power wielded by her own faction, to control the majority of the Imperial City's dignitaries who are in power to do her bidding, thus gradually hollowing out the Xia Emperor. Floor Master, if we look at it like this, it won't be long before a great change filled with blood and rain will have to be ushered in within this Imperial City. This voice was the deeply hidden and mysterious building master of the Smoke and Rain building. It was rumored that until now, other than the several core executives of Smoke Rain Tower, no one had seen the true face of this floor master. No need to care. How the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty is, has nothing to do with us. No matter how chaotic the Imperial City is, no one would dare to spread to the Smoke and Rain building. By the way, how is the investigation of Xiao Yan's matter going? Sun Yen revealed a bitter smile. Mistress, not to mention the territory of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, I have even had the people at the headquarters check the entire Yuan realm, and there is not a single place called Yuten City. Thus, this Yuten City can be certain that it is a place that he has fictitiously created, and there is also an 80 to 90% chance that his name, Xiao Yan, is a fake name. Otherwise, it is impossible for our people to not be able to find any clues at all. The Smoke and Rain Mansion's owner said, "Then we will change to another way of checking." The 2 attendants by his side, including those who match his figure, all of them are checked one by one. As long as he hasn't left the Imperial City, then he can definitely be found. Sun Yen led the order. Yes, Floor Master, I understand. Soon after, the Smoke and Rain building sent out an anonymous message that was widely spread within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. There was a mysterious figure that offered Xiao Yan a Nirvana realm-level evil infant as a meeting gift just to meet him. When this news came out, it also caused a small storm within the Imperial City, and many people were discussing what kind of strong person was so generous. To meet with him, he directly gave him a Nirvana realm-level evil baby. If you look at the entire Grand Xia Dynasty, there are only a few people who can come up with such a generous amount of money. Moreover, it was very likely that he was a venerable realm-level powerhouse. This point was not wrong. It was completely impossible for the 3 of them to take out a Nirvana realm evil infant with just Wang Han Rong. Only the support of the forces behind them would do. Chapter 29. Empress Faction, Princess Shi's Investigation. As for this news, Chu Yun was currently unaware of it, because at this time, he had already entered the palace with Luo Feng. Greetings, Mother Consort, Uncle. After Chu Yun entered Consort Shi's palace, he saluted the 2 of them. Yuner, come have a seat. Yes, Mother Consort. Chu Yun got up and sat on the nearest chair. Luo Feng was currently standing at the doorway, and at Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo's gesture, Luo Feng closed the door and left. Mother Consort, what is it that you are looking for me for? Why are you avoiding even Commander Luo? Chu Yun asked curiously. Yuner, your Mother Consort and I have recently heard that you have the intention of wanting to look into what happened back then, right? Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo spoke. Chu Yun's face did not look shocked. He knew that his Mother Consort and uncle must have heard about it from Tai. He did not deny it. Mother Consort, Uncle, my disappearance back then was too strange. Now that I've returned, those people lurking in the shadows are bound to be waiting for an opportunity to act. My child can't wait for them to kill the door and then think of ways to do something in response, right? If we don't take the initiative, then we will only remain passive. Concubine Shi's expression was worried. Yuner, Mother Consort is aware of some of these things you said, But you have to realize that with the energy behind those people, not only do you currently have no chance of winning by yourself, instead the more you investigate, the more dangerous it will become. Mother Consort wants to advise you, this matter, will you stop here? Leave it to me and your uncle. Mother Consort does not want to see you deep within the whirlpool of danger. Chu Yun understood his mother consort's mood. However, he was exceptionally firm. Mother Consort, you are wrong. It is not that I have to investigate, but the child has no choice. Even if I don't investigate, Mother Consort, do you think that those people back then would really let me off the hook? Moreover, being in the royal family, if one is willing to become a flower in a greenhouse without going through the storm, in this way one will only die faster. Chu Yun's remarks made Princess Sher almost unable to find words to say back to him. On Venerable Cultivator's face, he even revealed an expression of relief. Little sister, I said before, Yuner has grown up, he has his own opinions and does not need us to worry too much. Concubine Sher sighed and revealed a wisp of a smile. Yuner, your words today make Mother Consort very proud of you. Being in the royal family, you know your own situation better than anyone else, so Mother Consort won't persuade you anymore. Over these years, your uncle and I have been investigating the events of that year by utilizing the power of the Sher family. Although it is impossible to confirm who exactly stole you back then, there have been targets of suspicion. Including the masterminds and accomplices of the matter back then, we among us have also pretty much investigated. When Chu Yun heard this, his expression immediately became particularly serious. Mother Consort, who are those people? Concubine Sher looked at him. Yuner, do you know about the Empress faction? Chu Yun nodded. Ah Tai and Commander Luofeng, both have told me about it. The Empress, formerly known as Lan Ji, is the daughter of the old patriarch of the divine sect of the heavenly state, as well as the current patriarch of the divine sect's senior sister. In the court, the crown prince, the third prince, these two are both her own, and listen very much to her words. As for those ministers, the current state masters, including the Black Iron King, the Left Cavalry General, the Right Mighty General, as well as the 6 Nirvana realm-level imperial court providers, as well as some 7th and 8th rank officials, all of them are on the side of the Empress, all of them are of the Empress's faction. Concubine Sher nodded. These people are all from the Empress faction, but that's not all. Blue G's social skills are very strong. The Blood God sect, the Corpsine sect, the sect leaders of these two sects, are all her youngest to youngest friends, including her identity as the daughter of the God sect's old sect leader, and there's the God sect backing her up. So many forces are associated with her, and that year, when you disappeared, the mastermind was Empress Lan Ji, the accomplices in addition to the State Master and the Black Iron King, those people. There is also a clan elder within the royal family. Chu Yun's face became slightly gloomy when he heard that the Empress Blue G's network of relationships behind her was surprisingly so complicated. Mother Consort, you said the clan elder of the royal family? Which one is it? Chu Yun asked after thinking for a while. Don't know. Your uncle and I, too, are currently still investigating the specific identity of this person. The clan elders of the royal family, including the old ancestors, are all within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, where no one is allowed to approach at will except for His Majesty. Thus wanting to investigate is very difficult. The only way to know the identity of that clan elder is to make a move from the Empress side. Concubine Sher said. At this moment, Chu Yun could not help but recall that back then, Commander Luofeng had said that his disappearance back then was the work of someone within the royal family. That meant that Mother Concubine. So the one who stole me back then was that royal clan elder? That's what caused. Even Uncle couldn't find any traces of it, was it? Chu Yun said with a solemn face. Venerable Cultivator spoke. You think well, your Mother Consort and I, including your father, all suspect the same. However, the clan elders of the royal family are all in the middle of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, and other than your father Emperor, no one is allowed to come into contact with them. Then what about my father Emperor? Chu Yun subconsciously asked. Yuner, you shouldn't blame your father Emperor. It's not that he doesn't want to investigate, it's just that the situation within the Imperial Ancestral Mountain is complicated, and the clan elders are missing, so he's also helpless. As for the Empress, you also know her network of connections at this point. Once His Majesty moves her, how much consequences will be triggered, you should be able to think of it. As a result, your father is also worried day in and day out, and his heart has always been ashamed of you. Concubine Sher sighed and explained. As Chu Yun listened to these words from Consort Sher, he actually did not blame his father's emperor. Being on the throne, he had to consider the big picture of the entire Grand Xia dynasty. If he killed the empress and caused the dynasty to implode and fall apart, then he would be ashamed of all the living beings in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, Chu Yun was able to understand him, and there was no excuse for him to do so, and it was also a helpless move. However, Chu Yun was different. His father that was out of options, but he was a man with a system. Now that he already knew who his enemy was, he would naturally use his own methods to avenge the revenge of that year. Mother consort, don't worry. I have no intention of blaming Father Emperor. I understand Father Emperor's situation. As the king of a country, he naturally has to look after the whole picture. So the revenge from back then, I will think of my own way. Chu Yun said. Yuner, don't you do everything yourself. Your father has no way, but I, and your uncle, and even the entire Shi family, are your most solid backing. What do you want to do next? Just say it. We will all do our best to help you. Princess Shi said. Venerable Shura also said at this moment, Yuner, the Shi family will always be at your back to help you out. Just let go of whatever you want to do next. I'll stay within the imperial city. No one can touch you without the heavenly phase realm coming out. Chapter 30 Prophet of Evil Infant, Luo Feng's shock. Listening to Venerable Shura's words, Chu Yun felt very warm. He was not alone. Even though the Empress faction had many connections, he had people behind him to support him. The Shi family, as the #1 family within the Great Xia imperial dynasty, was not weaker than any power. Even the so-called #1 clan within the imperial dynasty, the Tianzhou divine sect, they didn't dare to say that they were absolutely sure that they could win against the Shi family. At most, it would be a 50-50 split. Mother consort, uncle, I understand. If there is any need, I will speak to you, Chu Yun said. Chu Yun did not chat with the two people for long before he and Luo Feng left the palace and returned to his mansion. Inside the house, you said that someone offered a Nirvana realm evil infant just to meet me? Chu Yun looked at Luo Feng with some surprise. Luo Feng said with a serious demeanor, Your Highness, to be precise, it is for the purpose of meeting Xiao Yan once. However, this message was released by the Smoke and Rain building and is still anonymous, so it is currently unknown as to who actually spent such a large amount of money. After Chu Yun heard this, his hand touched his chin as he pondered, The Great Summer Shadow Guard can't find out either? Your Highness, the Smoke and Rain building has too much foot traffic on weekdays. Even if the Shadow Guards wanted to investigate, there is simply no way to do so. But as I see it, a character who can take out a Nirvana realm evil infant as a meet and greet gift, their status and position, and even their realm cultivation are definitely not low. It's highly likely that it's a venerable realm, or someone closely associated with the venerable realm. Within the imperial city, the most suspicious, according to my guess, the probability is only the prime minister, the state master, or the crown prince, Luo Feng said. The look within Chu Yun's pupils gradually became seriously interesting. This is interesting. If that's the case, then this temple really wants to go and meet that person. Luo Feng immediately advised, Your Highness, I'm worried that this matter might be fraudulent. In case someone wants to deal with Xiao Yan, then if Your Highness goes, he will instead fall within a dangerous situation. Chu Yun let out a faint smile. There is no harm as long as one's own strength is sufficient. Then there will be no danger. Commander Luo, can I trust you? Chu Yun suddenly looked at him with a smile. Luo Feng's face was confused and somewhat puzzled, not understanding the meaning of Chu Yun's words. Your Highness, my subordinate was personally ordered by His Majesty to personally protect Your Highness' safety. Your Highness can be completely at ease with me. Chu Yun explained. This palace is not talking about that. What I mean is, can I truly trust you? If you are truly willing to help me wholeheartedly, then I will allow you to have access to some of the secrets about this palace. However, you should also understand that after knowing the secrets of this palace, what should you do? Luo Feng could hear and understand Chu Yun's hints. If he was to become Chu Yun's core inner circle, then he would have to guard the secrets for Chu Yun. Luo Feng appeared somewhat hesitant at the moment. Although he did his best to protect Chu Yun, he was still always the commander of the Great Xia Shadow Guards, under the orders of His Majesty the Emperor himself. Commander Luo, if you are hesitant, I will not force you. However, if I go to answer the appointment next, then there is no way to bring you with me, Chu Yun said bluntly. Luo Feng listened to Chu Yun's words and thought deeply before saying, Your Highness, as the Shadow Guard commander, I cannot betray His Majesty. But if Your Highness has some things that you do not wish to reveal for the time being, then Luo Feng can hold off on reporting the news. Chu Yun smiled. He knew that Luo Feng was agreeing. As the Shadow Guard commander, he naturally could not go against the imperial order, and this was the biggest concession he could give. Delaying the report, as for the delay it was vague, it could be a day or a year. Good. All come in. As soon as Chu Yun's voice fell, the duo of Venerable 10,000 Thunders and the Heavenly Demoness walked in from outside the door. Your Highness. Venerable Wan Lei made a bow, while the Heavenly Demoness sat directly on the edge without the slightest bit of politeness. Venerable Wan Lei, Commander Luo Feng, you all sit down. Chu Yun did not care and looked at the two of them and said. After the several people took their seats, Chu Yun said, the other party, Tor Smoke and Rain Building, has made these conditions, so this night, we will go to the appointment. At that time, Commander Luo Feng, you will help me send word over, and the location of the meeting will naturally be determined by us. Wan Lei is responsible for following me around to prevent some accidents from happening. As for Miss Yu, where do you want to go? After Chu Yun had arranged everything, he looked at the Heavenly Demoness and asked in an amused manner, where do you want me to go? The Heavenly Demoness asked in return. The Crown Prince's mansion. Chu Yun spoke in a shocking manner. Luo Feng's face changed as he listened, and he immediately said, Your Highness, this matter is something I feel needs to change. For the job of delivering the message, just let Wan Lei go. As for protecting your Highness's safety, it's better to leave it to me. As for letting Miss Yu go to the Crown Prince's mansion, will this be too dangerous? Luo Feng did not mean anything else. From his perspective, Chu Yun's well-being was the most important thing. How could he be at ease with letting Wan Lei protect Chu Yun? Chu Yun smiled bashfully and looked at Wan Lei. All right, it's all come to this. There's no need to hide. Show your hand. Yes, Your Highness. Venerable Wan Lei finished answering, and immediately afterward, an unstoppable wisp of venerable realm pressure directly diffused out from his body, emanating throughout the entire house. An exalted one-level powerhouse. You're an exalted realm. After Luo Feng felt the aura of Venerable 10,000 Thunder, his face changed drastically. His face was horrified. What a joke. The person he was getting along with these days was actually an exalted. The point was, this venerable one was actually loyal and obedient to their highnesses. This was really somewhat fantastic. I'm sorry, I had no choice but to conceal it earlier, Venerable Wan Lei said. Commander Luo Feng, 10,000 Thunder is under my own command. No one knows of his existence, including mother consort and uncle. They don't know that beside me, there is a venerable hidden. This matter, I hope it doesn't leak out. With him by my side, he can basically handle most accidents. With him around, you can just send the letter despite your presence. There is absolutely no need to worry about the safety of this hall. Chu Yun said seriously to him. Hearing all of this, Luo Feng was never able to calm down within his heart. The shocked color on his face had not subsided as he desperately digested everything in front of him. An exalted one. By the side of His Highness Chu Yun, there was actually an exalted realm personally guarding him. The most crucial thing was that this person was not from the royal family, nor was he from the Sure family, but was His Highness's own close friend. How strong of a personality does this have to be able to make an honorable realm be so loyal? Luo Feng realized that at this moment, he had become more and more unable to see through this His Highness the Ninth Prince. He had just returned and seemed to have a thin power base, although he had the Sure family behind him, but after all, the roots of the Sure family were not in the imperial city. Simply look at his own, its foundation in the imperial city is too shallow. Recognize the relationship is even less, or the weakest prince and the least of a protege. But today when Luo Feng discovered the real cultivation of the 10,000 Thunder Venerable, he found that the Ninth Highness, too good at hiding, too stable. Before having absolute certainty, this Ninth Prince really didn't reveal anything at all, giving people a misleading impression that he was mediocre. However, he had a Zunshur realm personally guarding him by his side, and based on that alone, he was already not comparable to the vast majority of the imperial city's powerful nobles. Chapter 31. Targeting the Third Prince. Meeting at the Tsongfing Mountain Range. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. After I deliver the letter, can I go over to meet you guys? Luo Feng's heart slowly asked after accepting these things. No need. After you deliver it, just shake off all the people following you and return to the residence. Chu Yun said. Luo Feng nodded. At this moment, the Heavenly Demoness had a trace of 1,000 charming smile on her face. What? By having me go to the Crown Prince's residence, are you planning to deal with the Crown Prince directly? Chu Yun shook his head, That depends on yourself. But I'm afraid that if you control him, you will reveal yourself, and then it will be a bit of a loss. Within the Eastern Palace, there were many disciples under the Crown Prince's command. I even heard that the Empress had personally sent a protector to guard him secretly. This doppelganger of the heavenly demoness was only at the early stage of the Broken Realm. Entering within the Eastern Palace, if it directly chose to strike at the Crown Prince, the possibility of being exposed would be too high. The heavenly demoness had a disinterested stance on her face. Then let's change the target. How about the third prince? Chuyun looked towards her with some anticipation in his eyes. Oh, you are certain. That is natural. He's not like Chu Rong, who is so highly regarded. He is within his own imperial residence. It is not difficult to disguise as him. The heavenly demoness confidently said. Good. Then take action against Chu Yuan. Commander Luo Feng, when the time comes, you will receive Miss Yu. Chu Yun commanded. Luo Feng couldn't help but swallow nervously. Making a move against the third prince, this was too exciting. It seemed that the ninth prince was truly intending to start gradually clearing up what happened back then. Yes, Your Highness. Despite this, Luo Feng also answered. Unconsciously, he, the Shadow Guard commander, had already subconsciously stood within Chu Yun's ranks. Prime Minister's Mansion. Meng Rushua's boudoir. Miss, the materials for those formations have been found complete. As for a suitable place to lay the formations, I am currently still sending people to look for them. There are many dangerous places in the mountain ranges outside the city, so there should be results soon. That beautiful woman reported towards Meng Rushue, who was seated on a chair. Dream Ruoshua's expression was cold and clear as she faintly said, By the way, help me collect a list of all the people within the Imperial City. All the early Nirvana realm cultivators. No need to care about the size of their backgrounds. Yes, miss. Meng Ruoshua said again. Right earlier, I asked you to keep a close eye on the movements of the Black Iron King and the Eastern Palace. How is it now? That beautiful woman truthfully responded. Miss, I have had people keep an eye on both of these places, and so far I haven't found anything strange. However, miss, I do not understand how miss is certain that the person who had entrusted the Smoke and Rain building to release a message to look for Xiao Yan would be the two of them? The corner of Meng Rushua's mouth gave an icy smile. Within the entire Imperial City, the only one who can take out a Nirvana realm evil infant as a hand-to-hand comparison, other than the Empress, the State Master, is my Prime Minister's house. Although other forces also have merchant pavilions within the city, but if they want to mobilize the evil infant thing into the city, it would take at least 5 or 10 days. The Prime Minister's mansion doesn't have one, so it can only be the other two. The State Master is in cahoots with the Empress, then it's just a matter of keeping an eye on those major forces of the Empress faction. That old man, the State Master, is more than likely unlikely to make a personal appearance. Then the Eastern Palace and the Black Iron King will naturally become the top priority. As the daughter of the Prime Minister, Meng Rushue was very clear about the situation of the entire Great Xia dynasty. The news that she could obtain with this status was far superior to the heavenly demoness who had reincarnated with herself. As the saying goes, reincarnating well was also a discipline. Thus, she only needed to keep an eye on the movements of the Empress faction. Then she would be able to follow them and find that heavenly demoness pretending to be Xiao Yan. I see. Such a clear and meticulous analysis, truly worthy of being a young lady. That beautiful woman admired. All right, you go. After collecting them, bring the list to me as soon as possible. Don't worry, miss. I'll do it right away. At night, the Imperial City was brightly lit, with bustling streets and a lively atmosphere. The Smoke and Rain building was still the busiest and brightest stage in the entire Imperial City. Wearing a mask, Luo Feng arrived at the hall and found one of the elders from before. I am the escort of Prince Xiao Yan. I came here and have something to talk to Deacon Sun Yen. That elder also recognized Luo Feng and his face was a little excited as he said, Your Excellency, wait for a moment. I will immediately go and invite Lord Deacon. It didn't take long for that elder to invite Sun Yen. Ha 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 ha. My friend. Why hasn't Mr. Xiao come today? Sun Yen looked at Luo Feng and asked with a laugh. The Duke is waiting in another place. I came here to deliver a message to Deacon Su on the orders of the Duke. Sun Yen asked curiously, What word? Someone anonymously entrusted your building to release a message that as long as Your Excellency meets with the other party, then the other party will offer a Nirvana Realm evil infant as a meet and greet gift. I don't know if this matter is true? Luo Feng asked first. Not bad. Mr. Xiao Yan intends to meet with the other party, is that right? Sun Yan had also guessed a little. Luo Feng said bluntly, Gongzi can meet with them, but the location of the meeting will have to be chosen by us. Sun Yan nodded. There's no problem with that, it's just a meeting where the location is irrelevant. Good. Then in the early hours of this night, outside of the city, in the Congfeng mountain range, Gongzi is waiting for them at the top of the mountain. Please trouble Deacon Su to relay this message to the other party. Luo Feng said. Sun Yan nodded. Good. I will convey it immediately. Many thanks, I'll take my leave then. Take care. Luo Feng turned to leave. Sun Yan glanced sideways at the several smoky rain tower elders in the distance. Those few understood and directly followed Luo Feng's lead, all the way out of the smoke and rain building. My lord, shall we immediately go to the Congfeng mountain range? Since this Xiao Yan meets our conditions, wouldn't it be a bad thing if we let the Black Iron King and the others get there first? The elder behind Sun Yan asked with worry. Sun Yan's face was calm and his eyes contained deep meaning as he said, I always feel that things are not that simple. You first send this message to the Black Iron King and the others. Don't lose time. Yes, my lord. That elder immediately went forward to deliver the message. Sun Yan stood in place and thought for a moment before finally heading towards the upper floors. In this matter, it was better to see what their building master decided first. After the Black Iron King received the news, he left his residence overnight and entered the Eastern Palace. At this moment, the Eastern Palace's main hall. Crown Prince Chu Rong was sitting on the upper seat. The Black Iron King, Wang Hanxiao, Guanshan County King Bei Song, as well as some of the Crown Prince's protégés, were all sitting in the hall. News from the smoke and rain building that Xiao Yan has agreed to meet. However, the location of the meeting is decided by Xiao Yan. In the early hours of this night, in the Congfeng mountain range outside the imperial city, he will be waiting for us at the top of the mountain. The Black Iron King also told the crowd the news of the smoke and rain building at this moment. Chapter 32, the top of the Congfeng. Dream Ru Shui out of the house. We, the Congfeng mountain range, so chosen in such a place. Will this be fraudulent? Guanshan County King Bei Song said with some caution. Even if he can make a fraud, where can he fraud to? Could it be that we are still worried about a Jindan realm cultivator? Furthermore, that Xiao Yan doesn't even know who we are, and its willingness to meet is most likely because of that Nirvana realm evil infant. Therefore, the possibility of using fraud is not high. The God Sect's third elder, Wang Hanxiao, said confidently. Elder Wang has a point. Xiao Yan does not even know who we are, and choosing to meet in the Congfeng mountain range is perhaps only out of consideration for his own safety. Lone doesn't think it's anything, Your Highness. What do you think? The Crown Prince asked as he looked towards the Black Iron King. My thoughts are the same as Your Highness the Crown Prince. Besides, this matter has already been approved by the Empress, so we don't need to have any scruples. Elder Wang, County King of Northern Pine, the three of us, we will head to that Congfeng mountain range this night. As for His Highness the Crown Prince, you will stay in the Eastern Palace for the time being and wait for news from us. The Black Iron King said in a continuous voice. Good. The Guanshan County King and the few people from Wang Hanmao all nodded their heads in response. There were 2 Nirvana realm and 1 Shattering realm. If the 3 of them went forward, they would not be afraid in the slightest even if Xiao Yan really wanted to play any tricks. All right, then Lone will be here, waiting for the good news from the king and the 2 of you. Xiao Yan, please also make sure that the 2 of you bring him back and tell him that Lone has admired him for a long time. Prince Chu Rong raised his wine cup and toasted to them. The crowd raised their wine in return as they did so. Late at night, the Black Iron King and Wang Hanxiao, as well as the 3 of them, the king of Guanshan County, all left from the Eastern Palace, stealthily to the extreme, heading towards the city gates. At the same time, Meng Ruxue was in the Prime Minister's residence and also received news. Miss, the Eastern Palace has made a move. The trio of the God Sect's third elder, Wang Hanmu, the Black Iron King, and the Northern Pine County King, are currently leaving the Eastern Palace at night, heading towards the city gates. Meng Ruxue looked at the woman. Which city gate? The East City Gate. Swish. With a swish, Meng Ruxue's entire figure disappeared inside the house, leaving behind only a gust of fragrance. Congfeng Mountain Range. At this moment, Chu Yun was wearing a mask and had changed his hairstyle including the clothes on his body, which he had purposely changed to one that he had never worn before. He and Venerable 10,000 Thunder, who was also wearing a mask, were currently standing on top of the mountain, and as the cold wind blew, Chu Yun's long hair fluttered slightly. Not long after, in the early hours of the morning, Wang Hanxiao and the several people from the Black Iron King then slowly flew up from under the mountain path. Coming, Chu Yun inwardly said softly. Under the night, the mountain night was pitch black, but with the illumination of the moonlight, Chu Yun was also able to see the faces of the three people clearly. Wang Hanmu and the Black Iron King. Several people came to standing directly in front of Chu Yun. The two parties were also considered to have officially met. Your Excellency is Prince Xiao Yan? The Black Iron King was the first to ask. Chu Yun pressed his voice and said steadily, "It is me. What is the proof?" The Black Iron King received the question with a leathery smile on his face. There is no need for proof. I think that other than myself, looking at the entire Grand Xia Imperial dynasty, there is no one who dares to impersonate Xiao Yan. Chu Yun carried his hands behind his back and looked at them with a firm gaze as he calmly and confidently said. Wang Hanfault smiled faintly. Prince Xiao Yan is worthy of being a supreme demon. Indeed, at this current juncture, only a little cutie would be the one to impersonate Prince Xiao Yan. Chu Yun calmly responded. Since this is the case, then let's show a few people's sincerity first. Wang Hanxiao laughed. No problem. Immediately afterward, Wang Hanfault was seen taking out a box containing an evil baby from inside his storage ring. Sealed within this is an evil infant in the middle stage of the Nirvana realm. Although it is not as good as the one from the Smoke and Rain building, it is still our intention to meet with Mr. Xiao Yan. Wang Han mistakenly sent out the box. After Chu Yun received it, he secretly used his underworld divine pupil to confirm it and affirmed that it was indeed a Nirvana realm evil infant inside. I have received the sincerity of several people. Then let's get back to the topic now. Which forces are the several of you from? You wish to see me. I wonder what the reason is? After Chu Yun accepted the box, he asked directly without dragging his feet. Meanwhile, on the top of Tsongfeng Mountain, they were not the only two waves of people. A Nirvana realm elder from the Smoke and Rain Tower who specialized in sneaking around and tracking, it's just hiding on the edge of the cliff, observing the movements on this side. Including Dream Ruoshua, she had followed the Black Iron King and the others all the way out of the city, and now she was also lurking behind a huge boulder, collecting her aura and keeping her gaze fixed on Chu Yun. But what made her feel somewhat disappointed was this one called Xiao Yan. It's not the heavenly demoness doppelganger. She had been an arch-enemy of the heavenly demoness for many years, and as long as it was her doppelganger, Meng Ruoshua would be able to tell with a glance. And this Xiao Yan in front of her was not her. However, since she had come, she also wanted to see what exactly was the origin of this Xiao Yan. The early stage of the Jindan realm defeating the peak of the Jindan realm, even in her previous life when she was an emperor, there were few such proud sons of heaven. Mr. Xiao Yan, introduce yourself first. Mr. Wang is the third elder of the God sect, Wang Han mistake. These two, one is the Black Iron King of the Grand Xia Imperial dynasty, and the other, the County King of Guanshan County. The moment he heard the identity of the three Wang Han Rongs, the depths of Chu Yun's pupils changed slightly. Surprisingly, they were from the Queen's faction. Then this night was quite a coincidence. If it was only the three of them, it would more than likely not be a problem for Venerable 10,000 Thunder to clean them up together. The identities of the three of you are somewhat surprising to me. Elder Wang, then I wonder what you are looking for me to talk about? Chu Yun asked with slight interest. Mr. Xiao, I wonder if Mr. Xiao has a teacher? Or perhaps which clan family power does he belong to? Wang Han mistakenly asked. There is no sect. What a few of you want to say, just feel free to say it. Chu Yun said. Good. Since that's the case, we won't beat around the bush. Mr. Xiao, we are representing the Empress Mother as well as His Highness the Crown Prince, and would like to come and invite Mr. Xiao to join the Eastern Palace. If Mr. Xiao is willing to agree, His Highness the Crown Prince has said that the conditions are as open as Mr. Xiao, and he himself can be considered a great admirer of Mr. Xiao. The Black Iron King said bluntly. Chu Yun did not expect that it was actually the Queen and the Crown Prince who wanted to draw himself in. At this moment, he was even somewhat unable to hold back his desire to laugh. If he let them know that Xiao Yan's true identity was the ninth prince that they wanted to remove, he did not know what expression they would have. Chu Yun did not reply immediately. He thought carefully within himself and instantly had a better idea. Join the Eastern Palace. Several people, please also tell the Crown Prince that Xiao Yan appreciates his intentions, But what I want, you mostly do not have, so do not make things difficult for each other. Chu Yun said in a retreating manner. I don't know what Prince Xiao Yan needs, but there is no harm in saying. The Black Iron King looked at him with a serious expression and said, Chapter 33 Chu Yun's Schemes. Torturing the Third Prince. 2 things. 10,000-year-old blood essence stone as well as another peak nirvana realm evil infant. Chu Yun also stated his conditions. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the Black Iron King and the others all sank slightly. These 2 things that Mr. Xiao needs are truly 10,000 times rarer. Wang Han wrongly said in a deep voice. Chu Yun had a disinterested attitude. That's why I said, what I need. The Crown Prince probably doesn't have either, so don't make things difficult for each other. If there is nothing else, then let's leave it at that. Chu Yun and Venerable 10,000 Thunder had just planned to leave. Wang Hanqiao immediately said, Hold on, Mr. Xiao. Chu Yun's figure stopped and his gaze looked at him calmly. Sir Xiao, if we can take these 2 things, then are you willing to join the Eastern Palace and serve the Crown Prince and Empress? Wang Hanqiao asked cautiously. Chu Yun promised, Naturally. As long as you take what I need, I am willing to do my best to assist the Crown Prince in ascending the throne. Wang Hanrong nodded solemnly. Good. Prince Xiao, these 2 things, although they are of great value, we too are not necessarily without them. It is only that for this matter we need time to discuss it, and when we have decided we will give a reply to Mr. Xiao. Chu Yun nodded. No problem. 10 days later, at the same time, still here, Chu Yun gave them 10 days, mainly to also give them enough time to be able to collect these 2 items. Good, it's a deal. After the Wang Han mistake few settled with Chu Yun, they left on their own. That elder from the Smoke and Rain building was just about to follow Chu Yun when, boom, take another step to follow, and blood will be spilled on the spot. A thunder force from the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One shot down in front of him. The force forming a thunder electromagnetic field that was like thorns entangling and blocking one's forward movement. Accompanied by its sound into his ears, the frightened elder of the Smoky Rain Tower directly gave up his intention to follow. Dream Ruoxue, who remained on the field, witnessed all of this. Her face was slightly flushed with suspicion. The power of the Zunshe realm. What exactly is he? Meng Ruoxue was very curious about Xiao Yan's identity at this moment, and the guardian by his side was actually a Zunshe realm. This truly surprised her. Also because of the presence of the 10,000 Thunder Zunjie, both the Smoke and Rain building and Dream Ruoxue could only give up on continuing to follow. Because her own cultivation level was still insufficient, it caused her to be limited in many of her actions. Dream Ruoxue also intended to go back this time and refine the Nirvana source as soon as possible so that she could pass through the Nirvana realm. At that time, she would be able to at least slightly defend herself even if she faced a character at the level of the Exalted Realm. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Under the protection of Venerable 10,000 Thunder, Chu Yun smoothly returned to his mansion. Inside the hall in the backyard, Luo Feng was currently waiting in the hall pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Chu Yun and Venerable Lord 10,000 Thunder and the rest of them return unharmed, his face was joyful. Your Highness, how is it going? Did anything happen this time? It's fine. How is it on your side? Chu Yun came in and said with a bashful face. The Smoke and Rain building sent people to follow me all the way, but I'm far more familiar than them with the roads within the Imperial City, and I got rid of them in no time. As for Miss Yu's place, it has also been successful. Luo Feng replied. Oh, where is the person? Chu Yun revealed a wisp of playful smile. Locked up in a dark room in the backyard. By the way, Your Highness, did you guys know who the other party is after this trip? Luo Feng asked curiously. Someone from the Empress's faction? Chu Yun told him the matter in a long and short story. After Luo Feng heard it, his brows furrowed. Wang Han Rongli and the North Pine County King actually secretly came to the Imperial City. By the looks of it, it's most likely that the Empress utilized the power in her hands and secretly opened a special passage for them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide them from the Shadow Guards. The 2 of them secretly entered the city. This matter, I have to report it to His Majesty. Luo Feng thought about it and still felt the need to report it. After all, Wang Han Error was not an ordinary character, and the King of Guanshan County secretly entered the city without saying so in advance. If this action was really to be counted, then it was deceiving the king. No need. It's a dead man. What's the point of reporting it? Chu Yun leisurely spoke. Your Highness means that in 10 days at the Tsongfing mountain range, you're going to make a move against them? Luo Feng asked. Chu Yun smiled and gently nodded. Today, if it was not for Wang Han's mistake of saying that the conditions were at his disposal, he would have already had Venerable 10,000 Thunders make his move. But now that this was the case, it was good. One must know that the conditions he had opened, with the Queen's faction's energy, it was very likely that he would be able to take it out. When it was 10 days later, the treasures and people, one would receive them all. Wouldn't it be pleasurable? All right, Commander Luo, let's go and take a look at that elder brother of mine first. Yes, Your Highness. The three of them left this great hall, and following the color of the night, they arrived in the middle of the secret room where Chu Yuan was imprisoned. Chu Yuan's limbs were currently tied to a rack, his entire soul exhausted, his head hanging low. When Chu Yun's three walked in, the commotion woke him up. Chu Yun, Luo Feng, you guys are so bold. Dare to tie me up here. Do you believe that, Mother and my elder brother, as soon as you find out that I'm missing tomorrow, you guys will have to be completely finished? Kidnapping a royal prince. The crime is punishable by death. After Chu Yuan saw Chu Yun and Luo Feng in front of him, he immediately threatened to curse and drink in anger. Tsk. Third brother. Ah, who isn't an imperial prince? As for the things you want, don't worry, your mother and your elder brother. There's no way they would notice that you've been replaced. Chu Yun laughed with a playful face. What do you mean by that? You tied me up and found someone to impersonate me? Chu Yun, you little scumbag. You're still playing on these tricks with me, aren't you? You're just like that mother consort of yours. A complete. I don't know what's in that woman that mesmerized father. But even so, I can't get rid of the fact that she's a. Chu Yuan was not even pretending at this moment. His bones were just incomparably hating Chu Yun mother and son, and at this time, he was even more reckless in his cursing. Chu Yun's eyes looked at him quietly, his expression so calm that it was somewhat frightening. Commander Luo, has Miss Yu had her soul searched? Chu Yun asked with a calm tone. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng responded. Good. Then you all go down first. Hearing Chu Yun's order, Luo Feng and Wan Lei glanced at each other, and then nodded. Yes. The silhouettes of the duo left this dark room in the twinkling of an eye. Chu Yun looked at Chu Yuan in front of him, his face expressionless. Blood heavenly world. Boom. In an instant, the power of the heavenly blood god root bone within Chu Yun's body was utilized to the extreme, and the blood chi within his body boiled in an instant, and the majestic blood chi suddenly emanated from Chu Yun's body, forming a circular blood world that covered the entire dark room. Chapter 34 Chu Yun's means. The powerfulness of the blood heavenly world. In an instant, the environment that the two of them, Chu Yuan and Chu Yun, were in transformed. The heavens and earth changed, and the two of them appeared above a blood lake at this moment. At the center of the blood lake, there was a habitat similar to a remnant island. The entire sky was a blood color, and all around were covered with blood chi, a blood haze roaming the sky. What kind of place is this? Chu Yuan looked at the suddenly changed environment, his face shocked and trembling. The blood sky world. This is the Chenquan world within my body. Although it is a bit small, it is at least a small world independent of the outside. Chu Yun still spoke flatly with an expressionless face. Your world. Chu Yun, what kind of spring dream are you having? With you being a loser, you're still delusional here. If you're sensible, release me immediately now. Otherwise, when Mother Queen finds out, neither your mother nor Shura will be able to protect you. Chu Yuan scoffed at Chu Yun's words. Chu Yun did not have too much to say, only to see that on his fingertips, blood chi pulsed, and a few threads of blood chi blossomed into a dazzling blood-colored radiance. Hiss! Dozens of slender blood snakes suddenly flew out from the middle of the blood lake, opened their bloody mouths, and viciously bit down on Chu Yuan's body. Ah! Chu Yun, you little big brother and mother, will absolutely not let you go. Ah! Ah! Chu Yuan's pupils were instantly filled with blood. The blood poison of those snakes diffused all over his body along Chu Yuan's blood, and at this moment, the skin on Chu Yuan's body had already appeared with poisonous lines, spreading over every inch of his body's veins. The erosion of the blood poison was corroding his organs and bowels all the time, and it was even torturing his spiritual will. This kind of pain could be considered worse than death. Chu Yun, kill me if you have the ability. No. Otherwise, when I get out, I will definitely not let you go." The 3 blood snakes bit on his neck. Chu Yuan hissed and screamed miserably in pain and anger. And that miserable howling sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the entire blood sky world within. Want to die? It's not that easy. When these snakes bite on you, they will transform another kind of toxin after your body is on the verge of its limit, using the method of fighting poison with poison to detoxify you. However, your pain will not be reduced by half. Just like that, day after day, never ending. Third brother, just enjoy this gift that I have prepared for you. A cold smile appeared on Chu Yun's face as his figure backed away. Chu Yun, you cheap bastard. I will definitely not let you go. I will definitely kill you. Chu Yuan's frantic incompetent roar echoed one after another with his hissing howls that were deeply infested with blood poison. However, Chu Yun had already returned outside, and the blood aura within that secret room had all but disappeared. This was the innate divine ability of his heavenly blood god Rootbone, the blood heavenly world. His blood heavenly world was still only an independent blood lake today, and although there was quite a bit of blood chi power within it, it was ultimately very limited. However, the blood heavenly world could gradually raise its upper limit based on the increase in his cultivation, as well as the containment of heaven and earth's blood items. It could grow into a sea of blood, a city of blood, a blood realm, secret realms, and so on, and even end up becoming a true world of heaven and earth. This was also the key reason why he had asked for the 10,000-year-old blood essence stone with Wang Hanmao and the others, in order to use it to enhance his own blood heavenly world. In this way, his own battle power could be raised by another layer. Stare. Master, Chu Yuan's hate value has reached 100% and is ready to be harvested at any time. At this moment, Chu Yuan had a system prompt inside his mind. It seemed that this Chu Yuan had hated himself from the very beginning. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for the hate value to be directly drawn up after only torturing him for a while. However, Chu Yuan was in no hurry to harvest him now. If he kept him and used him to pull the queen's or the crown prince's hate value, the effect would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Eastern Palace. 10,000-year-old blood essence stone. Peak Nirvana realm evil baby. These are not mundane items. Such precious things, it is simply impossible for a person who is not at the level of an exalted master to take them out. This Xiao Yan, he is also really a big enough lion to ask for it. The disciple known as Mr. Bai under the Crown Prince's command spoke with a flushed face at this moment. The Black Iron King as well as Wang Hanfault and several of them were also sitting beside each other at this moment. Crown Prince Chu Rong was sitting above with a silent face. Your Highness, these 2 conditions are indeed considered heavenly. Whether or not to agree, Your Highness still needs to think clearly. The Black Iron King reminded. Chu Rong thought carefully before saying, if you think about it in a different way, the fact that Xiao Yan dares to offer such conditions means that his own value is definitely not lower than these 2 things. The help that he will be able to produce for loan in the future will also definitely be incalculable. It is understandable that such a demon has his own arrogance. This matter, Loan, has no opinion. However, these 2 things, the Eastern Palace does not have them. I need to go into the palace tomorrow to ask the Empress Mother for some instructions. All of you have worked hard tonight, so all of you should go back to rest first. Everyone said, yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone could sense that the Crown Prince really both liked and appreciated this Xiao Yan, and with such high conditions he had agreed. If Xiao Yan entered the Eastern Palace at that time, it was very likely that his position would be under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Smoke and Rain Building. Inside a room on the 2nd floor. That elder reported to Sun Yan about what he had seen. Do you mean that Xiao Yan has a Zunshi realm guarding him by his side? Sun Yan frowned and asked. My lord, this matter is absolutely correct. That thunder force that formed a magnetic field that directly blocked me in place. With that kind of power, only an exalted realm could possibly do that. That elder replied with both firmness and certainty. Sun Yan's face fell into deep thought when he heard this. If Xiao Yan's side had an exalted realm guarding it, then the judgment and analysis that he and their building master had previously made regarding Xiao Yan, all of them would have to be overturned. What was the concept of a Zunshi realm guardian? In the entire Grand Xia imperial dynasty, there were no more than 3 dignitaries who were guarded by the honorable realm in less than a year. Moreover, they all have powerful backers behind them. For example, the Great Xia dynasty's Prince Chu Rong. His back was his mother's empress. It was only because of the Queen's faction's backbone and strength that it had enough strength to take out a Zunshe realm as a guardian for the Crown Prince Chu Rong. But this Xiao Yan, until now, could not find out his identity background. And if he had an exalted realm guardian, then it's absolutely impossible that he was a dispersed cultivator with no support. And he even managed to make a condition that he would join as long as the Eastern Palace could take it out. This is too wrong. I know, you go down first. Yes, my lord. After that elder left, the door of the house was tightly closed. Sun Yan's eyes were rigorous as he said, Mansion Master, it seems that this Xiao Yan, we will have to revisit him. The Zunshe realm is a guardian. If it is someone within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, then it is not difficult to check. I am only afraid that it is. Chapter 35 The banquet arrives. The Imperial Prince meets. It's only possible that he's from within the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. I've gotten word from the headquarters that in recent years, no geniuses outside have entered this territory. If we can't find out, then we have to consider if there are forces that have secretly risen, only we don't know about it. The voice of the Smoky Rain Mansion Master resounded once again. Sun Yan's face shook. Yes, I'll immediately order my men to investigate and make sure to clarify this matter. After Chu Yun left the dark room, he sought out Luo Feng, and from him, he learned the results of the heavenly demoness soul search on Chu Yuan. Tomorrow's Eastern Palace banquet, Crown Prince Chu Rong only intended to test Chu Yun's strength talent. In what category? As for those things back then, Chu Yuan was less than 10 years old at the time, and he was not very clear about the specifics. He only knew that it was his mother who personally organized everything. And his bones, because from the time he remembers, his father has been cold feet her mother, Shifei favored, provoked Chu Yuan inner to Shifei, including as its relationship with anyone he hated to the bone. As for the rest, it's all about things that aren't nutritious. Either go to the greenhouse to find fun, or hold a multi-person sport with a few powerful people. It is really elegant and vulgar. It is really vulgar and intolerable. As the flowers of the motherland, we must not learn to take warning. This life and lie gambling and drugs do not share the same day. Early in the morning, the Crown Prince went to the palace early, until lunchtime to return to the East Palace. But this go is also the Queen's permission. His directly let Wang Han Rong will this news back to the God Emperor. The Divine Sect had also captured a few Nirvana Realm evil infants in its early years, which happened to have a peak Nirvana Realm one, and sealed it within the Divine Sect. As for Blue Ji herself, she personally sent a message to the Blood God Sect's patriarch, asking him for a 10,000-year-old blood essence stone. The Blood God Sect was the least short of such things as blood essence stones. But a 10,000-year-old blood essence stone, even for the Blood God Sect, was a precious and incomparable thing, and only she had to personally intervene. A mobilization of supplies was now being carried out safely under the meticulous arrangements of the Empress faction. However, none of them could have imagined that now, after going through so much trouble mobilizing treasures for Xiao Yan. In the end, not only could they not obtain anything, but instead, they had also lost their wife and troops. As time passed, it soon came to the day of the Eastern Palace banquet. Tonight, Chu Yun dressed up and went out of the house. Luo Feng was already standing at the door waiting for him. Your Highness. Chu Yun looked at him. Commander Luo, let's go. Yes, because Venerable 10,000 Thunder had previously shown his face at the Smoke and Rain building, coupled with the fact that on the Tsongfeng mountain range, he had also only worn a mask. In order to avoid unnecessary incidents, Chu Yun still allowed him to remain in the palace. Tonight's Eastern Palace was bustling with activity. The Crown Prince personally hosted a banquet to celebrate the return of the 9th Prince Chu Yun, who's invited almost the entire imperial city's young dignitaries, such as the young princes of the royal family, the sons and daughters of many families, as well as some of the most powerful people in the city and their children, were all invited. In addition to giving enough face to the Crown Prince, most of them also wanted to see what this 9th Prince, who had been missing for many years and had returned, looked like. Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the prince's residence and arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Palace unhurriedly. Several slaves stood in front of the entrance to welcome the guests, and when one person saw Chu Yun's new face, he went forward and politely asked, "Dare I ask if you are His Highness the 9th Prince?" "Aha!" Chu Yun nodded his head indifferently. "Your Highness the 9th Prince, inside please." His Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting for a long time. That servant immediately led Chu Yun and the two of them into the East Palace. At this moment, on the lavishly ornate hall of the Eastern Palace, Some extraordinary-looking singing girls, dressed in dancing clothes, were dancing in the center of the hall to cheer them up. Crown Prince Chu Rong was seated on the main seat. Beside him, in order, were several other princes of the imperial dynasty, as well as most of the famous dignitaries in the city. Third Prince Chu Yuan, clearly in the list, sitting in the prince's left side of the first place, visible to the prince of its love and attention. But it is blissfully unaware that today's Chu Yuan has long been replaced. Ninth Prince Tu. As soon as these words came out, all the gazes of the powerful and noble people on the hall looked towards the doorway, only to see Chu Yun with a calm and relaxed face, dressed in brocade clothes and jade clothes, a natural and self-satisfied momentum of the heavenly nobility, hidden and obvious. Luo Feng followed behind him, and under the gazes of many dignitaries, the two of them went straight into the grand hall. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chu Yun smiled faintly and bowed his hand towards the Crown Prince at the very top. Ha ha ha. Ninth brother and Commander Luo have come. You and I brothers, no need to be polite. Quickly take your seats. All your friends have been waiting for you. Prince Chu Rong smiled kindly. Chu Yun smiled and nodded. Then with Luo Feng, he sat on a vacant seat on the right. Chu Yun could feel that the gazes of the people on the field were all looking towards him, some holding curiosity and watching, while some showed disdain and wantonly ogled. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I heard that today a few other elder brothers have also come, but I would also like to trouble Your Highness to introduce me. After Chu Yun sat down, he opened his mouth. Good. Ninth brother, if you don't say so, I will also introduce you. The one sitting on your left is your fourth brother, fourth Imperial Prince Chu Shin. This one on your right is your fifth brother, fifth Imperial Prince Chu Yu. This one across from you is your sixth sister, sixth Princess Chu Xinyan. As for this one next to him, it's your seventh brother, seventh Imperial Prince Chu Bei. Finally, the one sitting opposite your third brother is your eighth brother, the eighth Imperial Prince Chu Hao. In the entire hall, other than the second prince who was leading the army at the border, several other princes including the princess were present. Chu Yun looked at them one by one, and all of them met Chu Yun's eyes and nodded slightly. Chu Yun had also naturally done an understanding of these brothers of his. Old 4, Old 5, Old 7, they are not particularly outstanding in the prince, nor is the Crown Prince party considered a neutral party. The sixth princess and the eighth prince are born of the noble consort. The relationship between the two is naturally better than others. As for the second prince, he was considered the smartest one. His talent is all the prince inside the best, one Taousher, all is not bad, even then the Crown Prince where he pressed ahead. But because of his mother's death, plus he has no background, if he stays in the dynasty, it is the queen's eyes. So he asked for orders early on, and went to the border to lead the army, not to participate in the struggle within the court, away from this vortex of imperial power. Chu Yun stood up at this moment, raising his wine cup high in honor of them. Your royal brothers and sisters, imperial brother just returned to the imperial city not long ago, and is still all not too familiar with the people and things within the imperial city. Thus he did not pay a visit at the first opportunity. Here, I also request that imperial sisters and elder brothers do not blame me. Chu Yun hereby punishes himself with a cup. After Chu Yun finished speaking, he directly drained it in one gulp. Chapter 36 Banquet Trial. Guanshan County Lord. Ha ha ha. Lao Zhou, we are all brothers in our own family, don't talk about two families. For you to be able to come back, we, imperial brothers and sisters, are all happy for you. Concubine Shur and father have missed you for many years, and now that you've returned, it can be considered a fulfillment of their wish. Fourth Prince Chu Shin said with a smile. Yes, ninth brother. We are all family members. There is no need to say those polite things. In the future, within the city, whenever there is something, feel free to come and find sixth sister. Sixth Princess Chu Xinyan picked up the conversation. Many thanks, sixth sister. Chu Yun put down his wine cup before resuming his seat. Ninth brother, today, Big Brother hosted a banquet, mainly for you. Don't you also have to show us who are royal brothers and sisters? The heavenly demoness pretending to be Chu Yuan leisurely voiced out. This was what the Crown Prince had arranged from the start, and the heavenly demoness had also long since secretly told Chu Yun which arrangements would be made against him for this banquet today. Chu Yun smiled without changing his face. I wonder what third brother means? Chu Yuan smiled. Our Grand Xia dynasty has always been honoring the martial arts, and as imperial sons, we are even more unrelenting in our martial arts. It's been a few days since Ninth Brother returned, but we are slow to realize the strength of Ninth Brother's talent. Why don't we take advantage of this feast where Ninth Brother just happens to show off a bit? Upon hearing these words, most of the powerful nobles on the field had a meaningful look on their faces. This was clearly the third prince wanting to probe the ninth prince's cultivation strength and what class he was in. Third brother, Old Nine has only just returned a few days ago after all. Most of the imperial family's techniques and aptitudes, he probably has not even had the opportunity to learn them yet, so why rush this moment? What made Chu Yun feel somewhat surprised was that the one who spoke for him at this time was actually the 8th Prince Chu Hao. To know, when the smoke and rain building auction was held, Chu Hao's people, but they were involved in the intelligence auction of the Guardian Force against his imperial prince's house. It's for himself, plotting to murder the heart of suspicion. 8th Prince Chu Hao, its temperament elegant, looks like a scholar in general, the mood is very calm and stable. Chu Yun could feel, just by looking at his facial features alone, that the depth of his heart was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Old 8th, your words are not correct. As a royal son, I also just want Old Nine to show how much he has grown outside over these years. Regardless of whether he is strong or weak, as an elder brother, how could I possibly go and say half a word about him? Chu Yuan responded. The crown prince, who was the host of this banquet, was currently holding a wine cup and sitting in his position leisurely watching. Chu Yun understood that if he did not take it at this moment, they would still find various reasons later on. Since this was the case, what was the harm in taking it? Chu Yun thanks the 8th brother for his thoughts. However, 3rd brother's words are also reasonable, since this banquet today was set up by His Highness the Crown Prince for me, then I should indeed behave myself as well. Chu Yun slowly stood up. The Crown Prince gave a polite cry. There is not that much to talk about. If 9th brother does not want to, we can just continue to talk and eat wine. Chu Yun shook his head, and inwardly, he was even laughing at Chu Rong's hypocrisy. By not showing up himself and letting the 3rd prince be his mouthpiece, he even wanted to be a good guy in the end. But since I'm going to demonstrate, then I should also have an opponent to do so? Chu Yun stood in the center of the hall. Those singing girls all went down. He looked around and looked at the crown prince and said, "Then let me come and learn from the 9th prince's masterstroke." Inside those powerful members of the family, a young woman dressed in blue slowly stood up and walked over. This one is. After Chu Yun questioned, the crown prince immediately introduced, I almost forgot. Come, loan to introduce. This is Guanshan County King's Pearl in the palm of his hand, and also the righteous daughter of our dynasty's current state master, Guanshan County Lord Beilanki. Chu Yun looked at her and smiled. So it is County Lord Guanshan, long time no see. 9th Prince is polite. Today, it will be Lanchi who will learn the skills of the 9th Prince. Please be merciful. County Lord Guanshan smiled faintly. Chu Yun was also not polite at all. Well said. 9th brother, County Lord. This competition is a simple sparring match. Do not hurt the peace. The Crown Prince hypocritically admonished. Yes, Your Highness. Big brother don't worry is all. The two of them then stood to the opposite side, only 5 steps away from each other, and the gazes of everyone on the hall were all looking closely at the two of them at this moment. Bei Lanchi's cultivation level was at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, and amongst the crowd of geniuses within the imperial city, although it was not particularly outstanding. However, all of them knew that Chu Yun had disappeared for more than 20 years, and had lacked the resources and cultivation of the royal family since childhood, and was now only back for a few days, so this competition was bound to be a crushing defeat. There is not the slightest suspense. 9th Prince, I am offended. 5-star divination. Bei Lanchi was the first to take the lead. Her hand's spirit power changed to produce 5 consecutive star-like spirit balls that smashed down from 5 directions. Chu Yun looked up and merely smiled gently at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, Chu Yun's body was like a phantom, easily avoiding those 5 spirit balls. Very fast. The pupils of the 8th Prince narrowed slightly, and those other emperors, after seeing Chu Yun's speed, sensed in a split second. This 9th brother of theirs was afraid that it was not that simple. When Bei Lanchi saw that Chu Yun had dodged, she did not panic, and with a single control of her spiritual power, the 5 spirit balls shot out hundreds of luminous spirit-ons, shooting down like a torrential downpour. Chu Yun raised his left palm at this moment, and the spiritual energy in his palm was declared out, condensing into a blood rainbow in front of his body. Break! The blood rainbow penetrated out, swiftly like a blood dragon that devoured everything, as it splattered with blood and shattered those light flare spirit manifestations. Bang bang bang. The blood rainbow was even more powerful, continuously penetrating through Bei Lanqi's 5 spirit spheres. By the time the latter reacted, the blood rainbow was directly above her brow. If she took half an inch, her life would be in danger. Seeing this scene, the entire hall was silent. Bei Lanqi's face turned white at this moment, and even her breathing stopped in fear. As for the others, their faces all showed a look of shock. Even the crown prince had a trace of deep surprise within his pupils. Not scared, right, County Princess? Chu Yun collected his power and came before him, a faint smile showing on his face. No, it's fine. Many thanks to the 9th prince for being merciful. Bei Lanqi took a deep slow breath and said, "That's good." Chu Yun then looked at the crown prince. "Big brother, this display of mine, I wonder if Big Brother and all of you on the field are still satisfied?" Chu Yun deliberately asked. "Ninth brother, you truly gave Big Brother a surprise. I didn't realize that 9th brother is now at the early stage of the Qi transformation realm. Big Brother is happy for you." Although Chu Rong was inwardly upset in every way, on the surface, he still maintained a smile. Chapter 37 Second Background Edit. The aura of power that Chu Yun had revealed earlier was indeed that which belonged to the early stage level of the Qi transformation realm. This was also because, when he had come to the Eastern Palace, Chu Yun, who had known of the Crown Prince's arrangement, had directly allowed Venerable 10,000 Thunder to seal his cultivation. Retaining at the early stage of the Qi transformation realm was fine. This was also in order to not let Xiao Yan's identity be exposed. After all, he had asked for something so precious. If it was because of a banquet that he had lost, then he would have to die of heartache. Listening to Chu Rong's words that were hypocritical to the extreme, Chu Yun returned, "Compared to Big Brother, it is still too far. 9th brother is too modest. I am after all a little older than you. If you reach my age, your cultivation is certainly not bad." Chu Yun smiled and did not say anything before returning to his seat. "9th brother, I heard that when you first came back, your realm seemed to be only at the Qi gathering realm, right? How is it that, in just a few short days, your cultivation has broken through to the Qi transformation realm? Could it be that you had some kind of strange encounter in these few short days?" The 5th Prince Chu Yu tried at this moment. Chu Yun responded calmly, "5th brother must have misheard. When I came back, I was at the early stage of the Qi transformation realm. It's just that I haven't been revealing it to the outside world." 5th Prince Chu Yu nodded. "So it is. 9th brother, the power that I observe you cultivating, it belongs to a blood Qi type of technique. This is reminiscent of a man of the moment within the imperial city in recent days." 8th Prince Chu Hao suddenly spoke. "8th brother, what you are referring to, could it be that Xiao Yan who became famous in a battle at the Smoke and Rain building?" 7th Imperial Prince Chu Bei asked. "Precisely." Chu Hao nodded with a serious expression. "That Xiao Yan is rumored to cultivate the blood skill, and with a cultivation at the early stage of the Jindan realm, he unexpectedly killed a duelist at the peak of the Jindan realm in the Smoky Rain building unharmed. Such talent, rare in the world. It is only a pity that no one currently knows where exactly this Xiao Yan comes from and what his appearance is. Otherwise, one would definitely want to make some acquaintances." Chu Yuan coldly ventured out. "Both cultivate blood skills. In case old Jiu is Xiao Yan, then wouldn't you have already made acquaintance?" Chu Yun immediately looked at the heavenly demoness with both eyes. He knew that this was something that the heavenly demoness had done on purpose, but it still startled him. This woman, she is really good at finding excitement for people. When the rest of the people in the hall heard this, their faces all smiled as well. All of them regarded Chu Yuan's words as nothing more than a joke. Although they all practiced blood techniques, the 9th prince was Xiao Yan. How could this be possible? A Qi transformation realm and a Jindan realm. The difference between them was completely worlds apart, and especially in the eyes of the crown prince. What was he, Chu Yun, also worthy of being compared to Xiao Yan, who was about to join his Eastern Palace? That was purely an insult to Xiao Yan. "Old Buster, don't worry. Since you have the heart to befriend Xiao Yan, then I, as a big brother, will definitely try my best to let you have your wish." These words from the crown prince caused the 8th prince to look very surprised, but he still said, "Then, thank you, big brother." Following that, it entered the most boring part of the banquet. It was nothing more than saying some polite words, and the crown prince, as the host, also introduced Chu Yun to the identity and background of those dignitaries present. Chu Yun toasted back with them one by one and said some nonsense. It was not until late at night that the banquet came to an end. Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the imperial prince's mansion. At the same time, the Eastern Palace's side hall. Crown Prince Chu Rong, Chu Yuan, Guanshan County Lord Beilanqi, as well as Wang Hanqiao and Guanshan County King, who had been staying within the Eastern Palace, were all sitting in the hall at this moment. Early stage of the Qi transformation realm. This is somewhat unexpected. This little bastard has been outside for more than 20 years and still managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm. If it looks like this, its talent most likely won't be too bad. Otherwise, if it were anyone else within a small remote sect like the Jihua sect with poor resources, how could he still have such a fast breakthrough speed? Wang Han wrongly analyzed calmly. Although the early stage of the Qi transformation realm was not considered top-notch within those geniuses in the imperial city. However, one had to know that Chu Yun was living within a resource-poor sect like the Jihua sect, and was simply incomparable to the quality resources they enjoyed. But even so, he was still able to reach the early stage of the Qi transformation realm. This could only be explained by talent. The crown prince's face sunk slightly, his eyes slightly cold as he said, "Humph, after this bout, it will be his time to die." Furthermore, Lone will soon obtain Xiao Yan, a supreme genius, and when he is cultivated, not to mention the fact that he is a lowly bastard who luckily didn't die, even the oldest two will only be crushed. At that time, the previous generation of people, there is the mother after the control, this generation of the younger generation, will be completely ruled by Lone. Look at the entire Grand Xia, no one can be separated from the power of Lone control. The crown prince spoke, unabashedly releasing his desire to control and his own greedy ambition. Your Highness. Then next, can we send someone to keep an eye on Chu Yun? After all, with his talent nowadays, in case he pulls in some powerful and noble clans within the city, I'm afraid that it will have a slight impact on our future plans. The Guanshan County King advised. The crown prince shook his head, incomparably confident. County King, you think too highly of him. The strength he displayed today is indeed outside of our expectations, but it's still far from reaching a level where he can become Lone's opponent. He is now a mole cricket, if not for the fact that his uncle, Venerable Xiao Luo, is still in the palace. I can completely find someone to crush him at any time, anywhere. Have you ever seen anyone spy on a mole cricket? When the Northern Pine County King heard this, he didn't say anything. Afterwards, they chatted about the progress of the 10,000 years Blood Essence Stone and the peak Nirvana realm Evil Infant, and then they each left. The next day, Chu Yun got up early in the morning. The main reason for this was still because the cooldown time for editing backgrounds had arrived. System, check the number of editing points. Editing points, 6,400. Recommend a few good backgrounds, I'll see how it goes. Recommended backgrounds are Empress Ranji's illegitimate son, 2,000 edit points. Imperial Ancestor Mountain Clan Elder's personal disciple, 1,500 edit points. Blood God Sect Patriarch's closed disciple, 1,700 edit points. Crown Prince Chu Rong's father, 4,000 edit points. Brother of Smoke and Rain Building's Chief Deacon Sun Yen, 6,000 edit points. Prime Minister Meng Chongchong's Forgotten Confidant, 4,800 edit points. The reincarnation of the heavenly demoness beloved from her previous life, 6,000 edit points. Heaven's Destiny Empress Dream Rueshua's previous life's intention, 8,000 edit points. The only disciple of the Free Sun, 10,000 edit points. Master of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 edit points. Brother of the Holy King of Maitian, 20,000 edit points. After seeing the background of these recommendations, Chu Yun's mouth twitched. Empress bastard. He was too idle with his lazy sleep to edit this. Even Chu Rong's father had done it. Good lord, this system was trying to make him bring the cuckold to his own father. However, he really had some desire to see the way the crown prince called out to his own father. This scene was definitely enough to bring pie. But it was really a bit too abstract. System, you are getting more and more able to recommend now. Are you preparing to move towards abstraction? Chu Yun inwardly spat.
系统，嘿嘿嘿，代派不主人。
You can also be an abstract band faction like me system. Chapter 38, The Heavenly Demoness Former Love. A few black lines surfaced on Chu Yun's brain. This system was also really a Matt Rice pack of contrasts. Wait! With these background connections of Meng Changzhong, Meng Rushue and the others, the price is quite acceptable. But why is it that this Sun Yan's younger brother can reach 6,000 edit points? What kind of joke is this? Chu Yun immediately felt that there were some unreasonable prices here. Traitor. Absolute traitors. System. Master. Although Sun Yen is only at the peak of the Nirvana realm, his identity, amongst this smoky rain building, is very unusual. He is the headquarters of the Smoke and Rain Building, the nephew of a high-ranking figure. The reason why he came to the Daxia Imperial Dynasty is because he made some mistakes and was deployed here. But with his uncle's skills, Sun Yen's transfer back to the Smoke and Rain Building's headquarters is just a matter of time. So his editorial relationship of 6,000 is really not too high, and is even quite a conscientious price. Chu Yun. You Zun do fake do? System. Childish. What about the ones at the back? Why are they all so ridiculously expensive? Higher than the connections of the Empress of Heavenly Fate. What kind of characters are those? Easy Sun. A great pride of the last generation of the Yuan realm, cultivated swords all his life, walked the world in the name of a loose cultivator, proved to be the supreme, claimed to be invincible in the same realm. As for the Rakshasa sect master, the strength of the Rakshasa sect, then the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty is not much stronger than the number of grades. Zunshur realm in the Rakshasa sect, at most, can only serve as a protector or elder. Only the cultivation of the Supreme Elder is considered to be the core of the senior management. Maition Saint King, transcendent superexistence, a thought, can dominate everything in the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. My goodness, so terrifying, invincible in the same realm, and transcendent entry into sainthood. This is all going to the heavens. Chu Yun marveled at the strength background of these people. However, in terms of his current edit points, it was better not to think about it. Solving the problem at hand first, the most appropriate thing for him to do at the moment was to choose a background editor amongst the Heaven's Destiny Empress and the Heavenly Demoness duo. However, with his current number of editing points, the Heavenly Fate Empress didn't have enough there. After thinking about it, he decided to choose Heavenly Demoness Former Love, the background to edit. Editing Heavenly Demoness Former Beloved Background. Chu Yun's editing points were down to 400 points in a flash. Background is being edited. Please wait. Karmic alteration has been completed. Identity reset completed. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Identity editing is successful. With the completion of the background editing, Chu Yun's mind was also filled with more memories. A long time ago, the Heavenly Demoness was just an ordinary young girl, and because she was weak and sickly, a boy who was an orphan with her had been taking care of him. Gradually, in the process of getting along with the two people, there will be a love affair, but it is a pity that the two people who did not break that relationship. Until one day, because of the Heavenly Witch's magnificent appearance, attracted the attention of a big family's son. He wanted to get the Heavenly Demoness, so he directly brought people to kill that boy in front of the Heavenly Demoness with his own hands. Until the moment of the boy's death, the Heavenly Demoness didn't even have time to show her feelings to him. The death of her beloved companion in front of her eyes completely caused the Heavenly Demoness to have an emotional breakdown, thus awakening the Heavenly Soul Demon body that had been hidden in her body for many years. Thus, it led to the appearance of such a legendary figure in the history of the Yuan realm. And Chu Yun's identity was the reincarnated body of that dead boy. Good fellow, this plot is truly a beloved sacrifice to the heavens, and the magic power is boundless. Chu Yun smacked his lips. It was only a pity that the Heavenly Demoness did not shout out that sentence. Resurrect, my beloved. Otherwise, the plot would have truly ascended. At this moment, Chu Yun looked at a mole in the center of his palm, including on his leg, which also had a birthmark. Those were all unique marks on the body of that boy back then. At that time, all he needed to do was to reveal it so inadvertently in front of the Heavenly Demoness. Everything would naturally fall into place. Although it was said that a reincarnated body would not necessarily have the characteristics of the previous life. But as long as the Heavenly Demoness became suspicious, she would definitely find a way to verify it herself. And at this moment, what Chu Yun was most unafraid of was verification. Your Highness, are you there? At this moment, someone suddenly knocked at the door. It was Tai's voice. What is it? After hearing Chu Yun's voice, Tai immediately said, Your Highness, Miss Yu has returned and wishes to see Your Highness. Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. This was truly speaking of the devil. However, logically speaking, the Heavenly Demoness should be at the third prince's residence at this moment. Why would she suddenly return? Could it be that something important had happened? You tell her to come over. Yes, Your Highness. It wasn't long after Tai left. A burst of soul-inducing aroma came from the doorway. The heavenly demoness didn't even knock on the door and directly pushed it in. You are quite leisurely. As soon as it came in, it saw Chu Yun sitting at the table, alone, scalding a hot pot and sipping a fine wine, and could not help but say, "It's cold. Sit down and eat some together?" Chu Yun smiled and casually said. The heavenly demoness proceeded to walk over and sat next to him. Aren't you curious as to why I suddenly came back? Chu Yun shook his head. This is your home. You can come back anytime. The heavenly demoness was slightly confused inside by his words. All of a sudden, this person is sick, right? When teasing a girl. She wasn't one of those silly white sweets who had first entered the mundane world. Chu Yun's words even made her want to laugh a little when she heard them. The heavenly demoness had a serious expression on her face. I came here this time to tell you that the heavenly destiny empress intends to refine the source of nirvana. You also know about my relationship with her. Therefore, I must stop her. Her strength is not weaker than mine. I will go in my true form. But if something goes wrong and causes it to affect this alter ego, then there is nothing I can do. Chu Yun was not stupid, and listening to these words of hers. Naturally, he instantly understood the heavenly demoness' purpose. It's natural that she wanted Chu Yun to help her deal with the heavenly fate empress together, not allowing her plan to refine the nirvana source to succeed. After all, once the heavenly demoness doppelganger was affected, the bad would be Chu Yun's own business. After Chu Yun swallowed his food, he blandly said, "It's not like this palace said it wouldn't help you. You will tell me the exact time and place. At that time, I will personally come out and help you deal with the heavenly fate empress." The heavenly demoness was somewhat surprised, not expecting Chu Yun to agree so readily. That was out of her expectations. However, she did not realize that Chu Yun definitely wanted to sabotage Dream Ruoshua's plan, or else the source of nirvana in his hand would have to be placed in a warehouse to grow dust just like the Nyemping Shura. Good. When she makes her move, I'll notify you immediately. The heavenly demoness nodded and said, Seriously? Don't you want to eat some? This hot pot. It's fragrant as hell. Chu Yun invited again, and only then did the heavenly demoness look at the hot pot in front of her. Looking at those ingredients boiling inside, deep inside her heart, the memories that had been self-sealed seemed to have unveiled a corner. Back then, when she had not yet embarked on the road of cultivation, that person also boiled with this stove inside the ingredients exactly the same hot pot. The two of them in the snowy days of the broken temple ate with great relish. Chu Yun looked at the expression of the heavenly demoness who was a bit out of her mind. Inwardly he was secretly happy. This stove of hot pot was exactly his careful maneuver. If you want to eat, just say so. What are you fuming about? Come, this palace will personally serve it to you, enough to give you face. Chu Yun took a bowl and took the initiative to serve her a bowl, and when it's passed to the heavenly demoness' eyes, the palm of his hand was deliberately facing towards her. The heavenly demoness returned to her senses and was just about to take it when her eyes suddenly saw the mole on the center of Chu Yun's hand, and in a flash, her expression and movements were all fixed in a split second. Chapter 39 The Interchanges of the Sky Witch. What's wrong? Chu Yun's hand stopped in mid-air and asked knowingly. The heavenly demoness' heart shook down like a thunderbolt, and after seeing the mole in Chu Yun's hand, her heart set off shockwaves and her emotions fluctuated tremendously. The location was exactly the same, without any deviation. Even the shape and size were exactly the same. In this world, was there really such a coincidence? The heavenly demoness returned to her senses, her gaze tightly looking at Chu Yun. She suddenly got up and her hand directly grabbed Chu Yun's thigh. Hey. Why? Even though this hall has a lot of charisma, you don't have to be this wild, right? Chu Yun hurriedly said after putting down the bowl. The heavenly demoness did not care about anything at the moment and directly lifted his pants leg up, those pupils staring tightly at the root of Chu Yun's thigh. When she saw that mark on her leg, her face trembled. Her pair of eyes looked dead on. Her eyes' emotions shock, surprise, incomprehension and other various emotions surfaced continuously, complicated to the extreme. Chu Yun looked at her hand, placed on his thigh, the warmth of the feeling, so that he could not help but say, So obsessed with this temple? Then why don't we simply just get it over with? At this moment, the heavenly demoness was no longer interested in listening to his words. The waves within her heart at this moment had long since caused her expression to go a little out of control. It really is you. Su Ziheng, you are the reincarnation of Su Ziheng, right? The heavenly demoness looked towards him. Her words agitated as if she wanted Chu Yun to tell her the answer immediately. Chu Yun frowned. He could not admit it at this moment, or else if he admitted that he was Su Ziheng, then everything that he had teased her with and bullied her with before, but it would directly diminish his impression points. Therefore, forgetting was the best excuse. This hall doesn't know who the Su Ziheng you are talking about is, but if you say that he is my past life, then perhaps there is indeed some possibility. The heavenly demoness was puzzled. What do you mean? You don't know who you were in your previous life. The heavenly demoness felt that things were a bit implausible. If Chu Yun did not know who he was in his previous life, then how did he see through his identity? At this point, I will not hide anything from you. To be honest, I indeed do not know who I was in my past life. I do not have memories of my past life. As for how I can see through your identity, that's because, ever since I remembered as a child, I've had a pair of distinctive eyes that can see through most of the causes and effects in the world. Among them, it also includes yours. Chu Yun casually made up a reason. The heavenly demoness, as expected, did not ask Chu Yun what kind of eyes he had after Chu Yun had explained so. Her focus at the moment was all on Chu Yun's previous life. For these two places alone, you and Ziheng are exactly the same, the birthmark and the mole in your hand, the location, size and shape, exactly the same. In the world, how could there be such a coincidence? The heavenly demoness actually wanted to identify that Chu Yun was Su Ziheng within her heart at this time. After all, when she was young, Su Ziheng was her only spiritual support. It was because he had died that had caused her, Jade Greenheart, to become the Devil Dao Empress, the heavenly demoness. But underneath this brilliant and incomparable appearance, what was hidden was a self-sealed heart. And Su Ziheng was the only key to unlock this seal. However, reason was still telling the heavenly demoness. It was not possible that the reincarnated body and the previous life, the characteristics would be exactly the same. It might really just be some sort of incredible coincidence as well. After all, Chu Yun himself had said that he did not have Su Ziheng's memories. After Chu Yun, when heard the words, he said, "These two places have been there for as long as I can remember. But relying on these two alone, one cannot be so certain in making a conclusion, unless you have another way to verify it." As if inspired by these words, a light flashed in the sky demoness' mind. Right. There is one thing that can determine whether you are Ziheng or not. The heavenly demoness moved her mind, and a withered flower appeared in her hand. This is a flower that Ziheng personally raised back then, and it was only because of a drop of Ziheng's blood that it was able to grow and blossom in the beginning. After his death, this flower withered. I sealed it within my soul for many years, and when I was once an emperor, I even placed a seal on this flower, so that only Ziheng's soul power could unlock and allow this flower to bloom again. Now you try. If you can make this flower bloom again, then there is no doubt that in your past life, you were Ziheng. The heavenly demoness was impatient, and the expression on her face spoke volumes. The care and importance she placed on this matter surpassed almost all. As Chu Yun watched her performance, he was also somewhat surprised within. The reaction of the heavenly demoness was much greater than she had imagined. From this, it could be seen how important Su Ziheng was in her heart. That uniqueness could not be replaced by anyone. Chu Yun received the flower in silence and placed it in the palm of his own hand. His soul force catalyzed and slowly injected into this flower. Wow! Following that, this flower that had already withered, unexpectedly recovered its luster with the naked eye, and the fragrance of the flower bloomed and blossomed again. Ziheng is really you. Seeing this, the heavenly demoness completely affirmed Chu Yun's identity. Her eyes contained tears, and those long dusty memories in her heart surfaced one by one in her mind at this moment. She had remembered that when the two of them were both in their teens, they were dependent on each other, and in order to feed themselves a steamed bun, Su Ziheng was beaten for an hour. She had remembered, that night the snow was flying, she was sick and collapsed, almost froze to death. It was Su Ziheng with the willpower, the whole body frostbitten back to the cave to her. She had remembered, Su Ziheng dying. Look at her eyes, tearful eyes, also full of its suppressed years of true love. All of this, Shiyu Qingxin, life and death is difficult to forget. So, this Su Ziheng, in the end, who is it? My past life, what does it have to do with you? Chu Yun, having reached this point, could only put on an appearance and asked knowingly. The heavenly demoness tears crossed her eyes, and after her hand gently wiped them away, she looked at him with complex emotions. He is a very good person. and is also the most important person in my life at one time. Since you do not remember, there is no need to deliberately remember. A past life is ultimately your past life, and you today are still the 9th prince of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, Chu Yun, and this point will absolutely not change. Chu Yun met her eyes. I see that you don't look like you're doing well. Heavenly Demoness. The Heavenly Demoness revealed a rare wisp of a smile. Don't call me Heavenly Demoness. Call me Exiner. In the past, you also called me that. You don't have to worry about me either. I'm just too happy. The Heavenly Demoness thought for a moment and then said with her seriously, Chu Yun, from now on, you have to remember that no matter what happens, I will unconditionally stand by your side and accompany you through it. Whether you believe it now or not, time will prove it all. Chu Yun felt her sincerity and looked at her with his eyes. There is no need to prove it. I believe you. The two of them looked at each other with their 4 eyes at this moment, and then their faces both looked at each other with a smile. Chapter 40. Dream Ruoshua's Goal. The Dynasty's Network of Relationships. Not long after, the Heavenly Demoness left the Imperial Prince's mansion. He had to continue to disguise himself as Chu Yuan. Thus it was impossible for him to stay here for too long. Chu Yun was currently sitting alone in the house. The one he was holding in his hand was the one that Wang Hanmao and the others had given him. The box that sealed the evil baby. Night Swallow, are you sure you have this certainty? 2 Nirvana Realm evil infants, and you'll be able to successfully evolve into the exalted level? Chu Yun's inner consciousness questioned the evil infant Night Swallow. Night Swallow was respectful. My lord, this matter is true. I have been at the peak of the Nirvana Realm for many years, and I have swallowed no less than a dozen Nirvana Realm evil infants, and I am 9 times out of 10 away from metamorphosing to the exalted level. If I devour 2 more Nirvana Realm evil infants, I will definitely be able to become an exalted level evil infant and will never let my master down. Night Swallow swore with assurance. Chu Yun's face did not change as he listened to its words. I hope so. If you can reach the exalted 1 level, then you will be able to transform into a human body, and at that time you will not need to hide in the consciousness of this hall's mind all the time. Evil infants at the Zunshi realm level no longer needed to exist as infants. They could change into types at will, such as humanoids and demonic beasts, none of which would be difficult for them. And unless their cultivation level was much higher than theirs, even a venerable at the same realm would have difficulty discovering the true body of their evil infant without making a move. After Chu Yun put away the box, he looked for Luo Feng to enter the palace with him. There were some things that he intended to talk to his mother consort and uncle about. Prime Minister's Mansion. At this moment, Meng Rushue held the list in her hands, her eyes hovering carefully within the names. Her formation that was prepared to deal with the Nirvana realm had already been set up. It was just outside the Imperial City, in a place called the Valley of the Broken Moon. It was sparsely populated and silent and barren, a perfect place to plot. After Meng Ruoshua carefully reviewed the lists, in the end, the target was locked onto one person. The Yen family's grand elder, Yen Song. The Yen family was a local family within the Imperial City. Although no one was an official in the dynasty, the Yen family's heritage was something that one could not ignore, with their ancestors having once produced a Zunshi realm level figure. Although it was no longer what it used to be, amongst all the families in the Imperial City, it was enough to rank in the top 3. Especially the contemporary Yen family's family head, whose talent wasn't bad, and who wanted to break through to the Zunshi realm, was only missing some opportunities. It's him, Yen Song. Meng Rushue identified her target. When that beautiful woman heard this name, her mind thought carefully, Miss, this person Yen Song has a high seniority in the Yen family, but he does not have an heir and often stays within the Yen family. Trying to trick him out of the city, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Meng Ruoshua looked indifferent. Not having an heir doesn't mean he doesn't have anyone he cares about. I once heard that Yen Song was outside, harboring a few young women. You follow this line and check it out. The beautiful woman responded, Yes, miss. In the Imperial Palace, Chu Yun, Concubine Shur, and Venerable Shura, the 3 of them sat in unison. Yuner, do you have something to do this time? Consort Shur asked directly. Mother Consort, my son intends to establish his own network of relationships within the Imperial City. Chu Yun said. Concubine Shur and Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo could not help but glance at each other, and the latter clasped his hands on his chest as he said in a faint voice, Tell me about it. Good. Uncle, Mother Concubine, at present, You must also be aware that if the power of the Empress faction is put aside, the power and connections surrounding the Crown Prince himself are also the strongest amongst all of father's sons and daughters. Thus, if one were to rely solely on the Sure family, it would be difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and the power would be too thin. Thus, I want to use me as the base to start building a network of relationships that is uniquely my own. I have come here, but I also mainly want to ask Mother Consort and Uncle, which of the forces within this imperial city are suitable to stand on my side? Chu Yun said seriously. His thoughts, naturally, had undergone thorough consideration. After Shi Fei and Venerable Shura were silent for a while, the former said, Yuner, there are quite a number of forces within the imperial city, and their relationships are also more complicated. Some of the native forces within the imperial city, the Crown Prince has pulled together at least half of them. For the rest, the only ones that can be looked upon are the Yen family, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the Ming King's mansion, and the Prime Minister's mansion. Chu Yun sniffed. He had naturally heard of these few forces. The Yen family, with its strength and depth, was ranked among the top 3 local families in the imperial city. The Prime Minister's house, there was no need to mention that the Prime Minister, the First Minister of Power, was an actual Zunshi realm powerhouse. Even his uncle more or less have to give him 3 thin face. The Ming Wang mansion is one of the 3 major royal mansions in the imperial city. The other 2 kings were the Black Iron King and the Shen King. The former had long since been a member of the Queen's faction, and the latter, from 50 years ago, had already closed his eyes to death, and could not see anyone, and did not make any considerations at all. As for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, before the Smoke and Rain building entered the imperial city, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was the #1 chamber of commerce in the Grand Xia dynasty, with unlimited splendor. But when the Smoke and Rain building appeared, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was suppressed all the way, and its business was severely damaged. Because of the resource base, even the strength of the personnel at the top cannot be compared to the Smoke and Rain building. Since then, Tianbao Pavilion has been smoke and rain house pressure. The past glory no longer exists. Nowadays, can only in the Great Summer Dynasty other places open some branch pavilion to relieve the main cabinet loss pressure. However, although the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion is not as good as the Smoke and Rain building, it does not mean that the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion will be completely destroyed. After all, it is also when the first Chamber of Commerce, the camel is bigger than a horse. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Pavilion Master can still be a Zunshi realm level characters. Only nowadays, because of the existence of the Smoke and Rain building, they had no choice but to become very low profile. These few forces, I've heard that the Crown Prince seems to have pulled them together, but they all failed in the end. Venerable Cultivator nodded and responded, Indeed, not only did Chu Rong pull in even them, he even tried the Xian Wangfu. However, the helmsmen of these several forces, one more refined than the other, compared to getting themselves involved in the whirlpool of imperial power, what they want more is their own peace and stability. After all, in the struggle for imperial power, there has never been a party that dares to say that they have an absolute certainty of victory. They are all smart people, and know the consequences of doing that. Chu Yun's face was solemn. The main point that they did not accept Chu Rong's solicitation, I think it is still because of Father Emperor. Venerable Cultivator and Concubine Shi gave him a somewhat surprised and astonished look. Yuner, you are able to think on this point. Your eyesight is truly extraordinary. You're right, the main point why Prime Minister Meng, including the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Pavilion Master and the rest of them, refused is because of your father, the current Emperor. Chapter 41. Prime Minister of Daxia, Meng Chongchong. Chu Yun could see clearly the complicated layer of relationships within this. As his uncle, Venerable Shura, had said, currently the Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was also his father. How could a reigning emperor tolerate his own son, under his own nose, to bring all the powerful people within the imperial city under his command? This is simply impossible. If it really came to that point, the Shadow Guard's Grand Commander who had been in seclusion for many years would, I'm afraid, have to appear once again and let the people of the imperial city see blood. Meng Chongchong and the others just deeply understood this point. The reigning Prince of Heaven, it was impossible that he would let his own son centralize power. This kind of behavior was already endangering the royal power. Therefore, they did not agree to the Crown Prince's gesture of goodwill. Instead, it was the right thing to do and the most suitable choice. However, if it was Chu Yun, it would be different. If he could obtain the support of these people, then not only would he be able to confront the Crown Prince in terms of his relationship roots within the imperial city. Moreover, the emperor would definitely support his actions and even secretly assist him. As an emperor, He can never be willing to look at his own so many sons. Only one family is the only one, the other ones can only ever be a chaperone. Because of father's reasons, it is impossible for them to agree to Chu Rong, because once they do so, it is equivalent to jeopardizing father's imperial power, which is something he cannot tolerate. But if they were to support me, the meaning would be completely different. Chu Yun's words were shared by concubine Shur and venerable Shura. The latter said, "But the question is, how are you going to pull them in? Those guys, each and every one of them is a human savant. Siding with you would be tantamount to making an enemy of the Empress faction. Since ancient times, when imperial power competes with each other, the winning party, naturally, is brilliant and infinite, accomplishing history, but the losing party will die a very, very bad death. What are you going to come up with to prove to them that you have the strength to fight against the Crown Prince and Empress faction?" Chu Yun's face was serious. "What if I tell them that I am Xiao Yan?" Venerable cultivator hearing this, he thought seriously. "This is indeed a good condition, but if this is the only thing, I am afraid that it is not enough. Even if you prove that you are Xiao Yan, with that kind of heaven-defying terrifying talent, but you have not fully grown up after all. Without fully growing, there is uncertainty for them." Chu Yun carefully thought about these words. What his uncle said was indeed reasonable. People were not little cuties. Even if he proved that he was Xiao Yan, at best, he would make them feel shocked and marveled, but if on this point he wanted them to follow him, I am afraid that it would still be a little difficult. If he really wanted to impress the helmsman of these forces, he was afraid that he would still have to expose some of his cards before he could do so. "Mother consort, uncle, I know. I'll go find father first, and for this matter, I feel the need to clear the air with him. As for how to bring these people together, I will think about it." Chu Yun stood up and said to the duo. To him currently, the evil infant was his biggest card. However, he could not possibly pull out this life-preserving bottom card of his to prove his worth to them in order to draw them in, which was not only risky but also stupid. Therefore, he still decided to go and meet his father first, to see if he could get some support from him. "Indeed, you should go and find him. If your father emperor is willing to provide you with help, then other than that, you'll most likely have no problem with the prime minister's side of the relationship." Venerable cultivator Xiao Luo spoke bluntly. The entire imperial dynasty knew that Prime Minister Meng Changzhong was not only the most trusted subject of the Grand Xia Emperor, but they had, at one time, even grown up together as brothers. As long as the great Xia Emperor gave a word, Meng Changzhong would absolutely stand on Chu Yun's side and support him without any second thoughts. Chu Yun nodded, bid farewell to the two men, and brought Luo Feng at the doorway, and went forward to the imperial study to meet the saint. At this time, inside the imperial study room, the Xia Emperor was sitting on a chair, chatting with a middle-aged man. This person was wearing official clothes. His face gave a feeling of calmness and reliability, although his breath was introverted, but the momentum of his demeanor gave a kind of invisible oppressive force. Even if the face of the Son of Heaven at the moment, its body cannot see half a bit of tension, put in place freely stable as Mount Taishan. Is not someone else, is the Prime Minister Dream Long Heavy. It was also the father of this life, the Heaven's Destiny Empress, Meng Rushue. "Your Majesty, the 9th Prince seeks an audience." At this moment, an old eunuch walked in from outside the door to report. "Oh, old 9th is here. Let him come in," the Xia Emperor said. "Yes, Your Majesty." After that old eunuch afternoon, soon the duo of Chu Yun and Luo Feng walked in. Son servant greets father. Luo Feng greets Your Majesty. Greetings to the Prime Minister. Luo Feng also bowed to the Prime Minister, who nodded slightly. When Chu Yun heard this, his eyes immediately looked over. This was the first time he had seen Meng Changchong, and he was somewhat surprised within. "There is no need to be polite. Get up," the Emperor said. "Thank you, Father, Your Majesty." After the two of them got up, Chu Yun then said to Meng Changchong, "I don't know that Prime Minister Meng is also here. This is the first time we have met. Chu Yun is not familiar with it. Don't be surprised, Prime Minister." Meng Changzhong smiled. "The 9th Prince is polite. I have long heard His Majesty say that the 9th Imperial Prince is a talented person with a stunning talent, and at today's glance, he is truly worthy of the name Xiao Yan." Obviously, his own father had long ago told Meng Changchong that he was Xiao Yan. In this regard, Chu Yun was not quite surprised as he responded, "The Prime Minister has praised him too much. All right, the two of you should stop being polite and courteous. Old 9, you have come here to find me? But is there something?" The Daxia Emperor looked directly at Chu Yun and asked, "Father, but my son has a matter that I want to inform my father, only, this matter is somewhat." As Chu Yun stammered in his appearance, Meng Chong gently smiled. "Your Majesty, since there is nothing, then the minister will also leave first." Slowly, Lao Jiu, the Prime Minister, is not an outsider. He is one of the people I trust the most. If there's anything, you can just say it face to face. There's no need for that. The Daxia Emperor's words caused Chu Yun to be somewhat surprised. Meng Chong stood in place, silent at the moment, saying nothing. "Yes, Father, then in that case my son will speak. Father, I have talked with mother consort and uncle. Both of them agreed with my son to investigate the truth of my son's disappearance back then. Bring out those culprits behind the scenes, one by one. My son came to find my father, just want to listen to my father's opinion. If my father agrees, then I will say something else." Chu Yun left room for maneuver and did not say everything at once. His words, however, were what made the emperor's expression turn very complicated. Meng Chong was on the side. His face was more or less meaningful. Chapter 42. Dream Longchong's ploy, looking to the immortal Dao clan to come. Yuner, if you can say these words, then I'm sure you've already learned something from your mother consort and uncle. Then I ask you, do you blame father? The emperor said bluntly. No blame. Chu Yun responded. Is it that you don't blame, or you don't dare? The emperor asked again. My son truly does not blame father. Father is the king of a country and needs to take into account the overall situation of the entire imperial dynasty. My son understands father very well and thus does not blame him half-heartedly. Chu Yun replied seriously. Hearing this, the emperor was very pleased. Yuner, then how do you plan to investigate? And how do you intend to implement liquidation on those people? Chu Yun heard this, then understood that it does not oppose himself, not only that, to a large extent, he can also provide himself with a strong help. The emperor's guilt towards Chu Yun is one. Secondly, he is clear as a pattern in the imperial city today, the crown princess faction is dominant, which is not what he wants to see. Back to father, the specific plan, my son has not formulated yet. However, back then, those behind the scenes, since they had the ability to steal the child minister away from the imperial palace, then it is enough to see that their network of connections definitely covers an extremely wide area. If I only rely on my son's own investigation, I'm afraid that it will not only be time-consuming and laborious, but it will also have to be protracted. Therefore, my son would like to ask my father to recommend a few capable experts to my son, and I will personally go to the door and ask them to help my son as much as possible. Meng Chongzhong and the emperor in the room, listening to Chu Yun's words, both guessed his true purpose as well. The two of them were well aware of the person behind the scenes back then. And for Chu Yun to make this request was nothing more than wanting to use it as an excuse so as to form a network of relationships that was uniquely his own. Moreover, the main reason he said this was because as long as his father agreed, then he would be equivalent to obtaining the support of the Son of Heaven. In this way, the certainty that he would be able to draw in those other forces would be increased by a few more points. The emperor was silent for a short while before his gaze finally looked at him and said meaningfully, Yuner, in this matter, are you sure? Father, in my son's opinion, there are some things that are not to be fought over. So since this is the case, why not go all out and take a stab at it? As for certainty, when my son says yes, will my father be willing to believe it? This conversation between father and son could be said to have caused Meng Chongchong's face to change slightly, inwardly saying, this ninth prince is somewhat interesting. Ha 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 ha. I naturally trust you, Prime Minister. It just so happens that you are here. Then from today onwards, you will help Old Nine and investigate those things in the beginning. Are you willing to do so? The emperor laughed out loud and then directly opened his mouth towards Meng Chongchong. Chu Yun's eyes could not help but look towards Meng Chongchong. Several of them understood that this was the emperor asking Meng Chongchong to stand up to Chu Yun. Once the prime minister's office made its stance known and sided with the ninth prince, then its influence in the imperial city would be directly elevated by several notches. One must know that Meng Chongzhong was the first minister of power in the imperial court, and his influence could not be compared to that of the Black Iron King or the Northern Pine County King. When Meng Chongzhong heard the emperor's words, he smiled lightly. Your Majesty's order. I will naturally obey. To be able to help assist a proud son of heaven like the ninth prince, it is not a bad thing. Chu Yun arched his hand at him. Your Highness is flattering, If Chu Yun does not understand anything in the future, he will ask for more advice from your highness. Meng Chongchong smiled faintly. I shall know everything. Subsequently, Chu Yun did not take long before he first excused himself and left the palace. Well, how is this brat? After his departure, the emperor also asked Dream Changzhong bluntly. Has the aura of an emperor, his cultivation talent is even higher. His mind is smooth and decisive, almost a perfect air. When Dream Changzhong spoke these words, it also already represented that he had a favorable impression of Chu Yun. Yuner is indeed very good. In my current opinion, he is also the most suitable person to take over the throne. But unfortunately, it is easy to establish a crown, but it is not so simple to abolish the crown. The emperor's tone paused and sighed softly. Meng Chongchong did not refute. Nowadays the 100 officials in the court, a part of them are all from the empress's faction. Once the abolition of the crown prince was proposed, they would definitely jump out to stop it, and at that time the situation in the courtroom would be thrown into turmoil, and some chaos might even break out. And even to abolish the crown prince, there is a need for a reason, a need for the crown prince to make a serious mistake. As the saying goes, the master has a name. Your Majesty, the 9th prince already knows in his heart that his opponent is the crown prince and the faction behind him. Since your Majesty is asking me to help him, why not make the commotion bigger? Let this conflict quickly intensify? Meng Chongchong said. The emperor looked at him suspiciously. What ghost idea do you have again? Meng Chongzhong smiled faintly. Using some people to give the Eastern Palace and the Empress side a wake-up call. The emperor understood what he meant. In that case, go ahead and do it. Yes. Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the middle of the imperial prince's mansion, and it was already near the afternoon. This trip to the palace he had gained a great deal. Not only had he obtained such a great help as Meng Chongzhong, he had even gained his father's secret support. He was in a very good mood after returning to the house. Immediately called the spring, summer, autumn, and winter 4 people to eat hot pot with themselves gossiping days. Nighttime. Your Highness. Ahem. Luo Feng stood outside the door of the room somewhat awkwardly and said softly, Your Highness, the people from the Hope Immortal Taoist sect have come, saying that they have something to give to your Highness. Chu Yun's voice came out after a while. Got it. You take them to the parlor and wait for this hall. Yes, your Highness. After Luo Feng left, Chu Yun, with the help of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, finished purifying himself and put on his clothes, and immediately rushed to the parlor. Inside the parlor, Commander Luo Feng was entertaining 2 people from the Hope Immortal Tao sect. One person was none other than the 7th elder of the Hope Immortal Tao sect, Yang Mu Qian. The other person, also an old man, had a tall and thin figure, and his aura was even stronger than Yang Mu Qian's. This person was the 3rd elder of the Hope Immortal Tao sect, named Fang Zili, a cultivator at the peak level of the Nirvana realm. Shortly after, Chu Yun walked in. 9th Prince. Yang Mu Qian immediately stood up with a smiling face. Elder Yang. This one is. After Chu Yun walked in, he was somewhat surprised to see that the visitor was actually his old acquaintance. Luo Feng walked over and then introduced him. Your Highness, this is Elder Fang Zili of the Hope Immortal Tao sect. 9th Prince, nice to meet you. Fang Zili smiled faintly. So it's Elder Fang. I've heard a lot about you. Come, all sit, all sit. After Chu Yun and the others all sat down. Your Highness, the 3rd elder and I came here mainly to return some things to their original owners. Yang Muqian immediately followed, taking out 3 storage rings and placing them in front of Chu Yun. Returning things to their original owners? What does Elder Yang mean? Chu Yun was somewhat puzzled. Your Highness, these things are the belongings of the Zhihua sect and the Yi family. I hope that after the Immortal Tao sect collects them, they will personally fill them with the contents and bring them to be returned to your Highness. Yang Mu Qian stated. Chu Yun then remembered and nodded. With all my heart. Subsequently, his soul consciousness probed inside the 3 storage rings. Good fellow. This was a direct shock without probing. Chapter 43 Hope Immortal Tao Sect's Show of Goodwill. Targeting Broken Moon Valley. 3,000 years of Blood Essence Stone. 1,000 years of Flesh Ganoderma. 2,000 years of Snow Spirit Ginseng. Earth-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills. Earth-grade Protective Armor. Heavenly-grade Soul Streamers. And so on. All of these precious things, there are quite a few of them in these storage rings. And with such precious treasures, the treasure vaults of the Zhihua sect and the Yi family stacked up, It was feared that they wouldn't even reach a tenth of the degree of value of these treasures. 2 elders, these things are a little over the limit, right? Chu Yun's eyes were rich with deep meaning as he looked at the duo of Fang Zili and Yang Muqian and opened his mouth. Which is, these are all things that your highness deserves. The Zhohua sect and the Yi family have upset your highness, and the incident even happened in Qingzhou. So I, the Hope Immortal Tao sect, as the overlord of Qingzhou, should make some gestures. To show our sincerity, Yang Muqian said with a smiling face. When Chu Yun heard this, he immediately understood what they meant. He thought for a moment and responded, "All right then, this sincerity of your sect, this hall will accept it." The 2 elders, how long do you plan to stay in the imperial city this time? If you have nothing to do, why don't you stay at your residence? How about it? No one would send such an expensive gift for no reason. There were only 2 possibilities for this move by the Hope Immortal Tao sect. The first, there was something to ask for. As for the second, it was an intention to show goodwill with him, that is, they wanted to befriend him. And in Chu Yun's opinion, the first one was not very likely. He was more inclined to the fact that the Hope Immortal Tao sect wanted to take the initiative to befriend him, or was it siding with him? There is indeed no matter this time, and there is no hurry to leave. Since the 9th prince has said so, then the 2 of us, we will also be disturbed. Fang Zili faintly smiled. Good to say. Ah Tai. Immediately clean 2 of the finest compartments out. Yes, your highness. Chu Yun shouted and directly asked Ah Tai to go and do it. At this moment, Fang Zili's eyes turned. His old face more calmly inquired, "9th prince, when we came, the patriarch specially explained that if the 9th prince has anything that requires my Hope Immortal Taoist sect's help, feel free to speak. The 2 of us, we will certainly do our utmost to help." After hearing this, Chu Yun nodded with a serious expression on his face. Your sect leader is truly thoughtful. If the 2 of you return afterward, you will definitely convey the gratitude of this palace to him. The 9th prince is polite. Following that, after chatting some more, Chu Yun personally hosted a banquet for the 2 of them. This banquet was drunk until late at night before each of them returned to their rooms to rest. Chu Yun, accompanied by Luo Feng, returned to his own house. Your Highness, the gesture of goodwill from the Hope Immortal Tao sect is somewhat unexpected. From the looks of it, they are trying to bet on your Highness' side? Chu Yun's face was deep in thought. We can't jump to conclusions so quickly yet. Let's observe first. All right, it's getting late. Commander Luo, go down and rest first. Yes, your Highness. The next day, inside the Prime Minister's residence. Miss, it's been found out. Yen Song has kept 3 concubines outside and pays a lot of attention to them. The 3 of them run a small store in the city. They have Yen Song's care on weekdays, and even though their looks are outstanding, no man dares to hit on them. That beautiful woman reported to Meng Rushue. He's quite good at enjoying himself. I've heard my father talk about him a few times before. Although Yen Song is old, his lustful heart is undefeated, and at the same time, he's yet a person who is affectionate towards women. In that case, let him fulfill the old saying. If you die under a peony flower, you can be a ghost. Those 3 women, how are they now? Dream Ruoshua said with the same cold expression. I've already had them stunned and taken out of the city, and now they're mostly in the Valley of the Broken Moon. Including the Shadow Retaining Stone is also ready. Just waiting for Mist to command, the action can begin. That beautiful woman was well prepared, and said to Meng Rushue with the same respect. Tonight then, you personally send this Shadow Retaining Stone to the Yen Mansion, and let him know that if he wants to save someone, he should come to the Broken Moon Valley alone. Meng Rushue said calmly. Yes, miss. Immediately afterward, near dusk, Meng Rushue was hiding her figure and quietly left the city. She rushed to Broken Moon Valley in advance and waited for Yen Song's arrival. Meanwhile, the 9th prince's mansion. Chu Yun had just fished for a while within his backyard pond when the heavenly demoness arrived. Exioner, seeing the heavenly demoness come once more, Chu Yun subconsciously said. However, he was a little puzzled at this time. Chu Yuan should be waiting within the Eastern Palace to have a dinner together. Why would she come to his mansion? Could it be that? Don't guess. This is my main body. The doppelganger is still in the Eastern Palace. Seeing the puzzled look on Chu Yun's face, the heavenly demoness immediately explained. At those words, Chu Yun could not help but look a few more times. It was a pity that if one were to look at it solely from the appearance and aura above, There was almost no difference between the heavenly demoness' main body and her doppelganger. Exiner, then you came over. But is it because Meng Rushue is about to make her move? Chu Yun said. The heavenly demoness nodded. Yes. Just this night, outside of the city, in the Valley of the Broken Moon, she has laid down a good formation within the valley and is waiting to invite the king into the jar. She intends to use Yen Song, the Yen family's grand elder, to use the several concubines he keeps outside as blackmail to lure Yen Song over, thus refining and killing him. When he heard that Dream Ruoshua's target was Yen Song, the Yen family's grand elder, Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. This was quite a coincidence. The Yen family itself was one of the targets that he intended to draw in. From the looks of it, this Yen family's grand elder, he himself had to be saved no matter what he said. I see. But Exiner, I'm curious. How did you know about Meng Rushua's plan of action? Chu Yun asked curiously. The heavenly demoness did not hide it from her. She cast her birth well and her reputation is big enough. Thus, it is not difficult for me to control some of the people around her. There are some dead soldiers under her, and at least half of them have had their souls secretly controlled by me. Upon hearing those words, Chu Yun was truly somewhat shocked. Half of Dream Ruoshua's dead soldiers were actually controlled by Exiner. From the looks of it, this reincarnation sometimes, it was not as if a good reincarnation was really good. The two of them, one bright and one dark. Although the resources and information that Dream Ruoshua held was incomparable to the heavenly demoness. However, the heavenly demoness was in the dark, and Dream Ruoshua was unable to lock down the enemy at all. Both of them had advantages and disadvantages, and both had strengths and weaknesses. That's fine. It's also almost dark. Let's leave the city now and rush to the Broken Moon Valley. The heavenly demoness asked, You're by yourself? Wan Lei isn't going. The heavenly demoness did not know that Chu Yun was able to control the evil infant, and until now, Chu Yun had never used it. Thus, the heavenly demoness felt that if Chu Yun went alone, at his current cultivation level, even if he had excellent talent, his strength would not be enough in front of Meng Rushua. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. What words, looking down on who? Since I dare to go alone, then I naturally have my certainty. All right, cut the crap, let's go. The heavenly demoness was half convinced, but in the end, she chose to believe him. Chu Yun ordered Luo Feng to stay in the mansion, and if anyone came looking for him, just say that he had gone to bed early. After that, Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness left the city together immediately afterward, rushing towards the Broken Moon Valley outside the city. Chapter 44. 1,000 pounds. Yen family. The Grand Elder, Yen Song, received a letter with a shadow retention stone tonight. When he opened it, he realized that the contents inside the shadow retention stone were actually his 3 women. And inside that letter, there was only one sentence written. If you want to save them, come to the Valley of the Broken Moon alone. Otherwise, they won't see the sun tomorrow. Bang! Yen Song was so angry that he directly crushed the shadow retention stone and that letter. Following that, without informing anyone, he left the Yen family alone and angrily killed the Broken Moon Valley. The Valley of the Broken Moon. Late at night, at this moment in the valley, the 3 little women that Yen Song had chartered were still in a comatose state, tied to a tree. Dream Ruoshua was dressed in blue. Her body was light. Her face was covered with a veil, hiding that peerless face. It's just quietly standing here, waiting for her target. At this moment, behind a rock above the valley, Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness were converging their respective auras, not daring to get too close, hiding behind this rock and observing in secret. Tisk tsk. This old man is really good at it. 3 women, all of them are young, and all of them are also as good-looking as flowers. An old man's will is not old. It's worth learning from. Chu Yun looked at the looks of the 3 women. Their skin was moist and glossy, indicating that they were usually well-nourished. Yen Song's body bones also looked particularly hard. What? You also want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? The heavenly demoness looked at her with a strange gaze. Chu Yun hemmed and hawed. That's true. I'm just born with my heart split into several petals, and fall in love with different women separately. But the one I love the most is definitely still you, Exiner. The heavenly demoness glared at him with disgusted eyes. Slick talker. How do you think in your heart is clear to yourself? The heavenly demoness actually had a very strong heart of tolerance for Chu Yun. After all, she was clear that if Chu Yun were to inherit the throne in the future, it would be impossible to have only one woman by his side. It was unrealistic. What's more, she had seen too many things in her previous life, and knew very well that one should never try to master a man with an opinion. It was a fairy tale that you wanted him to be successful and at the same time want him to be dedicated to you forever. As long as he had himself in his heart, the heavenly which was enough. Chuyun smiled brightly. Suddenly, a nirvana radiance fell like a meteor from afar. His expression was corrected. Someone is coming. Below the valley floor, that nirvana radiance landed on the ground and transformed into a bald old man wearing a gray robe, with a sunken, angry-looking majestic face. Meng Ruoshua stood opposite him, her gaze looking towards him. Grand Elder Yen Song, nice to meet you. Don't give me any bull. Release all of my women. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a corpse tonight. It was rumored that Yen Song was a violent temper, and today it was true. At this moment, he directly pointed at Meng Ruoshua and cursed defiantly. Dream Ruoshua was not affected by her. Her voice was like heavenly music, and she said unhurriedly, "All right, I'll let people go." Immediately afterward, Meng Ruoshua began to untie those three women, and then using her spiritual energy, she sent the three of them to Yen Song. Yen Song stared at her with a vigilant gaze, and only after confirming that the three were only slightly unconscious and not in any serious condition, did his heart, which had been hanging in the air, relax a bit. "What exactly are you? What exactly do you want?" Yen Song did not understand Meng Ruoshua's purpose, grabbing his own woman to lure him here, and then releasing him so easily as a result. He was really a bit confused. "My purpose is simple. That would be to borrow the same thing as I borrowed from you." Yen Song frowned. "What thing?" "Your life." As soon as Meng Ruoshua's words fell, the entire ground of the Broken Moon Valley, array patterns of light revealed themselves, illuminating the night sky as the array directly surrounded Yen Song. In the sky above, the power of the formation condensed thousands of thunder arrows. Thunder ravaged the sky, roaring straight down. On the ground, the entire earth turned into a swamp, stretching out countless swampy muddy hands that directly grabbed Yen Song's several people. Directly in front of Meng Ruoshua, the last killing array activated. A 1,000-meter-tall giant holding a battle axe appeared in the firmament, his entire body covered with array patterns, just like a small battle-exalted body. An axe fell down. The three killing formations, all of which were carefully arranged by Meng Ruoshua, were also considered to give Yen Song enough respect. Yen Song looked at the four-sided ceiling, dense array attack in front of him, and his face immediately sank. Great Destruction Seal. He merged his hands and struck out a cross-shaped palm seal with both of them, containing a strong nirvana power that was unyielding and strong. Bang! The battle axe giant's axe was shaken away by his palm imprint, and the thousands of thunder arrows were crushed away by the power of the palm imprint. But those swamp tentacles, at this moment, had already held up those three women, preparing to sink them into the bottom of the swamp. Yen Song was enraged. His body instantly passed like a shadow, and the nirvana light from his hands and feet condensed into a huge mountain, suppressing it on top of the swamp and slicing off those swamp tentacles. He picked up the three girls and placed them on top of that mountain. At the same time, the killing formation changed once more. Thunder arrows sucked up those swampy mud, converging into a giant meteorite rolling down to blast down, and Meng Ruoshua stood on top of the giant's head, controlling the giant to meet Yen Song's nirvana power head-on. Great Sumeru Palm. Yen Song went all out. The power of nirvana was contained in a palm, and with anger, he struck out a giant seal of the heavens, and the wave of power that was emitted was enough to overturn mountains and overturn oceans. He finally realized at this moment why she wanted to release her women. It's to utilize them and distract herself. And Dream Ruoshua's purpose did reach. In order to protect his three women, Yen Song had to split part of his mind to care for them. And this move was just what Dream Ruoshua wanted. The great Sumeru Palm blocked those huge meteorites that were wildly smashing with the heavy blows of the giant's battle axe. However, he forgot about Meng Ruoshua. Wheel of Fate. Dream Ruoshua had been looking for an opportunity, and at this moment, Yen Song was so fully focused on dealing with the power of those killing formations that he couldn't help but let his guard down against her. In the next moment, a gigantic Wheel of Fate appeared above the mountain peak like a shadow of light, tinted with a destiny glow, sacred and noble, with a power beyond imagination. That Wheel of Fate immediately smashed down towards Yen Song. Yen Song was simply too late to react at this moment, revealing a large back to her. As long as this Wheel of Fate smashed down, Yen Song's nirvana body would directly be heavily damaged. thus completely falling into the rhythm of Dream Ruoshua's control. So eager to break through the Nirvana realm. Asked me, in the nick of time, the heavenly demoness demonic light directly blasted through the formation barrier. Her and Chuyun's figures appeared brightly in the field. Chapter 4500 Jedi Gothic. Night Swallow Out. Devil Soul Emperor Bell. The heavenly demoness used her soul power to condense into a demon emperor clock, a divine ability she had mastered in her previous life. But now her cultivation was insufficient, and she was only able to condense a wisp of a residual image shadow. But despite this, it was already enough. The Devil Emperor Bell swung away, colliding with the Wheel of Fate. The two divine abilities collided strongly and violently exploded, setting off a flood of waves. Yen Song also reacted immediately at this moment, his palm transforming power to grab the three women, avoiding the killing move of the Dream Ruoshua formation. Heavenly Demoness, you've finally given up and appeared. The moment Dream Ruoshua saw the heavenly demoness, those beautiful eyes that were as deep as the Milky Way immediately blossomed with killing intent. After not seeing you for decades, your temper is still so great. It's a pity, your beautiful dream of taking Yen Song to refine the source of nirvana. I'm afraid it will have to come to naught today. The heavenly demoness laughed leisurely. What? Source of nirvana? At this time, Yen Song, who had flown to the side with the three women, also completely understood the true purpose of that woman luring herself here, and, surprisingly, she was planning to refine herself into a source of nirvana. What an evil heart. Little brother, help me look after a few ladies. Old me, tonight. I'm going to break this woman into pieces. Yen Song threw his three ladies towards Chuyun. Chuyun was dumbfounded after receiving them. This was given to himself? This great elder Yan's heart was really big enough. However, at this moment's situation, anyone who understood could see that the two of them were here to deal with Meng Rushua. Yen Song knew this, so he was also prepared to join forces with the heavenly demoness to deal with Meng Rushua. Yen Song flew forward, one on the left and one on the right with the heavenly demoness, facing Dream Rushua head-on. It seems that you won't be able to leave tonight. The heavenly demoness looked over and said to Meng Rushua with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Dream Rushua's face was cold and heavy, her eyes staring at her. We've known each other for so many years, you know me, and of course, I know you. I have long suspected that you would insert eyes by my side. So do you really think that I didn't prepare any backhanders this night? As soon as her words fell, the three formations underneath simultaneously burst open, and the moment that Battle Axe Giant blew itself up, a small green bottle hidden within it shattered as well. A thick green mist filled out from within it, and the moment the array was broken, a green poisonous mist was released from all sides of the Broken Moon Valley. Flowers, grass, trees, stone walls and earth, in the moment covered by the green poisonous mist, all melted into blood. The place under its cover, everything was gone. 100 Jade Gothic. I didn't expect you to prepare something like this. It's really unexpected. The heavenly demoness looked at the green mist spreading in all directions, her smile gradually fading. A green mist barrier that also rose in front of Meng Rushua isolated them. Humph! How dare you show off your skills with a little sculpture? Great Sumeru Palm. Yen Song disdained it and mobilized his nirvana power, a Sumeru Palm imprint slapping directly on the fog wall in front of him. However, the Sumeru Palm was directly melted away after sinking into the poisonous fog. This! Yen Song was shocked, having lived to this age. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a terrifying poison. Even his great Sumeru Palm could corrode. This 100 Extinction Gothic is what I prepared for specially for you. Even if I can't refine the source of nirvana today, as long as I kill you, the nirvana curse will naturally disappear. This time you really must die. A rare hint of laughter flowed from beneath Dream Ruoshua's veil, and immediately afterward, her figure gradually retreated. The heavenly demoness looked at her figure. Her eyes looked very unwilling, but right now, she couldn't care less about Dream Ruoshua. She had to figure out how to break through this 100 Extinction Gothic. System, what is this 100 Extinction Gothic? Chuyun inwardly asked. 100 Extinction Gothic. A very sinister evil poison in the Yuan realm, refined from evil babies paired with countless types of poisons. Wherever the poisonous mist spreads through, it will be melted into blood and water, and it even has the horrifying effect of melting spiritual energy. The 100 Extinction Gothic in front of me is made by 3 evil babies at the early stage of the Nirvana realm, so if you want to break it with your spiritual power, You won't be able to break it unless your spiritual power reaches the level of the Zunshur realm. Of course, there is another way for you, Master, and that is to swallow the evil infants with the evil infants. Chu Yun was puzzled. What does that mean? The release of the 100 Extremities Gothic is actually made possible by the 3 evil infants that were refined as the main conductors. As long as Master allows Night Swallow to swallow those 3 evil infants, then the 100 Extremities Gothic would not be able to be broken. After listening to the explanation, Chu Yun made an immediate decision. Night Swallow, lock onto the location of those 3 evil infants and swallow them. Yes, Master. Wah-aha! The Night Swallow flew out from amongst Chu Yun's body in an evil baby stance, and its aura of peak Nirvana realm leaked out without the slightest concealment. A peak Nirvana realm evil infant! Yen Song was startled and the expression on his old face changed. The heavenly demoness, including Meng Rushue who was gradually retreating in the distance, couldn't help but change her face at the sight. Evil infant! You can control the evil infant? When the heavenly demoness saw the Night Swallow fly out, completely ignoring them as if it had received exact instructions, she could not help but have a shocking speculation rise within her. Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, I told you earlier, don't underestimate me. Not having 10,000 thunders doesn't mean that I don't have the power to defend myself. The heavenly demoness looked at him, and after receiving Chu Yun's exact reply, she was deeply shaken inwardly. Controlling an evil infant, one must know that no one was able to achieve such an ability even in her previous life when she was at her peak. If he really had a way to control evil infants, then the evil infant realm was simply the consequences that this could trigger. The heavenly demoness was even a little afraid to think about it at the moment. At the same time, Night Swallow quickly locked onto the aura of 3 of his kind, directly releasing monstrous evil aura and devouring them one by one. The 3 Nirvana realm evil babies, after being refined into the 100 Extinction Gothic, no longer had an autonomous consciousness and were simply no match for Night Swallow. In 3 or 2 swallows, they were swallowed dry by him. Cool! Night Swallow roared towards the sky. It had been a long time since he had a full meal like this. Immediately afterward, all of those poisonous mists from 100 Jade Gothic disappeared. Dream Ruoshua's pupils widened as she stared at Chu Yun in death. What exactly is he? However, Yen Song and the heavenly demoness suppressed their shock the moment 100 Jizens disappeared and directly chased towards Meng Rushue. Don't go! Tonight, whatever you say, you have to stay for me. Yen Song exploded at the limit. He had lost face this night as he was a Nirvana realm powerhouse. He had to catch Meng Rushue. Otherwise it would be hard to ease this breath in his heart. The heavenly demoness quickly chased after him as Yen Song's outburst caught up with Meng Rushue head-on and got into a tangled fight with her. After catching up, the heavenly devil woman also joined in, bursting out with all her strength and striking wildly at Meng Rushue. 2 against 1, one of them is still cultivation higher than their own Nirvana realm. In the absence of formation, without the help of 100 Desperate Gothic, Meng Rushue is not an opponent at all. 3 or 2 times, 2 slender arms will be stained with red. The face is also more strenuous, more and more pale. There is still a broken realm. Forget it. Barely as a fruit after dinner. Night Swallow saw that after the fight started in the distance. His eyes were locked on Meng Rushue, and he was about to fly over and swallow her as well. If you swallow a single hair of her, your infant soul will have to take a stab. Chu Yun's ice-cold voice called out to him. Night Swallow braked violently and stopped in midair, his entire infant face expression in shock. Master! Master! She is... Night Tun looked cautiously at Chu Yun and asked nervously. Chapter 46. Mysterious Venerable One saves the Empress. Prime Minister moves Empress faction. Chu Yun's face sank slightly. Don't pry blindly into what you shouldn't ask. Yes, yes, yes. Where would Night Swallow dare to say anything else at this moment? He obediently stayed in the air, although he had swallowed 3 Nirvana realm evil infants at once, and after refining them away, he was bound to be able to have a huge harvest as well. Chu Yun's gaze looked towards the heavenly demoness and their side. Seeing that Meng Rushue had fallen into the wind, his brows were slightly furrowed and he did not move as if he was waiting for something. In reason, she was the Prime Minister's jewel in the palm of his hand, and was also the reincarnation of the Heaven's Destiny Empress, so it was naturally impossible for Chu Yun to watch her hang here this night. Rumble. At this moment, just as Yen Song was positively forcing Meng Rushue into a desperate situation, a thunderous sound shook the Broken Moon Valley. In the next moment, a thunder shadow instantly swept past the few of them. easily crushing the heavenly demoness magical seal, and disappearing under the night sky with Meng Rushue. The entire change in the battlefield occurred in less than a breath. On the field, there was no longer any figure of Meng Rushue. What? This? Yen Song was shocked and looked back, his sole consciousness chasing after him, but he could no longer find the slightest trace. The heavenly demoness looked at the direction where Meng Rushue and the others had disappeared. Her pupils deep murmured, "Exalted realm." Chu Yun and Night Swallow just happened to fly over at this time. It seems like she also arranged a backhand, but it's a pity that she let her get away. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, a woman at the Shattering Realm level who can have such tactics is unheard of by old me. Little friend, girl. What exactly is this woman? Yen Song said with a gloomy face. Her identity is also unclear to us. But Elder Yen and the three ladies are fine. That would be considered a fortunate thing. Chu Yun responded. What little friend said is true. Tonight, I really have to thank little friend and the girl for their help. Otherwise tonight, I'm afraid that old me would really have to suffer that woman's path. I don't know little friend and the girl. What forces are they from? Yen Song understood that Chu Yun did not want to say the identity of that woman, and did not pursue the question too deeply. But no matter what, he still had to thank Chu Yun's duo for saving his life. Elder Yen Song, my name is Chu Yun. This girl's surname is Yu, and she is also my future wife. Chu Yun shamelessly introduced himself. Chu Yun? This name, why does it sound so familiar? Chu Yun. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. You are the Ninth Prince. Yen Song's pupils shook and his expression changed. It's good that Elder Yen knows. Then please ask Elder Yen to be able to keep this night's matter a secret. I don't want a fifth person to know about it. Chu Yun smiled faintly. Yen Song was inwardly shocked and stunned. Surprisingly, it was the Ninth Prince. He actually had the ability to control evil infants. It was simply terrifying as hell. If this were to be spread out, the entire imperial city would have to suffer a massive earthquake. Moreover, this Miss Yu is no ordinary person. Not only does she look stunning with the beauty of a country, but she is also powerful with a cultivation at the peak level of the Broken Realm, and her power is on the verge of pushing into the Nirvana realm. How is it that both of these people are such terrifying demons? This Ninth Prince is also too deeply hidden. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely keep my mouth shut about this matter. No matter who asks, I will only say that I don't know. Yen Song immediately assured. Very well, then that's all for now. Exiner, let's go. The heavenly demoness turned around and left with Chu Yun and Night Swallow. Yen Song looked at their departing silhouettes. His heart was difficult to calm down for a long time. This Ninth Prince is so demonic. It seems that the Crown Prince's position as the Crown Prince may not be able to sit securely. On the way back, how did you control the evil baby? No one in the entire Yuan realm has ever had such an ability so far. The heavenly demoness could not help but ask him. Chu Yun smiled bashfully. An innate ability. There's no way around it. This hall is just so lucky. The heavenly demoness looked at him suspiciously. Is this really an innate ability of yours? Chu Yun nodded. Yes, the kind that really glows purple. The heavenly demoness was silent for a moment, then admonished. Then you have to be careful in the future. This kind of ability, try not to use it in the open. You still don't know what kind of consequences will come from you grasping this kind of ability. It's not an exaggeration to say that the matter of you being able to control an evil infant, once it reaches the ears of some of the more powerful forces in the Yuan realm, then you, including the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, will be in for a disaster. As Chu Yun listened to its words, that playful expression slowly became solemn. Don't worry. There's no sin in a horseman, and the crime of harboring a jade is a crime. This is a truth that I understand better than anyone else. In a mountain forest not far from the imperial city, a thunder shadow flashed by, and Meng Rushua's figure landed here. Her face was alert as she asked towards the surroundings. Who is your excellency? Why did you save me? The surroundings were silent and there was no response. Dream Ruoshua's brows sank. That person had more than likely already left. However, she really couldn't figure it out at the moment. Why would a character at the Zunshi realm level save herself for no reason? At the same time, she was even more inwardly still shocked that Chu Yun could control the evil infant. A peak Nirvana realm evil infant. Could it be him? A name could not help but emerge within Dream Ruoshua's mind after she carefully recalled it in her mind. Xiao Yan, who had won a peak Nirvana realm evil infant from the Smoke and Rain building. Dream Ruoshua's face was gloomy, but she was also injured, so her top priority was to return to the Prime Minister's mansion as soon as possible while the night was still young. The next day, Chu Yun had just finished eating breakfast when Luo Feng hurriedly came in. "Your Highness, something has happened." Seeing Luo Feng's anxious expression, Chu Yun could not help but ask, "What happened?" Luo Feng's face was serious as he responded. Today in the courtroom, the Prime Minister cited 4 officials of the 3rd rank for a series of offenses, such as embezzlement and bribery in violation of Daxia's laws. His Majesty was furious and ordered that their titles be taken away. The 9 clans copied, and all of them were escorted to the heavenly prison to wait for their punishment. Chu Yun heard, "What does this have to do with me?" Luo Feng said again, "Your Highness, do you know the identity of these 4 people? They can all be important ministers of the Empress's faction, and hold power in their hands that, combined, can almost be compared to a first-ranking official. For the 4 of them to be arrested would be like gouging out one of the Empress' eyes." Chapter 47. The Prime Minister takes a stand. 10,000 thunders goes out of town. Hearing these words, the expression on Chu Yun's face immediately took on importance. The Prime Minister moved the Empress faction? If I'm not mistaken, this matter was most likely planned by Father and him together. The Prime Minister is now on my side, and his purpose in moving those people is most likely to agitate the Eastern Palace side. Chu Yun calmly thought about it and immediately had a rough judgment. The incriminating evidence of those officials, it was obvious that the Prime Minister had long had it. Only to come out publicly at this time was nothing more than to announce to the world that he, the #1 powerful minister of Daxia, was completely cut off from the Empress's faction and was even an enemy. And with Meng Chongchong entering the picture, the Empress and the Crown Prince would never be able to sit back and do nothing. Since the Prime Minister and Father have opened the game for me, so be it. Then there will be no pretending. Enter the game. After Chu Yun made up his mind, a wisp of a confident smile spread across his face. "Your Highness, then what is to be done next?" Luo Feng also asked seriously. "You call Wan Lei over for a trip?" Chu Yun said. "Yes." Not long after, Venerable Wan Lei walked into the house. "Your Highness." Chu Yun nodded. "Wan Lei, this time I called you here. There are some matters that require you to go out of the city." "As your Highness commands," Venerable Wan Lei respectfully said. "The Empress faction's forces are many within the Imperial City, but there are also quite a few in the other states and counties. I want you to think of a way to uproot each and every one of these forces on the list, leaving no one alive. And torture them as much as you can, and also let them know that you are my man. Got it?" Chu Yun took a list to Venerable Wan Lei, on which the names of at least dozens of power families were densely written. The underlying strength of these forces were no worse than the forces of the Manhwa sect and the Yi family. Some of them even had peak Nirvana realm-level ancestors present within the clan, all of which were mainstays within the Empress faction. After receiving it, Venerable Man Thunder responded, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I understand what to do." Chu Yun's purpose in having Venerable Lord 10,000 Thunder do this was twofold. One of them was naturally to combat the Empress faction, and the second was to obtain the appropriate number of editing points for him through these forces of the Empress faction. He couldn't just focus on the Imperial City, and if he wanted to obtain a large number of edit points, the other states and counties were currently good targets. After Venerable Wan Lei left, Luo Feng couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, what about us?" Luo Feng knew that His Highness had already told Venerable Wan Lei to go to other states and counties to exterminate the Empress faction's forces. Then it would be impossible for this Imperial City to be calm. "Commander Luo, why don't you come with me to the Prime Minister's residence first?" "Yes, Your Highness." Both of them understood that with this trip, it would be impossible to conceal their relationship with the Prime Minister's mansion. Of course, this was the result that Chu Yun wanted. Wanting to pull people in, then first the strength of his side had to be shown. The Prime Minister openly stood in line, but also really gave Chu Yun the greatest help. Inside the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Rong was sitting on the upper seat with a gloomy face at this time. Chu Yuan, the Black Iron King, Wang Hanxiao, the Guanshan County King, including the Crown Prince's many protégés, were all sitting in the hall at this time, and the expressions on everyone's faces were all somewhat unsightly. Meng Chongchong's move is an open attempt to tear our faces apart. The Black Iron King's tone was cold and heavy as he snapped. Wang Hanxiao's eyes changed, and his eyes were slightly cold. The Empress Mother sent word that the 2 offerings she sent couldn't even enter the door of the Prime Minister's mansion. I guess he already doesn't want to explain too much with us. The Crown Prince coldly sank his face and said, Lone still can't figure out why he's doing this? Making an enemy of us. What good does this do to his Prime Minister's mansion? The Prime Minister's mansion had been at ease with them for many years, and this time Meng Changjong's sudden outburst directly caught everyone a little off guard. The Guanshan County King and the Black Iron King were a few people who were also filled with a face that couldn't figure it out. Not understanding what exactly Dream Changjong was doing this for, I went into the heavenly prison and read all of those people's charges, including the case. Dream Changjong laid the death hand. They are dead. Even if the mother and the state master step in, they can't be saved, Chu Yuan coldly said. Obviously, Dream Changjong had prepared for this, so much evidence, it can't be collected overnight. Wang Han wrongly said with a cold face. Big brother, do you think this matter? Could it be related to Chu Yun? Chu Yuan coldly ventured out. Chu Rong just wanted to speak when an old man with a black robe, holding a dragon head scepter and old wrinkled skin on his face, slowly stepped in from the entrance of the hall. Its pair of triangular eyes gave people a chilling feeling, and although he was converging his breath, his aura directly caused the crowd on the field to feel a hint of pressure. When the crowd saw this old man, including Crown Prince Chu Rong, they all stood up. Greetings to the State Master. State Master, why did you old man come, and didn't say anything to Lone in advance? The Crown Prince immediately walked down and came before the State Master. State Master Feng Tianjing. He was a figure from the previous generation, and if he really wanted to count, the current Xia Emperor and Meng Changchong were both still his juniors. The Crown Prince's attitude towards him was very respectful, thus showing that his position amongst the Empress's faction was also unshakable. After such a big incident, it would be somewhat unreasonable for me not to come. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you guys are afraid that you don't know yet. When I came, I had already received the exact news. Not long before that, the 9th Prince, Chu Yun, had already entered the Prime Minister's residence. From this, it can be seen that this behavior of Meng Changjong is also announcing to us that the person he supports is Chu Yun. These words of the State Master caused the hearts and minds of everyone in the hall to tremble as they listened. Surprisingly, it really is Chu Yun. Meng Changjong would actually choose Chu Yun. The Crown Prince's face was shocked, and he was even more puzzled inwardly. What exactly was Dream Changjong's choice of Chu Yun for? Compared to cultivation strength, he was far superior to Chu Yun. Then connections and background, he was even more complete than Chu Yun. If the Shi family was strong enough, the divine sect would also be strong enough to hold them back. On his side, there was more than just the divine constabulary. Therefore, no matter how one looks at it, Dream Longchong choosing Chu Yun is almost a surefire choice. Why would he be like that? Perhaps it is not his choice either, but His Majesty's choice. The State Master hit the nail on the head. The Crown Prince's body shook. Father! He seemed to have thought of something. His face grew sullen. This throne of the Crown Prince, I've been sitting for so many years, wanting me to give it up. No matter who it is, it's all delusional. Regardless of whether he is voluntary or not. Now that the matter has been finalized, since they made a move, then we should strike back ourselves. The State Master's eyes were deep. Your Highness has such a heart, so you won't let the old man down. Don't worry. If they move our people, they will naturally have to pay the price as well. If Chu Yun can die once, he can die a second time. The State Master had a wisp of condensation on his brow, then said, Your Highness and old man will make a trip to the palace to meet the Empress Dowager. Good, State Master. We will go forward now. The duo's entry into the palace also simultaneously represented the Queen's faction's counterattack, which would soon come. Chapter 48 Evil Infant Upgrade. Night Swallow of the Zunshi Realm. Prime Minister's Mansion. Above the main hall, Chu Yun and Meng Changjong were seated facing each other, while Luo Feng was sitting on the side, quiet and silent. Meng Changchong brewed a pot of tea. From the moment Chu Yun entered the mansion, he knew that this 9th prince had already comprehended his intentions. Your Highness came here. I think it must also be for those people to see. Since this is the case, can Your Highness think of how to respond next? Meng Changchong asked leisurely. Chu Yun smiled lightly. With the Prime Minister on my side, what is this palace afraid of? Besides, the Prime Minister and Father, don't they just want them to move? If they don't move, then it would be pointless for us to do so. Meng Changjong continued. In that year's matter, who the real culprit behind the scenes was, Your Highness must have been clear about it for a long time. Over the years, His Majesty had more than once entertained the idea of abolishing the Crown Prince, but due to various factors, the idea was only dead in the water each time. Now, Your Highness has returned, showing a talent that is obvious to all, and combined, is much stronger than the Crown Prince. It is also considered to allow His Majesty to completely implement this idea. Chu Yun drank a cup of tea, listening to these words of his. A lot of feelings, its face seriously said, I'm not that kind, the revenge of that year. Only a Crown Prince position is not enough. It only has to be liquidated with their blood. This imperial city, it is always unavoidable to meet a great bloodbath. Dream Chong Chong sniffed and did not say anything. Without others suffering, one should not advise others to be good. Not to mention that Chu Yun was still the one who was going to inherit the great unity. His heart naturally had to be even more ruthless enough. Your Highness, since I have already sided with Your Highness, then I will naturally help Your Highness to seize that ultimate everything. Earlier, I have also gotten the news that the State Master has gone to the Eastern Palace, most likely to enter the palace with the Crown Prince to meet the Empress. According to my understanding of them, they will soon exact revenge on me, including you, Your Highness. Meng Chongchong's tone was calm. Even if he knew that the Empress faction was about to retaliate against him, he did not appear anxious. The same was true for Chu Yun. His uncle was still in the palace today. Even if the Empress faction was going to deal with themselves, then the first thing that had to be done was to find a way to lure him away. Otherwise, with his uncle here, even if the divine sect patriarch himself came, he would not be able to do anything about Chu Yun. What does the Prime Minister think? How will they do it? Chu Yun asked with a calm expression. Meng Chongchong shook his head, picked up a cup of tea and said, I don't know, but what is certain is that for now, they will not make a move against Your Highness's safety. Venerable Shura is still in the city. They don't have that ability. Chu Yun's mouth smiled. Prime Minister, since we are waiting for them to make a move, why don't we turn passivity into initiative and strike first? The teacup in Meng Chongzhong's hand paused, his gaze looking towards him. Your Highness means to make a move against those families within the city? Chu Yun laughed. Since we have already torn our faces apart, why don't we pull our mouths wider? I also understand the Prime Minister's concern, worrying that things within the city will move too much and in turn be caught by the Empress faction, right? Meng Chongchong was a bit startled. Since Your Highness knows, could it be that there is still a method? What if I say that no matter if it is the Empress or the State Master, they cannot catch a single handle? Chu Yun confidently revealed a smile. Meng Chongchong looked deeply at him. It was only after roughly half an hour or so that Chu Yun and Luo Feng left from the Prime Minister's mansion. The main key to why he dared to come to the Prime Minister's mansion on this trip was actually because he knew that Dream Rushua was injured and would absolutely be the first to heal her injuries. Thus Chu Yun was not worried about bumping into her. Otherwise, even if Chu Yun had to go to the Prime Minister's mansion, after he went in, he would have to wear a mask. Otherwise, if he encountered Meng Rushua, then things would be bad. At night, within Chu Yun's Imperial Prince's mansion, two honored guests were ushered in. They were both clad in black robes to conceal their identities. It was not until after entering the lobby that the black robes were removed. One of them was none other than Yen Song, the Yen family's grand elder. The other person, looking a bit younger than Yen Song, was a middle-aged man, but his temples had begun to turn gray, and the aura on his body was strong to the extreme, far above Yen Song. Elder Yen Song, hello again. This is the Yen Ding family head, right? I've heard a lot about you. Chu Yun smiled politely at the duo. He was the one who had asked the Heavenly Demoness to make a trip to the Yen clan to have Yen Song and the Yen clan head come here. Because of what happened last time, Yen Song already admired him, the ninth prince, to the extreme. He had already completely conquered this Yen family grand elder deep within his heart. Your Highness the ninth prince is polite. Your Highness is the one with the talent. Not even remotely close to the rumors. Yen Ding politely said. Chu Yun smiled. Come sit. After the several people sat down, Chu Yun did not beat around the bush. Both of you, the purpose for which I sought you out this evening, I'm sure that you have more than likely guessed some of it. Thus, I will also be straightforward. The current situation is such that between me and the Empress faction side, only one side will survive. The Yen family has always been neutral, not mixing in imperial power grudges. But once this imperial power struggle is completely underway, None of the various powerful clans within the imperial city will be spared. Family Master Yen, you should understand what I mean. Chu Yun's words were straightforward, speaking directly to the point. Once this imperial power struggle unfolded, those neutral forces within the imperial city would only end up being forced to go down, and it would be impossible for them to remain neutral forever, unless they were strong enough to counterbalance the entire Grand Xia imperial dynasty. The Yen-Ding duo listened to its words with a deep thought. Ninth Prince, I understand what you mean. Indeed, as you said, once this vortex of imperial power spreads, it is impossible for the Yen family to remain neutral. But I want to know why my Yen family should choose you? To be honest, although the Prime Minister's office is on your side now, the Eastern Palace's chances of winning are still above yours. Yen Ding was also opening up the window of heaven. Chu Yun wanted the Yen family to choose him, so he had to give a reason that was enough to convince them. Just based on the fact that I am Xiao Yen plus this. I don't know if Yen family master thinks it's enough? As soon as Chu Yun's words fell, an evil infant mighty wave of the Zunshi realm covered the entire room. Just a mere wisp of might caused the Yen-Ding duo to fall into an abyss, their hearts shaking. The night swallow's evil infant void appeared behind Chu Yun's back, and those evil eyes seemed as if they could dominate everything in their lives. And Chu Yun was like an evil infant god at the moment, controlling the 8 directions. An evil infant of the venerable realm. Yen Ding said in shock while bearing the terrifying pressure, his sweaty face. Yen Song was also completely numb with shock. Wasn't it still the peak of the Nirvana realm last time? How did it become the exalted realm today? This is a joke. A realm a day. All right. Almost done. Only after Chu Yun's gesture did that wisp of night swallows might retract. The Yen family duo was relieved, earlier, only by that wisp of might. They were subdued to the point where they could not move at all. It was simply too terrifying. P.S. The book began to recommend like friends ... 5-star praise and urge more so that the score out as soon as possible. Condition allows friends. I hope to give the poor author to reward some noodles money. Grateful. Chapter 49 Late Night Action. Exterminating the Worldly Family. An evil infant of the Zunshi realm. Ninth Prince Yu, or Xiao Yen, can still control an evil infant. Among Yen Ding's tone, it was even harder to hide the shock in his heart. He was a peak Nirvana realm powerhouse, one of the strongest members of the Yen family, and at this time, in front of Chu Yun, his expression could not help but look nervous. At this point, Elder Yen Song should be a little clearer than you. Yen family master. This hall has already taken out my utmost sincerity by showing you all of this tonight. Even more, I can give the Yen family a promise. One day when the battle for imperial power ends, the Yen family will become the #1 family in the imperial city. Chu Yun had shown his own value this time, and had drawn a large pie for the two of them. Not only did this pie smell good, but with Chu Yun's skills, he could really do it. Yen Ding's pupils shook as he turned his head to look at Yen Song. The latter nodded. Family master, it is indeed as your highness said, all of this is true. In my opinion, your highness's talents are far superior to the crown prince's. Since the Yen family is bound to choose a side to stand on, then I am more inclined to stand on your highness' side. Yen Song's crucial boost was also what caused Yen Ding to be shaken within. He was in a shocked mood at this moment, seriously considering the matter. Chu Yun's value, he had thoroughly seen it tonight. The mere fact that he was in control of a Zunshi realm evil infant was enough to influence the direction of the entire situation. After some deep thought, Yen Ding's face hardened and he made his decision. Good! Since your highness is so sincere, then my Yen family will never let your highness down. My Yen family, from now on, is willing to follow your highness' orders. The Yen family subsumed. Chu Yun was in an excellent mood and laughed. Good. Yen Ding family head. This hall guarantees that in the coming days, you will surely be glad that you made an incomparably correct decision this night. Half an hour later, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Yen Ding and his duo took advantage of the night to leave quietly. No one found out about their coming to the imperial prince's mansion. And the Yen families standing in line also allowed Chu Yun's network of relationships around himself to expand by 1 point once again. In the wee hours of the morning, Chu Yun sat on the fishing platform in the backyard. Luo Feng stood quietly and calmly behind him, and the two seemed as if they were waiting for something. Stare. 10,000 Thunder Venerable overwhelms 100 Snake Island. Master gains 3,000 editing points. 10,000 Thunder Venerable overthrowing 1,000 Leaves Pavilion. Master gains 2,800 edit points. Venerable Thunderbolt abuses and kills Elder Puxin. Master gains 1,200 editing points. 10,000 Thunder Venerable 1 abuses and kills the one-eyed old man. Master gains 900 edit points. In the center of Chu Yun's mind, the system's mechanical beeps sounded one after another. The 10,000 Thunder Venerable 1 had indeed lived up to his expectations, helping him earn over 10,000 editing points in just one day. The efficiency was too high. However, he had annihilated so many forces. I believe that when tomorrow came, the matter would spread. And the people who died were all mainstays of the Empress faction. If he was the Empress, he would also definitely realize that an exalted realm had struck, and if exalted 10,000 Thunder were to strike again, his efficiency would definitely be slightly affected. At the same time, Luo Feng received a message. He immediately said, "Your Highness, the matter is done. The street patrol team for this night has already been transferred." When Chu Yun heard that, he lifted his eyes to look slightly upwards at the bright, clear moon and exuded a sinister smile. "Then let's set off." "Yes." Imperial City, Li family. The Li family was a famous and powerful family within the Imperial City, with a peak Nirvana realm ancestor existing within the family. The contemporary head of the family was also a strong person at the mid-Nirvana realm level. Although it was not as strong as the Yen family, it was still ranked among the top 5 families in the Imperial City. In the middle of the night, inside the Li mansion, Li Feng, the head of the Li family, was currently sleeping peacefully in bed with his 2 wives. Suddenly, Li Feng's eyes snapped open and he instantly got up. "Who?" His pupils changed. The entire room of the house, the lights were bright, while the 2 ladies lying beside him had become 2 cold corpses. Chu Yun was currently showing a faint smile on his face, sitting on the table with 1 foot on the chair, his face looking at him playfully. "Madam, you die for me." Li Feng saw that his woman was lifeless at this moment. His face trembled in shock. Anger instantly rushed to his brain. His eyes red and swollen. One hand erupted with Nirvana power, grabbing towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun did not flash or evade. His gaze calm and collected as he looked at him. "How can a mole want to injure my lord? What do you take this lord for?" Suddenly, from the doorway, an evil shadow flashed, and a young man appeared and stood in front of Chu Yun, and with one hand, he casually released the rope of evil infants, and thousands of evil chi covered the room, directly shocking Li Feng away. Those ropes of evil babies, moreover, tightly entwined his whole body. Li Feng's skin was like the pain of piercing into the bone marrow, and the power of the soul was suppressed to death by the power of the evil babies. Bang! Li Feng's body slammed heavily on the ground. The intense pain made his body tremble and his features twisted in pain. Zun Sure Realm. Who exactly are you? You guys. My Li family is the Empress's people. Eridol are not afraid that the State Master and the Empress will look for you to take revenge, Li Feng said with all his strength in pain. This young man, naturally, was Night Swallow. After refining those 3 Nirvana realm evil infants, he had managed to break through to the Exalted Realm, and really had to thank Meng Rushua. Listening to Li Feng's words, the corners of Chu Yun's mouth flushed with a slight smile. This Hall, the 9th prince of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, Chu Yun. What? You are Chu Yun? Li Feng's pupils widened, within which shock, hatred, anger, grief and other emotions all appeared on his face. Li Feng's anger value reached 93%. It hasn't reached 100% yet. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately had another idea. Bring him out. Let them have a family reunion. Yes, master. Night Swallow hemmed and hawed. Immediately, he dragged the evil infant's rope and brought Li Feng to follow Chu Yun. The Li family's plaza compound. An evil chi barrier isolated all breaths, and no one could see it, regardless of sound or images. Chu Yun and Night Swallow led Li Feng and walked into the middle of the barrier. In the next moment, Li Feng's expression instantly changed from anger to panic. Great Elder! Elder Ancestor! Even you guys! Li Feng saw the scene in front of him and completely despaired. At this moment, in the square within the barrier, the entire Li family, thousands of clansmen, were all suppressed in place by the power of Night Swallow. This included the Grand Elder, who was also at the Nirvana realm, as well as the Li family's oldest ancestor. Luo Feng and the Heavenly Demoness stood on both sides with cold faces, their gazes looking at the Li clan's crowd without a trace of pity in the depths of their eyes. In the fight for the imperial power, the first ones to encounter poisonous hands were those forces under the command of their respective camps. This point, Luo Feng was clear, and the people of the Li family were equally clear. It was just that none of them had expected that the 9th Prince Chu Yun himself had such a strong person by his side. It was completely unexpected. Your 9th Highness, can you give my Li family a chance? As long as you release my Li family today, we are willing to leave the imperial city and never again get involved in matters of imperial power. Chapter 53 Great Families Exterminate. A great uproar. Li Feng collapsed to the ground at this moment and begged towards Chu Yun. As the head of the Li family, he had to take up this responsibility. He could not stand by and watch the Li family perish in his own hands. Chu Yun sniffed, his face expressionless. Li family head. How old is he? Why is he still as naive as a child? Fenger, stop it. The king has become the loser. Tonight it was my Li family that planted the ball. But that doesn't mean you've won. Chu Yun, Empress Dowager will definitely avenge us. Even if we die, we will be waiting for you down there. In contrast, the cloaked Nirvana realm elder ancestor of the Li clan was much more sober. He knew that things had already reached this level. Begging for forgiveness was useless, and since Chu Yun wanted to compete for the crown prince, there was absolutely no way he would let them go. Old man, it's still you who sees things clearly. Since that's the case, then you'll be the first to be sent on your way. Night Swallow. Chu Yun spoke out. Yes, master. Night Swallow hemmed and hawed. His tongue stuck out and licked the corners of his mouth, and immediately after, an evil infant's shadow was released from within his body as if it was a sky-covering evil spirit, opening its huge mouth of the abyss and directly swallowing that old ancestor in one gulp. Night Swallow kills the Li clan's old ancestor, earning 7,000 edit points. A peak Nirvana realm, although the hate value hadn't been pulled full, 7,000 edit points was more than enough. Old ancestor. When the Li family's crowd saw this, they all roared long in grief. Their old ancestor had died, and the Li family's linchpin had completely collapsed. Chu Yun looked at Luo Feng in the next moment, and the latter understood and directly dragged out 3 teenagers from the crowd. Father, father, save me, father. These children were the young masters of the Li family. All of them were the family head Li Feng's own sons. No, no. Children. Li Feng watched the 3 of them, being thrown up by Luo Feng, as Night Swallow's evil infant shadow opened its abyssal mouth and swallowed again. Night Swallow killed the 3 sons of the Li family, gaining 400 edit points. Li Feng's hate value has reached 100%. Li Feng, the pig, was also completely raised. All right, it's time for this farce to end. Night Swallowing. Chu Yun slowly turned his back, and then said, Leave no one behind. Yes. Night Swallow joyfully answered. Luo Feng and the heavenly demoness followed Chu Yun and slowly walked out of the barrier. Chu Yun, you must not die a good death. I will curse you even in death. You will definitely go to hell. You will definitely. Ah. Li Feng's voice came to an abrupt end, and what replaced it was the roaring wail of the Li family's thousands of people in the face of despair. But it was only an instant. The evil baby's huge mouth swallowed down. The whole Li house, completely turned into a dead house. Night Swallow kills Li Feng, earning 6,000 editing points. Night Swallow kills the Li family's grand elder, gaining 4,000 edit points. Night Swallow kills the Li family. With the Li family buried and destroyed, Chu Yun had gained a total of over 20,000 edit points. However, after they finished resolving the Li family, they did not return to the imperial prince's residence on this, but instead headed towards another family residence. The following day, a shocking news came out of nowhere, directly causing the entire imperial city to explode. Overnight, within the Great Summer Imperial City, the top 10 ranked 3 families. Li family, Su family, Yu family, the people of the 3 great families, in one night all evaporated. In addition to some of the commercial pavilion to stay, and some out of the clan, the rest of the people contain all the senior, all disappeared overnight, the whereabouts of unknown. Moreover, these 3 great families are all loyal factions of the Empress. Once this matter came out, the entire imperial city was completely abuzz. Discussions rose and fell from all sides, some saying that the people of the 3 great families might have been killed. Some said that they might be secretly hiding with the intention of plotting a rebellion. Some said that they might have left the city overnight and were going to defect to the enemy. All in all, that was saying everything, Because of the importance of this matter, after the emperor learned the news, he also immediately sent out shadow guards to investigate thoroughly. Palace, a back garden pavilion. This matter is really the old nine did? This kid, how did he do it? Could it be Shura's hand? The Desya emperor's face was a bit surprised, and he was deeply shocked after hearing the report from Meng Chongchong in front of him. Dream Chongchong shook his head. No, the ninth prince said that to make the disappearance of these three families an unsolved case, then it couldn't have been by venerable cultivator Xiao Luo. After all, once venerable cultivator Xiao Luo leaves the palace, the empress's side will inevitably receive the news. Meng Chongchong responded. The emperor's face was a little surprised after hearing this. Old Nine actually has this kind of ability. Then it seems that I really don't need to worry about anything anymore. Suddenly, the emperor received a message from the shadow guard. He opened the spirit message and took a look. His expression changed slightly. This is interesting. What's wrong, your majesty? Meng Chongchong then asked. See for yourself. The emperor handed him the spirit message. The latter took a look and his face changed slightly. Thousand Leaf Pavilion, 100 Snake Island. These are all forces that are on the empress side. Within a day, it's surprising that they were all wiped out. The emperor nodded. The most crucial thing is that no traces of the person who struck can be found, which means that the one who exterminated them is most likely only a handful of people or only one person. Meng Chongchong's expression shook. Venerable. The emperor's eyes were deep. Which venerable could it be? Do you think? Such behavior is clearly an attempt to pluck the wings of the empress, with whom there must be a profound hatred. Meng Chongchong thought for half a day, but still couldn't think of anyone who would dare to exterminate those few forces of the empress faction at this juncture. The most crucial thing was that it also coincided with the ninth prince, one exterminating the ones within the imperial city and one exterminating the ones in the other states and counties. It was really coincidental enough. That's all. You go back first. I'll send someone to check it out. Let's first see how the empress's side plans to cope with these things. Yes, your majesty. Ninth Prince's Mansion. Chu Yun slept until the middle of the day before getting up. At this moment, spring, summer, autumn and winter helped him put on his clothes, and the moment he opened the door to his room, he directly yawned several times in a row. What did your highness do last night? Why do you look so listless? Seeing this, Xiao Chun boldly joked. Chu Yun pinched her nose. Is it listless? Do you want to come and try a? Xiao Chun's face immediately turned as red as an apple. Your highness. The other three women were also listening and laughing straight away. At this moment, Luo Feng slowly came from not far away. Your highness, you are awake. Chu Yun nodded and said to the four women, all right, you all go down. Yes, your highness. After the four women left, Chu Yun asked with a straight face, Commander Luo, how is the situation? Chapter 51 Teacher Prosperity. Arrival in February. Your highness, the matter of the people of the Li family and the other three great families disappearing overnight has now completely spread inside and outside the imperial city. On top of that, the 100 Snake Island, 1,000 Leaf Pavilion, and these forces were slaughtered, and the matter has also spread from the other states and counties to the middle of the imperial city. I'm sure that most of the people from the Empress's faction have all received the news as well. Luo Feng replied with a serious expression. Chu Yun sniffed with a calm expression. Everything was within his expectations. All right, take over. First, let the people within the residence not leave the residence as much as possible, and wait for news from Exioner's side. Yes, your highness. Luo Feng then also retreated first. For Chu Yun, he did not need to do anything more now. He only needed to wait for the East Palace side to make a move. Furthermore, tomorrow it could be Xiao Yan and Wang Hanfalt's 10-day appointment with them. At that time, Chu Yunka would naturally not be polite. Those people, he absolutely had to eliminate them all at once. Stare. Background editing cooldown complete. The 7-day background editing cooldown had arrived, and after Chu Yun looked around at this time and saw that no one was around, he once again returned to the house and closed the door. Checking editing points. Edit points, 58,000. More than 50,000 editing points was the sum of the editing points Chu Yun had gained from exterminating those three lineages last night, along with those forces slaughtered by the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One, all added up. More than 50,000. This shall not be a blast. He immediately checked up on those background identities. Heaven's Destiny Empress Dream Ruoshua's previous life intent. 8,000 edit points. The only disciple of the Free Sun. 10,000 edit points. Master of the Rakshasa sect. 18,000 edit points. Brother of the Holy King of Maitian, 20,000 edit points. Nowadays, he was able to edit all of these edits. Only the edit thing was that he could only choose one this time. The rest would have to wait until 7 days later. Chu Yun thought about it and finally settled on a background that was the most cost-effective. The only disciple of the progenitor. The progenitor, according to the system, was a supreme being. And not just any supreme, a supreme invincible. If he himself had the backing of this master, what else would he need to scheme for? One sentence of master helping me, and one of its swords would be enough to pick off the entire Empress faction altogether. System, I choose to edit this prosperity disciple. Warm tip, Master, the Easy Sun is currently within an ancient secret realm in the Yuan realm, extremely far away from the Daxia dynasty. Even if the Master edits this identity, in order for it to rush to the Daxia dynasty, the shortest amount of time would require 2 months. What? 2 months? Then I'll change it. Maitian Sage King's brother. Master, the Maitian Saint King is in the land of the Pure Land, which is even farther away from this place, and it will take at least half a year to arrive. Chu Yun's brain was filled with black lines. Are you kidding me? One is so far away from the Grand Xia dynasty. Are you hardly going to ask me to edit the background of the Smoky Rain building? Master, the only disciple of the prosperous sun, this background is actually the most cost-effective. After Master finishes editing, 2 months later, everything in the Daxia Imperial Dynasty will be up to you. As for this 2-month time gap, Master can exchange some blind boxes, perhaps there can be some unexpected harvest is not certain. Besides, the 7-day editing cooling-off period will soon pass. Under the system's burst of detailed explanations, Chu Yun did feel that there were indeed a few points of truth. If he chose prosperity now, the big deal was to wait for 2 months. When it arrived, he had a supreme being behind him. What royal clan elders, queens and state masters would all have to kneel on the ground and sing conquests to him. All right, edit it. Chu Yun finally decided that it would be better to edit the background of the only disciple of the prosperous sun. Background is being edited. Please wait. Karma change complete. Identity reset correct. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Background editing is successful. Immediately, an additional memory appeared amongst Chu Yun's mind. In Qingzhou, when he was young, he met a cloud-robed sword cultivator who traveled in all directions. And when he saw that he had a karmic connection with him, he accepted himself as his disciple. However, he wanted Chu Yun to train in the outside world and grow on his own, so he only left him a sword soul jade, while he himself began traveling the 4 directions once again. He told Chu Yun that when he encountered difficulties that he could not solve, he could use the sword soul jade to contact him, and that he would come after seeing it. This cheap master, it's pretty cool to have a great sword immortal. It's really something. Chu Yun already had the look of Easy Sun in his mind, and what he looked like when he struck his sword. Similarly, because of the reset of karma, Easy Sun's memories would also have memories of accepting Chu Yun as his disciple. Chu Yun slowly took out a diamond jade resembling the shape of a long sword from his body. This was precisely that sword soul jade. Master, my disciple is now the 9th prince of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, and because the battle for the imperial power will be divided into life and death, my disciple has asked my master to come and help. Chu Yun transmitted this message within the sword soul jade. A mysterious ancient secret realm, surrounded by the wilderness blood and gore, dust and smoke environment. There are more than a dozen heads of the body of 1,000 zhang high, as if a giant mountain like the heavenly phase realm demon king. Their corpses within the body of the blood dried up has become fossilized stone. And look at their injuries are sword chi caused. And also are very neat, all only a sword mouth. So many heads comparable to the human race Tianzun realm level of the demon king was actually a sword instantly cut. In the deepest part of the wasteland in the valley within. A cloud-robed sword cultivator holding a sword at this moment, a sword chi chopped out, and 10,000 miles of the sky was chopped open with a huge gap, as if it was a crack in the sky. A great demon Zun hiding within that void space was completely severed by his sword, and the beast's head, which was the size of a mansion, fell out of the void space. The body was buried within it. This great demon Zun, in his lifetime cultivation, was clearly a supreme realm-level demonic beast. However, it was also ended by this cloud-robed sword cultivator with a single sword. The cloud-robed sword cultivator's eye gaze remained unchanged, and just as he was about to continue walking, a sword soul jade at his waist suddenly glowed brightly. When he picked it up and looked at it, he heard Chu Yun's voice and what he said. This kid, also did not see him for more than a decade. That's just it. Chu Yun, wait for master. Easy Sun transmitted a passage into the Sword Soul Jade, and immediately afterward, his figure turned around and began to leave towards the exit of the secret realm. After Chu Yun received the response from Easy Sun, his heart was immediately energized. Waiting for another 2 months, the end of those people from the Empress will be here. Chu Yun was overjoyed, then thought that he still had those remaining edit points. After spending 10,000, there were still 48,000 today. Rather, it could be used to buy some cultivation cards or open a blind box. Chapter 52. Opening the blind box again, the Queen's counterattack. With 48,000 left, what he could choose from was actually more than he could say, and less than he could say. If he simply redeemed a cultivation enhancement card, it was obviously not as cost-effective as opening a blind box. First, I'll use 15,000 edit points to exchange for a Broken Realm cultivation card. Then use 32,000 editing points to exchange for 8 golden-colored blind boxes. Chu Yun used it in this manner, and only 1,000 editing points remained. Redemption successful. The treasures have all been sent to the system warehouse. May I ask if the owner needs to open them? Open. Chu Yun did not hesitate. Opening in progress. Congratulations to Master for obtaining Nirvana Realm Peak Summoning Card X2, Exalted Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card X1, Exalted Realm Summoning Card X1, Life Liquid X1, Heavenly Dignitary Breath X1, Divine Ability Celestial Flame Vermilion Bird X1, and Exalted Eyesight X1. The rewards have all been sent to the storehouse. The distribution of these rewards doubled Chu Yun's novelty. System. Introduce these treasures. System. All right. Liquid of Life. A single drop can restore a person's injuries as if they were the first. Even the most severe soul collapse and origin wounds can be recovered instantly. Supreme level treasures. Breath of Heavenly Dignity. Upon use, one can gain the power of the Heavenly Phase Realm for 10 breaths of time. Avatar Vermilion Bird of Heavenly Flame. This avatar has a total of 5 heavens, and once you reach the second, you can transform into a vermilion bird, descending into heavenly flames and burning away all the filth in the world. Venerable Eyes. The eyes of a Venerable Realm cultivator can only be fused at the Nirvana Realm level. After fusion, not only can one's strength grow, but one can also perceive the subtleties of the Venerable Realm. Lucky me. Opening a blind box to open these. If this were to be placed in the past, I wouldn't have won a few $100 million in the lottery. After Chu Yun saw the introduction of these things, his heart was especially satisfied with this. System. Use the Broken Realm cultivation card first. In use. With the use of the cultivation card, Chu Yun's aura was as if it was flying, directly crossing over the Yuanying realm and reaching the early Broken Realm level. And in his mind, he even rehearsed the Heavenly Flame Vermilion Bird's divine ability. With the Heavenly Blood God Root Bone, Chu Yun was as if he had a learning hang. For any spiritual skill divine ability, he only needed to deduce it within his mind, and he would be able to achieve a small success. After roughly a dozen seconds, a red vermilion bird seal emerged on the inside of Chu Yun's arm. This was precisely the best proof that the Heavenly Flame Vermilion Bird had comprehended the second heaven. There has to be an opportunity to try out the might of this Heavenly Flame Vermilion Bird. After Chu Yun's eyes opened, he looked at the sizzling power contained within the palm of his hand and said to himself, Tuzi, what level does my current strength belong to? System. Back to Master. Currently you have mastered the Heavenly Flame Vermilion Bird. With this alone, you are already invincible within the Broken Realm, and the early Nirvana Realm can also be fought. Coupled with the fact that Master had previously fed the Blood Heavenly World with a large amount of Blood Essence Stones, allowing the Blood Heavenly World to expand once again, now that Master has struck without reservation, his battle power can match that of the late Nirvana Realm. Chu Yun was somewhat surprised, not having thought that his current battle power could already cross over to the late Nirvana Realm. It really gave him some surprise. Then, let's use the rest of the things that are left. That Venerable Realm Minor Realm Enhancement card. Give it to Venerable 10,000 Thunder to use remotely. Chu Yun said. Venerable Wanlei himself was at the late stage of the Venerable Realm, and if he were to ascend even further, he would be on the same level as his uncle, becoming a peak-level Venerable Realm existence. Even more so, Venerable Wanlei was still at the saint level due to his physique being a saint body and his root bone. Under the same level, his uncle wouldn't even be a match for the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One. Remote boosting in progress. Remote enhancement completed. Wanlei's cultivation has been raised to the peak of the Venerable Realm. Character summoning in progress. Character summoning successful. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared directly within the house as if they had appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Chu-yun. "See, Your Highness." Among the 3, there was an older-looking old man whose aura overrode the crowd, and he was clearly a venerable. The other 2 were both at the peak of the Nirvana realm. A man and a woman. The man was dressed in black robes, with a black dragon crown on his head. His face was handsome and cold. His bones were handsome. He was a beautiful man. The female had an enchanting look. Her body was as seductive as a beautiful snake. Although it was not as good as the heavenly demoness divine face, it still had its unique flavor. Open the information introduction. Name: Venerable Sea Formation. Realm: Late Venerable Realm. Physique: Fate Formation Saint Body. Root Bone: Saint Grade. Name: Morong-in. Realm: Peak Nirvana Realm. Physique: Extreme Ice King Body. Root Bone: King Level. Name: Fire Spirit Woman. Realm: Peak Nirvana Realm. Physique: Void Inferno King Body. Root Bone: King Grade. After checking the information of the 3, Chu-yun proceeded to speak. "There is no need to be polite. All of you get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." After the 3 of them rose, Chu-yun surveyed them one by one before saying, "Next, all of you will conceal your breath and try not to reveal your cultivation first. Is that clear?" "Yes, Your Highness." Harem Palace. Within the Harem Palace, in the middle of a side hall, State Master Feng Tianjing, Divine Sovereign Wang Hanxiao, and Crown Prince Chu Rong were sitting on the 2 sides of the seats. At the top, there was a woman wearing a bright yellow 8-colored phoenix robe, with a 6-dragon, 3 phoenix crown on top of her head, dignified and solemn, and her appearance was even more similar to that of Crown Prince Chu Rong, with a 7-point resemblance. This person, it is the current empress of the Great Xia dynasty, Blue Ji. Empress, the old man's people have already determined it. From last night until now, Xiu Luo has been in the middle of the palace and has not left the city. As for Meng Chongchong, he has also been within the mansion all night. This is the exact information that was bought from the Smoke and Rain building. Therefore, these 2 can already be completely ruled out. Feng Tianjing slowly spoke. Lan Ji's face was slightly gloomy. In just 1 day's time, her faction inside and outside the city combined lost over 10,000 people. The disappearance of these 3 members of the Li family's lineage was most likely dead. But if one wanted to do this to such an extent overnight, without even leaving a trace of the bodies, the person who struck, their strength would have to be at least in the Zunshi realm. If these 2 are ruled out, then wouldn't there be none? Could it be that this matter was not done by those people from Chu-yun? The Crown Prince's face was also ugly. Until now, they could not find out half a clue. Even the Smoke and Rain building was said to be still under investigation. The object of their suspicion was naturally the exalted realm figures on Chu-yun's side. However, as soon as Xiu Luo and Meng Chongchong were ruled out, they were directly left with no object of suspicion. It was impossible for Chu-yun to be a venerable realm figure, right? That would truly be a travesty. No, there is another person. Within the Imperial City, there is another exalted who might help Chu-yun. Blue Ji's pupils flashed with a fierce light, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 53 Target. Tai and Meng Ruxue. Could the Empress be referring to Jin Mu? Feng Tianjing's eyes glanced slightly towards her, his voice somewhat low as he spoke. Empress Lan Ji nodded lightly. He has not appeared for a long time. Rumor has it that he is in seclusion, but the authenticity is yet to be known. Both the Crown Prince and Wang Hanmu couldn't help but change their faces slightly after hearing the name Jin Mu. This name, for them, was definitely like thunder. This person, Jin Mu, was the Grand Commander of the entire Shadow Guard and Luo Feng's top boss. More crucially, he only followed the Emperor's personal orders, and he wasn't even an ordinary Zunshi realm. Looking at the entire Grand Xia dynasty, even the Shura Venerable and Divine Sect Patriarch, who were the peaks of the Venerable realm, did not have a certainty of victory when they met him. Mother, if it's Jin Mu, wouldn't that be? The Crown Prince's face was very ugly, and there was even a trace of a grimace among his eyebrows. The rest of the few people in the hall also understood what he meant. The one who was able to order the golden wood, looking at the entire imperial city, was only the Emperor of Daxia. In other words, it was his father who wanted to deal with them. Chu Rong could not help but feel a mixture of indignation and hatred within his heart. This was all because of Chu Yun. If he had not returned, this would not have happened. His Majesty's mind is afraid that he has the idea of wanting to establish that Chu Yun as a reserve. For Meng Chongchong to be able to stand up to Chu Yun, in my old man's opinion, it is mostly because he also has his signals. Feng Tianzheng continued. Lan Ji's face deepened. She had been with her husband and wife for many years, so she naturally understood his methods. She was all but certain that behind all of this, there would be the emperor's figure. It was even that the emperor was borrowing Chu Yun's hand to gradually pull off her wings. He wants to change the crown prince. As long as this empress is still around, then he can never succeed. He has a maximum of 2 months left in his 5 failures of the celestial beings. At that time, it will be the day of the imperial city's change of heart, and he will no longer have any method to turn the situation around. But before that, these things by no means can we just tolerate it. That is, if they move this queen's people, then naturally a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Within Lan Ji's eyes, a hint of cold viciousness swept through. How does Empress Dowager intend to move against which people? Feng Tianjing asked. Lan Ji pondered with a straight face and then spoke. Chu Yun is not going to move him for the time being, with Luo Feng close by to protect him, and perhaps even Jin Mu in the shadows. The possibility of killing him is not high. In that case, that Grand Master in his mansion is a good target, as well as Meng Chongchong's daughter. Let's take the lives of these 2 people first, to give them an appetizer. Other than that, this empress has already asked the Corpse Een sect and the Blood God sect's people to go to the Shur family's territory to exert pressure and force Shura to leave the imperial city. After hearing the empress' words, several people nodded slightly. Laying hands on Atai and Meng Rushue, on the contrary, was the most likely to succeed, and it would also deal a considerable blow to the people on Chu Yun's side. Especially Meng Rushue, the number 1 beauty of the younger generation of the Grand Xia dynasty. If she died, the entire Grand Xia would have to be shaken, including Meng Chongchong. It's impossible that she would still remain so calm. Right, mother? What about which forces in the other states and counties? Who are we going to have check? Chu Rong asked at this time. There is no need to worry about this matter. The vice-patriarch of the divine sect has already personally gone to investigate this matter too. I believe that there will be results in a matter of days. Lan Ji thought of something and continued. Right. Tomorrow you guys are going to meet that Xiao Yan, right? Chu Rong nodded. Yes, mother. The things have already been sent to the Eastern Palace, and in the early hours of tomorrow, Elder Wang and the Black Iron King will head to the Tsongfeng mountain range and meet Xiao Yan. Unsurprisingly, this absolute heavenly pride will become a disciple of my son tomorrow, at which time my son will immediately bring him to meet with the Empress Mother. The Crown Prince already held great expectations for Xiao Yan, even though he had not met him yet. Lan Ji nodded. Good. This Empress would also like to see what this legendary figure, who became famous overnight, actually looks like. 9th Prince's Mansion. Chu Yun was currently sitting in the pavilion. Holding in his hand was none other than the heavenly flower tripod, his eyes deeply surveying it. A steady pace came from far to near, and the figure came to Chu Yun's front. Si Jun, meet your highness. Chu Yun nodded. Get up. See formation, the formation within this tripod. Are you sure you can break it? Chu Yun had forgotten for a moment before that this summoned venerable sea formation was himself a cultivator with an extremely high talent for the Tao of formation. It was a venerable formation master. This heavenly flower ding seal, venerable Lord Wan Lei could not solve it because he was unfamiliar with the Tao of formation. However, this was not necessarily the case for venerable formation master C. Chu Yun had always been curious as to what exactly was sealed within the formation of this heavenly flowering cauldron. The 1,000-year-old pill of the Hope Immortal Tao sect was lost somewhere after being stolen by Qin Kuan. However, Chu Yun had a premonition that the value of what was truly sealed within this heavenly flowering cauldron would definitely be far higher than that 1,000-year-old medicine. After venerable sea formation took over his hand, the blue light in his eyes flashed, and the ancient patterns engraved on the tripod were all glowing brightly at this moment. With that, venerable sea formation carefully studied it and gave a concrete reply. Your Highness, this sealing formation should have been set up by a peak Supreme Realm Formation Master. With my subordinate's current cultivation, it is possible to solve it, but it will take some time. How long? Chu Yun asked. Within 2 months. The exact time will have to depend on how much of that Supreme Realm's power still remains in those formation patterns above. Venerable Formation Master C responded. Another 2 months. Has the recent past been in conflict with 2 months? Chu Yun could not help but spit out once he heard the approximate time needed. All right, then take it and solve it, and you can tell me what you need. Chu Yun said. Yes, Your Highness. After Venerable Sea Formation took the heavenly flowering cauldron and left, Chu Yun called for Night Swallow and Luofeng. Your Highness. My lord, what is it? Night Tun stood next to Luofeng and asked curiously. In the early hours of tomorrow morning, the 10-day appointment that this palace has set with those people from the Eastern Palace will arrive. At that time, Night Swallow, you and this palace will go to the Tsongfeng mountain range. Commander Luo, you make arrangements for the things at the city gates. Still erase the traces of us entering and exiting the city. Chu Yun said to the duo. Yes, Your Highness. Don't worry, Master. Just a few Nirvana realms. Just like ants, it's easy to clean them up. Luofeng? Night Swallow's words drifted a bit, and next to him, Luofeng's expression stiffened slightly. He was the Nirvana realm, and Night Tun's words sounded like he wanted to beat him up. Chu Yun glanced at him and then said, Just now, this palace received news from Exiner. On the Empress faction side, they are going to make a move against Atai and Meng Rushue. Commander Luo, tell the Prime Minister to pay attention. As for Atai, let him leave the city tomorrow during the daytime. Let's directly lure the snake out of its hole. Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile on his face. If the Queen's faction dared to follow Tai out of the city, they would be in for a rude awakening. Chapter 54 Chu Yun's Guilt. Yes, Your Highness. I will go to the Prime Minister's residence now. Luofeng was just about to leave when he suddenly turned around again. Your Highness, when you talk about Miss Yu, I do have something here about her. Think I should tell you, Your Highness. Chu Yun blinked. What is it? Nearly 10 days ago, I think, Miss Jade had asked me about something. She asked me if Venerable 10,000 Thunder was in the mansion one night. Luofeng said. Chu Yun's brow bone pressed slightly. Which day was it exactly? What time? Luofeng replied affirmatively. On the day after His Highness several people returned from the Tsongfeng mountain range. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's heart suddenly seized and he hurriedly asked, What about your answer? Answered truthfully. Luofeng answered. After hearing this, Chu Yun's face deepened slightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, All right, I know, you go. Yes. Luofeng then proceeded to the Prime Minister's residence. Night Tun's eyes rolled and he quietly asked, Master, could it be that last time, the one who saved Meng Ruoshue? Was Wan Lei? Chu Yun's eyes looked at him coldly. The atmosphere was cold and hard. No words were spoken. Night Swallow was stared at by him straight, dryly smiling on his face. Master, I in a hurry. I'm leaving first. Oh. In a puff of smoke, Night Swallow directly ran out of sight. Chu Yun sat alone. His heart was filled with thoughts, which eventually turned into a sigh. Sure enough, he had still somewhat underestimated the heavenly demoness. This person had once been an Emperor Realm level character, and when it came to her heart, she was no worse than himself. Since things couldn't be hidden, it was better to confess directly. Don't bury the nail in the coffin. Chu Yun got up and slowly walked towards the secret room where the heavenly demoness main body was in seclusion. Upon entering the secret room, Chu Yun saw the heavenly demoness main body sitting on the ground, and she also sensed Chu Yun's arrival, her cold lips slightly opening. Did something happen? Nothing much. Just wanted to chat with you. Chu Yun casually found a place to sit down, his eyes full of deep meaning as he looked at her. The heavenly demoness eyes slowly opened, revealing her violet gold-colored pupils. It unhurriedly looked at Chu Yun and asked, Chat about what? How did you find out? I was the one who made Wan Lei save Meng Rushue. Chu Yun looked at her with his eyes and spoke somewhat less favorably. The heavenly demoness was okay, her expression surprisingly calm and collected. You say this matter. The person who saved her at that time, his strength was at least an exalted realm. A Zunshur realm is enough to kill us all back, but it's merely only saved Meng Rushue, not even showing its face, which can only mean that the person who saved her was afraid of exposing his identity. Combined with the fact that it cultivates the power of thunder, I naturally knew everything after asking Luofeng. The heavenly demoness tone sounded, making Chu Yun somewhat surprised. She seemed to have not reacted greatly to this matter. Ah, then why didn't you come to question me in the first place? Don't blame me? Chu Yun asked in a sincere tone. The heavenly demoness eyes were still emotionally stable. If you wanted me to know, you would naturally tell me. If not, I would only get some excuses to prevaricate if I asked. There is no need for that. As for blaming you or not, you don't have the memories of your previous life, so you will be defensive towards me, and I understand that. As I said before, time will prove everything naturally. There's no way I would blame you for this. The heavenly demoness words caused Chuyun's mouth to open and reopen, but she was never able to utter a single word. Until now, she had thought that it was because Chuyun did not have memories of his previous life, and it was normal for her not to thoroughly believe her. For a moment, this caused Chuyun's heart to sour a little. Chuyun looked at her with quite a heartache amongst his eyes. His finally walked over and picked her up, hugging her tightly in his arms. Exoner, I swear that from now on, this will not happen again. The heavenly demoness was hugged by him, her hand slowly placed on his back. This was the first time she was in such intimate close contact with a man, her skin embracing each other, feeling the softness and temperature of the other's body, and the feeling inside her heart was wonderfully happy. The reason you saved her was to stop the two of us from fighting? Under her happy and relaxed mood, the heavenly demoness also opened her mouth to ask. Chuyun honestly told her, not bad. I don't want you guys to fight or even, I want you guys to be able to coexist. Good, I promise you, the heavenly demoness answered. Chuyun fiercely got up, his eyes looking at her in unexpected ignorance. You agree? Chuyun was incredulous. The two of them were arch-enemies. The heavenly demoness had agreed so easily. To be honest, the two of us, whether we were or still are, we do not have absolute certainty that we can kill each other. Including back then. Even if you don't let 10,000 thunders save her, she won't necessarily die there. Don't underestimate the underpinnings of a reincarnated emperor realm. The two of us have been fighting for too long with our old grudge, and I believe that I'm not the only one who's tired, she's tired as well. I'm willing to make concessions for you, but even if I'm willing to stop the fight, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to persuade Meng Rushue. The heavenly demoness told his Tao the words in her heart. Chuyun naturally understood that the heavenly demoness was able to say these because of herself, and its willingness to make great concessions for herself. Then as a man, what reason did he have that he could not accomplish this? Don't worry, Meng Rushue sighed. I will resolve it. Just rest assured. He spoke to the heavenly demoness, and afterward, Chuyun left the secret room. After coming out, Chuyun sighed with complex thoughts. Before, I even lied to a woman who was so sincere to me like that. I'm really a system. Packed. The system suddenly answered without asking. Chuyun? System, are you floating? Looking for dry, isn't it? System. System. Master, don't ever think like that. You are a good man. Your original heart is still there. You just want them to get along. You want them to have a happy and fulfilling family with you. Chuyun. That's something I love to hear. As the sun set in the west, night came. Luo Feng arranged everything at the city gates, and near the stroke of midnight, Chuyun secretly left the city together with Night Swallow and Venerable Sea Formation. As a precautionary measure, Chuyun had purposely brought along Venerable Sea Formation with him. In addition to that, there were two other groups of people who also secretly left the city at this hour. And the direction they were traveling to was surprisingly the same as Chuyun, the Tsongfing mountain range. One group was naturally those people from the Eastern Palace, and the other group was the strong men of the Smoke and Rain building. P.S. Today the rating came out, also hope that you point more 5-star praise ++ points. By the way, out of a more activities. A day's bounty adds up to 100, the author will add more. So read friends, you can brush a small gift, support. Free small gifts can also be the power of many people, everyone together brush, there will be a great opportunity. Chapter 55 Wind and clouds gather at Tsongfing. For great venerable masters. The top of the Tsongfing mountain. Chuyun was still wearing a mask, including the two people beside him, Night Swallow and Venerable Sea Formation, who had also slightly concealed their appearances. As the early morning hours arrived, Wang Hanxiao, the Black Iron King, and the two of them slowly flew up from the mountainside, their figures standing in front of Chuyun's several people. Wang Hanrong's gaze swept and saw the two unfamiliar figures beside Chuyun, and it did not care too much about them. Prince Xiao Yan, as promised. Things we have prepared for you. As Wang Han mistake said this, his palm opened and a blood-colored crystal stone, as well as a box that sealed the evil infant, appeared above his palm. This 10,000-year-old blood essence stone is as good as fake. And inside this box, what is sealed is none other than a peak Nirvana realm evil infant. So Mr. Xiao Yan may feel free to check it. In order to demonstrate his sincerity, Wang Hanmao gently waved his hand, and the two items directly floated in front of Chu Yun. After Chu Yun received them, he confirmed them and nodded. Both of these things are fine, the two of you have worked hard. Chu Yun's last few words, but his tone appeared subtle. Neither Wang Hanmu nor the Black Iron King realized this at this moment, and thought that Chu Yun was being polite to them. The Black Iron King then said, Prince Xiao Yan, our sincerity has already been taken out, so I wonder when you intend to go with us to meet His Highness the Crown Prince? His Highness has been waiting for you in the Eastern Palace this evening, just to personally meet with you, the virtuous genius. Hearing these words, Chu Yun smiled faintly, and after putting away the two items, he spoke. His Highness the Crown Prince's regard for Xiao Yan, but it is really flattering to me. Wang Hanqiao answered, His Highness especially values Prince Xiao. As long as there is help from His Highness, coupled with Prince Xiao Yan's talent, it will definitely be a powerful combination. And in the future, Prince Xiao's name will be famous throughout the Grand Xia. Wang Hanrong until this moment are still in the beautiful words of Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked at the two of them with a meaningful expression on his face, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the name Xiao Yan, paired with any of the Crown Prince, would be enough to shake the Grand Xia with fame. But unfortunately, this Crown Prince is not Chu Rong. At these words, the faces of both Wang Hanqiao and the Black Iron King changed slightly, with the former's face sinking slightly. Prince Xiao Yan, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you are planning to go back on your word? Chu Yun had an evil smile on his face and his voice was ghostly cold. Even if I go back on my word, what are you going to do? The duo's faces completely darkened. Xiao Yan, I advise you not to make a mistake. Taking something and still wanting to run in this world, there is no such good thing. If you dare to back out today, this king can guarantee that you will have to go down lying down in this Tsongfeng mountain range. The Black Iron King directly released a threat in a cold voice at this moment. On Wang Hanfalt's body, the might of the peak of the Nirvana realm slowly blossomed out, and a terrifying aura filled the entire mountaintop, exerting pressure beside Chu Yun, displaying his strength and warning Chu Yun. Chu Yun's face did not change a single bit. His eyes looked at them playfully, casually saying, Do it. Want them alive. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. Night Tun smiled, and in the next moment, an evil infant chi that cloaked the four directions on his body shook out like a tsunami, directly crushing Wang Hanrong's pressure away. Exalted Realm. Run! Wang Hanjua and the Black Iron King's faces instantly turned white. After realizing that Night Swallow was actually an exalted realm, they could no longer think too much and subconsciously had to flee into the distance. All of you are standing in front of me, and you guys are still trying to run? What do you take this king for? Night Swallow felt that these two people were somewhat too contemptuous of themselves. He had his breath exposed, and these two even thought of running. The two of them, Wang Hanrong, had already panicked as if they were numb inside, and if they were to learn of Night Swallow's thoughts, they would probably be able to die of anger. They subconsciously chose to run away, and if this was still defying him, then there really was no justice. In Night Swallow's perspective, these two shouldn't have run. They should just kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Heavenly Evil Ghost Claw. Night Swallow slowly stretched out a palm, only to see an evil chi shoot out from the center of his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic evil baby ghost claw, as if it was going to claw the mountain peaks to destruction as it grabbed towards the duo. Earth-shattering lamp. Golden void spirit gun. Seeing that they couldn't dodge at all, the two of them, Wang Han wrongly, could only choose to carry this claw with all their might. A lotus lamp burning with golden light floated above the firmament, and the Black Iron King also pulled out his strongest spirit weapon. The golden void spirit lance transformed into a golden radiant lance dragon, burning with the gleaming nirvana fire, shining under the night sky at the top of the mountain range. The earth-shattering lamp that Wang Han misplaced directly condensed into a gigantic earth giant, with the earth-shattering lamp temporarily acting as the heart, maneuvering the nearly 1,000 feet tall giant to kill that ghost claw. Thud. Bang bang bang. The result was within Chu Yun's expectations. The earth giant and that golden radiant spirit lance dragon were all destroyed, and the moment they touched the ghostly claw, the Zuni-level waves that blossomed out shattered everything. The earth-shattering lamp, as well as the golden void spirit lance, also turned into ashes. Ah! And before the ghost claws stopped, they directly pinched the bodies of the two of them, and the nirvana flame that burned up on their bodies by Wang Han's mistake was directly infiltrated by the evil qi. The two of them immediately felt cold and bone-chilling. The evil gas fused in every strand of their power, directly suppressing their power, but also tormenting their whole body veins all the time. It was as if the evil was constantly wreaking havoc in their bodies, causing both of their nirvana realm powerhouses to be unable to stop themselves from emitting agonizing screams of pain. With a hook of his finger, Night Swallow's ghostly claw grabbed the two of them and returned to the top of the mountain. Plop! The two's bodies were pressed by Night Swallow's power, and they knelt in front of Chu Yun. You! What exactly are you people? I am the third elder of the God sect. You move me, we'll never have a good ending. Wang Han Rong Pain gritted his teeth, carrying the pain within his body, viciously glaring at Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked on with a cold gaze. Night Swallow, take them aside first. Night Swallow's face was suddenly serious as he nodded. Yes, master. He struck out and shrunk the bodies of the two into a crushed sand-like form, collecting them within his own body. You've been watching for so long, and you're still not ready to show yourself? If you don't come out, I really have to leave. Chu Yun suddenly turned to the surroundings of the mountain top and shouted, Mr. Xiao Yen, these two beside you are of exceptional strength. A familiar voice followed. In the next moment, a dozen figures flew down from behind the black clouds not far away. Surprisingly, they were all at the Nirvana realm. Leading the way, besides Smoky Rain Tower's chief deacon Sun Yen, there were two other old men. These two, both of them, were Zunshi realm-level powerhouses. However, they took Sun Yen as their center and stood to its left and right. Chapter 56 Sun Yen's vague attitude. Si Jun's demonstration. Chu Yun's face did not change much after seeing Sun Yen. He only frowned slightly. Deacon Su, this is a bit less than honorable, isn't it? Last time, I had already released your people. This time, so many of you came above this Songfing mountain range. Do you not want to be my enemy? Anyone else who encountered such a situation would definitely have dissatisfaction in their hearts. Moreover, Chu Yun had never been a good person. If the Smoke and Rain building truly intended to be hostile, then the big deal would be for him to use his heaven's breath and directly settle these people. Sun Yen smiled and explained calmly. Prince Xiao Yen has misunderstood. I, Smoke and Rain building, am a businessman, and the last thing I am willing to do is to meddle in the fights between the forces of various parties. Thus, it is also natural that we would not want to be enemies with Mr. Xiao Yen. Chu Yun coldly said, Then what are you guys doing this time? This time we have come. We only wish to seek confirmation of a matter from Prince Xiao Yen. A trace of an inexplicable smile spread across Sun Yen's face. No. I should say that it is His Highness, the Ninth Prince. Once Chu Yun heard this, his words were silent. He did not know at this moment whether Sun Yen was testing himself or whether they had really found out his identity. He thought shallowly for a moment before, if you say that I am a prince, then it is. Then I don't know. What matter do you wish to seek confirmation for? Chu Yun's answer, however, was unexpected by Sun Yen. He was actually really testing Chu Yun. Their Smoke and Rain building had investigated Xiao Yan's identity was ironically false, and his true identity after the Smoke and Rain building's careful investigation. Discovered, there is a person with its very right that is missing for many years, just returned soon after the Ninth Prince Chu Yun. But if it was really Chu Yun, then how could he have so many Zunshi realms around him? Even, he had such a heaven-defying, peerless talent. If it really was Chu Yun, then he had truly given everyone a big surprise. However, Chu Yun's reply at this moment, not admitting or refuting in turn, made Sun Yen not so good at jumping to conclusions. The thing that begs to be proven is precisely your Highness's talent. Where exactly did it come from? Sun Yen's eyes looked straight at him and said, The matter of talent belongs to my personal privacy. On that point, I'm afraid I have no comment to make. Deacon Su, if there is nothing else, then we will leave. Farewell. Chu Yun was just about to leave with the two of them, when suddenly, one of the venerable members of the Smoke and Rain building in front of him gently raised a gust of wind, blowing off Chu Yun's mask and allowing his true face to be revealed. Sun Yen fixed his eyes and his pupils shrunk slightly. It is really him. At this moment, he was completely certain of Xiao Yan's identity. It was really Chu Yun, the Ninth Imperial Prince. Chu Yun stopped his pace. He actually did not intend to continue hiding his identity any longer. The Smoke and Rain building suspected himself. and it was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. However, this mask was revealed by them. Then the nature would not be quite the same. Deacon Su, this haul should be enough to give you guys face as well, right? For you all to do so, it's a bit less disciplined. Chu Yun looked at them with cold eyes. Those two smoky rain towers Zunsha realm, their faces were one more arrogant than the other. Their hands clasped on their chests, that kind of eyes were extremely contemptuous, and that sense of blissful superiority made Chu Yun feel disgusted. Sorry, your Ninth Highness. Please bear with me for my rudeness. Sun Yen instead spoke politely. Just like that. Sun Yen, this matter? Do you think it will end like this? Chu Yun looked straight at him, his eyes as grim as they could be. Chu Yun? Or else what else do you want Lord Su to do? Don't give an inch. Even if you are extremely talented, if you want to act recklessly in front of my smoke rain tower, you do not have the qualifications yet. The one on the left, the smoky rain building's Zunsha realm, spoke with a lofty voice at this moment. When the master speaks, where is the slave to interrupt? Sun Yen, is this how you manage the people under your hand? Could it be that this is the rule that your smoke and rain house has always abided by? Chu Yun did not have the slightest fear. He scolded the other party even if they were in the Zunsha realm. To him, Zunsha realm, it was not like he had not cursed before. This smoky rain tower's Zunsha in front of him was even weaker than the original Blood Xian. But his mouth was even more disgusting. What did you say? Ignorant little child. How dare you insult this venerable? The venerable being scolded was instantly infuriated, and a palm directly grabbed at Chu Yun's neck. The pressure of an early stage of the venerable realm spread out, exerting pressure near Chu Yun's circumference. Boom! A formation seal of the division formation Venerable One struck out, transforming into a six-mangled star formation, and the formation light within it transformed into a starburst, dispersing the smoky rain tower Venerable One's pressure, and following that, the starburst repelled his palm that grasped over. Bang! That person was struck by the power of the star-ons, and was directly shaken back by more than 10 meters, under the powerful power shock. His entire arm was now numb, and he couldn't move. What a strong power! Late stage of the Zunsha realm. That smoky rain tower old man spoke with a cautious and shocked face. At this moment, the aura of the division formation Exalted One was revealed, and it was only then that Sun Yen and the others were completely aware of the division formation Exalted One's specific cultivation level. He wasn't an ordinary Venerable One, but a late-stage Venerable One realm. Based on him alone, all the people on the mountain range tonight combined would not be a match for Venerable C formation. Venerable C formation stood by Chu Yun's side, his gaze staring at them indifferently. As long as Chu Yun gave the order, he would directly strike without any hesitation. On the contrary, it was Night Swallow, whose face was more somber as he stood to the side. He was aware of the power of the smoke and rain building, and if he really wanted to make an enemy of this power, the price to be paid would be too great. Without any doubt, in front of the smoke and rain building's headquarters, 100 great Xia imperial dynasties put together would not be enough to look at. But if his master really wanted to do it, then he would definitely lay down his life to accompany him. Life and death is indifferent. If you don't serve, then the out of it, no matter what, can never be a loser. Sun Yen looked at this situation, his eyeballs turned, from his storage ring, took out a blood essence stone. Ninth Highness, earlier it was my people who didn't know any better. This 10,000-year-old blood essence stone, take it as an indemnity. I, Smoke and Rain Tower, have no ill will towards you, and I still hope you understand. Seeing Sun Yen being so sincere, Chu Yun slowly accepted the 10,000-year-old blood essence stone. Deacon Su, this hall is not rushing you either. For so long, the imperial family and Smoky Rain Tower have been respectful to each other, and I don't have a bad impression of you. But it is some of your honored ones, their vision and qualities, that should indeed be mentioned. Chu Yun said plainly without the slightest pretense. The two venerable realms behind Sun Yen, their faces were instantly gloomy to drip water, but Sun Yen glanced at them and directly suppressed their emotions strongly. Turning back, he faintly smiled and said, "What you said is true. This matter, I will think about it. Other than that, what happened tonight, my Smoke and Rain building will not be rumored to the public, so you can rest assured." Although he did not know what exactly Sun Yen's purpose was, Chu Yun also nodded. "Then thank you very much. Go." Subsequently, the three of Chu Yun left the Zongfeng mountain range and followed the night, returning to the imperial city. P.S. To add a bit about the realms. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi Transformation Realm, Jindan Realm, Yuaning Realm, Broken Realm, Nirvana Realm, Zunshi Realm, Heavenly Phase Realm, Heavenly Dignity, Supreme Realm, Seal King Realm, Seal Sage Realm, Sage King Realm, Imperishable Realm, Heavenly Jedi Realm, Eternal Realm, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 57. The Rules of the Smoke and Rain Mansion. Looking at the departing silhouettes of Chu Yun's trio, Sun Yan's eyes were deep. His face gradually flushed with solemnity. Lord Su, just a brat who is arrogant on the basis that he has some talent. I don't understand why Lord Su is focusing on him so much. The two venerable realms beside them said with slightly unhappy faces at this moment. They were aware of Sun Yan's true identity. It was no exaggeration to say that not to mention the exalted realm, even a heavenly phase realm level figure would have to be respectful in front of Sun Yan. The two of them really did not understand why Lord Su was treating this Chu Yun like this. He even took out a 10,000-year-old blood essence stone to give it to him. What do you guys know? This person Chu Yun is not as simple as what you see. Just the few Zunshi realm experts by his side alone, we can't find out any of their origins. Thus, befriending this person is far better than befriending him. It has nothing to do with face. It's a matter of intelligence. Besides, what he said is also correct. That condescending stance of yours had better change for me. Smoky Rain House does business and never scrutinizes the status of the other party. All people are equal. There's no such thing as who's noble and who's lowly. If it happens again, I will deal with it according to the rules of the building. Sun Yan's eyes looked at them with dissatisfaction as he warned. Lord Su, we know. There definitely won't be a next time. The two Zunshi realms immediately lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes in a sincere manner. They really didn't dare anymore. No one knew better than them how terrifying the word rules was within the Smoky Rain building. All right, go back. Yes. The Smoke and Rain Towers group then left the Zongfeng mountain range as well. The only ones who suffered from this three-way gathering of forces were those on the Empress faction side. Ninth Prince's Mansion. After Chu Yun and the others returned to their residence safely, Venerable Sea Formation went to gradually crack the ceiling formation of the Heavenly Cauldron. In Chu Yun's room, the door was open, and aside from him and Night Swallow, soon after, the Heavenly Demoness' original body also arrived. You're looking for me? Chu Yun nodded. Have a seat. The Heavenly Demoness also walked to the seat next to her and sat down. I asked the two of you to come because I wanted to inquire about the bottom line regarding the Smoke Rain Mansion. Night Swallow, you've dealt with the Smoky Rain building. As for Xiner, you should be more clear about the strength of the Smoke Rain Tower as a power. How roughly? Chu Yun spoke. He had once heard the Heavenly Demoness mention a few sentences, telling him not to mess with the Smoke and Rain building as much as possible at the moment, and to just play by the rules with them. However, through tonight's events, he viewed Smoke Rain Tower as a great uncertainty. Therefore, he had to figure out the bottom line of this power without any ambiguity. You messed with the Smoke and Rain building? The Heavenly Demoness frowned slightly and said at once. Chu Yun shook his head. Not really. I can feel that Sun Yan did not have any malicious intent towards me. It was just that the two Smoky Rain buildings' Zunshi realm exuded a sense of superiority that made me feel disgusted. What Chu Yun said was indeed the truth. If Sun Yan had not taken out a 10,000-year-old blood essence stone to initiate a reconciliation in the end, it was truly possible that he would have allowed Venerable Sea Formation to take action against those two. It was because of Sun Yan's initiative to concede that Chu Yun gave him a face and took a step back as well, giving the other party a step back so that both parties were decent. Master, all I know is that the Smoky Rain Tower's headquarters is very powerful. Not only do they have Heavenly Phase Realm, they even have quite a few Supreme Exalted Realm powerhouses. The strength is completely not comparable to that of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Night Tun replied with a very serious face. That was all he knew. After all, he had spent most of his time living in the evil infant realm. There was only some shallow understanding of the forces of the Yuan realm. As soon as he heard that the Smoke and Rain building had quite a few supreme realms, Chu Yun's face was still quite calm. This point was still within his expectations. However, immediately afterward, the Heavenly Demoness said, "This is only a one-sided strength. The Smoky Rain Tower is one of the pinnacle, deepest forces in the entire Yuan realm. Chu Yun, let me put it to you this way. Inside the Smoke and Rain building's headquarters, there is an existence at the Emperor realm level. When I was at my peak, I would have been able to fight them against each other, but now, if I offend them, I don't have half a hope of winning. These words of the heavenly demoness caused Chu Yun's face to change slightly. Night Tun also listened in astonishment. One of the peakest forces in the Yuan realm possessed a great emperor. Just these few words alone were already enough to cause many people to feel despair. Since the Smoke and Rain Building's headquarters is so powerful, why did it open a branch building to come to Daxia? Chu Yun was puzzled. This is their business strategy. They are in the Yuan realm. They have thousands of branch buildings. Each branch building is quite profitable. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Smoke and Rain Building is one of the richest forces in the Yuan realm. But you don't have to worry too much. There are rules within the Smoke and Rain Building. All branch buildings are not allowed to intervene in the grudges of the various forces. As well as actively provoking a party, the rules are strict, which is why the Smoke and Rain Building's reputation has been so good for so many years. Chu Yun understood the words of the heavenly demoness, which meant that as long as he did not actively provoke the Smoke Rain Building, then he was basically not to worry about this uncertainty. As for such a huge power, it was inevitable that there were a few bedbugs with poorer character. One could not beat all of them to death with a single stick. If it's really as you say, then I don't need to worry too much. Chu Yun thought seriously for a moment. He believed that people like the duo tonight were definitely a very small minority in the Smoky Rain Building. Otherwise, if all the people in the Smoky Rain Building were like that, the reputation would have crumbled away in a flood. You indeed don't have to worry. As long as you don't have a deadly grudge against them, Smoky Rain Building basically won't take the initiative to look for trouble. Moreover, they are very disciplined and value rules the most. Even if you kill one of their people, as long as it's proven to be the other party's fault, then not only will the Smoke Rain Building not seek revenge on you, they will even personally send their senior staff to make amends and apologize. These last words of the heavenly demoness really directly caused Chu Yun to feel a hint of shock towards the Smoke Rain Tower. To be able to make a power so large and still be so focused on rules and reasoning, it was indeed only right that they had a good reputation. Chu Yun had put himself in his shoes for a moment. If it was him, then he would definitely not be able to do it. It was not that he was narrow-minded and unreasonable, but what he was mainly was an emperor-like ambition, rather than a pure heart of kindness. His ambition would inevitably bring about aggression, so he definitely couldn't do what Smoky Rain House did, where the other party killed their own people and still went on to talk about what broken rules they had. This Smoke and Rain Building, it really impresses me. Chu Yun could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards this Smoke Rain Building's chief floor master within his heart. The Crown Prince, Chu Rong, waited in the Eastern Palace from the early morning until daytime. From the mood of anticipation, he waited until he was anxious, doubtful, alarmed, and annoyed. Finally, after receiving the news from the people sent there, he completely broke his defenses. Your Highness, there's not a single person in the Tsongfing mountain range, and there are fragments of the earth-shattering lamp and the golden void spirit lance left on the ground. Elder Wang and the Black Iron King most likely suffered a bad encounter. The treasures are lost, and Xiao Yan's whereabouts are unknown. It is highly likely that it was him that caused the Elder Wang duo to encounter a dangerous situation. Chapter 58 Crown Prince's Annoyance. Wang Hanmu's Fear. Xiao Yan. How could it be him? Chu Rong had not closed his eyes for the night, and at this moment, there was a hint of disbelief on his face as red blood filaments covered his eyes within. Something had definitely happened to Wang Hanfault and the Black Iron King. This could already be judged from their shattered spiritual weapons. As for Xiao Yan, who was also unaccounted for, no matter how one looked at it, he was the biggest suspect. Most likely, it was Xiao Yan who had set up an ambush early in the Tsongfing mountain range, which had caused the two Black Iron Kings to meet an untimely end. But what makes Xiao Yan able to deal with them? The two Nirvana realm, one of them was still at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Other than an exalted one, who had the certainty that they could deal with the two of them? The more Chu Rong thought inside his head, the more chaotic it became, and he anxiously kept walking back and forth, thinking seriously, Sir, this matter may be that we were tricked from the start. Go into the palace. Report this matter to the mother immediately. After a while, Chu Rong still decided that it was better to immediately enter the palace and report this matter to his mother. Good. Invisibly, a voice came out in response to him. Within the palace, Chu Rong stood in the Empress's chambers, hanging his head down with a face full of gravity and hatred. After Empress Lan Ji heard everything, although her eyebrows were slightly pressed, her face was still calm. She made contact with the Divine Sect side through the Divine Sect secret method. From there, she learned that Wang Hanrong's life lamp was still burning, which represented that the two of them, at the moment, should not be dead. Are you sure that it was that person called Xiao Yan who did this? Lan Ji asked solemnly. Mother, child does not know. I do not dare to determine if it was really Xiao Yan who did this, but if it was him, it is very likely that from the very beginning, he had planned everything. Taking away the things we prepared for him, and also capturing Elder Wang and the others. The crown prince spoke with a heavy face. Humph! Incompetent! To be fooled by a kid with no background. You truly disgrace this empress. Lan Ji scolded nonchalantly. The crown prince's head was lowered, and inwardly, even if he was furious to the extreme, he couldn't defend himself in any way at this point. Blue Ji calmed her fire a little before she said in a cold voice, since things are already like this, then don't think about anything else. If you cannot find out the whereabouts of Xiao Yan and the Black Iron King and the others, then go to the Smoke and Rain building and ask them to find them. Other than that, then give Xiao Yan a hunting order. Whoever can find out his whereabouts and capture him alive will be rewarded with a Zun Pin Spirit Pill. A Zun Pin Spirit Pill, even for a strong person at the Zunshe realm level, had a considerable temptation. The fact that Blue Ji had offered such conditions was enough to see her determination to hunt down this Xiao Yan. Yes, mother. I will personally go to the Smoke and Rain building and implement this matter. Chu Rong answered in a deep voice. As the saying goes, love is deep and hate is deep. He had admired Xiao Yan to the extreme, but in the end, it had turned out to be this way. This caused Chu Rong's inner appreciation for him to instantly transform into a strong hatred. After Chu Rong left the palace, he personally went to the Smoke and Rain building and Sun Yan personally received him. After Chu Rong explained his purpose, Sun Yan was still considered to have kept his word and did not disclose half of Chu Yan's matter to him. As for Xiao Yan and Wang Han Rong, their whereabouts of this business, the Smoke and Rain building did not take to Chu Rong's reply that they are also in the investigation, so they cannot give him a definite answer. However, another business Sun Yan took over. Afterwards, the Smoke and Rain building released Xiao Yan's bounty. Someone had anonymously offered Xiao Yan a bounty, and those who captured him alive would receive a Zun Pin elixir. When this news came out, the entire imperial city was immediately stormed. Countless powerful forces were curious as to who actually hated Xiao Yan so much. Surprisingly, they had offered such a large amount of Zun Pin elixir. It was enough to cause cultivators under the Zunshe realm to go crazy for it. Following that, because of the drive of interest, not only the imperial city, but even the various forces that encompassed the entire Xia state, there were quite a number of people who had moved out to look around to see if there were any suspected traces of Xiao Yan. After all, the temptation of a Zun Pin pill was too great. Ninth Prince's Mansion. After Chu Yun slept peacefully, Luo Feng told him the news, and he did not how after hearing that the fact that the Empress faction would put a bounty on him was also within his expectations. By the way, Your Highness. Earlier, His Majesty sent a message asking Your Highness to make a trip to the palace when you wake up from your sleep. Luo Feng said again. Chu Yun nodded. Father asked me to go into the palace. Most likely it is also for the reward thing. There is no rush. You go down first. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng followed and turned to leave. Chu Yun immediately walked to a secret room in the backyard, which was fitted out to be a prison cell that had been arranged by Night Swallow. At this moment, the two of them, Wang Hanjua and the Black Iron King, were nailed to the cross, their entire body's bones shattered into slag, their meridians broken and restored hundreds of times, and the pain in their entire body was constantly stimulated to double by Night Swallow's evil chi, only to torture them until their souls collapsed, putting their feelings of pain to the maximum. The two were dying at the moment, their faces covered in blood, and they didn't even have much strength to speak anymore. The God Sect. Empress will definitely not let you go. Have the ability to kill us. Wang Han Rong tone intermittent, weak to the extreme open mouth said. Night Swallow stood in front of them and sneered. Want to beg for death? Ah, that is not so easy. I can't let you guys die before the master gives the word. Night Swallow began to ferry power towards the two of them, preparing to restore their shattered bones and meridians. Chu Yun's pace arrived at a steady pace, and his silhouette quickly arrived before the eyes of the three. Master! Night Tun immediately stopped the power in his hands and saluted him. Xiao Yan! You! What exactly are you? The Black Iron King opened his swollen and dim pupils and stared at Chu Yun in death. Chu Yun looked at the two of them and laughed coldly. This forlorn appearance, it's really miserable, nah. That's just it. It's time to introduce myself to you all. Xiao Yan. That is, this hall, am exactly the person you all want to deal with by all means. The 9th prince of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, Chu Yun. After Chu Yun reported his identity to himself, Wang Han Rong and the Black Iron King, who already had little strength, the two of them could no longer care about the pain. That pair of pupils were wide-eyed and their faces were horrified, and they simply couldn't believe what they had heard. Xiao Yan was Chu Yun. How could this be? How could this be possible? How could he be Chu Yun? P.S. Realm supplement, afraid some people didn't see it. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi transformation realm, Jindan realm, Yuanying realm, broken realm, Nirvana realm, Zunshi realm, heavenly phase realm, heavenly dignity, supreme realm, seal king realm, seal saint realm, saint king realm, imperishable realm, heavenly Jedi realm, eternal realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor realm. And then please don't feed the book. The preliminary data is very important, because this month there is no full attendance, can't get money. So from next month, if everyone can keep the data if they don't feed the book, then the author will do 3 chapters more every day and try to get a full attendance award of $800. Chapter 59, Shura's Departure. Coincidence. Chu Yun, you? How could you possibly be Xiao Yan? How is it possible that you still have a concealed Zunshi realm by your side? Wang Han wrongly spoke in a hoarse voice with an incomparably shocked and trembling tone. Chu Yun was indifferent, a cold smile on his face. There is no need for you to know these things. In the next moment, Chu Yun released the blood heavenly world. An endless blood qi was released from within him, wrapping the entire secret room. Several people all entered within the blood heavenly world at this moment, and nowadays the blood heavenly world, from a pool of blood, had already evolved into a long blood-colored river. All of this was also thanks to those blood essence stones. After Chu Yun fused them, it caused the blood heavenly world to continuously evolve, and his battle power was notably enhanced. Third prince. The two of them, Wang Hanqiao and the Black Iron King, could not be bothered to study what this place was at the moment, simply because in front of them, there was a man who had already been tortured to the point where his body and mind had collapsed, and his hair was cloaked. That was none other than Third Prince Chu Yuan. Third Prince, how do you? Wang Hanmu suddenly stopped his words. He thought of a terrifying possibility. If the Third Prince was imprisoned here, then wouldn't that Third Prince in the Eastern Palace be an impostor? Chu Yuan had not even a trace of strength to speak at this moment, and even if he heard someone calling out to him, he could not raise his head. After so many days of constant torture, he truly experienced the feeling of not being able to beg for life and not being able to beg for death. He had collapsed an unknown number of times, and nowadays, in addition to his complete hatred for Chu Yun, what he also had was the desire for death. Nowadays, death was instead a relief for him. Black Iron King Wang Han is wrong. This palace is not in a hurry to kill you now. You will stay here for now and keep Chu Yuan as your companions. When the day comes to face Lan Ji directly, I will definitely let you guys see each other one last time. By the way, there's no need to thank me. Do a good deed and don't ask for fame. Chu Yun squinted and smiled. Immediately afterward, he manipulated the blood qi of the blood river and turned it into thousands of blood snakes to tear into the two of them, making them just like Chu Yuan. The blood poison released by the blood snakes began to gradually spread throughout their bodies. They had long been heavily injured, and their pain was put to the maximum by Night Swallow. At this moment, they were miserably attacked by the blood poison. They hissed their throats in pain for a split second, their bodies trembling with all their might. Their pain was to the extreme. Stare. The hate value of the duo of the Black Iron King and the King Cold Fault has reached 100%. Chu Yun, you must not die a good death. The Empress and the Divine Sect will definitely break you into pieces. Wang Han wrongly hissed in despair as he endured the pain. The duo's struggles, Chu Yun turned a blind eye to. Their impotent frenzied roars, Chu Yun even laughed it off. Go! Yes, master. He and Night Swallow left the blood heavenly world and returned to the middle of the secret room. Chu Yun slowly took out the box containing the evil infant, and within it was precisely the Nirvana realm evil infant sealed. This is for you. I hope you won't let me down and strive to break the realm soon. Chu Yun threw the box to Night Tun. Night Tun was overjoyed, and after receiving it, he immediately said, Thank you, master. Afterward, Chu Yun was looking for Luo Feng and entered the palace with him. Prime Minister's Mansion. Meng Ruoxue had been in seclusion to recuperate her injuries since she had returned from the residual Moon Valley earlier. Today, finally, her injuries were healed. However, as soon as she had emerged from seclusion, she had learned about Xiao Yan's tragic bounty now. Moreover, her father, Meng Chongchong, had also personally explained that she should not go out of the house during this period of time. After Meng Rushue learned that her father had sided with the ninth Prince Chu Yun and had done those things to the Empress's faction, she also guessed some of the reasons. Most likely, it was because her father was afraid that the Empress would retaliate and take action against herself, which was why he told her not to leave the mansion recently. At this moment, in the boudoir, after that beautiful woman finished reporting everything, she then said, "Miss, according to what the Prime Minister ordered, then for the next period of time, we don't think we can do anything. Mrs. Injuries have just healed now. In that case, why not recuperate for a while?" Meng Rushue knew that her subordinates were also worried about themselves. After all, there was the heavenly demoness and that Xiao Yan in the dark, and in the open, the Empress faction was still hostile to her father. Especially that Xiao Yan, until now one could not see through him. Surprisingly, he was able to manipulate the evil infant, which was simply unheard of. It was also because of these factors that her current situation could be considered the worst in all these years. No way. Sitting around and waiting for death will instead lead to a faster death. Meng Rushue was actually not worried about the Empress faction side. What she was more worried about valuing instead was the heavenly demoness. With her talent, it was very likely that she would break through to the Nirvana realm before herself at some stage. While she herself was still trapped by the Nirvana curse, the gap would only widen. Therefore, she had to think of another method. She couldn't just dry out like this. Meng Rushue thought carefully, and suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. If her father had already sided with the ninth prince, then she might be able to utilize the ninth prince to help herself refine the Nirvana source. Although this Chu Yun had shallow roots within the imperial city, he was at least the heart of the Shi family. If she could rely on the Shi family's power, then her hope of refining the source of Nirvana would definitely be much greater. "Do you know where Chu Yun is now?" Meng Rushue asked. "Miss, I received news earlier that he and Shadow Guard Commander Luofeng had gone to the palace to face the saint." The woman said back, "Into the palace? Come on, let's go too. I want to meet him." Meng Rushue immediately got up and was ready to step out of the room. "But miss, the Prime Minister said for us not to." Her words were not finished before she was forcefully interrupted by Meng Rushue. "Don't worry. Even if the Empress's people really want to make a move, they won't choose bright and shiny daytime. What's more, I'm going to enter the palace this time, so it's even more unlikely for them to strike within the palace. That would undoubtedly be slapping the face of the entire Great Xia dynasty." Meng Rushue was very confident in her grasp of those people's psyche, determining that nothing would ever happen to her if she entered the palace today. Immediately afterward, she and the woman were riding in the carriage, leaving the Prime Minister's mansion and heading to the palace. Chu Yun also definitely did not know that he could actually meet Meng Rushue face to face in the palace by mistake. At this time, he was originally going to head to the imperial study room. However, he received his uncle's message halfway, so he and Luofeng first came to his mother consort's side. "Uncle, mother consort, what is so urgent?" As soon as he entered the hall, Chu Yun asked. "Yuner, uncle is going to leave the imperial city for a while first," Venerable Shura said directly. In response, Chu Yun had actually long been mentally prepared inwardly. He had long since gotten the news from the heavenly demoness in advance. If the Empress faction really wanted to deal with themselves, then the first thing they would have to do would be to detach their uncle. Otherwise, they would have no chance of success at all. At this moment, Chu Yun also asked knowingly, "Uncle, is it because of the Empress faction?" Venerable Shura nodded. Venerables from the Corpse Een sect and the Blood God sect are constantly harassing the Shi family in some of their territories. I have to make a trip back to settle these flies once and for all. Chapter 60. The Emperor's Intentions, Coincidental Encounter in the Palace. Chu Yun nodded with a calm face. "I know, during this period of time, I will be more careful." Venerable Shura picked up. The fact that the Blood God sect and Corpse Een sect would be like this, it is 80% Blue G's authorization, in order to make me leave the imperial city. At the same time, this also means that it is highly likely that they will lay their hands on you during the period of time that I am gone. Yuner, to be on the safe side, why don't you return with me this trip? Chu Yun smiled bashfully and shook his head. "No need, uncle. There is no need to worry about that yet. My own safety, I have already prepared for it. You and mother consort can just rest assured, even if it's a venerable, it may not necessarily be able to do anything to me." Shi concubine and Xiu Luo listened to its words and understood that Chu Yun himself must have some undercard that they did not know about. However, when they heard at this moment that he was not even afraid of an exalted one, they were still a little surprised. Just as well. Your father emperor also knows about my departure. He should also make some arrangements. Venerable cultivator looked at him with his gaze and said again, by the way, what did you do with Xiao Yan's identity? Why did you receive a reward from the Eastern Palace? Although the Crown Prince's bounty was anonymous, there were only a few characters who could take out a Zun Pin elixir when looking at the Imperial City, and Venerable Xiu Luo and Concubine Shi hit the mark with a single guess. King Cold Fault and Black Iron King. They are in my hands. Chu Yun could be said to have made a shocking statement. When Venerable Shura and Concubine Shi heard this, their faces changed in surprise. What? Yuner, you've captured King Cold Fault and the Black Iron King? Concubine Shi was particularly amazed at how her son had managed to do so. The Black Iron King aside, but Wang Hanrong was an actual peak Nirvana realm. Even Luo Feng could only equal each other with him, and trying to suppress him was all but impossible. Mother consort, I naturally have my ways. To deal with the Empress faction, it is also naturally impossible for me to not have a little preparation. Chu Yun spoke with a calm face. Xiu Luo could not help but realize that this great nephew of his had become more and more mysterious nowadays. It was even as if he himself was going to be somewhat unable to see through him. It was unbelievable that even Wang Hanmao had suffered at his hands. In less than a month's time, Chu Yun had unexpectedly metamorphosed from the judged sinner of the Jiuhua sect into this now. However, the two of them were also well aware that all people had secrets, and perhaps Chu Yun had had unbelievable encounters during this period of time. As long as he did not wish to speak, they, as elders, naturally respected him and would not bother to ask more questions. Good. Yuner, now that you have grown up as well, Uncle is relieved. I will immediately rush back to the Imperial City after I finish dealing with the Shi family. Good. After that, Venerable Shura left, and Chu Yun did not chat with Princess Shi for long before heading to the Imperial Study Room with Luo Feng to face the saint. Inside the Imperial Study Room, my son has met father. Luo Feng, meet your majesty. After Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered the hall, they saluted the great Xia Emperor who was in the middle of reviewing the Zhengfu. There is no need to be courteous.
Yone, sit down.
The emperor put away his brush and gestured. Thank you, father. Chu Yun immediately sat on the chair on the side, with Luo Feng standing next to him. Yuner, I summoned you here this time because I want to ask you. Then what is the reason for the reward offered by the Smoke and Rain building? It was not far from what Chu Yun had expected. His own father summoned himself to the palace precisely to understand this matter. Father, you should know what kind of person issued the reward, right? Chu Yun asked in return. The emperor nodded slightly. The crown prince personally made a trip to the Smoke and Rain building early in the morning. Naturally, the empress told him to do so. What I am curious about is, what did you do to them with the identity of Xiao Yan? Chu Yun sniffed and did not hide it. I laid a trap in the Congfeng mountain range outside the city and captured the Black Iron King and Wang Han mistake alive. When the emperor heard this, a hint of surprise flashed through those vicissitudes of his eyes. Oh, King Cold Fault and Black Iron King are in your hands. Chu Yun nodded. Hearing this, the emperor's face was somewhat puzzled in deep thought for a moment. I still feel strange. How could the empress offer such a large price? It turns out that she lost 2 Nirvana realm. Yuner, Wang Han is wrong for now, but you have captured the Black Iron King. This is a good thing for the current situation. If he is not there, then the 100,000 strong army under him will be completely ruined. I will immediately send someone to transfer them to other states and counties, away from the Imperial City. Chu Yun followed up with, Father is brilliant. The emperor's move was tantamount to invisibly taking away 100,000 troops from the empress faction. The other party, on the other hand, would all still be helpless. The emperor's eyes contained deep meaning as he looked at him. However, Yuner, you were able to capture the 2 people, Wang Hanjua and the Black Iron King. This point is really unexpected to me. No wonder Luo Feng stayed by your side and gradually became your beloved. Luo Feng immediately knelt down after hearing this. Your Majesty, Luo Feng knows his sins. Chu Yun's face was still calm and did not panic. Luo Feng was by his side. Several times intelligence about himself had been reported late. It would be naturally impossible for father to not notice the slightest abnormality. Get up. It's not like I blame you. You knowingly failed to report. It must be this kid who made you do this. Do you think I don't know? The emperor's attitude was elusive and his tone was colorless. Chu Yun was also speechless for a while. Luo Feng was still kneeling, only to hear the emperor continue. These things I am very clear, but I do not intend to pursue them. Luo Feng, from today onwards, you don't need to report anything about the 9th prince to me anymore. Your only duty nowadays is to protect him. Understood. Luo Feng's face was ecstatic after hearing this. Yes. Luo Feng thanks your majesty. Chu Yun also said, my son thanks father. Your boy has a lot of mastery and doesn't want others to probe you too deeply. I understand. However, with your uncle leaving this time, the situation that follows you will not be so safe. I let Xian Feng lead 300 shadow guards, secretly stationed in the perimeter of your mansion, to ensure the safety of your mansion. In recent days, it would be best for you not to leave the city privately, so that you won't be found by others to take advantage of the situation. The emperor said, yes, my son understands. These were his father's good intentions, and there was no way for Chu Yun to refuse. Not long after, Chu Yun and Luo Feng bid farewell to the emperor and left the imperial study, walking on the road out of the palace. Your Highness. Then next, can we arrange for Tai to leave the city? On the palace road, Luo Feng asked in a low voice. Chu Yun was just about to say something when he saw 2 female figures walking head-on in front of him. When Chu Yun fixed his eyes on them, he was jolted, and his expression directly changed. Meng Ruxue, Chapter 61, The Great Fight. Chu Xinyan, Chu Hao, Dream Ruoxue and that woman at that moment also saw the 2 of them. At that moment, Meng Ruxue's pace suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as she stared at Chu Yun in death. Shadow Guard Commander Luo Feng. Miss, this person is more than likely the 9th Prince Chu Yun. That woman recognized Luo Feng's identity, and coupled with the fact that he was guarding Chu Yun's side, he also immediately guessed Chu Yun's identity. 9th Imperial Prince Chu Yun. You are actually Xiao Yan. Meng Ruxue's trembling tone, that face that was enough to be described as a worldly beauty, was written with disbelief. What? He is Xiao Yan? The woman behind her body shook violently at this moment, her face extremely shocked. Chu Yun was also confused at this moment. He had thought that he would have to meet with Meng Ruxue sooner or later, but he had never thought that it would be met like this. This was too coincidental. Walking down the road and meeting each other, this made him go and find someone to reason with. Dream girl. Meeting is fate. Why don't we find a place to talk? Chu Yun took the initiative to invite. While Dream Ruoxue's face trembled in shock, a hint of grimness flared up in the depths of her eyes. Drag Luo Feng. I will capture Xiao Yan first. It was not that Meng Ruxue did not understand the big picture, but she was clear that the threat that Xiao Yan and the heavenly demoness could pose to her was far better than the Empress faction. Therefore, she did not hesitate to strike within the palace at this moment, only to explore the secrets on Chu Yun and the news of the heavenly demoness. Yes. In an instant, Meng Ruxue lifted her broken realm's spiritual energy, her figure flashing like a shooting star, as she instantly attacked towards Chu Yun. That beautiful woman, at the same time, also released a Nirvana realm-level aperture that erupted with full force, temporarily imprisoning Luo Feng. Bold! Luo Feng's foot stomped fiercely, and his breath rushed out, directly breaking through the woman's imprisonment. A Nirvana realm that had just broken through the realm, to think of trapping him was simply a joke. He was just about to stop Meng Ruxue when he received a directive from Chu Yun's eyes that he did not need to do anything. The corner of Chu Yun's mouth smiled, and the moment Dream Ruoxue attacked, his palm emitted a silky blood-colored spiritual radiance, and immediately after, he slapped his palm out, his blood chi majestically vibrating, transforming into a blood-colored wave that struck directly at Dream Ruoxue's attack. Bang! Dream Ruoxue's palm imprint instantly collapsed, and along with her figure, she was shaken back nearly 10 meters by Chu Yun's power. Her pupils widened, her heart fluctuating tremendously as she looked at the scene before her in disbelief. Chu Yun had unexpectedly reached the early stage of the broken realm. Furthermore, the power he had mastered was unexpectedly far stronger than herself. How was this possible? She herself was once a great emperor, her roots and physique were all properly saint level. She was an extremely strong person, no matter if it was in her previous life or at one time. She felt that her talent was not inferior to anyone in the Yuan realm. However, at this moment, Chu Yun struck with a blow that crushed her with power across realms. Her heart rose and fell tremendously, creating a slight blow. Miss Dream, stop. We are all family. There is no need to get so worked up and hurt the peace. Chuyun once again advised. Bah! Shameless. Chuyun, who is family with you? Today, there is no way I will lose to you. Meng Rushue was too strong and unconvinced inwardly, and once again rushed up ready to use some of her cards to make a move against Chuyun. But in the next moment, a figure appeared and grabbed her arm. Dream Rushue's figure stopped and turned her head to look at the visitor, unexpectedly saying, "Father!" The person who came was none other than Meng Chongchong. At this moment, his face was slightly sunken, his brows slightly furrowed. "Rushue, you're reckless. Daring to take a shot at His Highness, you turn against you?" Meng Chongchong directly lectured his daughter, and Meng Rushue was furious. "Father, this is a personal grudge between me and Xiao Yan, so don't you mind?" When Dream Chongzhong heard this, he was somewhat surprised inwardly. The ninth prince's Xiao Yan's identity was actually known by Shuer. Enough! Stop fooling around. Ru Shui, where has your usual sanity gone? This is the palace, not a vegetable market. A furious cry from Meng Chongchong completely caused Meng Rushue to stop. Her red-hot emotions were also gradually coming down, and she began to realize that if she and Chuyun were to fight within the palace, the one who would have the hardest time doing so as well as the worst ending would definitely still be her father. I see. Following that, Meng Rushue gathered her entire body's strength, completely extinguishing her intention to strike. Your Highness, Rushue has rushed you. It is because I was not strict in my discipline. I hope your Highness will forgive me. Meng Chongchong expressed his apologies to Chuyun. Prime Minister must not say that. There is a great misunderstanding between Miss Meng and I. Find a time. This palace will personally go to the residence and clear up the misunderstanding with Miss Dream. Chuyun said with a sincere face. Humph. Dream Ruoshue sidestepped her face, not believing Chuyun's bull at all. One must know that if it were not for Chuyun, her plan would have already succeeded in the Broken Moon Valley earlier. At the same time, it would have been impossible for her to have been in seclusion for more than 10 days to recover from her injuries. To her, there was an unresolvable grudge between her and Chuyun. However, she was even more unaware that the 10,000 Thunder Venerable One who had saved her in the end had been arranged by Chuyun. All of this was due to the different perspectives seen by both parties, and there was no right or wrong. After hearing this, Meng Chongzhong nodded. Good, Your Highness. Then I will take my daughter to bid farewell first. Go. Meng Chongzhong proceeded to leave the palace with Meng Rushue and the woman. Chuyun breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Prime Minister had come. Otherwise, if this situation really went on, he would have no choice but to forcefully suppress Meng Rushue. But then, if he wanted to repair the relationship in the future, it would in turn add some difficulty. The background was easy to edit, but what to say, one still had to rely on Chuyun's honeyed little mouth to figure it out on his own. Your Highness, were you offended by Miss Meng before? Luo Feng asked curiously from the side. It's hard to say. Chuyun shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about her. You just said that you arranged for Tai to leave the city. Counting the time, they should have already arrived outside the city as well. Let's get started then. Hopefully we can catch a bigger fish. Luo Feng answered. Yes, Your Highness. Immediately after, Luo Feng sent a message to the Imperial Prince's residence. Not long after, the 9th Prince's Mansion's Grand Master Tai, in the name of going out of the city to make purchases, went out of the Imperial City at noon. 6th Princess Mansion. Within a brightly decorated palace, the 6th Princess Chu Xinyan and the 8th Prince Chu Hao were sitting alone on this empty palace. Chu Hao was holding a paper fan in his hand. His smile tightened and his fingertips flicked gently over the top of the fan. The Empress has already sent someone to follow Tai out of the city. More than likely, when she waits outside the city, she will be making a move on him. Now that Venerable Cultivator has also left, even with Luo Feng's close protection, if he were to face the Venerable Realm, he would be unable to take a single hit. Chu Xinyan was at the moment completely different from the previous banquet, her temperament cold as frost, without the slightest hint of the warmth she had previously felt towards Chuyun. Instead, when Chuyun was mentioned, there was an undisguised loathing towards him. Chuyun's talent is outside of our expectations, but his foundation is too shallow, and now that he is tearing his face off with the Eastern Palace in the open, his days, originally, were numbered. Chu Hao stroked the paper fan and lightly laughed. Chapter 62. Ambush on all sides, Prince's gatekeeper. Chu Xianyan's eyes looked at him. It's a pity. Originally I thought it was a pawn that could be used, and could help us drag Blue G for a while. Now it seems that it's mostly impossible to count on it. Chu Hao had a calm smile on his face. Why do we need to count on him? Father's Heavenly Emperor's 5 failures will only have less than 2 months left. At that time, Lan Ji will definitely call upon all her power to seize power in the imperial dynasty. And at this time, this is the best opportunity for us to infiltrate the imperial ancestor mountain. Chu Xinyan then asked, that item? Did you get it? Chu Hao slowly nodded his head. Not long ago, Mother Consort already obtained that item and handed it over to me. If something goes wrong, she will help us stall those 2 heavenly dignitaries of the royal family, and we have to release grandfather at all costs. This is the greatest chance for hope in all these years. Chu Hao's eyes were very resolute, as if what he had said earlier was his mission to live. Chu Xinyan nodded deeply, and although she did not say any more, it was the same as what she was thinking. The mission that the 2 of them were born with was to destroy the seal within the imperial ancestor mountain. What the world doesn't know is that the 2 of them, as well as their mother, the current noble consort, are the bloodline descendants of the 10-eyed heavenly devil sealed in the imperial ancestral mountain. Outside the imperial city, Tai flew alone for roughly dozens of miles and came within a very secluded valley. Surrounded by cliffs, there was nothing special within this valley. But at this moment, Tai's figure stopped, suddenly turned around, towards the direction of the road he came from, and voiced out without changing his color. Hiding your head and revealing your tail, the behavior of a rat. You and others still intend to continue hiding? Give this chief steward to roll out. Tai's voice vibrated back and forth within this empty barren valley.
Hehehe.
Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you are a dog of the Sher family? Today, this seat will properly teach you how to be a dog. 3 figures then appeared in front of the valley. An old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man in the lead was none other than one of the Crown Prince's wise advisors, the Eastern Palace gatekeeper, Mr. Bai. The other 2, both of them, were also under the Crown Prince's command, with cultivations at the late Broken Realm level. That Mr. Bai, on the other hand, had even reached the early Nirvana realm cultivation level. With the 3 of them surrounding them, it was as simple as picking up a bag to deal with a Tai who was only in the middle stage of the Broken Realm. Who did I think it would be? Bai Jing, so it's you, old dog. The Crown Prince sent the 3 of you here just to capture me, right? Tai looked unafraid and answered back with sarcasm. I do admire your mentality. At the end of your rope, you can still pretend to be so calm. Since you want to pretend, I'll let you pretend enough later. Take it. Mr. Bai waved his hand once, and the 2 broken realms directly rushed up, their spiritual energy taking shape behind them, like dragons and tigers, dozens of feet tall, their fists and palms containing power and infinite power, and fiercely struck out. Bang! Suddenly, the ground breaks the ground and 100 feet of huge wood easily blocked the 2 people's spirit Tao palm print. 2 green leaves transformed into a green-colored spirit aura, such as an arrow like habitually shot out, directly through the 2 people's body, connected together on the spot to bind. Ah! The 2 Broken Realm disciples lost their power of resistance on the spot. Mr. Bai's face changed slightly, his gaze staring straight ahead, only to see 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, walking out from beside Tai's body. It was none other than Yang Muqian and Fang Zili. This was also an observation test that Chu Yun had given them to see if they, the Hope Immortal Dao sect, truly intended to side with his side. Mr. Bai's pupils shrunk slightly. Fang Zili, Hope Immortal Dao sect, are you going to make an enemy of the Crown Prince? Mr. Bai, the Crown Prince is not a bright ruler of Desya. The bright lord chosen by our sect, in today's world, is only the 9th prince. Therefore, I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance. Be a good boy and tie your hands, you can still not suffer some pain. Fang Zili advised in an indifferent voice. Hearing this, Mr. Bai naturally understood everything. Since the Hope Immortal Dao sect had already sided with Chu Yun, there was nothing more to say. He immediately turned around and was about to fly out towards the outside of the valley. Great Sumeru Palm! A Sumeru Palm seal fell from the sky, hard slapping him down, his legs sinking deep into the earth, the corners of his mouth stained with blood. Mr. Bai jerked his head up, seeing those 2 voices in the sky within the valley. Disbelief was evident within his eyes. Yen Ding, Yen Song, your Yen family unexpectedly, has also defected to Chu Yun. Mr. Bai instantly felt a surge of fear in his heart. The Yen family and the Hope Immortal Tao sect, surprisingly, had both submitted to Chu Yun. The Eastern Palace had not even heard a single word. This was simply extremely frightening. He profoundly realized that they were still far underestimating this person. Chu Yun. He was able to make the Yen family, a neutral force, subordinate to him under the Empress's nose, so he must still have some unknown cards. However, the Eastern Palace still has a disdainful attitude towards him. If it continues like this, it's really dangerous. Bai Jing, we have known each other for more than 10 years. Although our friendship is not deep, we have at least drank together a few times. Don't make it difficult for us. Behave yourself and go back with us. If not, we can only move to abolish your cultivation. Yen Song gazed straight at him and exhorted. Mr. Bai thought left and right, and in the end he could only turn into a long sigh. For Nirvana realms were surrounding him, and there were 2 peak Nirvana realms among them. Even if his ancestors' graves were smoking, he didn't have half a chance of winning. In the end, Yen Ding sealed the power of the 3 of them and secretly escorted them back to the city. Tai also swaggered back after his mission was accomplished. Chu Yun was letting the people of the Empress faction know that Tai was fine, but the people they had sent there would never be able to return. The 9th Prince's Mansion. Chu Yun was currently on the fishing platform, fishing while scalding a hot pot, and the 4 people of spring, summer, autumn and winter were waiting beside him, pinching his shoulders and pounding his legs, with a face of enjoyment. Soon after, Luo Feng came. Your Highness, Tai is back. How is the situation? Chu Yun relaxed physically and mentally and casually said. The person was captured and returned, according to your Highness' previous command. He is temporarily locked up within the Yen family. On the East Palace side, I think they should also realize that something is wrong. Tai returned to the city peacefully, strutting through the city gates, those eyes in the East Palace. Most likely they have also already passed things back. Luo Feng seriously reported. Chapter 63 Vice Sovereign of the Divine Sect, Yen Rujuan. Chu Yun smiled faintly. This was the effect he wanted. He also understood that the Empress faction wanted to move Tai, and as a precautionary measure, it would definitely keep a deadly eye on the people around him. And Chu Yun did the opposite, directly letting the 2 people from the Hope Immortal Tao sect and the Yen family go outside the city to make their move. Even if the Empress had thought about it, she would never have imagined that Chu Yun had several bits of Nirvana realm available in addition to the people from his own residence. Let them stay there for now. We will go over again when it gets dark. Chu Yun spoke with a flat emotion. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng then turned around and went down without disturbing Chu Yun's elegance. Xiaoxia, has Exiner left the customs yet? Chu Yun turned to ask. Xiaoxia shook her head. Your Highness, the secret room where Miss Yu is in seclusion. There is no movement today. Chu Yun nodded, his heart knowing. In these few days, he did not dare to disturb the heavenly demoness. This was because today, it was an important moment for her essence to break through the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun believed that with her talent, breaking through the realm would definitely not be a problem. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Venerable 10,000 Thunders has overthrown the Southern States' Flowing God sect, earning 13,000 edit points. At the same time, within Chu Yun's mind, the system's prompts once again resounded. The 10,000 Thunder Venerable One was very powerful, and had also destroyed nearly 10 sects, large and small, in some of the previous time periods. Now if all of them were added up, together with this 13,000, Chu Yun's edit points had reached 35,200. One of the 13 states of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty Southern State, Thousand Streams Mountain. This was the site of the first-class sect in the Southern State, the Flowing God sect. However, at this moment, the entire Flowing God sect's Grand Hall was in tatters. The mountain peak had collapsed, and there was blood and gore all over the place. Apart from the broken walls and the corpses piled up into mountains of corpses, there was no more semblance of the splendor that had once existed. Stream God sect is not only a vassal of the God sect, but also a force in the Empress's faction, and the Stream God sect's patriarch was deeply trusted by the Empress. But at this time, his body was chopped into 8 sections. The soul was crushed by the thunder, ashes and smoke. Even the opportunity to go to the next life is gone. Not long after, the figure of Venerable 10,000 Thunders flew out from within the treasure trove of the Flowing God sect. The treasures of the entire sect had already been scavenged by him. He was just about to leave at this point when suddenly, A flare inferno heavenly flame fell from the 9 heavens, violently smashing down towards him. Venerable 10,000 thunders immediately dodged and flew out 1,000 meters away, avoiding that flare flame. After that heavenly fire fell, the majestic flames within it exploded, instantly turning the entire flowing god sect into a sea of fire, trapping Venerable Master Wan Lei in the midst of the raging flames. Venerable Master Wan Lei's gaze was calm as he raised his head to look upwards, only to see a man wearing a crimson coat, 8 feet tall, mighty, the pair of cold pupils like a falcon watching Wan Lei Zunjia. A transcendent aura was faintly emanating from his surroundings. His feet stepped on the sky, and he was accompanied by celestial flames. The temperature of the space became blazing hot. Peak Zun Shur Realm. Venerable 10,000 Thunder sensed that the other party's aura was a bit higher than his own, but it was not a heavenly exalt. Therefore, it could only be a long-promoted peak of the Zun Shur Realm. But he wasn't the least bit afraid either. In short, breath was breath and battle power was battle power. It was still unknown as to who the deer would die. In my impression, there doesn't seem to be a character like you inside the Great Xia's Zun Shur Realm. Where are you from? What exactly is the purpose of slaughtering so many sects related to my divine sect's divine maiden along the way? This red-robed man stared at him with cold, chilly eyes and questioned him sternly. He said that he was from the divine sect, and that Venerable 10,000 Thunder guessed his identity. At the peak of the Venerable Realm, there were only 3 people within the divine sect, combined with the heavenly flame blaze he cultivated. Then the result couldn't be more obvious. God's sect Vice Sovereign, Yen Rujuan. Vice Patriarch Yen has personally come out. It seems that what my father has done has really pushed you guys over the edge. However, if you came by yourself, are you so confident that you'll be able to keep me? Venerable 10,000 Thunder said in a faint voice. Yen Rujuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then try. In an instant, Yen Rujuan unleashed his battle-exalted body, 1,000 feet tall flaming giant, like a heavenly god phantom burning with flames, hanging in the sky like a mountain, with a monstrous might. Venerable 10,000 Thunder was also unambiguous, releasing his own battle-exalted body. Rumble, the 1,000 feet tall battle-exalted body, with countless thunder flickering horizontally all over its body, stood like a world-destroying thunder god, with 10,000 pounds of thunder galloping across the sky, all of them conscious. The surrounding spatial thunder swept by, moreover, it directly made that large area of the dome of the sky, transformed into a thunder magnetic field. 1,000 fire burning silence. Xian Lei Jin Tian. The two's battle-exalted body. Each released a terrifying and incomparable power attack, thousands of fireballs burning with rolling flames, as if they were meteors collectively smashing down. The thunder battle-exalted body gathered the power of thunder, condensing thousands of thunder light exploding balls, which contained countless shocking thunder within, and forcefully blasted away. Rumble. The intense exchange between the 2 peak Zun Shur realms shocked the entire southern state. In a matter of moments, Thousand Streams Mountain went from being a peak thousands of feet tall to being crumbled and razed to the ground by the aftershocks of the 2 exchanging blows. Countless forces in the southern prefecture were shocked, and their gazes were cast in the direction of Thousand Streams Mountain. Even those venerable realm ancestors of the southern state's forces were startled out of their seclusion and rushed towards Thousand Streams Mountain, wanting to see just who was fighting here. Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince was currently sitting on the main seat with his head hanging down. Chu Yuan, the Guanshan County King, and several other disciples were all sitting next to him, and everyone's face could be described as one more gloomy than the other. One of the gatekeepers tried a dozen times, and finally his eyes looked at the Crown Prince and carefully said, "Your Highness, you still can't contact Mr. Bai and the others." Bang. Asshole. What the hell is going on here? Ah, what the is going on here? The Crown Prince was so furious that he slammed the table into smithereens, his face furious to the extreme. He didn't understand what was going on these past few days. First, there was the accident with the Black Iron King and Wang Han mistake, and then there were 3 of his own disciples, one of whom was also his wise counselor. The 3 of them had joined forces to go against a middle-stage Broken Realm Tai. As a result, the latter was safe and sound, and even returned to the 9th Prince's mansion in a big way. On the contrary, the 3 people he had sent could not be contacted until now. There was no sign of them. Everyone understood that the Crown Prince was angry at the moment, so none of them dared to pick up the conversation. The main reason was that they were also confused. Mr. Bai and the others left the city. What exactly happened? The atmosphere in the hall stiffened for a dozen or so breaths before they were to see one of the Crown Prince's disciples, lifting his guts to take the initiative to speak up. Your Highness, we have sent people to keep an eye on Chu Yun's residence, including all of the Shi family's experts within the Imperial City. But until now, they haven't left the city even once, and the disappearance of Mr. Bai and the few of them is almost impossible for them to be responsible. This matter is really too odd. It feels like no matter if it's the last time, or today's matter, we've planted it too inexplicably. Your Highness, do you think it's possible that our plan was leaked out? When this gatekeeper said this, although the faces of the several people on the hall remained unchanged, there were waves within their hearts. The meaning of these words, cutie, all could hear it. In other words, there was a traitor within them all. Chapter 64 Imperial City Family, Kai Family, Lu Family. Upon hearing these words, the Crown Prince's originally furious face slowly calmed down. After he thought deeply for a while, he instantly and seriously criticized, Mei Li, this kind of words that are not conducive to one's unity. I don't like to hear them again. I will think carefully about this matter. Lone is tired, Guanshan County King and third brother stay. Others go down first. The Crown Prince waved his hand, and those gatekeepers all responded, Yes, Your Highness. With the departure of those people, only the Crown Prince's three were left in the hall. At this moment he had a heavy face. Obviously, he was definitely suspicious of the insiders as well. However, on the surface he still couldn't show it. In that case, it wouldn't be conducive to their own unity. As for his own third brother and the Guanshan County King, he was completely trusting. Your Highness, within us, I'm afraid that there is indeed a great possibility that something has gone wrong. This matter, shall I report to the State Master and Empress Dowager? Guanshan County King Baisong asked with a straight face. The prince said solemnly, This matter first don't need to make too much noise. The Queen Mother and the State Master side. Lone since will convey to them. There is a problem internally. That person will definitely not act rashly nowadays, so if you want to catch them out, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chu Yuan then picked up, Big brother, if that's the case, then we can only use those local forces within the Imperial City. The Crown Prince sniffed and thought seriously, Third brother, you personally send a message to the heads of the Kai and Lu families, as well as the people in charge of the 1,000 Kills Mercenary Corps and Cloud Mist House, and tell them to quickly come to the Eastern Palace. This palace has something important to find them. Yes. After Chu Yuan answered, he immediately sent messages to these individual forces. The Kai family and the Lu family, these two Imperial Cities' native families, amongst the entire Imperial Cities' families, their underlying strengths were first and second respectively. Both were above the Yen family, especially the Kai family as the number one family in the Imperial City. Within their clan, there was still an aged Zunshur realm ancestor. As for the 1,000 Kills Mercenary Corps and the Cloud Mist House, they were also both prestigious forces within the Imperial City, and although they didn't have deep roots within the Imperial City like the Kai family, there were several Nirvana realm powerhouses within them as well. And they all had one thing in common. They were all forces of the Empress faction, all belonging to the Crown Prince's side. Half an hour later, on the East Palace Hall, four figures staggered back and forth into the hall. The identities of the four people were Kai family head, Kai Yongming, Lu family head, Lu Sanshur, 1,000 Kills Mercenary Regiment leader, Wind Undefeated, Cloud Mist Building Master Yun Yenyang. 3 men and 1 woman, their aura is stronger than the other, all of them are Nirvana realm level powerhouses. The 4 entered the hall, and after a few polite words with the Crown Prince, they all took their seats. Your Highness, I don't know if you've summoned us here today, but what are your orders? Kai Yongming, the head of the Kai family, was the first to ask. Several people, the Black Iron King and the God Sex Elder Wang Han, wrongly disappeared several days ago because of Xiao Yan. However, not long ago, 3 of Lone's disciples also had an accident when they went outside the city to prepare to deal with the chief manager of Chu Yun's residence. Now that their whereabouts are unknown, Lone suspects that, within the Eastern Palace, I'm afraid that it's a little less clean. Therefore, Lone also can only find you guys to come to help Lone. Only a few of you Lone can trust. Crown Prince Chu Rong solemnly said. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, the 4 people's faces were startled. The Black Iron King and Elder Wang are missing. Kai Yongming's brows immediately furrowed. These 2 he had dealt with, especially Wang Cold Fault, whose cultivation was on par with his own. Even he had disappeared. The water behind this matter, I'm afraid it won't be shallow. Your Highness, could it be that the reward for Xiao Yan was issued by Your Highness? Yun Yannyang's temperament was elegant. Her face was well maintained. It was difficult to see the traces of age. Even the voice that spoke at this moment carried a sense of tingling. Not bad. That is what the mother meant. It is necessary to find out what is going on with that Xiao Yan. The Crown Prince's face followed with some disappointment. However, until now, there has not been any news coming from the Smoke and Rain building side. According to Lone, I am afraid that the hope is not very high. Hearing this, several people on the hall had different thoughts. Lu Sancher, the head of the Lu family, was a notorious savant within the imperial city. His head turned inside, and he immediately asked, Your Highness, what does the Empress say about this? What do we need our families to do? Strictly speaking, the person who had subdued these 4 forces of theirs was the Empress. Although the Crown Prince was equally noble and was still the dragon's son. But for them, it's still a little too young. Lone's meaning is to put Xiao Yan's matter aside for now. Concentrate on dealing with Chu Yun and the people around him first. Now that Venerable Xiao Luo is gone, there is only one Luo Feng, and Lone does not believe that he can hide in the mansion all day and not come out. As long as he comes out, it will be our best chance to make a move against him. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with a hint of eager killing intent. His heart was becoming more and more eager to kill Chu Yun at the moment, especially after so many things had happened. Now that it was just the right time to take advantage of the fact that Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo had been transferred, he absolutely could not let go of this opportunity. As the few people listened so, now that Venerable Xiao Luo was not within the imperial city, then if they were to deal with Chu Yun, they did have a great deal of hope. However, the only thing that made them have scruples was the current emperor. Your Highness, if we kill Chu Yun within the city, would that consequence be too great? Now that he has just returned and His Majesty is so attached to him, if he dies at this juncture, then I'm afraid a storm will be inevitable. Lu Sancher continued. Your Highness, I think Brother Lu has a point. Chu Yun can be killed, but if he dies at this juncture, His Majesty will inevitably be thunderstruck, and then I'm afraid that everything will be bad. Kai Yongming also said with more scorn. The Crown Prince's expression gradually flushed with a hint of sunken anger. I don't care about those. Chu Yun must die as soon as possible, even if father asks for punishment afterward. With Lone and mother present, what do you have to worry about? Kai Yongming's face was calm and steady as he then responded, Your Highness, I feel that this matter still needs to ask the Empress Mother's opinion. Didn't Lone say so? On the Empress Mother's side, Lone will go and speak. Just feel free to find an opportunity to make a move against Chu Yun. If you're really worried about the eventuality, then kill Luo Feng as well. You are my people. When I inherit the throne, you will all naturally be rewarded. The Crown Prince was in a hurry. At this moment, he realized that these 4 people he had called were not really following his orders in their hearts. Instead, a large part of the reason was because of his mother. Kai Yongming and Lu Sanchi's faces were in a difficult position. When a phoenix-robed figure slowly appeared outside the temple door, those diaphanous eyes staring at him with slight disappointment. The Crown Prince noticed. His eyes looked over. His expression suddenly changed. Mother! Mother! Chapter 65. Blue Ji's mind. Blue Ji ignored off his eyes and slowly walked into the hall with a somewhat cold face. My son has met the Mother Empress. Greetings to Empress Mother. In an instant, several people on the hall stood up and saluted to greet them. After the Crown Prince reacted, he was also good-natured and gave up his position. Please also sit on the Mother Empress. After Lanji walked over, she flicked her phoenix robe and sat down openly. All right, I'll get up. Thank you, Empress Mother. Kai Yongming and Lu Sancher and the others only then did they gradually get up and sit down again. Empress Mother, you came to my son's place. Why didn't you inform my son in advance? It's also good for my son to personally go to the door to greet Mother Empress. The Crown Prince turned to Lanji and said with great reverence. Lanji's eyes rippled as she looked at him. Ronger, your heart is already in turmoil. Do you know that? Do you know what will happen if the Kai family master and the others really did what you did? The Crown Prince's face was a bit unwilling. Mother, I know that if Chu Yun dies, father will definitely be enraged. But these several consecutive inexplicable outbursts have made it seem as if my son has an invisible force secretly helping him. The sense of unease within my son's heart has been growing stronger in recent days. If Chu Yun does not die, It will be difficult for my son to feel at ease within his heart. Lan Ji's eyes were slightly cold as she snapped. Will you really be able to feel at ease if he dies? Wronger, I've taught you more than once that the most important thing in gaming with others is not to see through the other party, but to be strong yourself. If your own heart is strong enough, how could you be so uneasy that you lose your composure to deal with it? By allowing the Kai clan and Lu clan and the others to kill Chu Yun, you are tantamount to laying everything out in front of your father. By doing so, you will only completely ruin this Empress Grand plan. Understand? Do you really think that those shadow guards in your father's hands are just for food? The Kai family and the Lu family, including the Cloud Mist House and the Thousand Kills Mercenary Corps, which of these forces are not under the eyes of the shadow guards? You've really lost your mind. How could you let them kill Chu Yun? Simply stupid. Blue Ji cursed at him on the spot, not giving him the slightest bit of face as the crown prince. The rest of them were all silent at this moment. The reason why Lu Sancher and Kai Yongming didn't agree to the crown prince was because all of these forces of theirs were explicitly the Empress faction. In the middle of the imperial city, the emperor had long ago had the shadow guards keep an eye on them. Not to mention that they were going to kill Chu Yun. Just by behaving somewhat less than normal, the shadow guards would immediately report everything up. After the prince was scolded by Lan Ji, he was also scolded to wake him up a little, realizing that doing this would only result in more losses than gains. It would even ruin the grand plan that her mother had been planning for a long time. Yes, mother's scolding is right. My son knows that he is wrong. I still ask for mother's chastisement. The crown prince lowered his head and admitted his mistake in shame. Your highness is still young. Plus the recent events have been too odd, thus causing your highness to think more impulsively, and it's not to be blamed. Lu Sancher timely spoke out to plead for the crown prince. Yes, your highness, although the crown prince is a bit impulsive, he also had a reason for what happened. Please calm down, your highness. Kai Yongming promptly picked up. Rest your anger, your highness. The several Nirvana realms on the temple, one knowing more than the other about color, all came out to plead for mercy at this time as well. Please also calm your anger, Empress Mother. Chu Yuan also stood up and said. Seeing this, the anger on Lan Ji's face subsided a bit. Alright, you guys don't need to defend him for anything. This Empress son, I know better than anyone else. Wronger, this Empress hopes that this will not be the next time. The Crown Prince assured. Yes, Empress Mother's teachings. My son will remember. Alright, all sit down. Lan Ji waved her hand, and only after everyone had entered their seats did she get to the point. Earlier, the 100,000 troops under the Black Iron King's hand have been ordered by His Majesty to be transferred to the border. Blue Ji's first words directly caused the faces of the crowd to change in shock. So fast. The Black Iron King has just disappeared for a few days, and His Majesty has transferred his army, which is equivalent to taking away his military power. This is too much of a coincidence. Could it be that His Majesty and Xiao Yan have some sort of ulterior relationship? Lu Sancher spoke out vigilantly. 80% likely, they have some sort of unknown relationship. However, in addition, there is another piece of news that I believe will soon reach the imperial city. The southern state's flowing god sect has been destroyed. The murderer was blocked by Ru Jun and engaged in a great battle with him on the Thousand Streams mountain. The final result was that Yanzuan's blockade was forcibly torn by him, and he escaped in the process, and is currently in a state where his whereabouts are unknown. Blue Ji's face grew heavy as she said this. What? Even Lord Yanzun's hand failed to stop it. Then who exactly is the murderer? Kai Yongming was shocked. On the faces of several others, an equal amount of shock appeared. Yen Ru Jun. That was equivalent to a legend-level figure to them. Vice sect leader of the divine sect, peak of the exalted realm. One of the great giants of the great Xia dynasty. Such a character even let that murderer get away, and still forcibly tore through the blockade. This meant that that person's power was definitely not weaker than Yanzun. The exact identity is unknown. His realm is similarly at the peak of the exalted realm. He's a big bald guy, and the attribute of the gongfu he cultivates is lightning. Other than that, there is basically no other information. Lan Ji said, bald head, peak of the Zunshe realm, thunder and lightning. The minds of the people in the hall thought carefully, thinking of all the Zunshe realms in the history of the entire Great Xia imperial dynasty, but there was not a single one that matched. Could it be someone from another imperial dynasty? Wind Undefeated couldn't help but say. Not ruled out, but at least there is a specific direction for now. The southern state, including the two nearby large states, the Divine Sect, Blood God, and Corpse Insect have already joined forces to blockade it. It's bound to be impossible to let it prosper any longer, Lan Ji said with a serious expression. In addition to the three great sects, there were also a number of other forces that they were affiliated with that had also contributed their efforts, and it was bound to be impossible to let that big bald head succeed once more. The Divine Sect had even utilized its supreme treasure Divine Eyes to cover the three states, so as long as Venerable 10,000 Thunders was revealed, it would be basically impossible to escape. In that case, there's no need to worry too much. With the three clans joining forces, it basically won't let it take advantage of the situation, Kai Yongming said. Mother, then what are we going to do within the Imperial City now that we are taking over? If Chu Yun cannot die, then wouldn't we be unable to do anything? Third Prince Chu Yuan asked. Two things. Think of every possible way to catch the Eastern Palace's mole for this Empress. Other than that, you figure out for this Empress who is actually helping Chu Yun. But anyone who has traveled out of the city today, don't let any of them go. Lan Ji determined that since they had kept an eye on Chu Yun's residence, including the Sher family's people, and even the Prime Minister's residence, and this had still gone wrong, then it could only be that within the Imperial City, there were others helping Chu Yun. Yes, Your Majesty Mother. The crowd rose solemnly and answered. Chapter 66. Heavenly Demoness breaks the boundary. Edit points 45,002. After the rest of the people left, within the Eastern Palace Hall, only Lan Ji and her two sons remained. Mother, then do we really have to wait for more than a month before killing Chu Yun? If we keep dragging it out like this, will there be some variation in his body by then? There's also Meng Changzhong. He holds too much power in his hands as the Prime Minister, and a large portion of the officials in the Ministry of War are related to him. If we let it go as well, I'm afraid that it will give birth to a lot of things for us. The Crown Prince spoke with a serious expression on his face. He had a vague feeling within him until now. If Chu Yun was allowed to live until a month later, then he was afraid that it would have an impact on their plans. This sixth sense, moreover, was gradually intensifying within him. No matter how much trouble Chu Yun makes, he is a person with no ability, and his upper limit is just that, nothing more than relying on the Sher family and your father's favor towards him at the moment. Not killing him nowadays will instead confuse your father Emperor. As for Meng Changchong, this Empress has her own arrangements. The only thing you and Yuaner need to do at the moment is to find the mole amongst you for this Empress. Other than that, you don't need to worry about it. Lan Ji responded with her heart in the right place. Yes, Empress Mother. As the night came, the heavenly demoness also happened to come out of the gate. She had successfully broken through to the early stage of the Nirvana realm at her own realm. Congratulations, Exiner, successfully breaking through the realm. On the fishing platform, Chu Yun looked at the heavenly demoness who was walking towards him and congratulated her with a smile. The Empress has ordered the several forces of the Kai clan to investigate who is secretly helping you, and they have also detected uncleanness within. The heavenly demoness said immediately. Upon hearing that, Chu Yun's expression was calm and composed. No matter, let them investigate. Even if they find out about the Yen family, it's nothing. I've already had 10,000 Thunder come back to the Imperial City, so there's no need to worry too much about the following. Chu Yun was able to get in contact with Venerable Wan Lei across a distance of 10,000 miles. He knew that nowadays the three major sects had jointly blockaded the three major states, and even the Divine Sect had deployed its supreme treasure, the Divine Eye, which covered a vast area, so Venerable Wan Lei was no longer in a good position to make a move, so he had asked him to return to the Imperial City. Therefore, allowing him to return to the Imperial City was the most suitable choice. Hearing that Chu Yun had already made arrangements, the heavenly demoness did not worry too much and then said, the Empress already has a plan to deal with Meng Changzhong, although she does not know what it is for the time being. But according to my guess, it is mostly related to Meng Rushue. Meng Changzhong's soft underbelly. After the death of his wife, there was only one daughter left. Thus, if the Empress really wanted to control Meng Changchong, then using Meng Rushue as a threat would be the best way. Once Chu Yun heard this, his face shallowly thought for a moment, then said, I know. I will remind the Prime Minister to be more on guard. All right, since you just happen to be out of customs, Exiner, then come with me to the Yen family. Chu Yun then got up and asked Night Swallow to lead him and the heavenly demoness to secretly leave the mansion and head to the Yen family. Late at night, in the middle of a secret room in the Yen family. Mr. Bai's 3 people were all imprisoned here, with their powers sealed, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Yen Ding and Yen Song, as well as the duo from the Hope Immortal Dao sect, led Chu Yun slowly here, with the former taking the initiative to introduce them. Your Highness, this is them. Chu Yun swept his gaze over them one by one, then said, Night Swallow, over to you. Night Swallow heatedly smiled. Don't worry, Master. Immediately after, a majestic evil chi in Night Swallow's hand formed a black curtain, obscuring the line of sight. Immediately afterward, he slowly walked in. What followed was a burst of mournful screams of ghosts and wolves from Mr. Bai and the other 3. Yen Ding and Yen Song's several people's expressions changed slightly after they heard the sound, but they didn't say anything. Although they knew Mr. Bai fairly well, the battle for imperial power was like this. It was accompanied by countless bloodshed and death. If they were to fall into the hands of the Empress, they might even end up as if they had. The Empress already suspects that someone within the imperial city is helping me. He has those forces of the Kai family lining up. According to the abilities of those forces of theirs, it is more than likely that they will be able to discover you. At this moment, Chu Yun was oblivious to the screams of those people from Mr. Bai. Instead, his face was calm as he talked with Yen Ding and the others. When he heard that they might be exposed, Yen Ding's expression was still calm. Your Highness? Then what do we do next? Chu Yun smiled faintly. There is also no need to panic. Even if they know that the Yen family and the Hope Immortal Dao sect are supporting me behind the scenes, they would not dare to do anything too drastic within the imperial city at the moment. The Yen family's roots are within the imperial city, and this hall will also have people keeping an eye on the situation over here, so there's no need to worry. On the contrary, Elder Fong, send a message back to tell your patriarch that the Empress will more than likely have those clans under her command retaliate against the Hope Immortal Dao sect, and to be more vigilant. I will send a message to my uncle tomorrow, asking him to send a Sure Clan Venerable over to help you. Chu Yun had arranged for a stable arrangement and had already prepared a countermeasure within his heart. Yes, many thanks, Your Highness. I will immediately send the message back to the clan, so that the Patriarch and the others can make early preparations. Fong Zili thanked. Mr. Bai's hate value has reached 100%. 2 Broken Realm sectors. Hate value has reached 100%. After having the system's alert sound, Chu Yun then ordered, All right, kill them. Yes, Master. After the night curtain, came the voice of Night Swallow. Immediately after, the screams of Mr. Bai's several people came to an abrupt end. Congratulations, Master. Night Swallow killed Mr. Bai, gaining 6,000 edit points. Night Swallow killed 2 Eastern Palace Broken Realm gatekeepers, earning edit data display 4,000. After resolving it, Night Swallow disappeared. Like nothing, Night Swallow walked out slowly and contentedly, and even gave a slight hiccup. With 3 people, it allowed Chu Yun to gain 10,000 edit points. Together with the 35,200 from before, it was now 45,200. By the time tomorrow came, he would be able to do background editing again. Alright, that's all for tonight. Elder Fong, the 2 of you will stay at the Yen Mansion for now, and just wait for news from this hall for everything. Chu Yun said. Yes, Your Highness. After that, after Chu Yun and the others left the Yen Mansion, they directly traveled to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the middle of the dark night. P.S. Everyone 5-star praise point a little. Free small gift brush a brush. More support, 10,000 thanks. Chapter 67 Heavenly Treasure Venerable. Taking over the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Breaking the monopoly. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. As the former number 1 merchant pavilion in the Granxia dynasty, although it was now being suppressed by the Smoke and Rain Tower, they were still doing well with the monopolized business from the other state and county branch pavilions, which was not too bad. Late at night, after Chu Yun entered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion with a few people, he immediately identified himself with one of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion stewards and explained his intentions, in order to meet their pavilion master. That steward led Chu Yun's several people to a parlor. Your Highness, please wait here for a few moments. I will go ahead and invite the pavilion master to come. Chu Yun nodded. Thank you. The Night Swallow and Heavenly Demoness duo swept their eyes at the surroundings. The former said, Master, if the talks don't work out, can we come straight to the hard way? Chu Yun shook his head. There is no need for that. Besides, I am confident that I can convince him. Not long after that steward left, a sound of steady footsteps came from outside the door. only to see a man with a large round belly and a round fat body, showing all the richness, showing a kind smile slowly walked in. The 9th prince's late-night visit to my heavenly treasure pavilion really makes my pavilion glow. Chuyun looked at the person in front of him and smiled. Master of Tianbao Pavilion is courteous. Late-night disturbance, do not be surprised. This chubby middle-aged man was precisely the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master. Heavenly Treasure Venerable. Where? I've long heard that your highness this person has an extraordinary temperament, and today, when I see it, it's really true to its name. Come, all sit. Having just met, both sides were polite and courteous, which was normal. Only after the several people all sat down did Venerable Tianbao ask, I wonder if your highness came to my Tianbao Pavilion late at night, but what is the matter? Chuyun frankly said, there is a sale that I would like to talk to Pavilion Master about. I just don't know if Pavilion Master dares to do it. Venerable Tianbao's expression was somewhat interested. Oh, I am willing to hear about it. Chuyun looked around and then said, Pavilion Master, Tianbao Pavilion has been suppressed by smoke and rainhouse everywhere in recent years, and its business within the imperial city is nearly 70% less than it once was. If not relying on the monopolization of business to other states and counties, I'm afraid that the entire main pavilion will have to close down, right? In that case, rather than keep spending like this with a drop in the bucket, why doesn't the Pavilion Master find another way out? Venerable Tianbao raised his eyebrows. I don't know what your highness said about another way out. Which one is it? Chuyun said bluntly, Tianbao Pavilion, if it has the help of the royal family, then even if it cannot surpass the smoke and rain building, but more or less it can also be in the middle of this imperial city, and its separation and will not appear to be unbalanced on one side. Venerable Tianbao stroked his few beards and laughed. Your highness meaning, I do understand. Your highness wants me, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, to be on your side just like Prime Minister Meng? Nowadays, the matter of the 9th prince and the crown prince secretly fighting, who in the entire imperial city didn't know about it. Especially since the 9th prince also had Dream Chongchong supporting behind him, making this imperial power struggle even more interesting. However, the difference between sitting back and watching the show and going down on your own, that's a big difference. Venerable Tianbao was such a shrewd person. Wanting him to take sides was not something that could be done by drawing a pie. Pavilion Master should be clear that once the battle for imperial power is truly put in the open, then the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion won't be able to be spared. Instead of being forced to join, then why not take the initiative to choose a side? Chuyun said with a calm expression. Venerable Tianbao smiled bashfully. Your highness is right, but if you want me, Tianbao Pavilion, to choose your highness, with such a nebulous cooperation alone, I am afraid that… Chuyun listened to his tone and naturally understood his meaning. The Pavilion Master is thinking that I don't have much chance of winning? Venerable Tianbao smiled without saying anything, and his meaning was equivalent to acquiescence. Only to see Chuyun's body, the aura of the broken realm flowed out. Venerable Tianbao immediately raised an eyebrow, his face very surprised. Broken realm? I did not expect your highness's realm to be hidden so deeply. But even so, if my Heavenly Treasure Pavilion chooses your highness, I'm afraid the risk is still too great. Chuyun calmly said, since ancient times, risks have always existed alongside opportunities, haven't they? Pavilion Master, you should know that these forces of the Flowing God sect were exterminated, right? Venerable Tianbao narrowed his eyes. Could it be that your highness had someone do it? Chuyun admitted. My people did it and faced Yen Rujuan, and also retreated unharmed in one piece, and now he is also on his way back to the imperial city. Even Night Swallow. Chuyun glanced at him, and the latter understood, and a wisp of pressure from the venerable realm diffused out from within him. Venerable Tianbao's face changed slightly, and his eyes steeply turned towards him. Rather, it is my eyes that are clumsy. I did not expect your excellency to be a venerable. Venerable Tianbao, our master has come today, but he is full of sincerity, so I hope that you will consider it well. Night Tun said. Master? Venerable Tianbao was inwardly shocked. At first he thought that this person might be a protector sent from the Shi family's side to Chuyun. However, the word master was completely different from a Dao protector. It meant that Chuyun was so young that not only had his cultivation reached the broken realm, there was also a slave of the venerable realm. Right? Pavilion Master, the Yen family and the Hope Immortal Dao sect are both on my side now as well. There's also the Black Iron King and Wang Han mistake. Both of them nowadays are also in my hands. I can even clearly tell the pavilion master that to accomplish all of these things, this palace has not utilized the slightest bit of power from the Sher family or the imperial family. Chu Yun revealed some more. Venerable Tian Bao's pupils trembled deeply. All of these things were done by the 9th prince relying on his own strength? Venerable Tian Bao's heart instantly pondered in detail. If that was truly the case, then this 9th highness was not a hidden tiger. Rather, it was a true dragon that was strong enough to tear through the heavens, treading on the wind and clouds and lying dormant in the abyss. Venerable Tian Bao pondered for a long time before saying, I will only ask your highness one thing. If the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion helps your highness seize the throne, then what can the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion truly obtain? In the end, the annual auction rights of the royal treasures can be divided by more than half to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, as well as exempting all Heavenly Treasure Pavilion taxes, and also allowing the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to become the royal family's Imperial Merchant Pavilion. With such support, it is enough to allow you and the Smoke and Rain Tower to achieve an almost equal balance within the Imperial City. For Chu Yun, there was actually no need for him to bother with pulling some forces together. As long as his master, Easy Sun, arrived, any imperial power struggle would settle down. But Tianbao Pavilion was different. He was a native force of Xia. If he allowed the foreign Smoke and Rain building to suppress them to death, then the entire economic operation of Xia's merchant goods would only completely fall under the control of the Smoke and Rain building in the future. Therefore, Chu Yun had to support a force that could separate and strike a balance between Xia proper and them in terms of their merchant cabinet capabilities. In this way, the Smoke and Rain building would not be able to monopolize the entire commercial goods economy of the Grand Xia. Hearing Chu Yun say that, Venerable Tian Bao was truly moved, and he immediately responded sincerely, Good. Then I hope that your highness can remember your promise this night. In that case, I, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, would like to serve your highness as a dog and horse. Chapter 68. Innocent. Venerable Ku. Successfully conquering the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Chu Yun's trio followed was back amongst the Imperial Prince's mansion. The following day, everything within the Imperial City was as usual. Nothing had changed too much. The Kai family and the Lu family were still investigating Chu Yun's helpers within the Imperial City. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince, on the other hand, were still teaming up to catch the traitor within the Eastern Palace. But Chu Rong was afraid of how to think, also did not expect the biggest traitor is far away in the sky, near the eye. Chu Yun House. Background editing cooldown time has expired. Master can perform another background edit. Chu Yun had already been rubbing his fists and couldn't wait, just waiting for the system's prompt. Let's put the others aside for now. First, edit the background of Dream Rushua's uneasy intentions for me. Chu Yun had long thought of editing this. Meng Rushua's side could not be consumed any longer. He had already heard that the Prime Minister had temporarily grounded her in his residence in order to ensure her safety. He took this opportunity to most conveniently set up a relationship between them. As for after that, he wanted to choose between the brothers of the Maitian Saint King and the Rakshasa sect master among these. Anyway, there was only a 7-day cooling-off period. He didn't bring any falsehoods at all. Ding! Background is being edited. Please wait. Karma change complete. Identity reset correct. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Background editing is successful. Chu Yun's editing points were deducted by 800 for nothing. Now 37,200 remained. At the same time, amongst his mind, there was an additional incomparably sincere and engraved memory. In his previous life, when Meng Ruoxue was still young, the village where she grew up was slaughtered by horse bandits, her parents died tragically, and because she was young and beautiful, she was captured and kidnapped alive by that group of bandits, along with hundreds of young women, with the intention of being sent to brothels together afterwards to exchange for money. However, there is a disciple of the bandits named Innocent. He is also a poor man. Since childhood both parents died, was adopted by the horse bandits because of the goodness of the heart resulting in him in the nest of bandits have been bullied. Even his master only used him as a lackey. Seeing that Meng Ruoxue was all alone and very pitiful, Innocent had been secretly taking care of her and bringing her things to eat. However, Meng Ruoxue's death of her parents at the hands of bandits caused her to hate those people so much that she considered even Wuxi's kindness to be false. Therefore, she was very mean and cold to him. But the day before she was to be sent to the brothel, the third leader of the bandits, that is, Innocent's master, because of Meng Ruoxue's good looks, became lustful. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the cell, he intended to defile Meng Ruoxue. Luckily, little Innocent arrived in time, and in order to protect Meng Ruoxue, he accidentally stabbed him to death with the knife his master gave him. He escaped from the cage with Meng Rushue in the middle of the night, and the two of them were ready to escape from the den of thieves. But things didn't go so well after all. A group of bandits found out that the third master had been killed, and all of them went out to hunt down the two of them. Surrounded by the front and back, Meng Ruoshue and Little Evil had nowhere to run and were in a desperate situation of certain death. In the end, innocence because he had once picked up a gongfu, and the price was his life to step into the threshold of cultivation. At the last moment, he grabbed Meng Rushue's hand and stabbed himself in the heart. Immediately after that, he utilized the technique, using his own life in exchange for Meng Rushue's success in entering the threshold of cultivation and having the power of self-preservation. It was also at that moment that Dream Ruoshua's heart was completely and deeply touched by it, especially when her own palm, holding Innocent's heart, felt the temperature of his body turn cold step by step, finally turned into a cold corpse, collapsed on the ground. Up to this point, Dream Ruoshua's heart was planted with a seed of eternity. She didn't know whether she loved Innocent or not. However, Innocent was the one who made her heart, in that instant, freeze forever. After stepping into the threshold of cultivation, Meng Rushue's heavenly fate sacred body was then awakened. That night, with the power of heavenly fate, she killed all of that group of bandits, avenging the people of her village and her parents as well as Innocent. But, having always treated her with kindness, she was still treated with indifference. Innocent, who saved herself and finally gave her life for herself, had completely become a thorn in Meng Ruoshua's heart. This thorn, so that her character could never go back to the old days, always treating people with an icy face, that the most regretful and also the most guilt-ridden feelings, all of which were given to the dead Innocent. It's still really naive and innocent. You died at the time when her feelings for you were the most passionate and sincere. After Chu Yun finished reading that memory, he could only sigh deeply at this past event. Innocent was not stupid. His feelings for Meng Rushue were pure and clean. Until he was on his deathbed, he was also treating Meng Rushue as his life support, allowing her to live in his place. But he did not know. When he personally grabbed Meng Rushue's hand and stabbed it into his heart, he also became the only support for Meng Rushue's heart. This memory was tragic and bleak. Even though Chu Yun had not really experienced it and only had the memory, it was still more or less depressing within his heart. If you count the time, doesn't today happen to be the anniversary of Innocent's death? Chu Yun violently remembered at that moment that today was the day that Innocent died. He believed that Meng Rushue would definitely remember this matter. After thinking carefully for a while, Chu Yun decided to make a trip to the Prime Minister's residence today. He called out to Luo Feng and set off with him to the Prime Minister's mansion. State Master's mansion. State Master Feng Tian was sitting in front of a chessboard at this moment, thinking about playing chess alone. State Master Venerable Ku is here. A chief steward of the State Master's mansion respectfully walked over and reported softly. Bring him over. The State Master didn't even lift his head. His mind was on the chess game. Yes. After that chief steward left, it wasn't long before a middle-aged man dressed in black slowly walked over, his body surrounded by a gloomy aura that caused some chills. It seems that the State Master's elegance is good. The Empress has asked me to secretly come to the State Master's residence. I wonder what is the matter? This person spoke in a feminine manner, giving off a piercing sharpness. Feng Tianjing slowly raised his head, looked at the visitor, and faintly said, Kuzun has worked hard all the way. Sit down first. The other party was not polite and frankly sat down. The Empress has asked Kuzun to come, only to ask Kuzun to capture one person alive. Feng Tianjing said. Who? Zun Ku asked. The daughter of Meng Chongchong, Meng Rushue. Feng Tianjing replied with a straight face. Chapter 69. Corpse Insects Venerable Ku. Chu Yun meets Ru Shui. Dream Ru Shui. A little girl? Venerable Ku was slightly puzzled when he heard this. A mere young girl child of the younger generation would want him to personally come to the imperial city? This was too much of a fuss, wasn't it? You see. Even you yourself wouldn't have thought that the Empress would let you personally deal with a little girl. Then Meng Chongchong, naturally, would be even less likely to anticipate it. Feng Tianjing smiled faintly. Once Venerable Ku heard these words, he somewhat understood the meaning of this move. I see. Your Majesty is afraid that Meng Chongchong has prepared for this early. So if you let someone else go, you might fail instead. Is that right? Feng Tianzhang did not deny it. Kozun's ability can take someone's head from dozens of miles away as if it were a bag. I think it shouldn't be much of a problem to capture a daughter of Meng Chong, right? Venerable Ke raised his head, a demonic smile on that sinister face. Don't worry, State Master. Capturing a little girl, that is naturally not difficult. Feng Tiancheng looked at the hour, then said, now that Meng Chong happens to be in the palace, it's not a bad opportunity. Feng Tianjing's meaning was more than obvious. Just wait for my good news. After hearing this, Venerable Ku immediately got up. With a wave of his sleeve, his figure immediately left the State Master's mansion. Prime Minister's mansion. Chu Yun and Luo Feng's visit because it just so happened that the Prime Minister was not present. There was the Prime Minister's residence's Grand Steward, Chang Yun, who received them on his behalf. This Grand Steward, who was also the second strongest person in the Prime Minister's mansion, Meng Chong's absolute beloved, was at the late Nirvana realm in his cultivation. Steward Chong, I'm here today mainly to see Miss Dream, and I'd like to trouble Steward Chong to lead the way. Chang Yun greeted him with a smiling face and answered, good. Please also ask Your Highness and Lord Luo to follow me. Immediately afterward, Chang Yun led Chu Yun and Luo Feng to the outside of Meng Rushua's boudoir. Buckle, buckle. Mississippi. Chang Yun gently knocked on the door. What is it? The cold voice of Meng Rushua that sounded like an iceberg came from the house. His Highness the Ninth Prince wants to see Miss, and is outside the house at this time. Chang Yun finished speaking. In the next moment, the door of the house was instantly opened and Meng Rushua's figure stood upright in front of the three of them. A smile appeared on Chu Yun's face. Miss Dream, goodbye. Meng Rushua's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at him. You are really bold. You dare to come here. There's nothing to dare or not. I came here, mainly because I want to clear up a misunderstanding with Miss Dream. The corner of Meng Rushua's mouth smiled coldly. Misunderstanding? Good. If you want to resolve it, then come in yourself. Meng Ruoshua turned around and walked deeper into the house to go. Chu Yun saw this and stepped in at a pace. Your Highness. Luo Feng worried about him from the side, afraid that it would be dangerous for him to go in alone. Chu Yun smiled calmly. Don't worry, Commander Luo. You and Steward Chong will just wait outside the house. Nothing will happen. After saying that, Chu Yun walked into the house, and with that, the door of the house instantly closed, and the isolation barrier that Dream Chong had arranged was also visible in the house at that moment, completely isolating all the forces as well as the sounds both inside and outside. Entering Dream Ruoshua's boudoir, Chu Yun looked around. His nose gently sniffed, and frankly said, the aroma of this room, it is truly wonderful. Hey! Should I call you Xiao Yan? Or should I call you Chu Yun? Meng Rushua sat on the chair and was not in a hurry to do anything. At this moment, a playful expression appeared on that cold as frost face. Chu Yun it is. Xiao Yan is just an alias. Chu Yun did not get nervous either and naturally sat down opposite her. I am curious. How did you come to know the heavenly demoness? And your ability to manipulate evil infants? Do you believe it or not? As long as I spread this matter widely, you will definitely die without a burial place. At that time, not to mention the great Xia dynasty, even if a supreme being arrives in person, they won't be able to protect you. Meng Rushua's cold eyes stared at him as she spoke expressionlessly. Chu Yun poured himself a cup of water, and after taking a sip, he said freely, I believe it. As long as you spread this news, my troubles will only continue to flow. Just. Chu Yun's eyes suddenly turned a little complicated. His eyes solemnly looked at her. Once you do this, I'm afraid that you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chu Yun, you have not looked up to yourself too much. Even though my father is on your side, even if you die, I won't have an ounce of regret. Even if I lose the battle for imperial power in the end, I still have a way to keep the Prime Minister's palace. Your death is irrelevant to me. Meng Rushua could not help but laugh, filled with disdain for Chu Yun's arrogance. Chu Yun looked at her with an unusually dignified expression. Yes, irrelevant. I have always been nothing more than an irrelevant person to you. Seeing his appearance, Meng Rushua frowned, not knowing where Chu Yun had jerked off. What was the meaning of these words? In the beginning, I did help the heavenly demoness break your 100 extinction Gothic because the situation was urgent at the time and I had no other choice. But fortunately in the end, I had someone save you, and seeing that you were safe and sound, I was much more relieved. Chu Yun said as he stared deeply at him. When Meng Rushua heard this, her face changed slightly. What did you say? It was your people who saved me? Chuyun smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. The fact that I can manipulate the evil infant, if you wish to say it to the public, I will not stop you. I will also not harm you, much less blame you, so feel free to rest assured. Chuyun slowly stood up, under Meng Ruoshua's puzzled to the core gaze. He sidestepped his face and said in the same tone as when Wuxi was dying, Schwer, the Wuxi from back then has long since died, and it's time for you to forget about that part of the past. That heart didn't stop beating, but changed to another place and continued to burn with his mission. Live well, instead of living. After Chuyun finished speaking, the entire person appeared very deep as he headed towards the door of the house. However, in an instant, Dream Ruoshua's figure violently appeared in front of him, stopping him. At this moment, Meng Rushua's expression changed drastically. Where there was still the calmness and composure from before, there was only a face full of shock, doubt, and incredulity. Who exactly are you? How do you know these things? Speak. How on earth did you know? Dream Ruoshua's breathing turned sharp. The matter between her and Innocent was known only to her. When her hand stabbed into Innocent's heart, he had said that very sentence. Live well. Instead of me, live. These words, inside her mind, could never be erased. There is no need to know who I am. My current identity is merely the 9th prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Rushua, I'm happy to see you again. In that case, it is enough. Chuyun's consecutive retreats had caused Meng Rushua's heart to become unbalanced a long time ago, and the memories of her and Innocence couldn't be controlled at the moment as they bubbled up from inside her mind. Why did Chuyun know these things? And just from his tone, why was he so similar to Innocent? Could it be that he was... You are Innocent. You are his reincarnation? Meng Rushua's tone was slightly trembling. She did not dare to be certain if Chuyun was actually the reincarnation of Innocent. But if it was truly him, then everything from earlier would naturally all line up. Regardless of whether it is or isn't, it's just an unimportant person. Not really important. All right, I'm leaving. Chuyun lowered his head, looking somewhat forlorn, his hand just ready to open the door of the house. Chapter 70 Soul Blood Fusion, Paper Man Attack. Stand. At this moment, Meng Rushua fiercely grabbed his hand, and the power in her hand condensed a drop of essence blood between her fingers. Immediately afterward, Dream Ruoshua released a drop of soul blood that was enclosed within her soul. This drop of soul blood was once Innocence. Before he died, he had given his entire body to Meng Rushua, who was too weak at the time. With all his might, he could only leave her with a drop of soul blood that would become her eternal remembrance. And at this moment, for Meng Ruoshua to take out this drop of soul blood to check Chuyun's identity, it was enough to see that she had also made a great determination. Because regardless of whether it was successful or not, this drop of soul blood would disappear. She would also completely lose it, the last thing of the Innocent. She merged this drop of soul blood with Chuyun's own essence blood, and her eyes were unblinking, staring intently at the changes in those 2 drops of blood, only to see that the fusion of the 2 drops of blood was very smooth, without the slightest bit of rejection. And in the end, it successfully fused into a drop of bright red essence blood. Up to this point, Meng Ruoshua's eyes widened, and at the corners of her eyes, tears glistened. The surprise in front of her eyes made her emotionally excited beyond words. It was really true. Surprisingly, it was true. Chuyun was truly Innocent. His reincarnated body. You really are him. Why? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Dream Ruoshua took the initiative to hold Chuyun's hand at this moment and asked excitedly. There is no need to dwell too much on the matters of the past. As long as I know that you are doing well, it is enough. Besides, I'm just an insignificant person, Chuyun said in a deep tone. Meng Rushua saw his appearance at this time and felt very guilty inside. I don't mean that. Innocent. No, Chuyun. The life I once had was given to me by you. You are important to me. Even the most important. Everything earlier, I wasn't aware that you were him. That's why my tone was hurtful. I'm sorry. Meng Rushua lowered her head guiltily. In itself, she was harboring deep guilt towards Wuxi, and earlier, she had even poked and prodded him with her words without mercy. This made her instantly feel that she was truly not a person. However, at the same time, Chuyun also felt the same way. He felt that he was really something else. This miserable selling was just like a green tea whore. He couldn't even stand himself a little. But there was nothing he could do. A woman like Meng Rushue hard would not work, so he could only use soft. And it is best to make a deep impression on her heart, so that she feels deeply ashamed of herself. Then this relationship, Chu Yunfang could grasp the true initiative. Don't say that. Rushue, I said, no matter what happens to you, I won't blame you. I came here just to clear up a misunderstanding with you. As for your relationship with the heavenly demoness, she also promised me that she wouldn't take the initiative to trouble you again. I hope that in the future, the two of you, even if you can't be friends, at least you won't become enemies. This item is for you. Chu Yun took out the source of nirvana within his warehouse and gave it to Meng Rushue. He understood that what Meng Rushue currently needed the most was this. As expected, after seeing the source of nirvana, Meng Rushue immediately showed a shocked face. Source of nirvana? You prepared this for me? Chu Yun nodded. I know about you and the heavenly demoness, and the nirvana seal on you can only be broken by relying on the source of nirvana. All right, you take it, I'll leave first. Dream Ruashue held the source of nirvana. Her inner emotions rippled, and as she watched Chu Yun open the door to his room and leave, she did not know what to say for a moment. Chu Yun did not make any stops, and after exiting the door, he joined Luo Feng and Chang Yun towards the gate of the mansion. This was also Chu Yun's ploy. Emotions were such things that were often more unforgettable when they were on point than when they were in the end at once. This was just like Chu Yun's previous life, why those female netizens hanging big brothers one by one, all like to desire to capture. It is because this kind of desire to capture the feeling will let the emotion has been pulling gradually towards the upward trend, at the same time also can let be hang that person in the mind inside the unforgettable. Dream Ruashue at this moment will nirvana source put away, figure just chase out not a few steps. Above the sky, a small paper figure suddenly floated down, emitting a burst of spiritual waves, directly towards Meng Rushue. Dream Ruashue sensed that something was wrong. Her face changed, and her body immediately flew backward. The paper man's entire body flickered with spiritual splendor, shooting out dozens of black evil chi shackles, wrapping around Meng Rushue's limbs on all sides. The evil chi on that shackle was like a maggot attached to the bone, merely burying itself into the veins of Meng Ruashue, completely suppressing the power of her entire body, leaving her powerless to resist. The means of the exalted realm. Damn it! The paper man dragged Meng Ruashue's body, hanging high in the firmament ready to leave. Meng Ruashue struggled madly, but she was never able to break free from those evil chi shackles either. Reincarnation Divine Pearl. In desperation, Dream Ruashue only had to use her strongest card of this life, that heavenly extremity treasure that was split in two. In an instant, a burst of reincarnation frost flower shone within her body, like a light that purified the world, successfully transmuting all the evil chi within her body. Those shackles that had seized her body were also all worn away by the reincarnation divine radiance, and Meng Rushue's figure jumped down. Eh? What kind of power is this? The little girl has quite a few secrets in her body. But unfortunately, you can't hide a second time. The paper man's mouth came out with venerable feminine voice, and once again shot out thousands of evil papers, each of which was like a poisonous snake, violently moving forward and flooding the sky and earth. Remnant Wind Ghost Scroll. Seal of Compassion. At this moment, two powerful attacks at the Nirvana realm level smashed in. The Nirvana fire accompanied by the tornado swept over, and Chang Yun struck out the compassionate hand seal with a palm. The two of them combined their efforts to block those evil papers that landed on Meng Rushue's body. The three of them, Chu Yun, immediately rushed back after hearing the commotion, but fortunately, it was not too late, and Meng Rushue was still safe and sound. Rushue, come here, Chu Yun shouted. Meng Rushue immediately flew over and came to his side. Luo Feng and Chang Yun protected the front, confronting the paper people in front of them. Chapter 71 Things Get Big, Division Formation Pursuit. Exalted Realm. I didn't expect them to send out the Exalted Realm to deal with Miss. Chang Yun looked at the paper man, his face very shocked and gloomy. Although the Prime Minister had prepared for this, he did not anticipate that the Empress would allow the Exalted Realm to move Meng Rushue. Chang Yun took out a four-sided disc and threw it in the sky, forming a golden shield that wrapped around them. I've summoned the Prime Minister. We can only hold on for dear life now, Chang Yun said with a grave expression on his face. This golden shroud, even the power of the peak of the Nirvana realm could completely take it. However, if it was the exalted realm, Chang Yun's heart really had no bottom.
Hehehe.
With this small means, you want to stop this honored one? A disdainful sinister laughter emanated from the paper man, and immediately after, he shot out 2 tentacles covered in black evil aura, fiercely slapping more on top of that golden barrier. Bang bang! In just a few hits, cracks appeared on the golden barrier, on the verge of shattering. No way! This can't block the power of the Zunshi realm at all. Luo Feng's brows were furrowed, seeing that the situation was not right. His hands had gradually gathered power. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Under the continuous bombardment of those sinister tentacles, the golden shield completely broke, and the figures of the 4 people violently dodged away in different directions. Star Storm. Luo Feng used his nirvana power to condense a huge storm source star, which fell down towards the tentacles. Peak nirvana realm, but also an ant. The paperman's tentacle was impenetrable and ran through it. Then the spirit wave spread out like a tsunami and directly shook Luo Feng and Chang Yun out. The paperman's tentacles once again grabbed towards Meng Ruoxue. Blood Heavenly World. Chu Yun released the Blood Heavenly World at this moment, and majestic blood chi fell from the sky, covering Meng Ruoxue inside. Bang rumble. The tentacles swooped and directly overturned the entire garden earth. The gazebo wigwam was turned upside down. Blood chi blossomed around Chu Yun and transmitted Meng Ruoxue to his side. Seeing that Chu Yun was so capable, Meng Ruoxue was shocked, only to see Chu Yun's eyes staring tightly at the paperman, saying in a deep voice, "Do you have a method to drag him for 50 breaths?" "You have a method?" Meng Ruoxue immediately asked. "After 50 breaths, he will surely perish." Chu Yun's tone was incomparably firm as he said, "Good. Leave it to me." Meng Ruoxue nodded her head and responded, "At your young age, the 2 of you are one more uncomplicated than the other. It really makes this father a bit surprised. Since that's the case, then you'll all go with this father together." Corpse Swamp Canopy. In front of the paperman, a huge black canopy appeared, within which countless corpse chi raged across the sky, and the canopy, which was like a bottomless pit, shot out 2 corpse puppets. Their bodies were indestructible and overbearing in power, ignoring all obstacles as they came straight at the duo of Chu Yun and Meng Ruoxue. Reincarnation Divine Bead. Pure Universe Divine Light. Dream Ruoxue stood in front of Chu Yun, her hands releasing the reincarnation divine radiance, forming a wall of reincarnation barrier in front of the 2 of them. The divine radiance was holy, divine, and inviolable, and it clearly blocked the offensive power of those 2 puppets. Relying on this heavenly extremity treasure, Meng Ruoxue had actually received the power of a venerable realm level, far surpassing the nirvana realm level of Luo Feng and Chang Yun. This really surprised Chu Yun a little. He could not help but recall what the heavenly demoness had said earlier. Do not underestimate the reincarnation of an emperor realm. At this time, Dream Ruoxue had already blocked for 30 or so breaths, and although the 2 puppets had not advanced by half a point. But Meng Ruoxue's state was already not quite right. Its face was so pale that it had lost its blood color, as if it had been born with a serious illness, and its body had weakened to a critical point. It could be seen that forcibly activating that heavenly extremity treasure within her body was still too much of a stretch with her current body. This father would like to see how much longer you can hold out. The paperman once again increased the power of the heavenly canopy, causing the battle power of the 2 puppets to rise once more. Boom, boom, boom. The luster of the reincarnation divine radiance faded fast under the furious bombardment of power in the hands of the 2 corpse puppets. However, right at this moment, Chu Yun's head snapped up and his face sternly said, "Let him die!" Bang! A formation glow fell with an overbearing and unrivaled power, directly crushing those 2 puppets covered in corpse chi. Strong reinforcements arrived. The paperman let out a cry of surprise, but in an instant, space tore open. The figure of Venerable Sea Formation stepped out, waving his hand to use space as a formation and emptiness as a base, forming a void-sealing formation that imprisoned the paperman in place. Break! The canopy that was filled with corpse chi was even pressed down by one of the Sea Formation Venerable One's finger-ons, forcibly tearing it apart with force. "Your Highness, this is a stand-in technique. His main body is hiding dozens of miles away." Venerable Sea Formation saw through the paperman's means and immediately reported to Chu Yun. "Can it be sought?" Chu Yun inquired with a sunken face. "It can. However, in that case, my subordinate's identity and strength would have to be completely exposed in this imperial city, I'm afraid.
Vénérable si formation réponded.
No harm done. Do whatever it takes to capture this venerable one for me. Chu Yun did not care as he solemnly ordered. Yes. Venerable Formation Master C let go of his hands at this moment, and his figure penetrated within the formation. The paperman immediately released a large amount of evil chi, and the majestic chi, which was enough to strangle a huge mountain, was easily broken by a killing formation that was casually released by the Venerable C formation in front of him. Immediately afterward, Venerable C formation grabbed the paperman in his hand. What power are you an exalted one of? When did a figure like you exist within the great Xia imperial city? The paperman asked in a shocked tone. You don't need to know. Without any nonsense, Venerable C formation directly crushed the paperman. The moment the paperman exploded, a strand of blood remained on top of it, which was caught by Venerable C formation in time. Heaven-seeking immortal trail. Venerable C formation activated his secret art, and a luster lit up above his forehead as the strand of blood was incorporated into it as a way to find the location of the owner of this strand of blood. Soon, Venerable C formation instantly locked onto that person's location, and his figure disappeared within the Prime Minister's mansion. Meng Ruxue was so weak at this time, having lost too much essence, her strength was also vented, and the whole person almost fell to the ground. Ruxue. It was fortunate that Chu Yun held her up in time. Luo Feng and Chong Yun also hurriedly flew over at this moment, and although the corners of their mouths were stained with blood, it was fortunate that neither of their injuries were too serious. Miss, Your Highness, how is Miss? Chong Yun hurriedly asked. It's fine. She just consumed too much essence and temporarily fainted. There's nothing serious, Chu Yun said after checking. Only then did Chong Yun take a breather and then asked, Your Highness, then what was the venerable one who struck just now? He is under my command. Luckily, I had him rush over at the first opportunity, or else today's matter, I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Chu Yun said with a solemn expression on his face. He had contacted Venerable C formation at the first opportunity and had him rush to the Prime Minister's mansion. It was fortunate that Meng Ruxue had held out for a few dozen breaths. If not, Chu Yun would have had no choice but to use his greatest card. The heavenly exalts breath that was stored within the warehouse. Your Highness's subordinates, the Zun Shi realm. Chong Yun's face was horrified, almost unable to believe his ears. The ninth prince actually had a subordinate of the Zun Shi realm. This was such an incredible thing. Chapter 72 Ku Zun Undefeated. Division Formation Suppression. Steward Chong, there is nothing wrong with Ruxue, so I will leave it to you first. Chu Yun could not care less about his shock at the moment and handed Meng Ruxue over to him. Good. Chong Yun assisted the unconscious Meng Ruxue and answered, Commander Luo, let's go. Chu Yun's face was cold and heavy as he immediately chased after him with Luo Feng. Inside the Imperial City, with that strand of blood chi, Venerable C formation quickly locked onto Venerable Ku's location. Venerable Ku was currently standing on top of a tall building within the city, and suddenly sensing a force approaching, he violently tore open the space to hide inside. Rumble. Immediately, a four-sided formation seal emerged from the location where he had previously stood, and the destructive power directly shattered everything within that area. Venerable C formation's figure flew out from the middle of the space, and seeing that the blow fell short, he immediately formed a formation with his hands, condensing into a formation seal that shot successively on top of the spatial path that Venerable Ku had traveled forward. Bang, bang, bang. Those formation seals glowed with the power of a venerable realm level, causing space to freeze over a large area. Thud. With all of the space frozen, Venerable Ku was forced to forcefully tear the space out. Hurricane Sky Storm. Between the wave of the division formation Venerable One's hand, the power of the formation converged and flowed, instantly turning into a rotating storm formation, from the bottom to the top, trapping Venerable One Ku within it. The entire storm formation floated with hurricane blades, like countless sword lights converging into a sword dragon. The power was so strong that Venerable Ku couldn't find the slightest opportunity to escape. Venerable Ku continuously blasted out dozens of sinister spirit waves, but they could not break through in the slightest, and were all swallowed up by those forces of the storm. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Venerable Ku was also pushed, no longer hiding, completely releasing his full power, with 1,000 feet high, covered in evil aura of the war venerable body, appeared above the dome of the Imperial City. 5 elements, secret kill. The division formation Venerable One directly released 5 formations on the dome of the sky, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 elemental formations, fused together under his control. In an instant, a 5 elemental killing formation blossomed with dazzling light, covering Venerable Ka's head as it smashed down towards his battle-exalted body. Evil Spirit, Corpse Tide. Zunshur Ka's battle-exalted body raised both palms, and 2 channels of Corpse Tide chi that were like raging rivers shot out, hard against the 5 elements killing formation above. Bang! Rumble! The collision of the power of the 2 venerable realms directly caused the houses and pavilions in a radius of tens of miles to suffer, and even many of the cultivators in the vicinity, after noticing that the power was out of place, they simply couldn't be bothered to watch the show, and at the first opportunity they ran far away, hiding to a safe location. Rumble! 2 venerable realms, fighting so blatantly within the imperial city. Venerable Ku even used his battle-venerable body. The sound was overwhelming, shaking the entire imperial city. The 2 of them, Chu Yun and Luo Feng, flew to a long space and looked at the location where the 2 of them were fighting. Venerable Ku had summoned his battle-exalted body, but it was also suppressed by the power of the 5 elements killing formation. Adding the hurricane formation also blocked his chances of escaping, putting him in a complete predicament. I didn't expect it to be him. Corpse Insect's left protector, Ku Evil. Luo Feng instantly recognized Venerable Ku after seeing his true face in the distance. Corpse Insect. Then it does seem to be undoubtedly sent by the Empress. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Today, no matter what, this Ku Evil would not be able to escape from this imperial city." At this moment, the power of the battlefield between the 2 was fiercely splashing around, and when Venerable C Formation saw that Venerable Ku's power was already going to be unable to support him, he immediately added another layer of power doubling array, directly allowing the power of the 5 elements killing formation to go to the next level. Bang! Instantly, Venerable Ku's 2 corpse tide chi were swallowed up by the power of the 5 elements, and the battle-exalted body was viciously hit by the 5 elements formation. PFFT. Immediately, Venerable Ku's main body violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and the battle-exalted body was injured, and along with it, his entire aura weakened a bit. Ku Evil! How dare you? Dare to touch the daughter of this Prime Minister. Today you will stay completely. Suddenly, a cold and bone-piercing muffled voice came from the distance. Not far away in the sky, Dream Chongchong stood on his own battle-exalted body, holding 100 feet long glorious lance that swept 4 light dragons and came, directly and ruthlessly striking at Exalted Master Ku. Venerable Ku himself was facing the pressure of Venerable C Formation, and at this moment, he even had no choice but to be distracted to fend off Meng Chongzhong's spear dragon. For a moment, the C Formation Venerable One seized the opportunity, and a formation seal struck through the chest of his battle-exalted body like thunder, causing Venerable One Ku to feel a stabbing pain in his body, and his organs cracked. Bang! After he was injured by the C Formation Venerable One again, his strength weakened down and a chain reaction ensued. Dream Chongchong's 4 gun dragons easily crushed through his corpse chi defense, directly destroying nearly half of his body. Ah! Half of Ku Evil's body shattered and half of his blood and bones were tired, looking incomparably horrifying and appalling. At the same time, Venerable C Formation had fully suppressed his battle-exalted body, and 3 formation seals fell down, imprisoning any movement of his battle-exalted body. Dream Long Chong once again condensed his spear glow and stabbed out, directly stabbing the other half of Ko Zun's physical body, directly coming with killing intent. Wow! Suddenly, the vault of the sky was flooded with a thick layer of water, forming a watery heavenly cloud that covered half of the sky, blocking Dream Chongzhong's power. Meng Chongzhong's pupils were slightly compressed, and his figure stopped in time, only to see the frozen space beside Venerable Ka shattered away. A hand with wrinkled skin slowly tore the space apart, and the figure holding a dragon head scepter slowly stepped out. It's really lively. I didn't expect that within the Imperial City, there was such a Zun-Shur realm figure hidden. It's because I'm a lone voice. What power does your excellency come from? After State Master Feng Tianzheng appeared, his gaze stared straight at Venerable C Formation, his eyes heavy and suspicious. Venerable C Formation did not intend to pay him any mind at all, and directly smashed Venerable Ka's battle-exalted body fiercely as the formation seal exploded. Bang bang bang. PFFT. Deceiving. With his battle-exalted body destroyed, Exalted Master Ku was instantly wounded, his breath weakened by 50% going down, and he spat out blood continuously, and that feminine face was filled with anger and hatred at this moment. With this level of injury, he didn't have a few months' time. He couldn't even think of reconditioning his battle Zune body. State Master, what do you mean by this? Venerable Ku attacked my phase residence and injured my beloved daughter. Could it be that the State Master is working in tandem with him and is also involved in this matter? Dream long heavy figure stood on the war venerable body. At this time did not give Feng Tianzheng the slightest bit of face anymore. Has been laid out to the open to move his phase residence. Then completely tear the relationship. What is the harm? Chapter 73 Wind and Clouds in Turmoil. The Might of the Son of Heaven. What makes you say that, Prime Minister? As Venerable Ku is the left protector of the Corpse In sect, I would never believe that he would do something like that. There must be a deep misunderstanding in this. Furthermore, this person's identity is unknown. The Prime Minister, as an official of the Imperial Court, should follow me and take this person down first, lest he jeopardize the integrity of the Imperial City. Ginger was still old and hot. Feng Tianzheng was not flustered at the moment and shifted the goalposts in a few words. Meng Chongchong's eyes narrowed slightly, just when he wanted to open his mouth. The State Master can rest assured. He is a person under the command of this temple, and this time he is only striking out to catch this rebel who is disturbing the order of the Imperial City. The State Master has been protecting this rebel who attacked the Prime Minister's residence, and defending him. Could it be that he is really a raccoon of the same tribe as the Prime Minister, as the Prime Minister said? Chu Yun followed Luo Feng as he slowly flew over towards this side, and he drank with a straight face without the slightest fear. At this moment, near this battlefield, there were many more gazes, all of which were watching Chu Yun's several people. The leaders of the major forces within the Imperial City's merchant pavilion, there were even quite a few venerable realms, and they were all secretly observing the situation before them at this moment. Venerable Tian Bao stood on the top floor of the Tian Bao pavilion, his gaze looking towards this direction, his face rather surprised. If this venerable realm was also under the 9th Prince's command, then with the addition of last night's Night Swallow, there would be 2 venerable realm powerhouses under his command. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, he was also a little glad inwardly that he had made that choice last night. On top of that, the Yen family's people, including the Eastern Palace and some of the strongest members of the Empress faction, all appeared in the distant sky at this moment, their gazes looking straight up. The Crown Prince's face was shocked and trembling. This Zunshi realm powerhouse was under Chu Yun's command? When did he have such a terrifying subordinate? Why had he, the Eastern Palace, not even gotten half the news? Meanwhile, Chu Yun's words hardened against the State Master. The latter's brows flashed with a hint of surprise, then immediately flooded with a slight sinking. 9th Prince, although you are a prince, according to seniority, you are not qualified to speak with the old man like this. Here, there is even less qualification for you to interrupt. Falsely accusing a dynasty's State Master. Could it be that the 9th Prince wants to abandon the stability of the dynasty? Feng Tianzheng was cunning. At this time, he had been avoiding the important points and putting a hat on Chu Yun, not allowing the topic to continue on Ku Evil's body. With the Son of Heaven in the Imperial City, then there will be no chaos. This palace says for the last time, get out of the way. You can't protect Ku Evil today. Chu Yun's eyes were ruthlessly determined, ignoring the vast heavenly might that was released around the State Master. Arrogant. Chu Yun, do you really think that the old man is something you can provoke? Today, the old man will stand here, and I would like to see, what can you do? The State Master's expression was icy cold, and immediately after, the power of a Zunshi contained within that body of his was released, and another 1,000 feet tall battle Zun body stood above the sky dome. The aura of the peak of the Zunshi realm, along with Meng Chongchong's battle exalted body aura, was suppressed by him at this moment. Seeing that something was wrong, Venerable C Formation also immediately summoned his own battle exalted body, with the might of the late exalted realm, to take on the State Master head on. The 3 great battle exalted bodies stood in the long sky of the Imperial City, their auras ferocious and volatile. However, at this moment, some of the old men who did not show up were all clearer than one. These 3 people could not fight. If you really let them 3 Zun body in the Imperial City in the unscrupulous fight, that is afraid of the whole Imperial City has to be knocked out half. As expected, a Chi Luck dragon might came from within the depths of the palace. The breath was like the heavenly Tao, irresistible. Even the breath of the 3 great war Zun bodies were suppressed on the spot by this Chi Luck dragon might. Unbridled. A few of you are fooling around like this. What kind of place do you take the Imperial City to be? The voice of the Grand Xia Emperor rolled and rushed like thunder above the sky of the imperial city, shaking the four directions. Dream Chong Chong and the State Master, they stopped their hands and lowered themselves towards the direction of the imperial palace. The former said, "Your Majesty, it is not that I want to stir up trouble. This evil attacked my Xiangfu and injured my beloved daughter. This kind of evil thief. I really don't know why the State Master is protecting him." The State Master immediately defended, "Your Majesty, I am truly innocent. I'm only thinking from the position of the imperial dynasty. How can I say that Venerable Ku is also the corpse insect's left protector? I don't believe that he would do something like that, old minister. In this, there must be someone falsely accusing him." The two of them each argued. So the emperor's voice came again, accompanied by that terrifying heavenly might exerting pressure on Ku-evil's body. "Venerable Ku, you say? What's going on?" "Your Majesty, Ku-evil is really unjustly accused. I came to the imperial city and was attacked by this person. As for what attack on the Xiangfu, that's simply nonsense." Ku-evil pointed at Venerable C formation and stiffly defended himself. After all, he had gone there with a body double technique. Besides, Chu Yun and the others did not have definitive evidence. As long as he beat him to death and did not allow it, then the emperor would not be able to convict him without the slightest evidence. At this time, Dream Long Heavy suddenly laughed out. "Ku-evil, you really think that this prime minister in his own residence, what arrangements are not?" In the next moment, Dream Changzhong pointed a finger of light above the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, that spiritual radiance transformed into a formation image, the very same clip where Ku-evil's paperman attacked Meng Rushue at the very beginning. As expected of Dream Changzhong, he even laid a shadow-retaining formation in his own mansion. How cunning! The State Master inwardly lost his confidence. Now that the evidence was conclusive, this Ku-evil, he couldn't bail him out. Ku-evil's face also changed at this moment. How could he not have thought that Meng Chong Chong even had this hand? "Ku-evil, not only did you attack the minister's residence, but now you even dare to deceive Father Emperor. The crime of deceiving the king. You deserve to die." Chu Yun stood out at this moment, pointing at Ku-evil angrily. Ku-evil panicked at this moment. He did not know how to argue. He also did not have the words to argue. The evidence was clearly laid out. If he is refuting, that is really treating the people of the imperial dynasty as cuties. He was also not able to argue with the evidence, but he had no words to argue. Even Feng Tianzheng turned his head and fell into silence. Boom! At this moment, the Qi heavenly might above the 9 heavens transformed into a golden dragon bathed in golden light, directly assaulting and rolling around Venerable Ku's half-bloodied flesh and flying straight into the sky. Ah! All the power in Venerable Ku's entire body was forcibly sealed the moment he was covered by that golden dragon. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of resisting, but in front of this heavenly might of the great Xia Emperor, he didn't have the power to resist in the slightest, and was directly swept into the imperial palace. The Ku-evil's crime is unforgivable. Seal his whole body's cultivation. First imprisoned within the heavenly prison, then sentenced. This matter also ends here. The 9th prince and the prime minister will go to the palace. Everyone else disperse. As the emperor's voice traveled down, the vast pressure above the 9 heavens also disappeared. "Yes, your majesty, father." The crowd of onlookers in the distance were also gradually dispersing at this moment. The State Master looked deeply at Chu Yun and Venerable C formation and let out a cold snort as his figure then disappeared above the firmament. Meng Chongchong and the Division Formation Venerable One put away their battle-exalted bodies and slowly walked to Chu Yun's side. "Your Highness, let's go and enter the palace." Hearing Dream Chongchong's words, Chu Yun nodded. "C Formation, Commander Luo, you guys return to the palace first. I will go with the Prime Minister to meet with Father." "Yes, Your Highness." With the Prime Minister present, Luo Feng was naturally at ease and turned around, leaving with Venerable Si Jin. Chu Yun also rushed towards the palace with the Prime Minister. Inside the Eastern Palace, both the Crown Prince and the State Master had returned, including Chu Yuan, who was also sitting on the palace. What exactly is going on here? How could Chu Yun have a Zun-Shur realm-level subordinate? What exactly is that person's origin? The Crown Prince was worried, having been unable to figure out this matter. The State Master was similarly so, as he said, "One thing that is certain is that he is definitely not from the Shur family. There is no one like him within those Zun-Shur realms of the Shur family." Chapter 74 First Exalted 1, Filial Disciple. Big Brother. This person, Chu Yun, Seems to be much trickier than we thought. You guys, do you think that he will still have some undercurrents that we don't know about? Chu Yuan suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's face changed slightly. Feng Tianzhang immediately said, "Don't disorganize yourself right now. If that person's identity really cannot be found, then make a trip to the Smoke and Rain building." Chu Yuan nodded. "State Master, don't worry. I understand what to do. It's just that the matter has come to this at the moment. Then on Venerable Ke's side, what is to be done?" Feng Tiancheng's face flushed with a wisp of slight sullenness. "His Majesty has personally stepped in. Then this matter is no longer something we can meddle with. We can only look at the Empress Mother's side, if there is any way out. Or perhaps someone from the Corpse In sect will step in, before there may be a way to resolve it." Feng Tianzheng was also worried at this moment. Letting Ku Evil capture a Meng Rushui, things had actually come to such a state that he had not expected it at all. In the end, he even made the Emperor personally step in, and in that earlier situation no one could protect him. One must know that throughout the entire Grand Xia dynasty, the strongest contemporary honored one was the Grand Xia Emperor. He seldom took action. That's because basically there is no need for him to take action. In terms of the strength of the Venerable Realm alone, Venerable Shura was below him. Moreover, the most important point was that in the Imperial City, the Great Xia Emperor had the Imperial Dynasty's fortune to support him, and within the Imperial City, even if it was the Heavenly Phase Realm, he could still fight. This was also the main reason why the Empress faction, even though it had a huge network of connections, did not dare to be too reckless within the Imperial City. If the Emperor was in the middle of the palace when Chu Yun was born, it would never have been possible for it to be stolen away. This was the absolute deterrence of the king of a country, the reigning emperor. For now, there is only this. Third brother, go to the Smoke and Rain building and see if you can get news of that venerable under Chu Yun's command from their side. The Crown Prince ordered. "Yes, big brother. I will go now." Chu Yuan immediately left the Eastern Palace and immediately rushed to the Smoke and Rain building. Within the Imperial Palace, Chu Yun and Meng Chongchong walked within a large hall. "Greetings to your Majesty, Father." The Emperor was currently sitting on the dragon chair above, waiting for a long time. "Get up." He nodded and spoke indifferently. "Thank you, your Majesty, Father." The duo followed suit and rose. Ku Evil has been sent within the heavenly prison. How is Rushui? The Emperor first greeted with concern. "Thank you for your Majesty's concern. Rushui is in good condition. She didn't suffer any injuries, she just fainted." Meng Chongchong replied. The Emperor nodded. "That's good. Old Nine, what happened to that honorable realm under your command?" Chu Yun had long had a premonition that sooner or later, his father would ask himself about this matter. This matter was not trivial. A so powerful Zunshe realm was in the middle of the imperial city, and still next to his own son, and he, the father emperor, actually knew nothing about it. This was something that was absolutely difficult to tolerate as the king of a country. "Father, this person was specially sent by my master to help my son." Chu Yun calmly responded. "Your master's father?" The emperor and Meng Chongzhong were both a little surprised, never having heard that Chu Yun had a master's father. "Ah?" Chu Yun had already prepared his words. "That was when my son was a child. He told them roughly about the process of meeting with Easy Sun, and that he had set himself free to grow up. And he also told the two of them that his master would arrive at the Imperial City in a month or so. So that's how it is. Randomly sending out cultivators at the level of the Zunshe realm. Lao Jiu Ah, this master teacher of yours, what realm is it?" The emperor asked curiously. Chu Yun stroked his chin and recalled, "The specific cultivation level is unknown to my son. I only know that once upon a time, it was as simple as killing a chicken for Master Zun to kill the heavenly phase realm. It was all a matter of a sword." Hearing this, Meng Chongzhong and the emperor, the two Zhongding old eyes widened. Killing the heavenly phase realm was as easy as killing a chicken. This strength must not be at least a supreme Ah? Old Nine's master was a supreme being? This instantly and directly caused him, the king of a country, to be deeply shocked. Even Meng Chongzhong, who was inwardly ecstatic, eagerly asked, "Your Highness, is this matter true? Your Highness's master can really kill the heavenly phase realm in seconds?" Chu Yun calmly responded, "I don't know. After all, that was before. Now that so many years have passed, my Master Zun must have made some progress after all, right? Otherwise, this Master Zun is also too bad." As the saying goes, invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Chu Yun's breezy utterance of these at this moment directly caused the faces of the emperor and Meng Chongchong to twitch. However, after both of their moods slowed down from the shock, Meng Chongchong was in a great mood, and that joy was on his face, and he could not even suppress it. His Highness had such a strong master. Then they were still worried about the Queen's faction? Once His Highness's master arrives, then the power of the entire imperial city will be completely tilted to their side. Old Nine, since you have such a master teacher in place, why didn't you tell father earlier? The emperor could not help but say. Chu Yun smiled brightly and touched his head. Father. The main reason is that my master teacher did not allow me to divulge it easily. If it were not for the fact that he is coming this time, I would not have told you about this matter. Chu Yun, in order to fulfill his filial piety, immediately shifted all the responsibility onto Easy Son. So that's how it is. After all, it's not hard to understand if you are a high-ranking person. The emperor nodded, understanding that Chu Yun's master was like this. It was inevitable that some high people had eccentric personalities. That's right, father. That evil. I wonder what Father Emperor intends to do about it? Chu Yun proceeded to ask with a serious face. What's your idea? The emperor asked rhetorically without answering as he listened to his words. If it is possible, my son would like to request my father to hand over evil to my son. Chapter 75. Empress Countermeasures. Premeditated border. Chu Yun wanted evil. In the emperor's view, perhaps he wanted to dispose of evil's life and death himself. After all, he had attacked the Sangha and almost put a group of their lives at risk. However, he did not know that Chu Yun wanted evil for the hate value and edit points on him. How many edit points could a venerable realm obtain for Chu Yun? Chu Yun was curious to know. The emperor pondered for a moment, although evil had been imprisoned in a large prison. But he was at least someone from the Corpsine sect, and when things came to such a pass, it was unlikely that the Corpsine sect would sit back and do nothing, and would surely send someone to come to the imperial city to request the emperor to spare evil's life. After all, it was also an exalted realm, which definitely counted as a huge loss for the Corpsine sect. Just as well. Since you want it, then evil will be at your disposal. To the outside world, I will also say that I have already put him to death, not giving others a chance to be pedantic. The emperor made a decision, still more in love with Chu Yun, and agreed to his request. Many thanks, father. Chu Yun's smile filled his face as he immediately thanked him. Subsequently, the emperor ordered that Shen Feng secretly send Ku Wei to the ninth prince's residence. To the outside world, it was even declared that evil, during his imprisonment, also intended to commit regicide, and was directly ordered to be executed by the emperor. Chu Yun's residence. Evil was imprisoned in a secret room. His limbs were tied up, and at this moment, like a vicious wolf full of hatred, in this dirty environment, he still had a ferocious gaze, staring fiercely at Chu Yun in front of him. I didn't expect that after so many years of traversing the territory of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, this father would actually fall into your hands. Chu Yun, you are marvelous. But you shouldn't be complacent either. If I die, the Corpsine sect will definitely have you buried with them. Even your father cannot protect you forever. You will definitely die. You will definitely die a worse death than me. Venerable Ku's eyes were scarlet, and the corners of his mouth showed ferocity as he viciously said. Chu Yun listened to its impotent hissing with an indifferent expression. Not long after, Night Swallow slowly walked over. Master. Chu Yun nodded. Do it. Use the most ruthless means. Venerable Ku had attacked the Sangha, and it was fortunate that he happened to go over today, or else Meng Rushue would really have to fall into his hands. Thus, Chu Yun was not the least bit soft-hearted towards him, and there was even a hint of anger. Seeing his master so serious and earnest, Night Swallow understood the seriousness of the matter, and he responded with a straight face. Yes, don't worry, master. Night Tun slowly walked over and a layer of night curtain rose around him, wrapping him and Venerable Ku all together. Ah! Chu Yun, you shall not die. Ah! Ah! Immediately after, in the middle of the night, there came the endless hissing of Venerable Ku, as if he had been skinned. His soul had been torn open 10,000 times to the inside of the magma like pain screams, resounding throughout the entire chamber. The value of the evil hatred has reached 100%. With the system's prompt sound, Chu Yun back body, slowly side head, can kill it. Following that, A blinding evil light flooded amongst the night, like a heaven-swallowing evil ghost descending, causing the atmosphere of the entire chamber to instantly become eerie and terrifying. Ku-evil's voice, too, didn't take long to come to an abrupt end, his breath completely disappearing. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Night Swallow killed Ku-evil and gained 15,000 edit points. Killing Ku-evil and gaining 15,000 edit points wasn't much, but it couldn't be considered little either. Today, he still had 52,200 editing points. The editing background cooldown period, there were still 6 days left. This way, he could only open the blind box. The black curtain disappeared, the evil aura dissipated, and Night Swallow walked out contentedly. Master, I have a premonition that I'm not far away from breaking through the realm again. When I refine away all of Ku-evil's soul substance, perhaps I will be able to touch the threshold of the middle stage of the exalted realm. Although Night Swallow had just broken through the realm not long ago, he could not help but swallow enough living beings, and Chu-yun kept feeding him. Basically, if he were to swallow another cultivator at the early Zunsher realm level, he would be bound to break through the realm. Chu-yun nodded. First, come with me to the Xiangfu. See if Rushua has woken up. Yes, Master. Imperial Palace. At this time, in the middle of the Empress's palace, State Master Feng Tianjing, and the 2 Imperial Dynasty's offerings, named Renlin and Hongshen respectively. All 4 of them were sitting on the palace. The Empress' face was more somber. Earlier, the palace had already spread the news that Ku-wicked, during his imprisonment, still wanted to kill the king, and was immediately ordered to be executed by His Majesty. Without leaving the slightest bit of leeway, the other 3 listened to this news with heavy expressions. That His Majesty would kill Ku-evil so suddenly, no one had expected it. As for Ku-evil's regicide, that was simply impossible. Not to mention that he was a prisoner. Even if he wasn't injured, he didn't have the ability to injure His Majesty. Therefore, regicide was just a reason for the world to see. Just this way, the relationship between the imperial family and the corpse insect would be almost completely shattered. The emperor did not give the corpse insect a hint of room for maneuver. This point, not only the corpse insect senior did not expect, even the empress was also surprised. Husband and wife for so many years, at least is the same bed. According to her understanding of the emperor, this is not quite like him. The consequences of arbitrarily executing a sect Zunsher realm, he should know better than anyone else. His Majesty's actions are indeed somewhat incomprehensible. Your Highness, do you think that he could have sensed something? After all, his celestial 5 failure period is getting closer and closer, Confessor Hongshen suddenly said. When the Empress heard this, she frowned slightly. It shouldn't be, after all. None of our people at the moment have moved. It's unlikely that he would know in advance. But since the current situation is already as bad as this, then there's no choice but to utilize that plan that was prepared before. State Master. Feng Tianjing's expression was positive as he said, Your Majesty, don't worry. The border layout map. I have already had someone secretly send it out. I believe that it won't take long for the news of the loss of the border to reach the imperial city. The Empress nodded. At the moment, she had to keep the Emperor's attention from staring at them all the time. So the only way to shift his focus was to have unrest at the border. Right? That Zunsher realm beside Chu-yun. The smoke and rain tower cannot find the slightest clue either. This is a strange thing. However, the power that helped Chu-yun, a few of the Kai clan's powers have already found out. It is the Yen clan with the Wang Xiandao sect in the Qing state. The Empress continued. What? The Yen family and the Hope Immortal Dao sect. Surprisingly, it's them. As soon as Hongshen and Renlin heard this, their faces immediately flushed with a trace of sunken anger. Your Highness, it seems that we have all underestimated this Chu-yun, who's able to secretly gain the support of the Yen family and the Hope Immortal Dao sect, and who is even guarded by a mysterious venerable realm. He does have some ability, at least it is not as unpleasant as we thought before. Feng Tiancheng held the scepter and said with a solemn expression. The Empress' face was cold and arrogant. He does have some ability, but what disgusts this Empress are the forces that helped him. Since they made a choice, they should pay the price of that choice. Ru Jun has already led the divine sex elite to Qingzhou. As for the Yen family, we will wait for a month and completely eliminate them, uprooting all their roots. The 3 of them heard that the Empress had already made a decision, and none of them said anything else. As for Ku-evil's death, the Empress personally sent a message to the corpse sect's patriarch, telling them to stay calm and wait for her news. Chapter 76 Dream Rushua's Heart. refining the source of nirvana. Prime Minister's mansion. After the matter was over, Dream Ruoshua hadn't been in a coma for long before she had already awakened. When Dream Chongchong arrived, he had also learned of his daughter's extraordinary nature. From within that shadow-retaining formation, he was incomparably shocked to see that his daughter was actually able to harden herself against Venerable Ke's power. However, he is not an unenlightened father. Ru Shui did not reveal her strength to the public. Then she must have her own secrets. If she was willing to tell him, then he would naturally know. If she is not willing to say words, as a father, he will not ask more. This point, and the Emperor is some similarities and differences. At this time, inside Dream Ruoshua's boudoir, she was leaning on the bed, her face had recovered a lot, and Meng Chongchong was sitting in the room, inquiring about the general condition of her body. Chuyun walked in from the doorway and was concerned at the first sight of her. Rushua, how is it? How does the body feel? Meng Rushua looked at him, no longer having that coldness within her eyes from before. Her face even raised a rare smile. I'm fine. Resting for a few days will be fine. Your Highness has come. Since this is the case, then let your Highness come and accompany Ru Shui. I still have some things that I have to deal with first. With a flash of foxiness within his eyes, Meng Chongzhong immediately got up and said. He had long felt that there was something not quite right about the relationship between the two, judging from the lingering images. At this moment, his own daughter was able to show a smile to the ninth prince. This was truly groundbreaking. He also felt a hint of warming emotions from this. Of course, if Ru Shui and the ninth prince could be together, then he would become the ninth prince's father-in-law, and this he didn't mind at all. Good. Chuyun nodded, and with that, the prime minister left. Chuyun walked to the bed and sat beside it, his eyes full of emotion, looking at her seriously. Ku-evil has already been killed by me. Don't worry, but I will not let go of anyone who has harmed you. Meng Ruoshua was not surprised, but calmly asked back, what about the heavenly demoness? Chuyun's face instantly frowned, rubbing his brow. This? Meng Ruoshua looked at him like this and couldn't help but laugh. All right, just teasing you. I know. Her relationship with you shouldn't be that simple either. She might even be living in your mansion, right? Seeing this, Chuyun did not deny it. Not bad. She is just as important to me as you are. Meng Ruoshua nodded and did not ask more about their relationship, then said, I understand. When we find an opportunity, you can arrange for the two of us to meet alone. You can't get involved in matters between women. Only let us resolve it ourselves. Hearing that, Chuyun gave a shallow thought and also agreed. Good, when you want to see her, I'll arrange it for you. Meng Ruoshua then changed the topic and then asked, This Ku-evil was sent by the Empress. How much certainty do you have against her? Chuyun confidently responded, 10%. Meng Ruoshua was slightly surprised. Really? He could not help but remind Chuyun again. Behind her, not only are there those forces of the divine sect, but even the clan elders of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, as well as the Imperial family's Supreme Emperor, can all support her. This is also the main reason why your father, the Emperor, could only watch her develop her own faction, but not good enough to put a hit on her. The most important thing for her to be able to sit steadily as the Empress is that she had the support of the Taishang Emperor in the first place, or else the position of the head of her harem would never have been so solid. Meng Ruoshua's reminder, in turn, allowed Chuyun to learn some more about the Empress's relationship. He did not expect that his grandfather, whom he had never met before, would also be on the Empress side. However, the expression on his face remained the same, calm and collected. Don't worry. Even if the entire Imperial Ancestor Mountain supports her, I still have absolute certainty in dealing with her. If Heavenly Father is not enough, then Supreme Father. If Supreme is not enough, then higher. All in all, the Empress and the Eastern Palace will not have any chance of winning. When Meng Ruoshua saw that she was so confident, there was a small surprise within her, but she did not say anything more. To her, she absolutely believed in Chuyun unconditionally. Chuyun stayed within the Prime Minister's residence and finished the dinner, drinking a few cups with the Prime Minister before leaving with Night Swallow. Meng Ruoshua, on the other hand, took the source of nirvana and began to shut down, preparing to start working on breaking the realm. Returning to the mansion, it was already late at night. Just after walking to the courtyard, the heavenly demoness was already waiting for him. How is she? The heavenly demoness was the first to speak. Chuyun did not expect that the heavenly demoness' first words would be concern for Meng Ruoshua's injuries. He replied back, There are no major injuries, and she has already started working on breaking through the Nirvana realm. The heavenly demoness nodded without surprise. She was not left behind by me as well. How could a heavenly destiny empress be stuck by the Nirvana flame all the time? Chu Yun did not explain too much and continued. She told me that when she breaks through, she asked me to arrange for the two of you to meet alone. She said that I can't help you guys with your matters. Only you guys can solve it yourselves. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness couldn't help but look caught up in her memories. Recalling the beginning of the conflict between the two of them, it eventually intensified and turned into hatred. She's right. Our relationship can only be resolved by ourselves. No one can help. All right, go rest, I'm leaving. The heavenly demoness turned around and returned to her house. Chu Yun, with a wine-red color still floating on his face, slowly returned inside his room. He closed the door and proceeded to call out the system. System, redeem 5 golden blind boxes. Chu Yun originally had 52,200 editing points, and after spending 20,000 editing points to redeem the blind boxes, he still had 32,200 left. This remaining 30,000 or so was most suitable to be used to take over the editing of the background. Blind box redeemed successfully. May I ask if the owner will open it immediately? If you don't open it, keep it for the new year? Open it. The blind box is opening. Please wait. Stare. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Exalted Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card X1, Nirvana Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card X2, Nirvana Realm Cultivation Card X1, and the Supreme Battle Armament Human Emperor Streamer Upgradable X1. The rewards have been sent all the way to the storage room. Please check and receive it. Please, Master. Chapter 77 Supreme War Soldier Human Emperor Streamer. Supreme War Soldier? System. What is this? Chu Yun was somewhat puzzled. Human Emperor Streamer. Supreme War Soldier level, second only to the existence of a saint weapon, with 100,000 souls within it. It can summon an army of 10,000 souls, devouring all things with infinite power. And the Human Emperor Streamer has great potential. The upper limit is more than that. As long as it devours enough souls, it is enough for it to grow into a sacred warrior, or even an imperial artifact, which is also not unlikely. Devouring souls? Doesn't this rob the night swallow of its job? Chu Yun's eyes blinked as he waved his big hand, only to see a dark soul streamer covered with black sinister soul chi, as if there were countless evil souls hidden inside, with an eerie and terrifying aura. Not a system? This is the Human Emperor Streamer? Why do I feel like it's a demonic evil streamer, with such a heavy in chi inside? Those who don't know think that I have stepped into the netherworld. Chu Yun immediately spat out. System, Master, the Human Emperor Streamer, well, the so-called positive hair evil, with a bit of evil, this is also deserved, The corner of Chu Yun's mouth twitched. Good, a positive hair evil, this word can be used this way, single walk a 6. Then how powerful is it? According to you, it is a supreme battle weapon, so at my current cultivation level, can I use it? Chu Yun curiously surveyed the Human Emperor Streamer and then asked. System, Master can initially use it as long as he raises his cultivation to the Nirvana realm. Although he can only utilize a small portion of the Human Emperor Streamer's power, it can still be quite helpful. You can only use it at the Nirvana realm? That's not just right. This Nirvana realm cultivation card that I just obtained, so I'll use it. System. Okay. Nirvana realm cultivation card. In use? Please wait. With the use of the cultivation card, the aura of Chu Yun's body rose extremely quickly, immediately stepping over the realm barrier. The Nirvana flame was born within his body, and his body and soul were all sublimated in an instant. Early Nirvana realm. At this moment, Chu Yun's realm was completely stabilized at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. As he felt the power within his body, his palms slowly spread out, and a strand of Nirvana power like blood flames appeared above his palm. Just this wisp of Nirvana power. Once it was released, it was enough to instantly dye the entire mansion into a sea of blood. System, currently, what stage is my battle power at? Chu Yun felt the Nirvana power within his body and asked with deep curiosity. System, Master, currently, if you were to use the Blood Heavenly World, your strength would be equal to the middle stage of the Exalted Realm. If you were to use this Supreme War Soldier, your battle power would almost be comparable to an average peak Zunshur realm. Listening to the system's explanation, it was equivalent to the fact that if Chu Yun were to use all of his cards now, he would be able to rival an average peak of the Zunshur realm. That is to say, as long as the Heavenly Phase realm did not come out, no one would be able to kill him anymore. Until now, he was considered to have the power of self-preservation completely, and within this imperial city, he finally did not have to rely on the protection of Night Swallow and Venerable Sea Formation and the rest of them time and time again. This human emperor streamer is good. Good treasure. Chu Yun looked at this positively evil human emperor streamer in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he found it pleasing to his eyes. The more eye-catching it was, the more he liked it and even loved it a little. He continued to hold it in his hand for a while before he put away the human emperor streamer. There's also a Venerable Realm Small Realm Enhancement card, as well as 2 Nirvana Realm Small Realm Enhancement cards. The one in front, give it to Wan Lei to use. As for the 2 in the back, give it to Murong Yin and the Fire Spirit Lady to use, and at the same time, shield their realm-breaking aura. System. Yes. In use? Stare. Congratulations, Master. The 3 minor realm enhancement cards have been used successfully. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father's current cultivation level has successfully broken through to the early stage of the Heavenly Phase realm. Fire Spirit Lady and Murong Yin's cultivation levels have successfully broken through to the early stage of the Exalted One realm. The cultivation levels of all 3 had been raised, directly allowing Chu Yun to have 1 more Heavenly Sovereign and 2 more Zunas here. Chu Yun was very much looking forward to Wan Lei's return at the moment, as the first Heavenly Phase realm under his command. As long as he came back, then he wouldn't have to worry about the Empress factions bouncing around at all. After several people's cultivation had successfully broken through, and after Chu Yun was satisfied with the night deep and quiet, Chu Yun laid down on his bed and entered dreamland. 3 days later, with the death of Ko Wicked, many of the officials as well as the forces within the imperial city felt that there would be another storm to follow, and that the corpse insect would be unlikely to let up. For 3 consecutive days, the imperial city was calm and quiet. Even on the side of the Queen's faction, all of them were calm and quiet. However, this calm, at dusk, was directly broken by an incomparably urgent message. As the 2 major imperial dynasties of the Great Xia dynasty, the Shen Snake dynasty and the Great Yen dynasty, suddenly gathered their elites and jointly raided the Great Xia border, and were even led by the Zunshi realm in person. For some reason, the 2 dynasties knew the entire Xia border's defense like the back of their hands, and the weak points of each party were completely checked out. The entire Great Xia border completely fell in less than half a day. The 100,000 troops stationed at the border of Daxia were almost completely wiped out, and only a few remnants escaped. The 2 highest generals of the Grand Xia dynasty stationed at the border at the Zunshi realm level were also jointly suppressed and captured by the Zunshi realms of the 2 great dynasties. The rest of the generals were killed. The second prince's whereabouts were also unknown, and his fate was uncertain. When this news reached the imperial city, it was rumored that the emperor was so furious that the table in the imperial study was shattered by his anger, which was enough to see how terrifying his anger was. He also immediately summoned several important ministers, the ministers of the various ministries, the Dream Prime Minister, as well as the commanders of the major legions, and held an emergency meeting. After about half an hour or so, the Daxia Emperor immediately ordered the commander of the Black Wolf Army and the commander of the Blade and Bone Army to lead their respective legions to the border to quell the chaos. In addition to the border and county garrisons, there are 4 legions. The 4 commanders are all honored, and only listen to the Emperor's orders. The 4 legions added up to more than 2 million people. The Black Wolf Army and the Blade and Bone Army already had more than 1 million soldiers, and with their own valor and strength, they believed that it would not be a big problem to pacify the borders. Inside Princess Shi's palace. Arming leakage? Chu Yun sat next to Consort Shi with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. He had been in the palace today, so after Consort Shi spoke of this matter at this time, he had just learned of it. The border had fallen, and his own father had sent 2 major legions forward to suppress it. And the root of the reason why the border could fall was because of the leakage of the armoring. Not bad. Your father concluded that it was only possible that the leakage of the border's armoring could have given the 2 imperial dynasties, Great Yen and Shen Snake, an opportunity to take advantage of. Princess Shi said with a serious face. Border armoring is an absolute secret of Great Xia. Mother Consort, who would know the details of the border armoring? Chu Yun felt that this matter was extraordinary and was also particularly attentive. Chapter 78, The Second Prince of Heaven's Destiny. The mysterious person Yun Yen Yang. Very few. Within the entire imperial dynasty, other than the commanders of the 4 major legions and the 2 leading venerable lords at the borders, for the rest, it's only the Grand Commander of the Shadow Guards and your father. This matter is a military secret of our dynasty, Even the Minister of War and the Prime Minister are not qualified to know. Concubine Shi replied. When Chu Yun heard this, his brows furrowed. Then if the border deployment was leaked, then the only ones who are suspected are these few people? Chu Yun thought for a moment, then asked again, Mother Consort, then within these few people you mentioned earlier, could there be someone from the Empress faction? Concubine Shi could not help but say, Yuner, you suspect that the Empress faction did this? Chu Yun was unusually solemn. Currently, although there is no evidence, I always feel that this matter cannot be unrelated to them. It can't be such a coincidence. As soon as Evil died, they instead fell into a windy calm, and then something happened at the border. If there isn't something fishy here, I definitely don't believe it. Chu Yun's sixth sense was also precise and incomparable, and he determined that behind this matter, there was definitely the shadow of the Empress faction. Hearing him say so, Concubine Shi explained, within these people, there is no one who is too close to the Empress. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some of them have been bribed by the Empress and have secretly defected to her. Chu Yun thought deeply for a moment and said, Mother Consort, if there is an opportunity, you can tell Father Emperor about my speculations, so that he can take extra precautions for a moment or two. I understand later on. I will go to the Imperial study and tell your father. Consort Shi said. Mother Consort, then I will go back first. Chu Yun rose to pay his respects and left the palace. Upon returning to the Imperial Prince's residence, Luo Feng was the first to greet him. Your Highness, Wan Lei has returned. Chu Yun nodded with a calm expression. I know. You have Wan Lei and Night Swallow come here. I have something to find them. Yes, Your Highness. Immediately inside the lobby, Chu Yun sat on his seat, and shortly after, Wan Lei and Night Swallow walked in one after another. Master, Your Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Night Swallow, Evil's power. How are you digesting it? Night Swallow joyfully responded. Back to my lord. I have refined everything of Evil, and now I have also touched the threshold of the middle stage of the exalted realm. Chu Yun nodded. Then tonight, I will let you have another full meal. Chu Yun had a plan within his heart. Since the Empress faction had chosen to have a calm wind and waves, he would prefer to do the opposite. Master, another target? Night Tun instantly rubbed his fists and licked the corners of his mouth, looking a little impatient. Chu Yun said, 10,000 Thunder, tonight you go to the 1,000 Kills Mercenary Corps, the people within it, you know what to do. Wan Lei Tianzuan immediately responded, Your Highness, rest assured. Chu Yun nodded. Night Swallow, the two of us, this night, go to Cloud Mist House. Night Swallow immediately said, Yes, Master. The 1,000 Kills Mercenary Corps and Cloud Mist House were both the mainstay of the Empress faction within the Imperial City. Without the two of them, it would definitely be a considerable blow to the Empress forces within the Imperial City. The 8th Prince's residence. The 8th Prince Chu Hao, the 6th Princess Chu Xinyan, two people at this time sat in a side hall. At this time, the door slowly walked into wearing a yellow palace dress woman, extraordinary temperament. The body exudes a flavor of the years, but the skin and appearance, still all spring glow, expressionless strolling into. Mother Concubine. Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan both stood up in unison and saluted to greet them. This person was also none other than their birth mother, the noble consort of the great Xia imperial dynasty Song Yiling. The noblewoman nodded and walked straight to the seat above, and Chu Hao immediately made way and invited her to take a seat. After the noble consort sat down, she glanced at them and signaled for them all to sit down. Chu Hao sat on the chair next to him, put away the fan in his hand and said, Mother Consort, you personally came, but is there something going on? Noble Consort said lightly, You all know about the border unrest, right? Chu Xinyan nodded. Yes, Mother Consort. Hao Di and I were just discussing this matter. The leakage of the arming led to the fall of the border, which also shows that in the 4 legions, there must be a mole. It's just that I didn't expect that Father would still send the 2 major legions to suppress and quell the chaos. Isn't he afraid that the traitor is among those 2 commanders? Noble Consort's expression was unusually calm. This is a mindfulness that your father has left behind. If the traitor is really one of the 2 of them, that would be just what he wants instead. But the border matter, according to me, that traitor is not defecting to the enemy dynasty, but rather the Empress. Chu Hao raised an eyebrow. What Mother Consort means is that all of these are smoke bombs released by the Empress in order to attract Father's attention. Your concubine's expression was calm. I think it must be because they were afraid that they would plot your father's 5 periods of celestial decline and this plan would be exposed, so they came up with this plan. But it's a pity that in doing so, she has in turn forced the second one back. That second brother of yours, whose whereabouts are unknown nowadays, is, in all likelihood, already on his way back to the imperial dynasty. Chu Hao face slightly condensed. The second brother? Mother consort, the second brother has no one to rely on, although he has been practicing at the border for many years. But even if he or she comes back this time, it will be difficult to pose any threat to the Empress and them, right? Your concubine shook her head. You are wrong. This second brother of yours is the one with the most heaven-defying chi within these imperial sons of yours. I once tried to make a move to control him, but I didn't realize that a strand of residual soul was hidden within his body, nearly shocking me. If he has a desire for imperial power, then what Chu Yun, Chu Rong, and the like are all like mole crickets to him and are hardly comparable. Upon hearing those words, Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were both shocked. They knew how strong their mother consort was. It was no exaggeration to say that even their father, if he truly made a move, would have difficulty injuring their mother consort. And second brother, Chu Wasteland, had such a creation. It really shocked them. Mother consort, then will this disrupt our plans? Chu Hao asked cautiously. I am also precisely worried about an accident. Thus, Hauer, this night, you will go see someone for me. Noble consort said. Chu Hao could not help but ask, who? The Cloud Mist Building's owner, Yun Nianyang. Noble consort said. Yun Nianyang? Isn't she one of the Empress people? Why do we need to see her? Chu Hao was 10,000 times more puzzled. Chu Xinyan on the side was also filled with puzzlement. Noble concubine smiled faintly. She is no ordinary person, her concealment is not inferior to mine at all. I also only happened to discover her true identity during a chance encounter earlier. Chu Hao became even more curious. Mother consort, who exactly is she? P.S. You and other pikers are not allowed to raise books. Data to keep going then. Next month will probably 3 more. The main this month did not have full attendance to take. Too difficult. Chapter 79 Princess Yuan Ming. Cold State Snow Sect. Have you heard of the Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty? Your concubine suddenly said. Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty? The two of them, Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan, immediately fell into deep recollection. Soon after, Chu Hao raised an eyebrow and subconsciously said, what Mother Consort is referring to, could it be the Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty that had been tragically destroyed by a joint siege by the 10 great imperial dynasties 500 years ago? Your concubine nodded. Not bad. It is precisely that Far Ming Imperial Dynasty that has been overthrown for more than 500 years. Back then, in this land of 100 dynasties, the Far Ming Dynasty's heritage and strength could have completely squeezed into the top 10 dynasties. At its peak, its prestige was even as high as the sky, and even those King Seal realm powerhouses of the 10 great dynasties were all afraid of it. Unfortunately, Emperor Yuan Ming was too arrogant, and because of his high self-esteem, he did not place the 10 great imperial dynasties in his eyes, and even folded their faces many times before finally ending up in such a tragic end. Hearing the noble consort say that Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan both had some impression, when they were looking through history books, there were records that the Yuan Ming imperial dynasty was precisely because of the Yuan Ming emperor's arrogant self-esteem, which led to having no allies, and in the end, they were easily exterminated by the 10 great imperial dynasties. But Mother Concubine, what relationship does this Cloud Mist House's Yun Yenyang have with the Far Ming Imperial Dynasty? Chu Hao could not help but ask again. This Yun Yenyang's true identity is an orphan of the Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty. The former Far Ming princess, Si Yenyang Yun. Noble concubine said. Princess Yuan Ming. The two of them, Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan, were shaken, their pupils filled with shock. They were not familiar with the Yuan Ming dynasty, but this Yuan Ming princess was actually able to evade the siege of the 10 great dynasties, thus escaping with her life. It was simply unbelievable that. It was even surprising that the orphan of the hallowed Yuan Ming imperial dynasty would hide in their great xia. And to willingly become a member of the Empress faction, this was even more somewhat puzzling. Mother consort, since Yun Yenyang is a princess of Yuan Ming, what did she choose to become a member of the Empress faction for? Her true strength. I suppose it's necessary that she's stronger than anyone amongst the Empress's faction? Chu Hao said in astonishment. The Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty had once been far more powerful than the present-day Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. and the princess of its dynasty, after so many long years of accumulation, her strength must also be extraordinary. She is at least at the heavenly phase realm now, and if my expectations are correct, she may still have the Far Ming dynasty's dynasty-suppressing treasure on her. Back when the 10 great dynasties slaughtered Far Ming, they couldn't find the Far Ming dynasty's dynasty-suppressing treasure. This is more than likely in Yun Nian Yang's hands. Your concubine spoke with a cautious expression. Chu Hao's expression was slightly shocked, and only after deep thought did he ask, "Mother consort, then how do you intend for me to talk to Yun Nian Yang? This night?" Your concubine responded, "It's very simple, you can tell her our purpose directly, and if she can help us after your grandpa gets out of the trap, his strength will be restored, and he can help with one thing. A favor from a person who was once a peak Seal King realm powerhouse. I think she most likely won't refuse." Chu Hao nodded. "Yes, mother consort. Child understands." At night, inside the Chu Yun mansion. "Your Highness, Elder Fong and Elder Yang are here, in the garden pavilion." Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness duo were sitting drinking tea and chatting about their feelings when Luo Feng slowly walked in and reported. With that, Chu Yun gazed over as the duo of Fong Zili and Yang Mu Qian walked over and arched their hands. "Your Highness." Chu Yun nodded. "All sit down." "Thank you, Your Highness." After the few people sat down, Chu Yun spoke. "Elders, you too. You are looking for me? But what is the matter?" "Your Highness, God Sect Vice Sovereign Yen Rujuan, leading a large number of God Sect's elites, has already arrived in Qingzhou, and has even surrounded our sect, trapping but not fighting." Fong Zili spoke with worried eyes. Chu Yun put down his teacup and said, "Didn't my uncle send the Shi family's Zun Shi realm over? The situation is still one-sided." Fong Zili shook his head and sighed. "Your Highness, the Shi family's grand elder is currently within our clan, although he does not fear Yen Rujuan. However, the divine sect has been adopting the strategy of surrounding but not fighting. Our old ancestor is worried that they might be waiting for reinforcements." As Chu Yun listened to these words, he also felt that it was not unreasonable. If Yen Rujuan found out that there were people from the Shi clan in the Hope Immortal Dao sect, then the best thing to do would be to call for more people and crush them with the number of strong people in order to teach the Hope Immortal Dao sect a painful lesson. "Exiner, what do you think about this matter?" Chu Yun looked towards the heavenly demoness, wanting to hear her opinion. The heavenly demoness calmly said, "If the divine sect calls for someone, as far as proximity is concerned, it will most likely be someone from the Blood God sect. The Shi clan is too far from Qingzhou, even with a teleportation array in terms of support speed. It is no match for the Blood God sect that is nearby. The only method nowadays is to have the overlord of the Cold State, the Snow sect, send strong people over to help the Hope Immortal Dao sect break the siege. The Cold State and the Southern State were on the left and right sides of the Green State, and the power overlord of the Southern State was the Blood God sect. The power overlord of the Cold State was the Snow sect. Fortunately, the Blood God sect was friendly with the Divine sect and was from the same Empress faction. The Snow sect, on the other hand, was close to the Shi family. In particular, the contemporary Snow sect's patriarch was also Venerable Shura's #1 obsession, his loyal little fangirl. Chu Yun thought shallowly for a moment and nodded. "This method is not bad. It is indeed the most feasible method at the moment. I will immediately send a message to my uncle and have him ask the Snow sect to help." Chu Yun immediately sent a message out. The duo of Fong Zili and Yang Mu Qian immediately blushed with joy as they thanked. "Many thanks, Your Highness. There is no need to do so. The Hope Immortal Dao sect was originally hated by the Divine sect because of me. It is only right for me to do so. Talk about the word thank you." Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for them to thank him. This action, moreover, caused the Fong Zili duo to feel warm and fuzzy inside, glad that they looked to the Immortal Dao sect and did not choose the wrong person. Not long after, the Fong Zili duo left the Imperial Prince's mansion. After the night deepened, Chu Yun began to arrange for an operation. The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father traveled to the 1,000 Kills Mercenary Corps to settle everyone within it. On the other hand, Chu Yun traveled to the Cloud Mist building with Night Swallow late at night, preparing to wipe out everyone in this building. Cloud and Mist building, located in the south of the Imperial City, although the area is not as exaggerated as the Smoke and Rain building, but the Cloud and Mist building is a towering incomparable, the top of the building straight into the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist, so this name. At the same time, the 8th Prince Chu Hao late night visit the beautiful name with the Cloud Mist building owner Yun Nianyang to discuss an important thing. Inside the Cloud Mist building's parlor, The 8th Prince Chu Hao sat here without arrogance, and soon, a woman wearing a purple dress with an elegant temperament, emitting a gust of fragrance from her body, walked in. Your Highness the 8th Prince has descended upon my cloud mist house late at night. Nian Yang has missed the welcome. I hope your Highness will not be offended. As soon as Yun Nian Yang came in, she had a kind smile on her face and politely said, Chapter 80 Misadventure, Battle of the Clouds. It's only me who disturbed late at night. Chu Hao smiled instead. Yun Nian Yang sat down across from him, her gaze looking towards him, her face smiling as she asked, Then I wonder what your Highness, the 8th Prince, came down to find Nian Yang for? Chu Hao gazed straight at her and said, I came here late at night because I want to represent my mother consort and talk about a cooperation with Mistress Yun Lu. Oh, your mother consort. I wonder what kind of cooperation is to be negotiated? Yun Nian Yang was slightly curious. We would like to ask Mistress Yun Lu to wait for a month and then enter within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain with us to break one of the seals within it. Chu Hao said with a straight face. Yun Nianyang's expression instantly became somewhat subtle. 8th Prince? Do you know what you're saying? Chu Hao smiled frankly. I naturally know. I am also clear that Mistress Yun Lu knows what I am talking about. After all, as a princess of the Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty, I think I should also be more or less clear about what is within the Great Xia Imperial Ancestral Mountain. Chu Hao directly revealed Yun Nianyang's identity. When the latter heard this, her face slightly flushed with some changes. However, it quickly returned to normal once again. At this moment, Yun Nianyang did not continue to hide any further. Having reached this point, that dual convenience opened the windows of the sky to speak the truth. I want to know, that heavenly demon sealed by the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, what is its relationship with you? Yun Nianyang asked directly. Chu Hao did not hide it either, and frankly said, It's my maternal grandfather. Your maternal grandfather? I see. I didn't expect your mother consort to be a heavenly demon descendant. No wonder. The expression on Yun Nianyang's face at this moment looked extremely interesting. She also really didn't expect that in the harem consorts of a great Xia emperor, there were even crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even heavenly demon descendants were mixed in. Since it was your mother consort who asked you to come, then I guess she asked you to say more than that, right? Chu Hao nodded. Mother consort said that as long as your Highness can help us, after grandfather gets out of the trap and his strength is restored, he can do one thing for you, and it can be considered as repaying your Highness's favor. After Yun Nianyang heard this condition, she thought carefully inwardly. That heavenly demon from the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, it was rumored that it was once a great demon at the peak of the Seal King realm. If she could make him owe her a favor, the temptation for her was indeed not small. After all, the people she wanted to kill were all above her in strength nowadays. Good. Go back and tell your mother consort that I have agreed to this matter. As for the specific plan, wait for her to meet with me before deciding. Yun Nianyang nodded her head and agreed. Chu Hao was in a joyful mood and said, Then, many thanks to the princess. Just call me Cloud Floor Master. It's already a dynasty that has been destroyed in history. Where else would it be worthy of the title of princess? All right, you go. Yun Nianyang said this, and a trace of regret was hidden amongst those deep, beautiful eyes. Good. Mistress Yun Lu, then I will leave first. Farewell. Chu Hao was just about to turn around and leave when suddenly, Yun Nianyang realized something and her eyes suddenly changed. Wait! Chu Hao stopped his footsteps and looked at her suspiciously. What else does the floor master have to do? Yun Nianyang's brows furrowed slightly as she said, Tonight, this cloud mist building of mine is quite lively. 8th Prince, you stay in the house first. Saying that, Yun Nianyang left the parlor, leaving only the bewildered Chu Hao. Inside the cloud mist building. At this time, above the top floor, some of the elders and elite disciples of the cloud mist building, one by one, they were all stunned by Night Swallow's evil aura. He and Chu Yun drove straight up, originally thought to take down Yun Nianyang first. They came to the top floor of the building owner's house, but pounced. Seeing this, Night Swallow directly released his Zunshur realm spiritual awareness and began to cover and spread from top to bottom, looking for traces of Yun Nianyang. Bang! Suddenly, just as Night Swallow's spiritual awareness had just spread to the building, it was recoiled back by an incomparably strong soul force. PFFT. Night Swallow violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Master, quickly go. Night Tun did not have time to explain, and after realizing that there was a very terrifying powerhouse within the Cloud Mist building, he was immediately about to leave with Chu Yun. However, in the next moment, Yoon Yen-yong's figure had already appeared directly in front of them, and although its aura was restrained, the playful smile that appeared on its face made Night Tun scornful. This was the strong person who had injured him. In the middle of this night, His Highness the Ninth Prince brought a Zunshur realm cultivator to my Cloud Mist house. I wonder what he wants to do? Yoon Yen-yong's tone was somewhat cold, and even more so, she carried a few wisps of light laughter. Chu Yun was slightly shocked inwardly. Yoon Yen-yong was actually able to injure Night Swallow. This could be truly unbelievable. If this seemed to be the case, this woman was definitely not as simple as imagined. I didn't expect Mistress Yoon Lu's strength to be so outstanding. It is truly a deep concealment. Chu Yun spoke in a calm and composed manner. Yoon Yen-yong gently smiled. Where? Compared to the Ninth Prince, this bit of hiding of mine, what secret can it be considered? Tonight, the Ninth Prince is planning to stage the tragedy of those lineages of the Li clan on my Cloud Mist house once more. Right? After seeing the Night Swallow by Chu Yun's side, coupled with the previous venerable sea formation, Chu Yun had two venerable realm powerhouses by his side. As for the disappearance of those family members of the Li clan, any one of these two venerable realm members would be enough to do the job. Chu Yun did not retort, but instead, his gaze was fixed on her as he continued to stall for time. However, looking at today's situation, I'm afraid it's unlikely that I'll be able to take down the Cloud Mist house. Only to see him continue. But this hall is curious. The Empress and the Crown Prince, do they know your true strength? Yoon Yen-yong shook her head and laughed. I won't bother the Ninth Prince with that. Your Highness looks like you have quite a few secrets on you. I'm very curious nah. Yoon Yen-yong said. Her figure did not move as she grabbed over with one hand a golden palm print that was the size of a ceiling, emitting an endless wave of might towards Chu Yun. After feeling the terrifying aura emanating from that palm print, Chu Yun's back sweated as if he was facing a great enemy. Blood River. Evil Curtain Swallowing Cloud. The two of them, Chu Yun and Night Swallow, immediately struck out, and thousands of evil chi erupted from Night Swallow's body, condensing into a black canopy, with evil chi running rampant within it, and even countless evil infants crying out in ghosts and wolves within it. As the evil light rained down on the heavens, Chu Yun unleashed the power of the blood heavenly world, and the three rivers of blood rolled in like a raging tsunami, blocking that palm imprint head-on with Night Swallow's heavenly curtain. Bang! Boom! However, the moment the power of the two of them was touched by that palm print, it was like cotton, directly crumbling into slag. Chu Yun and Night Swallow's faces trembled as they violently avoided it. A strength that is comparable to that of the exalted realm. You actually have such strength. Yoon Yen-yong's face had a hint of shock after she sensed Chu Yun's power. Immediately, her power magnetic field covered the entire top floor, and no matter how fiercely the forces inside clashed, they did not reach the outside. She was going to have a good meeting with this His Highness, the Ninth Prince. Vermilion bird heaven shattering. Immediately after, Chu Yun's palm transformed into a vermilion bird beast claw, burning with pure world divine flame. A claw that seemed to be tearing apart the heavens as if it was going to tear apart the heavens. The power of Nirvana increasing greatly, with a power that even surpassed the majority of the Zunshur realm powerhouses as it instantly clawed back towards Yoon Yen-yong's face. Chapter 81 Yoon Yen-yong's shock. Speaking peace. Beastification. Yoon Yen-yong's face was slightly shocked after seeing Chu Yun's arm unexpectedly turn into a vermilion bird's claw. The art of beast transformation was very rare within the entire Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, and it was even the first time she had seen a beast transformation move that could possess such power. This Chu Yun's battle power had truly given her too much shock. But unfortunately, no matter how demonic and terrifying it was, there was no way that it could escape her hands this night. Yoon Yen-yong stretched out a finger, and a finger-on shot on top of the vermilion bird beast's claws, and the majestic golden radiance covered all those pure world divine flames like a mist of water. At the same time, the golden radiance of those finger mangles penetrated and wrapped around Chu Yun's vermilion bird beast claw, pressing back all the power of his entire arm. System. Use the breath of heavenly exaltation. Seeing that his power was unbeatable in front of Yoon Yen-yong, Chu Yun immediately intended to utilize the heavenly exalted breath. Bang! However, just in the nick of time, a thunderbolt blasted through space and came out, like a thunderous mad dragon descending, tearing through Yoon Yen-yong's power seal. The system is not needed. Chu Yun stopped in time. System. Sweating it out. Don't hurt my lord. The figure of the 10,000 Thunder Celestial Sovereign flew out from the middle of the space, and thousands of thunderstorm spirit waves blossomed out with him, directly transforming the area he was in into a thunder electromagnetic field, condensing monstrous thunder, and slapping out a gigantic golden thunder palm seal. Heavenly Phase Realm. Yoon Yen-yong's eyelids jumped, truly not expecting that Chu Yun actually had a heavenly phase realm under his command. If this news were to spread out, it must not directly detonate the entire Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Yoon Yen-yong shot out 3 golden flowers, and the moment the stamens blossomed, thousands of petals died with power sufficient to kill the Zunshi realm collided over like spikes. Bang! Rumble! After these petals collided with the golden thunder palm seal, the spirit waves exploded, turning into a layer of shocking waves of might that shook the two back in unison. Yoon Yen-yong was able to stabilize her body before the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father, who immediately flew and landed in front of Chu Yun, protecting him. All around was the aftermath of their power collision, as well as the cracks in the void that shattered in all directions. Under the power exchange of this strike, it was still Yoon Yen-yong who had the upper hand. Chu Yun could not help but be shaken inwardly at this moment. The Cloud Mist Building's owner was a heavenly exalt. This drama was really a big deal. He was certain that the Empress definitely did not know this Yoon Yen-yong's true battle power. Otherwise, Yoon Yen-yong would not have struck out all the time with her hands tied, fearing that her breath would be exposed and attract the royal powerhouse to notice. Your honor has just broken through the heavenly phase realm not long ago, but you have such battle power, your talent is not bad. Ninth Prince, tonight, you really impressed me. There aren't many people who can shock me in this great Xia dynasty, and your performance tonight definitely counts as one of them. Yoon Yen-yong did not make another move and instead commented. Chu Yun stared at her with unblinking eyes. Mistress Yoon overpraises. This night's Mistress Yoon is also very shocking to me. If I were to let Lan Ji and Chu Rong know that their subordinate is actually a heavenly exalt, then I wonder what expression they would have to have? Yoon Yen-yong smiled faintly. Since that is the case, then both of us might as well make peace. What does your highness think? Chu Yun nodded. Yes, I will pretend that I know nothing about this night's matter. As for Mistress Yoon Lu, let's also pretend that I have never been here. What do you say? Both Chu Yun and Yoon Yen-yong at this moment actually did not want the news to be exposed. The 10,000 Thunder Celestial Sovereign was one of Chu Yun's cards, and if it was exposed, the Empress faction was afraid that it would be difficult for them to sit still, which might instead advance the Great War. Moreover, if a heavenly exalt realm powerhouse appeared in the Imperial City, those old men from the Imperial Ancestor Mountain would definitely not be able to turn a blind eye to it. Similarly, Yoon Yen-yong was the same. Once she was exposed, she might directly suffer the expulsion of the Imperial powerhouses. No problem. I won't reveal half a word about what happened tonight. Yoon Yen-yong smiled faintly. Then, farewell. Go. Chu Yun and his also reached a tacit agreement on this, and Wan Lei directly led the two of them to tear through space and leave the Cloud Mist Building. Yoon Yen-yong stood in place, looking at the place where they disappeared, her brows frowning slightly. This ninth Prince Chu Yun definitely did not look that simple. The Empress's plan in a month or so was afraid that there was a great possibility that it would fail. It's just failure and success all have nothing to do with me. This is just a passing guest. Yoon Yen-yong smiled, no longer dwelling on it, turned around and went back to the parlor. She also did not tell Chu Hao anything, and after a few perfunctory sentences, she let him leave. Imperial Prince's mansion. After the three of them arrived, Chu Yun immediately threw a few pills to Night Swallow. Eat them and properly nurse your injuries. Many thanks, master. After Night Swallow ate them, he immediately retreated to heal his wounds. Tonight was really dangerous. A Yoon Yen-yong is surprisingly hidden so deeply. A heavenly phase realm powerhouse. What purpose does she have in lurking within the Imperial City with all her heart and soul? Chu Yun could not help but ponder in doubt. Your Highness, or else tell His Majesty about this matter? Wan Lei said. Chu Yun shook his head. At least a verbal agreement was made. It's not too good to break it right away. After Chu Yun thought deeply for a moment, in the end, he also simply did not bother to fret. Waiting for his master to come, a sword forced to ask her is, Wan Lei, how are the people from the 1,000 Kills Mercenary Corps? Chu Yun followed up with a question. Your Highness, because of the urgency of the matter, I immediately rushed over after receiving your highness's request for assistance, and for the people of the 1,000-killing mercenary corps, I only had to collect them within this heavenly grade soul streamer first. The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father then took out a soul streamer, which emitted a strong aura of living beings, including those Nirvana realm members of the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps, who were all within it as well. Chu Yun thought for a moment, only to see his finger's blood chi lead him, and 2 streaks of blood light flew in, and within that soul streamer, there were 2 more souls. It was none other than the King Cold Fault and the Black Iron King. Originally, he wanted to keep these 2 people and wait until the time to personally behead them in front of the queen. But nowadays, there were too many variables, so he could only trade them for editing points. Let's see if we can edit an awesome background in 2 days. Start operating. The souls of everyone in the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps are tortured until they collapse. Chu Yun ordered. Yes, Your Highness. After Wan Lei's operations, everyone from the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps and the Black Iron Wang Han mistake all turned into edit points. Together, they gained a total of 35,000 points. Together with the 32,200 left over from before. Today, Chu Yun had a total of 67,200 editing points. Chu Yun did not intend to use these editing points first. He wanted to see if these editing points, when he edited the background, could directly give a big wave. The following day, the calm Imperial City was once again shocked inside and outside of the Imperial City as the disappearance of the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps had spread. However, this time, the Empress and the others were no longer clueless. Instead, they all aimed their spearheads at Chu Yun. Chapter 82 Dream Like Snow Breakthrough, Midnight Spring Love. Inside the Imperial Palace. The Empress was sitting on a side hall at this time, the State Master as well as a few royal offerings, as well as the Crown Prince Chu Rong and the third Prince Chu Yuan were all here. In addition to them learning that everyone from the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps had disappeared, news had also come from the Qingzhou side. Originally, the 2 reverends from the Blood God sect had already led troops to support them, wanting to join forces with the God sect's elites, led by Yen Rujuan to give the Hope Immortal Dao sect a painful lesson. However, unexpectedly, the Snow sect in the Cold State had also intervened in this matter, and 2 venerable masters from the Snow sect had personally rushed to the Green State to help the Hope Immortal Dao sect break the siege. There was even clear news that Venerable Shura was also rushing over. After weighing the pros and cons, Yen Rujuan could only lead his people to withdraw first. Sure family, Chu Yun. The 1,000 Kills mercenary corps, as well as the Li family and the Yu family, these people of the World family disappeared for no apparent reason, and now it seems like this is highly likely to be the handiwork of that venerable realm under Chu Yun's command. Feng Tiancheng said with his old brows furrowed. But without evidence, even if we know it's him, there's nothing we can do about it in the open. After all, as of now, His Majesty is on their side. Hong Xin Confessor said grimly. Mother, because of this matter, the Kai family and the Lu family have both summoned my son, and some of the people within their clans are trembling with fear that it will be their turn next. If we don't make a response, I'm afraid that people's hearts will easily be scattered. The Crown Prince also spoke. These things were superimposed together, and at this moment, Empress Lan Ji also had a somewhat gloomy face as she pondered. After a while, she slowly spoke. Within the Imperial City, all the forces that are affiliated with us, help them build a spatial teleportation formation that connects the Eastern Palace and the State Master's mansion. If such a thing happens again, they can directly call for help. As for the next, is to wait. The chaos over the border won't last long. Shura is afraid that he'll be coming back to the Imperial City again as well. So for the next period of time, have everyone refrain from making any rash moves. Wait until your father enters the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Then it will be the day when this Imperial City completely changes. The Crown Prince responded solemnly, Yes, Mother. The Empress now chose to use silence as a deterrent, and it was indeed the most prudent plan. The Emperor's 5 failures of heaven and man also only had a month or so left. During this period, it was best not to cause any more trouble. As for Chu Yun, this little man, as long as the spatial teleportation array was built, he would also definitely not have another chance to lay his hands on him. The following day, Meng Rushue came out of the gate and successfully broke the realm of Nirvana. After Chu Yun learned of the news, he went over to the Prime Minister's residence at the first opportunity, after obtaining the consent of the 2 daughters. He also gave the meeting of the 2 daughters and arranged it to this night. Inside Chu Yun's mansion, in the middle of the back garden, the heavenly demoness stood under the night light, Her demonic and overwhelmingly charming face, under the illumination of the moonlight, appeared even more charming. Chu-yoon brought Meng Ruoshue to walk slowly, and the heavenly demoness then turned around. Immediately, for eyes met, the two women looked at each other, both expressionless, and did not open their mouths to speak. Seeing this, Chu-yoon chose to break this embarrassment. Cough, cough. Exiner, schwer. You are both my most important people. Count both as giving me face. If you can talk nicely, you should never make a move. The two women listened to his words, but Meng Ruoshue revealed a wisp of a smile and looked at him with amused eyes. Heart? Shouting so intimately, ah. Chu-yoon just wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the heavenly demoness. All right, let the two of us talk amongst ourselves, so don't get involved. Seeing this, Chu-yoon sighed. Fine, then I'll leave you guys talk. Chu-yoon turned around and left. It's to the fishing platform not far away, quietly looking over. He was still a little uneasy and had to keep an eye on it. In case if the duo fought, he could also make a move to stop them. However, the conversation between the two was somewhat surprisingly smooth for Chu-yoon. He only saw from afar that the two of them exchanged words face to face. After a while, even some smiles appeared on both women's faces. What's the situation? The wrongdoers are unraveling this way? Acting me out? When Chu-yoon saw this scene, if it wasn't for the fact that the system's information would not be faked, he was somewhat going to doubt if the women were acting themselves before. After another incense stick of time, the two ended their conversation. Both of them were at peace and walked towards Chu-yoon in unison. Chu-yoon immediately took the initiative to welcome forward and asked curiously, Are you? Good. The heavenly demoness tilted her head sideways and looked at him. What else? Are you hoping that the two of us will fight so that you can't make a choice from amongst us? Chu-yoon shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. I definitely don't have that intention. It's just that this conversation of yours is somewhat smooth to the point of surprising me. Dream Ruoshue smiled calmly. We know better than you what you want. Thus, she and I have a tacit understanding that we both chose not to make things difficult for you. Hearing these words, Chu-yoon's heart instantly warmed and he smiled with a wide-eyed smile. To be able to obtain you two ladies in this life is truly a blessing for me. Chu-yoon, Dream Ruoshue and Heavenly Demoness immediately blushed, the former blushing sheepishly. Don't you talk nonsense? Who wants to be your wife? Exactly. That cheek of yours is really thicker than a city wall. The Heavenly Demoness also picked up the conversation. Heh 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 heh. You guys just take it as me talking nonsense. I've already had a feast prepared to celebrate the return of the two of you. Go. Drink with me. Chu-yoon walked over and held the hands of the two of them, heading directly to the hall of meeting. After 3 rounds of drinking, the night was quiet. Because she drank too late, Meng Ruoshue spent the night within the Imperial Prince's residence. Chu-yoon had arranged a fine chamber for her. As for the Heavenly Demoness, she returned to her house to rest. After Chu-yoon returned to his house, he tossed and turned, that his mind could not stop thinking about it, and he could not sleep. It's not right. My self-control is not this weak. Chu-yoon sat up violently, sweating profusely. His whole body was hot and dry, and his face was even more flushed. He felt very strange. When he thought about it, he appreciated the island romance for 5 hours. He was able to hold back from turning on the faucet. Today, this is what happened? How is it that his brain is all about the Heavenly Demoness and Dream Ruoshue's figure? Just as Chu-yoon was puzzled, at the doorway, a figure quietly slumped over the wall and said in a suppressed voice, Your Highness! Your Highness, I am Tai. Chu-yoon was confused. Tai? What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? Ah Tai hemmed and hawed from the doorway. Your Highness, I still have to talk about you. Why haven't you gone to Miss Yu and Miss Meng's house yet? Is your Highness still holding back strongly? Chu-yoon immediately stared wide-eyed. You drugged us. Ah Tai once again hemmed and hawed. Your Highness. This is all due to Auntie Shi's order. I can't do anything about it. The Empress said that she wanted to hold a grandson as soon as possible, so she gave me the specialty of the Great Chu dynasty, the Misty Spring Powder. Her Highness said that she has examined both Miss Yu and Miss Meng and is very satisfied. She has no problem with whichever one you want, and will even take all of them. Chapter 83 Spring Night. Great Chu Specialty. Chu-yoon's head tingled a little when he heard this name. No wonder his body was getting hotter and hotter at this time. That extremely strong emotion was simply difficult to restrain at this time. How much did you want to lay down? Chu-yun's face grew redder and redder as he stood up and asked. Not much, your highness. Only 3.5 pounds. I poured it all into the wine. Atai responded seriously outside. Bang! The door of the house was directly pushed open by Chu-yun's palm. His figure instantly appeared in front of Atai, his brain covered with black lines. 3.5 pounds of aphrodisiac? You're feeding me like ah? Not right. You said down in the wine. Then wouldn't they also be with me? Chu-yun's body shook, his eyes staring at Tai. Atai hemmed and hawed and laughed. Your Highness, the two young ladies, and Your Highness, you shared that 3.5 pounds of lost spring proteins. At this time, more than likely also with Your Highness the same. Can't sleep it. Chu-yun looked at him like this, that face with a look of watching a good show, smile, all want to instantly whip him. But it's also acting on the orders of his own mother consort, and can't really say anything about him. Good, good, good. This temple remembers. Atai. Wait for me to finish resolving this and see how I will reward you. Chu-yun patted his shoulder with a happy face, then headed to the heavenly demoness house in a puff of smoke. Atai looked at the direction Chu-yun was going and urged with a smile on his face. Your Highness, I also added 5 pounds of Dali Shur sand to the wine. Guarantee that Your Highness will be energized. Heavenly Demoness House. At this time, the heavenly devil witch's face was crimson. That demonic face was as red as a monkey's, but she sat on her bed, luckily suppressing the medicinal power in her body. But this Chu specialty, its invincibility is invincible in that it can magnify the perception of desire 10,000 times and penetrate deep into the bone marrow. Even if a Zunshur realm drank those, they still couldn't help it. Bang! At this moment, the door of her house was pushed open with a push, and Chu-yun directly walked in with large strides and came to its front. Are you that impatient? I didn't say I wouldn't let you touch it either. Are you as far as using such tactics? The heavenly demoness was covered in hot sweat. She knew that the person coming was Chu-yun and immediately said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. She mistakenly thought that the 3 pounds of aphrodisiac was Chu-yun's work. Chu-yun's expression was incomparably wronged, and his tone was a bit hurried as he said, If it was me who placed the aphrodisiac, do you think I would have been struck? Only then did the heavenly demoness open her eyes. For a moment, when she saw Chu-yun, whose entire body was red, her face, which originally still had a few hints of dissatisfaction, immediately turned into suspicion. What are you? It's Tai. My mother consort told her to do this, saying that she wanted to hold her grandchildren earlier. I'm innocent too, Chu-yun explained with an innocent face. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness was much more comfortable. But turning her head, she said to it again, I see that this is just what you want too, right? You big lecher. Chu-yun spread his hands and pretended up. I can't help it. That is after all 3.5 pounds of mystic spring sand. If Exiner blames me, then otherwise I'll leave? How dare you? The heavenly demoness glared at him with both eyes. Look at you, if I don't leave you're calling me a pervert. I'm leaving and you're not letting me go. Alas, being a man can be so difficult. Chu-yun was even pretending at this moment. The heavenly demoness face was already so red that she couldn't tell if she was shy or uptight. She was anxious and panting. You hurry up. A big man you crap half a day. What use can it be? Can have a bird use. After saying that, Chu-yun couldn't hold it anymore. He rushed over and immediately hugged the heavenly devil woman's delicate watery body tightly and kissed her deeply. Heavenly devil woman's whole body was as if electrocuted. This hot skin, at the moment more and more aggravated. Chu-yun took the initiative to explore up her small mouth, that pair of wet tongue, in its internal dragonfly, and in the process will be put down on the bed. Just as Chu-yun's hand spread downward, the heavenly devil woman's mouth suddenly detached itself, whispering softly and delicately, 1. Be gentle. Good. Where the details, their own brain, write more, review and approve the arrest. A storm was born from the house, however, half an hour later, suddenly remembered what Chu-yun, straight to Meng Rushua's room. As soon as he went in, it was as if he was stared at by a she-wolf, and the sense of crisis suddenly came to the tip of his heart. The door of the house was closed tightly, and within it only came the sound of loud bedding falling apart and breaking. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you. This night, Chu Yun cannot sleep at night but also never forget. 2 consecutive days passed, and they were all late in the house. The Prime Minister's office had sent people twice, worried that something had happened to Meng Rushui. Yet Tai had invited them back on the grounds that Meng Rushui was accompanying His Highness to cultivate her gongfu. Until the 3rd day, Meng Rushui went out of the house and went back to the xiangfu. Its face was still slightly flushed, although its appearance had not changed. But the temperament and a few days ago has been very different, and Tai more than a few strands of unique flavor. As for Chu Yun, after approaching dusk, his legs were like butterflies' wings, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, and he trembled as he walked to his house. Your Highness, you this? As soon as Luo Feng came in, he saw that Chu Yun was as if he had been drained of his soul. His entire body was weak to the core. His face was a bit pale. He could not help but wonder. Get Tai, get me here. After Chu Yun took a few pills, his body recovered some essence and said, Your Highness, after Tai heard that Your Highness had emerged earlier, he went into the palace to look for concubine Shi, and is currently not back yet. Luo Feng said, Good. He is quite capable of running. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. When he returned, he was bound to teach him a lesson. This life of his had almost been reimbursed within these few days. The first 10 times or so, it was indeed fun-filled. But after 100 times or so, he felt like he was already a machine, without any semblance of consciousness, numb and insensitive. But the medicinal power was still there. He couldn't stop yet. Luo Feng could probably see what was going on at this moment. No wonder he saw Meng Rushui leaving at that time with a satisfied look on his brow. Your Highness is really a wolf of war. But being young isn't a capital to be indulged in at will. These words Luo Feng only dared to say in his own heart. Your Highness, earlier, Elder Feng and the others made a trip and brought news that the God Sect's elites have all withdrawn from Qingzhou. With the help of the Snow Sect and the aid of the Shi family, the Hope Immortal Dao Sect is safe and sound now. Luo Feng reported the news of recent days to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded. I see, nothing else, you go down first. Also instruct Xiaochun to prepare some yang returning pills and send them to me. Luo Feng respectfully said, Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 84 Background of Power, Tianqi Sect Patriarch. After Luo Feng left, Chu Yun tuned in for a while before he was able to focus his attention. This did not have much to do with the high and deep realm, but rather the root problem, this kind of physical and mental overwork. Only those who had experienced it understood. System. Check the number of editing points. Current edit points, 67,200. The editing background cooling off period has passed. Recommend me some awesome backgrounds. System. Okay, Master. Master of the Rakshasa Sect, 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Holy King of Maitian, 20,000 edit points. Yun Nian Nyang's brother, 10,000 edit points. Son of the Holy Lord of the Nine Swords Holy Land, 80,000 edit points. The son of the Buddha of the Holy Land of the Spirit Buddha, 80,000 edit points. Young Master of Peach Blossom God Island, 80,000 edit points. Disciple of the Deputy Master of the Smoke and Rain Building's main building, 97,000 edit points. Patriarch of the Celestial Enlightenment Sect, 50,000 edit points. Disciple of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens, 170,000 edit points. Son of Emperor Tian Yuan, 200,000 edit points. Protégé of Quasi-Emperor Iha, 100,000 edit points. Unforgotten friend of Emperor Chenji Quasi-Emperor, 86,000 edit points. Mr. 7 of the Grass Hall, 300,000 edit points. Many background choices, please ask the host to go through them first. If they are not enough, they can be changed again. Chu Yun's eyes looked at the densely packed background information. It really was one more powerful than the other. It was just that the one that surprised him the most was the last one. Mr. 7 of the Grass Hall? This background surprisingly cost 300,000 editing points. It was much higher than those sons of great emperors, disciples of great emperors and whatnot. How overpriced a background must this heckling be? And within these backgrounds, there was another name that caught his attention. Yun Nianyang. To become Yun Nianyang's younger brother, it even required 10,000 edit points? Besides being in the heavenly phase realm, did she have something extraordinary about her? System. What's the deal with this Yun Nianyang? Why is her relationship still worth 10,000 editing points? Chu Yun could not help but ask. Master, this Yun Nianyang, whose real name is Xin Yinyun, is the fallen princess of the Far Ming dynasty, whose incognito is hidden within the imperial city of Daxia. As for her relationship background can reach 10,000, this has little to do with her own relationship, is that the Yuanming dynasty also has a proud son of the heavens also survives in the world, which is also the Yuanming dynasty's sixth prince, but also Xin Nianyang's brother. According to the normal development of the plot, this Yun Nianyang's original name is Nian Yun. According to the normal development of the plot, this sixth prince of the Yuanming dynasty, in the future, the upper limit of his cultivation will reach the top of the King Seal realm, becoming the new generation of the Yuanming emperor, and being able to honor the clan and restore the country. Hearing all of this, Chu Yun suddenly realized he was considered to finally know the bottom line of this Yun Nianyang. He did not expect that it would be a princess of the once Far Ming dynasty. So that's how it is. Chu Yun stroked his chin and continued to skim over those backgrounds one by one, and those that were beyond the range of his current edit points, he thoroughly disregarded them first. In the end, his gaze settled on the Heavenly Enlightenment sect patriarch. Above this background, it required 50,000 edit points. How strong must this power be? System. Carefully introduce this Heavenly Enlightenment sect. Heavenly Enlightenment sect, located within the Yuan realm's Tai sacred land. When it was once at its peak, the entire sect's background could be ranked in the top 10 within the Tai sacred land. But since the last generation patriarch failed to break through to the Saint King, it began to decline. The peak is no longer there and has been going downhill. In spite of this, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. There are still a lot of king sealers in the Apocalypse sect today. There are even 5 saints of the Saint Seal realm, namely the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, as well as the contemporary vice-sovereign of the Apocalypse sect. In other words, if I take over this sect leader position, I will be able to mobilize all of them? Chu Yun asked anxiously. Nonetheless, Master, as it is today, the relationship within the Kai Chi sect is complicated. Its vice-sovereign has coveted the position of sovereign for many years, but has always been suppressed by the 4 horsemen in conjunction. So Master, even if you become the sovereign, in terms of the current situation within the sect, you must have a foothold of prestige before you can completely order all of them. Then what am I editing this background for? Looking for a ing sin? Chu Yun could not help but spit out. Master, don't rush. I'm not done yet. There is a great benefit if you currently become the Heaven's Revelation sect's sect leader. That is that you can contact the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse and order them. Within the Apocalypse sect, the 4 horsemen are only at the beck and call of the sovereign, and their mission is to guard the sovereign of the Apocalypse sect. Thus, Master, regardless of whether or not you have established authority and what your status is, as long as you are the patriarch of the Apocalypse sect, then you will inevitably become the object of their protection. Meaning, as long as I edit this background, I will be able to have 4 sage fighters? Chu Yun blinked his eyes and asked in surprise. System. That's right. Chu Yun took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. Good. Then edit the background of the Apocalypse sect sovereign for me. Background is being edited. Please wait. Karma change complete. Identity reset correct. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Background editing is successful. In an instant, Chu Yun's editing points were 50,000 less. Only 17,200 remained today. Immediately afterward, a round jade tablet appeared in Chu Yun's hand with the word Apocalypse engraved on it. Chu Yun also had an additional memory in his mind. This heavenly Apocalypse token in his hand was one that had fallen onto him when he had once gone out. As the name implied, it was the sovereign order that chose the master. It chose him to become the sovereign of the Apocalypse sect. Master, you can now activate this token to tell the entire Apocalypse sect that the new sovereign was born, and in addition, you can also have the 4 great horsemen come to Daxia. The system was precisely teaching Chu Yun how to operate it by hand. Chu Yun nodded and then urged his spiritual energy and shot it within this heavenly enlightenment token. At the same time, within the territory of the Tai sacred land, a gigantic mountain range that stretched for more than 10,000 miles, a heavenly apocalypse light above that peak suddenly blossomed into a 10,000-foot light that shot up to the top of the clouds. In an instant, the entire Apocalypse sect was all startled. The vice-patriarch, the 4 great knights, and 5 other saints rushed to the top of the mountain and looked at this prime holy light, their faces filled with shock. It's the sovereign. The sovereign's order has been activated. My clan finally has a new sovereign. War, among the 4 great knights, had an excited expression at the moment. His eyes filled with joy. Following that, Chu Yun's voice came out from amongst that holy radiance. For great knights, head to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty and receive our sect. Yes. The 4 great knights immediately led their orders in unison, and then immediately disappeared within the Heavenly Revelation sect. They didn't know who the patriarch was, but no matter who it was, their duty and mission was to guard him. While there was only one person left at the top of the mountain, that vice-sovereign's brow was as gloomy as it could be, and in the depths of his eyes, a strand of intense killing opportunity also swept through. Chapter 85 Complete Yuan Realm. For great additions. In Chu Yun's house. He currently looked at the Heavenly Revelation sect patriarch, token in his hand, and then asked, "Is this enough?" System. Yes, Master. The 4 horsemen of the Heavenly Revelation sect are already on their way to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Then how long will it take for them to arrive? System. It will take roughly a month. The realm of the Tai Holy Land is an extremely long distance from here, and the land of this 100 dynasties is considered to be the border of the Yuan realm, and lacks the spatial teleportation arrays with the land of the Yuan realm sacred land, so the efficiency will naturally be slower. The regional map of the entire Yuan realm, although Chu Yun had not gone out, he had also learned about it from the system. The main regional map of the Yuan realm was divided into 4 regions. The first area, which was the most marginalized land of the 100 dynasties, had hundreds of imperial dynasties each unifying the parties, commonly known as the 100 dynasties. The second area, called the Land of Sacred Land. Here, it was already close to the core of the Yuan realm, and the aura caverns as well as the environment of heaven and earth were not comparable to the land of the 100 dynasties. Some of the forces that dominate the Holy Land are the deep-rooted holy places, which not only have saints, saint kings, indestructible. There were even some that had accumulated even deeper reserves and possessed powerful people above the undying realm. As for the third area, it was the Yuan realm's veritable core, the divine Pure Land. Above the divine state Pure Land, there is no lack of forces with millions of years of heritage and a long history of existence, and those who can be active in this place are all powerful people with extremely high cultivation levels. The most powerful forces in the entire Yuan realm were all within the divine state Pure Land. For example, the general pavilion of the Smoke and Rain Tower, including the Dao lineage families of many great emperors and so on, were all within it. And the last area was called the Secret Sea of Stars. This was the most mysterious place in the entire Yuan realm, and it was also a mysterious place that no one had explored to the end so far. Some of the powerful cultivators in the Yuan realm, most of them used the Starry Sky Secret Sea as a place to explore, where opportunities and crises coexisted. These 4 major regional sectors, when combined, were a complete Yuan realm. Chu Yun had also only realized how small the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty was within the entire Yuan realm after learning about it from the system here earlier. It could not even be counted as a single hair of the 9 oxen. A month's time. That looks about the same as my master, Easy Sun. Alright, there's no rush at the moment anyway. Since Blue Ji chose to act with a static approach, then I'll favor not moving. Chu Yun was in a relaxed mood and did not have the slightest look of worry. After all, the initiative nowadays was already tilting in his favor. Prime Minister's Mansion. After Meng Rushue returned, she had wanted to go straight back to her house. However, halfway there, she encountered Meng Chongchong. "Shuer, I heard that you've been practicing Gong Fu with His Highness these past few days. I wonder how it's going?" Meng Chongzhong asked in a serious manner. Dream Ru Shui originally panned slightly red cheeks. Was she hard to suppress? Also, okay, really, Shuer, why are you a little nervous? Meng Chongchong sensed that her tone was not quite right. Meng Rushue smiled faintly. "Father, I've been practicing with him for the past few days and I'm a little too tired. I'll go back and rest first." Saying that, Meng Rushue ran away in a puff of smoke. Meng Chongchong turned back to look at her hastily departing back, a helpless smile on his face. Alas, the girl is too big for her own good. This kid strikes faster than his old man. Truly a family of one virtue. Meng Chong sighed heavily, spat out a few sentences, shook his head, walked away alone, and, as Meng Rushue's father, he naturally could see that something was wrong with Meng Rushue. He just did not expect that Chu Yun's impatient movements were even better than his old son's back then. His old Meng family to this point is also considered to be completely with the royal family pro to pro. After Chu Yun ate a few yang returning dan, coupled with a few days of recuperation, he was also finally restoring those deficient yang qi. The color of his face finally showed a red glow. As for the culprit of this tragic battle, Tai, because he moved to Chu Yun's mother consort, ensure Guifei's appearance, Chu Yun also did not really punish him. only secretly let the night swallow. In the meal he ate inside, melted 10 pounds of Chu specialties. His figure plus that dose. Chu Yun directly arranged for him to the smoke and rain building. Let Sun Yen find more than 10 wind and dust women to let it feel good. After 5 days in the smoke and rain building, Tai ended up being carried back. The legs have been soft and will not walk, excessive wear and tear. The appearance is worse than Chu Yun. After returning, Chu Yun purposely brought the heavenly devil woman to see him. The heavenly devil woman was beautiful and kind-hearted, and in his medicinal meal, added another 4 pounds of strong yang top heavenly scatter. Directly let Tai get up for 3 days and 3 nights, making him weak and tired, suffocating and sore. In the end, it was still Chu Yun who allowed Venerable 10,000 Thunder to step in and help him recover, which was also considered to have given Tai a deep memory. After more than 20 consecutive days, there was no more storm within the imperial city. And the 9th prince's residence, also because of Tai's matter, the whole residence are in laughter. And these 20 days, although there is no storm in the imperial city, but there are still some situations. For example, Shura has already returned to the imperial city and is now long in the palace. And the border chaos too had ended. The armies of the Shen Snake dynasty and the Great Yen dynasty had been expelled by the Black Wolf army and the Blade and Bone army, and the 2 imprisoned Great Xia venerable masters had also been successfully rescued. Now, the border city was reset and the 2 legions were on their way back. In addition to that, there was another matter. Yesterday, the 2nd prince, Chu Hua, returned to the imperial city. The first thing he did was enter the palace to face the saint and explain everything. According to Chu Wasteland, he lost contact with the others after the border was lost, so he chose to return to the imperial city alone. On top of that, the 2nd prince, Chu Arao, also made it clear that it was because of the leakage of the layout map that caused the border to fall. The emperor was also in order to give an explanation to all the dead soldiers at the border, and personally ordered Jin Mu, the Shadow Guard's grand commander who had been in seclusion for a long time, to use all his power to investigate this matter thoroughly. Be sure to that leaked military information traitor, to him out. The 9th prince's mansion. At this time, Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness were sitting on the fishing platform, and Chu Yun had now brightly placed his hand on the heavenly demoness' white and flawless jade leg. From time to time, he would touch and rub it. This action also exchanged the heavenly devil woman quite a few blank stares. But nevertheless, Chu Yun's colorful heart does not change. The heavenly demoness finally had no choice but to be spontaneous and let him be. Chu Wasteland. Earlier, Sun Yen sent me a message to pay attention to this 2nd brother of mine. He is extremely uncomplicated. Chu Yun fished and casually said, "Your relationship with Sun Yen, when did it become so good? He still sends you news for free?" The heavenly demoness sat beside her, somewhat surprised. Chapter 86 Chao Tang, Fu Zi. I don't know. After that incident with Tai, I've only had slightly more contact with him. But this time he suddenly sent me this news. I was also a bit surprised. Chu Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, "The heavenly demoness thought about it and found it a bit strange. For Sun Yen to do so would be tantamount to taking the initiative to show Chu Yun goodwill, especially since Sun Yen's own identity was not simple. He was someone from the divine Pure Land and knew that the sky was high and the sea was wide in the Yuan realm. That it would choose to take the initiative to show favor to Chu Yun was truly surprising. Sun Yen represents the smoke and rain building, and the information he can give is basically not fake. But you still have to be slightly on guard against his show of goodwill." The heavenly demoness pondered for a moment and admonished, "I know. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid, so it's naturally impossible for me to be a little on guard." Chu Yun smiled with a relaxed expression, then said, "It's just that I'm curious. What extraordinary features does this 2nd brother of mine have? To the extent that he could make Sun Yen personally give me a reminder." 2nd Imperial Prince Chu Wasteland, as Chu Yun's 2nd brother, but he had yet to meet him. He had also only heard of some of his 2nd brother's deeds, whose year was spent away from the power vortex of the imperial city and traveling to the border. He had made great achievements at the border, and his prestige was high amongst the border troops. But that was all. As far as Chu Yun knew, this 2nd brother of his own did not have a single party member in the dynasty, and did not participate in dynasty politics at all. Thus he could be said to only have an empty name within the imperial city, and did not have the power to support him. Such a person, no matter for Chu Yun or the Empress faction, was considered an inconspicuous existence. If you want to know, wouldn't you know if you go and meet him? The heavenly demoness was at the side and spoke indifferently. Now is not the time. Besides, I think it's possible that he will, himself, come to see me. Chu Yun's face revealed a sense of confidence. He knew that behind the death of the second prince's mother consort all those years ago was the handiwork of Lan Ji. And with Chu Wasteland's intelligence, he himself was definitely clear about who was the enemy and who was his teammate. Seeing that Chu Yun had a clear idea in his mind, the heavenly demoness did not say anything more. After that, Chu Yun suddenly thought, by the way, Exoner, do you know about the grass hall? When the heavenly demoness heard this, her face instantly grew in importance. The grass hall? Why are you asking this? Looking at the reaction of the heavenly demoness, Chu Yun instantly realized that this power was not simple. Even when he had asked about the smoke and rain building before, the reaction of the heavenly magicianess had not been so stern and solemn. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually. If you know, tell me what kind of power is this? How did it come up with such a name? Grass Hall, it sounds like a ragged hut. Chu Yun said. The heavenly demoness was relieved when she heard that. She had thought that Chu Yun was separated by billions and billions of trillion miles away and could still provoke the grass hall. That would truly be a rat eating rat poison. Finished. The grass hall in the divine Pure Land is far away from Grand Xia. As for the power of the grass hall, in fact, the entire grass hall, including the master of the grass hall, there are only a dozen people. Among them, there are more than half. All of them are servants. Those who truly have the power of speech within the grass hall are only the 6 gentlemen, and their teacher, the husbandman. But it is such a power with only a handful of people in the entire Yuan realm, then no power dares to mess with it. Even when she and I were at our peak, when we encountered the people of the grass hall, the only thing we could do was to honor them with respect. The heavenly demoness said with a serious expression on her face, and Chu Yun knew clearly that this she referred to Meng Rushue. Chu Yun's face revealed shock as he listened. What? A force with such a small number of people. No one dares to mess with it in the divine Pure Land. The heavenly demoness nodded deeply. The 6 gentlemen of the grass hall are all at the emperor realm, and they are all still more powerful than one another. As for the husbands, history, no one has ever seen the husband's hand. But the fact that he was able to teach 6 emperor realm figures already shows how terrifying he is. Even if he hasn't made a move, the majority of cultivators in the Yuan realm treat him as if they were honoring a god. Chu Yun's body suddenly trembled. Good fellow. No wonder this Mr. 7 of the grass hall's background editing points were 300,000 points. It was fitting that this power was so powerful in the divine Pure Land. The husband who taught 6 great emperor realms? What kind of level did his realm obtain? Chu Yun could not even imagine at this moment. At the same time, he secretly made a decision within his heart. This background of the 7 gentlemen of the grass hall, he would have to give it an edit sooner or later. Inside the imperial palace, in the middle of the imperial study late at night, the emperor stood alone, his back facing the entrance, his eyes gazing upwards. Venerable cultivator, and Meng Chongchong slowly walked in at this time. Your Majesty, the emperor then softly said, there are still 10 days. After 10 days, I'll have to enter the Imperial Ancestor Mountain and cross the Celestial 5 Decay stage. Neither Venerable Cultivator nor Meng Chongzhong were surprised, and it was clear that they were aware of this matter as well. Your Majesty, my father has already secretly left the Shi family and is on his way to the Imperial City, including the Snow Sect, the Hope Immortal Dao Sect, the Luo clan, and the Yun clan. All of their clans' venerable masters and old ancestors are secretly gathering over towards the Imperial City. During these 7 days when His Majesty enters the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, we will definitely guard the Imperial City for His Majesty and live up to His Majesty's expectations, Venerable Shura said with a serious expression. The Empress faction's scheming was sophisticated though, but on the Emperor's side, he was not completely unprepared. To be able to become the Son of Heaven, how could he be someone with a young mind? He had allowed the Shi family, the Yun family, and the old ancestors of these forces to enter the city, mainly also as a precautionary measure. If the Empress didn't start any trouble during this period, it would be best. But if they did, these backstops that he had arranged could definitely put up a fight against them as well. On Lao Zhou's side, Chong Chong, you inform him. If his master is still unable to arrive, have that venerable under his hand lend you a hand. The Emperor said again. Yes, Your Majesty. I will tell His Highness the Ninth Prince about this tomorrow. Meng Chongchong answered. Your Majesty, has Commander Jin Mu found any clues about the traitor? Cultivator could not help but ask at this moment. After all, this traitor was at least an exalted one, and it was highly likely that he had military power in his hands. If it was not uncovered earlier, it would be equivalent to a nail that could stab them at any time. The Emperor turned around, his expression slightly flushed with ice. According to the clues brought back by Lao Air, Jin Mu has already locked down the identity of that person. The delay in making a move is merely an attempt to put a long line to catch a big fish. You guys don't need to worry about this. Yes. Only after Venerable Shura and Meng Chongzhong heard this did they feel relieved. P.S. Seeing that there are still quite a few people who aren't clear about the realms, I'll say it again and you guys remember to underline and mark it. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi transformation realm, Jindan realm, Yuaning realm, broken realm, Nirvana realm, venerable realm, heavenly phase realm, heavenly dignity, supreme dignity realm, seal king realm, seal sage realm, sage king realm, imperishable realm, heavenly extermination realm, eternal realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor realm, saint sealing realm, also commonly known as saints, the heavenly phase realm, commonly known as heavenly exalted. Chapter 87 Chu Wasteland's Pursuit. The following day, Meng Chongzhong was the one who told Chu Yun of this news, and also explained the seriousness of the matter to him. In response, Chu Yun naturally agreed, and even asked Meng Chongzhong to tell his father that he should rest assured that he would be able to pass through the 5 failures of the Celestial Man. His master teacher could certainly arrive before then. At that time, if anyone from the Empress faction dared to make a move, there would only be death. Ninth Prince's Mansion. Chu Yun was currently sitting in the garden pavilion, sipping tea and enjoying flowers with the heavenly demoness, Meng Rushue. These days, he did not fret about editing points or editing backgrounds. This was because he knew better than anyone else. This period of silence was a rare period of enjoyment for himself. When his father entered the Imperial Ancestor Mountain 9 days later, at that time, if he didn't want to earn edit points, others would send their lives to him. Therefore, if he did not enjoy himself during this peaceful period, then he would truly be too ashamed of himself. However, just as Chu Yun was chatting and fooling around with the 2 women, Luo Feng walked over. Your Highness, the second prince is here. Chu Yun's expression was not shocked. Rather, it was somewhat expected. Commander Luo, you bring him over. Yes. Luo Feng immediately went forward. Chu Wasteland. Him I've seen a few times. His temperament is far superior to those people from Chu Rong. Before you came back, almost the entire young generation of Desya. He is the only one that has entered my eyes. However, his character is very bland. He doesn't desire for imperial power. Instead, he places more importance on the path of cultivation. Meng Rushue sat next to her and spoke of her impressions. To be able to fall into Schwer's eyes, then I will have to meet this second brother of mine even more. Chu Yun smiled expectantly. Not long after, Luo Feng led a man with a handsome and godly appearance to Chu Yun with a steady pace. Your Highness, this is the second prince. Luo Feng introduced. Chu Yun immediately rose and smiled. Chu Yun, meet second brother. There is no need to be polite, ninth brother. As early as at the border, I have heard a little about ninth brother. Meeting for the first time today, ninth brother's temperament is outstanding, truly extraordinary. Chu Wasteland's attitude was quite good, and his calm face smiled lightly. Second brother is flattering. Hearing that second brother came back safely from the border, I am also very happy for that. Come, second brother, sit. Chu Yun also welcomed with a smile. Good. After Chu was sat down, his gaze looked at Meng Rushue. I didn't expect Miss Meng to be here as well. I'm out of respect. Second prince is too polite. Meng Rushue nodded elegantly. Ninth brother, so this girl is? Chu Hua turned his head to look at the heavenly demoness. Chu Yun explained, second brother, this is my beloved wife, Yu Qingxin. Including Schwer, the 2 of them, they are both my wives. The moment Chu Yun said this, Chu Arai's expression was instantly shocked, his gaze constantly skimming over the 2 women. Seeing that they did not refute, Chu Wasteland could not help but sigh in admiration. So that's how it is. Ninth brother, you are truly blessed. To have these 2 blooming face like virtuous assistants, one is truly envious of others. Chu Yun laughed and then said, let's not talk about that. Second brother, you came to find me today. I think that it should be more than simply to find me for a chat, right? Chu Yun's words were considered to be the complete beginning of the introduction of the main topic. The smile on Chu Wasteland's face did not lose, and he continued, Ninth brother is smart. I came today, in fact, the main thing is that I want to cooperate with ninth brother. I wonder how second brother wants to cooperate? Chu Yun asked. Although we are not from the same mother, we also share a bloodline kinship. Thus, second brother will not beat around the bush with you. The fact that you and the crown prince are fighting for the imperial power nowadays is already on the surface. How the situation is today, I'm not sure. But, second brother can help you. Only need to give me Blue G's head after you're firmly seated on the throne in the ninth brother. As a brother, I will fully assist you to ascend to the imperial throne, Chu Wilderness said with an incomparably serious face. As expected, this was not far off from what one's heart wanted. The second brother of his, how could he not have hatred towards Blue G? Even its resentment, it was afraid to be greater than his own. Avenging the murder of one's mother is not shared. Chu Hua was able to hold back for so many years, enough to see his determination to take revenge. Second brother, to be honest. This condition of yours, I can completely agree to you. Even you will be able to fulfill this wish very soon. But I want to ask second brother, do you really not have the slightest expectation for that imperial throne? Chu Yun's eyes were dead set on Chu Hua's expression, including the second daughter's as well. Chu Yun's words were testing Chu Wasteland's ambition. As long as there was a hint of him being incorrect, then Chu Yun would definitely not believe him. However, when Chu Wasteland heard this, he fearlessly shook his head and laughed as he faintly said, Ninth brother, I understand what is in your heart. Do you think that, being in the royal family, for the position of the Son of Heaven behind you, how could you not be moved at all? After all living beings have desires. Indeed, I also have desires. But my desires were never for power, status, or position. What I desire and pursue is the great Tao. The end of that Tao is what I am enamored with. As for that what Emperor and Son of Heaven, in my opinion, they are nothing more than shackles. If you don't feel at ease, I can make an oath of the great Tao that I will never be the Xia crown prince in this life. Chu Wasteland replied very upright. If Chu Yun still pursued to question down, that in turn he is unintelligent. Second brother, between you and me as brothers, why do we need to be here? I believe you. As for the rest, there is no need for further words. Chu Yun also acted very frankly at this time. The two of them locked gazes and then both smiled at each other. A gentleman's friendship, sincerity for sincerity. Everything was in the air. Chu Wasteland stayed in Chu Yun's mansion for half a day, told Chu Yun many things, and then left. Chu Wu in the frontier, in fact, is not without layout. As in the Empress faction, there are already forces whose leaders are secretly controlled by him. And from there, he had learned specific information. Within 9 days, all of the major powerhouses within the Empress faction will arrive in the Imperial City. They are all venerable levels secretly come. As for those disciples and even elders of the sects under their command, all of them have not moved. There is no other, because the Empress doesn't need it. This also represents that the Empress still has military power in her hands within the Imperial City. After another 3 days, these days inside the Imperial City more and more into silence down, calm to a degree close to bizarre. Smoke and rain building at the top of the building. Sun Yen stood alone on top of a temple made of purple gold glaze, and spoke to the air right in front of him. Master of the building, news has come from the main building. That sword cultivator with the reputation of being invincible in the same realm has now appeared in the land of the 100 dynasties after leaving a secret realm in the divine Pure Land. And based on the direction he used the teleportation array, the destination is probably Great Xia, or several imperial dynasties close to Great Xia. What the head building means is that if it has any needs, we, the branch buildings, will do our best to fulfill them. If there's anything that can't be done, they can directly appeal to the main building, and the main building will do it. Chapter 88 At Large's background? Sun Yen's words echoed on this empty hall. Immediately afterward, the voice of the owner of the Smoke and Rain building, like an ethereal spirit, resounded from the mid-air of the great hall. The invincible sword cultivator of the same realm, is that supreme cultivator called Easy Sun? Sun Yen nodded. Not bad. It is precisely him. Although he is only a supreme, he left many deeds on top of the divine Pure Land back then, and many great figures held him in extremely high regard, with some great empire Dao lineages personally coming down to draw him in. It's a pity that all of them were rejected by this person, but I heard that he has a good relationship with a few great emperors of the divine state Pure Land, and it's truly unbelievable that a supreme realm cultivator can be on a par with a great emperor realm. For this person, Easy Sun, although he was only in the supreme realm, in the divine state Pure Land, even some saints and saint kings would not go wanting to mess with him. Although he has no one to rely on, a loose cultivator, no background. However, he could not help it. He was deeply loved by some great people, and became friends with them, and even among them, there was also a deputy floor master of the Smoke and Rain building's main floor. This person, Easy Sun, is a legend. Deeply appreciated by a number of great emperors, since the main building has commanded it, then just follow the orders. You can make your own decisions on everything. The Smoky Rain building's master sent down his words. Good. Sun Yan nodded slightly, and immediately afterward, he then said, there is one more thing. There are only 6 days left until the Great Xia Emperor's Celestial 5 Failures period. A large portion of the Blue G's people have secretly arrived in Xiazhou today. The strongest members of the Shi family and the Yun family have also made their move. It seems that a bloody battle cannot be avoided within the imperial city. However, Your Highness and Yen Yang Yun have been in frequent contact secretly these days. If not wrong, their purpose is most likely that 10-eyed heavenly devil inside the imperial ancestor mountain. Smoke and Rain Tower naturally knew all about the identities of Yun Yen Yang and Noble Concubine and the others. After all, the name was there, and other than Chu Yun, the one who was open, other cultivators, any small movements would be hard to escape Smoke Rain Tower's eyes. The ancestor of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty once used his own strength to suppress this 10-eyed heavenly demon that was plaguing the party in the middle of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. It is only a pity that this move consumed half of the Great Xia's dynasty's qi along with his life. Otherwise, with the depths of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty back then, in this land of 100 dynasties, it would at least be able to capture a spot in one of the 10 great imperial dynasties. There was some slight regret in the tone of the Smoky Rain Tower master. Today's Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, within all the imperial dynasties in this land of 100 dynasties, was only considered to be in the middle of the pack, not even reaching the upper reaches. Not to mention comparing to those top 10 imperial dynasties that possessed the Seal King realm. Indeed. However, in my opinion, if we can allow Chu Yun to become the monarch of Grand Xia, then perhaps there is hope for change. Sun Yan suddenly said, Brother Nian, your evaluation of this Chu Yun nowadays is somewhat unexpectedly high, ah? Could it be that you have sensed something? The Smoke and Rain Mansion master couldn't help but say. Sun Yan smiled faintly. It's just a hunch, just a hunch. I believe in him, and I also believe in my own intuition. Upon hearing this, the Smoke and Rain Mansion master didn't bother to ask any more questions. Even if Sun Yan really did perceive something at this moment, when he said this, it was obvious that he would not reveal it again. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go. The royal families matter. Just wait and see. Good. Sun Yan then turned around and left. State Master's Mansion. Underneath the State Master's Mansion, there was an underground palace. There were isolation formations arranged around this place, which could isolate all breath and perception. At this moment, besides State Master Feng Tianjing, there were a dozen or so figures resting within this palace. Moreover, the cultivation levels of these people were all at the lowest early stage of the Zunshi realm. They included the vice sovereign of the god sect, Yen Rujuan. There was also the blood god sect's venerable blood Xian at the very beginning. And within these dozen or so exalted realms, besides Yen Rujuan and Feng Tianjing, there were also 4 peak exalted realms. They were Zhou Lin, the Grand Elder of the God Sect, Corpse In Sect Vice Lord General Evil, Blood God Sect Vice Lord Ghost Sob, Sky Rift Valley Lord Chiquan. These few people were all great and renowned figures throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. As for those other exalted ones, they were all people within these few sects as well. Sky Rift Valley, amongst the many forces within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, also ranked in the top 10. Although its depth was not as good as the Corpse In Sect and the Blood God Sect, its strength was not to be underestimated. The reason why so many of them were secretly staying in the underground palace of the State Master's Mansion was naturally for the battle of the Imperial City 6 days later. As long as the Great Xia Emperor is not present, this force of theirs is enough to control everything within the Imperial City. At that time, Dream Longchong, Cultivator and so on, these people, if they do not submit, then let them die. State Master. How is the situation in the city today? Is there any wind blowing? The Blood God Sect's Vice Sovereign, Ghost Sob, walked up towards him at this moment and asked, "The winds and waves are calm. You can rest assured. Your Highness has arranged everything until the day we strike. The 4 city gates will all be controlled by our people, and the entire imperial city will then completely fall into our hunting grounds. Next, just wait at ease." The State Master held a glazed marigold with red and purple transparent spirit wine inside, and after taking a sip, he said indifferently, "Corpse Ean's sect General Evil." At this time, his eyes looked at Yen Rujuin, saw his expression, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yen, your expression, why do you have a few hints of worry?" Feng Tianzheng and a few others also looked over with him. Only then did Yen Rujuin explain, "I've actually been curious as to what the origin of the Venerable One who cultivated thunder power in the Thousand Streams Mountain before was. Our clan used their divine eyes without being able to find him, and he has now disappeared. I've been feeling a little uneasy inside, and if this person isn't investigated clearly, I always have a feeling in my heart that something bad will happen. Brother Yen, you are worrying too much. In today's situation, not to mention that one peak Zunshur realm, even if there are 2 or 3 more, they won't be able to harm us. You have to know that the one who will truly play a decisive role this time is not a Zunshur," General Evil said confidently. "Not bad. This time, the infiltration of the heavenly exalted realm powerhouses. The Empress Dowager has also long arranged for it to be foolproof. And in the Empress' hands, she also holds a card that is sufficient to reverse everything. Thus, Brother Yen, you need not worry anymore. Gome. Let us first celebrate the great victory of this battle. From now on, the great Xia dynasty will only have our voices, and the Shur family stream will all be history." Feng Tianjing raised his glazed marigold high, and with the other Zunshur realm cultivators, they celebrated with each other. However, they did not know that opening champagne at halftime was a major taboo. Breaking the taboo, it also doomed them to not succeed. Chapter 89 Ancient Era, Great Emperor Tianji. Another 3 days passed in a flash. During the 3 days, the Empress faction's movements were meticulous and rigorous, and dozens of Zunis were already secretly lurking within the entire imperial city. At the same time, the Emperor's side of the platoon was also in place. Under the arrangement of Venerable Shulua and Meng Changzhong, the Shur family, the Snow sect, the Yun family, the Hope Immortal Taoist sect, and the Luo family, the venerable realm of these forces have also quietly entered the imperial city. Now the entire imperial city, on the surface is calm, but secretly is in comparable waves. As the top families of the imperial city, the Kai family and the Lu family's 2 family heads are secretly letting the family disciples outside their clans come back, shrinking their strength and preparing for the let's fight 3 days later. Second Prince's Mansion. Chu Hua was currently standing in a backyard. In his hand, he was pinching a message that read, "The heavenly dignitaries of the Blood God sect and Corpse Ean sect have arrived outside the city." Chu Arai's face was solemn, and after reading the message, his fingers crushed it away. Blue G really has been planning this for a long time. The 2 old guys from the Blood God sect and Corpse Ean sect have already arrived outside the city, so it seems like that old guy from the Divine sect is more than likely arriving soon as well. The 3 heavenly dignitaries. Once Father has entered the Imperial Ancestor Mountain for seclusion, with this power, they will be enough to turn the Imperial City upside down. Among Chu Huang's eyes, he couldn't help but blossom a shocking killing intent towards them. Blue G's move was tantamount to a mutiny to seize power. It was betraying his father, and even more so, to a certain extent, it wanted to change the pattern of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Unfortunately, the 2 heavenly dignitaries of the Imperial family, the Crown Prince loves the Crown Prince, is completely in favor of the Blue G, for which, as long as the Crown Prince succeeds the throne, then how the Imperial power struggle, on the contrary, can become their experience. The other one, on the other hand, was an old ancestor of the royal family. He was even more unconcerned about these matters. As long as the one who served as the Son of Heaven was a descendant of his Chu family, then he would not bother. Unless a great disaster occurred in the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, only then would it possibly intervene to deal with it. They're like this, there's good and bad. The bad thing was that like this, Empress Lan Ji could plot with impunity and do whatever she could to help his son sit on the throne of the Crown Prince. And the good thing is that the power of the Xia Emperor will not be suppressed in any way and can completely display the vigor and talent of being the Son of Heaven. Desolate son, you don't need to worry too much about this point. Didn't your father also arrange for the Heavenly Father from those forces of the Shur family to come, which will be enough to fight them at that time? If the situation still ends up spiraling out of control, and even that Chu Yun is unable to do anything about it, then it will be sufficient for Master to lend you his body once more and make a move. A mere few heavenly phase realm ants, in the past. A single look from this emperor would be enough to scare a large number of people to death. A heavy soul voice sounded in the middle of Chu Huang's mind. Senior, I'm not too worried about this matter. With you, Master Teacher, backing her up, Blue G, she is doomed to fail. It's just that, Master, I'm a little curious as to how you felt that ninth brother's extraordinary? Chu Huang asked curiously. The voice within his soul resounded once again. Master has projected his destiny. Guess what happened in the end? Disciple does not know. Chu Arai said. His destiny was covered by a layer of supreme heavenly chances. Even this emperor once had never seen heavenly chances that powerful. Thus, this son Chu Yun's future accomplishments are limitless. There is even a great possibility of stepping onto the top of the Yuan realm's cultivation. This is also the main reason why Master asked you to befriend him. This imperial dynasty of yours has the potential to change the entire dynasty's fortunes because of Chu Yun alone. Chu Hua was shocked as he listened to his master's words. One must know that ever since he had known his master teacher for so long, he had never given someone such a high evaluation. Even if it was Chu Arao himself, who possessed an ancient heavy pupil, 10 supreme undefeatable bones, and his master's father had called himself a demon who had never been encountered in the past 1,000 years. But with a destiny like his own master could still peek into it a bit. However, this ninth brother of his destiny was so powerful that his master was unable to detect it in the slightest. This really made Chu Hua deeply shocked. To understand, his master was not a person of this era. Rather, he was a sage from the ancient era. Many eras ago, an ancient catastrophe occurred in the Yuan realm, commonly known as the Emperor Fall era. That catastrophe caused all the great emperors of the ancient era to fall. Chu Huang's master was the only survivor of that catastrophe. In ancient times, a remnant soul of the Tianji Emperor. Master, if you say so, then in the future, won't the great Xia be able to set foot on the divine Pure Land and stand at the top of the world under the leadership of Ninth Brother? Chu Hua said in surprise. Naturally, Chu Yun's ambition is not only for the cultivation path. He has the same not-so-small ambition to conquer the world. This point, from the last time I saw him, this emperor sensed it. But this isn't a bad thing for your Grand Xia imperial dynasty. A monarch who has no ambition and ruthlessness, or aggression to open up new territories, but instead stays content with the status quo, then this imperial dynasty is not far from extinction. Great Emperor Tianji had existed for an unknown number of years, had seen countless forces change and perish, and was well aware that if an imperial dynasty wanted to develop for a long time and continue to grow, aggression was absolutely indispensable. If that's the case, Great Xia will be handed over to Ninth Brother, and I'll be able to head to the divine Pure Land to make a break for it without any worries at all. Chu Wasteland smiled on his face. His ambition was not in power, and this was his true statement. What he aspired to was that great stage of the cultivation path, the core place of the Yuan realm, the divine Pure Land. Chu Yun's residence. These days, one's father and empress, they were all closely plotting and arranging everything that would follow. Chu Yun, however, was an alternative. These days, he was still eating, drinking, and constantly enjoying himself. Every day, when he had nothing to do, he dragged the heavenly demoness, or Meng Rushue, into the house to stay for a while. Every time he stayed for most of the day. Without the Dechu specialties, Chu Yun plays as he pleases, although the same valor, but the good thing is that he understands moderation. Without the butterfly legs from last time, these days, Chu Yun is considered to really enjoy the kind of pleasure feeling of the emperor on earth. Night. Chu Yun and the two women shared a dinner together, allowing Wan Lei, Luo Feng, Night Swallow, Murong Yin, Fire Spirit Woman, and a few of them to also be on the table eating and drinking together. I'm afraid that Blue G and the girls couldn't have imagined it in any way. In the huge imperial city, Chu Yun's mansion alone, counting himself, there was a heavenly exalt and for exalted ones. The few people at the banquet, Chu Yun, were talking and laughing. However, at this time, the heavenly demoness, on the other hand, suddenly changed her face slightly, her gaze looking towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun met her eyes, and seeing her face, he realized that something might have happened and then asked, "Exoner, what's wrong?" "My doppelganger is in the Eastern Palace and received a piece of news from the Crown Prince's mouth. Blue G has been laying out for many years, and 3 years ago, they secretly had someone put poison on your mother consort. As long as they want to, They can activate that poison at any time, causing your mother consort to die instantly. The heavenly demoness did not shy away from the fact that these people were all her own, and she immediately spoke this news out. Chapter 90. Splitting Chu Yuan's body. The lords of the three clans arrive at the imperial city. As soon as the heavenly demoness spoke these words, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Chu Yun had a smile on his face, but at this moment, the entire complexion of his face couldn't help but be flooded with gloom, and even between those handsome brows, an extremely fierce killing intent bloomed. And, what kind of poison? Is there a way to solve it? Chu Yun asked in a deep voice. The heavenly demoness' face sank slightly as she said, from what Chu Rong said, it is a delayed poison that Lan Ji once obtained on a chance occasion, and even if a supreme realm-level poisoner wanted to solve it, it would take a certain amount of time. Chu Yun's face was grave as he said, that is to say, there is currently no way to detoxify my mother consort if you wish to do so? The heavenly demoness was silent. Meng Ruxue was also silent as her brows were furrowed. Although the two of them were both great emperors in their previous lives, they were not proficient in the path of poison. Moreover, even if they had a way to create an antidote, the time that followed was only 3 short days. No matter how fast they were, without half a month's time, they would simply be too late. After all, the two of them's current cultivation level was only nirvana. If it was their previous life, they could solve it by lifting their hands. If it's to detoxify the poison, it might be too late at the moment. But there is still a way to save its life. Ruxue and I can activate a secret method to temporarily freeze your mother consort's life. In this way, they won't be able to detonate your mother consort's toxins. And when the antidote is refined, they can be the first to detoxify her. The heavenly demoness thought about it, and it seemed like this was the only method that was feasible at the moment. Meng Ruoxue nodded. Not bad, this method. Should be the most stable method at the moment. After all, there were no great poison masters amongst them, or else there would be no need to be so troublesome. Chu Yun was just about to agree to this move when the system's voice rang out within his mind. Master, there is actually no need for this. The Plague Knight amongst the 4 great knights is a great poison master of the Seal Saint realm, and he will arrive at the imperial city no later than 2 days, and once he arrives, your mother consort's poison can be solved with his hands. At the critical time, the system's boost was still so timely. Chu Yun also slapped his head, he almost forgot about this. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse sect. War, plague, famine, and death. Within these 4, the plague was known for its poisonous means. Even some of the saints within the Tai sacred land were terrified of its poison. No matter how strong the poison laid by Blue Ji was, it could only be considered child's play in front of a sage poisoner. No harm done. I already have a method to cure mother consort's poison. Chu Yun then opened his mouth and responded after he had a definite certainty. The heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue were both a little surprised. If they did not take the ice seal, it would be the same as Chu Yun being able to cure the poison on his mother consort within these 3 days. You still know a poison Dao expert? Meng Ruxue could not help but ask. Chu Yun revealed a light smile. Nonetheless, it is not that I know, but that I possess. When the 2 women and Luo Feng heard this, they were somewhat slightly shocked. Your Highness even had subordinates that had not appeared? All right, there's no need to worry about this matter anymore. It's just that since Lan Ji poisoned my mother consort's body, it's more than likely that she wanted to take my mother consort's life and hold the Sure family to ransom. The poisonousness of this act cannot be tolerated by this palace. Within Chu Yun's pair of ghostly divine pupils, a strand of gloomy and morose coldness swept through. Master, then should we make an early move? Knight Tun asked. Chu Yun shook his head. No, doing it now will have little effect on them in terms of executing their hearts. We have to wait for the moment when they are closest to success, when the longing in their hearts reaches its peak. Then we will rout them in one fell swoop, completely breaking their minds and bodies, causing them to completely collapse. A cold smile spread across Chu Yun's face, but before that, a gift has to be prepared for Lan Ji. Night Swallow, go and separate Chu Yuan's soul from his body and make his flesh into a corpse, and wait until the day they rise up, and present this gift to them. Chu Yun took out the human emperor streamer and released Chu Yuan, who had been tortured to the point of being inhuman and had already broken down physically and mentally, from within it. Night Tun stood up and accepted it with a wave of his hand, then smiled and responded, Don't worry, Master. I will definitely prepare this great gift. After saying that, Night Tun turned around and left. With that, Chu Yun and the others continued to start the banquet. Within the Eastern Palace. Late at night, Blue Ji came to arrive here within a side hall. The Crown Prince was here with 3 middle-aged men, waiting for a long time. After Blue Ji entered the hall, one of the men with a tall and imposing figure came with a smile. "Senior sister, it's been a long time. Empress Mother." "Greetings, Mother." The other 2 men and the Crown Prince all came one after the other. Blue Ji looked at the few of them, and a slight smile spread across that dignified and solemn face. "Senior brother, did it go well for the few of you to enter the city?" "Don't worry. The route you arranged perfectly avoided the eyes of the shadow guards. It went smoothly. Only, as soon as I entered the city, I smelled that fellow's scent. It's still a bit disgusting." That tall man, who was called Senior Brother by Blue Ji, couldn't help but say at this moment. And this person was none other than the God-Sect's contemporary patriarch, Nye Ming. As for the other 2, they were both existences of the same level as him. Blood God-Sect's sect master, Blood Soulless. Corpse In sect patriarch, Shangguan Knight. As Lan Ji listened to its words, she naturally understood that the obnoxious fellow that Nye Yuan was talking about was naturally the Shur family's contemporary patriarch, Venerable Shura. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, the strongest exalted one was undoubtedly the Great Xia Emperor. And next, there were actually 3 second-place finishers: Venerable Shura, Nye Ming, and Shadow Guard Grand Commander Jin Mu. The strength of the 3 of them was completely on par with each other, so they couldn't be ranked specifically and were only tied. "Senior brother, there's no need to worry. The Shur family's entire lifeline is now pinched by me." "Shura. At that time, he will also have to submit to us, unless he wants to watch his own sister die tragically in front of him." Blue Ji laughed coldly. She had been planning for many years, her layout was meticulous, and she had thought of countermeasures at every step. Even if the Emperor was also prepared this time, she was not afraid, because from the very beginning, the Shur family, which the Emperor could rely on the most, had already been buried by her as a backhand. "It seems that the poison in Shur Minua's body has been thoroughly cooked. Ha 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 ha. In that case, I really can't wait to see how Shura kneels in front of me and commiserates." Nye Ming let out a loud laugh without any scruples. Smiles also spread across the faces of the remaining few. It was only then that Lan Ji asked, "By the way, my father and Blood Elder, Xing Elder, have they all arrived?" Bloodless Soul nodded. "Already all waiting in the valley outside the city. Just waiting for the Emperor to enter the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. The 3 of them can enter the city and settle everything." Lan Ji smiled reassuringly. "That's good. Now, it is that everything is ready. All we need is the East Wind." Chapter 91 Toothsome Spirit Imperial Dynasty's Arrival. Prosperity arrives. One more day. There were only 2 short days left before the Great Xia Emperor's Celestial 5 Failures period. At the same time, the northern city gate of the Imperial City. 2 old men dressed in plain robes, after entering the city gates, their gazes looked towards the end of the street. It was as if they had passed through countless buildings, looked through the palace halls, and peered at the mountain peak standing at the end of that palace, the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. It's a pity. Such a good view in 2 days, it will have to turn into nothingness. One of the 2 old men at this moment, that pair of gazes seemed to have pierced through endless space right from the city gates, taking in the Imperial Ancestor Mountain within the palace, all at a glance. "Let's go. That person is more than likely already waiting for us." Another old man spoke with an expressionless face. "Go." In a flash, the silhouettes of the 2 of them disappeared above the streets without a sound. Smoke and Rain Building. Sun Yen was currently sitting on a chair, looking at some collected intelligence news. Suddenly a competent elder hurriedly walked in and brought a message to him. "Lord Su, this is the latest important news. Please take a look." After Sun Yen received it, he opened it up and took a look. Instantly, his brows raised. The people from the spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty have actually come. 2 Seal Kings have come at once. Now, the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty is, indeed, in a crisis. That supervisor picked up at this time. "My lord, this Jinling Imperial Dynasty is one of the top 10 Imperial Dynasties in the land of the 100 Dynasties. And in the entire Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, the only thing that can interest them is, I think, that Jinzhao State Seal that suppresses the 10-eyed heavenly demon." Sun Yen was clear about the purpose of the 2 Seal Kings of the spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty, coming to the Imperial City. And for them to be able to come at this time, It was obvious that amongst the imperial city, someone had tipped them off. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to come at such a coincidental time. The land of the 100 dynasties has an unwritten rule. The 10 great imperial dynasties, as the 10 strongest imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties, are not allowed to intervene in any way in the internal affairs of the rest of the imperial dynasties, nor are they allowed to start wars without any reason. Otherwise, they will be jointly sanctioned by the rest of the 10 great dynasties. Even if the people of the spirit beheading imperial dynasty were to plot against the great Xiaojin dynasty state seal, they would definitely not strike in the open. Sun Yan thought deeply at this moment. He was considering whether or not he wanted this news to be told to Chu Yun in secret. But if he did, it would be the same as actively violating the rules of the Smoky Rain building. The matter of Chu Wasteland, after all, was only personal, and could be done out of personal affection. But this matter of the spirit beheading imperial dynasty, the stakes were high. The two were not a concept. I know the matter, you go down first. Yes. After that supervisor left, Sun Yan pondered over it and finally decided that he would not tell Chu Yun too much, only giving him a vague hint. He immediately transmitted a message over to Chu Yun. The 8th Prince's mansion. Chu Hao, Chu Xinyan, and noble consort Song Yiling were currently sitting in the lobby, and looking at their posture, they were clearly waiting for someone. Soon after, the lobby space ripped open. Within the space crack, 2 silhouettes from virtual to real came out. It was precisely those 2 old men who had originally entered the city. Song Yiling, meet the 2 seniors. Greetings to the 2 seniors. Your concubine and Chu Hao. Chu Xinyan stood up in unison and clasped their fists at these 2. I didn't expect that old demon Song, who had once plagued a party, had even left behind a daughter. If His Majesty hadn't asked us to come in person, I'm afraid that old me wouldn't have believed it very much. You were able to hide for many years within the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, and for the sake of your old devil father, you've really put your heart and soul into it. One of the 2 old men who came from this chopping spirit Imperial Dynasty opened his mouth, and his words were slightly mocking with a few hints of disdain. Within Chu Hao's eyes, there was also a hint of dissatisfaction that flashed through. This kind of condescension, the feeling of being looked down upon, would be uncomfortable for anyone else. However, Song Yiling and the others begged first, so they could only smile along. My father is sealed within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, so I have no one to rely on, so I have no choice but to do so. This time, I have revealed the news to your dynasty's majesty, and I would also like to ask you 2 seniors to lend a helping hand, and at the critical time, help my father get out of the trap once and for all. One waved his hand and said, "Good talk. After so many years have passed, the power of that seal that suppressed your father is already incomparably weak, so it's not difficult at all if you want to break it. However, according to what we said beforehand, then the great Xia dynasty's seal of suppression will take it. And it also requires the heart blood of the reigning son of heaven in order to completely activate the full power of that dynasty-suppressing state seal. Thus, after helping your father out of his predicament, the rest of the matters you guys should not care about." Noble concubine Song also Ling immediately nodded. "Good, no problem. As long as you 2 seniors help my father get out of the trap, then the rest of the matters my father and I will not interfere, including the life of the son of heaven and the Jin dynasty state seal. You 2 seniors can also take them as much as you want." The 2 responded with satisfaction. "Good. Then let's arrange a place to land first. Seniors, the room has already been prepared. Please follow me." Chu Xinyan took the initiative to speak out at this time. After this, it led the 2 of them and headed to the room where they were resting. After they left, Chu Hao's face was grim and jaded. "Mother, not only do they want the state seal, but they also want father's life. But he is, after all, the child's own father." Song Yiling's face was cold and firm in an unusual way. "Howard, for the sake of your grandfather, we have no other way. What I owe your father in this life, when I wait for the next life, I will pay him back. Nowadays, we must not have an ounce of weakness." Chu Hao's face struggled a bit. "Mother, but these 2 people from the spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty don't seem like good people either. Will they really sincerely help us?" Song Yiling lowered her head, and after a moment of silence, she let out a long sigh. "There's no way, we currently can only choose to believe them. Everything just needs to wait for your grandpa to get out of the trap. Then it will be fine." It was nearing dusk. A man dressed in cloud robes, with a 3-foot green blade hanging from his waist. His figure was like an astonishing sword god. His body contained infinite sword intent, his sword eyebrows raised. He stepped into the middle of the imperial city. The pair of eyes as deep as stars swept and looked in the direction of the ninth prince's mansion. The corner of his mouth then revealed a wisp of a smile, and his figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Chu Yun, who was inside the mansion. At this moment, he was sitting on the fishing platform idly fishing when suddenly, the sword soul jade in his bosom trembled. He instantly showed surprise on his face and his heart perked up. His master, Easy Sun, had finally arrived. P.S. A new month, 3 more to everyone. Like friend's small gift brush up. To the author click word power. In addition, everyone write 5-star praise. This book, the author would like to go on a 9 points, need to rely on everyone's joint efforts to do, please. Chapter 92, The Easy Sun's Submissiveness. The Secret of the Heavenly Flowering Tripod. What's wrong? So excited? Seeing the change in Chu Yun's expression, Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness beside him could not help but ask out loud. That's for sure. The person I've waited 1,000 times for has finally arrived. Chu Yun laughed and immediately stood up, just as he intended to head towards the door. Thumbs down. Above the fishing platform, a spatial crack appeared. The figure of Easy Sun, idly and slowly walked out from within it. To the Nirvana realm. Is not bad. Progress is not bad. Worthy of being my Easy Sun's disciple. As soon as Easy Sun appeared, his eyes could not help but sweep over Chu Yun's entire body. And after seeing that his cultivation had reached the Nirvana realm, he could not help but praise him. When Dream Ruoshue and the heavenly demoness saw the sudden appearance of Easy Sun, they could not feel his aura at all. At once, the 2 women were shaken inwardly. This was a superpower that far exceeded the Zunshur realm. Moreover, it was as if the 2 daughters could feel that there was an extremely terrifying sword intent contained within his body, and once it was unleashed, it was feared that it could easily shatter the entire sky dome of the great Xia imperial city. Chu Yun, meet master. I am very happy to see that my master's style is still the same, disciple. Chu Yun saluted him. Master teacher? At this moment, Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness were considered to thoroughly know the identity of the man in front of them. It was their man, the one who had always mentioned to them, that supreme, invincible, loose sword cultivator, Easy Sun. Easy Sun nodded in relief. These 2 girls are not simple either. Nirvana realm cultivation with such a solid foundation, in the coming days the great Tao can be expected. Easy Sun glanced at Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness and praised the 2 of them as well. His figure fell and proceeded to stand in front of Chu Yun's several people. Senior is too kind. Senior's cultivation has reached the realm of transformation, and now that Senior has come to Grand Xia, then all problems have been solved. Dream Ruoshue and the heavenly demoness were still polite. Although they were great emperors in their previous lives, their status and position, including their eyesight, were at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm. But that was also, after all, once upon a time. As the saying goes, the past was the past and the present is the present. One could not compare the past with the present without that strength from the past, that should be low-key or have to be low-key. Yuner, what's the matter? You can just talk to your master. If you want to sit on the throne, then I will help you to sit on it. Anyone who doesn't serve, death is the way to go. Easy Sun's words were simple, in just 3 sentences, already causing Chu Yun to smile inwardly. With master's words, my disciple is completely relieved. But there is no rush. Master teacher has traveled such a long way to come to Daxia. How can I spoil my mood to greet master teacher because of those mongrels? No matter what, this wine, too, must be drunk first. Master teacher, please. Chu Yun boldly and politely extended his hand in a gesture. Good. The progenitor smiled and nodded his head indifferently as he and Chu Yun's few people headed to the grand hall. Chu Yun had Tai set up a banquet, and in the main hall with the heavenly demoness Luo Feng, Dream Ruoshue, 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father, and the others, they feasted and entertained the prosperous son. After seeing his disciple surrounded by a number of Zunshur realm and even heavenly phase realm commanders, Easy Sun was surprised. He was also a little surprised, but he also felt even more that his free-range training method like this was really quite good. Without his liberalization, Chu Yun might have had to turn into a dude who only knew how to use his power to oppress others. This drinking went on until late at night before dispersing. Chu Yun personally arranged a good guest room in the prince's residence for Easy Sun, so that he could rest temporarily. At the banquet, Chu Yun also told Easy Sun about the current situation of the entire Queen's faction. However, after listening to the Free Sun, he did not care too much. In his opinion, what faction is not a faction is also a matter of a sword. At the Supreme Realm, he was already invincible. Even if it was the King Seal realm above the Supreme, he was still completely sufficient to fight. It was because his sword was the sword of invincibility. The heart of the sword was clear, symbolizing his invincible sword path. After arranging for Easy Sun, Chu Yun personally sent a message to Meng Changzhong and his uncle Venerable Shura, telling the two of them that his master had already arrived within the imperial city, allowing them to rest assured as much as they could is. And late at night, Chu Yun, who was already going to rest with the heavenly demoness and the girls, suddenly received a message from Venerable Sea Formation. He had unlocked the seal of the heavenly flower cauldron. Immediately, Chu Yun brought the two women to Venerable Sea Formation's secret room. At that moment, the four of them were gathered together. And in front of them, there was a cabinet-sized egg that was a full 2 meters tall. Its body was translucent white, and on the surface of the eggshell there were a few threads of purple-black ancient secret patterns, yet it was completely impossible to tell what kind of species it was. This egg was what was sealed within the heavenly cauldron. Venerable Sea Formation even tried to use his Venerable Realm-level soul force to peer into it. However, he realized that there was a layer of isolation shield on the surface of this egg. If he used his power to break through this isolation shield, the spirit inside the egg might die at the same time. Thus, Venerable Sea Formation had no choice but to cancel this intention. You guys have seen a lot in your previous lives. Can you recognize what species egg this is? Chu Yun could not help but ask the two women. The two daughters' faces were serious as their eyes stared at the egg in contemplation. Until after a while, the heavenly demoness asked Meng Ruoxue, "Do you feel like it?" Dream Ruoxue thought about it again and gave an answer. "It's very similar, but these purple and black lines don't make sense? This is the patterns of the poor clan How could they appear on the eggs of such a species?" The heavenly demoness instantly had a bold guess. Could it be that it's a fusion mutation species? Dream Ruoxue's body suddenly shook. If we follow this direction, there is indeed this possibility. The heavenly demoness continued. Other than that, I can't think of any other explanation. But if it is true, then the person who created this egg can definitely not be simple. Dream Ruoxue said with extreme caution. No, don't play riddles. There are still people here. Say something I can understand. What does this egg have to do with the poor Qi? Could it be a descendant of the poor Qi? Chu Yun grasped and asked evenly. The heavenly demoness solemnly responded to him. This egg is the white tiger egg of one of the 4 great divine beasts. But the lines on this egg are indeed the lines of the poor Qi. Most likely, someone took a white tiger egg and fused the poor Qi bloodline towards the inside. In other words, the life form within this egg is a mutated species. He has the appearance of a white tiger, his abilities, and at the same time, he also has the poor Qi bloodline, a divine beast and evil beast fusion. Once born, its upper limit, even we can't predict it. The heavenly demoness tone was extremely cautious. If this mutated species really came out, then would it be considered a divine beast or an evil beast? That was something that no one could say. However, this fusion of his bloodline was a taboo-like existence. It is even more of a heaven-defying thing. Those beast clans in the divine Pure Land would never allow such a monster to appear in this world. Because once he was allowed to grow completely, the terror of his own bloodline was enough to disrupt the pattern of the beast clan that had been maintained for so many years. However, the Chu Yun on the side was already stunned after hearing this. Divine beast white tiger? Evil beast pauper Qi. The being within this egg was actually a combination of them? This was a fortune for himself. One must know that regardless of whether it was the white tiger or the poor Qi, the upper limit of the bloodlines of these two clans were both above the Emperor realm. And the upper limit of a single out is the Emperor realm, not to mention the upper limit of their combination. It was simply unthinkable. This was truly going against the heavens. At that instant, an idea sprang up within Chu Yun. He himself wanted to hatch this mutated species, let it recognize itself as its master. When he read novels in his previous life, those powerful and coaxing protagonists either rode magical beasts or divine beasts out in a mighty manner, pulling in the atmosphere and charming hundreds of millions of flavorful maidens. If he wanted to become that kind of character, this mount, at least, must be a divine beast with a platoon to be able to do so. Chapter 93. A drop of white tiger essence blood. The 4 horsemen arrive. Exiner, Schwer. Then what is needed if we are to hatch this egg? Chu Yun then looked at the two women and asked, "You want it to recognize you as its master? Also worthy of having fought together, Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness subconsciously guessed what Chu Yun wanted to do. Chu Yun smiled. Not bad. I can't let such a good opportunity pass by. I also understand that after this fellow is born, because of his bloodline, he might give birth to quite a bit of trouble for me. However, do you guys think that I look like someone who is afraid of trouble?" Chu Yun directly said all the words that the two women wanted to remind them of. The heavenly demoness thought deeply for a moment and explained, "It is not difficult to hatch it. This should still be just a small young tiger, and only a drop of white tiger essence blood is enough to break its shell and give birth." Chu Yun subconsciously then searched the system mall. The white tiger essence blood was really found by him. However, the price directly dissuaded him. 700,000 edit points. Screw the chicken feather hammer. So expensive. Traitor system. Chu Yun could not help but curse. System. Master, you also do not look at this drop of white tiger essence blood grade. That is the eternal realm level of the white tiger essence blood, 700,000 price, is not expensive at all. Okay. The system must be a fine product, those low-grade white tiger essence blood. This system are not bothered to sell. Chu Yun took a look. Really? That 700,000 price is indeed the eternal realm level of white tiger essence blood. But he didn't need to be so extravagant if he wanted to hatch an egg. A Seal King realm level would be almost enough. But this pussy system hadn't even sold it yet, the level was too low to look at it. Chu Yun was in a bit of a dilemma. At the same time, Meng Rushue suddenly said, "I heard that the royal family of the Thousand Legends dynasty, one of the 10 great dynasties, has a drop of white tiger essence blood at the Seal Saint realm level. If you want to hatch this white tiger egg, this should be the only method at the moment. Otherwise, you would have to look for the Smoke and Rain building to buy it, but first of all, the price is expensive not to mention, and secondly, if you look for the Smoke and Rain building, the secret of this egg might be exposed as a result." Chu Yun listened to its words, calmly pondered again and again. Thousand Lu royal family? Then it is. That drop of white tiger essence blood. I will get it sooner or later. In Chu Yun's heart, that drop of white tiger essence blood from that Thousand Lu royal family could be considered a must-have. He was also temporarily storing this white tiger egg within his blood heavenly world and immersing it in the blood river, first allowing it to familiarize itself with his aura earlier. Last day, after the great Xia Emperor had received news from Venerable Shura that Chu Yun's master had arrived at the imperial city, his heart, which had been worried all along, also relaxed. With a supreme exalted realm powerhouse here, the Empress faction would not be able to turn the heavens over no matter how much they tossed and turned. And right at noon, Chu Yun entered the palace to face the saint alone. In the middle of the imperial study, the emperor was sitting in his chair with his brows furrowed, silent and deep in thought. Chu Yun stood below, his expression bland, likewise no longer speaking. After a while, the emperor said, "It's just that, since there will be such a day sooner or later, it will be up to you. If Lan Ji and the girls really make it to that point, I will allow you to treat them, kill them without amnesty." Hearing this final answer, Chu Yun's mood completely cleared up. "Thank you, Father Emperor." With his father's words, then he would be able to completely start killing people from the Empress's faction within this imperial city without any fear. "That's right, Father Emperor. Mother Concubine's poison. I need to bring her back to the house first, and then have someone cure her. In this matter, Father need not worry. By my master and the others, Mother Consort will definitely be fine." Chu Yun proceeded to say. Before this, Chu Yun had already told him about Blue Ji poisoning Shi Minyu. This was what made the emperor make up his mind. As long as anyone from the Empress's faction had a life, he would specifically allow Chu Yun to leave no one behind against any of them, any of their forces. "Good. You go. Ensure the safety of your mother consort." The emperor nodded and said, "Yes, my son will leave." Chu Yun turned around and headed to Shi Minyu's residence, taking her out of the palace and back to his own residence. After approaching dusk, the 4 great knights of the Heavenly Qi sect all arrived at Chu Yun's residence. At this moment, in the back garden, Chu Yun and the 4 of them, Easy Sun, Heavenly Demoness, and Dream Ruoshua, were sitting on top of the pavilion chatting idly. The 4 knights tore through space and arrived, their breath internalized as they descended before Chu Yun and bowed low to pay their respects. For Knight's Plague, pay respects to Sovereign. For Knight's Famine, pay respects to Sovereign. For Horseman War, pay respects to Sovereign. For Knight's death, pay respects to the sovereign. The arrival of the four horsemen completely reassured Chu Yun. He had long established contact with the four horsemen more than once through the Apocalypse Sect's sovereign's order and knew their exact arrival time. All rise. Chu Yun nodded his head indifferently at this moment, his expression cloudy and calm as he said calmly, "Thank you, sovereign." The four horsemen, dressed in robes of various colors, all stood up at this moment. Sage! The four horsemen of the Apocalypse Sect. Yuner, you're actually still the Apocalypse Sect sovereign. I didn't expect after not seeing you for many years, you still have such an opportunity. As Easy Sun listened to the self-introductions of the four horsemen, he learned of their identities. He also never expected that his disciple could become the sect leader of the Heavenly Revelation Sect. Although the Heavenly Revelation Sect was now in decline, it could still be an absolutely invincible existence if it was within this land of 100 dynasties. The four knights were all saintly existences, and even the 10 great dynasties would only be treated with respect. The Heavenly Demoness and Meng Rushue were both slightly shocked as well. Chu Yun was actually the Heavenly Chi sect leader. This fellow, just what else was he hiding from them? Now that things are urgent, the rest will be discussed later. Pestilence, you come with me. The other three, you can just wait here first. Chu Yun immediately got up and said, "Yes, sovereign." The Pestilence Knight was tall and thin, and his blue pupils had a few wisps of ghostly light hidden in them. Chu Yun brought him to his mother consort. "Yuner, your highness." Shi Minyu was still chatting with Tai, and when she saw Chu Yun arrive, she immediately looked over. "Mother consort, I had someone come to help you detoxify. Just relax." Chu Yun did not talk nonsense. His face was serious as he went straight to the point. Seeing her son being so serious, Shi Minyu also instantly cooperated. "Good. Mother consort knows." Chu Yun looked at Pestilence and signaled. The latter stepped forward. A trace of holy chi flowed out from his fingertips and traveled throughout Consort Shi's body. After a few breaths, Pestilence already knew exactly what was going on within Consort Shi's body. "How is it? Is it solvable?" Chu Yun immediately asked after him. The Plague Knight smiled bashfully. "Patriarch, rest assured. Although this poison's effects are strong, the solution is not difficult. In half a tea's time, it can be completely removed." Chu Yun sniffed and was completely at ease. "Then let's do it." "Good." Immediately, Pestilence then began the detoxification. A palm covering the top of Shifei's head, a holy aura of light, enveloping her entire body, the holy radiance into the body, the toxins in the various meridians of her body, visible to the naked eye, cleared out of her body. Chapter 94. Action at Night. Imperial City storm clouds present. After Shifei's poison was all detoxified, Chu Yun then first allowed her to stay in his mansion. After all, the next, let their own mother consort in their own house is the most secure. Returning to the palace, Chu Yun, on the contrary, was somewhat uneasy. What's more, Chu Yun also let the Heavenly Demoness and Meng Rushue accompany her for a chat, and Shifei's mood was even better than within the palace. At the gazebo, Chu Yun, Easy Sun, and the four great knights were all here. Yesterday, Sun Yen, the chief deacon of the Smoke and Rain Building, sent me a message. It read, "There are quite a few people who have their eyes on the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, and even the Supreme Realm may be in danger if they come." The meaning is a bit vague, but it's still a hint. Chu Yun spoke at this moment. The Smoke and Rain Building can take the initiative to give you a reminder. Looks like you and this one called Sun Yen have a good personal relationship. The corner of Easy Sun's mouth slightly smiled as he unexpectedly said. Chu Yun shook his head. "My relationship with him is moderate. I am also somewhat puzzled as to why he would take the initiative to give me a reminder." The Death Knight said, "Sovereign, even if there are other forces that have their eyes on Grand Xia, there is no harm. As long as Sovereign gives the order, all four of us will fight for Grand Xia." The stance of the four great knights was completely clear to Chu Yun. He also happened to mention so at this time that he had four saints by his side. To be honest, in this land of the 100 dynasties, he was all sufficient to walk horizontally. There was simply nothing that he needed to be afraid of. After all, Sun Yen couldn't possibly know that he would actually be the sect leader of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sect. Night. The top floor of the Smoke and Rain Building. You're saying that the prosperous son came to Daxia, went to Chu Yun's mansion, and never came out? That is to say, this supreme peerless sword cultivator, who trekked such a long distance from the divine pure land to come here, did so for Chu Yun? The smoky rain mansion master still only heard voices and did not see people. However, his voice at this moment was one that seemed so incredulous. This Chu Yun and Easy Sun duo, did they know each other? This was a little too bizarre, right? The relationship between them is currently unclear. But the Easy Sun is in the 9th Prince's mansion nowadays. There is no doubt about that. Mansion Master, according to the General Mansion's previous orders, if the Free Sun comes to look for it of his own accord, anything, we will do our best to fulfill it. Then now that it's in the Chu Yun mansion, can we take the initiative to send someone forward? Sun Yen asked. No need. That would rather be too deliberate. Besides, I, Smoke and Rain Mansion, do not have a precedent of showing goodwill to some other person or force on my own initiative. Even if he is someone that Vice Mistress Yin appreciates, he can't set this precedent. Everything. Just wait and see what happens. I have a premonition that if Easy Sun comes to find Chu Yun at this time, it is highly likely that it is related to tomorrow's storm in the Imperial City. You have our people keep an eye on every move of the major forces within the Imperial City. I want first-hand intelligence. Smoky Rain Floor Master ordered. Yes, Mansion Master. Tonight, the streets of the Imperial City turned a bit cold and clear. Some of the forces within the Imperial City, as if they sensed a storm coming, had their respective clan disciples, not allowed to go out privately anymore. Night. The Emperor entered the middle of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain just after the stroke of midnight. His 5 failures of the celestial beings, then descended its need to be fully focused on coping, anything outside, he was no longer capable of controlling at this time. State Master's Mansion. At this time, in the middle of that underground palace, State Master Feng Tianzheng, Yen Rujuan, Zhou Lin, General Evil, Ghost Sob, Qi Quan, and more than a dozen Zunshe realm, all gathered here. Not long after, the space of the underground palace ripped open. Empress Lanji, followed by the sect masters of the 3 sects, as well as Crown Prince Chu Rong, 3rd Prince Chu Yuan, and a group of guest ministers under the Crown Prince's command, all walked out from the middle of the void. Greetings, Your Highness. Yen Rujuan as well as General Evil and the others immediately led the way, saluting Lanji. All of you, please rise. Blue Ji nodded and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Only then did the crowd raise their heads. Immediately afterward, the Empress announced, half an incense stick ago, His Majesty had already entered the Imperial Ancestor Mountain and was fully engaged in transmitting its 5 failures of the celestial beings, and this also means that our action can begin. Please also command, Your Majesty, the Zunis said. Good. Those hostile forces of the Imperial Dynasty will be taken care of by a few heavenly exalted ones. And what you all need to do is to control all the neutral officials and centralize their power. The control of the 4 major city gates is now in our hands, and this city will completely become our hunting ground tonight. Gentlemen, let's move. Blue Ji's inspiring declaration made more than a dozen venerable masters' hearts burn within them, and their moods were already eager to jump into action. Yes! Yen Rujuan and the others immediately tore through space and left the underground palace, heading to the major officials' residences. Senior sister, have the arrangements been made on the Shadow Guard side? Jin Mu hasn't shown his face until now. We have to guard against him. Nye Ming reminded as he stood beside him. I've already mobilized the legions to go over there, and Blood Elder will also make a trip over there at that time. No matter how strong Jin Mu is, if a heavenly exalt makes a move, the only thing he can do is lose. Let's go. Let's go and meet this Sure family's family head with this prime minister of the dynasty. Blue Ji's face was confident, and the space in front of them once again tore apart, and immediately, all of their figures disappeared within the underground palace. In addition to this, the Empress faction's forces within the Imperial City also received news and moved. The Kai family and the Lu family, the men and horses of the 2 great families gathered together, led by the Kai family's ancestor and the 2 great masters themselves, and set out to prepare to take down the Yen Mansion. Chapter 95. Sonnet Wars, Frequent Forces. 9th Prince's Mansion. Chu Yun was currently sitting on the hall, playing chess with Easy Sun, and the heavenly demoness Meng Rushue and the 4 knights were all sitting beside him at this moment. They made their move. The main force of the honored ones have gone to the mansions of the major officials. The Empress has brought people into the palace to look for your uncle, and at the 4 major city gates, there are all their people. The heavenly demoness spoke. Her doppelganger was following the Empress throughout. Chu Yun, who was still playing chess, listened to all of this, his face unperturbed. He had long been prepared for this. He held the chess piece, a faint smile remaining on his face, and after pondering for a moment, he landed, "Then let's open the game. This city will have to be lively tonight." Yen family. The entire Yen mansion was suddenly surrounded by thousands of people, the leader of which was none other than the Kai family's Zun realm ancestor, as well as the heads of the Kai and Lu families. Yen Ding. Yen Song. Today, the end of your Yen family will come. Kai Yongming held his spirit sword in his hand, his nirvana aura blossoming around him as he led the disciples of the two great families to stand in the air, proudly looking down on the Yen palace. Yen Ding and Fang Zili, they immediately led the Yen family's senior management and flew out from within the Yen mansion, confronting them head-on. The Kai clan's old ancestor's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Yen Ding and the others with disdain. The Yen clan is really not as good as the next generation. With such a poor vision, today's Yen family will have to be destroyed by your hands. Yen Ding sniffed and immediately laughed coldly. Elder Kai has given me such a big hat. Yen Ding can't wear it. Whether or not anything will happen to my Yen family tonight, I don't know. But you all, on the other hand, will definitely be fine. As soon as Yen Ding's words fell, Venerable Tian Bao descended from the sky and stood on the side of the dome of the sky. His breath was thick within that rounded belly, and the pressure of the venerable realm slowly pressed in. Heavenly Treasure Exalted One. You, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, have even defected to Chu Yun as well. The Kai clan's old ancestor frowned slightly as he saw the Heavenly Treasure Venerable One appear. He who recognizes the times is a wise man. What's wrong with my Heavenly Treasure Pavilion making a correct choice? Venerable Tian Bao smiled faintly. Humph. Stupid. Tian Bao. Do you think that with yourself, you can hold us back? As long as you dare to intervene, the rest of Empress Dowager's commanders will be the first to come this way. At that time, you will surely die, the Kai clan ancestor threatened. Venerable Tian Bao smiled without saying anything. Rumble. Suddenly, a piece of heavenly thunder exploded in the space where the Kai clan's old ancestor was, directly crushing his exalted protector and entangling his entire body into a net of golden thunder and lightning. What? Battle exalted body. The Kai clan ancestor's face was shocked, and at the first moment, he was about to summon his battle-exalted body to answer the enemy with all his might. Bang! However, in the next instant, before his battle-exalted body could appear, his exalted realm physical body was blasted into an endless mist of blood by a terrifying burst of lightning. His soul was heavily damaged and panicked to the extreme. In the next moment, a large, rough hand dyed with thunder and lightning passed through space and grabbed him, directly leaving the Kai clan ancestor's soul without the slightest power to fight back. Tianzuan. These were the last words of the Kai clan's old ancestor, and in the next second, the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Sovereign stepped out into space, and with a palm, through his soul, which was so terrified that it could not see out of the corner of his eye, into the monstrous blood mouth of the night swallow next to him. The night swallow swallowed it violently and immediately grinned. Although it's a bit old, it's good that it's lived a long time. It's barely tasty enough. Venerable Tian Bao was inwardly speechless. My son lied. You put aside to taste the wine? At the same time, the people of the Kai Lu two families, all of them were dumbfounded at this moment, including their family heads. Everyone's eyes were in a state of panic. 6 gods were lost. Their Zun realm ancestor had been killed in a single move. This bald man in front of them was a heavenly exalt? Why is this happening? Which heavenly father is this? Why would a heavenly exalted come to the Yen family? His Highness has ordered that all those who cause trouble tonight will be killed without pardon. When the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father said that, his palm directly condensed a thunder force, releasing it to explode inside the crowd of the Lu Kai and Kai families. Boom, boom, boom. Only endless explosions could be heard resonating through the clouds, and those people from the Lu Kai and Kai families, who did not even have time to let out screams, all died under the explosions of the thunder. To Chu Yun, these were all minions. Pulling their hate value would instead elevate them too much. Allowing the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Clan to fight a quick battle was the top priority. The elites of the Kai and Lu families are dead. The remaining holdouts of these two families will be left to you. The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father glanced at Venerable Tian Bao and Yen Ding as they proceeded to say, yes. Yen Ding and the others didn't dare to be reckless in the slightest when facing a heavenly sovereign and respectfully answered. Immediately after, 10,000 Thunder, Heavenly Father and Night Tun left once again, and Tian Bao, Zunshur and the others also began to divide their troops into two paths, to the Kailu two families to carry out a copy of the family. Ministry of War Minister's Mansion. Yen Rujuan personally rushed over with two divine sects' venerable realms, preparing to forcefully control the Minister of War. However, halfway there, a storm force from a battle-exalted body slammed into the middle of the three of them. The three of them, Yen Rujuan, reacted quickly and immediately split to avoid it, their gazes immediately looking towards it. Instantly, the three of them frowned slightly. Directly in front of them, three battle-exalted bodies stood above the Black Knight, luster emanating, streams of light crystal clear, and exalted power flowing around the battle-exalted bodies. Yen Rujun, in such a hurry? Before in Qingzhou as well, you ran so fast that the patriarch couldn't even see you when he came, but it's a pity. On a green-colored battle-exalted body stood a tall and thin old man wearing a long green coat. This person was no other than the Shur family's grand elder, Shur Quan. The other two, too, were both Shur family Zuns. 3 against 3, the divine sect versus the Shur family. This was almost a neck-and-neck comparison. You guys have indeed come. It seems like the emperor really did expect it and made preparations. When Yen Rujuan saw the three people in front of him, although his brows were slightly furrowed, it was actually within their expectations. Since you know, then don't tie your hands and surrender. Shur Quan stood on the body of the battle exalted and snapped sternly. Ha 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 ha. Gird your loins. To tell you the truth, even if the emperor has made arrangements, he can't stop us. Kill. Yen Rujuan gave the order, and the three of their battle-exalted bodies appeared at the same time. The battle-exalted bodies of the 6 exalted masters appeared in the middle of this dome of the sky, the power of the exalted masters condensed in front of their bodies, transforming into all sorts of huge and astonishingly terrifying attacks, and they started a fierce battle under the darkness of the night. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. The waves of energy fluctuations of the exalted realm clashed, rising and falling throughout the imperial city for a time. There were not just 1 or 2 places, but as many as a dozen. Battlefields such as Yen Ruejuan's successively occurred frequently on the paths that many officials' residences in the imperial dynasty had to pass through. These people, it was the emperor and venerable Shura who had arranged for them, such as General Evil, Ghost Sobbing, and the rest of the sect's venerables were all stopped halfway by the venerable realm powerhouses of the Snow sect, the Cloud family, the Luo family, as well as the Lookout Immortal Dao sect. They simply did not give them the chance to get close to those officials' residences. The breath of Zunis in the imperial city rose and fell, shocking countless living beings in the imperial city, causing countless buildings to collapse and shatter around the various battlefields. The streets cracked and broke open, and a number of wave magnetic fields appeared, with Zuni's residual power vortexing. At the same time, the Empress led people to the palace, however, originally wanted to find the Shura Exalted One and Shermin Yu Shi, but pounced on a blank. Chapter 96. The Change of the Gate Capture. Jin Mu appears. Within the palace. Blue Ji and her group traveled to the palace, and at this moment, within the residence of Venerable Shura, they found that it was empty. Only the spiritual energy of Venerable Shura remained, leaving 8 big words in the middle of the mid-air. If you want to kill me, come to the Sangha. These 8 large, eye-catching words were placed in the middle of mid-air, undoubtedly provoking the tempers of Lan Ji and the others. Also strike. Since we've come together, it'll save us an extra trip. Go. Go to the Fei's residence. Lan Ji ordered. With a tug of his palm, Nie Ming's overbearing spiritual power tore through a large area of space, leading the crowd towards the Sage Mansion. North City Gate. Being among the 4 major city gates of the Imperial City, it was the most massive one. At this time above the city gate, a man clad in black wolf armor, standing above the city tower. There are many soldiers wearing wolf armor generals standing beside him. This man was the commander of the Black Wolf Army, one of the 4 major legions of the Imperial Dynasty, Venerable Wolf. At the same time, he was also one of the Empress's secretly developed personnel, and was also the one who had leaked the border defense map in the first place. At the same time, outside the city gates, densely packed silhouettes were coming, all clad in battle armor. Their aura was monstrous, like fierce dragons marching forward. Seeing this, Wei Wolf smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, releasing his battle-exalted body to stand in the middle of the sky, and the might of the exalted realm shook the past, stopping the 2 major legions outside the city from moving forward. The generals of the Black Wolf Army, on top of the city tower, were all ready with their spirit arrows as well. Wei Wolf, are you and the Sky Wolf army trying to rebel? Outside the city's vault, the two commanders of the Blade and Bone Army and the Seven Slaughter Army were about to lead their armies into the city immediately after receiving the news of the Empress Rebellion. However, at this moment, they were both blocked at the north gate by Wei Wolf, who immediately stormed out and questioned. Rebellion? This can be too wrongly accused me. I was ordered by the Empress Mother to guard the north gate. Tonight, no matter who it is, no one is allowed to take half a step into the city through the north gate. Blade Bone, 7 killers, for the sake of old friends, you withdraw your troops. You can't enter the Imperial City tonight. Venerable Wei Wolf shouted towards them. Wei Wolf, do you know the consequences of what you're doing? You're colluding with the Empress and acting in collusion. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's punishment? Venerable Blade Bone angrily rebuked from the sky outside the city. Your Majesty. Hehehe. After tonight, everything in this Grand Xia, it may not necessarily be your Majesty's call. Well, you two also don't talk nonsense. If you don't withdraw your troops and return to your quarters, then you can spend time here. I have plenty of time to accompany you. But if you want to enter the city, no way. Venerable Wei Wolf snapped with a sneer in his eyes. You! Venerable Blade Bone and Venerable 7 Killers were both furious at this moment. Although they had an advantage in numbers, the northern city gate was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the Black Wolf Army's best skill was the Black Wolf Arrow, which stood high above the city, so if their 2 legions wanted to attack, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Just when the 2 commanders were still entangled, snort! Suddenly, a Black Wolf Army general next to the Venerable Wei Wolf, whose hand directly penetrated the heart vein of the Venerable Wei Wolf, ignoring its defense, that powerful force instantly crushed his organs and bowels. You are... Venerable WIRM Wolf's face was horrified, and the shadow of his battle-exalted body shook as he tried to bring up his strength to resist. However, he realized that the power of the person in front of him was so powerful that it had forcefully suppressed the power of the Exalted One within the veins of his entire body. His Majesty has an order. Commander of the Black Wolf Army, Wei Wolf, leaked the border deployment, colluded with others, and plagued the Imperial dynasty. His crime is unpardonable. Now, the Shadow Guard will conduct the trial. Kill without pardon. This general's voice and appearance changed as he spoke. Dressed in yellow robes, his face was ice cold. His figure was tall and imposing, and his eyes were as piercing as sharp knives, looking at the Wei Wolf in his hands without any emotion. Wei Wolf, after seeing this face, the whole face is filled with fear. Jean Mu, why are you here? Venerable Wei Wolf was horrified. He didn't understand why the Shadow Guard's Grand Commander, Jean Mu, was by his side. That's a question you can think about in hell. After saying that, Jean Mu's hand was merciless, and within the palm of his hand, a raging power that seemed like a star bursting blossomed out. Ah! Wei Wolf's entire figure, from the inside out, shot out blazing flames of light, followed by a generation of Black Wolf Army Commander-in-Chief. Ashes flew out on the spot, dead without a whole body. Commander-in-Chief! Those Black Wolf Army generals on the city tower, at this moment, all of their faces were in a panic. The backbone of the army was dead, and the person who killed him was still the ferociously powerful Shadow Guard Grand Commander. At this instant, those Black Wolf Army generals didn't know what to do. Swoosh! Immediately after that, a large wave of Shadow Guards suddenly came from the distance. Led by the 3 major commanders other than Luofeng, they suppressed all those important generals of the Black Wolf Army. Imprison them first, and wait for His Majesty to come out before they are sentenced. Jean Mu ordered. Yes! Xian Feng and the other men of the Shadow Guard immediately suppressed those generals. Commander Blade Bone and Commander 7 Slayers also flew to the city tower at this moment. Commander Jean Mu nodded and looked at them. In addition to the Black Wolf Army, the Broken Bone Army has also participated in the rebellion, and they are guarding the East City Gate. Your army will enter the city through the Northern City Gate and crush them from the inside, and the honored ones under the 9th Prince's command will help you liberate the 4 city gates. Although they didn't know which exalted ones were under the 9th Prince's command, but Jean Mu had said so, and the 2 of them immediately responded, yes. The 4 major legions, surprisingly, 2 of them had fallen into the hands of the Empress. It was no wonder that it was so emboldened. Immediately, the northern gate opened, and the two great commanders led their armies into the city. Chu Yun also sent all three of the Fire Spirit Maiden, Murong-in, and Venerable Sea Formation to the other three gates to cooperate with the two major legions and take back control of the four major gates. All of them. Xiangfu on the square, several figures stood here, feeling the waves crashing and buildings collapsing, sounds resounding in all directions within the imperial city. They remained motionless as a mountain, waiting here for the Empress crowd. In addition to Venerable Shura and Meng Chongchong, there was also Cloud Clan Patriarch Yun Yenyu, Luo Clan Patriarch Luo Su, and Snow Clan Patriarch Chiao Ying. All three of them were at the peak of the Venerable Realm and the first echelon under the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Not long after, a large area of space ripped open above the square's vault. The figures of Empress Lanji, Nie Ming, Blood Soulless, Shangguan Knight, Chu Rong, Feng Tianjing, and the others slowly stepped out from within it and stood above the Songfu's vault. Shura, it's really been a long time. I didn't realize that you really know how to pick a place for yourself. This Prime Minister's mansion has good feng shui. It's just right to use it as a graveyard for you guys. Nie Ming immediately revealed a hint of a smile and sneered upon seeing Venerable Shura. Lan Ji swept her gaze across, and she wasn't surprised to see the Cloud Clan's patriarch and these people. There was no way to conceal the aura of the intense battle between the Exalted that had erupted in the streets of the city. She had known that for a long time, and the Emperor had made preparations for it. But so what? She had been planning for so long, and even if the Emperor had made preparations, it would only be a delay. It wouldn't change the ending. Nie Ming, you're still as stupid and arrogant as before. 5 against 5. What makes you think you'll win? Venerable Shura laughed back. Is that so? Shura, your good sister, is she not by your side? Nie Ming suddenly smiled playfully. Venerable Shura was unmoved. What do you mean? Chapter 97 Storm Clouds in the Phase House. Blue Ji's anger. The corners of Nie Ming's mouth showed a playful smile, following which, the Empress took out a small puppet, which looked 8 times similar to Shi Minyu. Xiao Luo. Shi Minyu has long been poisoned all over her body. Her life is now in the hands of this Empress. If you don't want to watch your sister being tortured, her meridians exploding, a life worse than death, then surrender. Don't resist, or Shi Minyu will suffer 1,000,000 times more because of you. Lan Ji teased with a teasing threat. And what made her a bit surprised was that Venerable Shura's expression was indifferent as he listened to this. Even he laughed out, "Oh, such a terrible poison, ah? Then you try it." Blue Ji frowned. "You think this Empress wouldn't dare?" Venerable Cultivator let out a laugh. "Blue Ji, feel free to try." When Blue Ji saw this, she was also decisive enough to shoot her finger power on top of the mannequin's arms, triggering the toxins in Shi Minyu's arms. But in the next second, something that shocked her happened. The moment her power shot in, the mannequin suddenly burst open, and this turn of events caused Nie Ming's face, which was still playful, to change all of a sudden. How? How is that possible? How can the poison in her body be gone? She's dead. No. If Shi Minyu is dead, it's impossible for you to still be smiling. She's detoxified. Blue Ji even preferred to believe Shi Minyu was dead at this moment. The poison on her body was placed so silently that even the Emperor didn't notice it. How did Shi Minyu find out? Moreover, even if discovered, but want to antidote the poison is even more impossible. This strange poison, which she had obtained by chance at an ancient relic when she was young, could not necessarily be detoxified even by a poison master of the Supreme Realm. How on earth did it manage to do so? Lan Ji, just because you guys can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Yuner already helped his mother detoxify the poison long ago, and the rest of everything tonight, aside from His Majesty's arrangements, can all be Yuner's planning. That beautiful dream in your heart is destined to fall tonight. Venerable Shura said with a cold smile on his face. At those words, the expressions of the Crown Prince and Lan Ji, including Feng Tianjing, were all somewhat incredulous. Chu Yun? He was the one who detoxified the poison and plotted all of this tonight? How was this possible? A junior like him, no matter how capable he was, he could not possibly have such means. Chu Yun? That's Shi Minyu's son? How could he be so capable? Within Nie Ming and Shangguan Knight's hearts, they were all quite shocked as well. Right? It looks like you guys don't know yet. Crown Prince, Empress, the Xiao Yan that you have been searching for so diligently is His Highness, the 9th Prince. Seeing this, Meng Chongchong immediately added, It directly helped Chu Yun's momentum to peak. What? Chu Yun is Xiao Yan? How is this possible? How could he be Xiao Yan? The Crown Prince's eyes trembled at this moment, and his emotions even hissed a little out of control for a moment. He simply found it difficult to accept this matter. Chu Yun was Xiao Yan? Then what was his previous so rare Xiao Yan? Self-righteous idiotic behavior? Blue Ji's pupils also could not help but shrink slightly. She had to admit that Chu Yun, she had still underestimated him. If she had known this, when Chu Yun had returned, she should have killed him regardless. Snort. At that moment, Night Swallow's figure stepped out from space and stood next to Venerable Shura. He looked towards Lan Ji and smiled heatedly. Empress, our Master Chu Yun asked me to send a special gift to the Empress. Please also ask the Empress to open it herself, so as not to disappoint his intentions. With a wave of Night Tun's big hand, 5 boxes with power covering their surfaces were neatly arranged in the air. The power on top of the 5 boxes was specifically able to block people's souls from probing, and other than that, there were no other means. Blue Ji's eyebrows were tightly frowned, and she suddenly had a bad premonition inside her for some reason. She swept over the 5 boxes in front of her. There was no power fluctuation within them. That is to say, the things inside were dead things? Pretending to be a god. Tell your master to roll out and meet this Empress. Lan Ji did not open it immediately. Instead, she wanted to force Chu Yun to appear. The master is not here. He is still playing chess in the mansion. If this gift is accepted by the Empress, I think that afterward, there should be an opportunity to meet. Night Swallow hemmed and hawed. Xiao Luo and Meng Chongchong, they were honestly a little curious as well. What exactly did Chu Yun prepare for the Empress? The Empress sniffed, following which her figure approached the past, and Ye Ming kept his eyes peeled. As long as there was anything that threatened his senior sister, he would immediately strike. Blue Ji arrived in front of these 5 boxes. In the next moment, she waved her large hand, and the power of the Exalted within her body swept out, opening all 5 gift boxes. Her gaze focused over and swept to the 5 gift boxes. At that instant, her pupil complexion was instantly filled with vengeful anger and endless killing intent. Bang! At the same time, the heavenly demoness alter ego changed into Chu Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time, and struck a palm directly at Chu Rong. The two were so close that Chu Rong didn't have any defense at all, plus his attention was on top of those several boxes. It was too late for Nie Ming and the others to react. Snort. Third brother, what are you doing? The heavenly demoness directly choked Chu Rong's neck, suppressing all the power within his body, and could take his life at any time. For a moment, although Nie Ming and the others were all at the Exalted Realm, no one dared to act rashly in consideration of Chu Rong's life. Blue Ji also turned back violently, seeing Chu Rong being held hostage by Chu Yuan. As furious as she was, she also had to force herself to calm down at this moment. To know, the reason why she was able to do everything she did tonight was precisely because of her own son. She helped Chu Rong stabilize the position of the Crown Prince and gained the support of all the officials, plus those of them behind her. It was enough to overwhelm the emperor with power in 7 days. But if Chu Rong died, then her plan would be equivalent to the core being gone, and it would directly collapse. Once the Crown Prince is dead, then what's the use of her wanting the submissiveness of the civil and military officials? The action of this division must immediately be recognized as a power-grabbing rebellion. Chapter 98 Heavenly Father appears to attack Chu Yun, Imperial Prince's mansion. Chu Yun was still playing chess with Easy Sun. Since Chu Rong has fallen into your hands, it would not be better to kill him. Once the Crown Prince dies, her plan has already failed. Prosperity said blandly. Chu Yun smiled. It is natural to kill. But even if Chu Rong really dies, Lan Ji will definitely find another excuse. For example, clearing the ruler's side and suppressing the dynasty. These are the usual means of seizing power, but once the Crown Prince dies, those old things in Imperial Ancestor Mountain will no longer be able to support Lan Ji in her messy endeavors. Easy Sun shook his head and laughed as he landed the white pieces. In his opinion, it was only Chu Yun who had the leisure to want to play with these people like Blue Ji and torment their minds. If this were to be him, a sword would go over, and no matter if it was the Empress faction or those Imperial ancestors of the Imperial Ancestral Mountain, anyone would have to kneel. How could Blue Ji think that she would not be able to imagine, now every step she would take next, was already in Chu Yun's calculations. What Chu Yun wanted was to torture Blue Ji and the others to the extreme. At the end of the day, if Lan Ji still had cards, Then the big deal for himself was to have his master or the four horsemen to wrap things up again. Just as you play King of Glory, open Jinya, touching the bloodied Luban, it is not possible to directly pop the big move out. The Phase Mansion. At this time, the atmosphere in the square can be described as the sword. Everyone's face, in addition to surprise horror, is full of doubts. Why would Chu Yuan suddenly lay hands on the crown prince? They could all be the Empress's own heirs. With that, a laughing voice broke the stalemate. Empress? How is it? This gift, do you still like it? When Night Swallow suddenly said this, the eyes of Xiao Luo and Ye Ming and the others immediately probed towards the inside of those several boxes. At that instant, several people's faces suddenly changed. Inside these 5 boxes, what was contained was Chu Yuan's scaly limbs, as well as the head that had been subjected to endless torture, with its face set in a broken and insane expression. Even around those 5 gift boxes, many rose petals had been carefully arranged by Night Swallow. It could be seen that he had really put his heart and soul into preparing this gift for the Empress. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. This Chu Yuan in front of them was a fake. The real Chu Yuan, who had long ago been switched at some unknown time, had now been split into 6 pieces. When did you replace Yuan heir? The Empress' face was grim to the extreme, those eyes glaring with hatred at the heavenly demoness doppelganger, and said, long before that banquet in the Eastern Palace began, this son of yours was already in the 9th prince's mansion. It's a pity. Chu Yuan endured months of torture, and when his soul collapsed at the end, all he was still chanting was the 2 words mother. Tisk, tisk. Blue Ji, you are a little too unattached to this son of yours. Blue Ji's body was chillingly cold, and those pair of Danfeng eyes, at the moment, were as gloomy as if she wanted to kill them. The heavenly demoness was aware of how to amplify hatred, and with such words spoken, it instantly made Blue Ji's heart, the value of her hatred towards Chu Yun, skyrocket. The appearance of the heavenly devil woman's doppelganger also changed back at this time. Seeing that it was actually such a stunningly beautiful woman, Feng Tianzheng and Shangguan Knight's brows couldn't help but wrinkle deeper. All right, cut the crap. I'll walk over with Chu Rong. If any of you dare to move half a step, I'll immediately kill him. Chu Yuan is dead. And if you still lose the crown prince, Lan Ji, can you continue your actions tonight? The heavenly demoness held her lifeblood in general and said calmly. Lan Ji's anger was suppressed, but in the face of the heavenly demoness' words, she could only remain silent for a while. Mother, mother, save me. Mother. Pa, shut up. The crown prince was still begging for help from Lan Ji, when the heavenly demoness directly knocked out a few of his teeth with a slap, making him obediently keep his mouth shut. Seeing this scene, the fists of Nye Ming's crowd clenched tightly, and killing intent could be said to have materialized and surfaced. However, the heavenly demoness was also blissfully unafraid as she choked the crown prince's neck and gradually left their side, approaching over in the direction of venerable cultivator Shura's side and theirs. Bang! At this moment, the heavenly demoness and Chu Rong were just about to land. Suddenly, a large area of emptiness collapsed, and a terrifying black light enveloped the heavenly demoness, rendering her entire body unable to move. This power was completely above the exalted realm. At the same time, within the collapsed void space, an old man in a purple robe slowly stepped out, with a mighty force that swallowed mountains and rivers around him. He landed upon and was directly about to kill the heavenly demoness. Old Monster Blue, you can't hold back and show yourself finally. At this moment, on the void space at the other end, an old man's figure flew out, bearing a 7-point resemblance to Venerable Shura. As soon as he appeared, his figure immediately blocked in front of the heavenly demoness, and with one foot stepping down, he shook away all the pressure that enveloped him. He then blasted out a fist and sparred with the purple-robed old man. The power in the fist and palm violently exploded, directly shaking the 2 people back. Fortunately, the old man who appeared here directly protected the heavenly demoness, holding Chu Rong hostage, and landed unharmed at the side of Venerable Xiao Luo and the others. Father! Father! Venerable cultivator Xiao Luo and Lan Ji on the other side opened their mouths at the same time. The rest of the venerables from the 2 sides also had to salute slightly at them. Heavenly Father! That purple-robed old man was the God-Sect's old sect leader, Blue Merchant, Blue Heavenly Exalt. As for this one who looked similar to the cultivator venerable, he was also the old patriarch of the Shi clan, Chu Yun's grandfather, Shi Qianshan, Shi Tianzuan. Blue Merchant raised his hand, and the fact that he made a move to not snatch the crown prince back made his face slightly ugly. You're the only one? Don't hide the other two either. Come out through and through. Lan Shang looked at Shi Qianshan, his pupils gloomy and cold. Since that's the case, then we'll do the same. Before the people could be seen, their voices arrived first. In an instant, on both sides of Shi Qianshan, a void door appeared. An old man and an old woman lent exuded heavenly phase realm level might, and the massive power contained within their bodies was enough to break the entire phase mansion into dust in an instant. Yun Jin Ao of the Yun clan, Gong Sun Zhen of the Snow sect. The emperor has really prepared quite a lot. You three old guys secretly arrived in the imperial city just for this night, right? Lan Shang looked at the three people in front of him and couldn't help but say. All four of them were at the heavenly phase realm, and all of them were also at the heavenly exalt level. However, Yun Jin Ao and Gong Sun Jin were both at the early stage of the heavenly phase realm. On the contrary, the two of them, Lan Shang and Shi Qianshan, could both be solidly in the late stage of the heavenly phase realm. However, judging from the situation of 3 against 1 nowadays, Lan Shang didn't have half a chance of winning. Where are Blood Tong and Xing Xin? Without shouting for the two of them, do you want to fight 1 against 3? Shi Qianshan laughed disdainfully. The two names that Shi Qianshan said were none other than the two heavenly dignitaries of the Blood God sect and Corpse In sect. And at this moment, Blue Merchant's gloomy face even revealed a hint of a smile. The two of them, have already gone to look for your good grandson. As for me? Shi Qianshan, and who told you? On our side, there are only 3 heavenly dignitaries. Shi Qianshan sniffed, and his old eyebrows immediately pressed down. Under the dark night, 2 figures came in the middle of the moonlight, stepping on the stormy waves, lotus flowers under their feet, and the shadow of the heavenly exalted body appeared behind them, as if they were the phantoms of the dark night. 2 people are middle-aged, one head of the Shen crown, handsome like a shocking gas, the body exudes a chill of the heavenly dignity breath. The other person is a dwarf man, body less than 5 feet. The body emanates that the heavenly dignity breath. The same cannot be underestimated. Chapter 99 Void Battle. Yun Yenyang was stopped. After these two appeared, they stood beside Lan Shang. Shi Qianshan, Yun Jin Ao, and Gong Sun Zhen, 3 heavenly monarch-level powerhouses, swept their gazes discreetly over these 2 mysterious heavenly monarchs. However, what made them feel a little puzzled inwardly was that the faces and auras of these 2 people were also unfamiliar. This caused a few of them to have a simultaneous guess deep within their hearts. Outsiders. Outsiders. Shi Qianshan frowned and couldn't help but say, ha 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 ha. Not bad. Shi Qianshan, these 2 Taoists, they come from the land of the sacred land, and this time, I have specially invited the 2 of them to come and help. Looking at it this way, it seems like the advantage is still on our side in this night's situation. Lan Shang laughed coldly. At the moment, the heavenly monarchs on the field were all 3 against 3. However, these 2 heavenly dignitaries from the land of the sacred soil, their cultivation level was obviously much stronger than Gong Sun Jin and Yun Jin Ao, or they were existences in the same realm as Shi Qianshan and the others. Looking at it this way, Venerable Shura's side was already at a disadvantage. And more critically, there were already 2 heavenly exalted powerhouses that had departed to the 9th prince's residence. With 2 heavenly exalted striking out, Lan Ji believed that even if this Chu Yun hid any more heaven-defying means, he would only be caught with his hands tied. Don't be too happy too soon. Blue Ji, don't forget. Your son is still in my hands. Just when Blue Merchant was still complacent, the heavenly demoness tightly choked the crown prince's neck and snapped in a cold voice. Blue Ji's eyes were gloomy. The crown prince had fallen into the hands of the heavenly devil girl. This was indeed a very tricky matter. But at this moment, she also had more or less the same bottom line. If you dare to touch Ronger, then Chu Yun will have to die. The 2 heavenly dignitaries from the Blood God sect and Corpse In sect are more than likely close to arriving at Chu Yun's residence as well. If you dare to hurt Ronger in the slightest, this empress guarantees that Chu Yun will be subjected to pain 10 times its multiplication. Lan Ji immediately countered back with words. Shi Qianshan's gaze glanced at the heavenly demoness, and within the depths of her pupils, she could not help but be a little worried about her own grandson's son, whom she had yet to meet. And right at this moment, Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo stepped forward and whispered a few words softly in his ear. At that moment, the worries within Shi Qianshan's deep eyes were swept away and replaced by shock and exhilaration. His own grandson's mansion still had a supreme being, then he was still worried about AF King Egg. When the heavenly demoness heard this, she immediately smiled. Lan Ji, do you believe that Chu Yun will not be in the least bit of trouble when he is in his mansion? On the contrary, you don't understand me either. I'm a person. The thing I'm most unafraid of in my life is threats. Bang! Suddenly, Prince Chu Rong's body and soul suddenly burst apart, dying on the spot, sudden to the extreme. Lan Ji and Ye Ming, they were instantly somewhat dumbfounded. How did this woman dare? She actually dared to kill the crown prince. Killing the Daxia crown prince. You traitors, your crimes are beyond punishment. Kill them for this empress. In a flash, Lan Ji's face was filled with grief and anger. And in a split second, she changed to a new reason. She now had no choice but to take the death of her own son, as the crown prince of the Grand Xia in this capacity, and behead all of these people. Nye Ming and Feng Tianjing stared at the heavenly demoness with their gazes like vicious wolves, the power in their hands exploding over like cannonballs. Shi Qianshan waved his hand to block it out, and Lan Shang and the other two heavenly dignitaries directly pounced over. Today you, the Shi family, must give my grandson a burial. Humph! Shi Qianshan coldly snorted. His large hand opened. The majestic power of the heavenly exalted like the water of a great river shook into the void within, causing the entire space of the Fei's mansion to completely collapse. For a moment, everyone within the Xiangfu was within the void space. The 6 heavenly dignitary silhouettes were moving around, flying and fighting, and they had already reached hundreds of miles away from the void, exchanging hands fiercely. The 6 heavenly dignitaries were embodied in the void. Their bodies were more than twice as large as the battle dignitaries' bodies, condensing all kinds of monstrous killing moves, fighting fiercely in the entire void. And right in the middle, Venerable Cultivator, Cloud Not Easy, Dream Long Chong, and the others were also battling fiercely with Nye Ming, Shangguan Knight, Lan Ji, and the others at the moment. Battle exalted bodies like vast nebulae abounded, and countless exalted waves vibrated back and forth, causing the matter within the void of space to explode once again with each emission. The power struggle was like a meteorite smashing into the ocean, creating flowers everywhere in the void space, setting off 10,000 waves. In the entire field, there was only one nirvana realm, the heavenly demoness split. She couldn't help much and wanted to fly away from this void space. Space blockade. However, Shangguan Knight, who was the corpse insect sect leader, had the most pontificating means, and while he himself was in a fierce battle with the snow sect leader, Chioing, he was also manipulating a puppet at the early stage of the Zun realm, blocking off the entrance to the void space and chasing after the heavenly demoness. Seeing this, the heavenly demoness immediately focused on hiding. Not to mention this doppelganger of hers, even if the main body came, there was currently no way to fight against this exalted realm puppet. Fortunately, at this moment, Night Tun realized in time, originally he had united with Meng Chongchong, and the two of them had already suppressed the Empress to death with their battle-exalted bodies. But at this moment, he went to rescue the heavenly demoness in the first place, which also allowed Blue Ji to seize the opportunity to get away and break free from the suppression, once again equalizing with Dream Chongchong. This void battle, now in this way, it seemed that both sides were barely ahead, and were both in a state of mutual parity. Palace Gate. Yun Yenyang did not follow the Empress's orders to deal with the people from Chu Yun's faction, but instead, she was prepared to directly enter the Imperial Ancestor Mountain to help noble consort Song Yiling. But at this moment, her flying figure could not help but be forced to stop. In front of her, there stood a figure that was familiar to her, with golden thunder flashing around his body, topped by a large bald head that looked so dazzling under the moonlight. Chu Yun asked you to come and stare at me? Yun Yenyang frowned down slightly after seeing the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father in front of her. His Highness said that you are at least a heavenly sovereign level, so it is still necessary to guard against you. Not going to attack the Yen family, instead you want to take the opportunity to enter the palace? What do you want to do? The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father said with a straight face. Yun Yenyang was slightly annoyed. You don't need to know. I don't want to make an enemy of your master, but you don't stop me either. Once it really comes to blows, you're no match for me. With these words, Yun Yenyang displayed both her desire not to go against Chu Yun and, at the same time, also displayed some of her confidence in her own strength. You are at the late stage of the heavenly phase realm, and I am at the early stage of the heavenly phase realm. The gap does exist somewhat. However, if I were to go all out, dragging you for a few days and nights would not be a problem. after the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father finished speaking, only to see that in his hand, a soul streamer with a thick black evil aura appeared, and the aura that permeated it could be the souls of countless living beings, fearing from the bottom of their hearts. This was precisely the Human Emperor streamer. Tonight, Chu Yun had specially handed over the Human Emperor flag to the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father. It was precisely because he knew that Yun Yenyang had the Far Ming Dynasty's dynasty-suppressing treasure in her hands. In order to prevent her from using that item to kill the 10,000 Thunder Celestial Exalt in seconds, Chu Yun had directly handed over the Human Emperor flag, which was also a Supreme Warrior armament, to the 10,000 Thunder Celestial Exalt for defense. Supreme War Soldier. You, in your hands, you actually have a Supreme Warrior armament. When Yun Yenyang saw this, she immediately spoke out in shock. One must know that the Supreme War Soldier in the entire Great Xia Imperial Dynasty was only that legendary Jin dynastic state seal. Although her Yuan Ming Imperial Dynasty's Jin dynasty treasure was also, but that was the Jin dynasty treasure. This bald big man in front of her had even pulled out a Supreme Warrior with a single pull of his hand, and looking at the aura emanating from it, this evil streamer was definitely considered top-notch within the Supreme Warrior soldiers. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. If you don't want to, then follow your Highness's orders and stay inside your Excellency's Cloud Mist building tonight, and don't make any trouble. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father spoke in a solemn voice. Chapter 100. The Easy Sun Strikes. A sword stays in the abyss. Yun Yenyang stared dead on at the Human Emperor streamer in the hands of the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father, and inside her mind, she pondered a lot for a while. Finally, after further hesitation, she let out a long sigh. That's all, I won't get involved in this night's matter. With those words, Yun Yenyang turned around and left. Although she also had a Supreme Warrior armament at this time, it was clearly not worth it to directly pull out her bottom card in order to deal with 10,000 Thunder Celestial Sovereign. There was also no need for her to be a standout for the sake of song yelling. After deciding, she didn't stay, and decisively returned to the Cloud Mist building, closing the building and not coming out, and for this night's matter, she would purely act as a spectator. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father likewise followed the past, stationed outside the Cloud Mist building, staring at her. Chu Yun's residence. As the pieces fell, Chu Yun could not help but speak. Strange. This Yun Yenyang wanted to enter the palace late at night. What exactly does she want to do? Can it be that there are still variables within the palace? Meng Rushue reminded from the side. Don't forget the words Sun Yan gave you. The Supreme Realm could be in danger. This night's change might not be that simple. No matter. Then let's see what other big commotion can be made tonight. Chu Yun was unhurried and once again dropped his pieces. Nowadays, he had added quite a few more editing points, and the hate values of Blue Ji, Nyeming, Blue Merchant, and the others had all reached over 80%. After letting them bounce around again, it was almost time to harvest them. Ho ho ho! At this moment, a gust of gale suddenly came from the night sky, and the air was still filled with quite a lot of bloody odor. Chu Yun smiled with the corner of his mouth. The ones who sent them to their deaths have come. I'm sorry for the trouble, Master. The Easy Sun, who was sitting across from him, had that bland look on his face, as if his mind was on the chess game at this moment. The sky above Chu Yun's residence. Two old men came with gusts of storm behind them. One was wearing a bloody coat. The bloody atmosphere around him was rich, and his hands, he didn't know how much blood he was stained with. The other person, outside the body of the corpse gas, the brain in concave down, the hall of darkness, as if it was from the mass grave out of the same, that pair of pupils, give a person the feeling of eerie horror. The two appeared above Chu Yun's mansion, and easily released the Heavenly Father level pressure on their bodies, covering the entire mansion. The two were precisely the Heavenly Father of the Blood God sect, Blood Billion, the Heavenly Exalt of the Corpse In sect, General Xing. At the same time, their spiritual senses also detected that Chu Yun was actually still leisurely playing chess in the Grand Hall. Hey! Still has some leisure time. Unfortunately, the good times should come to an end. A disdainful smile appeared on the Blood Billion Elder's face, and immediately afterward, a blood tentacle shot out from the space beside him and grabbed straight towards the Grand Hall where Chu Yun was. That blood-colored tentacle was like a blood cloud that covered the sky, and the moment it appeared, it directly wrapped the entire Grand Hall. General Xing stood coldly at the side. Those eye pupils were like yin and yang eyes, seeing no joy, anger, sadness, or disdain. in their opinion, for two of their Heavenly Father-level characters to come and capture a junior. That was simply killing a chicken with a bull's knife, and if they still needed to do it together, it would instead be lowering their status too much. Still thinking about which move to make in chess, the prosperous son didn't even look squarely at the past. Only one sentence. Noisy. Immediately afterward, his fingertips merged and casually shot out a plain and unadorned sword chi. Snort. In an instant, the sword chi penetrated through the blood-colored tentacle, causing it to dissipate into smoke, and then struck the two of them directly. What? Blood God's eye. Een God's heavenly advent. Blood Billion and General Xing's faces changed drastically when they felt the aura of this sword chi, and it was already too late to think too much. Decisively striking out, the heavenly sovereign power around them was released from their palms like a flood. The dome of the mansion sky was dyed red with blood chi, and in the midst of that endless blood chi, a blood god's eye appeared as if it was condensed from countless amounts of blood, dropping a pillar of blood-colored light that struck the sword chi directly. Will line a large number of corpses, gave birth to a horror like thousands of demons and sprites fused together in God, comparable to the body of the Heavenly Father that huge released thousands of corpses and ghosts, striking to the sword. At one time, the two great heavenly beings struck. The commotion was vast, trembling all the buildings of the entire mansion. The breath spread out, countless forces in the imperial city all felt. These two strands of heavenly beings that took the summer by storm were mighty. However, only to see these two mighty and unparalleled Heavenly Father attacks, in the moment of touching the sword chi of Easy Sun. Bang! Only a hint of sword might shook out, and the blood god's eye and the Een god condensed by the corpse chi that hung in the firmament instantly collapsed. The sword chi split into two and shot into the center of the eyebrows of the two at the same time. Bang bang bang! Ah! The two's bodies were hit hard by the sword power, leaving an abyss over 1,000 meters deep in the mansion's plaza. At the center of the two's eyebrows, both of them had a sword chi rooted through their brains, ruthlessly rooted under the bottom of the abyss, causing them to no longer have the power to resist. On the faces of Blood Billion and General Xing, at this moment, besides being horrified to the point of having their livers cracked, in the depths of their eyes, there was also endless confusion. They were heaven exalted. The two of them had combined their efforts, but they couldn't even block this sword chi. They were also miserably nailed here by this sword chi, without any room for resistance. Why was there such a terrifying existence in this Chuyun mansion? Why on earth is this? A sword chi suppressed them, then its own strength, just how terrifying must it be? Could it be that is a supreme being? Chapter 101, The Changes of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. The two of them, Blood Billion and General Xing, were still unable to move at the bottom of the abyss at this moment. Meanwhile, inside the hall, after Easy Sun had placed his pieces, and inside Chuyun's pool of pieces, both were already empty. Master, it seems that this game is a draw, Chuyun said out loud with a smile. The progenitor spoke faintly. Not bad. The next time there is an opportunity for you to go to the divine Pure Land, I will introduce you to someone. His mastery of chess is far superior to mine. Chuyun nodded. There will definitely be that day. With that, Easy Sun stood up. All right, go and take a look at those two bugs. Only the figures of several people on the hall disappeared in an instant. In an instant, Chuyun and Easy Sun, they arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Looking at the wretched appearance of the two old fellows, Blood Billion and General Xing, who had sword chi running through their brows, Chuyun's expression was cold, and his eyes were even more indifferent to the extreme. What exactly are you? You guys? After seeing such unfamiliar faces of the four knights and the progenitor, as well as the unfathomable aura on their bodies, Blood Billion was alarmed and puzzled. I guess you must be the blood god Sek's old patriarch, Blood Billion. This stench of blood all over your body, polluting the air within this palace mansion, is just too damn bad. Master, the sword chi on their bodies? Can it only be like this? Chuyun could not help but ask Easy Sun at this moment. How do you want it? Upon hearing that, Chuyun immediately responded, kill them after making their lives worse than death. Without a second thought, Easy Sun stretched out a finger, urging the two sword chi to release wisps of sword might as if they were sound waves with twisted blades, crushing back and forth within the fleshly bodies of the duo's souls. Ah! Blood Billion and General Xing, in an instant, let out mournful screams, their faces grimacing to the point of distortion. the extreme pain vibrating directly from the soles of their feet to their heavenly soul covers. For a moment, the hatred they felt towards Chu Yun within their hearts even directly surpassed that fear. Little, we are heavenly exalted. Ah! You soldiers can be killed, but not humiliated. General Xing endured the pain that tore his heart and lungs, those eyes flowing out tears of blood, and his teeth were about to be clenched as he tried his best to spit out the words. Tianzuan, oh! So what? Giving you face, you are a heavenly father. Not giving you face, you are the supreme being, also have to give me into the ground. Chu Yun said with cold disdain. Stare. The hatred value of the duo of Blood Billion and General Xing has reached 100% and can be harvested. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Chu Yun's mind. Chu Yun turned his head to Easy Sun and said, Master, take the two of them and let's go to the Xiangfu. It's time to settle this farce once and for all. Easy Sun nodded, then dispersed two sword intent, like a chain, which ran through the flesh of the duo, and together, they could be dragged with one hand. Go! Immediately afterward, the space in front of them cracked open, and the door of nothingness appeared as Easy Sun dragged the Blood Billion duo with one hand and led Chu Yun's few people into the midst of the crack of nothingness. For Chu Yun, the two of them, Blood Billion and General Xing, would have to die in front of those higher-ups of the Blood God sect and Corpse Een sect for the effect to be the best. Imperial Ancestor Mountain. As the forbidden land of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, the Imperial Ancestor Mountain was in the deepest part of the Imperial Palace, a mountain peak that was 1,000 feet high. The entire dynasty, in addition to the Emperor, even the Empress, the Crown Prince, these people, without getting permission, are not allowed to approach. At this moment, at the corner of the peak of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, the figures of noble consort Song Yiling, 6th Princess Chu Xinyan, and 8th Prince Chu Hao were all here. They stood here under the cover of Song Yiling's power, so those royal old men at the peak of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain didn't notice them. However, at this moment, they only dared to stay at this mountainside, not daring to continue up. This was because the person they were waiting for was currently not here. Mother, this has already exceeded the agreed-upon time. Could Yun Nianyang have betrayed us? Chu Hao said with a serious and somewhat gloomy face. It had already been too long since the time they had agreed with Yun Nianyang. But now, Yun Nianyang hadn't had any half-hearted news. Even Song Yiling had sent several messages and had not received any response from her. This had to make Chu Hao speculate whether Yun Nianyang had gone back on her promise, or was she playing them from the start. Song Yiling actually still believed that Yun Nianyang was not the type of person to go back on her word. On the contrary, they knew Yun Nianyang's true identity, and if she dared to trick them, Song Yiling would directly reveal her identity. Not only would she not be able to stay in the Grand Xia dynasty, she would also have to be hunted down and killed by the powerful men of the 10 great dynasties. It was impossible for her not to be clear about what was more important. But at this time, after waiting for so long, Yun Nianyang still did not come. It made Song Yiling's heart grow thick with displeasure towards it as well. Forget it. Don't wait. Anyway, Elder Mu and Elder Yen have both secretly gone to the top of the mountain. Lacking her a Yun Nianyang, it's not impossible. Howard, Xian Yen, your grandpa's once demonic soldiers, you must hold on to them. When the state seal is gone, you guys immediately throw that demonic soldier over there. Within it is sealed half of your grandpa's demonic power, enough to restore his battle power to more than 70%. Understood, Song Yiling admonished. Don't worry, Mother. I will never let Mother down. Chu Hao nodded cautiously. The three of them, Song Yiling, then concealed their forms, adhered to the void space, concealed their breath with all their might, and ascended to the top of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. The top of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. It wasn't really too different from the peaks of other mountain ranges. Only at the top of the mountain, there was a huge circular devil's grotto, within which a dense devil's aura filled the air, unable to see the reality inside, as if a terrifying devil was sealed. And in the sky above the magic cave, the supreme war weapon of the Great Xia dynasty, the Zhen dynasty state seal floats in the upper part. The glittering light condenses the power of luck, reinforcing the seal inside the magic cave. In addition, there are also 5 royal family elders guarding the perimeter of the Devil's Grotto, reinforcing the seal with their own strength all year round. The cultivation level of these 5 clan elders was rumored to be at the peak of the Zunshi realm. But unexpectedly, all 5 of them, with the aura emanating from their bodies, were all heavenly phase realm level existences. On the other side, An old man who looked 7 times similar to the Dacia Emperor was guarding the side of the Dacia Emperor who was wearing a dragon robe, his face serious as he guarded him through the 5 failures of the celestial beings. This person was no other than the great Xia dynasty's supreme emperor, Chu Jinan. At this moment, the emperor of Dacia's breath is weakened to the extreme. The whole person is like a candle in the wind, like an old man. The breath is wandering. And then there is no more for the emperor's demeanor and the emperor's power of the king of the world. Chu Jinan's eyes are not too worried at the moment. His son is experiencing the 5 declines of the celestial he also experienced back then. The state is a normal phenomenon. He did not worry too much. Father thinks that this night, Blue Ji has mostly risen up. Inside the 4 major legions, she secretly controls 2, but also convenes the 3 sects of the strong, as a way to want to control the 100 officials to seize power. Just because of the crown prince, are you so tolerant of an outsider, within my Chu family's imperial dynasty, acting recklessly? Although the Dacia emperor was experiencing the 5 declines of the celestials, he still opened his mouth with a weak breath and asked. Chu Jinan listened to these words spoken by his son and said without changing his face, Shenner, it's not that I'm letting things slide. You should know that sooner or later, you will have to enter within the imperial ancestor mountain in the future as well, and within so many emperors, the only one who can sit firmly on that crown prince's seat is Chu Rong. In the eyes of us old farts, imperial infighting is something that is almost unavoidable in every imperial dynasty. On the contrary, those who can kill their way out of internal strife are often more able to sit firmly in the position of the crown prince in the future. I will not interfere if Chu Yun ends up winning instead. Then I will also support you in making him the crown prince. It is no big deal. Listening to these words, it could be seen that Chu Jinan did not care much at all about who became the crown prince. As long as it was of his Chu family's bloodline and had the ability to sit in that position, then he would not oppose it. When the great Xia emperor heard this, he sighed slightly and didn't say anything else. Chapter 102. Seal-breaking, 10-eyed heavenly demon. The 3 of them, Song Yiling, wrapped in power, were currently gradually approaching the demonic cave guarded by those 5 clan elders. However, just within less than 500 meters, Chu Jinan's brows furrowed, his eyes as cold as sharp knives. How dare you? How dare you trespass on the imperial ancestor mountain? Present! Chu Jinan stomped down. A force shook over from the ground. Song Yiling's face changed, bringing Chu Hao and the 2 of them to immediately fly away to avoid it. Bang! With only a fraction of a millimeter difference, the position they were standing on, a large portion of the ground suddenly turned into a ground thorn that was strong enough to pierce through everything, piercing through that space. However, the 3 of them also had their body line exposed as a result. Song Yiling, Hauer, Yen? Chu Jinan's old brows furrowed down, and his face changed slightly when he saw that the people who had infiltrated were actually the imperial noble consort and his royal bloodline. The Dacia emperor's eyes also snapped open. Also Ling, Hauer, what are you doing? At this moment, these people on the imperial ancestor mountain, through and through, did not expect that Song Yiling and Chu Hao, Chu Xinyan would dare to sneak into the imperial ancestor mountain. What was their purpose to do? With things having come to this, Song Yiling didn't pretend anymore. She removed her hairpin, and as her long hair swayed, the massive heavenly demon aura sealed within her body was released. The pressure of the late stage of the heavenly monarch realm also floated and danced within her circumference. Devil! You're a heavenly demon descendant. Chu Jinan's face immediately turned gloomy when he realized that. The emperor was even more shocked, not even thinking that his own noble consort was actually a heavenly demon. Since she was a descendant of a heavenly demon, her purpose for going up to the imperial ancestor mountain was naturally self-evident. It was definitely because she wanted to free this 10-eyed heavenly demon that was sealed within the Devil's Cave by the Zhen Dynasty State Seal. Your Majesty, having deceived you for so long, I am indeed somewhat sorry. But from the very beginning, when my father was suppressed by you here, between us, there was bound to be such a day. Today, no one can stop my father from getting out of his trap, Song Yiling said with a cold face. Arrogant. Just you alone. How dare you talk about rescuing people in vain? Chu Jinan shouted furiously, his body directly killed towards him. The power of the heavenly dignity of his hands directly covered a large area of space, causing the area that Song Yiling and the few of them were in to explode in space and appear as nothingness. Hauer, Yen, you know what to do, go. Song Yiling sent her children out. Immediately afterward, a female heavenly body emitting a purple demonic aura appeared behind her, and the terrifying demonic breath that permeated around her seemed as if it was going to collapse the entire Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Bright heavenly punishment. Chu Jinan similarly summoned his own heavenly exalted body. A divine phantom died with bright radiance, condensing heavenly punishment radiance within the void of space as he fronted a hard battle against Song Yiling. Rumble. The two late-stage heavenly phase realms were fighting fiercely and furiously within the void space, so it was good that the Imperial Ancestor Mountain wasn't affected much. Howard, Xine Yen, stop. Don't do anything foolish. Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan swept past the great Xia Emperor whose gaze was staring at them in death, and their figures kept walking towards the demon cave. For Chu Hao and the others, there was nothing more important tonight than freeing their grandfather. The two of them kept approaching and arriving within 100 meters of the demon cave. At this time, one of the clan elders guarding the area opened his eyes, and his face, which was covered with signs of age, did not have much emotion and blandly said, "Although he is a descendant of the royal family, but he also has a heavenly devil bloodline. In that case, kill him." May. Another clan elder opened his mouth and the remaining three also nodded slightly without comment. Immediately afterward, that clan elder who had opened his eyes directly slapped out a palm seal with a heavenly power contained within it, wanting to exterminate the two of them Chu Hao on the spot. However, right at this moment, a void force that came from nowhere swallowed up that palm print and struck directly above the demon cave. Bang! That force of emptiness transformed into a huge magnetic field, and it was as if there was an irresistible energy within it that pressed down the bodies of the 5 clan elders to the point where they were unable to move. This is... a mysterious strong man has struck. The 5 realized that there was still a terrifyingly strong person hidden on this mountain, and just a single force of emptiness directly pressed them into immobility. Not even an ounce of power could be released. Immediately after that, the power within that magnetic field suddenly declared itself on top of the Jin Dynasty state seal, forcibly cutting off its connection with the inside of the demon cave. And that mass of power, wrapped around the state seal, flew directly towards the distant space gate. No! The state seal! The 5 clan elders hissed and yelled. Watching that state seal fly away, they could do nothing. At this moment, a figure carrying a majestic supreme power attacked, and the supreme body was clearly above the top of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, striking a blow to forcefully recapture the state seal of the Jin Dynasty. This old man was dressed in black robes and was in high spirits. His face was extremely gloomy and grave at the moment, striking out with all his might to seize the state seal. This person was none other than the old ancestor of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, an existence at the supreme realm level. But less than 3 breaths, a mighty pressure crushed towards him. The royal ancestor's supreme body was shaken back into his body. Even his own strength and body, all were crushed and fixed in the sky above. As for that Jin Dynasty state seal, it had already flown into the void and was nowhere to be seen. There are rules in the land of the 100 dynasties, the 10 great imperial dynasties, as the 10 strongest imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties are not allowed to intervene in any way in the internal affairs of the rest of the imperial dynasties, nor are they allowed to start wars without any reason for their trouble. You guys are robbing my Grand Xia Dynasty's dynasty suppressor like this with impunity. Aren't you guys afraid of the joint judgment of the other 9 imperial dynasties? The imperial ancestor was anxious and angry at this moment. He knew that the one who had secretly struck must have a cultivation far above the supreme realm. Then it must be one of the 10 great imperial dynasties. Hey! However, his loud roar did not wait for a response, and was only exchanged for a few sounds of contemptuous mockery coming from within the space. At the same time, Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan had already arrived above the demon cave. The Jin Dynasty state seal was no longer there, and the power of the seal was tenfold. Chu Hao immediately took out a magic knife from his storage ring, with an eye engraved on both sides of the hilt, so that if anyone looked directly at it, they would easily fall into a nightmare within. Chu Hao dropped the magic knife into the magic cave. After this, suddenly, a large and majestic magic energy from the very bottom of the magic cave rushed straight to the sky. The seal was completely broken, and the 5 clan elders were directly shaken out by the magic energy. All of them were seriously injured. A purple magic light, at this moment dazzlingly appeared in the peak of the Royal Ancestor Mountain, hanging in the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of the imperial ancestors and the Emperor of Daxia, almost desperate. Smoke and rain building. Sun Yen stood on the roof of the building, looking in the direction of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Vaguely seeing the demonic light that went straight into the dome of the sky, he pressed his brows and said, "Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, I'm afraid it's going to be over." Even if Easy Sun helps Chu Yun out again, with the 3 sealed kings, he's afraid that he'll have trouble fighting back. Chapter 103. The prosperous sun suppresses the field, Knights of War strike. Within the void space of the Xiangfu, the battle between the 6 heavenly exalted bodies was in full swing, and within a short period of time, no one had a certain certainty of crushing one side. On the other side, the battle between Venerable Shura, Nieming, and Meng Changzhong was also quite intense, with the war sovereign bodies on both sides each coagulating ferocious and massive offenses to collide with each other, making it difficult to distinguish between the winners and the losers. Just as both sides were in a white-hot battle, the void space that was originally frozen was suddenly broken open by a sword intent. In the next moment, Chu Yun and Easy Sun, Dream Ruoxue, the 4 great knights, and the others all appeared. Yuner! Upon seeing Chu Yun's arrival, a trace of joy immediately appeared on the cold and stern face of Venerable Shura. Old patriarch, how is that possible? The eyes of the Shangguan Knight and Blood Soulless duo were shocked throughout their pupils when they saw the miserable appearance of the Blood Billion and General Xing duo, and for a moment, they were all confused inwardly. Blue Ji and Nieming's eyes also completely changed, their insides trembling with shock. What was the situation? Why would the 2 heavenly dignitaries of the Blood God sect and Corpse Een sect fall into Chu Yun's hands? What kind of joke was this? They were heavenly exalts. Looking at the great Xia, other than that royal ancestor, even the former Supreme Emperor could not have let the 2 of them fall into such a situation. Blue Ji, this temple has prepared these gifts for you. It looks like you should be quite satisfied with them. But it's a pity that the plan you've been plotting for so long will finally be undone tonight. Master, do it. Leave them all alive, Chu Yun said with a relaxed expression. Before Lan Ji could reply, dozens of sword chi erupted from amongst Easy Sun's body, all of which contained the might of a wisp of his invincible sword intent, shooting straight at the Empress faction crowd on the field. Ah! Snort. PFFT. Easy Sun's sword aura was unstoppable, and Nie Ming and Shangguan Knight, they even tried to mobilize the power of their battle-exalted body to fight to the death. However, along with their battle-exalted body, they were all mercilessly penetrated by the sword chi. The sword stabbed 3 inches from the center of the eyebrow, suppressing the energy of all the veins in their bodies. Not only their physical bodies, but even their souls couldn't move the slightest bit. Including Blue Ji and Feng Tianjing, these exalted realm-level existences, in the Easy Sun sword chi shot out, less than 3 breaths of time, they were all suppressed. The other 3 sword chi went straight towards the heavenly exalt battlefield further away. Blue Merchant saw the battle situation over here, and his face changed drastically. Supreme-level powerhouse! In a split second, the 2 heavenly dignitaries from the sacred land that he had called in ran even faster than he did, and after repelling Gongsun Zhen and Yun Jinao, they withdrew their heavenly dignitaries' bodies and decisively escaped into the void rift. Fellow Taoist Blue, there is a supreme being. It's important for us to save our lives, so I'm sorry for not accompanying you. The duo left behind such a sentence, causing Blue Shang's fire to rise, and for a moment he was furious, gritting his teeth, but in the next moment, the sword chi attacked. He simply couldn't run in time. He could only do his best to forcefully resist with the power of his heavenly exalted body. The bang! In an instant, the heavenly exalted body shattered into crystalline powder, rendering the void. PFFT. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out by the Blue Merchant. His vital energy was greatly injured. That wasn't all. The sword chi made a direct reversal and plunged into his back. Ah! Lan Shang's entire body strength was sealed by the sword chi, and his entire body directly knelt in mid-air, his face ashen. Bang, bang, bang! The 2 heavenly exalted who had already started to flee were chased into the middle of the void rift by the 2 sword chi, directly setting off 2 sword chi storms. In the end, the sword chi caught up with them, carrying the roiling sword might of the sword chi storms, strangling them all over their bodies, and in the end, they also ended up with their powers all sealed. Shi Qianshan and Yun Jinao couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they stood in place. Supreme deserves to be a supreme, this compulsion, it's really several high. Suppressing the entire scene with a single strike, when will old me be able to reach such a level? Shi Qianshan's words were slightly rough as he sighed. You just dabbled in your grandson's light. This master of his doesn't seem to be an ordinary supreme, at least much stronger than the one from the royal family. Gong Sun-jun, who had captured that midget man back, couldn't help but say. Yoon Jin-ao also recaptured that scaly and handsome man back, and now throughout the void space the battle was also completely over. It simply shouldn't be too smooth. There weren't even any casualties, and it was taken down without bloodshed. Ha ha ha. Go. Go see old me's good grandson. Shi Qianshan was in an excellent mood as he carried the despairing Lan Shang and flew towards Chu Yun. At this moment, Nie Ming, Lan Ji, and the others were all dumbstruck. Their pupils were so wide-eyed that they could no longer speak. Inside most of them at this moment, they were feeling helpless, powerless, and even collapsed in despair. However, within Blue Ji's pupils, there was still a glimmer of hope's fire, provided that she had to be able to move. Many thanks, Senior. Venerable Cultivator and Meng Changzhong, a few of them, came to the front of Chu Yun's crowd and all of them clasped their fists to Easy Sun with incomparable respect. Easy Sun nodded slightly and did not say anything more. At this moment, Venerable Cultivator Xiao Luo could not help but say to Chu Yun again, Yuner, in addition to here, there are also those venerables in the various streets, including those forces under the banner of Lan Ji within the city, all of which are presumably still at a standstill. Chu Yun nodded and lightly smiled. I know. War, over to you. Chu Yun looked at the war knight beside him and gave the order. Yes, Sovereign. Chapter 104. The Power of a Saint, Shocking the Heavens and the Earth. The Knight of War finished in response, only to see his palms slowly spread out, and a crimson-colored holy radiance like starlight directly shot out of the void of space. Rushing out of the Sangha, the crimson holy radiance blossomed above the streets within the imperial city, and in an instant, the war knight's holy power was like a torrential rainstorm silting up, covering the entire city. The crimson holy radiance at that very center turned into an unfathomable vortex, shooting out dozens of crimson holy hooks that spread out infinitely. On the streets everywhere, Yen Rujuan and the others who were in the midst of a fierce battle with the honored ones within the Shi family, the Snow sect, the Yun family, and the Luo family. Before they could react, they were directly pierced through by the crimson-colored holy hook, along with their battle-exalted bodies and souls, and their flesh and blood were bonded together, unable to be separated. What is this thing? Ah! Can't break free. Ah! Yen Rujuan, Go Sob, General Evil, Zhou Lin, and the others all lost control of the power in their bodies the moment they were pierced through by the red hook, desperately trying to break free, but they couldn't do anything about it. Elder Shi Quan and the others immediately all froze in place. The people who had been fighting like a fire, at this moment all of a sudden had no opponent. They looked along the direction of that hook's contraction, and a crimson-colored holy radiance appeared in the sky of the entire imperial city. The crimson vortex in the very center was like an unfathomable devouring black hole. Yen Rujuan, Zhou Lin, and these other venerable members of the various clans were completely powerless to resist, and after being dragged into the crimson vortex, there was no further movement. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person on our side. Shi Quan, the Shi clan's grand elder, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Qi Quan, the Heaven Rift Valley's Valley Master, brought several of the Heaven Rift Valley's exalted masters, and flew over with the second imperial prince, Chu Wuang. This Qi Quan, on the surface, was a person from the Empress faction, but in reality, it was the eyes and ears that second imperial prince Chu Arao had planted. At this moment, Chu Arao looked at those forces in the sky dome, and in his mind, his master's voice said, "It's holy power." I didn't think that Chu Yun would have a saint by his side to help him, worthy of being someone with supreme fortune. Desolate Sun, hurry to the Xiangfu. The 10-eyed heavenly demon from the Imperial Ancestor Mountain has broken the seal. We must have that saint make an early move in order to save it. Chu Arao sniffed and immediately said to that Shi family elder, Grand Elder Shi Quan, I'll trouble you all to clean up the mess that follows. I'll rush over to the Xiangfu first. Shi Quan nodded. Good. After saying that, Chu Hua immediately brought Qi Quan and the others and rushed towards the Prime Minister's mansion. Meanwhile, the Smoke and Rain building. Sun Yen stood outside the penthouse, his gaze fixed firmly on the crimson vortex above. The energy emanating from its surroundings had completely transcended the mundane. Saint! Within the great Xia imperial city, there is actually a saint in existence. Sun Yen's face was filled with shock. And looking at the attitude of that saint's strike, it was obvious that he was on Chu Yun's side. After thinking for a while, he made a decision that violated the Smoky Rain Tower's rules. He immediately transmitted what happened within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain to Chu Yun. As if there was a saint to help, then everything tonight would be solved. Sun Yen, do you realize what you are doing? Once this matter reaches the headquarters, do you think you can still go back? At this moment, behind Sun Yen, a middle-aged man with a more vicissitudes of appearance slowly came. The aura floating on his body was no worse than the power emanating from that crimson vortex. He was clearly also a Saint Seal realm powerhouse. Throughout the entire Smoke and Rain building, the only person who could have such a cultivation level and dared to speak to Sun Yen like this was the extremely mysterious Smoke and Rain building's owner, Bai Xinyan. Sun Yen was not surprised by Xuanran's appearance. Throughout the Smoke and Rain building, every move of the major executives could not be concealed from Bai Xinran, not to mention the fact that he, one of the most important people in the building, could not hide from him. Not to mention, he was the most important second in command. Master, I want to take a gamble. I've asked you Qingzi to calculate Chu Yun's destiny, and it turns out that he's suffered a backlash and has suffered a great loss in his realm. He will definitely achieve more than that in the future. If I can get him to help me, when I return to the headquarters in the future, perhaps I will be able to have the power to fight against those people. As for today's matter, Floor Master, you are my uncle's former subordinate. I believe in you, Sun Yen said in a serious tone. As Bai Xianran listened to his words, he actually felt helpless for him inside. His situation at the headquarters was clear to Bai Xianran. Even if he returned to the headquarters in the future, if he wanted to take power, it would be difficult. After all, the person he had offended was of such a high status that even if his uncle was there, he could only save his life. Do you think Chu Yun can help you fight against that person? Even if Chu Yun's chi is heaven-defying, that person's chi is not ordinary. Bai Xianran sighed. I know, but I don't want to stay in such a place forever. Sooner or later I will have to go back to the headquarters, and him I will have to face sooner or later. When it comes down to it, there's no choice but to gamble. Sun Yen said seriously with an expression that spared no expense. Seeing him like this, Bai Xianran didn't say anything more. After turning around and leaving, he passed on a sentence. I didn't see anything in this night's matter. What happens next? After you summarize it, come back and report to me. Many thanks, Floor Master. Sun Yen turned around to pay his thanks, following which, he straightened his back again, his gaze looking straight in the direction of the Prime Minister's mansion. Within the void space of the Prime Minister's mansion, with a shake of the War Knight's large hand, the crimson vortex in that sky above fell, the holy power dissipating away. Sovereign, it has all been resolved. Good. Chu Yun was a little surprised. He could not feel what had happened at all within this void space. Before the War Knight's figure moved, he had already captured all those Zunis alive. The means of a saint was truly unfathomable. At the same time, Shi Qianshan's trio, dragging the three heavenly exalted, also flew over. Chu Yun looked over. His uncle had already introduced himself to him earlier. Chu Yun took the initiative to salute towards Shi Qianshan. Grandfather. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. My good grandson, ah. Knowing that you've returned, Grandpa has been thinking about seeing you day and night. In the beginning, after you disappeared, Minyu was so anxious that she washed her face in tears all day long. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping the big picture in mind, Grandpa would have already brought the Shi family to kill the palace and find this to settle the score. Shi Qianshan, after seeing Chu Yun, was since relieved and happy. At this moment, the words were even more gushing out, pointing at Blue Ji was cursing. Chu Yun listened to the sardonic smile, together with his grandfather, or a rough chatterbox Well, father, these words, wait for this night's matter to be dealt with and then say it's not too late. Yuner, now that all the people from the Empress faction have been taken down, what do you plan to do next? Venerable Cultivator couldn't stand to watch and interrupted by interjecting from the side, looking at Chu Yun and asking. Chapter 105 Blue Ji's Undercard. Sage Consciousness. Chu Yun responded with a calm face. Let's dispose of these disruptive officials first. Pestilence. Kill the two of them. Chu Yun directly gave orders to the Plague Knight to kill the two heavenly sovereigns, Blood Billion and General Xing, who had already been tortured to death. Yes, Sovereign. Pestilence decisively struck, releasing a piece of ghostly mist to cover over and shroud the bodies of the two. Ah! Chu Yun, you shall not die. Ah! Blood Billion and General Xing let out heart-rending roars and hisses the moment the ethereal mist covered them. Only their two bodies, witnessed by the eyes of the crowd, corroded away with the naked eye, and finally completely vaporized and dissipated. Stare. Congratulations, Master. The Plague Knight killed Blood Billion and General Rowe and gained 50,000 editing points. Seeing this scene, Bloodless Soul and Shangguan Knight were struck physically and mentally. This was their old ancestor. It died just like that. For a time, both fear and hatred rose within them, and among the eyes that looked at Chu Yun, they could not wait to swallow him alive. The rest, after torturing them, then kill them. Chu Yun then ordered. Yes. The plague once again released a few wisps of ghostly light in the palm of his hand, the seemingly harmless ghostly aura. At this moment, for Blue Merchant and the others, it was like a life-threatening scythe. They wanted to struggle and dodge, but they simply couldn't. They could only watch as the ethereal light gradually approached them. Wait! Little friend Chu Yun. This matter is definitely a misunderstanding. We are from the Yunyang Holy Land, and we came here because we were confused by the Blue Merchant. So please, little friend, for the sake of the Yunyang Holy Land, we can be merciful. At this moment, that handsome-looking Heavenly Father's face was filled with panic and fear, hastily moving out his identity and background, trying to exchange for a chance at life. Pestilence turned his head to look at Chu Yun. The latter's face was impassive as he indifferently said, "Rebellion in my great Xia dynasty. It's useless for you to move out any holy land. Do it." Pestilence's expression was instantly serious. Yes. In the next moment, the spectral light entered the body, directly releasing endless poisonous gas within the three Lanshang people, invading their bones and even the blood throughout their bodies. Ah! In an instant, the three heavenly exalted were tortured to the point of wailing miserably. The Plague Knight's poison that could simply cause them to collapse from pain. They felt that every drop of blood on their bodies was like 10,000 times hotter magma, burning their bodies and souls. Countless barbs grew out of their bones, stabbing back at their bodies. It caused them to suffer an unprecedented amount of pain in an instant, and it was truly worse than death. Father! Master! Nie Ming and Lan Ji couldn't help but weep as they watched Lan Shang being tortured so miserably. In the depths of their eyes, their hatred towards Chu Yun was even at its peak. Chu Yun, you have the ability to release this empress. I dare guarantee that you will absolutely pay the price for what you did tonight. Blue Ji's voice was shrill and piercing as she cried out. Long gone was the dignified composure she had at the very beginning. Chu Yun could not help but look at her. Seeing her appearance, Chu Yun guessed that this empress most likely still had some hidden cards. He could remember that Feng Tianjing had once said that the empress had a card in her hand to reverse everything. Regarding the question of this undercard, Chu Yun directly conducted soul torture. System, what is the undercard in the hands of Blue Ji? Answer me. Look in my eyes, tell me why. System. Master, your eyes are too small. I can't see. Chu Yun? Cough, cough, cough. The final bottom card in Blue Ji's hand is the summoning card of a saint's consciousness, whose early years within a relic happened to help a saint's favor, and got a favor from him. When Chu Yun heard it, it turned out to be the consciousness of a sage. Then he was afraid of nothing. There are 4 saints on his side, and they are not all consciousnesses, they are all real bodies. He's afraid of nothing. But Master, that saint... Okay, you don't have to say it. It's not just a saint. I'll let her use it. Let her thoroughly feel the despair of running out of cards. Chu Yun directly interrupted the system. His eyes looked indifferently at Blue Ji. Fine, then I will give you this opportunity. Blue Ji, don't let me down. Immediately afterward, Chu Yun spoke to Easy Sun, who lifted Blue Ji's sword chi suppression. Blue Ji's face was instantly delighted. She was able to move, and she really did not expect that this Chu Yun would dare to be so arrogant and presumptuous. Since that was the case, then fine. She was definitely going to let Chu Yun taste the taste of regretting his life. Chu Yun, you will regret this. Since you dared to release me, then tonight you will lose. From the depths of her storage ring, Blue Ji took out a piece of human-shaped wooden sculpture that had been sealed for many years. She used her own blood to drop on top of the wooden carving, completely activating that body of consciousness that had been sealed within this wooden carving for many years. Boom! At that instant, the wooden sculpture flew straight up into the sky, and endless holy radiance shot out and flashed in all directions from within it. And in the end, a human silhouette whose body was comparable to half of the sky, wrapped in endless holy aura, appeared within the void of space. This person was middle-aged in appearance, with 2 sideburns hanging down, and a crimson phoenix tail symbol at the center of his eyebrows. His eyes, which were like 2 burning stars, opened and swept the entire scene before finally staring at Blue Ji. Senior. Blue G hurriedly arched her hand and saluted. Haven't seen you for many years. You used the wooden sculpture, and it looks like your situation has reached a very bad level. That false image of consciousness said. I also ask Senior to make a move to kill these people, all of them. Lan Ji did not speak nonsense and immediately stated her request. That virtual image's gaze swept roughly, and at the sight of the 4 great knights, his brows visibly frowned down slightly. For entry saints, no wonder you were defeated in one fell swoop. You 4, let's consider giving this king face. How about letting today's matter go? That shadow spoke directly to the 4 knights. In its view, these 4 were mostly the ones in control. However, the 4 knights would simply not pay attention to him without Chu Yun's orders. At this moment, the free spirit on the side, looking at the phoenix tail at the center of that shadowy figure's brow, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked, so he immediately frowned down and said, Who is Feng Jiuxiao to you? Hearing these words, that shadow's gaze abruptly changed, and his eyes became vicious, unbridled. A mere supreme being. How dare you speak the name of my clan's supreme clan leader? You seek death. As soon as Easy Sun heard this, a hint of decisiveness appeared between his brows. I said, why does it look so familiar? So it's someone from that foul-smelling race. Thumbs down. After saying that, Easy Sun launched his sword, fusing all the invincible sword intent within his body within this sword, fiercely chopping through that sage consciousness, instantly dispersing it. Even more so, the sword chi cut through the void and the entire dome of the great Xia imperial dynasty, cutting out a deep and long heaven's mark of dozens of miles. Seeing this scene, everyone was confused. Blue Ji was confused, the heavenly demoness and Meng Rushue, including the 4 great knights, were also shocked. Chu Yun was even a bit unresponsive as well. His own master, this was a strike? He hadn't even said a word, and hadn't even pretended. This is no longer. What made Chu Yun even more bewildered was that his own master, with a cultivation of the supreme realm, had actually dispersed the saint's consciousness with a single sword. Are you kidding me? Who is the protagonist? Impossible. How is it possible for you to disperse a saint's consciousness? This is impossible. Chu Yun was still only spitting to himself in shock. However, the opposite party, Lan Ji, seemed to be going crazy at this moment. She had placed all her hopes on this saint consciousness. As a result, not even a single power was released, and after appearing so pretentious, in the end, she was cleaved by Easy Sun's sword. Easy Sun's sword not only split apart the sage consciousness, but also took all of Blue Ji's hopes away as well. Chapter 106, Chu Yun's Killing Chance. Imperial Ancestor Mountain in danger. A strand of sage consciousness. Is it hard to chop? Easy Sun's indifferent to the point of indifference sentence rendered Lan Ji, who had almost collapsed, mute and speechless. The corners of Chu Yun's mouth also could not help but twitch. Good fellow, the pussy that he should have had to play himself had all been allowed to be played by his own master. Sure, Qianshan and venerable cultivator Xiao Luo and the others, seeing that Chu Yun's master teacher even had the ability to decapitate a saint's consciousness, that expression was even more admiring of him. It seems that your self-righteous bottom card is nothing more than that. In that case, pestilence, do it. Also, kill after searching the soul of the Blue Ji. Chu Yun said in a calm and relaxed manner. Yes. The pestilence knight made his move, and after torturing Ye Ming and Shangguan Knight and the others, and then when the hate value was full, along with those several heavenly dignitaries, they were vaporized with psionic poison and all of them died without a trace. The only one left from the entire Empress faction of those powerful people was Lan Ji. The Plague Knight clasped his palm on her face, and the massive holy power went straight into Blue Ji's soul, instantly causing her entire face, and even to her entire body, to become severely distorted. Ah! The raging holy power invaded her soul's memories, instantly causing her to feel as if her soul was being torn into billions of pieces in pain. In the end, all the memories within her mind were extracted by the Plague Knight and retained into a flowing light spirit bead, offering it to Chu Yun. After Chu Yun received it, he looked at Blue Ji with an expressionless face and softly said, "This is the end. It should end." Blue Ji's hideous appearance with disheveled hair and a few wisps of maniacal smile appeared at the end. "Chu Yun, you won't live a long life. This queen is waiting for you in hell." The Plague Knight's spectral light fell, and a generation of Xia empresses and divine sect holy maidens came to an end. As these people fell in the center of Chu Yun's mind, the system's constant prompts sounded one after another. His editing points now amounted to more than 200,000. It could be considered a wave of fat in the true sense of the word. Moreover, in the hands of the Knights of War, there were still Yen Rujuin and the others who had not been resolved. Together, those Zunis could be more than 100,000 at least. However, right after Blue Ji died, the crowd flew out of the void battlefield. At that moment, Sun Yan's message also suddenly arrived. Chu Yun received it suspiciously and took a closer look. At that instant, within his eyes that were already calm, a radiant killing opportunity bloomed. Noble concubine Song also Ling had united with the two seal king realms of the Jinling imperial dynasty with the intention of seizing the Jin dynasty state seal and releasing the ten-eyed heavenly demon. And within the imperial ancestor mountain, the situation was critical. If we were to say that he was fighting with Lan Ji, Chu Rong and these people, then no matter what, it would be a grudge within their own Grand Xia. But the chopping spirit imperial dynasty, it was other countries. The fact that they dared to dye the great Xia imperial family's Jin dynasty state seal was an invasion by a foreign enemy, but it was impossible for any royal child to tolerate it. Chu Yun was even a little confused as to why Song Yaling, as a noble consort, would collude with the chopping spirit imperial dynasty. Ninth brother. Quick! Something has happened at the imperial ancestor mountain. Father is most likely in danger. At the same time, Chu Wasteland had arrived at the Songfu with Chi Quan and the others, and he rushed to speak to Chu Yun before he even landed on the ground. Chu Yun turned his head to look at Chu Arao and nodded. Second brother, I know the matter. Don't worry, leave it to me. When Venerable Cultivator and Shi Qianshan heard this, their faces were instantly shocked. Something had happened to the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Could it be Lan Ji's arrangement? But the Imperial Ancestor Mountain has the Supreme Emperor and the Imperial Ancestors within it. How could Blue Ji make a move there? Yuner, what happened to the Imperial Ancestor Mountain? Xiao Luo rushed out to inquire. Uncle, let second brother explain to you. Master, those broken spaces within the city. Let's trouble Master. The four of you, follow this clan to the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Chu Yun did not have time to explain too much, and after making a simple arrangement, he ordered the four knights. Yes, Sect Master. Easy Sun also nodded his head at him and responded, Go at ease. Just leave the city to Master. Chu Yun nodded, and immediately afterward, the Death Knight condensed a door of space, and the four great knights brought Chu Yun and flew straight in. Inside the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, there was a ceiling formation that isolated everything. If not for that, the four great knights would have long since detected something strange in the depths of the Imperial Palace. Similarly, because of the existence of the isolation array, the spirits on the Imperial Ancestor Mountain did not know about the changes within the Imperial City and the existence of the Sage. Imperial Ancestor Mountain. The purple demonic light that rushed up from that demon cave was eventually all absorbed by one of the energy bodies of the demon cave. Immediately afterward, the power sealed within the demonic blade blossomed out and merged within the body of the ten-eyed heavenly demon underneath. Following that, an aura at the late Seal King realm level shook out from the bottom of the devil cave. A layer of demonic mist stirred up, accompanied by a 10-feet-tall body, covered in demonic skin that was purple and black, haunted by endless purple demonic light, and with 10 eyes on its face, the 10-eyed heavenly demon stood proudly above the sky. The 10 eyes of the 10-eyed heavenly devil were neatly lined up side by side, and all 10 eyes were emitting unusually sharp devilish light, and if stared at for a long time, it was as if one could sink into a nightmare, and it would be difficult to wake up. Chu Hao, meet Grandpa. Chu Xinyan, meet Grandpa. Father. The two of them, Chu Hao and Song Yiling, who were fighting within the void space, all addressed this 10-eyed heavenly demon with excitement after seeing it at this moment. My king's precious daughter, it's been hard on you. The two little ones are not bad either, worthy of being the descendants of my 10-eyed heavenly demon. Ha 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 ha. The 10-eyed heavenly demon let out a loud laugh. Now he had not only seen the light of day again, but his battle power had even recovered to more than 70%. The great Xia imperial dynasty had sealed him for so long, and now that he was out of the trap, he would definitely not let go of any of the Chu family's descendants. The great Xia emperor and Chu Jinnan had despair on their faces. Song Yaling was actually the daughter of this 10-eyed heavenly demon. They had actually allowed this woman to marry into the imperial family. This was simply a disgrace to their ancestors. They were the ancient sins of the great Xia dynasty. P.S. I beg you all to brush some small gifts, 3 consecutive 6 days. Need motivation. Power Chapter 107. Timely pursuit, redeeming losses. At this moment, the 10-eyed heavenly demon pressed a finger light across the ground, suppressing Chu Jinnan, who was still entangled with his daughter, into the ground, leaving only half of his body behind. Subsequently, its gaze looked towards a void not far away. Behind that space were the two Seal King realm powerhouses of the spirit beheading imperial dynasty. The two of you, thank you for this. But by now, there's no need to worry about anything, even if the other imperial dynasties check up on it. The Great Xia was destroyed by this king, so there's no need to suspect your Jinling imperial dynasty. Just show yourself. The two Seal King realms of the spirit beheading imperial dynasty sniffed, and only then did they step out from the middle of the void. Spirit beheading imperial dynasty. The imperial ancestor's pupils deeply trembled in shock as he looked at those two. His eyes not only despairing, but also endlessly resentful. The spirit beheading imperial dynasty was ranked 5th amongst the top 10 imperial dynasties. At one time, during the peak of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, the relationship with the spirit beheading imperial dynasty was quite good. He really hadn't expected that one day the spirit beheading imperial dynasty would go after them. I didn't expect Brother Song to be trapped for many years, but when I see him today, he still looks the same. The two of us helped Miss Song to free Brother Song, and as a condition, we have to take away this Jin dynasty state seal and the reigning son of heaven of this great Xia dynasty. One of the old men offered in a more polite tone. Both of them were at the early stage of the King Seal realm, while the strength of the 10 Eyes heavenly devil Dao had already recovered to the late stage of the King Seal realm. Could be said that this matter was beyond their expectations. They had initially thought that even if the 10-eyed heavenly devil broke the seal, his cultivation would be at most at the early Seal King realm. With 2 against 1, they would still be able to take some strong measures. But now that this was the case, they had no choice but to be slightly more polite. The 10-eyed heavenly demon listened to the man's words and did not refuse. All right, no problem. Then the Jin dynasty state seal and this Dang dynasty son of heaven will belong to your Jinling imperial dynasty, and in this matter, this king will not disclose it to the public. The 10-eyed heavenly demon agreed so easily, which was really rather unexpected by the duo. However, they also immediately showed joyful faces, and one person responded, "Then, thank you, Brother Song." In the next moment, that person directly shot out, and a power shot out from his palm, binding the great Xia Emperor, who was suffering from inner despair and the 5 failures of the celestial beings, and storing him in a spirit bag. Brother Song, then the 2 of us will take our leave first. See you later. The 10-eyed heavenly demon nodded, and immediately afterward, the 2 of them directly tore through space and left the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Chu Hao watched as his father was taken away, and although he was unwilling to part with him, 1,000 words were ultimately exchanged for a soft sigh. He had chosen his mother's side, so the deaths and lives of the people of the Chu family had nothing to do with him. Father, why don't you leave them behind? If we can obtain the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's Jinchao State Seal, that would be another big help to Father's battle power increase. Song Yiling flew in front of the 10-eyed heavenly demon at this moment. At this moment, she was completely a demoness-like. Her skin and hair were all purple, and her heavenly demon features were undoubtedly revealed. Although she and those 2 were in a cooperative relationship, but now that his father had gotten out of the trap, it was natural for them to put their own interests first. Daughter, why would my father not want to leave them behind? I was able to forcefully subdue them and seize the great Xia's Jin dynasty state seal. But then, the pinnacle of the Seal King realm of the spirit beheading imperial dynasty will inevitably come out. I haven't fully recovered my strength yet, so it's not advisable to add another strong enemy at the moment. Sooner or later, the supreme battle soldier will be available, and now that I've seen the light of day again, with my king's talent, becoming a saint is not difficult. On that day, I will make the spirit beheading imperial dynasty spit out that Jin dynasty state seal, the 10-eyed heavenly demon said with a domineering posture. Song Yiling heard this and could only say, "Yes, my daughter believes that my father will definitely be able to recreate his former glory." The 2 people from that spirit beheading imperial dynasty, after leaving the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, flew all the way across the void space towards the outside of the palace. Strange. The battle within this city, how did it end so quickly? The battle fluctuations of those exalted ones, how come they've all disappeared? One of the old men, after sensing the abnormalities within the imperial city, immediately said with some strangeness. Before the other person could answer, suddenly, in the void space in front of them, Endless waves of space under the control of a holy force came towards the two of them. The two of them changed in shock, and without being able to think about it, they subconsciously flew upwards to avoid it. However, in the direction they flew past, a devouring holy aura had already been waiting for a long time, like a monstrous bloody mouth, swallowing the two's bodies violently, sinking deep into it. Like falling into a swamp, only half of the duo's bodies were revealed, and the power of the two of them was contained the moment they touched that black hole vortex. Saint power! Saint's means! The duo's faces were horrified and terrified. How could they have run into a saint here? Had this great Xia imperial city seen a ghost? There could still be a saint powerhouse. In the next moment, the famine knight appeared in front of them. This devouring black hole is his handiwork. His name was Famine, and the Tao he practiced was precisely the Tao of devouring. As for the three Death Knights, they flew over from not far away with Chu Yun. To seal King Realms, Chu Yun did not need to think much at all to know that. These two were definitely the people from the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. Senior, we are people from the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. I don't know where we have offended Senior. Please give us a chance to explain Senior. Yes, Senior, we haven't even met face to face with Senior. There must be a misunderstanding here. These two people at the moment said one after another to the Famine Knight in a humble and submissive manner. There is no misunderstanding. It is you guys who have been arrested. Sovereign, what to do with it? The Famine Knight gave them a disdainful look and asked Chu Yun for instructions. Don't waste time. Just search your soul directly. Chu Yun ordered. Yes. The Famine Knight immediately raised his hand, the holy aura in his hand brightening as he directly locked onto the souls of the two of them. Soul search. Elder, spare your life. My lord, have mercy. Gongzi wanna know what despite ask. I'll say, ah. Without waiting for them to finish their words, the Famine Knight's power had already fallen, forcibly piercing through their soul seas, probing the memories inside their minds. It didn't take long for the soul search to end. The Famine Knight's power withdrew, and the two men's souls were directly traumatized by their origin, fainting on the spot. As soon as the Famine Knight took out the spirit bag of one of them, he smashed and released the Great Summer Emperor. Father! Lao Jiu! Chu Yun was shocked and delighted to see his father and emperor. Fortunately, above the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, the only person he cared about the most was his father. Now that his father emperor was fine, his heart instantly settled down. The Famine Knight once again searched out the Zhen Dynasty State Seal from one person and offered it to Chu Yun. Patriarch, this is the Zhen Dynasty State Seal of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. It is good that it is safe and sound. The purpose of their coming here is to seize the Zhen Dynasty State Seal on the orders of Emperor Zhenling. Because the Zhen Dynasty State Seal requires the heart blood of the current emperor to activate it. That's why the Patriarch's father was captured along with it. Chapter 108:10 Eyed Heavenly Demon's Unwillingness. Chu Yun slowly received that Zhen Dynasty State Seal. The aura floating above it belonged to the same level as his own human emperor streamer, a supreme war weapon without a doubt. However, as soon as he heard that the two people from the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty were actually going to take his own father's heart's blood to start it, the look in his eyes immediately became extremely cold. Old Nine, quickly. Imperial Ancestral Mountain. That 10-eyed heavenly demon is still there. Old Ancestor and the others are in danger. Quickly save them. The Great Summer Emperor was still suffering from the torment of the 5 failures of the Celestials at this moment, but he still spoke out anxiously. Father, take it easy for now. I know. Famine, my father and these two. I'll leave them to you for now. The three of you, follow me to the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. After Chu Yun slipped the Zhen Dynasty State Seal into his pocket, he immediately ordered, Yes, Sovereign. Immediately afterward, the 3 Death Knights led Chu Yun and flew directly towards the summit of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Imperial Ancestor Mountain. The 10-eyed heavenly demon's fingers were entwined with several strands of power, and with a gentle hook, only to see the figures of those 5 clan elders and Chu Jinnan, including the Imperial Ancestor, a total of 7 people, being suspended above the demon cave. Your ancestors, they trapped this king in this dark, sunless ghost place underneath for thousands of years. Today, this king will also lock up all of his Chu family's bloodline, all of them, in the middle of this demon cave, so that you all will suffer the taste of 10,000 devils devouring your bites. The 10-eyed heavenly demon laughed coldly. With that, his power slowly loosened, and the 7 people's bodies gradually descended. He wanted to make these fellows who had held down his seal for many years fall into despair one by one. Let them watch with their own eyes what it was like to have their bodies covered by the demonic chi within the demon cave. The great Xia dynasty is ruined today, all because of you, woman. I even allowed you to marry into the royal family. I am truly a dim-witted king. Chu Jinnan's eyes were filled with bloodshot, his eyes staring at Song Yiling as he guiltily blamed himself. Back then, when Song Yiling married into the royal family, the emperor of Great Xia was still him, Chu Jinnan. He had failed to keep a good eye on the situation, causing the foundation of the Great Xia dynasty to be destroyed. The sins on his body couldn't be redeemed in any way. Even when he reached the netherworld, he would not have the face to meet the royal family's ancestors. Chu Jinnan, why do you need to be so hypocritical? My father was suppressed by you for so many years, and now that the Great Xia imperial dynasty has been destroyed, all of this is nothing more than the cycle of karma. Song Yiling looked at the demonic aura covering half of their bodies and indifferently said, "Reincarnation of karma? Thinking too much, they won't die. And the Great Xia dynasty, it's impossible for it to be extinguished." Chu Yun's voice that was rich in killing intent came out from the middle of space. In the next moment, the space above the demon cave tore apart, and the 3 great knights with Chu Yun all flew out from within it. The Death Knight slapped his palm down, and his domineering power directly struck into the bottom of the demon cave, dispersing all of the demonic chi that had risen up from underneath. The 7 people of the royal family were thus rescued. Chu Yun, why are you here? The moment Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan saw Chu Yun, both of their faces changed abruptly. Chu Yun should be busy dealing with the Empress faction's talents right now. How could he have appeared on top of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain? The 10-eyed heavenly demon frowned at this moment. It was only because of those 3 knights next to Chu Yun, the auras they carried. He was unexpectedly unable to see through them. Chu Yun, it's that 9th son, isn't it? Wasn't he missing? How come he's back again? Those within the royal family, other than Chu Jinnan who knew roughly what happened, that royal ancestor, including those 5 clan elders, all had somewhat shocked and puzzled looks on their faces. In addition to that, there was also a trace of worry and trembling that flashed between the brows of one of the clan elders. Chu Yun, for you to be able to appear here, could it be that you've already resolved the matter on Blue G's side? Song Yiling asked with a straight face. A person who is going to die, there is no need to know so much. You've gone to great lengths just to release this 10-eyed heavenly demon, right? In that case, War. Chu Yun glanced at the War Knight. The latter understood, and a large net coalesced from holy power immediately overlaid down towards the 10-eyed heavenly demon. 10-eyed stunning swirl. When the 10-eyed heavenly demon realized that the Knight of War's aura of power far exceeded his own, it was too late to dodge, so he could only fight with all his might. His 10 eyes, which transformed into 10 demonic whirlpools, appeared around him as if they were 10 energy wormholes, all condensing a ray of demonic aura. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 10 ons shot out in unison. Their power was earth-shattering, and the entire space of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain was plunged into a large-scale shaking and vibration. However, he never expected that his full force strike when it touched the large net. It was instantly crushed by the holy radiance that shook out from the large net. Bang! The large net ruthlessly landed on his body, holy power blazing flames flared up on all sides, and the 10-eyed heavenly demon's body directly smashed down on top of the ground, his entire demonic body being imprisoned by the large net. Those holy radiant incandescence flames were even burning his demonic body at all times. Ah! You're a saint! The 10-eyed heavenly demon gritted his teeth in pain, squeezing out words in shock and anger. Father! Saint! Saint! Song also Ling's gaze was horrified, looking at her father enduring the incandescent flames, that injury getting worse and worse. Her heart was like a knife twisting in grief. Its eyes were even more shocked and trembling as it gazed stupidly at the Knight of War. Saint? How is it possible? By Chu Yun's side, how could there be a saint powerhouse? Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan, as well as the 7 people from the royal family, were also dumbfounded. Saints. It was still the first time they had all seen a saint. Looking at the entire land of the 100 dynasties, there were only a handful of saints. Even when the Great Xia dynasty was at its peak, no saints had ever appeared. And this imperial grandson of theirs called Chu Yun, there was even a saintly powerhouse by his side as a companion. This was truly astounding. Who in the world are you? You are not from the land of the 100 dynasties. Why are you helping Great Xia? The 10-eyed heavenly demon hissed angrily in question in an unwilling manner. He concluded that the Knight of War wasn't a saint from the land of the 100 dynasties, but he didn't understand why a hallowed saint would come to meddle in the affairs of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. Stupid. The Knight of War responded with disdain. When Chu Hao saw this, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Song Yiling. Mother, the change is too great. Find a chance to leave quickly. As long as one lives, there is still hope. Song Yiling's gaze trembled as she looked towards her pair of sons and daughters. Then he saw Chu Hao walking up at this moment with his guts. So what if it's a saint? Chu Yun, at this point in time, do you dare to fight me one-on-one in a single battle and fulfill a wish of mine? You're the old 9, I'm the old 8, and honestly, I'm really curious as to who's stronger and who's weaker between the two of us. Chu Hao approached towards Chu Yun at this moment, and by doing so, he was trying to delay time for his mother. Of all of them, only the heavenly phase realm's Song Yiling might have a hope of escaping. Chapter 109. The final curtain falls. Chu Mu Clan Elder. Chu Yun looked at Chu Hao at this moment, his eyes slightly playful. Good, but there's no need to waste time. The gap between us is like a heavenly rift. Saying that, the power of nirvana rose from Chu Yun's body, and a vermilion bird's claw violently grabbed towards Chu Hao's neck, directly ripping it to his face. Although the latter's cultivation was also hidden, he was only at the Jindan realm level. Chu Yun dealt with him as if it was as simple as grabbing a chicken, and the latter did not have any power to fight back. Chu Hao was confused. He looked at Chu Yun with a trembling gaze. How could he think that Chu Yun's cultivation had reached the Nirvana realm? Those 7 old men from the imperial family, including Song Yiling, they were also startled. Such a young Nirvana realm, this was going against the heavens. Do you think that I don't know what you're trying to do? Trying to use yourself to attract attention so that your mother can find a way to escape. Unfortunately, you are still too unclear about the means of a saint. Chu Yun teasingly laughed as Chu Hao's voice transmission was spied on by the Knight of War. At that moment, Chu Hao's face finally revealed a terrified panic. However, Chu Yun no longer gave him the opportunity to speak, and his large hand pinched with force. Bang! Chu Hao's head separated, killing him on the spot. Hao, brother! Song Yiling and Chu Xinyan witnessed Chu Hao's death and immediately roared in grief, the hatred towards Chu Yun in their hearts even reaching its peak. Chu Yun struck again, and a vermilion bird's flame landed on Chu Xinyan's body. Ah! Chu Xinyan's entire body instantly burned with incandescent flames, and she was engulfed by the ferocious flames, and after wailing in agony repeatedly, she also turned into a burnt corpse. You murdered the hands and feet. Chu Yun, you will not be allowed to die. You will definitely die a horrible death. With the tragic deaths of her 2 children, Song Yiling had already broken down inside, and had no desire to live on alone at all. She was now also begging for death. War, fulfill her. Chu Yun's ice-cold words came out once again. Yes. The Knight of War's palm condensed a wave of awnings before smashing into Song Yiling. Song Yiling faced death without fear or trepidation. She knew that she was going to go with her 2 children. She smiled and closed her eyes. Bang! The place where it stood exploded in place, and her soul and flesh became a firework that was so splendid that it was like starlight, spilling out all over the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. In the center of Chu Yun's mind, the number of editing points was added by more than 20,000. Daughter! Ah! When the 10-eyed heavenly demon saw that all of his bloodline descendants had died out, he went crazy, ignoring the pain of being scorched by the incandescent flames on himself, burning his lifespan and draining his potential in exchange for a moment of extreme outburst. Pounds of majestic demonic chi surged out from his body, finally tearing apart the large net that covered him. Even if this day the king dies, he will make you all pay the price. After the 10-eyed heavenly demon broke open the large net, his entire body directly swelled and bulged, and all the power in his body was concentrated in his abdomen, as if his entire body was going to be burst by the power. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. The royal ancestor shouted with a horrified expression on his face. However, the Death Knight's eyes flashed with a ferocious coldness within them at this moment. His figure instantly appeared in front of the 10-eyed heavenly demon. It's too whimsical for you to think of blowing yourself up in front of me. The Death Knight pointed a finger at him, and in the next moment, The huge amount of magical power that had gathered within the 10-eyed heavenly demon's body unexpectedly turned into dead chi in an instant, because of the cross-breeding of death chi, causing his skin organism to age crazily. The 10-eyed heavenly demon only felt in one beat that all of the power he was going to blow himself up with had been converted into death chi, which backfired on himself. He went down in utter despair. You! When he still wanted to say something at last, the dead chi in his body erupted, finally covering up the last trace of vitality he had left. 10-eyed heavenly demon, die. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Death Knight killed 10 Eyes Heavenly Demon. Gained 45,000 editing points. A Seal King Realm, 45,000 edit points. Still considered acceptable. As for the 10-eyed Heavenly Demon's corpse, it was also catalyzed by the Death Knight's death aura and turned into a strand of the countless death spirit consciousnesses in his hands. As the leader of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse sect, the Death Knight's ability and strength was undoubtedly the most outstanding. In the entire Apocalypse sect, he was the only one who was able to separate himself from the Vice-Patriarch and be equal to each other. The 7 people of the Imperial family were all trembling at the moment as they watched the scene before them. The crisis of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain was also lifted with this. Yun'er, your father, and the Jin Dynasty State Seal are still in the hands of the people of the Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty. Quickly have someone go and chase them back. Chu Jinan fiercely recalled that the 2 people from the Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty at this moment, and immediately spoke out to Chu Yun. Chu Yun glanced at him with cold eyes and said with a somewhat indifferent tone, Supreme Emperor, you don't need to worry about this. My father and the Jin Dynasty State Seal, I have already recaptured it back a long time ago. Supreme Emperor. These 3 words were enough to see Chu Yun's attitude towards these old men of theirs. It was so strange and distant. Chu Jinan always wanted to argue for something. But in the end, after thinking about it, he finally hung his head slightly and said softly, that would be good. Yun'er, these few saints, could it be that they are all your friends? The Imperial Ancestor's old face was smiling at the moment, taking the initiative to fly over to Chu Yun to set up a proximity, probing into the details of these few people from the Knights of War. Seeing this, Chu Yun could not help but coldly smile inwardly. This royal family's old men were really realistic. When Chu Yun was inconspicuous, he did not ask about anyone. Now, after he had a saint under his command, each and every one of them were showing smiling faces to get close to him, when really it was realistic enough. We are not friends of the sovereign, but rather under the sovereign's command. The Plague Knight took the initiative to respond. Under the banner? The Imperial Ancestor was startled. Chu Yun unexpectedly had a saint under his command. Furthermore, he was called some kind of sovereign. Could it be that there was some kind of clan behind him? Chu Yun ignored him at this moment. His gaze swept over the faces of those 5 clan elders one by one. As for one of the clan elders, he was clearly a bit of a thief, not daring to meet Chu Yun's gaze, and his eyes had been avoiding Chu Yun's gaze. Seeing this, Chu Yun smiled with a cold face. Clan Elder Chu Mu, what are you hiding from? Is it because you feel that you are surprised that I did not die? Or do you feel that you have guilt in your heart because I saved the Grand Xia dynasty? The moment Chu Yun said this, everyone's gazes turned towards the clan elder called Chu Mu. Chapter 110. Ending Everything, Brand New Daxia. That Chu Mu old ancestor, who was named, clearly had a trace of panic flashing through his eyes, facing the pressure of the 3 saints. He simply didn't have the certainty of lying and successfully cheating his way through. At this moment, Chu Jinan slightly hung his head and did not speak. Obviously he, the Supreme Emperor, knew what was going on. Even the Daxia Emperor had found out, not to mention him, the previous emperor. On his way here, Chu Yun had already checked all of Lan Ji's memories in passing. At first, it was this Chu Mu clan old man's secret hand. Help Blue Ji, will just born Chu Yun quietly transfer out of the palace to go. To say that he was a murderer was not an exaggeration at all. Chu Mu, what's going on here? The Imperial clan elders' gaze questioned him at this moment. He and the other few clan elders were the ones who truly knew nothing about this. The other 4, their energies were all spent on guarding the demon cave. This royal ancestor, on the other hand, had been in seclusion all year round, wanting to impact that higher realm. Old ancestor. Chu Mu all of a sudden have a mouth to speak. He also always can't directly tell the truth. This is not too much to die faster. Chu Mu, do you still intend to weasel your way out of this? I've read all of Blue Ji's memories. I know all the details of how you helped them back then and stole the newly born me out of the palace. Chu Yun's eyes were cold and stern, that expression indifferent to the extreme as he looked at him. Upon hearing those words, the imperial ancestor and several other clan elders also basically understood what was going on. It was fitting that it was Chu Mu's handiwork that caused this little fellow Chu Yun to disappear in the first place. Asshole! Pa! As a royal clan elder, this is how you treat the royal descendants? The imperial clan elder turned around at this moment and slapped Chu Mu to the ground, cursing angrily. Old ancestor! I know I was wrong. I was also confused for a moment back then and fell under the compulsion of Lan Ji. Yuner! I really know it's wrong. Please also look at the fact that as a member of the same royal family, I've been guarding the demon cave for so many years, and I've done hard work without merit, so let me go this time. Chu Mu humbly knelt on the ground and sincerely admitted his mistake. The imperial ancestor was a little soft-hearted. Indeed, as Chu Mu had said, he had been guarding the demon cave for so many years and had suffered without merit. Yuner or else. The imperial old ancestor also wanted to open his mouth to plead for mercy at this moment, and Chu Yun immediately interrupted him. Old ancestor, there are some things that have not happened to you that you would not understand. He was meritorious in guarding the demon cave. That would allow him to retain his genealogical identity after his death. As for what happened back then, that was not some playful child's play, but a life and death feud. Hearing Chu Yun say that, the other several clan elders and the royal ancestors all at once, all had helpless faces and were speechless. Chu Mu was still kneeling there without taking a stance. His nature of being afraid of death was unmistakable. Just as well. Death, you make a move and give him a decent death. Chu Yun ordered when he saw his unconsciousness. Yes. The Death Knight then gazed at Chu Mu, and a death spirit holy light in his hand shot out towards him. No! Give me a chance, ah! Save me, old ancestor! Save me! Chu Mu's desire for survival was still blooming. However, in the next instant, the vitality in his body instantly converted into a deadly aura, and he directly became a pale corpse. Seeing this scene, the imperial ancestors shook their heads. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. There was nothing they could do about Chu Mu's death. But at least it still left a whole body. Alright, this farce too is completely over. Now that the 10-eyed heavenly demon has been removed, you no longer need to guard the demon cave. There are still a whole lot of things going on within the city, old ancestor, a few clan elders. Chu Yun will take his leave first. Chu Yun's expression was bland at the moment, not bothering to look at Chu Mu's corpse on the ground. He brought the 3 great knights and directly left the imperial ancestor mountain. Our Chu family has produced a true dragon. The imperial ancestor lamented at this moment. It's a pity that we made the wrong choice in the beginning. If we didn't let Blue Ji run wild, his attitude towards us wouldn't have been this cold. Chu Jinan lightly sighed. No harm done. As long as the Grand Xia imperial dynasty can be good, it doesn't matter if this kid even wants a few of us old guys to die. The imperial ancestors looked on the bright side. As long as Chu Yun's existence could make the Grand Xia imperial dynasty stronger, then he would have no problem with anything. The storm within the imperial city was set off overnight. But then it fell overnight. When the sun rose in the morning, the broken buildings within the imperial city, including the broken void space, had all been restored as before. In addition to that, Chu Yun had sent the 3 major knights other than the Death Knights to the Divine Sect, the Corpsine Sect, and the Blood God Sect, respectively. The venerables of these 3 great sects had all fallen into Chu Yun's hands, but there were still a large number of disciples and elders within their sects. Chu Yun naturally understood the principle of eliminating the roots and roots. Sending 3 saints forward to exterminate the 3 clans was considered enough to look down on them. As for the remaining saints such as Yen Rujuan, Ghost Sob, Zhou Lin and the others, Chu Yun handed them over to the Death Knights, who tortured them before beheading them all, including those 2 sealed King Realm powerhouses from the spirit-beheading imperial dynasty. After being similarly tortured, their hate values towards Chu Yun were pulled up to the fullest and their benefits maximized, followed by their return to the west. 3 days later, the Empress faction within the imperial city was led by Jin Mu, Venerable Shura, and the others completely purged. As for the rest of those factions, they are also rats scattering from a sinking ship, dead or dead, descending or descending. Because of the downfall of the Empress, the local forces in the entire imperial city were directly weakened by a quarter as the factions suffered a bloodbath. Fortunately, Those officials led by Meng Chongchong took over the mess and stabilized the situation of the dynasty. And not long after, the three great knights returned. At the same time, within the Great Xia dynasty, three pieces of news then spread like wildfire. God sect, blood god sect, corpsine sect, these three big sects were destroyed, the pattern of power within the Great Xia dynasty. From then on, a shocking change. The Shi family had now become the #1 force. Following them were the Snow sect and the Yun family, the Luo family. The Hope Immortal Taoist sect also contributed more in this battle, so it has also risen in popularity. Some of the blood god sect's land spirit stone mines, Chu Yun had even divided a portion of them. Including the Yen family and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the three great clans' lands and resources within the imperial city, Chu Yun gave them both an equal share. This operation not only displayed Chu Yun's pattern, it also displayed the generosity and sincerity with which he treated his subordinates. If he ate well, his subordinates had to have a bite of meat as well. Such a way is the way to win the hearts of the people. Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. In the Spirit Beheading Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold dragon robe, with a crown hanging over his head and a face that wasn't angry or authoritative, sat on top of a side hall, listening to two royal blood relatives of the King Seal realm, reporting on the tip-off. Your Majesty, it has been thoroughly investigated. Elder Yen and Elder Mu, the two of them, did indeed die within the territory of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Even according to the lock of the secret method, they perished in the middle of the imperial city of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, a man in a python robe said, he was the blood brother of the Emperor of the Spirit Beheading, the third prince of the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty, Qin Guiming. As for the other old man, he was the same as the two King Seal realms that had gone to the Great Xia Dynasty, a royal elder of the Jinling Imperial Dynasty, and this man's name was Qin Sun. Chapter 111 Chu Yun succeeds to the throne. Easy Sun leaves. Emperor Qin Wu of the Spirit Beheading at this time, after hearing the exact reply, his face became slightly cold and heavy. A Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, when it was once at its peak, only had a few Seal King realms. Nowadays, the overall strength has long since ceased to be what it used to be, and with the cultivation of the two of them, Qin Mu and Qin Yen, to even die there must be something strange going on. Qin Guimin heard this, and after thinking about it, he said, Your Majesty, if you want to thoroughly investigate the cause of their deaths, you'll most likely have to send someone with a stronger cultivation level to make a trip to the imperial city of Daxia in person. I'm afraid that the purpose of their trip has already been exposed. So I'm afraid that this will have a slight impact on the reputation of my Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. Elder Qin Sun, who was on the side, held a different view. Your Highness, in fact, in my opinion, the possibility of this matter being able to affect our Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty is slim to none. First of all, our people died in the Great Xia Imperial City. No matter what purpose they went there for, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty will have to give us a reasonable explanation or even compensation. Secondly, the death of the two of them has in turn given us the name to seize the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's state seal. If the Grand Xia doesn't hand over the state seal, then we can crusade against them for this crime, and in this way the remaining 9 great imperial dynasties will have nothing to say. Qin Sun's words had indeed impressed Emperor Zhanling. There was no problem with this set of logic. Their Jinling Imperial Dynasty's people had died within the Great Xia Imperial City, and Great Xia had to give them an explanation. If not, it was more than justified for their Jinling Imperial Dynasty to send out troops. Good. Elder Seeker has a point. How about this, third brother? You personally go to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty and tell them that our Jinling Imperial Dynasty will only accept to use their Jin Dynasty state seal as compensation. If not, it's time for the Great Xia Dynasty's national fortune to come to an end. Qin Wu immediately gave the exact order. Yes. Third Prince Qin Guiming immediately led the way. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty after almost a week. It was only after the entire storm that had been set off within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty that it had completely returned to calm. Chu Yun had also managed to fulfill his promise and managed to make the Yen family the #1 family within the Great Xia Imperial City, and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had also divided some of the auction rights of the imperial family to them. There was also the corpse head of the Blue Ji, which he handed over to his second brother, Chu Wuang. The latter brought that head to his mother consort's grave to pay homage to the departed person's spirit in heaven. After this, the Great Xia Emperor's 5 periods of celestial failure was also successfully passed, and he was safe and sound, and even more so, His realm broke through one more layer, successfully reaching the early stage of the celestial phase realm. However, because of Song also Ling's matter, the cause of the entire foundation of the Great Summer Dynasty, almost destroyed in his hands. Inside his heart, he felt deeply guilty, and even more so, he was filled with guilt towards the Chu family's ancestors. Therefore, after he came out from the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, he immediately made a very significant decision. Father, this can never be done. You are in the prime of your life, and now you have even successfully broken through the realm. How can you pass the throne to me at this time? This is to punish my son Ah. Inside the Imperial study, after Chu Yun heard his father's words, he immediately displayed a shocked look and lowered his head to ask him to withdraw his order. In addition to him, in the room stood Meng Chongchong, Jin Mu, and a few first-grade officials. All of them had a more calm expression on their faces, and were obviously prepared for this. All right, my mind is made up, so don't push back. Within these sons of mine, you are the most suitable to sit in this position nowadays. Furthermore, with the Prime Minister and several ministers and their assistants, there are many things you don't have to worry about at all. Father almost caused the overthrow of the Grand Xia, and this crime has already made it impossible for myself to continue to sit in this seat with peace of mind. Thus, Yuner, only you can take up this great responsibility. Only you, too, are worthy of taking up this responsibility. With a wave of the Daxia Emperor's hand, several palace maids took the prepared dragon robe imperial crown and directly put it on Chu Yun. Coupled with the fact that the Zhen dynasty state seal was still in his hand, Chu Yun's body nowadays had already begun to gradually converge on the national fortunes of the entire Daxia imperial dynasty. Seeing this, Meng Chongchong was the first to salute loudly. Congratulations to the new emperor on his ascension to the throne. Long live the emperor. Congratulations to the new emperor for ascending the throne. Long live the emperor. Those first-grade officials in the back, as well as Jin Mu, all of them were also kneeling and saluting towards Chu Yun at this moment. Chu Yun was currently wearing a dragon robe, and his gaze glanced at his father. The latter nodded towards him with a smile. With that, Chu Yun also frankly accepted this brand new identity. The childishness on his face completely disappeared, and in its place was a touch of dominance that belonged solely to the emperor's sole dignity. All ministers rise. Thank you, your majesty. As Chu Yun succeeded to the throne and became the new emperor of Chu, on top of the court, because of the vacancies of those officials of the empress's faction, he also directly filled those strong people in his own house. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father, enthroned as the Grand Xia State Master, the official position is comparable to Meng Chongchong. All of them are important officials. Murong Yin and the Fire Spirit Woman, including the three of the Sea Formation, Chu Yun had made them all royal envoys. At the same time, Meng Ruxue and the Heavenly Demoness, because they were both women that Chu Yun loved dearly, he decisively appointed them as concubines to accompany him in the palace. In addition to that, amongst the 4 legions, the Black Wolf Army and the Bonebreaker Army together amounted to 1,000,000 troops, all of which were involved in the rebellion. But because these 2 legions of those commanding officers have been executed, the remaining ordinary generals, they are acting under military orders, even if they do not want to rebel, but the military order is like a mountain, they have no way. For them to deal with these people, Chu Yun ordered to kill all the decision-makers in the 2 legions. As for those ordinary generals, all amnesty, not allowed to pursue. And these 2 legions, he also temporarily handed over to Murong Yin and Fire Spirit Woman. The 2 of them were in charge. Late at night, the palace's side hall. Chu Yun had finished reviewing all the folders before he rushed over, and Easy Sun and 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father, including the 4 great knights, they were all here. Your Majesty. Sovereign. Chu Yun nodded and directly walked towards Easy Sun. Master, I heard that you are leaving? My disciple has a lot of things going on these days, and I have yet to have a good chat with my master. Why is my master in such a hurry? Chu Yun still had a few feelings of reluctance towards Easy Sun. The prosperous son smiled faintly. Life is not about meeting each other. This time I came just to help you solve this predicament. Now that you have secured the throne and there are 4 saints to help you, I have nothing to worry about. Yuner, my master looks forward to the day I reunite with you in the divine Pure Land, and I hope that by then, your growth will surprise my master again. Chu Yun gave a deep salute. Chu Yun will definitely live up to his master's high expectations. The progenitor nodded, and then he tore through space and left the land. Chapter 112 Divine Phoenix Clan, Sage Heavenly Gate. After the progenitor left, Chu Yun gazed at the 4 great knights. Pestilence, I need you to help me with something. Please also command, Sovereign. The Pestilence Knight respectfully responded. This emperor wants you to go to the Thousand Legends dynasty and exchange that drop of white tiger essence blood with the Thousand Legends dynasty in the name of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect. This item is the Divine Sect's Heavenly Eye. Just take it and exchange it. Chu Yun handed the Divine Sect's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Eye, to the Plague Knight. This item, the Heavenly Eye, which could explore the living beings within the region of the 9 regions, was no longer of much use to Chu Yun nowadays. His Grand Xia dynasty was now completely stabilized internally. Thus, this Heavenly Eye that could explore the counties of the Kyushu region could not serve any purpose. Yes, after the Plague Knight received the Divine Eye, he immediately tore through space and left, rushing to the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty. How is Yun Nianyang doing? Chu Yun followed up with a question. The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father hurriedly responded. Back to your Majesty. Yun Nianyang has currently remained within the Cloud Mist building. But yesterday, she asked me to pass a message to your Majesty that it wants to meet your Majesty. Chu Yun's face was not surprised. Previously, when the 4 Great Knights had calmed the chaos, the power of the saints emanating from the 4 Great Knights, Yun Nianyang must have also seen it clearly. She must also have known that there existed saintly powerhouses by Chu Yun's side. She wanted to see herself, and Chu Yun could probably guess what she wanted to say. There is no rush. Let's air her out for a few days first. By the way, how is the eradication of the remaining remnants of the Empress faction going? Chu Yun asked again. The several major sects of the Divine Sect happened to have some disciples who went out in the first place, and only just managed to escape. However, they were also insignificant characters, and both the Sure family and the Imperial family dispatched personnel to hunt them down. It was only a matter of time before those who escaped the net were completely annihilated. Back to your Majesty. The number has been resolved by nearly 90%. The remaining ones, the Shadow Guards and the Sure family, including the Yun family, the Snow Sect, and these forces are still pursuing them, and I believe that in less than half a month, we will be able to completely eliminate all of the leaky fish. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father responded. Chu Yun nodded with satisfaction. Good, you all retire first. Yes, your Majesty Sovereign. The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Father and the 3 Great Knights then left the Grand Hall. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yun immediately closed the door of that hall, not allowing anyone to approach. System, check the edit points. Chu Yun, these days, was busy dealing with matters within the Imperial City and trivial matters after his succession, causing him to pile up a large amount of edit points, which he could not even get around to using. At this moment, after finally arranging everything, he could sort of relax and unwind. Current total editorial points, 530,000. A total of 530,000 points. These editing points were all that had been gained this time. With these editing points, he finally had the qualifications to edit the identity of Mr. 7 of the Chao Tang. Stare. System Warm Reminder Master and early Saint King Realm leading more than 30 peak Saint Seal Realm members are on their way to the land of the 100 dynasties, and according to the time, there is roughly 1.5 months left to arrive. Chu Yun's face was confused. What the hell? What are Saint Kings and so many saints doing in the land of the 100 dynasties? Chu Yun was puzzled. System. Does Master still remember that Saint Realm Void that Easy Sun beheaded? Chu Yun said, I know why. System. That person was the son and heir of a high-ranking member of the Phoenix clan, and is now long since at the peak cultivation of the Saint King realm. The Phoenix clan is also an extremely powerful clan in the Divine Pure Land, and it is rumored that their clan, which is descended from the ancient Phoenix, has the Phoenix divine blood in their bodies. The Phoenix clan chief, Feng Jiuxiao, is also a renowned Emperor Realm powerhouse in the divine state. Chu Yun's brain was gloomy. Why don't you early? System. Bridgebean Sack. This pod of Unification Sun not back. Unified Sun was planning to say it at the beginning, only to be forcibly interrupted by his master at that time. Hearing him say so, Chu Yun really remembered. Indeed, he interrupted the system, but then how do I fix it now? Is it too late for me to edit the background of the grass hall? System. Master, don't be too alarmed. The one who came is just a Saint King. Why do you need to use the grass hall? Master opened 2 red blind boxes of 100,000 editing points at that time. Maybe you can have a move. Chu Yun sniffed and immediately pursued. You haven't introduced the red blind boxes yet. Red blind box. Low guarantee can produce a supreme treasure or character of the Seal Saint Realm level. Upper limit can open a supreme treasure or character of the Heavenly Jedi Realm. Heavenly Jedi Realm. Chu Yun's body shook violently. If he himself were to open a heavenly Jedi realm character, then not to mention this land of the 100 dynasties, it would be enough to walk horizontally even in the land of the sacred lands. With this kind of resources, say it earlier next time. Alright, let's spend 200,000 points first and open 2 red blind boxes. Chu Yun decided. In the process of redeeming, please wait for the owner. In the process of opening, please wait, master. Stare. Congratulations, master. Successfully obtained Sage Heavenly Gate X1, Undying Realm Character Summoning Card X1. The rewards have all been sent to the warehouse. Please pay attention to checking. Undying Realm Character Summoning Card. Sent. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yun was immediately excited when he saw the second treasure. Undying Realm. One must know that the Heavenly Chi sect didn't even have any Undying Realm powerhouses at its peak. Even in the land of sacred lands, only those within the powerful holy lands with deep roots had such base-like powerhouses. System. Then what is this Sage Heavenly Gate? Chu Yun could not help but ask. Sage Heavenly Gate. But any living being that crosses this Heavenly Gate, their cultivation realm can be elevated to the realm of the Sealed Saint, and their body's spiritual power will all evolve to become holy power, completely detaching themselves from their mundane bodies, obtaining 10,000 years of lifespan, and accomplishing the status of a saint. Chu Yun was incomparably shocked as he listened to the introduction. What a concept. It means that with the Sage's Gate, as long as I want, everyone can become a sage? Is that what it means? Can there be a limit to the number of people? Chu Yun hurriedly pursued the question. System. Back to the master. Feel free to rest assured that the product of the system will be a fine product, indeed, and there is no limit to the number of people. As long as the master is willing, he can make the great Xia dynasty. Everyone is a saint. Chapter 113. Under the command of the fathers, the 7 gentlemen of the Chao Tang. Listening to the system's words, Chu Yun was as if he had eaten a heart pill. Good fellow, this Sage's Gate is truly a heaven-defying item. It was surprising that even saints could get wholesale. It truly answered that ancient saying. At the late stage of the metaphysical world, saints were everywhere, and great emperors were inferior to dogs. He had just crossed over not long ago, at most a novice village, since he was able to produce saints. However, Chu Yun thought carefully, although there are saints in the Heavenly Gate, but he still has to control the dosage. Cannot be too exaggerated in terms of the current situation of the Grand Xia dynasty. If everywhere is a saint, that will not erupt everywhere civil unrest. As the saying goes, things are more expensive than they are rare. People are also the same. The current Grand Xia dynasty, if saints were to proliferate, then the control of those counties alone would be enough to keep Chu Yun busy. After thinking carefully, Chu Yun compiled a list in his mind. He himself could first promote a small portion of people. In this way, the battle power of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty would soar, and there would be no chaos, and at the same time, the matter of the saints' heavenly sect would not be exposed anytime soon. System. Use that Undying Realm Character Summoning card down. Summoning card in use. Please wait. Summoning is successful. The aura of the summoned character has been automatically blocked out. The space in front of Chu Yun exploded open, and then, a short and thin old man with slightly vicissitudes of hair and a rather ordinary appearance slowly walked out wearing a cloth garment. Nan Xian, meet your majesty. The old man bowed deeply to Chu Yun. Chu Yun could not sense any aura from Nan Xian's body as he moved his gaze over him, and its entire identity information then unfolded. Name, Nan Xian. Realm, Late Undying Realm. Physique, Yin Yang Sacred Body. Roots and Bones, Saint Level. Holy Weapon, Yin Yang Gourd. Holy Weapon, Yin Yang Gourd. After reading Nan Xian's identity information, Chu Yun was inwardly overjoyed. He was unexpectedly equipped with a saint soldier. That was a battle weapon treasure that was 1 level higher than a supreme battle weapon, and throughout the land of the 100 dynasties, one had not even heard of any imperial dynasty having one. Nan Xian, this emperor appoints you as the imperial protector, and you only need to follow the orders of this emperor alone within the dynasty. Chu Yun said. Yes, your majesty. Nan Xian respectfully received the order. Chu Yun nodded, and then he explained that he would allow Nan Xian not to strike out at will at the moment, thus exposing his cultivation. He belonged to what was currently one of the strongest cards of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty. Afterward, Chu Yun had Luo Feng come here and tell him about Nan Xian being appointed as the imperial dynasty's protector, and then had him arrange for Nan Xian's residence. Chu Yun was once again the only one left in the hall. Now that Nan Xian is here, not to mention one Saint King, even if 10 Saint Kings were to come, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to the Great Xia dynasty. Since that's the case, there are still more than 300,000 editing points left. Chu Yun thought about it and immediately decided, System. Use 300,000 editing points to edit the background identity of Mr. Chao Tangqi. Background is being edited. Please wait. The karma is too big. The system is in the process of heavy-handedly striking. Please wait. Karma change completed. Identity reset is correct. Staring. Congratulations, Master. Background editing is successful. Subsequently, Chu Yun stood in place and could not feel anything. That's it. But why didn't I change anything? Not even memories? Chu Yun could not help but somewhat suspect at this moment that the system had not misappropriated his 300,000 editing points. Compared to before, when he edited his background identity, there would at least be a few more memories inside his head, or some tokens or something would appear in his hands. However, at this moment he had nothing. There was no half change from before editing. System. Master, you have to trust the unified sun. Your identity has indeed been edited. But the husband of the grass hall accepts people and only speaks of the word fate. Even if you have never met, as long as there is fate, you can still become a person of the grass hall as usual. Although you don't have any feeling in your body right now, but on the side of the grass hall, most likely you have already received the news that you have become a disciple of the husband's son. In the distant pure land of the divine state, on a mountain surrounded by immortal mist, a few grass huts, a few pavilions, a peach blossom forest, and other simple architectural decorations were constructed here. At this moment, there were 2 middle-aged men with elegant faces and calm breaths, sitting at the pavilion playing chess. On the other side, a farmer with a straw hat on his head, pulling a wild ox and holding a hoe, was plowing hard. There was also a scholar reading familiarly with a classic, and a woman resting in a hut in the peach blossom forest. Suddenly, on all 5 of their hands, a ray of divine radiance flashed up, followed by the emergence of 2 sentences. 7th Senior Brother, in the land of the 100 dynasties, Chu Yun of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Teacher has ordered that there is no need to publicize this to the outside world. Just wait for it to come to the divine pure land on its own. These 2 lines of words were received by all 5 at the same time. This, in turn, caused the 5 of them to, at once, let their eyes shine. The heavens, the earth! I'm finally not the smallest. The plowman who looked the oldest, as soon as he put down his hoe, he fiercely smacked the bison's buttocks a few times and laughed up in the sky. The bison ran back and forth grimacing in pain. It was a good thing that it was also at the quasi-emperor realm cultivation. Otherwise, if it was any other divine beast, it really wouldn't have been able to withstand this slap from him. 6th Senior Brother has finally made it after so many years. But the fact that old 7 would be in the land of the 100 dynasties, this point is a bit surprising to me. A man who was playing chess said indifferently at this moment. 3rd Senior Brother, don't you have a friend called Easy Sun, who happened to go to the land of the 100 dynasties some time ago? Ask him if he recognizes our family's old 7. The man sitting opposite to him, his voice was full of magnetism. His appearance, but also with a man's unique charm, has not been able to find any language to describe his handsome and unrestrained. Could be said that no matter what kind of woman, the first time she saw him, she would be attracted to him. At this moment, that scholar walked over with books in his hands. 3rd Senior Brother, eldest Senior Brother sent this message to us, and he didn't let us go and bring old 7 here. Then what if old 7 is in danger? The 3rd Mister of the Grass Room took the black seed and rubbed it on his fingertips. Then after dropping the seed to kill the game, he then said, the people of the Grass Hall, if they can't beat them in the same realm, then it's not worthy of joining the Grass Hall either. But if anyone dares to bully the small with the big, then naturally we, who are senior brothers, will not be able to sit back and do nothing. Afterwards, his eyes looked towards the wild ox that was hiding at the side to graze. Old 6, let ox go. There's no need to show up, you only need to observe in secret. If someone bullies the small with the big and treats old 7 unfairly, then you can step in. When that wild ox heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly spit out, really, that bird-less place, there's nothing to be had. Mr. San really knows how to pick a place for me. That plowman's smile didn't fade, and he directly arched his hand at Mr. San. Yes, 3rd Senior Brother. Turning his eyes, he looked at the bison and said, Ox, old 7 is in your hands. If anything happens to him, if he comes back, I'll eat the bull's hoof tendons and roast the bull's whip as well. When the bison heard this, it immediately ran directly into the middle of the space gate in fear. After the ox left, in front of the pavilion, the woman who was in the peach blossom forest suddenly appeared. Other than Mr. San, the rest of them all hurriedly saluted. Greetings to second senior sister. With the absence of the eldest gentleman and the husband nowadays, everything in the grass hall was made by the second gentleman, Mu Qianli, as the strongest female emperor of the Yuan realm. Mu Qianli's imperial might that flowed through her bones directly made the rest of the people nervous and innately had a fear of them. Mu Qianli turned her eyes to the plowman and said in a cold voice, "Old Six, you go too." "Ah," Plowman said in a shocked voice. "Ah, what ah? Get the hell out of here. If Old Seven loses a hair, I'll hold you responsible." Mu Qianli waved his big hand and directly threw the plowman 100,000 miles away. Chapter 114 Breaking Through to Sage, Shocking the Ancient Great Emperor. Inside the palace hall. Chu Yun listened to the system's words, but if it was according to him, then what was the use of him editing this background? The people over at the grass hall knew his identity. Was it hard to send someone to guide him to the grass hall? System. Then what should we do now? Will the grass hall send someone? Chu Yun asked. System. Don't worry, master. Someone from the grass hall has already come and will arrive in less than 5 days. Only that they won't take the initiative to show their faces and make a move, and will only make a move when you, master, are in danger. This is the meaning of the protector of the Tao? Chu Yun could not help but say. System, it can be understood that way as well, but these two protectors of the Tao for you, I'm afraid they're a bit a great emperor and a quasi-emperor. Even if it's some of the great powers of the divine Pure Land, they're enough to sweep it away. When Chu Yun heard this, he immediately looked shocked. A great emperor, a quasi-emperor. The people sent here are too exaggerated. System. There's no way, master, the lowest cultivation of the people from the grass hall is a quasi-emperor. No, it seems to be you, master. Chu Yun. If you can talk, talk more. If you can't talk, shut your mouth. Early the next morning, after Chu Yun finished his court, he immediately summoned his group of subordinates. Wan Lei, Night Swallow, Murong Yin, Fire Spirit Lady, Venerable Division Formation, Jin Mu, and the 4 commanders of the Shadow Guard, as well as his own 2 women, as well as Meng Chongchong, the current Supreme Emperor and his own maternal consort, including Chu Yun's uncle, grandfather, and the Shi family's grand elder, as well as Chu Wasteland, who had just been crowned as a prince. At this moment, all of them were summoned by Chu Yun to an altar deep within the palace. Yuner, what are you doing by having so many of us here? Shi Mingyue asked at this moment. Nowadays, she was already the Empress Dowager, and within this palace, no one dared to disrespect her. Mother Empress, be at ease. Chu Yun first spoke a sentence to it. Immediately afterward, he stood on top of the altar in his dragon robe, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he announced, "This emperor has summoned you all today for the sole purpose of doing one thing. That is to help all of you achieve the Saint Realm." The moment Chu Yun spoke these words, Jin Mu and Meng Chongchong, including the Supreme Emperor and Xiu Luo and the rest of them, all looked at each other in disbelief. It was as if they could all see a puzzled demeanor on each other's faces. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Letting us achieve the Saint Realm? It's to raise our cultivation to sainthood. How is this possible?" Shi Qianshan couldn't help but ask at this moment. The 2 of them, including Meng Ruxue and the Heavenly Demoness, did not know what medicine Chu Yun was selling in his gourd. Chu Yun smiled mysteriously, waved his sleeve, and that sage heavenly gate directly appeared high above the firmament at this moment. It was a heavenly gate that was strewn with holy light, and it seemed as if it contained endless holy Tao rules within it, appearing mysterious to the extreme. By stepping through this gate, one can officially step into the realm of the saints. "You all, who wants to try first?" Chu Yun's eyes looked at them and then asked. "Crossing this door will allow you to become a saint?" Dream Chongzhong, including Venerable Shura, all still felt that it was a bit of a stretch. After all, the Saint Realm was an extremely distant realm for them that they might not be able to touch in their entire lives. If this were to become saints with a single stride, then they were afraid that their worldviews would have to collapse and be reshaped. "I'll do it." At this moment, Chu Wuang was the first to speak up. The ancient remnant soul within him allowed him to take the initiative to give it a try. Afterward, the gazes of the crowd then all looked towards Chu Wasteland, who flew above the firmament and arrived in front of the sage heavenly gate. "Master, can you feel it?" Chu Arai secretly asked inwardly. The power of this gate is very arcane. Holy power is constantly growing from within it. Even in the ancient times, I have never seen anything like this before. Desolate child, you step through. After listening to his master's words, Chu Wuong's firm gaze resolutely stepped into the middle of the heavenly gate. Wow! In an instant, countless holy radiance like qi surged into Chu Arao's body, and in just an instant, Chu Arao's realm directly soared crazily, and the spiritual energy within every single vein in his body was rapidly converted into saintly power at that moment. In less than 3 breaths of time, Chu Arao walked out of the heavenly gate. At this moment, his aura was several times higher than before, not to mention that the breath that permeated his body alone drew the people underneath to marvel. Holy might! Desolate child has actually become a saint. It really can become a saint. The gazes of the Supreme Emperor and Shi Qianshan and the others stared at that sage heavenly gate, instantly becoming excited to the extreme. Dream Ruoxue and the heavenly demoness were also overwhelmed with shock. Even in their previous lives, they had never heard of such a magical thing in the world. The foundation is so solid that it's like a natural breakthrough. This thing is truly heaven-defying, worthy of being the favorite of the heavens that possesses supreme fortune. Desolate child, you've made a fortune this time. With your realm leaping into the sage realm, nowadays, you already have the qualifications to break into the divine Pure Land. The remnant soul of the heavenly Qi Emperor exclaimed within his sea of consciousness. Chu Huang was also a bit incredulous at first, that he had actually become a saint, and there were still no half-side effects, and his foundation was as stable as a mountain. After he completely felt that rich holy power within his body, he finally couldn't control his excitement and smiled. My lord, thank you for your majesty's holy grace. All right, the rest of you seized the time as well. Chu Yun nodded and said, Yes, your majesty. Immediately, with Chu Yun as a precedent aside, Shi Qianshan, Meng Changzhong, and the others followed one by one, crossing over the sage heavenly gate, receiving the heavenly gate baptism and achieving the sage realm. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that old me would one day be able to rely on my own grandson and step into this nebulous saint realm. The heavens have truly treated my Shi family well. Shi Qianshan laughed up to the heavens after a brilliant holy radiance surfaced in both of his hands. Chu Yun's father, the Supreme Emperor, also confirmed again and again that the saintly might within his body truly existed, and the smile hung straight on his face, unable to subside. The heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue were relatively calm. Saint realm, even if there was no saint heavenly gate, given the time they would be able to step into it. It was only what shocked them that was still this heaven-defying item that Chu Yun had taken out. Surprisingly, it was able to allow ordinary people to become saints even after crossing over. This had never appeared before in the history of the Yuan realm. If this were to leak out, the severity was feared to be second only to the matter of him being able to control the evil infant. After everyone had finished breaking through, the last one was Chu Yun's own turn. After he crossed over, his realm soared, and while his spiritual energy transformed, the blood heavenly world within his body also underwent a drastic change. From a river of blood, it completely evolved into a small sea of blood, and the blood chi within it was more than 100 times more. System, what stage does my battle power today belong to? Chu Yun asked at the first opportunity after breaking the boundary. System, Master, your current battle power is unrivaled in the Saint realm, and if you play all your cards, you can hold the late Saint King realm. Chapter 115 Dry Rice Duo. Qin Guimin comes. After learning of his specific battle strength today, Chu Yun was able to accept it. All of them, although they had all broken through to the Saint Seal realm today. However, they were all clear at the early stage of the Saint Seal realm, and if they were placed in the land of the Holy Land, they were still somewhat less than adequate. But if it was in this land of the 100 dynasties, it would be completely enough to walk horizontally. Today, regarding this sage heavenly gate, everyone is not allowed to divulge it to the outside world. Violators will be severely punished, Chu Yun instructed. Yes, your majesty. Back in the palace. That sage heavenly gate, what exactly is it? Neither of the two of us had ever heard of such heaven-defying treasures in the Yuan realm in our previous lives. Inside Chu Yun's bedchamber, the two women, Meng Ruoxue, immediately came over and asked. Chu Yun smoothly, holding one in one hand, his thighs spread apart, allowing the two of them to sit on top of their own thighs with their soft and delicate fragrant buttocks. That is not a thing of the Yuan realm. Perhaps it can be said to be the same as that thing inside your bodies, both belonging to the treasure of the outer heaven. As for how I obtained it, that can't be told to you guys. Chuyun kissed one person and said with a smile. The heavenly demoness immediately got up and did not pursue too much. Then what do you plan to do next? To develop the Grand Xia dynasty? Pinch my shoulders for me. They're a bit sore. Chuyun closed his eyes. The heavenly demoness walked behind him and placed her jade hands on his shoulders to help him press them. Meng Rushue also gently rubbed Chuyun's temples. Chuyun closed his eyes and said with a face of enjoyment, the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty is naturally going to develop. After the Plague Knight brings back that drop of white tiger essence blood, then we will send troops to the Jinling Imperial Dynasty. In this land of 100 dynasties, there is no need for 10 great dynasties to jointly dominate. Only one voice is needed in this place. That would be the Grand Xia. With these words, Chuyun was also displaying his ambition in front of the two women. The Jinling Imperial Dynasty had been within Chuyun's must-kill list since the moment they had plotted for the Jun Dynasty's state seal. As for the other 9 imperial dynasties, if they obeyed, they would surrender, and if they did not, they would be destroyed. It was as simple as that. Chuyun was too lazy to go bending over backwards with them. With Great Xia's strength today, ruling the entire land of the 100 dynasties will not be a problem. But there is one thing, with so many more saints suddenly appearing in Grand Xia, the Smoky Rain Tower will inevitably notice the abnormality. They might report this matter, and at that time, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty will most likely walk into the sights of the Smoke and Rain Building's senior management. Meng Rushue seriously reminded, don't worry, this emperor has his own methods. Chuyun understood Dream Ruoshua's worries, but now that he was already the 7th gentleman of the Grass Hall, he had long since stopped worrying about the Smoke and Rain Building. Just as the system had said before, if the people from the Smoke Rain Tower dared to go too far, then his 2 Emperor Realm-level Grass Hall protectors were not just eating their words. Divine Pure Land, an unknown inn. Yummy yummy. Cool Boss, 3 more chickens, 8 jars of wine, and 5 bowls of rice.
Ok le.
Mr. Six of the Chow Tang, dressed in plain cloth clothes, with Anyo who had transformed into a human form, currently had 1 foot on a chair, devouring the meal in front of him. The bowls and plates had been piled up a full half-meter high. It's so delicious. All these years in the mountains, I've almost lost my appetite. Mr. Six, with an emotional face, picked up half a chicken and bit into it again. Anyo hurriedly agrees. Who says it isn't? Eating those devilish ingredients cooked by Mr. Two every day, I'm losing my appetite. Good thing this time we're going down the mountain. We have to eat and drink enough first, no matter what. Anyo hurriedly grabbed half of a sheep's hoof and savored it deliciously. While chewing, he said, Say, Mr. Six, if we arrive at that 100 Dynasties land too late, will something happen? Mr. Six waved his hand, his mouth full of oil and fishy, and after swallowing, he said, Don't worry. I found someone to do the math. Within the last month, Junior Master will have good fortune and no disasters. Let's go back despite having enough to eat and play. Anyo was also relieved. That's good. Dry rice, dry rice. 1 person and 1 ox were as if they were rice buckets, sweeping across the 8 directions in this small restaurant. Those who didn't know thought that these 2 country bumpkins had never eaten anything good. However, they do not know that the 2 of them eat every day in the mountains. That is called a linger. 2 days later, Chuyun was in the Imperial Study discussing with Meng Chongchong, Wan Lei, Night Swallow, and Jin Mu about how to arrange for the troops to go out next. At this time, Luo Feng suddenly walked in from the doorway. Your Majesty, the 3rd Prince of the Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty, Qin Guiming has arrived. It is now outside the palace gates. Upon hearing these words, Chuyun's mouth could not help but reveal a playful smile. This is a coincidence. This emperor and you are still talking about how to send troops to the Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty, and as a result, the person from the Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty has come first. Did he say the purpose of coming? Luo Feng responded. Back to your Majesty, Qin Guiming said that 2 of their important royal officials died within the imperial city of Grand Xia, and that they needed to allow us to give them a reasonable explanation from the Jinling Imperial Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Meng Chongchong coldly said, Humph, how shameless. Why their people came to Grand Xia, they know better than anyone else in their hearts. To the extent that they're even playing the evil set, it's really nasty to the extreme. Night Swallow also couldn't help but say, Master, Why don't you just let me directly swallow that what's her name Qin Guiwei's life? Chu Yun smiled flatly. No need. Luo Feng, bring him in. This emperor would like to see just how far this Zhanling imperial dynasty can be shameless. Yes, your majesty. Luo Feng immediately turned around and went down. Chapter 116 Miserable Qin Guiwei's order. Sending an army to decimate the spirit. Not long after, Luo Feng entered the grand hall with a middle-aged man wearing a magnificent python robe. Qin Guimin walked in with an attitude of self-importance as his gaze easily swept over the faces of Chu Yun and the others. Your Majesty, this person is the third prince of the spirit-beheading imperial dynasty, Qin Guiming. Luo Feng said to Chu Yun above him. You are the new great Xia emperor? Excellent. Tell me, why did two powerful people of my spirit-beheading imperial dynasty's Seal King realm fall in your great Xia imperial city? If this matter, your great Xia imperial dynasty does not give us a reasonable explanation, then don't blame my dynasty for being unsympathetic. However, before Chu Yun could even open his mouth, Qin Guimin had already assumed a stance of settling scores and spoke out at Chu Yun without any respect. You are unbridled. Seeing him being so arrogant, Meng Chongchong's temper came up and prepared to flare up. Chu Yun reached out to stop him at this moment, and on his face, he kept a wisp of a smile. It was only this wisp of a smile that appeared slightly teasing. You want this emperor to give an explanation to your spirit-beheading imperial dynasty, is that right? Then if this emperor doesn't give it, what are you going to do about your spirit-beheading imperial dynasty? Upon hearing this, Qin Guimin's brows furrowed slightly. He who recognizes the times is a wise man. Chu Yun, if you cannot give us a reasonable explanation for this matter, then there is no need for the great Xia imperial dynasty to continue to exist. Qin Guimin's words were so arrogant. It was simply a naked threat to the Grand Xia emperor, without placing all the officials of the Grand Xia dynasty in his eyes, and even more so, he was incomparably contemptuous of Chu Yun as the Grand Xia emperor. In its position, perhaps it should be so. As one of the 10 great dynasties, the majesty of the Chopping Spirit dynasty was by no means something that the Grand Xia dynasty could infringe upon. However, he did not know that nowadays times had long since changed. The current Great Xia dynasty had long since changed. Good. Since this is the case, then this emperor doesn't need to listen to what you have to say anymore. As you said, the spirit-beheading imperial dynasty, there is indeed no need for it to continue to exist. Night Swallow, he's all yours, Chu Yun ordered. These words were also tantamount to pronouncing Qin Guimin's death sentence. Many thanks, your majesty. Night Swallow hemmed and hawed, his gaze fixed on Qin Guimin. Obstinate. Since that's the case, then don't blame this king for stepping in and educating you properly on behalf of your ancestors. Qin Guimin revealed the cultivation pressure of the late Seal King realm. His figure shattered space and directly shot out 4 spirit cords that directly grabbed Chu Yun. Chu Yun's face did not change, and before the spirit ropes could touch him, they were crushed by the Saint Might released by Meng Chongchong on the side. Along with Qin Guimin himself, he also suffered a wave of Saint Might, and the entire person's internal organs seemed to have been struck with a hammer blow, violently spitting out blood and kneeling down. Saint! Saint! You're actually a saint! Qin Guimin stared at Meng Chongchong with a wide gaze, his tone even trembling a little. At that moment, the holy power released by Night Tun smoothed out the spatial turbulence and cozily arrived in front of him. Another saint! You're also a saint! You even have 2 saints! After feeling the saintly might on Night Swallow's body, Qin Guimin's heart and liver trembled violently, his expression horrified. It was as if he was dreaming. Even within the 10 great dynasties, there were almost no saint powerhouses, but the great Xia imperial dynasty actually had 2 of them. What kind of joke is this? Where did the great Xia dynasty get the saints? Can't they still play the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Oh, only 2 saints scare you like this? Come on, big guy. Show all your breath. Let this faraway king see if we can destroy their Jinling imperial dynasty. Night Tun smiled coldly. Afterwards, Wan Lei, Xizhen, Jinmu, including Luo Feng and the few of them, all revealed a mighty pressure out. The 6 holy mites vibrated back and forth within this imperial study, directly causing Qin Guimin, who had felt it back to back, to completely freeze in his face, his entire body becoming stiff as if petrified. He really looked stupid. The people on the hall were all saints. Was he really not dreaming? How could the Grand Xia imperial dynasty be so strong? So many saints were already enough to push across the entire land of the 100 dynasties. All right, the display is over. Are you satisfied? Then get on your way. Night Swallow's palm slowly pressed down on top of Qin Guimin's head. My life is over. Only these 4 words appeared in the latter's mind. And then, everything in his body turned into the soul of an evil infant, which was absorbed by an evil mouth that cracked open in Night Swallow's palm. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Night Swallow has killed Qin Guimin, gaining 42,000 edit points. Your Majesty, since the Jinling Emperor dynasty is so determined to die, then we can fulfill them as soon as possible. Let's take the Jinling Emperor's head and proclaim to the entire land of the 100 dynasties that the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty will become the sole master of the land of the 100 dynasties. After Qin Guimin's death, Meng Chongchong was the first to speak out, solemnly saying in a serious tone. He was the greatest important minister of the Grand Xia dynasty, and it could be said that other than Chu Yun, the emperor, he was the one who most wished for the Grand Xia dynasty to expand externally and unify this land. Let all the great Xia living beings, as far as the eye could see, be the country. Chu Yun had wanted to wait until the plague night returned. But now that the spirit beheading imperial dynasty was so impatient, then he would fulfill them as well. Fire Spirit Lady, Murong Yin, listen to the order. I am here. Chu Yun looked straight at them and ordered, you two, lead the Black Wolf Army and the Bone-Shattering Army and formally march into the spirit beheading imperial dynasty. Within 2 months, I want the spirit beheading imperial dynasty to completely disappear from this world. The Fire Spirit Lady and Murong Yin, both with serious expressions, responded in unison, yes, Your Majesty. After that, the 2 Fire Spirit Maidens took the imperial order and went to the military camp outside the city, summoning all the armies of the 2 major legions to formally send troops to the Jinling Imperial Dynasty. Inside the Smoke and Rain building, above the top floor, Bai Shenran stood by the window of the temple on the top floor, his gaze looking in the direction of the imperial palace. Sun Yan slowly walked over at this moment. Building Master, you're looking for me? Bai Shenran turned back to him, his gaze looking at him. Checked it out. Those people who struck out before were the 4 horsemen of the Heavenly Revelation sect. The 4 horsemen of the Heavenly Apocalypse sect, other than at the Heavenly Apocalypse Mountain, would normally only guard behind the Heavenly Apocalypse sect patriarch and listen to his orders. If we look at it like this, Chu Yun, there is a high possibility that he is still the sovereign of the Heavenly Revelation sect. Sun Yan was slightly surprised. I really don't know how he managed to do it. At a young age, he actually became the Heavenly Enlightenment sect patriarch. Bai Shenran was unimpressed. There's something even more shocking to you. According to my personal probing, Qin Guimin has died within the palace, and both the Black Wolf Army and the Bone-Shattering Army have moved out to leave the territory of the Grand Xia, and looking at that target, it's highly likely that it's the spirit beheading imperial dynasty. In addition to that, the most unexpected thing to me is Shi Qianshan of the Shi family, Xiao Luo, Shi Quan, including Meng Chongchong, and the new state master Wan Lei. All of these numbered people, their cultivation levels, have now reached the Seal Saint realm. Hearing this, Sun Yan could not help but freeze. What? They've become saints? Sun Yan's gaze froze as he looked at Bai Shenran, then laughed. Master of the house, don't joke around. Leaving aside the mysterious origin of that new state master, if I didn't know about their previous cultivation levels of Meng Chongzhong and Venerable Cultivator and the rest of them alone, I'd really believe your joke. Sun Yan looked at him with a wide smile at the corner of his mouth. However, Bai Xuanran's expression at this moment was serious as hell, not joking at all. Seeing this scene, the smile on Sun Yan's face, only then did he gradually put it away. Do you think that I would joke with you about such a matter? This matter is already beyond my ability, thus I have also reported it to the headquarters. As for how to investigate, it's not something we can decide, Bai Shenran said solemnly. Chapter 117.3 Coordinates, Ancient Battlefield. It was only when Sun Yan heard Bai Shenran speak so seriously that he truly realized that all of what he had said was true. How is this possible? Dream Chongzhong and Venerable Shura. Weren't their cultivation levels some days ago both at the Venerable Realm? How is it possible to break through to Sage in such a short period of time? This has never happened even in the Divine Pure Land, right? Sun Yan felt incredulous. Venerable Realm to Saint. That was more than crossing a large realm. It was a direct crossing of the Heavenly Phase Realm, the Supreme Exalted Realm, and the Seal King Realm, 3 entire great realms. That doesn't make sense in any way. That's why I said that the matter is beyond the scope of what I can handle, and can only be reported to the general building for handling. In that case, the general building's higher-ups should most likely take this matter more seriously as well, and 80% of them will send an envoy to investigate. Bai Xianran said. Sun Yan fell into silence as he listened to this. If the general building's people came to investigate, then the matter would be completely beyond his control. But before, he had already placed his bets on Chu Yun. Nothing could happen to him. Even if the general building sent an envoy to investigate, he had to do his best to help him before he could. I see. Then, building master, is there anything I need to do? Sun Yan raised his head and asked anew. Bai Xianran said as he walked, There's no need to do anything. Just wait for news from the main building. Sun Yan sniffed and responded, I know. Inside the palace garden, Chu Yun was currently sitting in the garden, enjoying the brightly colored flower clusters around him with Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness duo, with bursts of fresh fragrance that was pleasing to the eyes. With that, Luo Feng slowly walked over. Your Majesty, Yun Yenyang is outside the palace and wishes to seek an audience with your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun smiled faintly. It's also been enough for several days. You bring her over, Luo Feng said. Yes. Chu Yun and the three of them found a gazebo and sat down. Not long after, Luo Feng brought Yun Yenyang to slowly walk over. Greetings to Emperor Chu. Yun Yenyang did not have her usual posture, and at this moment, in front of Chu Yun, she uncharacteristically displayed humility. Yun Yenyang is incorrect. I should call you by another name, Xin Yenyun, right? Chu Yun looked at her with meaningful eyes. Xin Yenyun's eyes swept past a trace of surprise, then helplessly laughed. It's really true that nothing can be hidden from Chu Huang. Chu Yun then said, There is no need for those polite words. Xin Yenyun, you colluded with Song Yiling to plot against the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, and if it wasn't for this emperor having 10,000 thunders stop you, you're afraid that you'd have to end up in the same place as Song Yiling and the others today. But since this is the case, you still have to give this emperor a reason that is sufficient for this emperor to not kill you. Chu Yun's gaze became more stern as he looked at her. Invisibly, Xin Yenyun felt a supreme holy might. She did not dare to slack off, as she was well aware that this might be her only chance. After learning that Chu Yun had a saint by his side, Xin Yenyun gave up her intention to leave. Perhaps she could attach herself to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, so that she could avenge her family. If Emperor Chu wants reasons, I naturally have them. Does Emperor Chu know what the truth is about the destruction of my Yuanming Imperial Dynasty in the first place? Xin Yenyun said with unusual seriousness. Was it not the one recorded in the history books? Chu Yun asked suspiciously in return. The heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue both stared at her as well. The overthrow of Yuanming was old history, and it was still the first in history to be overthrown by the 10 great imperial dynasties jointly. Could there still be anything fishy in this? Xin Yenyun had a miserable smile on her face. Those are things that are written by the victors, and it's only normal to make false claims. In the beginning, the reason why my Yuanming Imperial Dynasty was overthrown was because of the discovery of a secret in the land of the 100 dynasties. Chu Yun was somewhat curious. Oh? What secret? Emperor Chu wonders if he can promise that if this secret is of sufficient value, can he allow me to join the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty? Xin Yenyun asked rhetorically. You want to join the Grand Xia? What? Don't you have the idea of restoring your country in your heart? According to this emperor's knowledge, that dynasty suppressor treasure of your Yuanming Imperial Dynasty is in your hands. Chu Yun said with slight surprise. Xin Yenyun lost his smile and said, Restoring the country? That is already impossible. Yuanming's bloodline, almost slaughtered by the 10 great imperial dynasties. Even if I have the Zhen Dynasty supreme treasure, it will not help. I only hope that I can join the Grand Xia, can see in my lifetime, some people of the 10 great dynasties, pay their due price. The sincerity of Xin Yenyun's words was such that even the heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue didn't notice any details of her lying. Looking at it this way, her words could be trusted. Good. This emperor promises you, in that case, go ahead. Chu Yun agreed. Xin Yenyun's expression revealed joy. Then she said, Back then, my father's emperor, by chance, explored that within the land of the 100 dynasties. There was a fragmented space of an ancient battlefield. At that time, the emperors of the Heavenly Chu dynasty and the Nine Heavens dynasty both discovered this secret just like my father. The three of them then combined their efforts and wandered within the void space in search of it, spending hundreds of years of time and finally locking down the approximate coordinates of that ancient battlefield. But because the ancient battlefield constantly changed position with space, after the coordinates recorded by each of the three of them were finalized, my father deduced thousands of spatial nodes based on the combined complete coordinates, locking that ancient battlefield among those thousands of spatial nodes. But right after that, the wolfish ambitions of their two great imperial dynasties figured out that they wanted to monopolize the treasures within that ancient battlefield, and thus secretly sneak attacked my father. Luckily, my father's emperor survived, and although he was seriously injured, it was good that he didn't die. In a fit of rage, my father emperor disrupted all the deduced spatial nodes, and even the coordinates of the one that was uniquely his own were passed into the supreme treasure of the Jin dynasty by him. It was bound to not allow those two wolves to get it. After this, my father returned within the imperial city. His body's injuries simply couldn't be suppressed. Plus, those two great dynasties immediately united with several other great dynasties and launched an attack on Yuanming. Under the helplessness, my father emperor gave me the supreme treasure that hides the spatial coordinates, letting me escape from Yuanming. As for what happened after that, it was just as recorded. The Yuanming imperial dynasty was overthrown by the 10 major imperial dynasties jointly. My father was also killed by those two above the main hall. See, Nian Yun's explanation caused Chu Yun's few people to be slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, the truth of the matter behind the overthrow of the Yuanming imperial dynasty was actually like this. The main culprits were the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter imperial dynasty. The rest of those imperial dynasties were at most considered accomplices. And these two major imperial dynasties that were at the head of the group were similarly not simple. Within the 10 major imperial dynasties, they ranked first and second respectively. It could be said that before this, these two major imperial dynasties were the strongest forces in the land of the 100 dynasties. The ancient battlefield. Do you guys understand? Chu Yun looked at the heavenly demoness duo and casually asked. During the ancient era, a catastrophe occurred in the Yuan realm and countless great emperors fell, and its main location of the catastrophe was the ancient battlefield. A piece of space debris from the ancient battlefield. No one can say what's inside. With bad luck, there might be nothing. With good luck, emperor corpses, emperor bones, emperor soldiers, and so on all have possibilities. Dream Ruoxue gave a pertinent answer. Chapter 118 Coordinates in hand. Sun Yan visits. Imperial soldier. As soon as Chu Yun heard this, it was difficult to hold down his excitement within his heart. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Quest Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty would want to encroach on it alone if they were really lucky enough to come across it. Even obtaining a broken quasi-emperor soldier would be enough to directly multiply their reserves by 1,000 times. So, according to you, your father's emperor hid his share of the coordinates within that supreme treasure of the Far Brightness Imperial Dynasty. So the people of the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty must not have been secretly searching for traces of this item all along? Chu Yun said. Si Nian Yun nodded. Exactly. Because only the coordinate points in the hands of the two of them, coupled with the one in the hands of my father's emperor, can be pieced together to create the complete coordinates, thus allowing for the projection of that transferable spatial node. You could say that without the copy of the coordinates in my father's hand, it would be impossible for any of them to find the spatial fragments of that ancient battlefield. The heavenly demoness couldn't help but ask at this moment. There's one thing I don't understand. Since they were able to find that ancient battlefield in the first place, then why are they relying on the coordinates now? Since they were able to find it once, they should be able to find it a second time, right? The celestial demoness doubts were precisely the strangeness that Chu Yun and Meng Ruxue felt within their hearts. The first time since they had found it, one of the three had memorized a portion of the coordinate points. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be better for them to find someone to start all over again? Si Nian Yun explained seriously. My father and I have said that the reason they were able to find it the first time was because of a fortuitous void storm that transmitted them to the vicinity of the space where that ancient battlefield was located. And a void storm of that level might not even occur once in 100,000 years, so rather than trying to calculate the probability of a void storm occurring, it would be better to do everything in one's power to search for that set of coordinates my father's father has in his hands. Hearing Si Nian Yun say that, Chu Yun and the others understood. It was also thoroughly understandable. So that's how it is. Then, do you have any other conditions for telling this emperor this secret? Chu Yun contemplated for a moment before following up by asking. I want to negotiate a deal with Emperor Chu. I want to use the set of coordinates in my hand in exchange for a promise from Emperor Chu. Si Nian Yun said solemnly. You say. Chu Yun gazed at her. I would like to ask Emperor Chu to avenge the deaths of those living beings from my far brightness imperial dynasty. The other imperial dynasties may not be counted, but the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter imperial dynasty, I would like to implore Emperor Chu to be able to exterminate them. As a condition, this set of coordinates in my hand, I am willing to offer it to Emperor Chu. Si Nian Yun said frankly. Chu Yun pretended to think for a moment before agreeing. Good. This emperor gives you this promise. Within 3 years, the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter imperial dynasty will definitely disappear from within the land of the 100 dynasties. Actually, Chu Yun could not use that long. After all, it wasn't like he was really a fluke brother. It was just that the 3-year contract sounded better when said like that. Good. Many thanks to Emperor Chu. Yun Yang did not hesitate and directly sent a crystal-clear plaque up from her own storage ring. After Chu Yun received it, it was inscribed with more than a dozen lines of spatial coordinates, which was only a third of the complete spatial coordinates. Chu Yun accepted it and then took the cloud mist building under the imperial family's banner, and Yun Yang, who was the owner of the building, rightfully became Chu Yun's subordinate. After they left, Chu Yun held the jade tablet in his hand and played with it. The spatial coordinates of the ancient battlefield are at stake, and without pushing the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty to their limits, it is unlikely that they will easily hand it over. Are you going to send a saint over? Meng Rushue inquired from the side at this moment. The two of them could be considered Chu Yun's wise counselors nowadays, and could also help him with his plans. After Chu Yun thought about it, he said, There is no hurry first. It won't be too late after we return from taking down the spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty and the plague. The two women nodded, both agreeing with his approach. And after less than an hour, Sun Yan came to visit. Regarding this person, Sun Yan, Chu Yun was still very favorable towards him nowadays. He had reminded himself 3 times in a row, which had actually violated the rules of the Smoke and Rain building. Chu Yun was also curious as to what exactly Sun Yan was trying to do by treating himself like this. Greetings to Emperor Chu, the 2 empresses. Sun Yan arrived with a kind smile on his face, full of goodwill, and said, Deacon Su doesn't need to be polite. The previous times Deacon Su's assistance, this emperor has yet to properly thank you. Come, have a seat. Chu Yun similarly gave a smile and gestured. Sun Yan then slowly sat down and said, It's all just some small things. It's not worth mentioning. For this emperor, this is not a small matter. To make Deacon Su risk sending a message to remind this emperor, this favor, this emperor is very grateful. Chu Yun gave him a bold smile, and Meng Rushue even personally poured a cup of tea for him. Sun Yan could sense that Chu Yun was more or less testing himself. He immediately said bluntly, Chu Emperor need not be so, I help you, also is hoping that if there is that day, Chu Emperor can also help me. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Oh? What is the meaning of these words? P.S. The author 3 times a day, every day to keep writing 6,000 words to hit the bottom, more than the sky silkworm potatoes. So you are not allowed to raise the book, the data to keep up. The author this month want to take a new book to catch up with the award and full attendance award. Please everyone. There are small flowers send small flowers flowers. For love of power generation is also good. Chapter 119 Sun Yan's story. Deep alliances. Truthfully, the reason why I came to this great Xia dynasty is because I was framed, made some mistakes, and was sent down to this side. And the reason why I was framed was because in the main building, I offended a core figure. Sun Yan said with a focused demeanor. Chu Yun continued to look at him without speaking. Sun Yan proceeded to speak. Therefore, I helped Emperor Chu, also because I wanted to allow Emperor Chu to be able to help me in the midst of my struggle with this person after I returned to the general building. Chu Yun looked at him blandly. What makes Deacon Su think that this emperor can help you? Your Smoke and Rain Tower's main building is renowned throughout the Yuan realm, while this emperor's daxia is currently still within this 100 dynasty's land, and has not even crossed over into the sacred land. Why would Deacon Su have such thoughts? Sun Yan sniffed, and he actually expected Chu Yun to say this to himself. He did not hide it either and said bluntly, It may indeed not work now, but what I am referring to is the future. I'm betting that Emperor Chu's future, his achievements will not be lower than the Emperor realm. The moment these words came out, both Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness couldn't help but change their opinion of Sun Yan. He actually dared to pour everything into betting on Chuyun's future prospects, if not for the fact that he would be able to precognition art and calculate something in advance. Then it was this person, who possessed overwhelming vigor. Chuyun's face was stern in shallow thought for a moment before he said, Deacon Su, this emperor is very happy that you dare to bet on this emperor's future like this. But as of now, to have this emperor go and help you deal with the core hierarchy within the Smoke and Rain building in the future because of 2 tips. This deal, to be honest, I am somewhat losing money. Chuyun's brain was shrewd. The value of those 2 hint messages alone was not enough for him to agree. Sun Yan's face did not change. It was as if he had expected it. After all, he was the one who took the initiative to look for others. Even if he had to suffer a loss, Sun Yan himself would have to suffer some small loss. I naturally understand what Emperor Chu means. I have another piece of news here about the entire Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, and I can tell Emperor Chu about it. Not only that, but in the future, but any news that I know, as long as it doesn't involve the absolute secrets of my Smoky Rain Tower, as long as Emperor Chu wants to know where I will never hide it. Sun Yan laid his sincerity directly out in the open. As soon as Chu Yun heard this, his heart was immediately moved to the extreme. One must know that nowadays what the Grand Xia dynasty lacked the most was intelligence sources. And the Smoke and Rain building happened to be the most powerful intelligence force in the entire Yuan realm. If Sun Yan helped, then the Grand Xia dynasty would not need to worry about intelligence. It was the same as if the Smoke and Rain building collected intelligence from all over the Yuan realm, and Chu Yun could precisely borrow the Smoke and Rain building's intelligence for his own use. The 2 heavenly demonesses also realized that this move was indeed very suitable for the current situation of the Grand Xia. However, there was a hidden point here. Chu Yun, including Sun Yan, were all well aware of it, but also tacitly agreed not to point it out. That was that, in this way, Chu Yun's and Sun Yan would be completely bound together. Chu Yun has to help Sun Yan against the people who framed him. At the same time, it is best to also send him to a higher position. In this way, the higher Sun Yan's status, the more power he will have, the more information he can get. Chu Yun could also learn more about the things he wanted to know. Loop after loop, this was a cooperation that was almost chopped up. Since Deacon Su has shown his sincerity in such a manner, if this emperor still doesn't agree, it would be somewhat confusing instead. Good. From today onwards, this emperor and Deacon Su will be completely allies, advancing and retreating together. Chu Yun solemnly responded. Sun Yan smiled and nodded. He was also very satisfied. And, by the way, Deacon Su, you said that you wanted to tell us a piece of information that has information about the entire Grand Xia. I wonder what kind of information it is? Meng Ruxue opened her mouth at this moment and asked. Oh yes. The news that Emperor Chu, the 2 empresses, Prime Minister Meng including State Master Wan Lei as well as the 3 from the Taishang Emperor and the Shi family, are now saintly cultivators has already been reported by the building master of the Great Xia Branch building to the main building. According to this situation, it is highly likely that the general building will send an envoy to investigate, and Emperor Chu still needs to respond early. Sun Yan said seriously. Upon hearing this news, all 3 of Chu Yun's brows were slightly furrowed. It hadn't even been a few days since Prime Minister Meng and the others had made their breakthrough, and the Smoke and Rain Tower had unexpectedly learned of the news. Although Chu Yun had long known that this matter could not be concealed for long for the Smoke Rain Tower. However, he genuinely did not expect it to come to light so soon. How did the owner of your branch building know about it so quickly? The heavenly demoness opened her mouth to ask at this moment. Sun Yan shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the White Building Master's cultivation is at the peak of the Sacred Seal realm, so it wouldn't be surprising if he noticed that Meng Changzhong and Suluo's cultivation was abnormal, and thus started digging deeper. Hearing that, Chu Yun nodded and responded. Good, this matter will be resolved by this emperor in a way. Even if your general building's envoy comes, nothing will happen. Looking at Chu Yun's face with such confidence, Sun Yan was truly curious in his heart. What method did he have to deal with their Smoky Rain building's general building's envoy? However, he also knew that if Chu Yun did not take the initiative to say such things, it would only make the scene awkward if he went to ask. Chu Yun had long since thought of a countermeasure within his heart. The Smoke and Rain building's main floor was indeed powerful, but his background nowadays was not weaker than theirs at all. If the Smoke and Rain building envoy wanted to investigate himself, then those 2 Dao protectors of his own grass hall should always show their faces as well. Good. What should be said has been said. There are still some things within the building, Emperor Chu. Then I will take my leave first. Good. Sun Yan got up and then left the palace. As soon as he left, the heavenly demoness asked after him. Do you really have a way to deal with that smoky rain building's envoy? You have to know that the envoy sent by the smoke and rain building's main building, even if it's not a core figure at the highest level, it's definitely an existence whose cultivation is no lower than the heavenly Jedi realm. In front of a character of this level, as long as there is a hint of a wrong tone in your voice, you will not be able to escape his senses at all. It would be difficult to conceal the matter of the sage heavenly clan with whatever excuse you use. Chu Yun sipped his tea unhurriedly at this moment, unusually calm. Excuses? Why do you need an excuse? If people really have an envoy coming all the way over here from the divine pure land, wouldn't it be better to tell him the truth? The heavenly demoness was puzzled. That sage heavenly gate is something against the heavens. Once they know about it, this is the same as all the other forces can also know about this matter from the smoky rain tower. The consequences caused by this would be enough to be subversive. Chu Yun remained calm and self-assured. A heaven-defying object is naturally born in a heaven-defying place. Even if the smoke and rain building knew about it, it would have to dare to check that place before it could do so. For the smoke and rain building, if this check was made and the matter of Chu Yun being the seventh gentleman of the grass hall was found, then it would be a good thing for Chu Yun instead. Moreover, as long as it was associated with the grass hall, then there was no need for Chu Yun to even bother. Anything that was heaven-defying could naturally have a reasonable explanation. Wasn't it normal for a thing of the grass hall to be a little against the heavens? After Chu Yun put down his teacup, he smiled and comforted the two women who were worried about him. All right, this emperor knows that you guys are worried about me, but this emperor is not a cutie pie either, for which I have already prepared a preparatory program. When the time is ripe, you guys will naturally know. Good boy, no need to worry. Come, eat the fruit. Chu Yun's mouth smiled as he fed the spirit fruits to the two girls' small cherry mouths, allowing them to relax and not need to have any worries. Chapter 120 Pestilence Injury, Spirit Beheading Reaction. The following day, after Chu Yun finished his court meeting, he brought his two daughters to his mother's palace to chat. However, not long after sitting down, the Death Knight hurriedly came with a slightly gloomy face. Sovereign, the pestilence has returned. Chu Yun saw his expression and then asked, could it go well? The Death Knight shook his head. Pestilence was injured, and his god's eye was destroyed. He almost couldn't even come back. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's gaze condensed and his entire body violently stood up. What's going on? Is there any other change in the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty? The words of the heavenly demoness and Meng Rushue, including the Empress Dowager Sherminyu, were also interrupted as their gazes looked over towards the Death Knight in unison. Sovereign, I'm not sure about the specifics. Famine and war are now in the past days. It's healing. Sovereign, or else go and ask about the situation personally. The matter is urgent. The Death Knight did not ask more questions to Plague and came to report to Chu Yun at the first opportunity. Mother, let's go over and take a look first. Chu Yun turned his head and spoke to Sherminyu. Go. The Empress Dowager understood the seriousness of the matter and immediately nodded her head. Go. Chu Yun and the two women directly followed the Death Knight and left the palace. Inside the palace's side hall, Chu Yun's few people walked in with large strides. They saw the Plague Knight sitting on the ground with a weak breath and a white face at the moment. His injuries were not light. The Knight of War and Knight of Famine were on the left and right, using their holy power to help refine the pills within their bodies. After seeing Chu Yun arrive, the two knights collected and saluted him. Sovereign. The Plague Knight also slowly opened his eyes at this moment and said in a weak tone, Sovereign. Chu Yun nodded and walked over to place his palm on Pestilence's back, traveling his entire body with his own holy power to check up on his injuries. After a while, Chu Yun slowly withdrew his power. His face became a little gloomy. It almost injured the origin. Pestilence, what exactly is going on here? How could this happen when you went on a trip to the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty? After hearing Chu Yun's words, the Plague Knight slowly stood up before saying, Patriarch, within the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty, there is a Saint King Realm evil infant powerhouse. The entire Thousand Bliss Imperial Dynasty is now working for that evil infant powerhouse, and the Thousand Bliss Imperial family sacrificed all of the living beings within a dozen or so cities and pools to him, causing his cultivation to rise greatly. After I entered the Thousand Lu Royal Palace, I detected the aura of that evil infant, and Ben tried to run at the first opportunity, but I was still hit hard by the power of that evil infant too. In the end, I only had to detonate that divine eye given to me by the Patriarch. creating a large area of space within the imperial city to explode, and only then did I manage to get away. Pestilence was ineffective in his work. I still ask the sovereign to chastise him. At the end of his words, the Plague Knight lowered his head and willingly admitted his punishment. As soon as Chu Yun heard that there was actually an evil infant within the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty, it was even at the Saint King level. The emotions within him immediately became somewhat agitated. You are not to blame for this matter. An evil baby of the Saint King realm. You're already lucky to have escaped. As for that god's eye, it was originally a useless object, so it's gone. You can recuperate from your injuries at ease now. The matter of the Thousand Legends dynasty. This emperor will think of another way. You do not need to worry. Chu Yun said to him. Many thanks, sovereign. The Plague Knight thanked. After Chu Yun took a few pills to him, he explained a few things before walking out with the two women. A Saint King realm evil infant, with your strength today, you should be able to control it, right? As the three of them walked in the middle of the garden, Meng Rushue subconsciously asked. The two of them were aware of the biggest secret on Chu Yun's body. That was his special ability to control evil infants. Even if he is at the peak of the Saint King realm, this emperor has enough certainty. This is also considered a small surprise. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing hidden within the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty. It seems that it is time for this emperor to personally make a trip. Chu Yun said indifferently. When do you plan to depart? The two major legions should have already arrived at the border of the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. And if the war starts, who are you going to hand over the rest of the decisions when you leave? The Heavenly Demoness followed up with a question. Chu Yun laughed easily. There are still two of you here. The matters on the side of the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. This emperor believes that leaving it to you guys will be completely sufficient. Not to mention that I won't be able to use much time, at most 3 or 4 days. I might be back. Dream Ruashua thought shallowly for a moment before saying, in the case of the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty, unless something unexpected happens, the outcome is already predetermined, and there's really no need to worry too much about it. Then how many people do you intend to bring forward to the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty? Chu Yun calmly returned. Just let Wan Lei and Nan Xian go with this emperor. Too many people would be slow in efficiency instead. Protector Nan Xian. That being said, you have sealed this person until now, and both of us have yet to even see him. Making it so mysterious. Could it be that he has some special relationship with you? The Heavenly Demoness flirted with Chu Yun and gave a jocular smile. Many of the people in the Imperial Palace had, up until now, only a very small portion of them had seen Nan Xian. The main reason for this was that after Nan Xian had been bestowed the title of protector by Chu Yun, he had been in the middle of his palace pavilion, refining his yin-yang gourd. He had gone to great lengths to enhance the quality of the yin-yang gourd as a saint weapon. This was what caused him to be almost closed to the world, and even Meng Changzhong, who was the first minister of power, had only seen him once. As for the two of them, Dream Ruashue and the Heavenly Demoness, they just hadn't even seen him and only knew that there was this person. That's true. Whether this emperor is straight or not, you guys are still not clear about it. Chu Yun laughed badly while smacking each of the two women's buttocks. Immediately, the Heavenly Demoness pounded on his arm with a small fist, her face slightly reddening. You're not afraid of being seen in this broad daylight. You don't want to be ashamed. We still want it, Meng Rushua added. Next time wear a piece of soft armor to cure you of this hand ode. Chu Yun was not afraid to laugh back. That would be even more exciting. You pervert. The two women cursed in unison. Ha 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 ha. All right. This emperor is leaving, so for the next few days, I'll leave it to you guys. You all can handle all matters for me. Chu Yun laughed out loud, and after explaining with the two girls, he once again grabbed their fragrant soft buttocks with an itchy hand, and then left. Not long after, Chu Yun, Wan Lei, and Nan Xian, by virtue of Nan Xian's power, brought their two saints to ride at great speeds within space, rushing to the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty at the fastest speed possible. The Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty, within the palace's restricted area. A valley with dim skies, the surrounding area was silent, but the chi of heaven and earth was rich, making it an excellent place for seclusion. Inside the depths of the valley, Emperor Qin Wu, the Spirit Beheading Emperor, was walking around anxiously in front of 3 old men sitting in midair. The cultivation levels of these 3 old men were clearly the same as theirs. All of them were at the peak of the Seal King realm. Moreover, the 3 of them had accumulated far more in this realm than the Spirit Beheading Emperor Qin Wu. 3 old ancestors, after returning life died. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty has sent troops and attacked our Jinling Imperial Dynasty. They have saints leading them, and 2 saints at that. Our armies and cultivators couldn't hold them off at all, and in less than an hour, the border completely fell, and now they're heading straight for the Imperial City. If there's no way to block those 2 saints, I'm afraid that my Zhanling Imperial Dynasty is in danger this time. Emperor Zhanling's heart was burning with anxiety at this moment. He couldn't be bothered to think about why the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty possessed saints at this moment. He only knew that if they didn't have a way to block those 2 saints, then the army of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty would go straight to the dragon and kill their imperial city without anyone being able to stop them. Chapter 121 Evil Infant Man. Smoky Rain Tower Master? The 3 old ancestors of the spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, their faces were all more gloomy as well. They had also completely failed to expect that things would have developed into this. The Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty possessed saints, and there were actually 2 of them. This was simply unbelievable. A dynasty that had gone downhill had transformed into the top imperial power. The relationship between their 2 great dynasties had deteriorated and could not be unraveled. 2 saints, even if we, the spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty, put everything we have together, we are no match. This situation is almost a dead end. At this point in time, the only way to activate the Fire Seed program. An old ancestor sank his face and sighed deeply. This is the foundation of the ancestors for thousands of years. How can we just say release it? Although the Fire Seed program can preserve a portion of the royal bloodline, it can only be followed by a dark hiding place. With such humiliation, it's better to die in battle. Another old ancestor strongly disagreed. In his opinion, the descendants of the spirit beheading imperial family would rather die standing than live on their knees. When Qin Wu heard this, he also couldn't help but say, giving up the entire imperial dynasty's territory and allowing the royal family to flee for their lives. This move will be completely nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Even if the Jinling Imperial Dynasty re-emerges in the future, this black history will not be able to be erased. As the contemporary emperor of the Jinling Imperial Dynasty, Qin Wu was also unwilling to run away just like that. Once they chose to run away without resistance, then in the history of the land of the 100 dynasties, they would have to be forever looked down upon by other imperial dynasties. Even in the former Yuanming Imperial Dynasty, when faced with the joint siege of the 10 great imperial dynasties, the current generation of emperors and the dynasty's oldest ancestor had fought to the very end, maintaining the backbone and majesty of their Yuanming imperial family. What's the use of having a reputation if you don't even have a life? The oldest ancestor from the very beginning said once again. Seeing them arguing, that old ancestor in the very center with the highest seniority opened his mouth and interrupted them. All right, stop arguing. We can't retreat, but the Fire Seed program must still be implemented. Qin Wu, gather all the younger generations of the royal family and have the dead soldiers lead them to escape for their lives. As for the rest, everyone gather in the imperial city. Gather all the forces of our dynasty, with the great formation left behind by our ancestor. Even if it's a saint, we shall fight it out. After this old ancestor spoke, the remaining few did not refute. Letting the younger generation flee for their lives, they, the old men, stayed behind to fight for their lives. Even if they were to face a saint, they would fight with everything they had and were bound to bite off a layer of their flesh. Yes! Qin Wu's eyes reddened slightly as he solemnly answered. Afterwards, he immediately arranged the Spark Plan. The dead soldiers raised by the spirit beheading imperial family would take those youngsters of the imperial dynasty and flee the spirit beheading imperial dynasty with many important treasures. By imperial order, he summoned those clan powerhouses from the entire Jinling imperial dynasty to rush to the imperial city at the first time, ready to join the royal family's powerhouses to fight against the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's army. Thousand Music Dynasty. At this moment, within the palace of the Thousand Lu Imperial Dynasty, Emperor Ouyang Kai of Thousand Lu, along with several old ancestors and clan elders of the Thousand Lu royal family, all stood trembling within a secret room. And above them, there sat a demonic man wearing a loose red robe, with slender fingers and a rather handsome bone appearance. Its body exudes a rich to the extreme of the evil baby gas, as if in a moment will be swallowed by the whole imperial city. This person's identity was also exactly what the Plague Knight had said, that Saint King Realm's evil infant. The identity of the person who escaped. Can you find out? The evil infant dressed in red. His voice was slightly ghostly cold and said, "Back to Master. Currently, has not been found out. But also please rest assured, Master, I have already sent out all the scouts. I believe that there will be news in a matter of days." The Emperor of the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty carefully replied, "Rubbish. Can't even find out by now? What does this seat need you for?" That evil infant man glanced at him. The latter's face changed greatly. In desperation, Ouyang just directly knelt on the ground. "Please forgive me, Master. I have already done my best to have people search for it. As soon as I have any news, I will definitely be the first to tell Master." The evil infant man said indifferently, "A saint has run away, and I'm afraid that the news of this seat being here won't be hidden for long. In that case, the plan is advanced. You guys, raise all the living beings in the remaining 10 states and counties to the infant. But any delay to this seat, you all must die." The crowd of the Thousand Lu royal family hurriedly responded, "Yes." After the evil infant man finished commanding everything, he left the palace and strutted into the middle of the Smoke and Rain building in the Thousand Music Imperial City. "Greetings, building master." Those elders and disciples of the Smoke and Rain building all hurriedly saluted the moment they saw the evil infant man. The evil infant man nodded and ordered an elder, "Have Si Xingyun come see me." "Yes, floor master. I'll immediately send a message to Protector C." That elder responded. "P.S. I was shouted out for a drink in the middle of the night yesterday and didn't go to bed until 6 a.m. So I'm a little late with today's update." Chapter 122C Nebula. Hansen. The evil infant man arrived on top of the top floor of the Smoke and Rain building and sat openly on that building's master seat. The Smoke and Rain building master of the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty was named Hansen. This was a well-known thing. It was just that no one had thought that this Hansen's original body was actually an evil baby. And he had completely violated the rules of the Smoke and Rain building, and as the owner of the Thousand Lu branch building, he had completely controlled the entire Thousand Lu imperial family by virtue of his absolute strength of suppression. By virtue of the power of the Thousand Lu royal family, it reached an ulterior motive for it. Not long after, a man with an extraordinary temperament slowly walked up. "Greetings, building master. Nebula, take a seat." Hansen's face was slightly smiling at the moment as he spoke to Si Xingyun. The aura that surfaced on Si Xining's body was already at the peak of the Supreme Realm, only half a step away from stepping into the realm of the Sealed King. After hearing Hansen's words, Si Xingyun sat down peacefully. "I don't know what the building master's orders are for calling Nebula here?" Si Nebula couldn't help but ask after sitting down. "Nebula, when I saved you and carefully cultivated you for so many years, you should also know that I have high hopes for you. Earlier, I just received news from the building that your sister, Si Nyenyun, is now in the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty." Hansen said as he gazed straight at him. When Si Nyenyun heard this, her expression snapped into excitement. "My sister is in the Great Xia Imperial City. Master, is this matter certain?" Si Xingyun had difficulty controlling his emotions, knowing that this was the only relative he had in this world. When the Yuan Ming dynasty was destroyed, his own sister fled with the artifact of the Jin dynasty, and his father had also arranged a scapegoat for her long ago, which was how he was able to hide it from the world. As for Si Xingyun, who was the crown prince, he chose to fight until the last moment. Luckily, Hansen had stepped in at the critical time, causing him to fake his death, saving him in secret and carefully cultivating him. "To be sure, your sister is now under the pseudonym Yun Yenyang, and has created a power called Cloud Mist House within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Nebula, this seat wants you to make a trip to Grand Xia to fetch your sister back. In her body, there is your dynasty's dynasty-suppressing treasure, which is also the key to your desire to regain your country in the future." As if Hansen was like an elder, he patiently spoke to Si Xingyun. And behind this patience lay his endless greed and malice. His goal was the Far Ming Supreme Treasure in Si Nebula's hands. "Good, master, since that's the case. Then I will immediately go to Grand Xia and fetch my sister back." Si Xingyun said gratefully. "Go." Hansen smiled and nodded. As Si Nebula got up to leave, Hansen suddenly separated a portion of the evil infant soul and attached it to Si Nebula's body. The former knew nothing about it and, with anticipatory excitement, used the spatial teleportation array to travel to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Spirit beheading Imperial City. Facing the armies led by the two saints, Murong-in and the Fire Spirit Lady. The spirit-beheading imperial dynasty was in a state of defeat. The two great legions drove straight in, destroying and tearing a blood-colored channel from the border and attacking the imperial city directly. All the states and counties on the road, as well as the defenders of the spirit-beheading imperial dynasty, did not have any resistance at all. As the holy awns smashed down, the sky crumbled and the earth split. Two saints personally opened up the road. Any venerable, supreme cultivator could not carry a single blow, and even died on the spot along with the waves of the holy awns. In less than 2 days, the two major legions of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty had killed outside of spirit-beheading imperial city. Millions of troops descended on the city, making a tremendous noise. The fire spirit woman and Murong-in both stood above the sky, the holy might emanating from their bodies, as if they were going to explode the space. The holy might of the entire sky outside the city was going to overturn the dome of the sky, and the gale was whistling by, gusts of winds were crashing against the formation barrier of the imperial city. At the same time, above the citadel of the spirit-beheading imperial city, the three old ancestors of the spirit-beheading imperial family, the spirit-beheading Emperor Qinwu, 10 clan elders, and the old ancestors of the 5 clan lineages were all at the peak of the King Seal realm. They led all the elite powerhouses of the spirit-beheading imperial dynasty and stood on the citadel to infuse infinite spiritual power into this imperial city formation, inspiring a world-shattering formation glow. The entire formation was a golden color. Golden light covered every inch of space in the imperial city, and every inch of golden light spawned incredibly powerful void arrows. But whoever dared to get close would have to suffer from the furious rain of void arrows. Still want to make a dying struggle? Murong-yen gazed through the formation, indifferently looking at Qinwu and the others within it. He placed his hands on his chest, his figure as immovable as a mountain as he stood proudly and opened his mouth. Whether it's a dying struggle or not, that will be known only after trying. Always the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I, the spirit-beheading imperial dynasty, would rather fight to the death than be a coward. The old man with the highest seniority shouted in an uplifting voice. Murong-in was indifferent, looking at them with cold eyes, and indifferently uttered, "Then I'll fulfill you all." After saying that, Murong-yen took a step and walked over with a steady pace. Today, saints fall. Kill the saint. The imperial ancestor and Qinwu shouted loudly. Immediately, under their control, the power of the many cultivators of the citadel was poured down, and the arrows of emptiness condensed out of the golden light of the formation were shot out from within the space in unison, and they attacked Murong-kane in an overwhelming manner. Murong-yin's face did not have the slightest worry, as he waved his left hand, and the large amount of cold ice holy power contained within his body shook out, instantly spreading like a sound wave. Immediately, everything within the surrounding void space came to a standstill. Under the terrifying cold ice holy power emanation, those void arrows stayed stagnant, followed by a thick frost, and then froze into ice arrows. Taste it yourselves. Murong-in waved his hand again, and all the ice arrows reversed their direction, pointing their spearheads directly at the city tower and shooting violently. Quick! Block it! Qinwu and the royal family's old ancestor did not expect Murong-chen to return the favor in his own way. Their great formation barrier was now covered in ice arrows falling from the sky, and the golden light shook continuously, and the entire sky dome of the city seemed to be caught in the middle of shaking. Golden blazing war god. Immediately afterward, they used the power of the formation and countless golden light radiance to condense a golden light giant thousands of feet tall, holding a golden spear that burned with golden flames, and swept towards Murong-yen. Cold Ice Kingdom. Murong-yen didn't want to continue wasting time. He unleashed his own cold ice saint force to the maximum. The temperature within a 100-mile radius dropped to freezing point, and cold ice surfaced from space, endless, like an infinitely spreading field of cold ice. With a bend of his hand, thousands of cold ice stormed out, covering the golden giant. The next second, the cold ice solid fusion. The flash of light appeared. The golden giant directly became an ice sculpture. Murong-yin's palm condensed. Thousands of cold ice holy power condensed into a huge and incomparable cold ice holy cone, as if it was an ice dragon, sweeping with gusts of ice storms as well as fragments of emptiness, and fiercely bombarded down towards the formation barrier. Chapter 123 Array Breaks. Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty overthrown. Rumble. The cold ice sacred cone struck heavily on the formation barrier, setting off an endless tremor of holy might, and the golden light of the entire golden formation was covered by vast holy might in an instant. The next moment, bang bang bang, the formation barrier collapsed in its entirety, and the cold ice sacred cone drove straight in and landed directly on top of the citadel. Quickly avoid it! Qin Wu and the others hurriedly shouted a reminder, their faces changing in shock as they fled at speed. But it was still too late. The moment the cold ice Saint cone fell, the enormous cold ice Saint force contained within it was released like a 10,000-weighted tsunami. With an incredible speed, it spread into the entire city. All the living beings, streets, and buildings of the entire imperial city were instantly frozen. The temperature within the imperial city dropped below the freezing point, and the movements of countless living beings were all frozen in an instant. All the people on the towers of the city, such as Qin Wu and those Peak King Seal Realm royal ancestors, sect ancestors, and so on, also became ice sculptures as the ice cones fell. The entire spirit beheading imperial city had truly turned into an ice kingdom at this moment, and everything was dominated by ice. Murong Yin's expression was indifferent. A cold aura pointed at the city gate, directly forcing it open. Armies, enter the city. The fire spirit lady's face was expressionless. Seeing that the people of the spirit beheading imperial dynasty no longer had the power to resist, she also gave an order, calling out to the entire army. Kill! The Black Wolf Army and the Bone-Shattering Army. The two major legions immediately killed into the city as if they were a torrent, and immediately afterward, a one-sided brutal massacre unfolded. In half a day's time, Chopping Spirit Imperial City was filled with blood and gore, with over 1 million corpses. All the King Seal realms of the entire Jinling royal family, including the strongest members of those clans, were also killed by Murong Yen himself. At this point, it was also announced that one of the top 10 royal dynasties in the land of 100 dynasties, the Jinling royal dynasty, was completely destroyed. Their territories as well as their resources have since been returned to the Grand Xia dynasty. After this happened, in less than a day's time, it had already spread throughout the land of the 100 dynasties. The remaining 9 great dynasties were all shocked upon hearing this news. The spirit beheading imperial dynasty had actually been destroyed. Moreover, the overthrower was the Grand Xia dynasty, which was still in decline. And there was also clear news that there were 2 saints within the Grand Xia dynasty. This was the main reason why the spirit beheading dynasty was destroyed so quickly. As soon as this news came out, the remaining 9 great dynasties were more shocked than one another. Saints. The Grand Xia imperial dynasty actually had 2 saints. How incredible a thing was this? Many people were puzzled as to where their saints exactly had come from. But despite the doubts and curiosity, the spirit beheading imperial dynasty was one of the top 10 imperial dynasties, and the Grand Xia imperial dynasty couldn't overthrow them without reason. A statement had to be given. Thus, the 9 great imperial dynasties tacitly united and sent a message to the Grand Xia imperial family, asking Grand Xia Emperor Chu Yun to publicly explain this matter, the specific reason for the destruction of the Jinling imperial dynasty. However, Chu Yun was still unaware of this message, as he and Nan Xian, Wan Lei were still on their way. The message reached the Great Xia imperial city, and naturally it also fell into the hands of the heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue. Inside the Great Xia imperial palace, Dream Ruoxue and heavenly demoness were sitting in the imperial study. Dream Changzhong, Jin Mu and the 2 of them were also sitting in side seats. What Dream Ruoxue was holding in her hands was precisely the message that had been sent over by the 9 great imperial dynasties. Instead of being a message, it was more like questioning the Grand Xia dynasty as to why they wanted to overthrow the spirit beheading dynasty. What kind of grudge existed between the 2? And that ended with a clear reminder to Grand Xia. Even saints could not do whatever they wanted in the land of the 100 dynasties. If they were too unbridled, they would still be subject to the joint sanctions of the remaining imperial dynasties. These 9 great imperial dynasties really have enough to worry about. After destroying a spirit beheading imperial dynasty, they directly couldn't sit still, fearing that the Grand Xia imperial dynasty was threatening them, and jointly sent this letter of questioning. There's even a direct threat at the back. It's really something to laugh about. The heavenly demoness glanced at the content of that questioning letter and smiled disdainfully on her face. Although the 9 great imperial dynasties are acting like scared birds, but if they unite, their strength is not to be underestimated. Ruoxue, the 9 great imperial dynasties want us to give an explanation. Do you want to wait for His Majesty to return, or? Meng Chongchong sat down and couldn't help but ask. Before His Majesty left, he left all the matters in the hands of Consort Yu and I. There's no need to wait for him to return for this matter either. Since the 9 great imperial dynasties want an explanation, then we will give them one. Meng Rushua's face was clear and cold. At this time, she was sitting on the upper seat. Her aura carried a unique domineering aura of her own, and then said, "Father, in the name of the royal family, you send a message out. Tell the world that the Chopping Spirit Imperial Dynasty plotted against the Great Summer State Seal and has now been destroyed. If there are still those who don't know how to die and dare to offend again, no matter what force they are, they will all end up in the same situation as the Jinling Imperial Dynasty." When Meng Chongchong heard this message was sent out, it could be said that it was a strong retort to the 9 great imperial dynasties. It gave them a reply, but it also showed that the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty had no fear of their threats. Good. I'll immediately arrange for it later and have someone release the news publicly. Dream Chongzhong also responded after thinking shallowly for a moment. Commander Jin Mu, Xian Snake and Tianyan, the 2 imperial dynasties, how are things arranged? Dream Ruoxue proceeded to ask him. Xian Snake Dynasty and Tianyan Dynasty, these 2 could be the enemy dynasties of the Grand Xia Dynasty for so long. Back then, when the border layout map was leaked, it was the people from these 2 dynasties who had invaded the Great Xia border. Now, it was only natural for the Grand Xia to settle the score with them. Your Highness, don't worry. The Hao Feng and the Remnant Wind have almost arrived at their imperial city, and at that time, these 2 imperial dynasties will naturally pay their price. Jin Mu responded. Hao Feng and Remnant Wind were the commanders of the Shadow Guards, just like Shen Feng and Luo Feng. They had also crossed the Saints' heavenly gate last time, and their cultivation had risen to the realm of sealed saints. Meng Ruoxue nodded slightly at his words. Good. It didn't take long for the response from the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty to immediately spread out towards the entire land of the 100 dynasties with the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty as the center. The Chopping Spirit Imperial Dynasty had plotted against the Great Xia State Seal and was thus destroyed. And the latter sentence, it was more like the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty was warning those imperial dynasties with ulterior motives, with a very strong and domineering stance of putting out words. This point immediately let the 9 great dynasties among some of the dynasty's masters instantly heart dissatisfaction. Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, in the sky above the city of Thousand Lu Imperial City, above the clouds, the figures of Chu Yun, Nan Xian, and Wan Lei appeared between the clouds. Chu Yun was currently radiating his soul thoughts to spread out into the imperial palace of the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty. However, after cruising around, he did not detect the evil infant soul's aura. Strange. Could it be that he is no longer in the palace? Chu Yun could not help but have this doubt within his heart. Your Majesty, if you wish to know the truth, search the soul memories of that Emperor Chenla and you will know, Nan Xian said from the side. Chu Yun nodded. Let's go. To the Imperial Palace. Yes. The duo directly followed Chu Yun and tore through space to head to the Thousand Music Imperial Palace. At the same time, on the Smoke and Rain building within the Imperial City, Han Sen was seated on the building's main chair, and he, who had closed his eyes in deep thought, instantly opened his eyes after sensing the aura that Chu Yun had released earlier. Another saint has come. Hehehe. Just in time, if it is sacrificed to the infant, its battle power can be raised by a large margin again. Han Sen's figure stood up, tearing through space to follow behind Chu Yun and the others, entering within the palace. Chapter 124. Chu Yun enters Chen Lu. Han Sen arrives. Thousand Lu Imperial Palace inside the hall. The Emperor of Thousand Lu, Ouyang Kai, was currently discussing with several clan elders of the Thousand Lu Imperial Dynasty, the old ancestors, about how to arrange the living souls of those states and counties next. The living souls of the 10 state counties, the major county kings have already gathered them all. A message can be sent to tell the master to let the infants go over and devour them. Ouyang Kai sighed slightly after receiving the news. Good. A clan elder immediately sent a message to Han Sen. The living beings in the major states and counties will all disappear soon. In this way, the number of living souls in my Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty will be only 1 out of 10. This move really doesn't know if it's right or wrong. An old ancestor sighed slightly with some confusion in the depths of his eyes. As long as the infant is a great success, what the master has promised us will definitely be realized. Ouyang Kai said with firm conviction. Let's hope so. By the way, that matter of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, the 9 Heavens Imperial Dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty, What kind of attitude do they all hold? That old ancestor from earlier asked again. It's not just us who responded to the Great Xia. The Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty are also very dissatisfied. Their two major imperial dynasties have the intention of joining forces with the rest of the imperial dynasties to do some hammering on Grand Xia. After all, no matter what happens to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, even if there are two saints, at least for now, they are not one of the top 10 imperial dynasties. Committing a crime from below, this is disregarding the majesty of the 10 great imperial dynasties. The saints of the two great imperial dynasties, Heavenly Quest and Nine Heavens, will probably show their faces this time as well. Ouyang Kai replied in response. The Heavenly Chu Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Dynasty, as well as the third-ranked Shangqiu Dynasty, these three great dynasties were the only three imperial forces in the land of the 100 dynasties that possessed a saintly underpinning. Of course, there was currently another Great Xia Imperial Dynasty to be added, making it 4. Great Xia relying on the fact that they have two saints, do not put the other imperial dynasties in their eyes and are lawless. It is indeed time to hammer on them. You can make a statement with the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty, and them that the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty supports their decision, and is willing to join forces with them to give Great Xia a demonstration. The old ancestor from before said with a solemn expression. It was Ouyang who nodded. I understand. I'll send a message to Duan Tianzi and Li Qingli later on, telling them the attitude of my Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty. Regarding the sudden rise of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, these old and powerful imperial dynasties should all choose the same as the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty and unite to give the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty a warning. If it wanted to take the place of the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty and become one of the top 10 controllers of the land of the 100 dynasties, it would still need their consent to do so. It wasn't as if one could do whatever they wanted just because they possessed a saint. Everything had to follow the rules that they had jointly established. Oh, demonstrating to the Grand Xia Dynasty? With you stinking fish and shrimps, you're not worthy. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. The tone carried 7 points of sarcasm and 3 points of contempt and disdain. Who? The gazes of Ouyang Kai and the others all of a sudden looked towards the outside of the hall in unison. Immediately afterward, Chu Yun walked in wearing a dragon robe, with Nan Xian and Wan Lei accompanying him on his left and right sides, his eyes bemused. Dragon robe? You are an emperor? Which imperial dynasty are you from? A clan elder frowned down when he saw that Chu Yun was wearing a dragon robe and asked in a nonchalant tone. What? You just wanted to give my dynasty a demonstration. But now that this emperor is standing in front of you, you guys don't recognize it instead? Chu Yun had a playful smile on his face. You are Chu Yun, the new emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty? These people from the 1,000 grams imperial family immediately had slightly shocked faces. It had not occurred to them that Chu Yun would come to his 1,000 Legends imperial dynasty. Emperor Chu, as the monarch of the Grand Xia, you have recklessly sneaked within the palace of my 1,000 Luck imperial dynasty without authorization. It is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Such behavior, how is it different from a rat? Ouyang Kai suppressed his shocked color at this moment, displaying his majesty as the Emperor of 1,000 Bliss as he snapped unhappily at Chu Yun. When Chu Yun saw this pretense of his, he could not help but laugh out. Ouyang Kai, you a person who serves as a dog for an evil infant, and who gave you the qualifications to act recklessly in front of this emperor? It's just a pity that after today, you, the 1,000 Music Imperial Dynasty, are afraid that you'll have to end up in the same situation as the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. That dragon robe on you is also limited to today. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Ouyang Kai and the others' faces changed violently. Chu Yun actually knew about the evil infant. Immediately, an old ancestor of the 1,000 Leaves imperial family immediately realized that escaped saint was someone from your Great Xia imperial dynasty? When Ouyang Kai and the others heard this, they immediately realized that escaped saint was from the Great Xia imperial dynasty, so then it would make sense that Chu Yun knew about it. Just no. Wan Lei, do it. Chu Yun then greeted. Yes, your majesty. Wan Lei took a few steps forward, and immediately after, a wave of thunder Saint Might violently erupted out from beneath his feet, and in an instant electricity flashed and thunder roared all around the hall, as if it caused the crowd to be in a sea of golden thunder. The space on all sides was blocked by thunder, including Ouyang Kai's and their surroundings, all of which were covered with thunder holy might in an instant, and there was no way to escape. Saint! Ouyang Kai and the others looked panicked, After Wanlei struck, the rolling Saint Might shook every corner of the hall, and all of them immediately sweated like rain behind their backs. In the face of Saint Might's suppression, they simply couldn't lift a single ounce of strength to resist. A thunder force in Wanlei's hand was about to invade their soul sea of consciousness and conduct a soul search on them when, ha 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 ha. If there are friends coming from afar, it must be a joyous occasion. Since Emperor Chu is trying to find this seat, why is there a need to be so troublesome? At this time, the thunder blockade outside the hall was strongly shaken open by a figure, and Han Sen's figure slowly walked in from outside the hall, a red dress like blood, and with a few hints of playful laughter. P.S. Everyone point and click to urge more, have a small gift of support. To the author of The Power Generation, the recent gift contribution list fell good exaggerated, no big brother brush, all rely on the brothers of the free flowers and for the love of the Power Generation, 555. Chapter 125 Underworld Divine Pupil. Infant. Chu Yun and the three of them couldn't help but turn around at this moment, and they saw Han San wearing loose red clothes, that demonic and handsome face with an open smile, his chest open, showing the contours of his figure. Chu Yun felt that aura emanating from Han Sen's body, that flavor, how familiar it was. It was exactly the same as Night Swallow's aura, both being of the evil infant clan. Only the difference was that Han Sen's aura was far stronger than Night Swallow's, and the power was not only more than 100 times higher than his, it was even much more domineering. Night Swallow, are you polite? But even so, Chu Yun's underworld divine pupil could still come in handy. His cultivation level was the Seal Saint realm, but the ability of his spectral divine pupil could have a slight effect on even an evil infant of the undying realm. Not to mention Han Sen's Saint King realm level evil infant. Master, please still save us. The moment Ouyang Kai and the others saw Han San, the look of Ben's terror in their eyes suddenly ignited with hope as they shouted out to him for help. Wanlei was also in no hurry to make a move at this moment under Chu Yun's gesture. Chu Yun's eyes looked toward Han San, and he said in a light and calm manner, "You're the evil baby that controls the Thousand Legends dynasty?" Han Sen graciously smiled and admitted, "It's me. Did Emperor Chu come all the way from the Grand Xia dynasty to send this seat to its death?" At those words, Nan Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Chu Yun laughed instead of being angry. "Indeed, I have come to send death, only the one to die should be you." In the next moment, Chu Yun did not speak too much nonsense. The underworld divine pupil opened, and the light of the underworld appeared out at first, his eyes emitting a purple glow as the power of the underworld instantly swept across the entire field. The evil infant force within Han Sen's body was also at the same time as if it was uncontrollable, suddenly rampaging through his body. Bang bang bang. The out-of-control evil infant force suddenly rioted, and Han Sen's face abruptly changed as hundreds of meridians within his body were pierced by the out-of-control force. His face went pale in a flash. He half-kneeled on top of the ground with one foot, his palms gripping his chest tightly as his face looked at Chu Yun with a shocked and hideous expression. You can control my power? No, you control it through your eyes. Your eyes are spectral divine pupils." Han Sen's face instantly turned white, his expression having long since lost the calmness and equanimity he had at the beginning. Spectral god pupil, this was a hidden secret known only to the most central figures of the evil infant realm. Those who possessed the underworld divine pupil were the natural nemesis of their evil infant clan. If they could not eliminate him, the only possible outcome in the future would be to fall into his slavery. Han Sen's expression at this moment was one of disbelief. If not for his own personal experience at this moment, he would not have believed that in the land of the 100 dynasties, he could have encountered the underworld god's pupils that only existed in legends. In the entire history of the evil infant realm, there had only been some one-sided records of the underworld divine pupil. The main reason for this was because there had never been a living being with a pantheon god's pupil above the Yuan realm. However, today he had even managed to run into them. For a moment, Han Sen didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. "Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize the underworld god pupil. That's a bit surprising to this emperor." Chu Yun was a little surprised after hearing Han San speak of the underworld god's pupil. Even the heavenly demoness and Meng Rushue, the two of them who had been great emperors in their previous lives, had yet to hear of it. This Han Sen was able to directly say it all at once, so it seemed that his identity might not be that simple. Underworld divine pupil, evil infant nemesis. I didn't think that such a heaven-defying item would appear in your body. Han Sen looked at Chu Yun warily at the moment. The power of the underworld divine pupil had completely suppressed the power of the evil infant within his body at this moment, and he, by himself, could no longer raise the power of resistance. Compared to that, this emperor is somewhat more curious about your identity. Are you going to give an honest explanation yourself? Or do you want this emperor to send someone to search your soul? Chu Yun looked at him with a calm expression at the moment. However, those people from the Thousand Lu royal family, at this moment each and every one of them had looked dumbfounded. They did not know what the underworld divine pupil was. They only knew that as of right now, before their master even fought, he had already been suppressed by some sort of special ability of Chu Yun. How could this even be a fight? At that instant, in Ouyang Kai's and their hearts, despair could not help but rise. My identity? Fine, since you want to know, I will tell you. I am. Han Sen originally hung his head down, and halfway through his sentence, his head snapped up, and a ferocious, hostile light flashed among his eyes. Immediately afterward, he violently smashed his spatial ring and threw out the sole object. Infant! Kill them! Accompanied by Han Sen's shouting voice, thousands of demonic infant chi suddenly swept out in an overwhelming assault, and the space of the entire hall broke open, revealing as much void space as possible. The demonic baby's chi filled the sky, even spreading to the depths of the void space. Part of Chu Yun's underworld divine pupil's power was also blocked by the released demonic baby's chi at this moment. Han Sen also regained control of half of his body's power. At this moment, at the source of the surging demonic baby gas, a childlike figure with two twisted braids and dark skin covered with sinister and horrifying totem patterns could be seen. He stepped on the endless demon infant chi with his bare feet, and that incomparably terrifying aura made the demon infant chi he released seem as if it wanted to devour everything. The aura and power of Chu Yun and Wan Lei were completely suppressed in front of this infant. Evil chi and demonic chi? What is this? Chu Yun frowned. The breath power of this infant child before him not only had the evil aura of an evil infant, but also the demonic aura of a heavenly demon. It was not simply of the same kind, but instead, it was like a combination of the two main kinds. Nan Xian, take him down. Chu Yun directly ordered. Yes. On Nan Xian's body, that undying realm aura pressure was like a tsunami caused by the upheaval of the ocean, rigidly released and rushed around. The infant's demonic infant aura was directly torn apart with devastating force, and along with it, the infant was also sent flying out. Han Sen's face changed in shock and trembling. No! Indestructible realm! At that instant, he directly burned his life to vanish into the middle of the void space. Infant! Stop them! As he was about to leave, he gave the infant boy one last order to stop Chu Yun and the others despite everything. The infant boy instantly carried a massive and ferocious demonic infant light, and within it, it was as if there were endless infant bodies, demons and devils that gathered into an infant demonic storm, attacking towards Nan Xian. Nan Xian took the lead. A palm print shot out, yin and yang palm prints like the palm of the open sky, strong bombarded through the infant's storm demonic baby. What's more, he then condensed 4 yin-yang shackles, locking the infant child's limbs in 4 directions. Along with the infusion of yin and yang power, the baby's crazy restless power was suppressed. With a wave of Nan Xian's hand, the yin and yang power overlapped over, and the indestructible level yin and yang holy power instantly restored the space of the great hall. The baby boy is now 4 yin and yang shackles suppressed in the center of the hall, although still alive but no one control, it's also no longer move. Chapter 126, I am the master of the smoke and rain building. How dare you touch me? Following that, a wisp of Nan Xian's consciousness covered the entire Thousand Leaves Imperial City. Han Sen, who had burned his life to escape earlier, his aura had been captured by Nan Xian. He was only a little surprised that Han Sen had not run out of the city, but chose to continue hiding within the city. Well, have you found him? Chu Yun inquired nonchalantly. He was very relieved that even if Han Sen had burned his life for extreme speed, it was impossible for him to escape the pursuit of Nan Xian, the undying realm. Your Majesty, he didn't leave the city. Instead, he hid amongst the smoke and rain building. Nan Xian replied. Smoke and rain building? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, truly not expecting that this Han Sen could even be involved with the smoke and rain building. Hiding within the smoke and rain building won't save him. First, put this infant away. As for these people, Kill them after soul searching. Chu Yun ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Nan Xian immediately unleashed his power and put away the infant child blockade. 10,000 Thunder's thunder holy power shot strongly into the middle of the minds of Ouyang Kai, these members of the Thousand Leaves royal family, and directly conducted soul searches on them. Ouyang Kai and those old ancestors of the royal family, the clan elders, all let out mournful screams at the same time, piercing through the clouds, the intense pain in their souls causing them to collapse physically and mentally. Bang, bang, bang. However, after Wan Lei finished probing their soul memories, a Thunder Saint ripple wiped over without hesitation, directly taking all of their lives. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Wan Lei killed all the people of the Thousand Lu royal family, gaining 280,000 edit points. In the center of Chu Yun's mind, the system's prompting voice sounded once again. Together with the previous Murong Yin and the Fire Spirit Lady, those cultivator powerhouses of the Spirit beheading Imperial Dynasty that they had annihilated. Chu Yun now had a total of 780,000 edit points. Your Majesty, that Han Sen's identity is that of the owner of the Smoke and Rain building within the Thousand Leaves Imperial City. And his purpose of controlling the Thousand Lu royal family is to sacrifice away the living beings of the Thousand Lu Imperial Dynasty to enhance the battle power of that infant child. It can be said that he did all of this for the sake of that infant child. Wan Lei at this moment told Chu Yun all the information he had obtained from his soul search. When Chu Yun heard that, his brows furrowed darkly. Han Sen was actually the Smoke and Rain building master. Although this was only the Smoke and Rain building of the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty, it was only one of the many sub-buildings. However, Chu Yun believed that the higher-ups of the Smoke and Rain building's main building could never allow an evil baby to serve as the owner of their branch building. Moreover, this Han Sen had done so many things, and as the Smoky Rain building's master, he had completely disregarded the rules set by the main building, making the Thousand Leaves royal family his puppets, sacrificing the Imperial Dynasty's living souls to nourish the infants. This pile, piece by piece, placed inside the Smoke Rain building's rules, it was all a great offense. Master of the Smoke and Rain building. Even with this identity, he can't be bailed out. Go to the Smoke and Rain building. Chu Yun turned around and walked towards the outside of the palace gates. Nan Xian and Wan Lei followed closely behind. Thousand Music Imperial City, Smoke and Rain building. The Smoke and Rain building's business within the Thousand Legends Imperial City was still hot to the core, and there were simply no merchant pavilions that could compete with it. This branch building had already monopolized within this Thousand Lu royal dynasty, thus its prestige was extremely high. At this moment, Chu Yun's trio arrived outside the Smoke and Rain building, and their pace immediately walked in. Entering the first floor hall, it was still so splendid and high-end. A Smoke and Rain building disciple immediately took the initiative to welcome up and politely ask Chu Yun's trio, "3 guests? I don't know what I need? Let Han Sen come down." Wan Lei said in a cold voice. "Oh, the 3 of you don't know what forces you're from? What is it that you are looking for our building master for?" That disciple wanted to probe the identities of Chu Yun and the others. Chu Yun was too lazy to continue wasting time. He glanced at Nan Xian, who understood. Immediately, his imperishable realm Saint Force imprint blocked the entire field, and the entire Smoky Rain building was covered under his vast Saint Might in a matter of moments. Roll down! Nan Xian's aura also locked onto Han San on the roof of the building as he slapped his palm on top of the space. The waves shook the space on the top floor and collapsed violently, and under the spatial intersection, Han Sen's space on the top floor appeared directly below, and his entire figure, along with it, appeared in the first floor hall. Floor Master! What a terrifying pressure! Who are these people? How dare they blatantly cause trouble within the Smoke and Rain building? At this moment, many of the guests as well as disciples in the Smoky Rain building's main hall were all deeply startled with shocked faces. The terrifyingly oppressive aura on Nan Xian's body caused everyone to have a feeling of being on the verge of suffocation, as if a random aura was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. What surprised them even more was the fact that Nan Xian had actually struck out in the Smoke and Rain building's main hall, openly and honestly. This was only a branch building, but it also represented the face of the main building. Could it be that they weren't afraid of suffering from the Smoke and Rain building's settling of scores? Han Sen's gaze was dead on Chu Yun's several people at this moment, and he still managed to keep his composure, forcing himself to calm down. "Chu Yun, this is the Smoke and Rain building. I am the master of the smoke and rain building. If you dare to make a move, you are an enemy of the smoke and rain building. If you provoke the smoke rain building, don't say it's you. Even 1,000 great Xia imperial dynasties wouldn't be enough. Han Sen didn't believe that Chu Yun would dare to touch him, the smoke rain building's master, in front of so many people. Every branch building master, even if they didn't have much say in the main building, they were the external face of the smoke rain building. Chu Yun would not be unclear of the consequences of doing so. Chu Yun, Great Xia Dynasty? Could it be that he is the new emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty? Chu Emperor Chu Yun? As soon as the surrounding people heard Han Sen's words, they all guessed Chu Yun's identity as well. Chu Yun knew of Han Sen's threats against him, and was also betting that Chu Yun wouldn't dare to touch him, the Smoky Rain Mansion master of the Thousand Leaves sublocation, in front of everyone. However, he clearly did not understand Chu Yun. How could he be someone who could stand threats, not to mention the fact that there was still the grass hall behind him nowadays? According to the time estimated by the system, in 5 days' time, his own 2 Dao protectors should have been able to arrive at the Grand Xia dynasty. Now that they might have already arrived, he believed that the Emperor Realm-level Dao protectors were absolutely reliable. Thus, even if the strongest person from the Smoky Rain Tower's main building came, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Nan Xian Soul Search. Chu Yun did not drag his feet as he coldly uttered 4 words and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Nan Xian Dao's gaze instantly locked onto Han Sen. The latter was horrified, but fortunately, he had also prepared for this, decisively chopping away those memories of his own. Nan Xian's power blasted inside his mind, suppressing his scattered memories, which were only 1 in 10. With that, Nan Xian's eyes became somewhat grim. Han waited to get his way and laughed viciously. You can't get my memories anymore. Even if this life is given to you, what's the harm? Chu Yun, trust me. Even if I die today, we will meet again. Nan Xian stripped away his 10-0 memories at this moment and looked towards Chu Yun. Your Majesty, there were preparations made within his mind, and the memories were instantly decimated by him to himself, and I only left behind 10% of them. Chu Yun calmly said, "No matter, kill it." Han Sen had prepared for this, and it was no wonder Nan Xian was to blame. If it wasn't for Nan Xian's swift strike, I'm afraid that this 10% of his memories wouldn't have been left behind. Yes. Nan Xian immediately poured a powerful holy force into Han Sen's body, bursting his meridians open and crushing his holy bones away. Han Sen forced himself to endure the pain and whimpered miserably. The agony of that pain on his soul made him unable to stop trembling. I will not die. Break. After Nan Xian finished his torture, he slapped his palm on his skull, and a majestic power was declared down from the top of his head. Han Sen's eyes glared. His limbs gave a final tremor, and his entire body was turned into smoke and ashes. Congratulations, Master. Nan Xian killed Han Sen and gained 80,000 editing points. A Saint King with a full hate value gained 80,000 editing points. It was still considered an acceptable level. However, after Han Sen's death, the smoke and rain building disciples on the hall, as well as many of the guests, froze. No one could have imagined that Han Sen would die just like that. This Chu Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty actually dared to kill the owner of the Smoke and Rain Building. Did he hardly think that his Great Xia Dynasty could fight against the Smoke and Rain Building? Chapter 127 A Great Uproar. Report to your general building that Han Sen, the owner of the Thousand Music Smoke and Rain Building, is the body of an evil infant and secretly controls the Thousand Music Imperial family, sacrificing living beings to nourish the sinister and evil things. It is a good thing that this emperor killed him. Your general building has to thank this emperor instead. Pass these words up, as is. After Chu Yun finished his explanation, he turned around and left the Smoky Rain building with Nan Xian and Wan Lei. The terrifying Saint Might that Nan Xian had released also disappeared at this moment, and the people on the hall were as if they were relieved, as if they had walked through a ghost gate. Quickly report this matter to the general building. A Smoky Rain building elder reacted and immediately said. When Han Sen was killed, the entire Smoky Rain building was nearly in chaos, and several elders immediately joined forces to open the summoning channel and reported the news of Han Sen's murder, as well as the words left behind by Chu Yun, all of which were reported to the general building. As for the news that Chu Yun had killed the Smoke and Rain building master openly and honestly, because there were many eyewitnesses who had seen it, all the news could not be hidden at all. Like a storm, It quickly spread out with the Thousand Music Imperial City as the center. Chun clan. As the number 1 clan within the Thousand Lu Imperial Dynasty, the Chun clan's position in the Thousand Lu Imperial Dynasty was second only to the Thousand Lu Imperial family, and was the number 1 force recognized within the Imperial City. In the clan, the 2 old ancestors were both in the late King Seal realm, and the contemporary clan chief Chun Kong and the Grand Elder Chun Barbarian were both strong at the early King Seal realm. At this moment, on the Chun clan's main hall, Chu Yun was sitting directly above him, with Nan Xian and Wan Lei standing beside him. The 4 Chun clan's Seal King realm executives were currently standing below with nervous expressions and trepidation, their movements unable to help but tremble a little. They already knew that Chu Yun had not only killed the Smoky Rain Mansion master, but had also decimated all of the Imperial family's Seal King realm higher echelons. Now, it was only a matter of time before the entire Thousand Legends Imperial dynasty would be in chaos. Chu! Emperor Chu. I wonder if Emperor Chu came to our Chun clan and has... What instructions ah? Chun Kong spoke out in a careful tone and asked. Chu Yun leisurely drank a mouthful of tea and blandly said, Patriarch Chen, this emperor has a chance here. I don't know if you, the Chun clan, are interested? I don't know what the chances Emperor Chu is referring to, Chun Kong followed up by asking. The other 3 senior members of the Chun clan also perked up their ears and listened attentively. The sealed king realm of the Thousand Music Imperial family has all been destroyed by this emperor. Now that the Imperial dynasty is without a master, I'm afraid that civil unrest will rise everywhere. The Chun clan, as the number 1 force within the Thousand Lu royal dynasty, is also the best person to manage this royal dynasty next. What do a few of you think? Chu Yun swept his gaze over the 4 of them and spoke out. Chun Kong and the 4 of them had also understood his meaning. This was to make their Chun clan, the new royal family This chance was indeed great when speaking in the past. However, now that Chu Yun had killed Han Sen, the Smoky Rain Tower main building would definitely not be able to let it go. In that case, could their Chun clan really sit comfortably in this position? Emperor Chu, my Chun clan, is afraid that there is really something about the throne. Before Chun Kong finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Yun, Chun clan chief. Once some words are said, there is no chance to take them back. The Chun clan is a good choice, but it is not the only choice. Chu Yun's 2 words directly caused Chun Kong to wake up like a dream. Yup, nowadays, no matter what, the initiative was in Chu Yun's hands. If the Chun clan did not sit on that throne, there were plenty of people to do so. More crucially, it was that if Chun Kong rejected Chu Yun this time, what kind of a fate the Chun clan would end up in was truly unimaginable. Chu Emperor, Chun Kong is young and has not considered some things well enough. I hope that Chu Emperor will not blame him. Since Emperor Chu has bestowed our Chun clan with this opportunity, how could my Chun clan not accept it? I, the Chun clan, would like to look after the world of the Thousand Music Dynasty for Emperor Chu. An old ancestor of the Chun clan stood out at this moment, replacing Chun Kong, and took the initiative to respond. Chu Yun smiled faintly. It was true that Ginger was still old and hot. Living for a long time also saw things more clearly. The Chun clan had no choice today. Good. You 4, hand over the soul blood to this emperor for the time being. If you perform well afterward, you will be returned. Chu Yun immediately opened the window of the sky. Only with their soul blood in hand, Chu Yun would not worry about them moving other thoughts. The few people from the Chun clan hesitated for a moment, and the 2 elder ancestors slightly sighed as they handed over their soul blood. Immediately afterward, Chun Kong and Grand Elder Chin Ban also handed over their soul blood together. After Chu Yun received it, he said, Good. Wan Lei, you go with Patriarch Chun and the others. But anyone within the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty who disobeys the Chun clan's decision to become an Imperial clan, execute all 9 clans. Wan Lei immediately led the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Wan Lei then led the Chun clan's elites out of the house with Chun Kong. In the middle of the Imperial City, a bloody storm could not be avoided once again. Nan Xian, take a look at Han Sen's 10% of his memories and see if you can get anything out of it. Yes, Your Majesty. On the temple, Nan Xian released Han Sen's only remaining memory glow, releasing it in mid-air, and those memory fragments it had left began to emerge, flickering one by one. Chapter 128, The Pathetic Sea Nebula. Without a moment's notice, all of those fragments of memories left behind by Han Sen were read through by the duo of Chu Yun and Nan Xian. Within those memories, although there was no particularly important information. But it was also something that allowed Chu Yun to gain something from it. Han Sen, in fact, had come from the core of the evil infant realm. He was born in the evil infant realm, and the reason why he was able to become the branch building master of the Smoke Rain building. The reason why he was able to become the owner of the Smoke and Rain building's branch building was that he had once received the help of a high-level descendant of the Smoke and Rain building's main building, and he was able to conceal his identity as an evil baby and become the owner of the Smoke and Rain building's branch building, as well as the series of things that he had allowed Si Xingyun to go to the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, including cultivating him, in order to just want the set of spatial coordinates that were hidden within that artifact of the Jin Dynasty in Si Nyenyun's hands. As for the rest, there was nothing within those memories. For example, why he had to refine infants, as well as how he was born in the evil infant realm and how he left the evil infant realm, all of these were within those memories that had been chopped away. Chu Yun was unable to know. However, with this fragmented memory, it was already possible to confirm Han Sen's original body, which was an evil infant. Half a day later, the civil and military officials of the Thousand Lu royal dynasty, as well as many of the royal relatives, were summoned to the main hall by Chun Kong and the others. After some patient explanation, the palace hall died more than 70,000 music dynasty senior figures. Finally, the Chen family completely cleared all the obstacles. The contemporary patriarch Chun Kong ascended to the throne as emperor, and with the help of 10,000 Thunder, the Chun family became the new royal family of the Thousand Legends dynasty, and also quickly centralized the power. As for Ouyang Kai's heirs, brothers, including the eunuchs who followed him, they were all executed by Chun Kang's order. In a day's time, the entire Thousand Legends dynasty was completely changed, and Chun Kong also openly declared as the emperor of Qianla that from now on, Qianla dynasty will only look up to Daxia dynasty. Everyone understood that he was showing his loyalty to Chu Yun. However, none of the remaining officials, generals, and clans had any objections. The Thousand Music dynasty had rightfully become a vassal dynasty of the Grand Xia dynasty. After seeing all the matters within the Thousand Lu dynasty, the dust had settled. After Chu Yun explained to those people from the Chun clan about some tribute matters and set some rules for them, he left with Nan Xian and Wan Lei to return to the Grand Xia dynasty. 3 days later, the matter of the Thousand Music Imperial Dynasty had completely spread throughout the land of the 100 dynasties. All the dynasties had gotten the news that the master of the Thousand Music Dynasty had completely changed and had become a vassal of the Grand Xia Dynasty. As well as the most shocking, is a Thousand Music Imperial City, Smoke and Rain building owner, unexpectedly in full view of the people were killed on the spot soul search. The culprit of these things was no one else. It was none other than the Great Xia Emperor, Chu Yun, who had previously ordered the destruction of the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. Moving the Spirit Beheading first, then moving the Thousand Music. What exactly is this Chu Yun trying to do, right? Does he want to pick each and every one of the 10 great dynasties? Don't worry, Chu Yun won't be able to get away with it for much longer. If he moves 2 imperial dynasties, he might still be able to save himself. But if he dares to kill the owner of the Smoke and Rain building, he's asking for death. Just wait. His good days are over. There are a few saints who gave him a run for his money, and now that he's messed with the behemoth that is the Smoke and Rain building, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, too, is ultimately a flash in the pan. Many of the dynasty lords were of the opinion that Chu Yun's crazy behavior and actions were completely death-defying. The vast majority of all imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties had a branch of the Smoke and Rain building in existence. However, the more powerful the imperial dynasties were, the more they were in awe of the Smoke Rain building, treating their people with courtesy, and even the top echelons of the royal family did not dare to act recklessly. It was precisely because they were well aware of the terror of the Smoke Rain building's main building. And this time, Chu Yun had committed a murder in public. Unless he was able to convict Han San to death, the Smoky Rain building, there was absolutely no way he would be spared. As a result, the many imperial dynasties were holding an attitude of watching the show, wanting to see what kind of a fate the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty would have to fall into if they were to continue. Cloud Mist Building. Sister, come with me. This Chu Yun even killed Building Master Han Sen. He definitely can't be a good person. Building Master Han Sen treated me like a father and saved my life. There's no way I can sit back and watch his revenge. Si Xingyun walked over at this moment, her face eagerly pulling over Si Nyenyun's hand, saying again, "You're coming with me. You have the greatest treasure of my Yuanming dynasty in your hand. As long as it's there, we'll have hope to regain our country again." Si Nianyun loosened his hand, shook his head, and said to him seriously, Nebula, there must be a reason why Emperor Chu killed that Han Sr. As for restoring the country, the bloodline of Yuan Ming, now only you and I are left. Wanting to restore the country is nothing but an empty dream. Sis only hopes that the people of these two dynasties, Nine Heavens and Heavenly Chu, pay the price. The rest of the things, I have no more obsessions. Emperor Chu has already promised me that he will make the two royal dynasties, Heavenly Quest and Nine Heavens, pay the price. Thus, you cannot move him and you cannot move him. Understand this, Nebula? Si Nianyun advised bitterly, but Si Xenyun glared at her with red eyes at this moment. Si Nianyun, you haven't forgotten your own last name, have you? As a member of the Si family, you are not even thinking of restoring your country? Instead, you entrust the hope of revenge to an unrelated person. Then what kind of mesmerizing soup did Chu Yun give you, making you so insistent on believing in him? I'll tell you. He won't live long, you know. Even if I don't seek revenge on him, it's impossible for the smoky rain tower to let him go. Si Xingyun pulled his voice close to hissing out. Unbridled. Cursing the great summer emperor. When this crime is committed, this palace will be able to kill you 100 times over. At this moment, a cold voice came out from space. Immediately afterward, the figures of both Dream Ruoxue and the heavenly demoness appeared here. Ever since Si Xingyun entered the city, he had already been detected by the grand formation laid down by the Si formation. For the past 2 days, they had been keeping an eye on Cloud Mist House's movements, and it wasn't until now that they stepped forward. They were still satisfied with Si Xianyun. After she became a member of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, she was still considered to be loyal to the Grand Xia when faced with this series of behaviors from her own brother. However, Si Xingyun's continuous several curses on Chu Yun had also forced the two women to appear. The two empresses. Si Nianyun gazed at the two of them, looking somewhat surprised. Chu Yun's women? Was what I said wrong? Your great Xia dynasty is already struggling to protect itself. What's wrong with me not wanting my sister to stay and be buried with you? Furthermore, between me and Chu Yun, there is also a revenge for killing my teacher. It's even more impossible for me to watch my sister stay inside her enemy's dynasty. When Si Xingyun saw Meng Ruxue and the two of them, his eyes widened angrily, his aura unfolded. A gust of pressure covered his body, and his posture was strong as he faced them. Chapter 129 Sun Yan's Worry, Smoke and Rain Buildings Measures. The mere fact that you can't even reach the Seal King realm, you dare to make such a threat in front of the two of us in this palace? How dare you? A holy might shook out from Meng Rushue's body. Immediately, it suppressed all the aura on Si Xingyun's body, and it even shook him to the point that he knelt in place, unable to resist at all. Saint! Si Xingyun's face was horrified. He could not have imagined that Chu Yun's woman would be a saint. Why? A mere great Xia imperial dynasty could have so many sage powerhouses? I beg the two empresses to forgive me. Nebula doesn't know any better, and his words were too reckless in rushing the two of you. So please hope that your highness can spare him this time for Nianyang's sake. Yun Nianyang also spoke out at this time and hurriedly pleaded for her brother. After all, no matter what, she only had this one brother. She couldn't just watch him die. This emperor can give him a chance. As for whether he wants to grasp it or not, it all depends on himself. At this moment, before Meng Ruxue could speak, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Dream Ruoxue and the heavenly demoness turned around to look, and immediately, their faces were delighted. It was none other than Chu Yun and Nan Xian, as well as the Wan Lei trio. Your Majesty, you have returned. Dream Ruoxue and the heavenly demoness both spoke out successively. Chu Yun smiled and nodded as he stepped forward and said to the two women, during this period of time, it has been hard on you. It's all right, nothing happened either. On the contrary, it's you, what you did in the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty is now rumored throughout the land of the 100 dynasties. With these words, Meng Ruxue still had a few worries. After all, although the smoke and rain building was reasonable, Chu Yun had actually killed building master Han Sen in front of countless people. If this was not handled well, then the Grand Xia dynasty would really be in trouble. Chu Yun understood what she meant and smiled faintly. Rest assured, this emperor has a method to deal with this long ago. There is no need to worry. After comforting the two daughters, it was only after Chu Yun's gaze that he looked towards the two of them, Si Xingyun and Yun Nianyang. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yun Nianyang bowed her head slightly. Si Xingyun, on the other hand, was still clenching his teeth and had been stiffly holding on to Meng Rushue's sage pressure. His gaze looked towards Chu Yun. It was this man in front of him who had killed the person who was also his teacher and father. This man would be the great enemy of his life. Get up. Chu Yun first looked at Yun Nianyang and nodded. Afterward, his gaze looked at Si Xingyun and looked at the look in his eyes as he said bluntly, "Don't look at this emperor with that kind of look. It will only make you look more and more foolish. Normally speaking, this emperor would not need to talk nonsense with you at all, and with just one sentence, he could have you beheaded. But for the sake of your sister, this emperor will give you a chance. You want to avenge Han Sen so badly, then take a look at this first." Chu Yun then dropped some of Han Sen's memory fragments in the middle of midair. Yun Nianyang and Si Xingyun, their gazes both looked up, only to see that inside those memory fragments were all images of Han Sen instructing Si Nebula, and it also indicated that Han Sen's purpose for cultivating him. It was in order to use Si Xingyun to find Yun Nianyang and seize the Far Ming Dynasty's dynasty-conquering artifact in his hands. From the beginning to the end, he saved Si Xingyun with his own purpose. To him, Si Xingyun was merely a pawn. All the kindness he showed him was to cover up his true purpose. Impossible. It's a fake. You must be lying to me. It's impossible. As if Si Xingyun's soul had been dealt a huge blow, his pupils widened and his face grimaced as he retorted hysterically. Chu Yun looked at this impulsive appearance of his and indifferently said, "What do you think you are in front of this emperor? If it wasn't for your sister's sake, you wouldn't even have the chance to see this emperor. These memories belong to you and Han Senator if you want to continue deceiving yourself and others. This emperor will not stop it. But the opportunity this emperor gives you is only this once. If you dare to offend next time, even if Nian Yang begs for mercy, she won't be able to protect you." After Chu Yun finished speaking, he turned around and left the cloud mist building with his people, without talking too much nonsense with Si Xingyun any further. If he still wanted to not come, he would be committing suicide himself and could not blame anyone else. Meng Rushue withdrew her holy might and finally glanced at Yun Nianyang. "Your Majesty being able to give him a chance is already rare. If there is a next time, no one's face will matter." Yun Nianyang looked at Si Xingyun, who was close to breaking down with heartache, then replied solemnly to Meng Rushue, "I understand. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Take care of yourself." After Dream Ruoshua had passed, she also left the cloud mist building. Si Xingyun's appearance. Nowadays only Yun Nianyang, who is his own sister, can enlighten him and comfort him. After Chu Yun returned to the palace, Su Nianyang of the Smoke and Rain Building received the news and rushed over at the first opportunity. "You are well informed enough. This emperor had only just entered the palace when you arrived." On the palace, Chu Yun and his two daughters looked at Sun Yen, who had rushed over, still showing a smile and snickering. Sun Yen couldn't help but cry and laugh. "Emperor Chu made such a big commotion in the Thousand Legends dynasty. I can't help but be anxious." Chu Yun naturally understood the meaning of Sun Yen's words and nodded his head. "Sit down first. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Things have already happened, just deal with it calmly." Sun Yen sat down on the seat next to him. His somewhat anxious look did not subside. As he sat down, he asked directly, "Emperor Chu, when your people killed Han Sen, you said that Han Sen's original body was an evil baby, and that he secretly manipulated the Thousand Music royal family to nourish the Een and evil things. Do you have concrete evidence for these things?" Chu Yun responded nonchalantly. "More than 90% of his memories have beheaded themselves, with less than 10% remaining. Of those remaining memories, the only records are that he was an evil infant in his original body and was only able to conceal his original identity with the help of one of the high-ranking scions of your main building, thus becoming the owner of the Thousand Leaves branch building." Sun Yen picked up the conversation and asked, "That is to say, within those memories you obtained, Emperor Chu, there is only the fact of the matter of Han San being an evil infant's original body, and there is no evidence of him controlling the Thousand Lu royal family, as well as nourishing in evil things?" Chu Yun nodded his head indifferently. "You could say that, in his remaining memories, there is nothing about the Thousand Music imperial family." Sun Yen's face instantly became grave. If that's the case, things would be bad. He looked towards the three Chu Yuns and said with a serious face, "Emperor Chu, even if you confirm that Han Sen's original body is an evil baby, if there isn't more than enough of the remaining evidence to prove that he has violated the rules of the general building, these alone won't convict him. And I've also gotten word. The general building has sent 2 waves of people to the Grand Xia dynasty. One wave is investigating the birth of many saints in Grand Xia, while the other wave is here for Han Sen's matter. According to the normal speed, it will take no more than 10 days at the longest for them to arrive successively. At that time, if there is only this evidence, trying to deal with the envoys sent by the general building is afraid to be difficult. Sun Yen said to the end. His face couldn't help but have a slight look of worry for the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 130 Dry Rice Duo. Departure. Listening to Sun Yen's words, the two of them, Meng Rushue and the Heavenly Demoness, couldn't help but look a little worried. The Smoky Rain Tower's main building had sent 2 waves of people to investigate, and it looked like they were taking this matter extremely seriously as well. If there was no reasonable explanation, it was feared that the Great Xia Dynasty would face one of the greatest crises ever. However, at this moment, Chu Yun, his face had been very calm. Now that so many days had passed, he believed that his 2 Dao protectors must have already arrived within the imperial city. Perhaps they were hiding somewhere observing themselves now, just not choosing to show their faces. Since this was the case with the 2 from the grass hall behind him to cover his back, why did he need to worry about it? Brother Su, this emperor knows what you mean and understands what you're worried about. But this emperor is also giving you the bottom line today. The 2 waves of people sent by your general building will not make things difficult for Daxia. In other words, they will not be able to make things difficult for the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. All of this emperor has already made arrangements long ago. There is no need to worry is all. Listening to Chu Yun's words of such confidence, Sun Yen was inwardly curious. Where exactly did this confidence of Chu Yun originate from? Emperor Chu? This is not something that can be joked about, are you really sure? For an envoy sent by the general building, their cultivation level is at the lowest heavenly Jedi realm level, and their status in the general building would never be low. A character of this level, unless you have heavenly connections, it is simply difficult to fool. It wasn't that Sun Yen wasn't willing to trust Chu Yun. It was just that he couldn't think of how Chu Yun could deal with these 2 waves of general building envoys even after racking his brain. Brother Su, this emperor knows that you have doubts in your heart. But when the time comes, you will naturally know. There is absolutely no way that this emperor would joke with the foundation of the Grand Xia Dynasty. Just rest assured. Chu Yun lightly drank a cup of spirit wine and blandly responded. Sun Yen sniffed and sighed softly. That's just it. Since Emperor Chu has said so, then I won't pursue it too much. At this moment, he remembered something again and spoke. By the way, Chu Emperor, you said that the reason Han Sen was able to conceal his evil infant identity was because he relied on the heir of a certain high-ranking member of the general building. I wonder which one? Chu Yun subconsciously said, it seems to be a person known as some Star Prince. Sun Yen's expression shook. Star Duke. Ren Xing. It's actually him. The Heavenly Demoness was also slightly familiar with this name. Ren Xing. Could it be Ran Wan's son? Sun Yen's face was astonished as he looked towards the Heavenly Demoness. Oh? Your Highness actually knows Ren Wan. The Heavenly Demoness did not have too much of an expression as she faintly said, I've heard of it by chance. I see. Sun Yen nodded. Chu Yun followed suit and asked, what is this Ren Wan? Sun Yen looked at him and explained, Chu Emperor. This Ren Wan is the Grand Master of the West Building. His status, second only to the West Building's Vice Master and under the Building Master, is an Eternal Realm superpower. And his son, Ren Xing, is also a famous second generation within the Smoky Rain Building, with great power in the West Building, with his father backing him up. Many of the higher-ups in the West Building also dare not provoke him. If it was him who arranged for Han Sen, then that can be explained, with the identity and power of the Ren family's father and son. Wanting to cover up Han Sen's evil infant identity is entirely a matter of lifting a finger. Above the Divine Pure Land, the Smoke and Rain Building's main building was divided into East, West, South, North and South, the 4 major floors. The Grand Masters of the 4th floor were basically all at the cultivation level of the Eternal Realm, and further up, the Vice Masters and Masters of the building were all at the cultivation level of Quasi-Emperors and Great Emperors. And above the Building Master of the 4th floor was that Smoky Rain Building's Chief Building Master, who was also the founder of the Smoky Rain Building, the Smoky Rain Great Emperor. The Grand Master of the Western Building is also truly a high enough position to be in a powerful building. Chu Yun said with a raised eyebrow. If it is because of Han Sen's matter that Ren Xing holds a grudge, that would indeed be some bad luck. Sun Yen could not help but say. Chu Yun did not say anything, only smiled faintly and took another sip of tea. In this matter, it was not certain who would be unlucky. Divine Pure Land. In the middle of a small store at the border. The 2 foodies, Mr. Six and Anyo, were walking and eating all the way, making up for all the suffering that they had let their palates suffer in the mountains all these years. It's so delicious. Boss. Another 80 skewers of sheep scorpions and 30 sheep loins. Anyo reached out and shouted.
Ok le.
The desktop of the two of them was full of CD-ROM oil and fishy. Mr. Six was still holding a pair of chicken wings in his hand. While eating, he said, Anyo, you're really gluttonous. Sheep and cattle are from the same ancestor. You're just so ho-ho-ho about the same kind of thing? Anyo ate a few more sheep scorpions and said, although they are the same kind, but I can't help that he smells good. Besides, I'm not an ordinary ox nowadays. I'm a heavenly green thunder ox, infinitely close to the divine beast bloodline. Anyo's tone of pride is incomparable. Mr. Six is also too lazy to answer him. A foot on the stool, hand holding a rice bowl, crazy pickpocket. From this, it can be seen that he truly loves rice. However, right at this moment, Mr. Six suddenly received an aura message. He subconsciously opened it to take a look, and in an instant, the movements in his hands stopped, and the rice in his mouth also suddenly felt unscented. What? Anyo still didn't know what was going on, and at the moment, he was still taking a bite of a sheep's waist. The rice won't even let me eat properly. You also don't eat. Let's go, let's go. It's time to go. Mr. Six put the chopsticks down and slapped Anyo's face, making him spit out all those chewed-up sheep's waste. Well such a good thing, just hokey. Anyo obviously couldn't part with it. If we don't leave, second senior sister will have to spend us both. Smoke and Rain House is going to find trouble with old Seven. We have to hurry. Mr. Six had also shed that unreliable look at this time, and after placing the money on the table, he directly walked out of the restaurant. As soon as Anyo heard that Smoky Rain House was looking for trouble, he also hurriedly followed him. But turning his head, he ran back again and put all those unfinished sheep scorpions and sheep cashews into his pocket. It was good to eat on the road, adhering to one point, absolutely not wasting any food. Mr. Two's except. In this way, the eating duo too finally set off, moving forward in the middle of the void, rushing towards the Great Summer Dynasty. Chapter 131 White Tiger hatching, opening the blind box again. Inside the Grand Xia Imperial Palace. In the middle of the side hall, Chu Yun, Nan Xian, as well as the Heavenly Demoness and Meng Rushue were all four standing on the hall. Placed in front of them was none other than the white tiger egg that had the poor chi patterns. At that moment, Chu Yun's fingers condensed, and a drop of bright red blood floated in his hand. It was precisely that drop of white tiger essence blood that he had previously scavenged from within the treasury of the Thousand Lu royal family. He fused the white tiger essence blood within the eggshell. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 feet of white radiance shot out from the egg, and the entire hall was covered in a white aura, and in the next moment, accompanied by a burst of tiger whistles, the eggshell broke open as far as the eye could see. Chu Yun's several people all opened their eyes wide, their gazes tightly staring at the egg. Immediately, the egg's shell broke open with a large opening, and a white tiger with a snow-white body filled with white fluff jumped out from within it. This white tiger was young in stature, looking like it was still only a juvenile, and above his forehead, the word king, which should have been white and black, had turned into a purple and black beast seal that represented the poor chi. Other than that, the rest of the place was exactly the same as a purebred white tiger. Yeah. The little white tiger had just been born, and an innate holy might permeated behind him as his eyes were bright and light round as he curiously looked at Chu Yun's few people. Born Saint Realm. This white tiger's parents are not simple. An ordinary divine beast bloodline, it is also basically impossible to be born with a cultivation of the sealed Saint Realm. This white tiger's bloodline, although it has a poor killer mix, it is definitely considered to be at the top of the line in the white tiger clan. The Heavenly Demoness said with a somewhat shocked expression on her face. Chu Yun gazed at this little white tiger and tried to ask, "Do you understand us?" The little white tiger blinked and nodded. Seeing this, Chu Yun revealed a smile. "Then from today, I, Chu Yun, am your master. Your name from now on will be Little Tiger, is that clear?" The little white tiger still nodded in a dull and dumb manner. Divine beasts were psychic, even as a newborn little white tiger. He could understand what Chu Yun meant. Moreover, its time at this point was also the most pure and innocent time, just like a human baby. Everything needed to be taught by Chu Yun. "Little tiger, are you hungry now?" Chu Yun subconsciously asked with concern. Little tiger nodded his head, and that furry hand scratched the air haphazardly a few times, expressing that he was very hungry at this time. Without saying a word, Chu Yun used his edit points to exchange 50 tons of white tiger beast milk from the system mall. He took the lead as taking out a large bottle out and handed it over to the white tiger. Here, drink the beast milk to make your body grow faster. After the white tiger received it, his expression danced happily and he hugged the bottle of milk and drank it. Chu Yun hugged him to his chest with a joyful smile, just like hugging his own child. The heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue looked at the scene in front of them and were somewhat incredulous. For such a white tiger to be so easily tamed by Chu Yun, the luck was simply enviable to death. Little tiger should not be exposed too early at the moment. If the people from the smoke and rain tower come at that time, you will have to hide him in advance. Meng Ruoxue reminded. Looking at little tiger who was drinking beast milk in his arms, Chu Yun blandly responded, "I Fei, don't worry. This emperor has a clear idea in his heart." After the white tiger finished drinking the beast milk, Chu Yun could clearly feel that his fur had brightened and become much smoother, and his body was also showing signs of slight growth. It was not in vain that he had spent 100,000 edit points to exchange those white tiger beast milk. After little tiger finished drinking it, he directly huffed and puffed on the bed aside. At night, after Chu Yun had dealt with some matters in the imperial dynasty, he sat alone in the imperial study. System. How many editing points are left today? Total editing points, 83,000. 83 million. This was still the deduction of the points from earlier when he had spent that 100,000 to exchange for those white tiger beast milk. Otherwise, he would already have 930,000. The main reason for being able to have so much was also because yesterday the royal families of the two imperial dynasties, Xian Snake and Tianyan, had suffered a bloodbath from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. The two Shadowbit commanders were also following Jin Mu's orders, the same as the Chun clan of the Thousand Legends dynasty. They had also supported one of the most powerful and prestigious lineages of the local dynasty, making them the royal family and controlling the two great dynasties. It also meant that they were both puppet emperors controlled by the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Nowadays, including the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty, there were already 3 subordinate imperial dynasties of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. One of them was still one of the 10 great dynasties. Looking at the entire land of the 100 dynasties, the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty had actually created history, but this was still far from enough for Chu Yun. 83 edit points. Now that the edit background has been temporarily unusable, it would be most appropriate to use it to open the blind box to raise his cultivation. Chu Yun thought this inwardly. Now that he had the background of the grass hall, he basically no longer needed to rely on any backers. What caused him the most pain in the ass was the fact that this part of the comprehensive strength of the Grand Xia dynasty had not improved. Especially those armies and the cultivators across the realm were too far off compared to any of the 10 great imperial dynasties. If it wasn't for the saints holding the fort in front of them, relying on the army alone, the Grand Xia dynasty would still be in existence that was crushed. After all, if a power wanted to be truly powerful, then only the top level alone was powerful. The middle and lower levels are still the majority, and if the cultivation in this area breaks down, then the Grand Xia dynasty will always be just a pseudo-strong force. This was not something that an editing background could make up for. Thus Chu Yun could only pin his hopes on the blind box. 830,000 words. Spend 800,000 editing points to exchange for 8 red blind boxes. Chu Yun immediately made the decision to draw 8 consecutive times to see if these 8 red blind boxes could bring him any surprises. Blind boxes are being exchanged. 8 red blind boxes, all redeemed successfully. 8 red blind boxes, all opened. Please wait. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Obtain Supreme Warrior Upgrade Card X2. Heavenly Jedi's Break X1. Heavenly Tao Bestowed Blessing X1. System Character Imperishable Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card X1. Seal Sacred Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card X3. All the rewards have been sent all the way to the storage room. Please pay attention to checking in, Master. Chu Yun glanced at the rewards and opened the introduction. Supreme Warrior Upgrade Card. Can upgrade any Supreme Warrior to the level of Saint Warrior. Heavenly Jedi Breaking. A one-time power that is comparable to a full force strike from the peak of the Heavenly Jedi Realm. Heavenly Blessing. Lock an area and bestow blessings on it. All living beings in the area will be able to improve their cultivation and enhance the richness of the aura of the area to a certain extent. Friendly reminder. Bestowing blessings does not work on cultivators of the Sacred Realm and above. System Character Immortality Realm Cultivation Enhancement Card. After using this card, You can enhance the cultivation of a character summoned by the system to the early immortality realm. Seal Sacred Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card. Used within the Seal Sacred Realm, one can enhance the minor realm once. After reading all the introductions, Chuyun's eyes rested on top of the introduction of the Heaven's Path blessing and his eyes glistened. This was exactly what he currently needed the most. Upgrading the strength of the bottom cultivators and the army. With a heavenly Tao bestowal of blessings, this problem was completely solved. Chapter 132 Within the Great Xia. The heavenly Tao bestows blessings. After obtaining these rewards, Chuyun immediately used the 2 Supreme Warrior upgrade cards to upgrade the Great Xia's Jin Dynasty State Seal, as well as the Human Emperor Streamer. He successfully upgraded these 2 Supreme Combat Armaments to the Saint Armament level. The True Dragon's Chi on the Jin Dynasty State Seal had more than doubled tenfold, and its power had changed drastically. As for the Human Emperor Streamer, its appearance was even more translucent than its previous aura, and the Black Een Soul Chi that emanated from it became even more terrifying in its aura, and the number of souls within it also doubled. Immediately afterward, the 3 Saint Seal Realm Minor Realm Enhancement cards Chuyun used on himself. It directly allowed him to rise from the early stage of the Saint Seal Realm to the cultivation level of the peak of the Saint Seal Realm. System, my current battle power. What stage am I at now? Chuyun could not help but curiously ask. System, Master's current level of battle power, without using a Saint Soldier, is comparable to the early stage of the Undying Realm. If one were to use 2 Saint Soldiers, the level of battle power could be comparable to the late stage of the Undying Realm. After receiving the system's specific reply, Chuyun felt very satisfied. At the peak of his Seal Saint Realm, he could already cross over the great realm of Saint King. Against the Undying Realm, it was also already sufficient. The remaining 1 system character Undying Realm Cultivation Enhancement card, give it to Wan Lei to use, and shield all the aura of him breaking the realm. Chuyun said. System. In use, please wait. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Wan Lei's cultivation has been successfully raised, and has now reached the early stage of the Undying Realm. Thus, with this wave of enhancement down, now within the Great Xia dynasty, counting Chuyun himself, the Undying Realm battle force already possessed 3. The following day, the clear sky within the Great Xia Imperial dynasty. Suddenly, a 7-colored blessing rained down, and 7 colored blessings fell over the entire territory, shining brightly over the Grand Xia. But all the living beings that were touched by the blessing, their life cultivation, wisdom, and spiritual roots, all got a huge boost in an instant. Many dead things, such as spiritual grasses and medicines, were also given new life by the blessing, giving birth to spirit consciousness full of wisdom. The sudden arrival of this blessing caused countless cultivators throughout the Grand Xia dynasty to feel exhilarated and boiled, and many of them lost their voices and screamed in excitement. Some of the old men within the religious sects originally had no hope of furthering their cultivation in their entire lives. And after this blessed gift, their cultivation had directly crossed over from the peak of the broken realm, where they had been stuck for many years, to the level of the venerable realm. Countless people couldn't help but kneel down and thank the heavens for favoring Great Xia. As the main personnel of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, those army generals, the overall cultivators of the Imperial City, including the Sure family, the Lookout Immortal Dao sect, the Imperial family, the Prime Minister's office, and even the Smoky Rain building, were all favored by this blessing. Cultivation levels were basically raised by 1 or 2 major realms. All of them were shocked and elated. This blessing of the Heavenly Dao, everyone saw it as the Yuan realm's Heavenly Dao's favor towards the Grand Xia dynasty, and even made the entire Grand Xia dynasty's aura density in all the states and counties even doubled several times. However, no one knew that this bestowal of blessings was Chuyun's masterpiece. Inside the Smoke and Rain building, Bai Xianran and Sun Yan stood on the top floor's lookout platform, looking at the Xian Heavenly Dome. The 7-colored blessing had been raining for a whole day, and now it had already faced its end. The entire Imperial City is now bustling with activity. Because of the heavenly blessing, Chuyun ordered the dynasty to celebrate together. All the living beings of Daxia, in this day, can be carefree and joyful. The city prohibits all bloody killings. As a result, the entire Imperial City appeared unusually lively and crowded even at high noon. It's also really strange. The land of the 100 dynasties would one day even be favored by the Heavenly Dao and bestowed with blessings. Looking at history, this is really the first time. Bai Xianran couldn't help but say as he glanced at the bustling scene below the city at the moment. Sun Yan smiled. I said before, Chuyun is not an ordinary character. and after he inherits the throne, the Great Xia dynasty will definitely be able to usher in a historic sea change as well. The aura on Sun Yan's body nowadays had already reached the supreme realm level. He was also a profiteer of this blessing, and the rest of the people in Smoky Rain Tower, aside from Bai Shenran, a peak sage, had all seen their realms rise considerably as well. Extraordinary people. Unfortunately, the 2 waves of people sent by the general building next will not care if he is extraordinary or not. The matter of killing Han Sen, if he can't give an explanation, then I'm afraid the splendor of the Great Xia dynasty will stop here. Bai Shenran continued. Sun Yan's face grew slightly serious. I believe him. The people from the general building will prove Chu Yun's innocence. Bai Shenran glanced at him and patted his shoulder. You've placed your bets on him. There's no excuse for choosing to trust him. But if you really can't be saved, you should cut it out, don't involve yourself instead. After saying that, Bai Shenran turned to leave. Sun Yan's eyes slowly looked in the direction of the palace. He knew that Bai Shenran was acting out of his own interests and making considerations for himself. However, he was now certain of Chu Yun, and he was deeply bound to him. If Chu Yun couldn't pass this hurdle, he would have to bail him out even if he had to beg his uncle. Cloud Mist Building. Si Xingyun was currently sitting in his house, and because he had also received the Heavenly Dao's blessing, his cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the Seal King realm. It was only after some persuasion from his own sister that the filter he had on Han Sen gradually faded away. The hatred towards Chu Yun in his heart only slowly disappeared. He was calm and quiet at the moment, and was feeling the veins of his body after breaking through the realm. However, right at this moment, a strand of evil infant chi suddenly attacked his sea of consciousness in his dark and lush hair strands, striking directly at his soul. Floor Master! It's you! See, Nebula felt that the aura was actually Han San at this moment, and his soul immediately revealed a shocked and appalled expression. Nebula, this seat has raised you for so many years, and now, it's time for you to contribute to this seat. Han Sen's evil infant soul was finally showing its fangs at this moment. Soul fluctuations at the Saint King realm level violently covered C. Nebula's soul within. C. Nebula's soul's complexion changed in shock, and he wanted to create a commotion to convey a cry for help. However, his soul was quickly devoured by Han Sen's portion of the evil infant soul, and the control of his body fell into Han Sen's hands. At this moment, Han Sen controlled Si Xingyun's body, and a cruel, lustful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yun, we'll see each other again soon. Your underworld divine pupil. This seat will take it. At that time, with your eyes, when this seat returns to the evil infant realm, it will be able to become the true king of evil infants. Ha 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 ha. Han Sen laughed grimly at this moment, his eyes showing all the coldness and ferocity in their depths. Chapter 133 Tianqi Sect Vice Patriarch, Sun and Moon Holy Land, Heavenly Enlightenment Mountain. The vice sovereign of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect was currently sitting inside a palace at the top of the mountain. The 2 elders, my conditions are this. As long as you guys can help me kill that Chu Yun of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, after I successfully take the position of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect's sect leader, I am willing to lead the entire Heavenly Enlightenment sect to defect under the banner of the Sun Moon Sacred Land. From now on, the only thing that I will look up to is the Sun Moon Sacred Land. Guabite, the vice sovereign of the Heavenly Revelation sect, said earnestly with a serious face to the 2 old men sitting opposite him. And the identities of these 2 old men were equally impressive. They were the elders of the Sun and Moon Sacred Land, and floating on both of them was the aura of the Saint King realm level. Within the Holy Land, there were also frictional conflicts between all the great Holy Lands. For example, the relationship between the Sun Moon Sacred Land and the Heavenly Revelation sect's vassal Sacred Land, the Tai Sacred Land, was not very good. The strengths of the 2 holy lands were almost on par with each other, but grudges were often present, and casualties could often occur. Patriarch Gua, you should be clear that what our Sun and Moon Holy Land truly cares about is not your Heavenly Enlightenment sect. Rather, it's the remnant map of the ancient ruins in Patriarch Gua's hands. If Patriarch Gua is willing to take that remnant map out in exchange, then don't worry. If you want to sit firmly in the position of Patriarch of this Heavenly Enlightenment sect, I, Sun Moon Sacred Land, will definitely help you with all my might. As for that what's her name Chu Yun of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, we will also help you out altogether. One of the Holy Land elders said with a faint smile on his face. Guabite's face showed a difficult expression. That remnant map was one of his greatest treasures, and it was worth a lot of money. Even if it was placed on the Pure Land Divine Prefecture, it would be enough to make many forces grab their heads. Seeing Guabite's hesitation, another elder from the Sun Moon Holy Land also spoke. Patriarch Gua, you should understand that with your strength, even if you were to exhaust the entire Heavenly Revelation Sect's power, once that remnant map is exposed, it would be impossible for you to keep it. If you don't have that strength, why should you go and take that risk hard? After Guabite heard these words, his mind seriously thought about it, and it did make sense. Not to mention that he was currently still a saint. Even if he reached Saint King, he wouldn't necessarily be able to keep that diagram. Instead, he would still bring about the danger of killing himself. He gritted his teeth and immediately decided, good! As long as the Sun Moon's sacred land can help me kill Chu Yun and help me succeed in taking the position of patriarch of this heavenly enlightenment sect, I am willing to take that remnant map of the ancient ruins to you. The two Sun Moon's sacred land elders immediately smiled. Good! Patriarch Gua is refreshing. Since that's the case, Patriarch Gua can just wait for our good news. Farewell. The two of them got up and left the heavenly enlightenment mountain, while heading directly to the land of the 100 dynasties. To them from the Sun and Moon sacred land, the Great Xia imperial dynasty was nothing more than an inconspicuous speck of dust that could be waved away. Chu Yun, as the sect leader of the heavenly enlightenment sect, even if he had the protection of the 4 great knights, it would not help him in the face of their 2 saint kings. Inside the Grand Xia Palace. In the past few days, Chu Yun and his 2 daughters had been carefully accompanying Little Tiger, whose body had grown rapidly after drinking enough white tiger beast milk. The body was already nearly more than twice as big as before. At the moment, they were sitting in the middle of the garden as Little Tiger crawled around on the ground, entertaining himself. The 3 of them sat in front of the stone table, and the heavenly demoness was the first to say, I'm really curious, just who fused the poor Chi bloodline within Little Tiger, and even more so, sealed him in the middle of the heavenly flowering cauldron? This matter, even if it happened in the Pure Land Divine Prefecture, is definitely a major event. But for it to happen in the land of the 100 dynasties, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. Rather, it seems like someone did it deliberately. Meng Ruoxue was silent. She, like the heavenly demoness, actually had this conjecture in her heart as well. There is no need to care about that much, whether it's someone else's layout or coincidence. As long as we are strong enough on our own, then all the plots and tricks will hardly be of any use to us. Chu Yun did not care and said. The 2 women glanced at each other. The reasoning was so true, but the point was that it took time for them to become stronger. That said, the people from the Smoke and Rain Building's main building should arrive in another day or 2. Response preparations? Have you done a solid job? Meng Ruoxue once again asked. After Chu Yun took a sip of tea, he blandly said, Don't worry, it's stable. There is no need to place the matter of the Smoke and Rain Building in your heart. It will not have any impact on the Grand Xia imperial dynasty. Instead, next, this emperor intends to make a move against the 2 forces of the Heavenly Quarter dynasty and the 9 Heavens dynasty. Whether it's because of the promise this emperor gave Yun Yenyang or for the sake of those 2 sets of spatial coordinates in their hands. These 2 forces, too, have almost lived to the end. In the most calm tone, the most ruthless words were spoken. The moment these words came out, it meant that the end of the Heavenly Quest Imperial Dynasty and the 9 Heavens Imperial Dynasty would have to be the same as the Spirit Beheading Imperial Dynasty. Blood flowed in the Imperial Dynasty's territory, turning it into a purgatory like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There's nothing wrong with resolving these 2 Imperial Dynasties. In their hidden reserves, there are at most a few saints, and they're all old men whose talents are rooted to the limit. You can easily take them down by having the 4 great knights take action or Nanxian. But it's still necessary to take care of the Smoky Rain Building's matters before doing so. Don't be preoccupied with 2 things at the moment. Meng Ruoxue suggested. Chu Yun smiled. This emperor thinks the same way. For Chu Yun, after he proceeded to deal with those envoys from the Smoky Rain Tower, there were also those Saint Kings and 30 saints from the Phoenix clan. The strength of these people could be above the 2 great imperial dynasties. Thus, the overthrow of the Heavenly Quest Imperial Dynasty and the 9 Heavens Imperial Dynasty, although they were also in Chu Yun's plans, they did not yet account for absolute priority. At dusk, Bai Xianran approached Sun Yan. Floor Master, you're looking for me? Sun Yan walked forward and asked. You arrange things within the building and go with me to the Great Xia border to greet the envoys. I've received word that they'll arrive tomorrow at the latest, Bai Shenran said with a serious and solemn face. When Sun Yan heard this, he nodded with a solemn expression. Good. Immediately, after Sun Yan arranged some matters within the building, he and Bai Shenran, who was the building's master, hurried to the border of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. However, the moment they had just left the city, at the gates of the imperial city, a mediocre-looking farmer, riding on a black bull, strutted into the city. Mr. 6, we're not late, are we? Mr. 7 wouldn't be hanging already, right? Ox's voice came inside Mr. 6's head, and to outsiders, it sounded like the ox was mooing a few times. Slap. Mr. 6 slapped his palm right on top of the cow's head. What words? Are you cursing old 7? Ox. When have you ever seen me do anything unreliable? Old 7 is still safely inside the palace. We're still early. Then why don't we go find another restaurant to eat something? Mr. 6's eyes rolled, and he immediately said, Go! Just like that, one person and one ox directly walked in towards the street-side store within the imperial city. Chapter 134 Han Sen's True Body? Envoy of the Smoke and Rain Building. Late at night, inside the Cloud and Mist Building. In Si Xingyun's house, the door to the room was opened by a slender jade hand, and Yun Yinyang walked in. Xingyun? How are you thinking? The Smoke and Rain Building of the Thousand Legends dynasty. Do you still want to go back? Si Xingyun was sitting on the bed at this time. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing a smile. Not going back, staying here. Together with you, stay well in the Grand Xia dynasty. Yun Yinyang looked at him with a somewhat puzzled gaze. Xing Exine, why do I feel that you are, today, somewhat strange? Si Xingyun laughed lightly. Where is it strange? How come I don't feel it? Yun Yinyang shook her head. I can't say, it's just an intuition. I always feel that you today don't feel the same as the previous you. CXI Yang didn't care and slowly got up and got off the ground. It might be your illusion. Right, sis? You said you gave that set of spatial coordinates to Emperor Chu? Did you keep a backup? Yun Yang shook her head in the negative. That was marked with special spirit ink that cannot be copied, and the soul that tried to memorize it would not be able to do so at all due to the special nature of that material. Hearing this, Han Sun thought shallowly inwardly for a moment and also dismissed his intention to search Yun Yenyang's soul. So that's how it is. Sister. Then I'll go out for some fresh air. Han Sun made an excuse and left the Cloud Mist building. As he walked down the street, it became obvious to him that the entire imperial city was covered by a large formation that could be used to attack or defend, and could also be used to track and lock down enemies. It was out of the hands of a saint-level formation master. Discovering this, Han San was also on guard. At least his aura could not be exposed in the slightest at the moment. Otherwise, it would be bad if he caused the undying realm called Nanxian to lock onto him. With his entire body's aura concealed, he walked through the southern city gate after walking through a few streets. And in a restaurant near the city gate, Mr. Six and Anyo were gathered around a table that really didn't dare to enjoy Dasha's food in a frenzy, with dozens of large empty bowls piled up on the table. Mr. Six's mouth was full of rice grains and he was unceremoniously picking at his dry rice. And Anyo was currently eating while transmitting to him. Mr. Six, doesn't that sacred king evil infant care? Mr. Six responded casually while chewing. What do you care about him? Only half of the evil baby soul is left. Besides, our grass hall doesn't have any deep hatred with the evil baby world. There's no need to make things difficult for the weak. That's true. Not bullying the weak is a wonderful tradition of our grass hall. Anyo agreed, and immediately afterward, one person and one ox continued to eat. After Han Sen left the imperial city, he went alone to a barren mountain outside the city. Using the blood of the evil infant of his own soul as a base, he burned a portion of his soul blood and made contact with a special place that was separated by an endless distance. Only a shadowy image coalesced in the space in front of Han Sen. It was a shadowy, endless valley with countless evil infant chi floating around it. And above the valley's heavenly dome, there was the shadow of an evil infant that covered the sky. The entire image, what could be seen, was merely the head and body of this evil infant, and the enormity of the torso nearly shrouded the heaven and earth of that image, making it difficult to present. Han Sen, what is your business? The voice of the behemoth of the shadowy image came out. I need help. Send me 3 evil babies of the heavenly Jedi realm over to the land of the 100 dynasties, the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Be the fastest. Han Sen said directly with his request. The behemoth's eyes twitched. Give me a reasonable explanation. For a land of 100 dynasties, it's unreasonable for you to need 3 heavenly Jedi realm evil babies. Han Sen sneered. What if I say that I found the underworld divine pupil here? Suddenly, the behemoth's head visibly trembled for a moment, and those gazes became even more scarlet and scarlet, taking it completely seriously. You have to know what you're talking about yourself? The underworld divine pupil is a thing of legend. I have not even seen it with my own eyes. What makes you recognize it? Han Sen responded solemnly. That's because I've experienced it myself. The power of my entire body was controlled at will by that man with the power of his eyes. The key is that he's still just a saint. With the underworld divine pupil, he has already restrained me to death. Looking at the entire heaven and earth, only the underworld divine pupil fits the bill. Hearing Han Sen's words, the behemoth pondered for a while, before saying, since it's the underworld god's pupil, it's not safe for me to send you an evil infant instead. How about this? Activate the forces that my clan has planted in the divine Pure Land, and I'll send you 3 heavenly Jedi realm cultivators over to assist you. If it's really the underworld divine pupil, then you must bring it back to my clan at all costs. Han Sen looked a bit impatient. I don't need you to teach me things. Don't forget, you are me and I am you. I inherited all of your memories, so I naturally know what to do. The behemoth heard Han Sen's words. After a while, it said, all in all, just take care of yourself. Immediately afterward, the void image disappeared. A final sentence came out. 3 heavenly Jedi realms will arrive within a month. After this, Han Sen's gaze regained its calmness and left from this barren mountain, returning to the cloud mist building. The following day, at the border of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, a barren plain. On top of the large plain, apart from the cold gale, there were only 2 figures, Bai Shenran and Sun Yan, standing in place, quietly waiting. At that moment, the space above was suddenly torn apart by a powerful force. 2 cross-shaped spatial cracks appeared, and 4 figures slowly walked out from within them. At the same time, the wisps of shocking aura that casually emanated from their bodies seemed as if it could topple and crumble the entire sky dome of the border. Great Xia Imperial Dynasty Smoke and Rain Building Master by Shenran, meet the 4 envoys. Great Xia Dynasty Smoke and Rain Building Chief Deacon Sun Yan, meet the 4 envoys. Sun Yan and Bai Shenran both saluted these 4 people. The envoys from the Smoke and Rain Building's main building that had come were divided into 2 waves, coming from different main buildings. 2 of them came from the East Building to investigate the matter of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's saints. The other 2 came from the North Building to investigate the matter of Han Sen. Among the 4 buildings, the North Building was the strongest, so this time, the people from the North Building came personally, thus showing the importance they placed on Han Sen's matter. No need to be polite. Bai Shenran, have you prepared the information on the situation of the Great Xia Dynasty and that Chu Yun? At this moment, a handsome man in the middle of the North Tower's camp, dressed in green clothes, with a jade crown hanging from his head and an emerald jade pendant suspended from his waist, inquired without a smile. Back to Envoy Jiang. The information is ready. Please ask the 4 envoys to take a look. Bai Shenran prepared 4 copies of the intelligence and offered it to the 4 of them at the same time. Sun Yan looked up at the 4 people who had come, although none of their cultivation levels were below the heavenly Jedi realm. But the good thing was that he knew both of the 2 from the East Building and could talk. His uncle was the deputy chief executive of the East Building, and these 2 people who had come were, coincidentally, 2 of his uncle's inner circle. One is named Xiang Yu Tian. The other person is named Zhuang Shang. Both are strong people at the late stage of the heavenly Jedi realm. In the East Building's identity is the general building elders ranked inside the 2nd heaven level elders. The right status is only in the guardian elders below. As for the man and woman in the North Building, this was the first time Sun Yan had seen them. The woman with a beautiful face had an aura similar to the 2 in the East Building, and her cultivation level was roughly the same. But that man in green, his aura was introverted, but the aura that was vaguely emanating from his body was something that the other 3 combined could not match. Eternal Realm. Sun Yan was quite shocked inwardly. The envoy sent by the North Tower this time was actually an Eternal Realm in person. This level of importance could be said to be far beyond Sun Yan's expectations. Chapter 135 North Building Jiang Family, Jiang Tai Bai, towards Yu Tian and Zhuang Shang. The two East Building envoys, after looking at the general one, the former asked by Shenran, "It is written here that this Chu Yun is a disciple of Easy Sun. Is this matter certain? In the divine Pure Land, I haven't even heard of the Easy Sun having any disciples?" Bai Shenran didn't dare to slack off and solemnly responded, "Back to Special Envoy Xiang. This matter is absolutely true. Previously, the Free Sun also specially rushed to the Great Xia dynasty to help Chu Yun quell the rebellion against the royal family's internal unrest. But now he has also left." Xiang Yu Tian's brows frowned slightly. The Easy Sun is not shallowly connected in the divine Pure Land, even if it is the North Tower. It seems that we need to investigate this matter carefully. Toward the end of what Yu Tian said, his eyes looked toward the two people in the North Building. It was well known that the deputy master of the North Building and Easy Sun were friends for the past few years and had a good relationship. Now that his disciple had been included as a target for investigation by the Smoke and Rain Building, it was worth pondering what kind of attitude the North Building was going to hold. However, that man in green did not change his face, and after reviewing all of that situation information, he indifferently said, "The identity of Easy Sun's disciple can't be a life preserver for him either. Smoky Rain Tower has always acted according to the rules. If Han San is truly guilty, then we won't make things difficult for him. On the contrary, if Han San is not guilty, then he must also pay a corresponding price. Let's go to the Great Xia Imperial City." The green-clothed man's eyes swept past, and the space that several people were in instantly shifted into the void, and Sun Yen and Bai Shenran, a few of them, were all carried along by the green-clothed man's power as they sped along at great speed in the void. "Uncle Xiang, Uncle Zhuang, how is my uncle these years?" Sun Yen had nothing to do at this moment, so he inquired about his uncle's situation to the two envoys of the East Building. "Nien, don't worry, everything is fine with Chief Su. This time when we came, he also specifically asked me to ask about you. Your punishment period is almost up. If you want to return to the general building, just say so. He will personally arrange it for you," Xiang Yu Tian said. Sun Yen nodded. "I know in my heart, when it's time to go back, I'll go back." At this time, Sun Yen's eyes glanced at the two North Building envoys flying in the foremost void, and asked curiously, "By the way, uncle, these two North Building envoy lords, what are their identities?" Zhuang Shang smiled gently. "Xiao Nian, you are curious because you noticed the aura on Lord Jiang, which far exceeds the few of us, right?" Sun Yen nodded. "If I'm not wrong, this envoy Jiang, he should be in the Eternal Realm, right?" Xiang Yu Tian gave him an explanation. "You guessed correctly. That woman is a heavenly rank elder of the North Tower, named Adusher. She has half of a bloodline that is that of the Elf clan. As for Lord Jiang, his name is Jiang Taibai, and he is one of the guardian elders of the North Building. Moreover, Lord Jiang's surname is Jiang, and he is also a core senior member of the Jiang clan." Upon hearing all of this, Sun Yen was shaken inwardly. He hadn't thought of this at first. Jiang. His surname was Jiang. One must know that the heavenly rank elders of the Smoke and Rain Building were all cultivators of the heavenly Jedi realm. As for the guardian elders, they were the highest ranked elders of the Smoke Rain Building, and the guardian elders of the four main buildings were all only in the single digits. But each and every one of them was an Eternal Realm level superpower. But that wasn't even the most powerful point of Jiang Taibai's background. More importantly, he was a member of the Jiang family. It was well known that the four main buildings of the Smoke and Rain Building, the owner of the North Building, was similarly surnamed Jiang. And it was also the Jiang family's oldest ancestor-level figure, a great emperor-level peerless powerhouse. Thinking of this, Sun Yen couldn't help but be shaken. No wonder Jiang Taibai's face didn't move even when he heard that Easy Sun had an old relationship with the North Building's deputy floor master. He has people simply do not need to worry his back, but has the North Building's owner in, despite the impartial investigation, need not be concerned about Chu Yun's interpersonal relations. Thinking of this, Sun Yen also secretly headache up. Jiang Taibai personally investigated that in case Chu Yun really can't get through this, I'm afraid he looked for his uncle to help. It's also difficult to play any role. Alas! Sun Yen secretly sighed in his heart. As things stood, he could only bless Chu Yun in his heart that he could successfully pass through this calamity. Midday. Jiang Taibai and the rest of the Smoke and Rain Building crowd successfully arrived in the middle of the Great Chu Imperial City. At the same time, Mr. Six, who was still inside the restaurant, eating his called chicken, after sensing their breath, was still eating his chicken leg unhurriedly. Anyo had gnawed on more than 10 chicken butts before asking him at this time, "Mr. Six, They're here. Are we still not going to make a move? Make a move. You think we are robbers? Do what? We at the Grass Hall are the most reasonable of all Anyo. Who did you learn such evil ideas from? Mr. Six chewed a large amount of meat in his mouth, picking up a nearby cloth to wipe the oily gunk from his hands. Anyo crooked his mouth and looked at him with strange eyes, inwardly spitting out, I've been hanging out with you. Who do you think I can learn from? After Mr. Six wiped the oily fishy in his hands clean, he said, All right, the food is almost done. It's time to get down to business. Let's go. Immediately, his and Anyo's figures and auras directly disappeared within the restaurant. After Jiang Taibai's few people entered the city, the first thing they did was head towards the Grand Xia Imperial Palace. But just as they approached, suddenly, the environment around them changed without the slightest sign. Both Bai Xianran and Sun Yan followed the four of them, their figures being transferred to a special space by an irresistible and mysterious force. They were in the middle of a starry sky, with no direction and no gaps, and for a time, all six of their faces changed, not knowing where this was. Who is the one who is secretly striking? I am Jiang Taibai of the Smoke and Rain Building. If I don't show up to meet you again, don't blame us for breaking this illusion of yours. Jiang Taibai's expression was calm. After calming down, his spiritual sense was released to cover the surroundings, and his voice spread out. People of the Jiang family, this one is still a bit anxious in nature. You think this is an illusion? Then you can give it a try and see if it can be broken. Mr. Six's relaxed and self-effacing voice came from not far away, only to see him riding Anyo, flying over slowly. One could even see that the eyes of Anyo were filled with disdain for these people from the Smoke and Rain Building, and those bull's eyes, pouting as if they were going to the sky. He was a holy beast at the level of a quasi-emperor, and for these people in front of him, a single yawn from him would be enough to shake them over. To have to talk nonsense with them at this moment, he was lazy just thinking about it. Seeing this sudden appearance of Mr. Six and Anyo, Jiang Taibai and Xiang Yutian had puzzled faces on them. Jiang Taibai frowned, simply because of this man and ox in front of him. He unexpectedly couldn't see their cultivation at all. That farmer would be completely like an ordinary mortal, without half a hint of cultivation on his body. As for the ox, it was just like a wild ox plowing the field, unable to see any peculiarities. However, the more this happened, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it was truly immortal, how could it appear here and easily tell the name of the Jiang clan? Who is your excellency? I wonder what exactly you want to do by stopping us halfway? Jiang Taibai's gaze gazed at Mr. Six as he asked seriously. The Smoke and Rain Building's few people also did not rush out, at least this farmer in front of them, although he looked ordinary and unusual. But often, the more this was the case, the more they were skeptical inside instead. What I want to do is simple. I'm a man of culture. I don't like to dance with swords and guns. I stopped you today, but also to reason with you. Mr. Six scratched the itch on his back, rubbing the dirt on his hands, and said indifferently. Chapter 136. Meet Mr. Six. The moment Mr. Six's words came out, Jiang Taibai and Xiang Yotian's few people were somewhat confused, not understanding what Mr. Six's words meant. Reasoning. Reason about what? If your excellency doesn't have important matters, please don't stop us. We have urgent matters. Jiang Taibai spoke. Coincidentally, the reasoning I'm going to give should be the same thing as yours. You guys are going to the Grand Xia dynasty to look for Chu Yun, right? Mr. Six spoke with a relaxed expression. Sun Yan's face couldn't help but change, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious inside. Is it possible that this person was invited by Emperor Chu? Jiang Taibai pressed his brows and said, Is your excellency not someone from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty? Mr. Six shook his head. I am not. I've said it all. I've come to reason with you. Where's Chu Yun? Nothing happened. As for him killing the owner of your what's-his-name branch building, I think that person deserved what he got. After you guys go back, just tell Jiang Zishu that. Upon hearing these words, the four Smoky Rain Building envoys' faces changed violently. Jiang Zishu was none other than the name of the North Tower's owner. Under the heavens, there weren't many people who dared to say the name of a great emperor so directly. Who exactly are you? My Smoky Rain Building has always acted according to the rules. There's no way I'll cancel the investigation just because of your words. Jiang Taibai stared at Mr. Six with his eyes deadpan and said rigorously, You Jiang family members, you really are all more stubborn than one another. Jiang Taibai, reason I said, Chu Yun has no problem, He can't have a problem. Anything that appears to him is right. That's the reason I'm going to tell you. Do you understand? Between the suspension of the words, Mr. Six's body vaguely revealed an indescribably brilliant might, like the heavenly Tao descending, overlooking heaven and earth. A sense of insignificance born from the heart was born from the bodies of Jiang Taibai's several people. Jiang Taibai's several people's faces changed greatly. His eyes tightly looked at the imperial Tao laws floating around Mr. Six. That random strand of law power, the power was enough to make the entire heaven and earth topple. Great Emperor! Jiang Taibai's face was a little white at the moment. Within this great Xia dynasty, he had managed to run into a great emperor. What kind of concept is this? It was even more remote than the possibility of finding a needle in a haystack. A few others were also shocked at the moment. A great emperor. In their lifetimes, they had actually seen a great emperor powerhouse so close. They simply did not dare to believe it. And based on this great emperor's earlier remarks alone, the reasoning he spoke was completely hegemonic. However, Sun Yan was ecstatic while shocked inwardly. At least he could be certain that this great emperor before him was on Chu Yun's side. In other words, Chu Yun had a great emperor as his backer. No wonder he was so emboldened before. His own bet this time around was truly the right one. A great emperor. Farmer like cow. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Jiang Taibai's mind. The image of a legendary character instantly appeared in his mind. Legend had it that the sixth gentleman of the Grass Hall was the one who had certified the great emperor by plowing and had been followed by a heavenly green thunder bull. This echoed exactly with what was in front of him. Jiang Taibai, guardian elder of the Smoke and Rain Building's North Building, pays his respects to Mr. Six of the Grass Hall. Jiang Taibai put away his posture at this moment, clasping his hands and bowing low towards Mr. Six. Mr. Six of the Grass Hall. Xiang Yutian and Zhuang Shang and the others all froze instantly. This great emperor in front of them was actually still Mr. Six of the Grass Hall. This identity, but it was directly going to be even more astonishing than his status as a great emperor. Greetings, Mr. Six. After the several people from the Smoke and Rain Building reacted, they all hurriedly followed Jiang Taibai and bowed earnestly to Mr. Six. Sun Yan's heart and liver both shook inwardly. The backer behind Chu Yun was not only a great emperor, but surprisingly, he was also Mr. Six of the Grass Hall. He was truly going against the heavens. Not to mention the rapid increase in strength, the background could still be so heaven-defying. Don't want to die hot. All right, all get up. I'm not from your Smoke and Rain house. It's useless for you to worship me, and I don't have anything to give you, Mr. Six said casually. Mr. Six is joking. To be able to see Mr. Six with our own eyes today is our greatest gift. How dare we ask for anything else? Jiang Taibai said with an extremely low posture at the moment. Then those reasons I told you, do you guys think there's any truth in them? Mr. Six once again asked. Jiang Taibai was inwardly shocked and immediately said, what Mr. Six said is true. It makes sense. It makes too much sense. Mr. Six nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Xiao Baiya. It looks like you're as cultured as I am. The corners of Jiang Taibai's mouth twitched, but he still smiled and said, I don't dare to dare. Mr. Six, Taibai dares to ask. This Chu Yun, no, Chu Huang, and Mr. Six, or the Grass Hall, can have any relationship. The crowd in the Smoke and Rain Building, at this moment, had their ears perked up, all waiting for this answer. They were also very curious to know why Chu Yun could have Mr. Six of the Grass Hall to back him up, personally rushing here from the divine Pure Land to help him. This was a first of its kind in the entire Yuan realm. P.S. Brothers, do not raise a book. I implore you to walk up with small flowers and power generation small gifts. Chapter 137. Going through the motions. Mr. Six only shallowly swept a glance at them and casually said, you don't need to know too much. Just remember, Chu Yun, the Grass Hall will protect him. If there is anyone who wants to bully the small with the big, or rely on his background to oppress him, the Grass Hall will definitely be there to the end. These few words alone caused the several people from the Smoke and Rain Building to be deeply shocked inwardly. Although they did not know the exact relationship between Chu Yun and the Grass Hall, it was no longer important. One only needed to know that Chu Yun was someone from the Grass Hall. Such a short sentence was enough for them to go back and explain everything. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Six, we understand. Jiang Taibai slightly lowered his body and answered. Mr. Six rode on Yo and gave a final explanation. By the way, There is no excuse for you to report today's matter. But the relationship between Chu Yun and the Grass Hall at the moment, I don't want too many people to know. He has his own path. If this affects his normal destiny, I'm fine with it. It's just my second senior sister. I'm afraid she'll be unhappy. Once Jiang Taibai and the others heard about this matter, which even involved Mr. Second, their faces became even more alarmed. One must know that there were rumors in the Pure Land Divine region. The founder of their Smoky Rain Tower, the Smoky Rain Emperor, was Mr. Air's loyal suitor. It was just that it was said that after chasing him for tens of thousands of years, it seemed that he had never even touched Mr. Tu's hand. This matter involved the Grass Hall and also focused on Mr. Second. It was beyond the scope of what Jiang Taibai could handle. Even if it was handled by the North Tower's owner himself, he would still have to be cautious. Please rest assured, Mr. Six. I will only report this matter to the building master when I return. As for others, we will not reveal a single word. Jiang Taibai seriously and earnestly assured. Mr. Six turned around and was riding away on Anyo. He was also helpless. After all, it was their teacher who personally gave the order not to allow them to make Old Seven's identity public. Otherwise, with the identity of Mr. Seven of the Grass Hall alone, even those quasi-emperors and great emperors of the divine Pure Land would have to treat Old Seven as a superior guest when they met him. After Mr. Six and Anyo disappeared, the environment around Jiang Taibai and the others was restored to the sky above the imperial city. They scanned their surroundings, nothing had changed, and even less than a second of time had passed. In other words, they hadn't fallen into an illusion earlier. Rather, they had all been pulled within a special peculiar space, and even after staying within it for so long, only a second had passed outside. Mr. Six of the Grass Hall's methods are truly unimaginable. Xiang Yutian couldn't help but sigh softly at this moment. Rumor has it that Mr. Six's strength in the Grass Hall is the last one ranked amongst several other gentlemen. I really dare not think that Mr. Six's means are so terrifying, and the other several shall not be like real heavenly gods descending to the earth. Adusher similarly marveled. Lord Jiang, then what are we going to do now? Is it to return directly to the general building? Zhuang Shang asked at this moment. Jiang Taibai's expression was solemn as he seriously thought for a while before saying, since we've already come, we can't just go back without even seeing our faces. No matter what, the transitions still need to go. Go to the palace. All be a little more courteous. Don't make a fuss. Hearing Jiang Taibai's explanation, several people hurriedly responded, yes. After Mr. Six had stepped in, Jiang Taibai's overriding feeling had now become very peaceful. Imperial Palace. Chu Yun had long since received a transmission from Sun Yan, telling him that several envoys were already on their way to the imperial city. Thus, he had also arranged Little White to avoid this white tiger from being discovered. He sat in the middle of the imperial study with Meng Ruxue and the two heavenly demonesses. Not long after, Luo Feng came to report, Your Majesty, the envoy from the Smoke and Rain Tower has arrived. Chu Yun's gaze was bright as he nodded calmly. Let them come in. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Feng immediately walked down. There was still some solemnity within the hearts of Meng Ruxue and the heavenly demoness, and at this moment, there was nothing that could be done but to stop the soldiers and water to cover the earth. Soon, Jiang Taibai and Sun Yan and Bai Shenran walked in. Emperor Chu. Sun Yan walked forward, a smile on his face as he took the initiative to introduce. Emperor Chu, let me introduce you. This is our great Xia Imperial Dynasty Smoke and Rain Building's building master Bai Shenran. As for these few, they are Envoy Xiang of the East Building, Envoy Zhuang, and Envoy Duo of the North Building. As for this one, he is the Guardian Elder of the North Building, and the Envoy Jiang Taibai who is mainly responsible for the investigation of this Han Sen incident. Guardian Elder. As soon as Meng Ruxue and the Heavenly Demoness heard that this person in front of them was actually the Guardian Elder of the North Building, that meant that it was an eternal realm. In that case, things were tricky. It looked like the Northern Building was also extremely attached to this matter, and they were afraid that it would not be easy to fool around. At this moment, Jiang Taibai's few people looked at Chu Yun with only politeness and appreciation amongst their gazes as he smiled. Emperor Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. The envoys have traveled a long distance to come. It's been a hard journey. Come, quickly take a seat. If there is anything, let's sit down and talk. Chu Yun smiled faintly and gestured. Good. Jiang Taibai's few people also sat down immediately afterward. Thereupon, Meng Ruxue was also the first to speak. Several envoys, in the matter of Han Sen, our side can still provide some of the few pieces of evidence that prove that his original body is an evil baby. And the evil thing that he refined is also in the hands of our majesty. On top of that, a few of you have also sent people forward to investigate within the Thousand Legends Imperial Dynasty, and at one time the number of living beings in several states and counties had seen a drastic decrease. All of this was also done by Han Sen in order to refine that sinister thing. Meng Rushue understood the Smoke and Rain Building's way of behavior, thus, as long as they took the initiative to argue their case at this moment, and they were able to provide fragments of Han Sen's memories, in this way at least Han Sen's violation of the Smoke and Rain Building's rules would be finalized. However, just as the two women were planning to help Chu Yun with all their might and move out the Smoke and Rain Building's rules and laws to deal with this hard battle, Jiang Taibai suddenly interrupted with a rising hand. This maiden, right now, there is no need to explain this. Thereupon, he looked at Chu Yun under the slightly puzzled gazes of the two women as he asked, Emperor Chu, you said that Han Sen is an evil baby, and that Han Sen controls the Thousand Leaves royal family and slaughters living beings to refine sinister and evil things for himself. Can these and other events be true word for word? Really true? Chu Yun nodded. As true. Completely true. Jiang Taibai solemnly nodded his head and said directly, Good. Then please also rest assured that Emperor Chu, I will truthfully report Han Sen's crimes. Including the people who once helped him conceal his identity, they will all be punished in some way as well. Now that the truth has been revealed, then we won't bother too much. After saying that, Jiang Taibai and the others were getting up and preparing for their departure stance. The Heavenly Demoness and Dream Ruoshua duo looked at all this in front of them, but they were confused inwardly. This was the envoy of the Smoke and Rain Building? The way this investigation was conducted, just by asking this sentence, it was over? It's over? Is this really not joking with them? Is this still the Smoke and Rain Building that the two of them remembered from their previous lives? This at first glance, is not very obvious to open up a thoroughfare to the Daxia dynasty. Or is it that this Jiang Taibai and that Han Sen have a blood feud? But one is the Holy King realm, one is the Eternal realm. Han Sen again can revenge, also impossible to not to Jiang Taibai to go right. This Jiang Taibai's blatant release operation is directly to these two former emperors, to the whole will not. Chapter 138. Imperial Conspiracy. After Jiang Taibai's few people got up, Chu Yun's expression was very calm and relaxed as he replied, How can this be? You all have traveled a long distance to come. How can you also let this emperor treat you before you leave? Being so hasty, won't it make my Daxia lose its manners? Jiang Taibai smiled and stated, We appreciate Emperor Chu's kindness. It's just that we still have urgent matters on our hands and have to rush back to the main building as soon as possible. Next time, if there is an opportunity, we will definitely come to Daxia to be entertained by Emperor Chu. Chu Yun nodded. Good. Then in that case, I will not force you all to stay. Luo Feng, see the several people off for me. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Feng then led Jiang Taibai and the other people from Smoky Rain Tower out of the Imperial study. After all of them left, the Heavenly Demoness and Meng Ruoshua had greatly puzzled expressions on their faces. Their gazes fixed on Chu Yun. What's going on? You recognize this Jiang Taibai? It was really because Chu Yun's performance was too calm, making people feel as if he had expected this to be the case. But in truth, Chu Yun did not have a bottom in his heart at first. After all, the people from the grass hall had not shown their faces in his impression. But earlier, that Jiang Taibai's words and attitude had made it possible for him to be completely certain that his two Dao protectors had definitely already met with them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the hall's guardian elders of the North Tower, Eternal Realm level superpowers, to be so polite to themselves. Don't know each other. This emperor and him, including the few others besides Sun Yan, are all meeting for the first time. Chu Yun replied in a faint voice. The Heavenly Demoness looked at him with her eyes wide and watery. Then how did you anticipate them to have such an attitude? That Jiang Taibai, if I'm not wrong, most likely has some relationship with that old ancestor of the Jiang family. That person is also the current North Building's owner. According to common sense, he has this background to investigate Han Sen's matter. He shouldn't have this kind of attitude. Unless someone is pressurizing him. Meng Rushue also looked at Chu Yun. Both of them women could detect that Chu Yun was definitely hiding quite a few secrets. Chu Yun smiled. Then guess who could possibly be pressurizing him? The Heavenly Demoness subconsciously responded. Aside from those floor master level figures of the Smoke and Rain Building, other than that, I'm afraid that there is no one else who could make a guardian elder of the Smoke and Rain Building let off so much steam, right? Chu Yun nodded. The analysis makes sense. Seriously though, who exactly stepped in, this emperor is also unclear. However, at least taking over, there will be no more trouble for the smoky rain tower. Chu Yun then got up and walked to the door, and as the two women heard this, although they were inwardly curious, they both glanced at each other and did not ask any deeper questions. They understood Chu Yun's character, and when he really wanted them to know, they would naturally know. In fact, at this moment, Chu Yun was not deliberately trying to hide it from them. It was that he was currently in the eyes of the people of the Grass Hall, and he did not even know that he was the Grass Hall's 7th mister. Thus he did not have the means to explicitly tell the two heavenly demonesses. After all, nowadays, his two Emperor Realm Protectors were probably within the Imperial City, so who knew if they were keeping an eye on him. Then now that the matter of the Smoke and Rain building has been resolved, is the next step to make a move against the Heavenly Quest Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty? Meng Rushue followed up by asking. Chu Yun turned his back to them and nodded slightly. It's almost time. Tomorrow morning at the morning court, this emperor will arrange everything. It is time for the land of the 100 dynasties to usher in its true master. As he said those words, a hint of ambition flashed through Chu Yun's eyes without concealment. That ambition was the strong stance of an emperor, as well as the ambition of wanting to lead the great Xia Imperial Dynasty to expand its borders and set foot on the goal of reaching the pinnacle. After this, Jiang Taibai, as the investigation envoy sent by the Smoke and Rain building, after making a trip to the Great Xia Imperial Palace, he had the Smoke and Rain building in the land of the 100 dynasties announced to the public. Han Sen, the owner of the 1000 Music Smoke and Rain building, had indeed violated the rules of the Smoke and Rain building, and after a serious investigation by several envoys, it was found that his various crimes were consistent with the description of the Chu Emperor. His crimes were so heinous that he could not be punished. Therefore, Chu Huang's killing of Han Sen was an act of justice for the heavens, as well as cleaning up for Smoke Rain Tower. For this matter, the Smoke and Rain building did not allow for the pursuit of the matter, and, in the name of the Smoke and Rain General Building, expressed sincere gratitude to him. Once this news came out, in less than a few hours, under the operation of those Smoke and Rain branch buildings in the entire land of the 100 dynasties, it instantly spread throughout the land of the 100 dynasties. All the gloating imperial dynasties were greeted with a heavy blow to the head. No one had expected that the results of the investigation of the Smoke and Rain building had come out so quickly, and that Chu Yun was not even a bit of trouble, and was even thanked by the Smoke and Rain building's main building, which directly caused those who wanted to watch the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's good show to fall directly into a state of shock. I didn't expect things to be like this. This Smoke and Rain building is really scrupulous about the rules of its own house. This Chu Yun and the Grand Xia Dynasty are really lucky enough as well. I can't imagine that this Han San is really an evil baby, manipulating imperial power, slaughtering living beings, and doing so many evil things in secret. It's only right that he deserves to die. As soon as the Smoke and Rain building's notification came out, the many imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties were all in a frenzy of discussion regarding this matter. There was a lot of discussion everywhere, with some people feeling that the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty was really lucky this time, while others felt that Han Sen had really done so many bad things, and that Chu Yun killing him wasn't a bad thing. All in all, there were diverse opinions from all over the place saying anything and everything. Tianxiu Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, within the imperial palace of the Tianxiu Imperial Dynasty. It was a palace that was suspended above the imperial city, and the imperial dynasty's dragon luck was like a river of yellow curves falling down, suspending and creating an endless number of magnificent halls. Within the deep hall, two middle-aged men wearing dragon robes sat opposite each other, and beside one, there were several elders at the peak of the Seal King realm. These elders were all clan elders of the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty, and the man next to them, wearing a dragon robe with an imperial crown on his head, was the contemporary state lord of the Tianxiu Imperial Dynasty, Huang Jingmu, and the one sitting opposite him was the contemporary state lord of the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty, Tang Gu. Brother Huang, both Si Xingyun and Si Ninyun are still alive and are both within the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty today. Back then, the copy of the spatial coordinates that Si Tianyuan obtained disappeared along with the Yuanming Imperial Dynasty's supreme dynasty treasure, and we couldn't find it no matter how hard we looked. Now that we take a look, it's highly likely that those two items are in the possession of those two remnants. Adding to that, Chu Yun of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty is now acting so arrogantly after relying on the fact that he has a few saints, which has already caused a few other imperial dynasties to be very dissatisfied. Since this is the case, it might as well have our two great imperial dynasties lead the way again, so that this great Xia imperial dynasty becomes the next Yuan Ming. Brother Huang, what do you think? The Nine Heavens imperial dynasty's state Lord Tanggu, whose typical triangular eyes revealed a few hints of sinister color, opened his mouth towards Huang Jingmu. Reminiscing back then, the Yuan Ming imperial dynasty was led by their two major imperial dynasties, pulling several other imperial dynasties to unite together to overthrow it. Now, Daxia dynasty has long attracted the dissatisfaction of many of the 10 great dynasties. Both so, Tanggu does not mind at all. Let Daxia dynasty repeat the mistake of the Yuan Ming dynasty. Huang Jingmu listened to his words and calmly contemplated for a while. The Tianxu imperial dynasty, as the strongest imperial dynasty in the land of the 100 dynasties, its heritage and strength was superior to the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty. This was also the main reason why Tanggu already had this opinion within his heart at this time, and had to still have to ask Huang Jingmu's opinion. Chapter 139 Soldiering to the Heavenly Quarter. Nine Heavens. Brother Tang's idea is not bad. It's just that this great Xia imperial dynasty is different from the original Yuan Ming imperial dynasty. Once their saints counterattack or choose to blow themselves up when they're cornered, it's still a very high risk for us. Huang Jingmu said after deep thought. Tanggu smiled, as if he had already thought of a countermeasure within. Brother Huang, I understand what you mean. Indeed, if a saint once explodes himself, the lethality caused would be difficult to estimate, and even a wave of self-explosion would be enough to reverse the situation of the entire battlefield perhaps. But what if I have a way to stop them from blowing themselves up? Huang Jingmu looked up at him. Oh, what does Brother Tang mean? Tanggu smiled grimly. I can ask Gu Qing, the owner of our Nine Heavens imperial dynasty's smoke and rain building, to make a move once. She is at the early stage of the Saint King realm. With her making a move, it's impossible for a saint from the great Xia imperial dynasty to have a chance to self-detonate. Tanggu was very certain, but when he heard the words smoke and rain building, the expressions of Huang Jingmu and several clan elders changed slightly. Smoke and rain building? It's the smoke and rain building again. The owner of your Nine Heavens smoke and rain building, a Saint King realm level powerhouse? Why did Brother Tang manage to invite her? Furthermore, if she made a move, wouldn't it be tantamount to violating their smoky rain building's own rules? Huang Jingmu asked suspiciously. Truth be told, Brother Huang, the owner of this smoke rain building, Gu Qing, is my senior sister. When I first sat on the throne, it was all thanks to her great help. As for the rules of the smoke and rain building, Tanggu smiled slightly profoundly. As long as we don't say anything, the people in the smoke and rain building's main building, how would they know? Huang Jingmu couldn't help but say, it seems that Brother Tang is really adequate. In that case, let's do it. You and I will join our names and send a post to a few other imperial dynasties to join forces and crusade against the great Xia. Good. The two imperial dynasty lords completely clapped their hands, and as the two of them, we jointly sent out a letter post to several other of the 10 great imperial dynasties, inviting them to join in the crusade against the great Xia imperial dynasty. As for the actions of the Tianxu imperial dynasty and the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty, Chu Yun was still unaware of them, and he did not care to be informed either. At the morning court today, he immediately announced that he would crusade against these two great imperial dynasties. He dispatched the 4 great knights, along with Murong Yin, the 6 saints of the fire spirit woman, and even had Wan Lei sit in on them as well. Leading the 4 great legions, he traveled to the border to crusade against these two great imperial dynasties, Heavenly Quest and Nine Heavens. When this news came out, the entire land of the 100 dynasties directly exploded. No one could have imagined that the next move of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty would be so crazy. The crusade against the Nine Heavens and Heavenly Quarters dynasties, these two were the number 1 and number 2 ranked dynasties in the entire land of the 100 dynasties, and their influence on the entire land of the 100 dynasties was immeasurable. If the Grand Xia imperial dynasty wanted to move them, they were afraid that the possibility was really not high. However, at the same time that many other imperial dynasties were trembling at this, the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty and the Heavenly Quarter imperial dynasty also joined together to announce to the public. The current emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty was brutal and unkind, and was intolerable to the heavens, so they would once again unite with the 10 great imperial dynasties to launch a crusade against the Grand Xia dynasty. This tumor that plagued the land of the 100 dynasties will be completely removed. Both sides to this point had also issued war letters. But unlike it, the war letter of the Heavenly Chu dynasty and the Nine Heavens imperial dynasty quickly received the response of many imperial dynasties. Shangqiu Imperial Dynasty, Datai Imperial Dynasty, Hundred Flowers Imperial Dynasty, Qingmu Imperial Dynasty, Sanxi Imperial Dynasty, Xianbing Imperial Dynasty, etc. These 6 major imperial dynasties, all of which are ranked in the top 10 imperial dynasties. In addition to the annihilation of the chopping spirit, returned to the Great Summer's Thousand Lu royal dynasty in addition. The other 8 dynasties all have sent troops, marching into the borders of the Grand Xia dynasty. Thousand Music Emperor Chen Kong had also hurriedly sent large armies and cultivators to support Grand Xia. But despite this, on the surface, the Great Xia dynasty's troop strength was still crushed. Even in this battle, the top 3 imperial dynasties, Tianxiu, Zhoutian, and Shangqiu, all deployed their strongest reserves, saint-level powerhouses. A shocking battle that shook the land of 100 dynasties was about to break out at the borders of the Great Xia dynasty in the near future. Great Xia Imperial City. Sun Yan stood on the roof of the building at this moment, his gaze overlooking the living beings within the city. His expression was calm, including the living beings within the Great Xia Imperial City. All of them did not look panicked. Each and every one of them were just like before, setting up stalls and buying goods. The fundamental reason for this was because most of the living beings within the Imperial City already had faith in the Grand Xia Imperial family. They didn't feel that the Grand Xia would lose, and they believed that Emperor Chu would definitely be able to make the Grand Xia win this battle and lead the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, opening up a brand new history. The 8 great imperial dynasties are united, yet they are nothing more than a mantis. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, not to mention in this land of the 100 dynasties, even in the land of the Sacred Land, it is also an invincible existence. Sun Yan leisurely said that as long as the 2 of the Grass Hall were still in Grand Xia, then Chu Yun could never lose. Your treasure this time, you really bet on the right one. Bai Shenran slowly walked over from behind him at this moment. How's the news? Sun Yan looked and asked. The general building's treatment has already come down. Han San was completely expelled from the Smoke and Rain Building's personnel list, and even Ren Xing, who helped him harbor his identity in the first place, was also personally ordered by the North Building's master to send to a branch building in the Holy Land, to serve as an elder for 100 years, and has been severely punished. Bai Shenran said. Chapter 140. The Way of a King Chu Wasteland Leaves. After listening to Bai Xuanran's words, Sun Yan said with a steady expression, "That's basically the only way it can be. After all, the relationship between the Smoke and Rain Chief Building Master and Mr. Second of the Grass Hall is there, and with the matter involving the Grass Hall, he's bound to deal with it personally. It's just that there are only a few people in the building today who know about Emperor Chu's relationship with the Grass Hall. I'm afraid that there might still be some ungrateful ones who will offend him, and at that time, it will be another troublesome matter for the main building." Sun Yan's words were understandable to Bai Shenran. After all, nowadays they hadn't announced Chu Yun's reforms with the Grass Hall to the public, so that in case some of the other sublodges offended him by chance, that possibility existed as well. However, Bai Xuanran's demeanor was calm, and he directly responded, "This point that you are worried about, how could the main building not have anticipated it? The master of the North Building has personally ordered that a guardian elder of the North Building be secretly dispatched into the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty's subfloor to avoid that there will still be people from the Smoke and Rain Building in the future, creating friction with the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty." Sun Yan sniffed, his expression somewhat surprised. "Guardian elder, it wouldn't be..." Bai Shenran smiled and patted Sun Yan's shoulder. "It is precisely the Lord Jiang who came before." This was exactly as Sun Yan had guessed. After all, the less people knew about Chu Yun and the Herb Hall, the better. Among the guardian elders of the North Building, only Jiang Taibai was also informed. There was no excuse for the North Building's owner to reassign him. In this way, there really is no need to worry about anything. Next, let's see how that Great Xia border, the coalition army of the 8 imperial dynasties, will return in a crushing defeat. Sun Yan sighed softly as he gazed out of the city. Cloud Mist Building. Han San was still manipulating C Nebula's physical body at the moment, sitting alone in the house where he was in seclusion. He was hidden within the Cloud and Mist Building, and he had also learned of everything that had happened recently. The Smoke and Rain Building had investigated him a little too quickly. Even if they were to confirm his crimes, it would not be possible for them to be complete so quickly. All in all, within this matter, Han Sen always felt that something was wrong. But with his strength today, he didn't dare to act rashly. As for the allied forces of the 8 imperial dynasties attacking the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, this was something he was not worried about at all. In his opinion, Nan Xian alone was enough to exterminate all 8 of those imperial dynasties. In Chu Yun's eyes, this was 80% not too different from a child's playground. Just as well. When Chu Yun destroys the allied forces of those 8 great imperial dynasties and seizes the other 2 sets of spatial coordinates, help me make up 3 sets. By then, the people he sent for me will almost be able to arrive. The corners of Han Sen's mouth revealed a hint of sinister viciousness, and he was already remotely imagining the scene where he would lead 3 heavenly Jedi realms, kill in the middle of the imperial palace, trample on that undying, and capture Chu Yun with his hands. It doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter if you lose 11 million times. As long as I win the last time, then I haven't lost. Han Sen adhered to the notion that as long as he continued to live on, then the ultimate winner would definitely be him. Inside the Grand Xia Palace, Chu Yun was currently playing with Little Tiger and the 2 women at the fishing platform. Chu Yun was holding a fishing rod and fishing meditatively. Little Tiger was lying on the ground, looking at those fish being caught one by one. Both of his eyes were bubbling with light. You've eaten so many strips, it's fine as a snack. Come, drink milk. The heavenly demoness took a bottle filled with White Tiger's beast milk and fed him. Only beast milk could support his nutrition as a divine beast. Little Tiger bristled, his furry beast paws gently grasping it, and he drank it himself knowing what he was doing. 10,000 Thunder and the 4 Great Knights. They have already led a large army to set up at the border. As long as the 8 imperial dynasties' armies arrive, they can make a strong strike and take down the top echelons of those dynasties. Only, although we are bound to win this battle, but those people, do you want to kill them all? Meng Rushue followed up with a question. What do you think? Chu Yun did not answer immediately, but wanted to hear their opinions. I think that the leaders of the 2 imperial dynasties, Heavenly Quest and 9 Heavens, cannot be retained. As for the other top echelons of the royal dynasties, they were all instigated as well, so if all of them were killed, although Great Xia would also be able to unify the land of the 100 dynasties, history would not portray them in a good light, I'm afraid. It would be better to give them a chance to choose to survive, handing over their soul blood and taking the initiative to submit under the banner of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. In this way, it shows the heart of the Great Xia Chu emperor to the other imperial dynasties, and it can also tell those imperial dynasties that the Great Xia has the ability to overthrow them, but is still willing to give them a chance, showing His Majesty's benevolence. In this way, if the Grand Xia rules the entire land of the 100 dynasties and His Majesty has a reputation for kindness, then when we leave here, it will be impossible for unrest to occur in the land of the 100 dynasties. Meng Rushue told all of her inner thoughts. After Chu Yun heard it, he seriously thought about it. Dream Ruoshue's idea was indeed not bad. Her idea was the one that would best preserve the reputation of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty and Chu Yun, not allowing Chu Yun to become a tyrant who only knew how to kill in the impression of the other living beings in the land of the 100 dynasties. Then, in accordance with Ifei's idea, have the Prime Minister prepare an imperial decree and head to the border. After 10,000 Thunder has suppressed all those people, then the Prime Minister will announce the decree. This is also considered this emperor's gift to them, and it is also the last chance for those remaining few imperial dynasties to continue. Chu Yun decided. Meng Rushue nodded and got up. Good. Leave this matter to me. With that, Meng Ruoshue left the Diaoyutai and went to organize this matter. Little Tiger had finished his milk at the moment and ran to the garden alone to catch crickets, and Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness did not care about him. Immediately afterward, Jin Mu came to the fishing platform. Your Majesty, Prince Desolate seeks an audience. Let him come in, Chu Yun said. Yes. Afterward, Chu Desolate's figure slowly walked in from the doorway. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chu Yun turned his head and smiled. There is no need to be courteous, second brother. Did you come to find me for something? Chu Huai responded with a serious attitude. I have come to bid farewell to Your Majesty. Resignation. Second brother. Where are you going? Chu Yun asked. Chu Wasteland said. I'm going to venture to the divine pure land. Your Majesty, as I said before, power and identity are all shackles to me. I want to go in pursuit of that ultimate of the cultivation path, the peak realm of the martial way. Thus, I still ask Your Majesty to grant me permission. After Chu Yun heard this, he put down his fishing rod and said sincerely, Second brother, this is your ideal. Since you have already decided on it, then how could this emperor stop you? It's just that you're leaving this time. Have you told father? Chu Hui nodded. Before I came, I also went to see Father Emperor. He told me to just go with my heart. and I am completely at ease with you in Dacia. Chuyun agreed. Good. Second brother, then you should go to the divine Pure Land first. And in the near future, this emperor will definitely lead the Grand Xia imperial dynasty to prowl that realm. At that time, we brothers will meet again. Chu Wasteland said solemnly. I believe that your majesty will definitely be able to bring the great Xia imperial dynasty to a brand new peak. I'll be waiting for your majesty in the divine Pure Land. Chu Hua left, he shed all his identity rights, shed his shackles, and left the Grand Xia imperial dynasty. Accompanied by his own old grandpa Golden Finger, he set off directly to the divine Pure Land. Chapter 141. Bald-headed Wan Lei. Spicy hands. Thousands of miles away from the border of the Great Xia imperial dynasty, the allied forces of the 8 imperial dynasties, riding on flying warships, traveled through the air, soundly advancing towards the border of the good Grand Xia. At this moment, on the deck of the main ship, the kings of the 8 great imperial dynasties were all standing here, and the duo of Huang Jingmu and Tang Gu, along with the other 6 imperial dynasties' kings, were already still discussing at this moment which route to take to enter the imperial dynasty directly after breaking through the border of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. A few of you, in my opinion, there is no need to take a detour forward and enter in a straight line across the border. With our troop strength, it's impossible for any of the states and counties of the Great Xia imperial dynasty to hold back our invasion. Just like the previous Yuan Ming imperial dynasty, the main force will attack the imperial city straight ahead, and the rest of our troops in going to settle the other states and counties. The monarch of the Great Tai imperial dynasty said at this moment. Makes sense. This is indeed the quickest method, not allowing Chu Yun to have too much time to react, and when he receives the news, by then our army will have long since marched on the city. The monarch of the San Si imperial dynasty agreed. The two of you, what do you think? Emperor Datai looked towards Huang Jingmu and Tang Gu at this moment. This final intention still had to depend on the opinions of these two. I think there is no problem. Then let's implement it according to this plan. Order the army to move forward at full speed, and with the fastest efficiency, break through the Great Xia border. Huang Jingmu gave the order, and all the warships once again burned a large wave of spirit stones, their speed increasing again as they rapidly approached towards the Great Xia border. Great Xia border above the Great Wall. The 4 great knights, Murong Yin and the Fire Spirit Woman, were all standing beside Wan Lei and Meng Chongchong. At this moment, some confused shadows in the distant firmament, from far to near, densely packed flying warships, on which stood countless large armies of cultivators, imposing as a wild dragon, sped towards the border of the Grand Xia. Watching this scene, the expressions on the faces of Wan Lei and the 4 great knights and the others, none of them were worried. They even all had a calm and relaxed look on their faces. They had been on the border, but they had just been waiting for them. Let's have a quick battle. There's no point in expending troops to kill with them. Capture the thief, go. Meng Chongzhong issued the order very decisively. He had come with an imperial decree, and excluding Wan Lei, he was the highest commander of this battle campaign. Yes, the Fire Spirit Lady and Murong Yin instantly flew out. A cold ice sacred wheel and a flame sacred will simultaneously appeared above the firmament, and under the control of the two, they crushed directly towards the warships of the 8 great imperial dynasties. The great summer's saints have struck. As several of the imperial dynasty lords watched the 2 holy wheels roll in unison, their faces immediately shook as their gazes looked towards Tang Gu and Huang Jingmu in unison as they did so. The latter's expression remained unchanged, without a hint of timidity. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, 6 channels of saintly might vibrated out from amongst an inconspicuous warship, and the 6 saintly forces transformed into 6 saintly rainbows that cut through everything, striking directly atop the 2 saintly wheels. Rumble. The holy wheels exploded, the holy power within them venting out and being buried by the 6 saints' powerful might. At the same time, those warships stopped, and directly in front of them, 6 old men dressed in various colors appeared on the field. 3 of them were the old ancestors of the Heavenly Quarter Imperial Dynasty. The other 2 old men were the old ancestors of the 9 Heavens Imperial Dynasty. The remaining one was the old ancestor of the Shangqiu Imperial Dynasty. This time, in order to deal with the Grand Xia Dynasty in a stable manner, these 3 great imperial dynasties had brought out all of their reserves. The 6 saints hung in the sky, and the gusts of holy might released from their bodies, united to form a tsunami-like wave that vibrated towards Murong Yen and the Fire Spirit Woman. Murong Yin and the 2 of them joined hands to block, and both of them were shaken back by the power of the 6 saints. 6 against 2, you guys will definitely lose. If you are sensible, leave this place. You are not of the great Xia royal bloodline. There is no need for you to give your lives in order to guard such a royal dynasty. The old ancestor with the strongest cultivation at the late Sacred Seal realm from the Heavenly Quarter Imperial dynasty spoke out to persuade her. The fire spirit woman's eyes were filled with disdain. Old man, just with you guys, you want us to give our lives? 6 saints makes you guys think you're winning? This is really pathetic. The 6 saints didn't understand what capital the fire spirit woman had left to taunt. But in an instant, for breaths of holy might rose to the sky on the great wall. The holy aura was like a shine, and along with the collapse of space on the vault of the sky, the figures of the 4 great knights instantly appeared next to Fire Spirit Maiden and the others. 6 saints. Seeing the appearance of the 4 great knights, the people from the 8 imperial dynasties were shocked. They had initially thought that if the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty had 2 or 3 saints, they would have already topped the sky. It hadn't occurred to them that there were 6. This was truly unexpected. However, although Tengu was shocked inwardly, he was still confident. His senior sister had already been secretly waiting within a certain space, just waiting for her to make her move. These 6 saints of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty would surely be defeated. I didn't expect there to be a little mouse hiding. Wan Lei's eyes swept across the firmament at this moment, noticing a strange movement within a certain space, and he couldn't help but say, "It's 80% that they're preparing a backhand. Make your move, State Master. There's no need to spend any more time with them," Meng Chongchong said from the side. He didn't like the whole suppressing first and raising later thing, pretending to be a pig eating a tiger or something, first letting the other party have an emotional climax, and then letting them fall to the bottom in one go. He didn't have that kind of leisure. What he liked instead was to strike first. Wan Lei nodded, and in the next moment his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, his person appeared in front of the space where there was an unusual movement. It's always a bit gloomy to hide and watch. It's better to come out. Wan Lei blasted his fist into the space in front of him, instantly collapsing 100 miles of void. His thunder power connecting every inch of the void fragments, violently stirring up and lifting a large thunderstorm within it. Ah! A miserable woman's scream came out from within the void space. Everyone was violently startled, and their sights looked over, only to see Wan Lei topped with a large bald head, his entire body filled with thunder heavenly might, and in his hands he was already grasping a half-dead beautiful woman. Only this woman was now, in truth, somewhat miserable. Cultivation was wasted by Wan Lei in an instant, not to mention that her entire body was penetrated by thunder, and every time she breathed in, her soul and flesh were greeted with the pain of being struck by lightning. My Saint King cultivation, it's not gone. No! Gu Qing shrieked towards the sky in despair at this moment. She hadn't even come close to making a move before she was directly wasted by the person in front of her. It no longer mattered to her what the cultivation level of this big bald man was. She was the owner of the Smoke and Rain building branch, and for Wan Lei to attack her and waste her cultivation was a capital offense. She wasn't Han Sen. She didn't have any identity handle, and more importantly, she hadn't even made a move yet, and the people of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, this was a waste of her without any reason. Senior sister. Tang Gu looked at the scene happening in front of him, his expression completely frozen as well. His senior sister, whose cultivation had been abolished. It happened in a flash of lightning, and no one reacted. His senior sister was a Saint King, definitely not comparable to Han Sen. A saint. This bald man in front of him, could it be that he was also from the Grand Xia dynasty? It should be noted that Han Sen's apparent cultivation level is actually that of a saint, and it is precisely because he has hidden part of his cultivation level that he has been able to secretly manipulate the Thousand Legends royal family. Chapter 142 Jiang Taibai Revisited. At this moment, Wan Lei's sudden strike to waste Gu Qing, who was lurking in the shadows, directly silenced the entire vault of heaven. Huang Jingmu's gaze couldn't help but look towards Tang Gu as well, his face filled with gravity at this moment. This Gu Qing was invited by Tang Gu, and it was with her presence that they could have no fear. As a result, before this fight even started, Gu Qing was wasted by this bald man. This bald man was most likely a strong person that the Great Xia dynasty had found, and with him around, let's not talk about stepping on the borders of the Great Xia today, it was unknown if they would be able to withdraw peacefully. Brother Tang, how should we end this now? Huang Jingmu heavily transmitted his voice. Brother Huang, don't panic first. My senior sister's identity is there. This bald man must give an explanation. Tang Gu comforted. Although he said for Huang Jingmu not to panic at this time, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed within himself. It could be said that Wan Lei's sudden strike had directly dumbed them down. I'm Gu Qing, the owner of the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty Smoke and Rain Building. Who exactly are you? When have I ever offended you? And you're going to do this to me? If you don't give me an explanation today, there's absolutely no way that the main building will spare you, and the great Xia dynasty that you're protecting. Gu Qing lost all her cultivation and collapsed for a while, but at this moment, she still insisted on stabilizing her mind, her eyes staring at Wan Lei with pain and hatred as she questioned. The owner of the Smoke and Rain Building? Wan Lei was slightly surprised after hearing Gu Qing's identity, including Meng Chongchong, who was standing above the Great Wall. He couldn't help but frown. This woman is actually the owner of the Smoke and Rain Building? Damn. Recently my daxia can't be hard to get on the wrong side of the Smoke and Rain Building. How can I bump into people from the Smoke and Rain Building everywhere? At this moment he, the titular prime minister, couldn't help but spit out. The owner of the Smoke and Rain Building. So what? It's not like my Grand Xia dynasty hasn't killed them before. I'll let you become the next Han Sen. So what can you do? Wan Lei said blandly. Unless you want to bring about the destruction of the Grand Xia, feel free to do so. You, the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, can kill Han Sen. That's because he was originally a great criminal, and his death is not worthy. But I, Gu Qing, am only a spectator this time, but you are openly striking out at me, with brutal and ferocious means. You do this. When you do this, let the entire Grand Xia accompany you to perish. General Buildings people, as long as once more, after proving my innocence, then is the day of your great Xia dynasty's destruction. Gu Qing's thinking was still alive at the moment, and she still had the advantage in terms of reasoning. It was because she truly did not put up a fight. In other words, it was Wan Lei who hadn't given her the chance to strike at all. Therefore, all she had to do was to bite the bullet on this point and say that she was only here to be a spectator and record the information. Then even if it was the general building envoy who investigated, she would still have the perfect explanation. Wan Lei gave her an indifferent look with his eyes. According to your words, is it hard for the state master to wait for you to strike before he can make a move against you? Gu Qing firmly retorted. Regardless of what you say, my cultivation was ruined by you, and you and the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty must pay the same price. Now, if you keep holding on to me, your consequences will only get worse. Listening to Gu Qing's warning, Wan Lei laughed. Slap. With that, Wan Lei slapped Gu Qing's face hard, directly knocking half of her face askew. With your face given more than enough, do you really think you have the qualifications to bargain? If your general building's envoy comes back one more time, my great Xia dynasty can withstand the check. What you want to do yourself, memories don't fool anyone. Leave your soul behind at that time. Let your general building's people search your soul themselves, and the truth will be clear. Wan Lei's intelligence was not low, although he looked big and thick. His brain was very good in front of this kind of thing. The evidence that could convict Gu Qing was Gu Qing herself. You! Gu Qing's eyes were clearly flustered at the moment. She wanted to chop off those memories of hers, but how could Wan Lei give her a chance? With a bolt of thunder, he blocked all of Gu Qing's memories, making it impossible for Gu Qing's soul to break through that layer of thunder blockade. Rumble! Right at this moment, a vortex of nothingness suddenly appeared above the sky above the border, with the vortex point at the center resembling a black hole, forming a void rift. An aura that was enough to make all living beings within 1,000,000 miles feel their hearts tremble slowly emanated from within it. What level of aura is this? How could it be so terrifying? Everyone at the Great Xia border, including Wan Lei, felt a sense of being unable to resist after sensing this aura. It was as if there was an overwhelming power that was about to descend. Bang! Accompanied by a tsunami-like spatial force leaking out. In the midst of that vortex of nothingness, a heroic and handsome man's figure stepped out. Clad in green, with the emerald jade pendant still hanging at his waist, it was Jiang Taibai, who had previously acted as an envoy for the general building. He had been ordered to come back once again to guard the Smoke and Rain building of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, to avoid any more ungrateful people within the building, to go to their deaths. And the reason why he was able to travel so quickly to and from the building was because the northern building's owner had personally made a move, using the Imperial Dao laws to personally send him here. Lord Jiang. Jiang. See. This is the guardian elder of the main building, Lord Jiang Tai-bai Jiang. If you don't release me, you won't even know how to die later. When Gu Qing saw Jiang Tai-bai, she was instantly excited. She used to be the one who came from the northern building and had seen Jiang Tai-bai a few times. At this moment, seeing a guardian elder of the main building appear here, Gu Qing seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. The guardian elder of the Smoky Rain building's main building. Those are eternal realm-level existences. Eternal realm. I didn't expect that I would be able to see an eternal realm in my lifetime. With this lord around, this time, the Great Xia dynasty is really going to be finished. The six saints were all giddy at this time as well. The reversal came too quickly. Their mood was like riding a roller coaster, having already fallen to the bottom, and then rushing up to the clouds again at this time. P.S. Today a heavy cold, top dizziness and blurred to you now code. Maybe some typos not too carefully, you see, comment I will go to modify. Well, I'm going to bed. Really can't bear it. 39.7 degrees in the middle of the night yesterday. Can't sleep well, the weather is still hot. I'm going to bed. I can't take it anymore. It was 39.7 degrees in the middle of the night and I couldn't sleep well. By the way, I'd like to ask for some free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 143, The Allied Forces Collapse. Jiang Tai-bai strikes. Jiang Tai-bai. Wan Lei's gaze similarly looked towards him, only that there were no waves of shock amongst his eyes. At the same time, Jiang Tai-bai's figure then arrived in front of Wan Lei and Gu Qing and the others. Lord Jiang. This person indiscriminately wasted my cultivation and defied my Smoky Rain building. Please do justice for me, Lord Jiang. Gu Qing hurriedly turned towards Jiang Tai-bai for help. She displayed a very innocent and aggrieved look, that white lotus look that made Wan Lei not help but feel a little nauseous at this moment as he watched. It was true that women were all natural-born playwrights. In this situation, Gu Qing was still able to show that pathetic innocent look to gain Jiang Tai-bai's pity. Jiang Tai-bai looked at her expressionlessly. His gaze then looked at Wan Lei. Release her first. Wan Lei didn't refuse. He knew Jiang Tai-bai's previous attitude in the middle of the Grand Xia Palace and believed that he definitely knew what to do. After Wan Lei released her, a hint of triumphant color flashed in the depths of Gu Qing's eyes. Immediately, she looked towards Jiang Tai-bai and asked for help. Lord Jiang, this person's actions are venomous. My lifelong cultivation has been destroyed by him. Now Gu Qing is like an invalid. Please, Lord Jiang must not let them off easily. However, among Jiang Tai-bai's eyes, there was no mercy and pity. Gu Qing, you have seriously violated the rules of the building, and now you have been caught with the stolen goods. Do you know the crime? Gu Qing was dumbfounded. Sir Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. Gu Qing regards the rules of the building as the supreme law and has never dared to transgress them by half, and has always been diligent. But please don't listen to the slanderous words, Sir Jiang. Gu Qing spoke better than she sang at this point. Jiang Tai-bai looked at her, his eyes cold. Gu Qing, you really don't see the coffin without tears. In the next moment, Jiang Tai-bai stretched out his hand, and the power of his palm was invisible, instantly grabbing Tang Gu over. Soul control, heart refinement. Jiang Tai-bai slapped a power into the middle of Tang Ji's mind, and the expression on the latter's face instantly became dull and empty. Lord Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Gu Qing thumped inwardly, but still pretended to look at him in a puzzled manner. Tang Gu, this seat is asking you. What is your relationship with Gu Qing, and why did she come here? Jiang Tai-bai didn't care about her, but directly inquired towards Tang Gu. Tang Gu was under a spell at the moment, and replied dully, Gu Qing is my senior sister, and I invited her to come this time, inviting her to secretly deal with the several saints of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. Hearing these words, Gu Qing's already pale face instantly became bloodless. It was as if the entire person's soul had been drained away, losing all strength in that instant. Humph! Gu Qing, have you forgotten what the Smoky Rain building is for? Your relationship with Tango. Do you really think that you can hide it from the main building? Jiang Tai-bai looked at Gu Qing and let out a cold snort filled with majesty. Anyone could sense that Jiang Tai-bai was furious with her at the moment. Lord Jiang, spare your life. Lord Jiang, spare my life. I got carried away for a moment. Please spare me this time for the sake of my loss of cultivation, Your Honor. Gu Qing knelt down, begging for mercy in tragic remorse. Opportunities are reserved for the useful. As for you, you're not worthy. As soon as Jiang Taibai's words fell, he slapped his palm at both Tang Gu and Gu Qing, and the power therein shook out, instantly drowning the two. In an instant, Gu Qing and Tang Ji's souls flew away, not even having the chance to speak, and they flew away in ashes on the spot. Your Majesty, Gu-er! The two saints of the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty, and many of the Imperial Dynasty's top officials, all were suddenly grief-stricken and roared and hissed with eyes wide open when they saw Tang Gu killed. But the murderer was Jiang Taibai, the guardian elder of the Smoky Rain Tower's main building. Grief and hatred returned to grief and hatred, but none of them dared to say a word against Jiang Taibai. Everyone hid their hatred and killing intent in the bottom of their hearts, and none of them dared to show it. This was the supreme deterrence brought about by absolute strength and power. After Jiang Taibai cleared the door, he turned his eyes to Wan Lei. The scum in the building has been cleared. You guys continue. After saying that, Jiang Taibai's figure disappeared into thin air. At this time, Wan Lei collected Tang Ji's storage ring. After this, there was no more delay, and he directly covered that undying realm pressure of his own out, and the sky's winds and clouds suddenly changed, as thousands of thunder holy power condensed in the sky. Rumble! Thunder power fell one after another, forming a thunderstorm blockade that surrounded all the army ships of the 8 imperial dynasties. In the next second, his thunder power transformed into a thundercloud, crushing the defenses of the 6 great saints and striking down on their bodies. Ah! Bang, bang, bang! 10,000 Thunder's thunder power was strong and overbearing, and the 6 saints didn't last more than 3 seconds in the midst of the thunder cloud before their souls directly exploded and they fell on the spot. Old ancestor! Those emperors of the several great imperial dynasties cried out in grief. The armies on those warships at this time, one by one, were also already in disarray and in chaos. Retreat! Retreat! Huang Jingmu suppressed his inner shock and fear, and immediately organized his army to withdraw. But it was already too late. Wan Lei's figure sped past as a thunderbolt, directly shattering their warship. The 7 emperors were instantly horrified, and all of them counterattacked with power at the Seal King realm level, but they simply couldn't cancel out the power of those thunderbolts. After 10,000 thunder found Huang Jingmu, a bolt of thunder power blasted into his body. Ah! Bang! Huang Jingmu screamed miserably as his body exploded, and along with the thunder power shooting out in all directions, his soul was also torn apart. Its spatial ring was also taken by Wan Lei along with it. The remaining 6 emperors, Wan Lei released a large wave of thunder net with his palm facing the sky, directly covering down. Ah! The 6 emperors were directly imprisoned in place by the thunder net. Their entire bodies were entangled in thunder, and they couldn't move at all. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Those generals and King Seal realm cultivators of the 8 imperial dynasties were all in despair at the moment when they saw their majesties being suppressed. Moreover, the clan elders of those dynasties were united, but they couldn't even tear apart a thunder blockade. If you stay, you're bound to die, and if you can't get out, you can't get out. For a time, all the generals of the imperial dynasty were all gloomy and desperate. At this time, Meng Changzhong, who had been standing on the city tower watching the show, saw the situation today and also finally moved. His figure flew out and quickly came within the thunder blockade. Those who want to live, stop all of them. This prime minister has a decree to announce. If you resist again, you will be executed first and then destroyed. As soon as Meng Changzhong's words came out, those from the 8 imperial dynasties who were still forcefully bombarding the thunder blockade line gradually stopped at this moment, including those suppressed emperors and those imperial dynasty clan elders at the King Seal realm. Their gazes were all focused on Dream Changzhong at this moment. A decree to be announced? It was the decree of the great Xiachu emperor? Was it directed at them? Those imperial dynasty elders were all harboring apprehension within their hearts. This was already certain death for them. What else did the Grand Xia dynasty want to do? Seeing that the gazes were all converging on him, Meng Changzhong was also very steady at the moment as he took out the holy decree and read, "Your royal dynasty has been slandered by traitors, mistakenly believing in the villain, and mistakenly going to war with the great Xia. Remembering that heaven has the virtue of good life, this emperor does not want to solve everything by killing, so he gives you a chance. Shangqiu, Datai, 100 Flowers, Shenbing, Shahai, Qingmu, and the other senior members of the 6 great imperial dynasties, hand over your soul blood and make an oath that from now on, you will bow down to the great Xia imperial dynasty and never betray. In that case, The Great Xia imperial dynasty can forget about today's matter and give you and others the freedom to survive. Qin here. After Meng Chongchong finished pronouncing the holy decree, those Seal King realm cultivators from the several great imperial dynasties all had deep thoughts on their faces. Great Xia's meaning was clear. As long as they declared their submission to Great Xia today, they would be able to live. If not, in today's situation, all of them, I'm afraid, would have to be wiped out. I, Xian Ice Imperial Dynasty, am willing to submit to the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty from now on. Thank you for Emperor Chu's grace. The Xian Ice Emperor made his choice the fastest, his figure kneeling down to receive the decree and thank the Emperor for his grace. The rest of those Xian Ice Imperial clan elders and Seal King realm executives of the Xian Ice Imperial Dynasty were also bowing down for this at this moment. For the sake of the entire Imperial Dynasty, they chose to submit. Thank you for Emperor Chu's grace. Chapter 144. 6 Emperors submit, 2 dynasties overthrown. Seeing that the Xian Ice Imperial Dynasty was the first to state their position, the other few dynasty lords who were still hesitant were now following suit one by one. We would like to submit to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty and thank Emperor Chu for his grace. Several other dynasty lords, along with the clan elders of those dynasties, were also all set to kneel down at this time to thank Emperor Chu for his grace. The Tianxiu Imperial Dynasty would like to submit to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Thank you for Emperor Chu's grace. At this moment, an abrupt voice rang out. It was none other than those clan elders of the Heavenly Chu Dynasty, who took the initiative to state their position, wanting to stay alive. The Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty is also willing to submit to the Grand Xia. Thank you for Emperor Chu's grace. Those clan elders of the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty also spoke out with panicked faces. Their old ancestors and the Emperor were dead, and the decision-making power nowadays was only in a few of their old men. They naturally couldn't let their Imperial Dynasty break its inheritance, and submission was better than annihilation. Heavenly Chu Dynasty, Nine Heavens Dynasty, you 2 dynasties, don't risk your grace. It is precisely because of your treachery and evil deeds that led to today's act. Your sins are so great that even if our Supreme Emperor Chu wanted to pardon you, the heavens would not agree. Meng Chongzhong spoke out in an agitated voice. Rumble. 10,000 Thunder symbolically released several heavenly thunder rolls, which seemed more appropriate. At the same time, he also unlocked the power bindings on the 6 emperors. Meng Chongchong looked at the 6 emperors. Gentlemen, since you are willing to accept Emperor Chu's heavenly grace, then you must also prove your own loyalty as well. The Heavenly Chu Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Dynasty have done so much evil that the Heavenly Tao will not tolerate it. This honorable and great task will be given to the 6th Emperor. The meaning of Meng Chongzhong's words was also extremely obvious. The 2 imperial dynasties, Heavenly Quest and Nine Heavens, were to be destroyed, and it would have to be them, the 6 great imperial dynasties, who would do it. No! It's none of our business. Why are you giving the other 6 imperial dynasties a chance, while driving us to extinction? It's not fair. Some of the cultivators from the Heavenly Quarters and Nine Heavens dynasties raised their arms and cried out for injustice at this moment. Dream Chongzhong and Wan Lei completely ignored them. The former's gaze kept looking at the 6 emperors. The 6 emperors also understood Dream Chongzhong's intentions. This was a naked borrowing of a knife to kill someone, but they were not yet in a position to refuse. Emperor Shangqiu and several other emperors glanced at each other, and amongst their eyes, all flashed a hint of determination. Kill! Everyone listened to the order, but anyone from the Tianxiu Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty. Leave no one behind. Kill! The 6 emperors spoke at the same time, and at once, the generals on the various warships all turned their direction, locking and surrounding the people of the 2 great imperial dynasties, their attacks bombarding and smashing down. Originally they were still teammates, but at this moment, they turned into enemies in an instant. Ah! Boom, boom, boom! I'll fight you all! The people of the 2 great imperial dynasties were directly beaten back, with countless casualties in an instant, and the warships suffered from the impact of the waves, blowing up and crumbling one after another. The clan elders of the 2 great imperial dynasties suffered a siege from all the sealed kings of the 6 great imperial dynasties, and the crushing of their numbers directly left them without the power to fight back. Some of them even intended to blow themselves up under despair. But the 4 great knights who were watching from the side would definitely not give them the chance to blow themselves up. The Death Knights struck out, holy power covering the bodies of those clan elders of theirs, making it impossible for them to polymerize and expand their power within their bodies. But they just didn't kill them. Pure and simple torture. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Great Xia dynasty. You will definitely suffer retribution. While those clan elders collapsed in despair, they angrily cursed the people of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. However, very quickly, those clan elders were directly crushed by the sealed king realm of the 6 great imperial dynasties, and even brutally beheaded on the spot. The battle at the border, which lasted for roughly half an hour, finally came to an end. Everyone from the Heavenly Quest Imperial Dynasty and the 9 Heavens Imperial Dynasty who had come this time were all wiped out and died tragically outside of the borders of the Grand Xia. As for the 6 great Imperial Dynasties, the remaining 6 emperors and cultivators above the Seal King realm had all had their souls and blood collected by Wan Lei, and had thus become vassals of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, Meng Changzhong ended up giving them an order as Chu Yun had instructed. Let the 6 great imperial dynasties send their troops and go to the territories of the 2 imperial dynasties, Tianxu and Zhoutian, to completely exterminate them. As for Wan Lei and the 4 great knights and so on, after resolving these matters, they also led the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's army and returned to the dynasty. Great Xia Imperial City. Although the exchanges between the several great imperial dynasties on the borders of the Grand Xia were fiery, to the people of the Holy Land, they all disdainfully skimmed over them. The 2 saint kings from the Sun and Moon Sacred Lands, who had traveled day and night, had finally arrived at the Great Xia Imperial City at this time as well. It's within the Imperial Palace, right? He also let the 4 knights of the Heavenly Revelation sect go to the border without a single protector by his side. How foolish and arrogant. After one of the Saint King elders stepped into the Imperial City, he gazed in the direction of the Imperial Palace and said in a cold voice, "He he he. How would he know that we will come to take his life? Let's go, let's end it earlier, or we can go back to the Sacred Lord and report to him," the other person said. With that, the 2 of them disappeared, their breath going straight to the palace. Inside the palace, Chu Yun and Meng Rushue, the heavenly demoness, were currently fishing in the pond in the back garden, bringing little Tiger to play around, enjoying the simple and unadorned pleasures of life. At this moment, Chu Yun sensed the aura of the 2 saint kings, and at the same time, Nan Xian also transmitted a request for instructions. Chu Yun smiled with a corner of his mouth and faintly responded, "Let them in, and this emperor will see how they wish to play." "Yes, your majesty." Nan Xian's power dispersed and did not choose to block them. "Little Tiger, come here, don't run around yet." Meng Rushue also realized that, and immediately called Little Tiger back, placing him on her lap. Chapter 145 2 Saint Kings. Kneeling with raised hands, Chu Yun was fishing meditatively, and it was not long before 2 figures tore open the space above the garden and descended in front of Chu Yun. The 2 of them stepped on the void turbulence. The Saint Kings might permeate it around them, like 2 impregnable domains that could destroy anything in the middle of the palace with a single thought. "You are Chu Yun of the Great Xia Dynasty, the sovereign of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect." The duo did not speak nonsense, condescendingly appearing very superior as they scrutinized Chu Yun and asked, "Oh, the Heavenly Revelation sect?" It seems that the main reason is still this. As soon as Chu Yun's words fell, the fishing rod in his hand was easily flung, and the hook and line was like 2 rainbows of light, directly slapping the holy bodies of the 2 of them to pieces. At the same time, a majestic blood force as unfathomable as an endless sea of blood fell violently to suppress the 2 men's souls to the ground. The 2 saint kings were dumbfounded on the spot. The expressions on their faces were horrified, and their livers and guts trembled inwardly, as if they had seen the most horrifying thing in the world. Their souls were shivering. "No! Indestructible power! You are the undying realm." A person's inner fear was so great that he spoke with incomparable nervousness. "Scared like this, it seems like you guys are nothing more than minions. Since this is the case, there is no need for this emperor to talk nonsense with you." Chu Yun's hand gently waved, and the 2 men's souls were sucked above his palm, and instantly, his palm released a huge suction force, sucking the 2 men's soul memories into Chu Yun's mind as if they were rivers flowing by. Ah! These 2 debilitated goods could be claimed to be the most miserable Saint King realm in history. Without saying a few words, they directly suffered the pain of soul-searching, and their souls were torn apart continuously like they were being torn apart, collapsing to the extreme. Human Emperor Streamer. After searching his soul, Chu Yun did not hesitate and directly sent the souls of the two into the human emperor streamer, becoming the nourishment of the human emperor streamer. The luster of its streamer body and the black righteousness aura it released was 1 point stronger. How? What forces are these two from? Dream Ruoshue and Heavenly Demoness on the side were very calm, and the former opened her mouth to ask. Little Tiger blinked his eyes as well, looking at Chu Yun in a dull and adorable manner. Chu Yun carried him over and teased him while smiling leisurely. It is the two core elders of the Sun and Moon Holy Land. The reason why they are here is that Gwabite, the vice patriarch of the Heavenly Enlightenment sect, took a remnant map of an ancient relic and exchanged it with them. As long as the Sun Moon Holy Land gets rid of this emperor and helps him ascend to the position of the Heavenly Revelation sect's patriarch, he will offer that remnant map. Chu Yun spoke with no ripples in his emotions. In his view, no matter if it was the two saint kings that had come here, or the Heavenly Revelation sect's vice patriarch Gwabite, in his eyes, they were all nothing more than clowns. Since that's the case, when do you plan to clean up your house? The Heavenly Demoness asked curiously. Chu Yun smiled and laughed. Killing him is nothing more than a matter of lifting one's hand, but this emperor is somewhat interested in the remnant map of the ancient relic in his hand. Wait! When things in the land of the 100 dynasties come to an end, this emperor will personally make a trip to the sacred land. At that time, regardless of whether it is this Gwabite or the Sun-Moon sacred land, I will liquidate them all one by one. Chu Yun already had an idea within his heart. Nowadays, of the 10 great imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties, 3 were already destined to be destroyed, and the other 7 were all already subjugated to the Grand Xia. After taking down these dynasties, for the remaining ordinary dynasties, Chu Yun would only need to send emissaries. As long as an emperor's brain was not broken, it was clear what kind of choices they should make. Daxia Imperial City, 500 miles away. In the middle of a remote valley, 2 elf women, one old and one young, the former's breath was very disorganized. Her face was pale to the extreme. Her body had many traumas, and green elf blood dripped down on the ground of the valley. That young elf woman, that pair of elf ears is very beautiful. Appearance and temperament is also excellent. Looks like a princess in distress. Face did not give up, full of perseverance and boldness. She carried that severely injured old woman and insisted on flying in the valley towards the front. Miss, the old woman can't make it. My elf essence has been heavily injured, and I can't return to heaven anymore. Miss, don't mind me. You go on your own. The old woman who was being carried, the injuries on her body couldn't be suppressed, and her words were hard to persuade. Granny Min, don't say such things again. Your injuries are all from protecting me. There's no way I'm leaving you behind. Don't worry, if you fly a few hundred more miles, it will be the Great Xia Imperial City. Once we get there, I'll have a way to save you. The elf clan girl did not have any unnecessary words. Her face displayed a resilience and maturity that did not belong to her age. Utilizing the elf clan's secret method, she brought the severely injured old woman with her at the fastest speed possible and rushed to the Great Xia Imperial City. The land of the sacred land was near the border of the land of the 100 dynasties. Within the void, more than 30 figures quickly traveled within the void, and at the center of their brows, they all had a crimson phoenix tail symbol. If any living soul from the divine Pure Land saw them, they could immediately recognize that they were from the famous Phoenix clan of the divine Pure Land. These people of the Phoenix clan were precisely the people of the Phoenix clan who had been ordered to go to the Grand Xia dynasty to kill Chu Yun. And just at this moment, the void space in front of them suddenly set off a spatial storm. Stop! The Saint King realm that was leading the group immediately shouted, causing everyone to stop. The crowd's gazes focused on that spatial storm and secretly frowned, only to see that the spatial storm gradually veered off to the sides, and in its place were 4 elf clan men with elf ears, 4 pairs of elf wings resting on their bodies, their breaths powerful, overriding the crowd of the Phoenix clan, appearing head-on in front of them. Elf clan. I am Phoenix Peiheng-O. F the Phoenix clan. I don't know what the several elf clan friends are looking for us for. The leading Phoenix clan Saint King at this moment also realized that it was definitely not a coincidence that these 4 elf clans appeared here. Rather, they were purposely trying to stop them. Although they were members of the Phoenix clan, their attitudes were polite at the moment, and they really didn't dare to act rashly. One must know that in terms of cultivation alone, the 4 elf clans in front of them were far superior to them, and their auras were so powerful that they had all reached the Undying Realm. Secondly, The elf race was one of the strongest races in the divine Pure Land in terms of both heritage and power. Although the Phoenix clan also had great emperors, they couldn't touch the elf clan yet. This time, you guys are preparing to head to the Grand Xia dynasty, right? At this moment, one of the 4 elf race men spoke out. P.S. I'm late, today the fever is gone. But the cold is not all right, the state is relatively poor, the code word code is very slow, there is nothing to think about, so only now code good. There may be some typos, these days the state of poor not so careful, everyone found if you mark it. Thank you. Chapter 146 Elf Clan Damsel in Distress. Afwa. Upon hearing this, Feng Peiheng's expression immediately became wary. Seeing the change in his expression, another elven man, in a more peaceful tone, said, "Don't worry, we are not enemies with you." Upon hearing this, Feng Peiheng then opened his mouth and responded, "Not bad. This time, we are indeed going to the Grand Xia dynasty. I wonder what exactly is the matter with all of you asking this? You guys are going to Grand Xia in order to kill that Grand Xia's Chu Emperor Chu Yun, correct? It looks like you guys haven't received the news yet. The 10 great imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties have now been crushed by the Grand Xia, with those that have been exterminated and those that have descended. It can be said that the entire land of the 100 dynasties is almost about to become the one word of the Great Xia imperial dynasty. And the main factor for all of this is because the Great Xia imperial dynasty has undying realm-level powerhouses. Therefore, if you guys alone go forward, trying to kill Chu Yun is nothing more than sending death. The elf clan man who had spoken first revealed with Feng Peiheng at this moment. What? There is an undying realm in the Grand Xia imperial dynasty? How is this possible? Feng Peiheng felt a bit unbelievable. The land of the 100 dynasties wasn't the land of the Holy Land, and with the accumulation of heritage of those imperial dynasties, it would be impossible to hold back an imperishable realm even if they were given another 1,000 years. Do you think that there is a need for us to lie to you? The source of this news is the Smoky Rain building. Whether you believe it or not is naturally up to you, the elven man said again. When Feng Peiheng heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought with a shocked face. If the elf clan had bought the news from the Smoke and Rain building, then it was indeed not surprising. Moreover, after he seriously thought about it, the elf clan and their Phoenix clan's well water did not commit river water, so there was indeed no need to lie to him. I also ask a few of you to clarify. This time, what do you want us to do? Feng Peiheng pondered for a moment before asking with a serious face. The elf man in the very center smiled. This Feng Peiheng was quite smart. He then immediately said, "It's very simple. We are chasing a traitor of my clan, and the location she fled is within the land of the 100 dynasties. Your Phoenix clan is best at tracking and chasing. I have her hair here, and I need you to activate your Phoenix clan's secret technique to help us find her. After this is accomplished, we will help you resolve the Grand Xia dynasty's imperishable realm, and at that time, it will be easy for you to take the life of the Grand Xia Chu Emperor." When Feng Peiheng heard that it was to cooperate, he immediately raised his eyes with some pride. Their Feng clan, what they were most proud of was the art of tracking. As long as there was a piece of clothing worn by that person, or something she had used, or even anything from her body, the Feng clan could track it with their secret racial techniques. "Yes, no problem. Give me her hair," Feng Peiheng confidently responded. With that, the elf clan handed over a long golden hair to Feng Peiheng. Feng Ming seeking. After Feng Peiheng received it, he immediately performed the Phoenix clan's bloodline secret technique, and the Phoenix tail mark at his brow surfaced with light along with the release of holy power. The golden hair was sealed by his hands and melted into the center of his palm. In the next moment, a red dot and a Phoenix seal appeared in Feng Peiheng's palm. The two seals were separated by a short distance, and what the Phoenix seal represented was their current position. As for the red dot, it was the location of the blonde-haired master. She's in the middle of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Even is close to the Imperial City, Feng Peiheng said in shock. Upon hearing this, those 4 elf clan men immediately looked at his palms, and their expressions were all smiles. This is really coincidental. Since that's the case, let's simply settle this together. Go to Daxia. The 4 undying realm men of the elf clan, at this moment, directly tore open the space, and together with the 30 saints led by Feng Peiheng, they rushed to the Great Xia dynasty. Daxia Imperial City. The young elf woman, with the injured old woman in tow, had finally entered the Imperial City after a lot of hard work. However, because the identity of the elf race was too dazzling, She cast a spell to change the appearance of the two of them, and both transformed into ordinary human beings. Only that bright and eye-catching long golden hair still attracted a lot of glances back within the city. Meanwhile, inside an inn, Mr. Six was lying on the bed, a book unfinished over his face, and at the moment, he was still snoring non-stop. Anyo was even more comical. His cow body was sitting on another bed, taking out a machete, trimming his cow hooves, the dead skin falling off piece by piece, extremely comfortable and stress-relieving for him. The smell of the elves. At this moment, after Anyo's nose sniffed and detected two different scents within the city, his spiritual sense instantly covered the entire great summer imperial city, instantly locking onto the old and young elves. A seriously injured, undying realm elf clan, the other, bone age is less than 30 years old, Saint King realm cultivation. This old and young, how does it look like they're fleeing? Anyo sat on the bed, thinking curiously. At this time, Mr. Six snoring stopped and he turned out to speak. It's not peaceful within the elf clan. Quite a few people have died recently. This girl child should be that elf clan girl whose bloodline appeared to have returned, Afwa. By the looks of it, it was chased all the way from the divine pure land and fled here. Anyo's eyes snapped to Mr. Six, who had awakened. Bloodline return. My goodness, what did those great emperors of the elves think? This kind of level doesn't hurt like a baby, but they still want to hunt her down instead. Mr. Six blandly said, greed is a habit that all racial beings have. Even great emperors are no exception. This female child's bloodline returning to her ancestors is naturally a treasure to those great emperors of the elf race. Only, her precious value lies in why she is able to have her bloodline return. If we can know the reason why her bloodline returned to her ancestor and replicate it, then the elf clan is afraid that they can become the #1 race in the Yuan realm, or even the lord of the Yuan realm. Precisely because those great emperors of the elven race have this kind of thinking, this Afwa's bloodline returning to her ancestry would be a disaster for her instead. It makes her destined to only become a victim of those higher-ups of the elf clan studying the truth of bloodline return. As Anyo listened to all this, he couldn't help but feel some emotion. Then her fate is really tragic. Mr. Six, then shall we intervene? Mr. Six closed his eyes once again and shook his head. What the grass hall preaches is to let nature take its course. Not to mention that this is their elf clan's own internal matter. It's even more inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. Anyo sniffed, slightly regretted, and then immediately left it alone, once again repairing his own cow's hooves. Inside the city, Afwa brought Granny Min, who was seriously injured, to the middle of the Smoke and Rain building. A disciple of the Smoke and Rain building immediately greeted him and asked, "This guest? I don't know what I need to order?" Afwa's voice was heavy as she said, "I'm looking for your chief deacon, Sun Yen." Inside one of the Smoke and Rain building's parlor rooms, Granny Min and Afwa were both sitting on chairs, and soon, Sun Yen's figure pushed through the door. The moment he saw Afwa, he decisively closed the door behind him and waved his hand to lay down a layer of isolation seals. Only after that did Sun Yen look at Afwa, his face solemnly revealing a hint of apology as he opened his mouth. "I've heard about what happened within your elf clan. The matter is too involved, plus it's something within your clan itself, and there's nothing I can do about your parents." "I'm sorry, Afwa." Chapter 147. The End of the Road? Establishment of the Imperial Dynasty Supervisory Court. Afwa was listening to Sun Yen's words at this time, and her face did not blame him. When Sun Yen and his uncle had represented Smoke and Rain House to send a treasure from the auction within the elf clan, it was only because of this that Sun Yen had become acquainted with the young Afwa and become a friend. Afwa understood even more the matter of the elf clan. Sun Yen mixed into it will certainly die. Even his uncle would be implicated. The fact that he was still willing to see himself at this point already proved that in his heart, he still recognized Afwa as a friend. This matter involves too much, not to mention you, even your uncle doesn't have any solutions, so how could I possibly blame you? Sun Yen, I've come to find you this time, mainly because I want to help me with one thing for the sake of us knowing each other for so many years. Granny Min's elf essence has been heavily damaged and is in dire need of life spirit liquid to recover. Count me as owing you a favor and help me save her. Afwa looked at Sun Yen with difficulty as she spoke. Although the life spirit liquid was precious, with Sun Yen's connections, coupled with his uncle's position within the general building, there was still hope to get it. Sun Yen looked at Granny Min and sighed lightly. "Don't say that. Leave the matter of the life spirit liquid to me. I'll find a way to transfer it from the main building. Rather, it's you yourself, Afwa. It's unlikely that the elves will give up their pursuit of you, and sooner or later, you'll be discovered even if you hide here. Sun Yen said worriedly. I understand. That's why this time, I'll leave Granny Min to you, and I intend to continue escaping and won't stay here for long. Afwa said with a gloomy expression. Her parents, in order to protect her, had both been killed. Some of her other relatives, in order to escort her to escape from the Elven Island, had also all died tragically at the hands of their fellow clansmen. She was burdened with blood hatred, and absolutely could not easily give up on this. Miss, you're alone. It's difficult to withstand those people. Granny Min's breath was weak to the extreme, and at this moment, she was still struggling to voice out her worries. Granny Min, don't worry about me. I won't die that easily. Just rest assured that you'll be able to recuperate in the Smoke and Rain building. Afwa handed her over to Sun Yen, and immediately afterward, she did not intend to continue delaying, preparing to continue her escapade. Afwa, wait! Perhaps you still have hope. At this moment, a figure flashed through Sun Yen's mind and hurriedly called out to her. What do you mean? Afwa stopped the figure and turned her head to ask. I'll introduce you to one person, and if you can succeed in obtaining his shelter, then the people of the elf clan will not be able to do anything to help you. Sun Yen said with a very serious and solemn demeanor. Who is it? Afwa was a little surprised, and subconsciously asked curiously. In today's world, the elf clan had mobilized the entire clan to hunt him down, and there weren't even a few above the divine Pure Land who dared to touch this karma. Not to mention to protect her so that the elf clan can't help her. Looking at the Yuan realm, those who can do this, one hand can be counted. But the status and position of those people, not to mention Sun Yen, even his uncle was not qualified to know them. It's the owner of this great Xia dynasty, Chu Emperor Chu Yun, Sun Yen said. The emperor of the land of 100 dynasties? For a moment, Afwa even suspected that she had misheard her ears, and an unbelievable expression appeared on her face. An emperor of the land of 100 dynasties could resist the elves? Wasn't this a joke? But she didn't raise her voice to question, instead waiting for Sun Yen's explanation. She understood Sun Yen. It's not like he would talk nonsense without exact facts. This matter you can't tell anyone. But if it leaks out, we could all die. Chu Yun is a person from the Grass Hall. Not only that, in order to protect Chu Yun, Mr. Six of the Grass Hall is personally guarding him in the shadows, and may even be within the Imperial City today. Sun Yen secretly transmitted his voice to Afwa. Afwa's expression was shocked. Is this matter true? Sun Yen nodded his head, convinced both affirmatively. Not long ago, I saw it with my own eyes. Afwa exhaled deeply and said, Good. Then I'll ask you to help me meet him. Sun Yen responded. Arranging for you to meet is simple, but you must tell him the truth. He's a person who dislikes nothing more than others deceiving him. As for whether or not he can agree, it's up to you. Sun Yen first told her that Chu Yun wasn't a holy Buddha either, and to receive such a great karma from her. Then Afwa naturally had to bring him a corresponding great benefit before he could do so. Afwa nodded. I understand. Just arrange for us to meet. As for what happens after that, I'll talk to him myself. Inside the Imperial Palace, above the side hall, Chu Yun was sitting above, holding 3 copies of the coordinates in his hands, combining them together. Si Zhan and Wan Lei were both standing next to each other, and the other 2 copies of the coordinates were exactly what Wan Lei had gotten from within the storage rings of the Tonga and Huang Jingmu duo. Although this complete set of spatial coordinates has arrived, that ancient battlefield fragment will change position with spatial fluctuations. See formation. I'll leave this task to you. Deduce those spatial nodes where these spatial coordinates change and hand them over to this emperor. Chu Yun handed this complete set of spatial coordinates to the C formation. After receiving it, Si Zhan responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately afterward, Chu Yun looked at Wan Lei. How are things with the major imperial dynasties today? Back to Your Majesty, the several major imperial dynasties, led by the Shangqiu Imperial Dynasty, have all joined forces and have now struck the national capitals of the Tianxiu Imperial Dynasty and the Nine Heavens Imperial Dynasty. At the latest, tomorrow, the national capitals of the 2 imperial dynasties, Tianxiu and Zhoutian, will have to be trampled down and will also be officially exterminated. Wan Lei responded. Chu Yu nodded. These days, he had also relied on the previous border battle to gain quite a few editing points. Today, The total number of editing points reached as much as 570,000. He then spoke out again. You can just continue to follow up on the matters of the two imperial dynasties, Tianxu and Nine Heavens. This emperor has also asked the prime minister to send emissaries to all the other imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties to unify the entire land of the 100 dynasties in a bloodless manner. At that time, this emperor intends to construct a department of the Great Xia Supervisory Academy within the imperial city of each imperial dynasty. This will require quite a few elite personnel. This matter will be taken care of by you and Jin Mu. See if you want to draw from the shadow guards or the military, provided that their character and loyalty passes the test. In each imperial dynasty's monitoring academy, arrange for 2 saint-level monitoring envoys to sit in. This emperor will open up the saint's heavenly gate to them, but at the same time, you also need to leave some means within their minds to prevent the saint's heavenly gate from leaking out. Do you understand? Chu Yun had already made a thorough plan within his heart in order to rule this land of 100 dynasties, and the existence of the Supervisory Academy was to monitor those royal dynasties just in case. This was like burying a pair of eyes within those royal families, so that they would not dare to have any untoward thoughts. In this way, the stability of the rear could be guaranteed forever. For the following, Chu Yun wanted the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty to expand its power within the Holy Land and also be completely free of worries. Subordinate understands, and will certainly live up to your Majesty's high expectations. Wan Lei answered with utmost loyalty. Good, I'll go. Chu Yun waved his hand, and the two of them then both left the side hall. As for himself, he took the 2 daughters and little Tiger and went to visit his mother. It just so happened that his father and uncle, grandfather were all there, and the family was reunited, happily having a happy dinner. Chapter 148 Elf Queen, Afwa. After the dinner was over, Chu Yun drank a lot and originally intended to be wanting to have a night of springtime with the 2 women. However, Jin Mu suddenly came to report that Sun Yen from the Smoke and Rain building had brought an elf woman to seek an audience. After thinking about it, Chu Yun decided that it was better to meet him first. On the parlor hall, Chu Yun and the 2 women sat here, and it was not long before Sun Yen walked in with Afwa. Emperor Chu. The 2 ladies. I'm sorry to bother you late at night. Sun Yen smiled familiarly and said faintly. Chu Yun then opened his mouth and asked, Brother Su, you came late at night. What is your business? Sun Yen explained, I came here because I wish to introduce a friend to Emperor Chu. This is the genius girl of the elf clan. The only one of the elf clan currently with a bloodline that has returned to its ancestors, Miss Afwa. Afwa's gaze swept over the bodies of the 3, and the bodies of both the heavenly demoness and Meng Rushua both had a strong aura of reincarnation. However, her gaze was then also fixed on Chu Yun's body. Greetings to Emperor Chu. Elf race? Bloodline rejuvenation. Chu Yun naturally knew of the elf race, and within those envoys from the Smoky Rain Tower who had come earlier, one of them was an elf race. As one of the most powerful races in the Yuan realm, most of the elf race's clansmen lived on the Elf Island, and no forces dared to mess with them easily. Looking at the divine Pure Land, their reputation was immense, not even below the Smoke and Rain Tower. However, he was somewhat puzzled by the return of the elf clan's bloodline to their ancestors. What did this represent? Seeing Chu Yun's doubts, Meng Rushua on the side explained, bloodline returning to the ancestors. It looks like this Miss Fuya. Her future achievements will definitely not be lower than the ancestors of the elf clan, possessing infinite possibilities. Hearing that, Chu Yun also roughly knew some of the meanings. For an elf clan whose bloodline had returned to its ancestor, the lower limit of its future achievements would be at least the cultivation level of the elf clan's ancestor. As for the upper limit, there was no way for anyone to predict it. At that instant, Chu Yun was shocked inwardly. Then this was scary enough. How strong the cultivation of the elf clan's ancestor was, he did not know. But it was definitely going to exceed that of a great emperor. That is, this Afwa in front of him would be a powerhouse that would surpass a great emperor in the future. This empress seems to have quite a bit of knowledge about our elf clan as well. Bloodline return does possess infinite possibilities, but one must also have the life to live. Afwa said, Oh, could it be that you still have something difficult to say? Meng Ruashua pursued. Truthfully, my parents and the clansmen of my lineage all died on Elf Island. Because of the return of my bloodline, those higher-ups on Elf Island wanted to strip my bloodline and study the key reason for my bloodline's return, wanting to use it to make a copy. I fled all the way from the divine Pure Land to here. Tonight, Sun Yen brought me here, not for any other reason, but to seek a shelter here in Emperor Chu. Afwa explained truthfully. Once her words came out, The three of Chu Yun also instantly understood the purpose of her coming here. The heavenly demoness and Meng Rushue both frowned as they looked towards Chu Yun. On this Afwa, the karma of the entire clan of the elves was involved. The relationship was so great that today's great summer imperial dynasty absolutely could not take it on. However, thinking about earlier, Jiang Taibai's strange behavior, the two women had long felt that behind Chu Yun, there might be a greater backer. Thus this decision was still up to him. They trusted Chu Yun and knew the seriousness of the matter. If he dared to take it, then he would definitely have a certain level of certainty. Chu Yun's face was deep in sorrow at this moment, and Afwa and Sun Yen thought that Chu Yun was weighing the pros and cons. But in fact, they were not. At this moment, Chu Yun was rapidly communicating with the system. System, are you sure? Is she really the elf queen? System, master. The Afwa in front of him can be said to be a reborn body with a strand of the elf empress's memories and soul, and the moment her bloodline awakened, her memories awakened along with it. However, she is not the complete body of the elf empress, only a wisp of her remnant soul reborn. A remnant soul reborn. That's enough. The elf empress, she is the ancestor of the elf race, she created the elf race, and I heard that the elf island where the countless elf races reside is a piece of the elf empress's skeletonization. If we can take her under our command, the great Xia's heritage can be enhanced by another point. Chu Yun secretly decided inwardly. But this is outrageous enough. Those elf island executives, they even want to strip the bloodline of their ancestors. This is a step up from patricide and killing a brother. System, master, why don't you say you'll take her into your harem? Taste the taste of the once Yuan realm initial era, the mighty elf empress, and when you cavort with her, yo 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 yo, the unified sun is all excited for you. Chu Yun, system, you are overly obscene. But your suggestion, I can consider it. After Chu Yun's inner self and the system had a you-go-go meal, his expression was calm and natural, and he spoke out in a steady voice. Then how do you feel that this emperor is able to shelter you? The elf race is so huge a race. This karma can be a little bit bad to take. Afwa's voice was elegant, and she calmly responded, Chu Huang is a person with great fortune. According to me, Chu Huang may not be unable to override the elf race. Afwa and Chu Cloud, two people abnormal tacit understanding, at this moment who also did not put forward the two words of the grass hall, are pretending not to know. Chapter 149, a consort in name only? Listening to Afwa's kind words, Chu Yun did not get lost in them. Although she was the rebirth of the elf queen's residual soul, for the time being, if Chu Yun were to protect her, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire elf island. He was not stupid enough to foolishly become her protector without any conditions or benefits. He had never been that kind of man, and there was no way he could be that kind of ingrate. This sentence you said, this emperor loves to hear it. But if you want this emperor to shelter you with these words alone, I'm afraid it's not enough. Since you're brother Su's friend, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. This emperor is a person who basically only looks at two things when it comes to cooperating with people. The first is emotion, and as for the second, that would be a large enough benefit. Chu Yun made his words clear in one go and did not waste any more time going on. Afwa's face did not change, and she had already made some preparations for this. If Emperor Chu says so, then I naturally understand. As long as Emperor Chu can shelter me for 100 years. During this 100-year period, I am willing to serve the Grand Xia imperial dynasty and follow Emperor Chu's commands. At the same time, once the 100 years have passed, I will no longer need the Great Xia's shelter, but I will still be able to help Emperor Chu with 10 more things. I wonder if these conditions can be accepted by Emperor Chu? Afwa herself was confident that in 100 years' time, even if she couldn't regain her peak cultivation from her previous life, she could at least return to the realm of a great emperor. This was a confidence that neither Dream Ruoxue nor the heavenly demoness dared to have, while she, the elf empress Afwa, had complete certainty. Chu Yun thought carefully about these conditions that Afwa herself had uttered. 100 years of time, one could use Afwa for 100 years, and after 100 years she would still be able to do 10 things for herself. And with her potential, the progress of these 100 years was absolutely rapid, and after 100 years it might be possible for her to become an emperor. However, although these conditions were sizable on the surface, anyone who understood Afwa's potential would find it worthwhile. However, for Chu Yun, who had a hanging in his hand, it was not quite suitable. These conditions can only be said to be fair. However, it falls short of this emperor's mental expectations. Chu Yun said. Once his words came out, it was Afwa's turn to be slightly offended. She could not help but ask, "Then I wonder what conditions Emperor Chu has in mind for this?" Chu Yun did not give her the conditions, but instead backhandedly reasoned with her. "Miss Fuya, if my great Xia dynasty wants to intervene in this matter within your elf clan, this emperor would think that he should also need the identity of one of his own to be able to do so, right? If Miss Fuya becomes this emperor's concubine, then she will be this emperor's woman in name only. In this way, even if the great Summer Imperial dynasty wants to intervene, it will be in the name of the division. What does Miss Fuya think?" The gazes of the few people on the hall at the moment were all flicking back and forth between the duo of Chu Yun and Afwa. The heavenly demoness and Meng Rushue were also both somewhat surprised, not expecting Chu Yun to want to pull this trick. What a heroic rescue of a beauty. Sun Yan was also a bit surprised. He had completely not expected that Chu Yun would have taken a fancy to Afwa. Afwa's brows were slightly furrowed at the moment. Having her become Chu Yun's woman had not occurred to her at all. Her first reaction was even more of a refusal. Do not blame Emperor Chu. Fuya currently does not have such intentions. If Emperor Chu insists on this, then Fuya has no choice but to bid farewell. Fuya said firmly. Chu Emperor at this moment showed waves of unperturbed, calmly said, "Nowadays, I'm afraid that Miss Fuya left the great Xia dynasty. Life and death will be difficult to be their own say. If Miss Fuya finds this behavior difficult to accept, then this emperor may allow you to become a consort in name only. What you want to do is still your freedom, as for those conditions you said before, as usual. Allowing you to become a consort is only to facilitate this emperor's rightfulness when he strikes, rather than meddling in the internal affairs of your elf island as an outsider." Chu Yun explained in a deep voice at this moment. With his words, he directly established himself as a righteous emperor who ignored Afwa's beauty and only did so for the sake of a name to strike. When Afwa heard his words, the resolute look on her face gradually disappeared at this moment, and she calmly thought about it before finally deciding to say, "Good. I agree to Emperor Chu's conditions." Also in accordance with what Emperor Chu said, this consort is only in name, and cannot thus unfold certain behaviors of the actual identity. Both of us need to abide by this rule. Chu Yun smiled and nodded. "This is of course. This emperor is the most trustworthy." With this, Chu Yun then and Afwa formally set up this 100-year contract. Afwa became his nominal consort and helped serve the Grand Xia dynasty for 100 years. In addition to that, after 100 years of not being sheltered by the Grand Xia, she also owed Chu Yun the condition of 10 things. However, for Chu Yun, it did not matter what 100 years were not 100 years. Now Afwa had become his consort. Although it was only in name, at least the relationship boundaries had become blurred. Nominal to actual, just one step at a time. And he also had someone, late at night, arrange a bedchamber for Afwa. As for her enthronement, tomorrow morning Chu Yun will announce it. Sun Yan also did not expect things to go so smoothly. Now Chu Yun intervened. Afwa directly became his concubine. Although it is nominal, but with Chu Yun protecting it as a friend, he is at least relieved. Among the inns within the imperial city, Anyo came to Mr. Six's ear and opened his mouth to barf a few words. Suddenly, Mr. Six's snoring stopped and he sat up in shock. "What did you say? Afwa is going to be little master's consort?" Anyo's face didn't look regretful anymore, and he nodded with a smile. Yes, that little girl from the elf clan was saved by Mr. Seven. Save my ass. Where did he get the guts to take this karma? The young master doesn't know that he himself is from the grass hall. How did he dare? Mr. Six felt something strange, and then with one hand, he grabbed out the conversation from that note of time on that previous hall. The conversation between Chu Yun and Afwa and the girls was heard all over again. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What kind of person did the teacher take in? This kid wants color but not life. Still nominal, what's the point? He doesn't come with something practical. Although the bloodline returned to the ancestor of the elf race has a great future, but this karma, but also absolutely not this kid can now take off. Her mother, this does not transfer all the trouble to me? The moment he thought that he might have to face the several elf clan great emperors of Elf Island, Mr. Six could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. It turned out that the good guys had all let Chu Yun be the good guy, and his ass had to be wiped by him as a senior brother. The key was that he did not dare to ignore it. Once something went wrong with Chu Yun as a result, his second senior sister would have to pluck the hairs from his entire body. Quality civilization. He. The people of our grass hall are all cultured people. Anyo at the moment looked at Mr. Six's sad appearance, between playful smile and advised. Culture your mom's head ah. Laugh again. I'll throw you to the elf island, so that you can bear the wrath of those guys from the elf island for little master. Mr. Six jumped up and slapped a palm on Anyo. The pain caused Anyo to show his teeth, but when he heard his next sentence, he instantly closed his mouth. Ugh! Forget it. Just take it. What kind of karma? The grass hall can also help him resist it. It's just that this time it's not a small matter, Anyo. You send a message back and inform third senior brother and the others. After Mr. Six cursed, he sighed softly and could only accept it. Oh! Anyo touched the slap mark on his body. His expression was like that of a little woman, and reluctantly sent a message back to the grass hall. Chapter 150 The Strongest Mr. Chao Tang? Sun and Moon Holy Lord Fu Yong. On the following day, above the morning court, the news of the victory was spreading. The 6 great dynasties led by the Shangqiu dynasty officially flattened the capitals of the Heavenly Chu dynasty and the Nine Heavens dynasty, and the royal bloodlines of the 2 dynasties were nearly decimated, while the army cultivators died and descended. The 2 large dynasties were destroyed. In addition, Chu Yun, also in the morning court above, officially named Fuya as his concubine, enjoy all the rights of the harem. The civil and military officials of Daxia were very curious about the sudden appearance of the imperial consort, and even learned that this Afia consort was even the identity of the elf race. For a time, many of the officials were somewhat surprised within themselves. Looking at the history of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty for many years, there had never been an incident of a union with someone from the elf race. Although this was common in the divine Pure Land, it was the first case above the Grand Xia imperial dynasty. However, those old ancestors and clan elders of the imperial ancestor mountain were all very supportive of Chu Yun when they heard these news. By combining with a woman from the elf clan, the child born in the future would inevitably be able to carry the bloodline of the elf clan as well. This would be a huge breakthrough for the reproduction of their Daxia royal bloodline. Those old guys, one by one, all raised their hands and feet in favor of it. Above the grass hall. At this moment, Mr. 3 came into the middle of the peach blossom forest with a pot of wine, only to see second Mr. Mu Qianli, leisurely lying on a Tai-shir chair, holding a wine pot in his hand, enjoying the beauty of this peach forest while drinking alone. Old 6 has returned with news. This matter, what do you say? The third gentleman walked over, seeing Mu Qianli's face with a few hints of rosy drunkenness. He had long since grown accustomed to it, and opened his mouth nonchalantly. Each of the several gentlemen in the Chao Tang had their own unique hobbies. Mr. 6 liked to cultivate the fields, and it was because of following him that Anyo had remained stagnant in the realm of quasi-emperor, in his words. Anyway, the several gentlemen were so powerful, and he, Anyo, was the mascot of the grass hall, so what was the point of working so hard? Mr. 5, on the other hand, has a face that is good enough to make the women of the world as intoxicated as they are, and when he was young he had a lot of red faces, many of which had the existence of a number of great emperors. Mr. 4, who loved to read and was very talented, was also the only one in the Chao Tang who had witnessed the existence of a great emperor with his words. As for Mr. 3, he also had a name called the Chess Immortal. Using the divine Pure Land as a chessboard, he was able to use all the living beings above the Pure Land as his pawns. In terms of layout ability alone, within the Yuan realm, he was hard to find an opponent. Mr. Mu Qianli, apart from her beautiful face and proud figure, the world knows very little about her. It was only known that she was a female alcoholic. She is as intoxicated by wine, but as intoxicated as she is, she doesn't use wine to prove the way. As for the last great gentleman, the world only knew that he had entered the Tao with martial arts, and was the true top of the battlefield in the Chao Tang. The remaining news about him was very, very little, because of its many years are traveling outside with the husband, and is not in the Yuan world. Mu Qianli appeared to be 3 times drunk and still 7 times awake, like saying, Elf Island is just a matter, since junior brother wants to take it, then just take it. It's not like it's a big cause and effect. Those guys, they were once taught a lesson by eldest senior brother. If they still don't learn from their mistakes, then it won't be hard to teach them a lesson once more. Daring to easily say, to once again teach those few decision-making executives of Elf Island a lesson, in today's Yuan realm, I'm afraid that only Mu Qianli, who had been drinking, dared to say so. One must know that those people were not even ordinary great emperors, placed above the Yuan realm. Every one of them were giants. But even so, Mu Qianli had never put it in his eyes. Mr. San's face was calm as usual as he said in a faint voice, I've projected that the two consorts beside junior-senior brother are the reincarnated bodies of Meng Rushue and the heavenly demoness. By the looks of it, that reincarnation divine pearl should also be on the two of them. Mu Qianli's eyes cleared up a bit. Enemies turned into friends, and they both also became junior brothers women well. This is really interesting. Since that's the case, then we don't need to worry much. Since the reincarnation divine pearl is at the side of junior-senior brother, there's old six to keep an eye on it. In the land of the 100 dynasties, nothing will happen. It's you instead, old third. I can find out that the thing you've been working on lately, but it's a bit dangerous, To make Mu Qianli say the word dangerous, the degree of danger within could be imagined. Mr. San calmly smiled. Don't worry. The me of today, even a teacher can't hurt me. As for what I want to do, no one can help me, even if the front is too dangerous, and I can only continue to move forward. Mr. 3 then, through the wine he brought to Mu Qianli, taste it, the wine that was brought back to you from the ancient times, it should have a different flavor. After saying that, Mr. San's figure disappeared in the middle of the peach blossom forest. Mu Qianli held the jug of wine, feeling the scent left on the top of the jug, and glanced at the direction where Mr. San disappeared with his afterglow. 5 points of surprise, 5 points of worry. The land of the Holy Land. A holy spirit mountain range that stretches for tens of millions of miles, where the holy qi is rich and the power of heaven and earth nourishes all the living beings above the mountain range. It was a holy land of cultivation that could not be compared to the land of 100 dynasties. This is the famous Sun and Moon Holy Mountain, where the Sun and Moon Holy Land is located. On top of the Sun and Moon Holy Mountain, temples and buildings stood, spiritual plants and sacred beasts were everywhere, and there were many forests, and in front of those palace squares, there were a large number of disciples of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, absorbing the qi of heaven and earth and meditating on their cultivation. At the same time, within a secret room of the Sun Moon Holy Land, the tightly closed stone door was opened by a majestic holy force, and an aura that reached the peak of the imperishable realm was leaked out from the stone door. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a long gray coat with some sizable eyes and a powerful aura slowly walked out from within it. Instantly, a pale silhouette swiftly flew down from the distance. Congratulations to the Holy Lord for successfully breaking into the peak of the undying realm. The overall strength of my Sun Moon Holy Land has once again increased by a huge step. The middle-aged man in front of him who walked out from amongst the stone doors was none other than the contemporary Holy Lord of the Sun Moon Holy Land, Fu Yang. Fu Yang nodded and asked in a good mood, Great Elder, during this Holy Lord's seclusion, did anything happen within the Holy Land and the Holy Land? Back to the Holy Lord. These days, the sacred land is calm and quiet. However, it was the land of the 100 dynasties that did have some accidents. The Holy Land's Grand Elder replied. Oh, the land of the 100 dynasties? What happened? Fu Yang then asked. The 2 sacred king realm elders that we sent to the land of the 100 dynasties to kill the great Xia Emperor Chu Yun fell not long ago. As for the reason, it is still unclear. I have already sent people to the land of the 100 dynasties to probe the situation, and I believe that in a short while, there will be results. The Sun Moon Holy Land Grand Elder replied. When Fu Yang heard this, that frown was immediately pressed down slightly. 2 Saint Kings have fallen in the land of the 100 dynasties? Are you sure you're not joking with this Holy Lord? That barren place in the land of the 100 dynasties, it's already not easy to have a few saints. A Saint King going there is an existence that sweeps everything away. How could they possibly fall? The Grand Elder hurriedly explained. Holy Lord, I understand what you mean, but both of their fate cards are shattered, and the locations shown are both in the imperial city of the Great Summer Dynasty. Therefore, the old me also did not choose to send another person forward, but rather to figure out the situation first. Chapter 151 Sacred Lord Sun and Moon's Decision to Kill with a Borrowed Knife. The Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. When Fu Yang heard this, he immediately noticed something strange. A Great Summer Imperial Dynasty which couldn't even enter the top 10 imperial dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties. How could it be possible for 2 Saint King elders of his Sun Moon Holy Land to fall there? In this, there were bound to be other special circumstances. The people you sent, how long will it take at the earliest for news to come in? Fu Yang asked solemnly after thinking deeply for a moment. The Grand Elder thought for a moment and then said, The fastest will take 2 to 3 days. Fu Yang decisively said, Too long. You go directly to the Smoke and Rain building to buy information whatever price they offer. As long as it's not too outrageous, accept it. 1 hour later, I want to know the truth about the death of the 2 elders. Fu Yong acted with thunder and lightning. In order to respond in the fastest time possible, he decided to sacrifice his interests and go to Smoke and Rain Building to buy intelligence. Yes, Sacred Lord. I will go immediately. Sensing their Holy Lord's attitude towards this matter, the Sun and Moon Holy Land's Grand Elder didn't dare to be slow and immediately rushed to Smoke and Rain Building. 1 hour later, above the Grand Hall of the Sun Moon Holy Land, Fu Chang was sitting at the top of the Great Hall. In addition to that, there were a dozen or so higher-ups from the Sun Moon Holy Land. There were both Undying Realm level and Peak Saint King. At this moment, the figure of the Sun Moon Holy Land's Grand Elder appeared and tore through space back into the middle of the Holy Land. Grand Elder, how was it? Fu Chang opened his eyes and asked directly. Sacred Lord, the specifics, they are all known. In the land of the 100 dynasties nowadays, the 10 great imperial dynasties have all submitted to the Great Xia imperial dynasty. In today's land of the 100 dynasties, it can be said that it is completely up to the Great Xia imperial dynasty. On top of that, I also learned within the news I purchased from the Smoke and Rain Building that not only do they have saints, but they even have an existence at the Undying Realm. The 2 elders, more than likely, died at the hands of that imperishable realm. When the Grand Elder of the Sun Moon Sacred Land said these words at this moment, his tone was tinged with shock. What was the concept of a small land of 100 dynasties being able to have an imperishable realm appear? It was as unbelievable as a small pond that had a giant dragon in it. If it wasn't for the Smoke and Rain Building's reputation, coupled with the fact that 2 of their Saint King elders had actually fallen, I'm afraid that he wouldn't want to believe in any way that there could be an imperishable realm exalted in the Great Xia imperial dynasty. The power of heaven and earth in the land of the 100 dynasties is so thin that it's already the limit for cultivation to be raised to the level of a saint, and it's simply impossible to support a breakthrough in the Saint King realm or even the Undying Realm. The only possibility is that those Undying Realms are outsiders. Fu Yong was similarly shocked though when he heard these news, but he at least reacted quickly and analyzed it quickly with composure and calmness. He had been to the land of the 100 dynasties before, and the power of the heavens and earth there was not even enough to support a Saint King's breakthrough, not to mention the Undying Realm. Listening to this, his guess was that it was highly likely that the Great Xia imperial dynasty had been manipulated by some powerful force and turned into a puppet of some great power. In that case, then having an Undying Realm would make sense. Grand Elder, have you asked the people from the Smoke and Rain Building if there is any other force behind the Great Xia imperial dynasty that is supporting it? Fu Yong spoke again. Sacred Lord, this is something I have asked. But Smoke and Rain Building's Chief Zhang gave me the reply that there is none, or rather, as of now, Smoke and Rain Building has not found out that there are any forces behind the Great Xia imperial dynasty either. The Grand Elder replied. That's strange. Smoke and Rain Building didn't even find out. Looking at this, the bottom of this Great Xia imperial dynasty, it's a bit mysterious and unpredictable. Fu Yong stroked his chin and contemplated with a grave expression. He was a cautious person, so he would never think highly of himself and be arrogant to deal with such an unusual power. Even though the Smoke and Rain Building hadn't found out who was behind the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty either, but just from another aspect, wouldn't it show that the existence behind the Great Summer was even more powerful to the point of being elusive? Sacred Lord, could it be that we're overthinking it? Since the Smoke and Rain Building didn't even find out who was behind the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty? Or maybe they really don't have one? As for the Undying Realm, it's not like there are many of these individual ones. Could it just be some sort of coincidence? A high-ranking member of the Holy Land had a different view at this moment. Judging from his words, in his bones, he was born to feel a little contempt for the forces of the land of the 100 dynasties. Fu Yong listened to his words, and after calmly thinking about it, whether it's a coincidence or not, we need to be cautious. First, think of a way to try and see if there really is a secret force behind the Great Summer that is manipulating it. The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask. But Saint Lord, how is this going to be tried? 2 of our Saint Kings have already died there. Is it hard to send the Undying Realm? Fu Yong shook his head. Since it's a test, the risk of death won't be small. Thus our people must not be sent. Grand Elder within the Holy Land, that mole from the extreme abyss Holy Land, is he still there? The Grand Elder had a flash of inspiration. The Holy Lord's meaning is to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Fu Yong revealed a hint of a smile. After keeping him for so many years, it's just the right time to put him to use, isn't it? Sacred Lord is brilliant. Chapter 152 Attack from the Extreme Abyss Holy Land. Heavenly Jedi Realm Cultivation Experience Card. The Extreme Abyss Holy Land. This was an infamous Holy Land power within the Holy Land. However, it was undeniable that although the reputation of the Extreme Abyss Holy Land was very poor, and the people within it were almost all great traitors and evil people. However, their overall strength was very powerful. In particular, the contemporary Holy Lord of the Extreme Abyss Holy Land was rumored to have killed 2 late-stage, undying realm cultivators in a secret realm hundreds of years ago. He was instantly famous in the Sacred Land, and his cultivation level was still unclear to this day. However, most people suspect that he has the ability to kill a late immortal realm cultivator, and his realm must be at least the peak of the immortal realm. This kind of cultivation was considered to be absolutely upstream within the many sacred landlords of the Sacred Land. However, the Extreme Abyss Sacred Land had placed their people within quite a few sacred lands as a precautionary measure due to their notoriety. Among the Sun and Moon Holy Lands, there was an elder who was their mole. Now, this undercover agent who had been planted within the Sun-Moon Holy Land had been used by the Sun-Moon Holy Land instead. Sacred Land, Dark Abyss. The sky here was dark, and the boundless wasteland with its dark sky looked extremely depressing. In the center of this wasteland, there is a huge and dark abyss vast to thousands of miles, and within it is even deeper than the bottom, is a true abyss, and in this long abyss above, but strangely constructed countless huge black halls. There are more evil ghost-like statues erected, seemingly ferocious. Here is exactly where the Extreme Abyss Holy Land is located. At this time, above a dark hall, the figure of the Extreme Abyss Holy Lord, wearing a mask, sat at the very top, listening to the reports of the 2 protectors as he deeply pondered. In other words, the Sun and Moon Sacred Land has discovered that within the imperial family of the Grand Xia, there is a remnant map of an ancient relic that is in the hands of that Emperor Chu. The Extreme Abyss Sacred Lord spoke. A protector nodded. Sacred Lord, this news was passed out by the nails we planted into the Sun-Moon sacred ground. There will definitely be no mistake. It's just that great summer imperial dynasty, it seems that they have been given shelter by 2 undying realm casual cultivators, and the 2 Saint Kings sent by the Sun-Moon Holy Land were killed by them. They even took that remnant map and wanted to negotiate with the Sun-Moon Sacred Land, and if the Sun-Moon Sacred Land dared to use force, they would immediately publicize the matter of the remnant map. Thus, according to the news coming out from the insiders we planted in, the current higher echelons of the Sun-Moon Sacred Land are still in the process of considering it. The Extreme Abyss Sacred Lord immediately laughed. That's truly heavenly help. The Sun-Moon Holy Land's hesitation has just given us the time to strike. Zhou Xian, Zhou, or you 2 bring the profound god to the Great Xia dynasty and set off immediately. Before the Sun and Moon's sacred lands react, we'll take a step ahead of them and snatch the remnants of that ancient relic map from the hands of the Great Xia dynasty. Yes, Sacred Lord. The 2 immediately led the order. Zhou Xian, Zhou, or these 2 names were placed on top of the sacred land. They were absolutely renowned existences. The left and right protectors of the Extreme Abyss Sacred Land, late imperishable realm-level powerhouses, their cultivation was already above the billions of living beings in the Yuan realm. The 2 of them immediately set off with the Abyssal God and rushed to the Grand Xia dynasty. But they do not know, this time they thought they took advantage of, in fact, Fuyang has become a piece of questioning stone to test the reality of the Great Xia dynasty. Inside the Sun and Moon Holy Land. Sacred Lord, a disciple has come to report that Zhou Xian and Zhou, or the 2, have already left the Dark Abyss. The Sun-Moon Holy Land's Grand Elder stood by Fuyang's side and reported to him. Fuyang smiled. True enough, these guys. Only if there is enough profit. Greed will become their instinct. That's very good. So let's wait. Let's see what kind of splash these 2 asking stones can stir up for us. The Grand Elder was inwardly skeptical. Holy Lord, there's actually one thing I can't figure out. If Zhou Xian and Zhou Yuya and the others succeed, then wouldn't our trial and error be in vain? Fuyang patiently explained. It's always right to be cautious. What's more, it won't be a waste of effort. At least the remnant map in Guobait's hand, we are able to get our hands on it. And if the 2 of them can't come back, then it means that this great summer dynasty, to be far more mysterious than what I think inside, much more mysterious. As the Grand Elder listened carefully, this was true. If Zhou or the 2 of them came back, then it would mean that the Great Xia dynasty was nothing more than that. They didn't have to worry about anything. But if Zhou or they couldn't come back, then they would have to be thankful that they hadn't sent their own people there. Otherwise, if they lost a few undying realms, that would definitely be called a broken heart for each of their holy lands. Now, I'm hoping that they'll come back instead. The Sun Moon's Sacred Land's Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh softly. Great Xia Imperial City. Chu Yun was currently sitting inside the Imperial study as he closed the door of the room tightly. Looking at his account, the cold editing points, 573,000. A total of 573,000 points. Now that Afwa was already her consort, the help this woman could bring him in the future would only be higher than Meng Rushue and the others. Secondly, her looks and figure were both superb, as well as her mature and resolute temperament, which made Chu Yun, who was a man, even more attracted to her. However, Chu Yun was also clear that there were some things that could not be eaten in haste. Already more than half of the hand, there was no need for him to spend a lot of editing points to edit the background. Slowly breaking through her bottom line and taking it down step by step would instead give him a more satisfying sense of accomplishment. System. Spend 500,000 editing points to redeem 5 red blind boxes. Blind boxes in redemption. 5 red blind boxes, all redeemed successfully. 5 red blind boxes, all opened. Please wait. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Obtained Saint King Realm Cultivation Card X2. Heavenly Jedi's Break X1. Imperishable Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card X1. Heavenly Jedi Realm Cultivation Experience Card X1. The rewards have all been sent to the warehouse. Please pay attention to the Master to check receipt. Heavenly Jedi Realm Cultivation Experience Card? What the hell is this? Chu Yun immediately opened the system introduction. The previous rewards were all old faces, and Chu Yun did not need to look at them at all, leaving only this last reward. Heavenly Jedi Realm Cultivation Experience Card. After using it, the user's cultivation can be forcibly raised to the early Heavenly Jedi Realm level in a split second, for a period of time that can last for half an hour without any side effects. Cultivation raised to the early Heavenly Jedi Realm level? Wait, you mean cultivation, right? That and battle power shouldn't be the same concept, right? Chu Yun immediately raised his eyebrows and asked expectantly. System. Yes. System. If the Master uses this card, then for half an hour, the Master's battle power, at the highest, could be close to the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. The system already knew what Chu Yun was thinking at this moment, and directly explained it to him plainly all over again. After Chu Yun heard it, his heart shook. Good fellow, this cultivation experience card used on himself, the value can only be maximized if it is true. There are 2 Heavenly Jedi breaks now, and now with this Heavenly Jedi Realm Cultivation Experience card, even the Eternal Realm doesn't bring falsehoods. It's simply a card full of cards. Chu Yun felt very satisfied with this. Following that, after looking at those other rewards, Chu Yun did not think too much and directly said, System, Undying Realm Minor Realm Enhancement Card. Give it to Nan Xian to use. As for the 2 Saint King Realm Cultivation cards, one to use on this Emperor and the other to leave to Night Swallow. Yes, in use. Please wait. Stare. Use successful. Congratulations, Master. Nan Xian's cultivation has been raised to the peak of the Undying Realm, and with his talent underpinning, his battle power can be equal to that of an average early-stage Heavenly Jedi Realm cultivator. Congratulations, Master, your cultivation level has broken through to the early Saint King Realm. Congratulations, Master, your cultivation level has broken through to the early Saint King Realm. Chapter 153. Wind and clouds gather in the Imperial City. Elf clan arrives. Feeling the holy power contained within his body now, the degree of holy power stored within each meridian was completely different from before. And his blood sky world had also developed into a large sea of blood that had no boundaries. The blood chi within it was monstrous, and when it was released, it was enough to cover the entire Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. System. Then my current battle power is comparable to a cultivator of which stage? System. Master's current battle power situation, without the use of a Saint Soldier, is enough to go 50-50 with a late stage of the Undying Realm. If one were to use the Sacred Soldier and the Blood Sky World, under the Heavenly Jedi Realm, one could be called invincible. At the cultivation level of the Saint King Realm, one could already be invincible under the Heavenly Jedi Realm. This straight-acrossing made Chu Yun already very satisfied. Afterward, he summoned Night Swallow and used the remaining Saint King Realm cultivation card on him. Night Swallow's cultivation instantly crossed a large level, breaking through from Saint to Saint King, and it was based on solidity without any faltering. He was astonished by Chu Yun's such means of raising his cultivation level as an immortal technique. Chu Yun did not explain it to him, and he was even more sensible and did not pursue it more. Just in his mind, Chu Yun's image, another tall and magnificent point. The next day, there was also good news coming from the harem. The heavenly demoness and Meng Ruoxue, the two of them, were together comprehending the heavenly treasure that they had obtained, and the reincarnation divine pearl that had been split into two. One of them had obtained half of it. However, because of Chu Yun's relationship, they had turned their differences into peace, and when they were reunited, they had also shared their respective insights on the divine reincarnation pearl with each other. Today, the two of them had both made considerable gains, breaking through 3 small realms in a row at the same time. From the early Saint Seal realm, they had broken through to the peak of the Saint Seal realm. When Chu Yun saw this, he could not help but sigh with emotion. This is the daughter of heaven's destiny. Without an external plug-in, her cultivation can still break through so fast in a natural manner. Because of the two women's cultivation breakthroughs, Chu Yun also organized a large banquet, summoning his own family, including Afwa, the newly appointed consort, and celebrated it together. It was also because of this that Afwa realized, by Chu Yun's side, the extraordinary nature of these two women. At that moment, she realized that Chu Yun did not simply have a background in the herbal hall. By his side, there were even more hidden dragons and crouching tigers, all of whom were not ordinary people. This luncheon was very enjoyable, and after that, Afwa also spoke with Chu Yun about Granny Min's matter, and Chu Yun also expressed his understanding, and agreed that after Granny Min recovered, she would be allowed to follow Afwa's side and could move around the palace at will. For Chu Yun, such a generous attitude, Afwa subconsciously, its good feelings slightly increased. Although it is not up to the degree of ambiguity, but at least Chu Yun's character, including his style of dealing with things, Afwa see in the eyes, and do not hate, on the contrary, there is a trace of appreciation. Near dusk, above the gates of the great summer imperial city, above the clouds, a spatial opening was strongly and forcefully torn open, and a terrifying pressure was released from within it like a wild wave, directly suppressing that formation set up by the division formation in its entirety. The unique green light strange shadow of the elf race also appeared above the dome of the entire great summer imperial city at this time. Countless beings felt shocked in their hearts when they were subjected to this monstrous pressure. Many people were seeing this level of might for the first time, as if every inch of land within the entire imperial city could be forcefully crushed under this wave of air. The feeling of despair was born from the heart, and in the face of the heavenly Jedi realm's aura of might, the hearts of many of the cultivators within the city were filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. Just what kind of character is it? How could it have such a terrifying pressure? It's too terrifying. Under this pressure, I feel like my heart is beating violently, as if it's about to explode. Is this here to find trouble with our great Xia dynasty? The eyes of the many beings within the city looked up, and they saw the source of the space where the aura filled out, and 4 figures of the elf race were the first to fly out. Secondly, Feng Peiheng led the 30 saints of the Feng clan, and they all stepped out from the middle of the space right after him, appearing above the imperial city. Inside the smoke and rain building, Jiang Taibai was standing on top of the top floor with Sun Yan and Bai Shenran, gazing at the several people from the elf clan that had appeared on the ground. Meng Shi, Meng Raider, Meng Ji, Meng Ju. These 4 are all members of the Meng clan of Elf Island. How did they come here with the Phoenix clan's people? And by the looks of it, it still feels like the visitors are not good. Seeing this, Jiang Taibai felt a bit puzzled and said, "Those 4 elf clans of the heavenly Jedi realm," he recognized them all. But he didn't understand how they would come all the way from the divine pure land to this land of the 100 dynasties. Both Bai Shenran and Sun Yan were also both silent with puzzled faces. One was just as genuinely puzzled as Jiang Taibai. As for Sun Yan, he was just acting the entire time. In the middle of the imperial palace. At this moment, Chu Yun's figure stood directly above the steps of the grand hall, his gaze gazing at the spatial rift. Afwa's silhouette and Meng Ruoxue, the heavenly demoness, and the girls then appeared here. Afwa immediately said with a solemn face, "They are here." Chu Yun nodded his head in a more composed manner. "I know, this emperor saw it." Meng Ruoxue's face was cautious as she hurriedly said, "The pressure of the heavenly Jedi realm. The other party has a heavenly Jedi realm powerhouse. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with them." Chu Yun carried his hands behind his back and remained calm as usual. "It's only the heavenly Jedi realm. It's no big deal. You all wait within the palace for this emperor to return. Nan Xian, go forward with this emperor and kill someone." Nan Xian's figure instantly appeared beside him, his aura at the peak of the undying realm on display. "Yes, your majesty. Be careful." The moment before Chu Yun and Nan Xian's silhouettes departed, Dream Ruoxue and the heavenly demoness could not help but both simultaneously exhort. They believed in Chu Yun, who, since he dared to choose to face it, he must have absolute certainty. However, the other party was, after all, the heavenly Jedi realm, so no matter what, there was still a need to be cautious. "Just be at ease." Chu Yun left behind this sentence, and then disappeared into the palace with Nan Xian. Afwa and the two daughters, at this moment, all had their gazes firmly fixed on that spatial rift. Unlike them, Afwa's heart at this time was basically already certain that the situation had come to this. The people of the Grass Hall would most likely have to make a move. At this time, in the middle of a guest room within the Imperial City, Mr. Six was sitting quietly on the bed, and Nyo's gaze penetrated everything, taking in all the circumstances. What is Mr. Seven doing? Is he planning to bring an imperishable realm cultivator and tough it out with those from the Elf and Phoenix clans? Anyo's tone was tinged with astonishment. He genuinely could not understand what kind of operation Chu Yun was doing this time. Mr. Six's face became serious as his gaze locked onto Chu Yun, not rushing to make a move. It was as if he wanted to see what Chu Yun intended to do next. "Mr. Six, are you still not going to make a move? In case something goes wrong." Anyo turned his eyes towards Mr. Six and inquired. Mr. Six had a calm face. "This kid has messed with Elf Island. I have to see what cards he has. Besides, with me here, not a single hair of his head will fall off. What kind of accident can there be?" Upon hearing this, Anyo bristled and turned his head to inwardly spit out. "Anyway, if something happens to Mr. Seven, Mr. Two will definitely be the first to look for you, and I'll just run away at that time." Chapter 154, 10,000 Attention. Using Heavenly Jade's Break. At this moment, the four people of the Elf clan, Meng Shi, Meng Ji, Meng Zhu, and Meng Ji, were all overlooking the entire Imperial City. Among the four of them alone, the aura of just one of them was far above everyone in the Feng clan. It also appeared as if Feng Peihang and the other Saint Realm cultivators were extremely non-existent. At this moment, the leader, Meng Shi, had a voice like waves of light and a tone like thunder that spread throughout the entire Imperial City of Grand Xia. "Grand Xia Emperor Chu Yun, come out. No need to shout. You have come all this way from the divine Pure Land, so this emperor naturally has to come out to meet you personally." Immediately, Chu Yun's figure echoed over. Immediately afterward, his and Nan Xian's figures appeared directly in front of Meng Shi and the others. Looking at the four heavenly Jedi realms that were as imposing as giants before them, there was not a trace of worry on Chu Yun and Nan Xian's faces. Instead, they were calm and were even a little too calm. At the bottom, the gazes of countless cultivators within the Imperial City were all focused on Chu Yun the moment he appeared, including Meng Changzhong, Wan Lei, Night Swallow, and even in the middle of the Imperial Palace, Chu Yun's mother, his uncle, as well as the inner clan elder of the Imperial Ancestor Mountain and so on. All of them cast their gazes towards him. "You are Chu Yun? Since you know that we came from the divine Pure Land, then I'm sure you're mostly clear on why we came to find you." Meng Shi's eyes looked at Chu Yun and said indifferently. With just one glance, the cultivation of the duo of Chu Yun and Nan Xian had already been revealed. A Saint King and an Undying. With the movement of his fingers, he was sufficient to easily exterminate them. "It's because Afwa, I guess." On Chu Yun's face, there was still a trace of a smile hanging at the moment, and he even appeared extremely relaxed. "Since you know, then hand over the person." Meng Shi stared at him and continued. "Handing over the person is not possible, I'm afraid, unless this emperor hands over the person. All of the elf clan on your elf island will recognize her as their master and let her rule over the entire elf clan. In that case, this emperor can consider it." Chu Yun said calmly. A ray of pure killing intent immediately flowed from the bodies of the four members of the elf clan. Meng Shi's eyes turned ice cold as he looked at Chu Yun. "Do you know what you were saying? I don't care what opportunities you have or what forces you have behind you, but Afwa, you can't keep it. For the last time, hand over the person. There is no need for you, an outsider, to take your own life because of her." Chu Yun listened to Meng Shi's threat without the slightest hint of worry. With that, he uttered a stone-cold news. "By the looks of it, you all still don't know that Afwa had already become this emperor's concubine prior to this. Thus, the word outsider can't be talked about." When these words came out, the pupils of Meng Shi and the other four all changed color. Chu Yun, an ant from the land of the 100 dynasties, dared to blaspheme against one of their elf clan, Even if this person was Afwa, she represented the face of the elf clan, and it was not something that a human ant could easily blaspheme. At this moment, all 4 of them had a hint of fishy red in their eyes, and their killing intent towards the entire Great Xia imperial dynasty had reached its peak. At the same time, inside the smoke and rain building, Jiang Taibai's face was shocked. He had never expected that the 4 members of the Meng clan had come, saying that it was because of Afwa. He had naturally heard about Afwa, whose hunt had been ordered by the highest decision-maker of the Elven Island, and the Elven Island had expended a lot of power in order to hunt her down. This karma was so great that Jiang Taibai did not quite dare to even touch it. He did not expect Chu Yun to be so courageous. Not only did he take it, but he also took it so tightly. Directly allowing Afwa to become his woman, this was really desperate enough. This time, Mr. Six will probably have to make another move, Jiang Taibai secretly said inwardly. He was not too worried about Chu Yun's safety. After all, with the people from the Grass Hall protecting him, it was impossible for Chu Yun to really be all right. On the contrary, Jiang Taibai was slightly curious inwardly. If Elf Island and the Grass Hall, these 2 forces collided, what would be the outcome? At this moment, Meng Shi's killing chance locked onto the duo of Chu Yun and Nan Xian. Since you seek your own death, then this seat will fulfill you. Unseal. The green light of Meng Shi's 2 fingers appeared frequently as he struck out 2 elven seals, and within the green aura, it was filled with the power of suicidal force. It was enough to sever all of a person's vitality. The power of the middle stage of the heavenly Jedi realm, the enormity of that power was completely mind-numbing and desperate, and even the oppression of the breath already made it difficult to move. If the seal fell, Nan Xian would be put aside for the moment, but Chu Yun would surely die. Mr. Six, Anyo, Jiang Taibai, the people of the imperial dynasty, everyone's gazes at this moment were gazing at this moment. System. Use the heavenly Jedi breach. In use. Storing power completed. With the use of heavenly Jedi's break, a burst of blood light rose above Chu Yun's palm, and amongst that palm of his, there was a terrifying aura that was sufficient to destroy everything. This is. Mr. Six could not help but exclaim in shock when he sensed the sudden change in Chu Yun's palm. At the same time, Chu Yun's gaze was ruthlessly determined, locking onto the Meng Shi several people, and without any nonsense, he directly transformed the heavenly Jedi breaking within his palm into a prime blood palm seal and blasted it out. Chapter 155 Shocking. Rumble. Only those 2 seals that Meng Shi had struck were instantly reduced to nothing when they touched the power of the heavenly Jedi's breach. The massive power of the heavenly Jedi's peak was declared, directly inducing a complete collapse of the space above the entire imperial city. The bloody palm imprint fell straight down towards the Meng Shi several people, and the power was as appalling as the destruction of the stars. This power is not right. Quickly. Avoid. Meng Shi's several people's expressions changed greatly, and when they realized that the situation was not right, it was already too late. The blood palm print landed directly above the void they were in, and at that instant, an endless explosion was set off above the entire dome of the sky. The imperial city was covered by this shocking torrent of power, and the void turbulence was endlessly shooting out in all directions in the middle of space, dazzling and shaking the 8 directions. Ah! Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by the continuous screams in the midst of the waves of space, the entire dome of the imperial city was torn apart, with only the power of the heavenly Jedi's break spreading within it. Stare. Congratulations to the Master for killing the Phoenix Clan's Saint King, earning 67,000 edit points. Congratulations to the Master for killing the Phoenix Clan Saint, earning 53,000 editing points. With a large wave of editing points coming in, Chu Yun was also completely fattened up in one wave, but unfortunately the hate value was not pulled full, and the benefits were not maximized. But after more than 10 seconds in a row until his system prompts stopped, he didn't hear the prompts of the death of a few people from the elves. This is still not dead? The elves have such thick skin? Chu Yun could not help but be somewhat surprised inwardly, his gaze staring at the void at the center of that explosion, only to see that after those waves of the heavenly Jedi breaks gradually dispersed into other spaces, that large area of void turbulence was also revealed. Meng Shi and the other 4 elves were still alive. However, their physical bodies were destroyed, and their souls had suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow. The 4 of them were close to dying, and could be said to have only one breath left. A green chain of spell patterns connected the souls of the 4 of them together. It was also this chain that allowed the 4 of them to not fall. It's the elf clan's bloodline secret technique, the soul-merging elf chain. This move can bring together the entire power of the four of their souls, stacking them up to erupt with the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. If it wasn't for this soul-merging elf chain resisting most of that major power, the four of them, Meng-Shi, would have died earlier. Above the smoke and rain building, Jiang Taibai said with extreme shock after seeing what happened on the field. Bai Xianran and Sun Yan were also filled with shock, simply not expecting that Chu Yun would be able to erupt with such a terrifying power. The 4 heavenly Jedi realms of the Elf clan were almost destroyed by him on the spot. And those saint realms of the Phoenix clan, who had arrived without saying a word, now ended up dead. The ashes had evaporated to nowhere, truly miserable. Sun Yan raised his head to look at the sky, the entire dome of the Imperial City. There is no longer blue sky and white clouds, instead, was too powerful force squeezed and collapsed by the broken void. The entire Imperial City, at this moment, was as if it was standing on top of the starry sky, and outside of the space, as far as the eye could see, were all colorful and brilliant void turbulence. The power mastered by Emperor Chu is surprisingly powerful to this extent. Truly worthy of being from the Grass Hall, they truly are all more heaven-defying than one another. Bai Xianran couldn't help but marvel. Jiang Taibai also deeply agreed at this moment. This was such a heaven-defying and unbelievable thing, but if it happened to someone from the Grass Hall, it wouldn't be so hard to accept. As for Anyo, who was in the guest room, he was looking a little stunned at this moment. How is it possible for an early stage of the Saint King realm to erupt with peak-level power of the Heavenly Jedi realm? Mr. Six, can you do it? Anyo asked as he turned his head to look at him dully. Mr. Six had that look of wanting to say something, and finally thought about it and replied, "If you think I can, then I can. But I don't think you can," Anyo said again. "Then shut up," Mr. Six said sharply. "Oh." Ainyu turned his head and cut out. Mr. Six's gaze was very formally looking over at Chu Yun's side. The surprise in his heart had not dissipated and he could not help but lament, "Teacher, ah teacher, what kind of demon have you taken in again? The early stage of the Saint King to cripple 4 heavenly Jedi, this is simply more heaven-defying than the second elder sister." At this moment within the void-shattering zone, Meng-Shi's 4 were not dead, but they had also suffered great injuries. Their soul power was exhausted, and they almost did not have much battle power left. Within their eyes as they looked at Chu Yun at this moment, aside from being shocked, the rest was all incomprehension and doubt, and there was even a hint of panic. How is it possible for you to possess such terrifying power? What exactly are you? Meng-Shi's tone was weak, and his voice questioned with a hint of hoarseness. That you guys didn't die after this strike is somewhat out of this emperor's expectation. Since that is the case, then let's have another strike. In Chu Yun's palm, once again, blood light rose and fell. Seeing this, Meng-Shi shouted in panic, "Retreat!" Only at once, the 4 elven souls, their life force began to burn in unison, maximizing their speed at the cost of depleting their lifespan. The 4 fled 10,000 miles away in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Yun stood still and did not choose to pursue, mainly because it was not good to chase. With 1 heavenly jade breaker left, the hit rate would not be high in the face of them burning their life to escape. Secondly, there was no need for him to expend his current strongest card in order to kill these 4. These saints of the Phoenix clan had already made themselves a fortune in edit points. You guys believe this emperor when he says there is one, and you've even burned your lifespans, your guts are really small. Chu Yun laughed out at this moment, and the blood light in his hand eventually dissipated. He turned around and gazed into the depths of space. The Elven Island is nothing more than that. Chu Emperor, Chu Emperor, Chu Emperor. It was not known who started it, and the uplifted chants of the word Chu Emperor rose and fell within the Imperial City, ringing through the heavens, and the countless cultivators within the Imperial City all boiled over. Most of them had no concept of the heavenly Jedi realm. All they knew was that those individuals with terrifying breaths earlier had been beaten by their great Xia's Chu Emperor and fled. At this moment, Chu Yun's prestige as well as the great Xia's living being's faith and prestige in him reached a brand new climax. Afwa stood on the steps of the palace, and at this moment, the expression on her face displayed surprise. Chu Yun's display of strength had shocked her. An existence that was once above a great emperor. Is the power of the peak of the heavenly Jedi realm some sort of secret technique? She couldn't help but be deeply puzzled inwardly, to once to now, among what she remembered. There had never been a secret art or even a divine ability whose power could be terrifying to such an extent. It was close to crossing 3 great realms. It was simply unimaginable. If Chu Yun could always use such a secret art, then he would truly be too heaven-defying. So heaven-defying that it was feared to be a degree that would be enough to cause the heavenly Tao to tremble. There are just so many secrets in his body. There are times when not knowing can, in turn, lead to more surprises. At this moment, Meng Rushue beside her spoke. She and the heavenly demoness had also long ago had to get used to the fact that Chu Yun had an extremely large number of hidden secrets on his body. But every time, they were able to bring unexpected surprises. Seemingly impossible things, or even miracles, would happen to him frequently. The two of them were also on the verge of not being surprised anymore. It's like this, Afwa faintly responded, her gaze returning to Chu Yun's body. Chapter 156 Mysterious Black-Robed Man. Upgrade Blind Box? After the storm ended, Chu Yun also ordered Nanxian to take action, and with his indestructible power, he repaired all those broken voids over the entire imperial city. He then also disappeared in the eyes of the world and returned to the imperial palace. Inside the cloud mist building, Han San was still walking outside and see Nebula's physical body, and he was standing by the window of the cloud mist building, his face shocked and trembling. He was even somewhat skeptical of the scene he had seen earlier. For heavenly Jedi realm powerhouses of the Elf clan, the power of any one of them was enough to subvert the entire Great Xia imperial dynasty. However, it was such a figure that was actually crippled by Chu Yun. What was more crucial was that he was still only at the early stage of the Saint King realm. What kind of horror story was this? What exactly were the means of that power he had emitted earlier? For a time, Han Sen had many thoughts within his heart. Originally waiting for the 3 heavenly Jedi realm cultivators to arrive, it would be a sure thing that he would be able to pin down Chu Yun. However, once this happened, his heart was suddenly also without a bottom. After pondering deeply for a long time, his inner decision became even more unwavering. Chu Yun must die, not to mention the fact that he had the ghost god pupil, which was a natural nemesis to their evil infant clan. Just for the power he displayed this time alone, he could not live in this world. If he was allowed to grow, the threat would be too great. A vicious color flashed within Han Sen's pupils, and he instantly secretly communicated with the behemoth of the evil infant realm. Things have changed. Chu Yun has a card on him that can heavily damage heavenly Jedi realm cultivators. To play it safe, send another eternal realm to assist me. Han Sen could be said to be as steady as an old dog. In order to kill Chu Yun, since the heavenly Jedi realm wasn't working, he would find a way to have the eternal realm come. After a while, the behemoth of the evil infant realm's voice resounded within his soul. Yes, arrive within 10 days. Han Sen's heart, which was hanging in the air, loosened after he received an exact reply. 10 days. Chu Yun, if you take over, you only have 10 days to live. At that time, I will see what kind of secrets are hidden in your body. Not only do you possess the underworld divine pupil, but you can even have such a terrifying means of power, Han Sen said with a vicious expression. Outside the borders of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, in the middle of a void, Meng Shi and the other 4 souls of the elf race had traveled all the way here after burning their souls, and only after determining that it was safe here did they stop. What exactly is that power? How could it appear in the hands of an early Saint King realm? Meng Chuan's tone at this moment was still incredulous. His face was covered with a post-robbery expression, and his state breath was even weaker. The soul power of the 4 had already bottomed out, and had even burned their souls earlier. In this state, it could be said that a random undying realm would be able to beat them without any power to fight back. No matter what, there is definitely nothing that's simple on this person. But since he has openly stated that he wants to meddle in our Elven Island's affairs, it's unlikely that he'll live long. Meng Ji, you immediately transmit what happened today back to the island and ask the Grand Elder to make a decision. Meng Shi said to him. Good, Meng Ji's soul answered. And then, he immediately used a strand of his bloodline power to condense into the special spirit message of the Elf clan to transmit the matter back within the Elf Island. All right, I believe that after the Grand Elder receives it, he will send over a strong person from within the clan. Manji said, let's all rest and recuperate on the spot. All of you have been seriously injured this time, so first recuperate here and wait for the Grand Elder's return message. Meng Shi immediately ordered the remaining few to swallow pills and heal on the spot. The soul's power always had to recover some, including the physical body that had to be re-solidified as well, or else it would be a difficult task for them to even defend themselves. The four people's souls began to heal on the spot. But all of a sudden, a layer of waves rose up in the middle of the void they were in. The pupils of the four of them, Meng Shi, instantly opened up, and their healing was interrupted. Who is it? At this moment, only a figure clad in black robes appeared in the middle of the void where the four of them were. Who are you? The four of them, Meng Shi, looked at the black-robed man with vigilance, from whose body they could not sense any aura. The black-robed man did not respond either. The atmosphere was weird. At this moment, only the black-robed man's hand stretched out from under his robe. His 5 fingers were long and slender, and even whiter, and on that palm, an aperture ripple emanated, with the rampant might of an ancient ferocious beast vibrating out, swinging towards the four people's souls. Poor Emperor Might! Meng Shi's soul was wide-eyed and let out the last words of his life, still filled with horror and fear. Bang! In the next moment, the 4 souls of the Elven clan's heavenly Jedi realm were instantly annihilated under this power-mighty wave. Along with their karmic traces, they were all hardened and erased under the shock of this power. After resolving the 4 elven souls, this black-robed figure, silent, turned and disappeared into this space. Daxia Imperial Palace. Little tiger, come over and drink milk. After the heavenly demoness filled up the white tiger beast milk, she called out to the little white tiger. The little tiger's silhouette was like the wind, swiftly arriving, its paws gleefully receiving the bottle, holding it and drinking it. After these days of non-stop feeding, the more white tiger beast milk he drank, the little tiger continuously broke 2 small realms, reaching the late stage of the Seal Saint realm. And his size had also grown several times larger than before, and was now around 1 meter. Dream Ruoshua walked over at this time and looked at the heavenly demoness and asked, "Where is His Majesty?" "By himself in the palace, not letting anyone disturb him, and doesn't know what he's doing," the heavenly demoness said as she gazed at the not far away, tightly closed doors of the temple. Dream Ruoshua also glanced at it, then also said, "Let's go. Take little tiger to play. Go." The heavenly demoness and Dream Ruoshua did not bother to choose to disturb Chu Yun and took little tiger to roam elsewhere. Within the temple, Chu Yun was currently sitting alone on the temple. He looked at his current number of editing points. Total editor points, 176,000. It was a full 1,700,000. The wave of saints from the Phoenix clan had directly given him a dry run. However, at this moment, although he had a lot of editing points, Chu Yun was in a bit of a bind. With over 1,700,000, if he opened all the blind boxes, he could open 17 of them. But the upper limit of this red blind box was the heavenly Jedi realm. If he wanted rewards further up, it would simply be impossible to achieve if he relied on opening this red blind box alone. He looked at the prices of those exchange items again. A heavenly Jedi realm cultivation card would cost 3 million edit points. A heavenly Jedi realm character summoning card would also cost 2.5 million. Dropping the Undying Realm cultivation cards further down, they all cost 2 million edit points. The redemption price was really ridiculously expensive. However, the system's answer to him was that it was because the main business of this system was background editing. Redemption of treasures belongs to the domination, for example, Jingdong and White Stripes, although both are a family, but one affordable, the other, that is certainly to achieve the maximization of benefits. The so-called one high and one low, in order to complement each other. System. Is there a higher level blind box? After Chu Yun pondered, he could not help but ask. System, Master, the red blind box is already the highest specification basic blind box. System. However, if the Master wishes to experience the upgrade blind box, the Unified Sun can introduce it to you. Upgrade blind box? What is this? Chu Yun asked curiously. Upgrading the blind box is based on the red blind box, spending editing points with different specifications to raise the upper limit of the blind box's rewards. Chapter 157. Opening the blind box again. Profound God? As for the specifications for upgrading the blind box, respectively, spending 1 million edit points for the first slot, the upper limit of rewards that can be opened, can be upgraded to the Quasi-Emperor level. As for upgrading further, for million is the second level, the upper limit of rewards that can be opened, upgraded to the level of the Great Emperor realm. Going forward and still continuing analogously, the third gear requires 10 million edit points, and the reward ceiling can be raised above the Great Emperor realm. After hearing these explanations from the system, Chu Yun understood. In other words, if he spent 1 million to upgrade the blind box, and another 100,000 to buy a red blind box, he would hopefully be able to open a reward at the highest quasi-emperor level. You didn't say earlier if you had this. Chu Yun could not help but spit out. System. With an innocent face, you didn't ask a master either. Chu Yun. All right, cut the crap. Redeem a red blind box and upgrade it with another 1,000,000 editing points. In the process of redeeming. In the process of upgrading. Upgrading completed. Will the owner open it immediately? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Obtaining Eternal Realm Character Summoning Card X1. For such rewards, Chu Yun was still able to accept them. 1,100,000 edit points to obtain an Eternal Realm subordinate. This was much more cost-effective than exchanging the price of treasures. With that, Chu Yun currently had more than 600,000 edit points left. That's just it. Just save it for now. Gather another 500,000, and it will be opened once more. System. Use that Eternal Realm Character Summoning card. Chu Yun said. In use. Summoning the character was successful. The cultivation aura of the summoned character has been automatically shielded. Thud. As the system's prompting voice ended, the space before Chu Yun's eyes was torn apart by a force. A male figure slowly walked out from within it. This person was 8 feet tall, holding a square heavenly painting halberd with a formidable appearance, and among his eyebrows, there was a heavenly eye. Yang Jian. No? Isn't the square heavenly painted halberd Lu Bu? When Chu Yun saw this person, he had 10,000 question marks in his heart. He immediately checked up on this person's information. Name, Yang Bu. Realm, Late Eternal Realm. Physique, Undefeatable Saint Body. Holy Weapon, 3 Suns Heavenly Halberd. Yang Bu, meet your majesty. The Yang Bu in front of him, holding that 3 Suns Heavenly Halberd, bowed respectfully to Chu Yun. Yang Bu? A combination of Lu Bu and Yang Jian? Chu Yun could not help but ask this question inwardly. Get up. Thank you, your majesty. Yang Bu rose and responded. Chu Yun did not have any doubts about Yang Bu's strength. He was definitely a war general to be. With the same realm of battle power, he was afraid that he was still above the Wan Leifu. Yang Bu, from now on, you are the imperial protector of the Grand Xia dynasty, and you only need to follow the orders of this emperor alone. Chu Yun spoke to him. Yes, your majesty. Yang Bu replied in response. Afterward, Chu Yun had someone arrange for Yang Bu, and he went forward to find Meng Ruxue and the girls. He also called Afwa over, and the few of them took Little Tiger on a tour together so they could also cultivate their feelings. Smoke and Rain Building. Jiang Taibai and Bai Xianran, Sun Yan, the 3 of them were currently sitting in the main hall of the building, and in the former's hand, he was holding the Smoke and Rain Building's unique message card. The left and right protectors of the Extreme Abyss Holy Land, Zhua Xian, Zhou or, are approaching the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, most likely heading towards the Imperial City. Jiang Taibai looked at those messages within it and slowly read out. Extreme Abyss Holy Land? Rushing towards the Imperial City? Could it be that it's rushing towards Emperor Chu again? Sun Yan was alarmed. In his impression, the Extreme Abyss Holy Land had no interactions with either the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty or the Heavenly Qi sect. 2 Immortality Realm cultivators, aiming straight at the Great Xia Imperial City, this purpose was really somewhat incomprehensible to Sun Yan. They don't have any involvement. They shouldn't have any grudges. But the Extreme Abyss Holy Land, as a power in the Holy Land, has sent over 2 core executives all at once, and the purpose for which they are doing this is certainly not trivial. Let's observe first. If they are truly here to find trouble with Chu Yun, then the unlucky ones will be them. Jiang Taibai said. Sun Yan and Bai Xianran both nodded as well. Previously, the 4-elf clan Heavenly Jedi Realm powerhouses had all been beaten by Chu Yun and fled in defeat, even without the need for someone from the Grass Hall to intervene. This time, if the 2 people sent by the Extreme Abyss Holy Land were not pure in their purpose, then even their lives would have to be accounted for here. However, as an ally, Sun Yan still fulfilled the obligations of his relationship with Chu Yun. He secretly transmitted the news of the Extreme Abyss Holy Land's left and right protectors coming to him. The following day, in the void within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's territory, the silhouettes of Zhou or Anzhua Xian flashed and sped like light and shadow within the void of space, rushing towards the Imperial City of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty at an extremely high speed. I didn't realize that nowadays, this land of the 100 dynasties is close to becoming the one word of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. It seems that the emperor called Chu Yun still has 2 brushes. On the road, Zhua Xian collected some information about the Great Xia imperial dynasty and then said, "Humph! That will end up the same way. This time we have brought the profound god. Even if this Chu Yun is no longer simple, there is only one way to die." Zhou said confidently. At the mention of the profound god, both of their faces were incomparably proud. It was as if it was the faith of the 2 of them. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them headed towards the Great Xia imperial city at full speed. P.S. Today heavy rainstorm, back into the soup chicken, took a shower before code word. So late. Sorry. Chapter 158 Elf Island. 4 Great Families. In the pure land of the divine state, on top of a green boundless sea of stars, emanating rich vitality and vigorous heaven and earth chi, there were countless islands around it, on which there were many elf clansmen active. And this green ocean that can't see the border at a glance is called the Elf Sea. In the center of the Elf Sea, there was a vast island covered in elf frost, floating above the sea surface, close to half of the 100 dynasties. This island was the holy land of the entire Yuan realm's elf clan, Elf Island. On the Elf Island, there are hundreds of millions of elves living, and within it, there are not only many elves' own cities and pools, including forests, waterfalls, temples, and buildings, and so on, abound. For the elves themselves, the entire Elf Island is an internal circulation system, completely is a world that belongs to the elves themselves' holy land. And the entire Elf Island, although the elves have hundreds of millions of people, but also the same division of class level. The ones who could really decide the affairs of the whole Elf Island were the 4 great families on the Elf Island. They are also the 4 families with the longest history and deepest heritage within the elf race. They were the A clan, the Meng clan, the Jie clan, and the Leng clan. These 4 great families were in charge of the entire Elf Island. At the same time, each of their 4 clans had several great emperors sitting in their ranks. This was also the reason why the Elf clan had an extremely high status above the divine Pure Land. More than 80% of the elves were basically from Elf Island. The heritage of the Elf Island had also become the pride that the Elf clan could show on the outside. This time, the matter of Afwa was a decision personally made by the chiefs of the 4 great clans. On the Elven Island, this is equivalent to the supreme decree no one can resist. Afwa's parents in this life, in order for their daughter not to be used as a sacrifice, openly betrayed the A clan. This also led to their lineage, which was directly cleared out of the Elven Island. From this, it could be seen that, in the eyes of the decision-makers of the A clan, the sense of bloodline had long faded. What they pursued was the extreme dream of being able to lead their race to further breakthroughs and become the strongest race in the Yuan realm. The Meng clan's Grand Hall. At this moment, a relatively old elf clan old man with a relatively old figure, whose old age was not decrepit, and whose pair of elf eyes were gleaming, exuding the slightest hint of imperial might. He sat on top, and the other 4 core members of the Meng clan in the hall were all sitting respectfully next to him. The cultivation auras emanating from these people were all comparable to Jiang Taibai's. All of them were eternal realm-level powerhouses. The life lights of Meng Shi and the 4 of them went out. I received the last message they sent back. Afwa is now hiding in the land of the 100 dynasties, amongst a power called the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. And it has also become the consort of that imperial dynasty's monarch, Chu Yun. At this moment, that old elf clan elder with an older face sat above and slowly opened his mouth. This person was also none other than the Meng clan's grand elder, Meng Pai. What? Afwa the? Still really shameless.